In the distant Centaurus galaxy, Cybertron was ushered into a new golden age. However, this bliss was fleeting, for soon after, the invasion from the mirror universe commenced, along with the traversal of the progenitor, Optimus Prime, bringing forth a new legend to this cosmos. After the war concluded, the mechanical dinosaurs established the Dragon Clan and departed Cybertron to roam the universe. By sheer happenstance, they landed on the third planet of the solar system, a world they had once aided, a world where their tales had been immortalized, yet one that now faced profound transformations. This time, the journey alongside humanity begins here. Qianyuan, before we proceed, let us utilize each other. Chapter 1. The Initial Beginning. Decades later, when you reflect on this life, will you regret not bidding her a proper farewell? Steel Lock. Next stop, Centaurus, then we return home. The leader of the mechanical dinosaurs, Steel Lock, was making final preparations for supplies aboard the spacecraft near the third planet of the solar system. The energy core of the ship was primed to leap to the distant Centaurus before returning to their long-lost homeland, Cybertron. It was Steel Lock himself who was setting the jump coordinates, his body clad in gray armor, with a yellow chest plate adorned with the unique insignia of the mechanical dinosaurs. His crimson optics sparkled with excitement, and even with a faceplate, his exhilaration was unmistakable. He dreamed of leisurely days soaking in the oil bar upon their return, while the other mechanical dinosaurs rested momentarily in the lounge. Suddenly, the tranquil atmosphere was shattered by an unusual sound. As the leader, Steel Lock immediately alerted himself and traced the source of the noise, ultimately pinpointing it to the ship's storage area. He tightened his grip on a massive sword, nearly half his height, its hilt resembling a circular saw, and the blade radiated a heat capable of melting steel. Steel Lock braced himself, and as the sound faded, he boldly charged into the storage room, only to find a yellow and purple Cybertronian awkwardly standing there. Steel Lock raised his sword, its tip resting against the stranger's mouth, declaring, "Scam, you had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. I wouldn't mind adding another Decepticon corpse to the void of space." Indeed, the figure in the storage room was none other than Scam, a member of the Decepticon vehicle team, renowned throughout the universe as a shrewd merchant, particularly for his dimensional pocket in his abdomen, from which he could procure all manner of items from this universe. Upon seeing Scam, all of Steel Lock's caution transformed into fury, wishing he could cleave him in two. However, after a moment's thought, Steel Lock's vigilance was slightly rekindled, though not by much. He was astonished at how Scam managed to infiltrate his ship's storage, as their security systems had scanned multiple times yet failed to detect his intrusion. Scam, appearing nonchalant, clearly demonstrated that as a profit-driven interstellar black market dealer, he was no stranger to such situations. Scam took a step back, narrowly avoiding the searing heat emitted by the blade, and donned a characteristic merchant's grin, saying, "Have you heard of the particle separator? I've acquired a brand new one. This little marvel allows us to switch between the most primitive particle state and our current tangible forms, enabling us to hide anywhere. It's an essential product for all your murderous and traveling needs. So, what do you say, Steel Lock? Are you interested?" Proudly, Scam exhibited the new particle separator in his hand. Just as he was about to divulge further details, the ship's alarm blared suddenly, and an energy beam struck, obliterating the ship's left shield. Steel Lock and Scam hurried to the cockpit, where they discovered the ship had only 50 energy remaining. Steel Lock now faced a choice: reactivate the shield, which would deplete all remaining energy, leaving the ship stranded, or risk it and seek the attacker's location. He initiated the detection system to locate the target. At that moment, Scam pointed in terror at the front. Following his gaze, Steel Lock transitioned from fear to shock, as a mechanized planet enveloped in an energy shield came into view, surrounded by fully armed space orbits. "This is Earth." The mechanical dinosaurs were roused from their slumber by the ship's tremors, and when they beheld this planet, their astonishment was palpable. Soon after, a second energy cannon fired, directly striking the ship and tearing the hull apart. As the ship sustained this second, devastating blow, Howl, the most easily forgotten member among the mechanical dinosaurs, burst from the storage area clutching a large chip. Howl explained that this chip was known as the Arrival System, capable of projecting the consciousness of Cybertronians into suitable biological forms on Earth for survival. However, this meant that their mechanical bodies would perish alongside the ship's disintegration, plunging all the dinosaurs into a painful dilemma. At that moment, Steel Lock recalled Scam's particle separator, realizing that he could utilize the chip in conjunction with it to decompose the mechanical dinosaurs and project their essence onto Earth. Just as he intended to turn back to find Scam, he discovered that Scam was nowhere to be seen. Steel Lock instructed the other dinosaurs to enter the regeneration chamber while he sought out Scam. As the ship was on the verge of collapse, Scam was still in the storage area, busily stuffing various devices into his dimensional pocket. In a critical moment, Steel Lock spotted Scam and connected the particle separator to the regeneration chamber, leaving only one regeneration pod available. As the ship approached the brink of explosion, Steel Lock and Scam leapt and squeezed into the regeneration pod. The remnants of the ship plummeted toward Earth amidst a violent explosion, yet the mechanical dinosaurs successfully projected their consciousness into human forms on Earth. Report: unknown energy fluctuations detected have landed on Earth. This is Earth, the third planet of the solar system. In the wake of rapid technological advancements over the past few decades, humanity has gradually entered a new era, becoming the first race in the solar system to join the Galactic Council through their own efforts. However, what do you mean, however? The boy sprang up from his seat, clearly just awakened, mulling over the unfamiliar sound he had just heard. Was it merely an auditory hallucination? As the school bell rang, he glanced at the flowers in his backpack. He could not delay any longer. He hadn't even packed his homework, hastily threw on a coat that may or may not have been his, and sprinted out of the classroom, clutching his backpack. Hey, Qian Yuan, leaving so early? Who are you off to find? Amidst the playful taunts of his classmates, the boy dashed out of the school gates, scanning the crowd until a familiar figure emerged. A girl with short hair, her tresses neatly tucked behind her ears, dark and silky, enhancing the delicate features of her face. Her large eyes shimmered with clarity, like pools of water, radiating gentleness and concern. She wore a knee-length white dress, the lightweight fabric swaying slightly with her movements, reminiscent of early spring willow fluff. The neckline and sleeves were adorned with intricate patterns, simple yet exquisite. Over it, she donned a blue school uniform, the sleeves casually rolled up to her elbows, revealing her slender wrists. The collar of the uniform was slightly open, exposing the neckline of the white dress beneath, presenting a clean and neat appearance. On her feet were white canvas shoes, loosely tied, with a hint of dust on the edges, reminiscent of her journey. In her hand, she held a notebook, its cover a soft blue, slightly worn at the corners, clearly a well-used item. Ling. Zhao Yiling, troubled by the upcoming selection for the 3rd Legion of the Federation, recognized the familiar voice and turned to see Qian Yuan waving at her from across the street. Qian Yuan? Why are you out so early? Zhao Yiling hurried along as she reached the middle of the road. A runaway sports car suddenly came barreling toward her. Just as it was about to collide with Zhao Yiling, Qian Yuan dashed forward, pushing her out of harm's way. Old Qian, wake up, please don't slip away. Family members, please wait outside. A week later, Qian Yuan lay in a hospital bed, his fingers fumbling with the television remote. His body was partially paralyzed, his face marred by lacerations, and his mouth stitched shut, leaving him to communicate through a voice device. Would you like an apple? Spoke Qian Yuan's sister, Qian Xin. Seated in a wheelchair, her long, light yellow hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, the ends slightly curled as if tousled by the wind, reminiscent of wheat swaying in the breeze. Her crimson pupils gleamed under the hospital lights, and she wore a tattered red foxeer hat, its edges worn, with the ears drooping slightly. Draped in a deep red long dress, the hem brushed against the footrests of her wheelchair. Though the fabric was somewhat aged, traces of its former elegance remained. The dress was adorned with subtle embroidered patterns, entwined like vines, adding an air of mystery to her figure. Her slender yet strong fingers rested on the arms of the wheelchair, glistening faintly with apple juice. Qian Xion's posture was slightly askew, exuding an air of nonchalance toward her surroundings. Her gaze occasionally flickered to Qian Yuan, imbued with a complex mixture of concern and resignation. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips, seemingly mocking yet tinged with an imperceptible softness. She brought the peeled apple to Qian Yuan's lips, only to receive a disdainful look in return, prompting her to huff and eat it herself. Mom will come to keep you company in the afternoon, so you should lie down and rest, Qian Xian said, struggling to tuck Qian Yuan's blanket securely. We truly are siblings, one with a paralyzed leg, the other entirely incapacitated. The voice device emitted Qian Yuan's words, laced with dissatisfaction as he pondered why it had to be him. What are you saying? Don't talk like that. You will get better, Qian Xian replied, noticing tears streaming down Qian Yuan's face. Her only recourse was the most ordinary of comforts. She too had her grievances, sometimes furiously striking her own legs, filled with hatred for the unfairness of the world, wishing she were a normal person. Qian Xian, where's your brother? Looking up, Qian Xin was taken aback by the person standing at the door. She stood tall in a sharp military uniform that accentuated her commanding presence. The deep green fabric clung to her form, the epaulets reflecting under the light, and her cuffs were neatly fastened, exuding efficiency and sharpness. A belt cinched her waist, highlighting her slender figure, and her black military boots echoed crisply against the floor. Her twin ponytails were tied high, dark strands cascading smoothly over her shoulders, the ends slightly curled with a playful charm. Her face was striking, features well-defined, with an unmistakable air of authority in her brow, yet her eyes were gentle, concealing countless untold stories. A slight smirk graced her lips, embodying a unique blend of pride, softened by a rare tenderness when she glanced at Qian Yuan and Qian Xin. Her presence transformed the atmosphere in the ward into something delicate and nuanced. Qian Xin widened her eyes, unable to believe that this person, whom she thought she would never see again, stood before her. Meanwhile, Qian Yuan leaned against the bed, struggling to support himself with the only limb he could move, his gaze a tumult of emotions as he tried to discern whether this was a dream. Chen Xiaoyi stepped into the room, the sound of her boots echoing in the stillness. She approached Qian Xin, gently patting her shoulder, a teasing tone in her voice. "What's the matter? Don't you recognize me?" Her gaze then shifted to Qian Yuan, deepening with warmth and concern as she softly inquired, "And back, how have you both been?" Chen Xiaoyi's sister. Upon seeing the familiar twin ponytails again, Qian Xin couldn't believe that this woman, whom she thought she would never encounter again, had returned. At that moment, all her burdens seemed to lift as she embraced Chen Xiaoyi, tears streaming down her face. As for Qian Yuan, he felt like a traveler lost in darkness. Catching a glimpse of distant light, he fought to hold back his tears as Chen Xiaoyi, without a word, gently wiped away the tears that lingered at the corners of his eyes. As night fell, Qian Yuan awoke from a dream to faint voices. Groggily, he made his way to the restroom. Upon returning, he found Chen Xiaoyi standing at the door, looking at him in disbelief. It dawned on him. His body, it could move? Chen Xiaoyi hurriedly assisted him back to bed. She sensed this was a miracle, but Qian Yuan was skeptical. How could this be? How could miracles exist in this world? He too was astonished, yet it felt illogical. In any case, I will find a doctor, you just stay put, Chen Xiaoyi assured him before leaving the room. Alone, Qian Yuan adjusted his thigh pain. This was no illusion. What, then, was happening to his body? Soon, Chen Xiaoyi returned with a doctor, who then notified Qian Yuan's family. The entire night was spent undergoing examinations and traveling for tests. The next day, when the results emerged, the doctor, astonished, confirmed that Qian Yuan had indeed made a full recovery. This was undoubtedly good news, yet he remained furrowed in thought, for he never believed in miracles. Something was amiss. This child seems close to uncovering our secret. What should we do? Steal lock, steal lock? The speaker was Scammer, currently residing within Qian Yuan's body. At the moment of the spaceship explosion, the regeneration pod had launched both of them into the host Qian Yuan's body. After merging, their bodily particles had been silently mending Qian Yuan's form. Faced with such an unfathomable situation, Steel Lock remained silent, while Scammer, though not probing further, was clearly concocting a strategy in his mind. Given Qian Yuan's extraordinary condition, the hospital recommended that he stay for further observation, estimating he would need to remain for several more days. On one such day, as Chen Xiaoyi planned to go downstairs to procure food for him, she inadvertently overheard a conversation among the doctors in their office, revealing their intention to conduct an autopsy on Qian Yuan. At first, Chen Xiaoyi could hardly believe her ears. However, as she cautiously approached, capturing every word with clarity, she had no choice but to accept this shocking reality. Meanwhile, Qian Yuan was attempting to adjust his voice device, entirely unaware of the impending crisis. Without hesitation, Chen Xiaoyi burst into the room, seizing Qian Yuan and fleeing the hospital. They encountered doctors hurrying toward them around a corner, forcing Chen Xiaoyi to push Qian Yuan into a cramped supply closet. "It's a bit tight in here," Qian Yuan remarked, maintaining his calm demeanor despite the predicament. Chen Xiaoyi quickly motioned for silence, straining to listen as the footsteps outside gradually faded away. Once assured of their safety, she revealed to Qian Yuan the secret she had just overheard. Concerning the astonishing series of transformations experienced by Qian Yuan, he exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he calmly reasoned, given the current circumstances, they indeed have ample justification to conduct an in-depth study on me. Chen Xiaoyi, both surprised and helpless at Qian Yuan's ability to remain rational in such a situation, gently patted his head and urgently remarked, "Are you still thinking about analysis? We should focus on finding a way for you to leave this place swiftly." In that critical moment, a sudden sharp electronic sound reverberated within the narrow storage room, instantly alerting the two. They scanned their surroundings, but found no trace of others. Just as their confusion grew, the voice emitter on Qinyuan's mouth underwent a strange transformation. Its pristine white casing abruptly turned pitch black, and a valve switch quietly appeared on the left side. Twist it a couple of times, give it a try, a deceptive voice whispered in Qinyuan's ear, laced with an enigmatic tone. After a moment's hesitation, Qinyuan followed the suggestion and turned the valve. In an instant, the voice emitter morphed again, and a powerful surge of energy erupted from within Qinyuan, coalescing into the form of the deceiver. Before the deceiver could introduce himself, Qin Xiaoyi and Qinyuan had already recognized him. "Wait, you know me?" The deceiver looked at the two with a mixture of surprise and mild confusion. Qin Xiaoyi pulled out her phone and showed him an animated series featuring Transformers. It turned out that after the Cybertronians concluded their war on Earth, their human allies immortalized the battle in animation, which had since become one of the most popular shows on Earth. The deceiver, observing the animation, reassured Qinyuan and Qin Xiaoyi not to be afraid. After further discussion, he recounted his experiences surrounding Earth and earnestly requested Qinyuan's assistance in escaping the planet. In exchange, the deceiver promised to provide Qinyuan with essential support during their time on Earth. Any cooperation hinges upon the intersection of interests, the deceiver concluded before returning to Qinyuan's body. Qin Xiaoyi gazed at Qinyuan, her expression betraying deep concern, for she understood his nature. "The deceiver just mentioned that Steel Lock is also within me." In contrast to Qin Xiaoyi's worry, Qinyuan appeared rather exhilarated. Meanwhile, Steel Lock, inside Qinyuan, focused intently on a swirling mass of black mist to pass the time. "Deceiver, I believe we should refrain from seeking human assistance that would only invite more trouble," Steel Lock asserted, but the deceiver countered, "Steel Lock, I have glimpsed fragments of human memories. The governance of Earth has drastically changed. Without leveraging human power, we would struggle to escape this sky on this planet." Steel Lock pondered the profound transformations this planet had undergone. Suddenly, the black mist before him quivered, and the entire space they occupied began to tremble. Outside, Qinyuan was bound to a laser bed, enduring torment as lasers scorched and sliced through his body. Qin Xiaoyi, blocked at the door, anxiously called out the deceiver's name. Hearing her voice, the deceiver was about to rush out when the black mist expanded, swiftly engulfing both him and Steel Lock. As the last beam of laser dissipated, medical personnel surged into the operating room, eager to investigate Qinyuan's extraordinary physique. Yet, amidst the tense atmosphere, the temperature in the operating room suddenly spiked. Before they could react, Qinyuan's body erupted in a blaze of scorching flames, consuming everyone present, while Qin Xiaoyi was hurled against the wall by the force of the explosion. Struggling through excruciating pain, Qin Xiaoyi rose from the ground, surveying the devastation littered with bodies, yet Qinyuan was nowhere to be found. She desperately searched through the wreckage and finally discovered the unconscious Qinyuan at the staircase. At that moment, Qinyuan found himself enveloped in the black mist. The mist gradually contracted into a singular form, revealing the deceiver, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, while Steel Lock lay weakened nearby, struggling to remain upright, as if he had just endured extreme exhaustion. Upon seeing Steel Lock, Qinyuan's eyes shimmered with a mix of excitement and concern, but he had no time for hesitation, for the black mist before him was silently expanding, slowly taking on a vague humanoid shape that stood face to face with him. "Didn't I instruct you to stay put?" Qinyuan challenged the black mist, but before he could finish, the mist abruptly sealed his mouth and retorted harshly, "If you wish to seek death, I shall not impede you, but do not drag me down with you, you worthless fool." The black mist then cast Qinyuan out of the space, retracting once more into a singularity. Upon returning to reality, Qinyuan attempted to rise, but succumbed to unconsciousness once more, his body utterly drained. The deceiver remained in a deep slumber, leaving only Steel Lock, who emerged from the space to take control of Qinyuan's body. Steel Lock, utilizing Qinyuan's form, managed to stand with great difficulty. This was his first experience inhabiting a human body, yet it felt overwhelmingly fatigued, relying on Qin Xiaoyi for support. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyi noticed that police and federal search teams had surrounded the hospital, prompting her to escape with Steel Lock through a side door. However, by unfortunate coincidence, Zhao Yiling, serving as an intern, was nearby on standby. Upon seeing Qin Xiaoyi assisting Steel Lock, she rushed over to help. "Stay here, don't move. They'll find a doctor." Before Zhao Yiling could get far, Qin Xiaoyi and Steel Lock fled the scene, knowing it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Nowhere felt secure for them now. Meanwhile, the search team sealed off the accident site. With 7 top doctors and 4 professors having perished in the explosion, they retrieved surveillance footage documenting the entire incident. Is this truly human? Could it be connected to the recent alien invasion? Clearly, Captain, he has escaped from here. The team members below engaged in fervent discussion. He will return. Notify Teams 1 and 2 to expand the search area across the 3rd floor. Team 3, visit his family. Zhao Yiling, an intern of Team 3, was taken aback to discover that the perpetrator was Qian Yuan. Shocked yet resolute, she silently vowed to resolve the entire matter herself. At this juncture, Chen Xiaoyi had led Steellock to an abandoned junkyard. This site, nestled in the mountains outside the city, was a chaotic heap of various refuse, creating a disordered magnetic field that even the federal authorities struggled to locate, let alone pinpoint on a map. Steellock surveyed the surroundings, realizing the area was vast, and provided a clear view of the entire city from the mountain, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. As he gazed down at the steel jungle below, he couldn't help but ponder, what has transpired on this planet? Chen Xiaoyi had long discerned that he was not Qian Yuan. His manner of speaking was unlike the deceiver, thus confirming him as Steellock. She settled down and began to recount. A century ago, humanity experienced a second technological revolution, one that was sudden and without any forewarning. Earth seized this opportunity to join the Galactic Council, reaping several benefits for humanity, albeit some drawbacks, as conflicts between nations escalated, making a Third World War inevitable. Just as the Third War was on the verge of igniting, the United Nations proposed a plan to abolish restrictions between nations and establish a new organization for unified management. Countries ravaged by war eagerly signed on. Thus, the Federation was born. Under the new organization's guidance, Earth underwent comprehensive development, even launching an interstellar Silk Road. But then, for reasons unknown, the Federation severed Earth's openness to the outside world, sealing it off entirely and stratifying the planet, resulting in the state you now observe. Stratified? Steellock questioned, his thoughts drifting to sandwiches and hamburgers. According to the stratification of assets and classes, the lowest tier comprises the mines, where a newly discovered mineral has emerged in recent years, serving as a renewable energy source. It is a mystery how those professors stumbled upon it. Above this layer are the common folk and the elite, with the outermost boundary being the space defense line. We currently find ourselves at the very bottom, Chen Xiaoyi remarked. Steellock inquired whether Chen Xiaoyi feared the Cybertronians, to which she calmly responded that she had grown accustomed to their presence, having been taken by Qian Yuan to watch cartoons daily during her childhood. Furthermore, as a bona fide federal soldier, she had encountered numerous extraterrestrial beings, which alleviated her trepidation. Upon hearing Chen Xiaoyi reminisce about her childhood, Steellock asked how she had met Qian Yuan. Chen Xiaoyi smiled slightly and replied, "He found me," intending to elaborate further when a phone call interrupted their conversation. "Hello, Xiaoyi, is Qian Yuan with you?" It was Qinqin calling. "I've tried reaching him, but he hasn't answered. I assumed you two were together. Where have you gone?" Chen Xiaoyi simply stated that they were not together before hanging up. She turned to Steellock, who understood the situation and urged her to leave, assuring her that he would manage things. Trusting in Steellock, Chen Xiaoyi promptly set off back to the city, while Steellock closed his eyes, returning to the inner realm to reunite with the recently revived Qian Yuan and the trickster. Confronted with the enigmatic black mist, Steellock directly inquired about its nature. "That is my second personality," Qian Yuan said, rubbing his eyes, as if he had not slept soundly in ages. The trickster, having explored Qian Yuan's memories, found no records pertaining to this second personality. Drawing from his cosmic experiences, he deduced, "From what I understand, this condition resembles the symptoms of dissociative identity disorder, typically arising after an individual endures severe psychological trauma or significant life stress." Reflecting on the deeply buried pain he had discovered in Qian Yuan's memories, the prolonged bullying he suffered in school, the inability to effectively resist external violence, and the ineffectiveness of teacher intervention, the trickster could not help but reassess the human before him. Perhaps he glimpsed a reflection of his past self, having acted covertly for the government in exchange for meager benefits, only to be callously abandoned, or perhaps it was a mere expression of empathy. The truth remained elusive. Qian Yuan continued, "He once manifested autonomously. I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I found myself in a hospital. It was said that he caused a grave incident, which led to my confinement in a psychiatric hospital for a year. I believed that after that, he would not reappear." As Qian Yuan explained, Steel Lock conceived a potential solution and inquired of the trickster whether he possessed technology capable of creating or manifesting a doppelganger. After a moment's thought, the trickster retrieved a high-tech device from his pocket, explaining, "This is a quantum projection copier. It can accurately scan an object and create an exact replica, including memories and physiological functions. However, such machines are exceedingly rare in the universe. This one took considerable effort to acquire." Even in this tense moment, the trickster did not forget to promote his merchandise. Steel Lock pointed at Qian Yuan, and the trickster suddenly grasped his intention. He took control of Qian Yuan's body and created an almost identical duplicate. Steel Lock then entered this new body, while the trickster explained that the replicated body would autonomously disperse after a period, exactly as Steel Lock desired. At that moment, Chen Xiaoyi was at home with Qin Xin, fending off police and search teams. They exchanged glances and decided to claim they had seen no one, hoping to stall for time. Steel Lock returned home first, only to be immediately apprehended by the search team and taken away in a vehicle. Meanwhile, the real Qian Yuan entered his home through the window just as the search team and police were preparing to leave, letting out a sigh of relief. "It seems we are safe for the moment. What should our next step be?" "Our next move is to wait for your doppelganger to disperse. How will Steel Lock return?" Qian Yuan and the trickster deliberated on their next strategy, but by coincidence, Zhao Yiling overheard them. She glanced down to see Qian Yuan being forced into a vehicle. What was that sound? Cautiously, Zhao Yiling approached the door and saw Qian Yuan conversing with a mirror. Suddenly, her alien detector began to beep incessantly, startling Qian Yuan and alerting the search team below. Calling for backup. Alien criminals detected in Mine B. Calling for backup. Qian Yuan snatched the detector from her and hurled it downstairs. Zhao Yiling recalled the Federation's announcement from days prior about an alien spaceship breaching the space defense line and entering Earth. She could hardly believe that Qian Yuan was in league with alien criminals. Before long, reinforcements arrived, and Qian Yuan, without further explanation, leaped from the 4th floor, just as he was about to plummet to the ground. "Leave it to me." In that instant, Qian Yuan's body dispersed into particles, recombining as the trickster. Upon landing, the first thing the trickster did was to place Qian Yuan's family and Chen Xiaoyi into his pocket. Afterward, he tossed several smoke bombs around and scanned a military jeep, transforming it and fleeing at high speed. However, he had not gone far before several Titan-class mechs descended from the sky, their landing causing shockwaves that sent the trickster tumbling. Information confirmed, Cybertronians. Executing order, on-site execution. The lead Titan mech aimed its cannon at the trickster's head. "Hold on, fellas, perhaps we can negotiate." The trickster hastily retrieved various gadgets from his pocket. "Maybe you need a fresh coat of paint or some antifreeze wax. Hey, I have everything you could possibly need. How about I give you a discount?" Seeing the cold, unyielding metal figures remain unmoved, the trickster brandished his powerful fusion cannon. This is a model favored by Megatron himself. He aimed and unleashed a fierce barrage at one of the Titan mechs. However, more Titan mechs seemed to receive orders, descending like a rain of falling stars, forming an impenetrable barrier. The trickster, acting swiftly, pulled out Qian Yuan's entire family from his pocket. "Don't move. I have hostages." Yet, before he could finish, dozens of missiles surged towards him, blasting him away to a construction site. The violent explosion catapulted the trickster back into Qian Yuan's body, transferring the damage he sustained to Qian Yuan as well. Despite bearing severe injuries, Qian Yuan stubbornly tried to crawl out from the rubble. Another missile zipped through the air, and he desperately dodged, causing the tension to snap the cable of a crane overhead. A massive shipping container plummeted from above, crashing down on his legs and sending blood splattering in all directions. Enduring excruciating pain, Qian Yuan attempted to move forward, but his leg bones and muscles remained firmly connected, each slight movement feeling as if he were tearing his flesh apart. Reinforcements arrived at the scene, surrounding Qian Yuan while bringing his family into his line of sight. Witnessing his loved ones in peril because of him, Qian Yuan let out a pained roar, angrily blaming them. "If responsibility is to be assigned, let it fall upon you." As a multitude of Titan mechs raised their weapons, aiming at Qian Yuan, Steel Lock was sprinting towards the scene. Upon reaching the location and locking eyes with Qian Yuan for the final time, Qian Yuan disintegrated into ashes amidst a flash of light. Steel Lock, filled with remorse, knelt on the ground, while behind him, Zhao Yiling raised her gun, coldly stating, "Go ahead, little hero, you've already won." As Zhao Yiling was poised to pull the trigger, another Qian Yuan suddenly appeared, his gun aimed at Zhao's head. It turned out that prior to the explosion that had sent the scammer flying, he had activated a projector, So what was destroyed beneath the container was merely a replica, while the original had stealthily concealed himself in the distance, waiting for the right moment to strike. At this juncture, Gongsu returned to Qin Yuan's body, and Qin Yuan lowered his weapon, turning to leave. Why? Why let me go? Zhao Yiling demanded loudly. You are my friend, I cannot bring myself to harm you. I hope we will not find ourselves on opposing sides in the future, Qin Yuan sighed softly, a sound reminiscent of nostalgia, or perhaps a farewell. Gongsu smirked, having witnessed the ordinary man's courage and determination. Though he was somewhat frail at present, that did not matter. Gongsu resolutely replied, Little one, although you are currently weak, let us utilize each other until we discover a better solution. In that moment, Qin Yuan's body ignited in a blazing inferno, the flames illuminating the entire sky. He could feel the surge of power, distinctly different from the deceit, fueled by anger and violence. He bellowed, Gongsu, transform. Instantly, the valves on his mask began to operate rapidly, and the mask on Qin Yuan's face shimmered with a cold metallic luster amidst the flames, its surface adorned with intricate patterns and mechanical structures. The edges of the mask were etched with crimson light that pulsed in rhythm with his breath, as if some form of energy coursed through it. The valves became increasingly sophisticated, gears and pistons whirring swiftly, emitting a low, resonant hum, akin to a powerful engine operating at full throttle. Subsequently, Qin Yuan transformed into particles, and upon reconstituting, Gongsu stood tall between heaven and earth. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the Titan mech, Gongsu's form remained steadfast amidst the barrage, his metallic shell gleaming with a chilling brilliance amidst the explosive fire. The Titan mech's artillery rained down like a deluge, yet Gongsu stood unmoved, his body ablaze with fervent flames, seemingly heralding the enemy's doom. He slowly raised his flame sword, which was instantly enveloped in searing brilliance, the flames soaring skyward as if to tear apart the heavens. He charged through the dense hail of fire, like a deity of slaughter descending, the flame sword carving a blazing arc in the air, instantly cleaving a Titan mech in two. The Titan mech's firepower intensified, yet Gongsu's speed escalated. His flame sword danced through the air, each swing accompanied by deafening explosions. His movements were precise and unembellished, each strike aimed directly at the vital points. The armor of the Titan mech crumbled before his flame sword as though it were mere paper, one mech after another disintegrating into scrap metal amidst the conflagration. Just as the Titan mech's assault began to wane, Gongsu suddenly emitted a low roar, his body rapidly transforming. His metallic exterior reconfigured in an instant, his tail whipping like a colossal whip. In the blink of an eye, Gongsu morphed from a humanoid form into that of a Tyrannosaurus rex, his massive physique towering like a mountain, the dragon flames within him gathering strength. He tilted his head back, releasing a thunderous roar from his throat, and then, searing dragon flames erupted from his mouth, sweeping across the sky like a fire dragon. Wherever the dragon flames passed, Titan mechs were melted down to molten metal, the sky painted a vivid crimson. The explosions were relentless, debris raining down like droplets, the ground pockmarked with deep craters. Gongsu rampaged across the battlefield, his tail sweeping like a colossal hammer, shattering the remaining Titan mechs one by one. Each step he took reverberated through the earth, proclaiming the arrival of victory. Ultimately, when the last Titan mech turned to ash in his dragon flames, Gongsu paused, throwing his head back in a triumphant roar that resonated like thunder, shaking the very heavens. After the battle, Gongsu gradually reverted to Qin Yuan's form. His mask still shimmered with a crimson glow, yet the flames in his eyes had begun to subside. He stood amidst the ruins, surrounded by scattered mech debris, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder and burnt metal. His silhouette stretched long under the setting sun. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, a hint of fatigue and gravity lingered in Qin Yuan's gaze. He approached his family with slow, labored steps, as if each stride bore the weight of invisible burdens. His parents stood nearby, their expressions complex as they regarded him in silence. His father gently patted his shoulder, while his mother's eyes flickered with concern, yet they offered no reproach, merely expressing their understanding and support through their silence. Qinshin pushed her wheelchair closer, her eyes filled with worry. She opened her mouth, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately lowered her head, gripping the armrest tightly. Chen Xiaoyi stood to the side, her military uniform's cuffs crumpled in her grasp, her twin ponytails swaying slightly in the breeze, her eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and unease. Well, it's certain that we are now wanted. Chen Xiaoyi broke the silence, her voice tinged with urgency. What should we do next? Qin Yuan paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding wreckage before lifting his eyes to the distant horizon. His voice was low and resolute. I want to find other mechanical dinosaurs on Earth and help them return home. His words momentarily stunned everyone. Qianxin looked up, her eyes wide with surprise, while Chun Xiaoyi frowned, clearly troubled by this plan. Help them return home? Chun Xiaoyi echoed, her tone skeptical. Do you understand what this means? Our situation is already perilous. If we get entangled in more matters, we may not even be able to protect ourselves. Qianyuan nodded, his gaze unwavering. I know it's dangerous, but I cannot turn a blind eye. The mechanical dinosaurs were forced onto this planet. If we do not assist them, they may be exploited by humans. I have to help them, if only to repay Gongsu's favor. His parents remained silent, yet their eyes reflected a newfound support. Qianxin sighed softly, speaking in a low voice. Brother, you always think of others. But this time, can you truly bear the weight? Qianyuan looked at his sister, a trace of tenderness crossing his features. Do not worry, I am not alone. If I am not home, our family will rely on you from now on. Chun Xiaoyi fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. All right, since you have made your decision, I will accompany you. However, you must promise me to take care of yourself, no matter what. Qianyuan smiled slightly, though his mask concealed his expression, gratitude shone in his eyes. Can you manage that? Do not forget you are a soldier of the Federation now. Qianyuan handed over several devices capable of evading detection, along with everyday items, to his parents and Qianxin, then patted Chun Xiaoyi beside him. Let us embark on an impromptu journey. In the distance, Zhao Yiling silently observed everything, tightly clutching the photograph of herself and Qianyuan at the same table, her gaze filled with deep emotion and resolve, before finally turning away, her figure vanishing into the vast night. As time passed, unbeknownst to how many planetary cycles had gone by, within the Autobot base beneath the Federal Central District, the Autobot leader Optimus Prime was sifting through a batch of data. Just then, Qianxin entered the base through the human passage, carrying detailed information about the mechanical dinosaurs and the scammer, placing it on the workbench before Optimus Prime. Upon seeing the materials, Optimus Prime was both astonished and concerned. They have arrived on Earth as well? He understood well the temperament of the mechanical dinosaurs and the potential for trouble. However, Qianxin calmly assured him that there was no need for excessive worry, revealing that the mechanical dinosaurs had found human hosts, thus being subject to a certain degree of restraint. Having made her statement, Qianxin prepared to leave. Optimus Prime gazed at the receding figure of Qianxin, a question blossoming in his mind. I cannot help but wonder, are you now Qianxin or Fengren? Qianxin paused for a moment, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she provided a response laden with profound meaning. I am both. Chapter 2. The girl yearning for love shouts from the center of the world 1. Let us rewind to the very beginning, where mechanical dinosaurs traversed the cosmos. As they passed by Earth, their spacecraft was destroyed, and shortly after their descent onto the planet. The eldest of the mechanical dinosaurs, Fabiao, awakened in a realm of chaos and silence. Her optical sensors emitted a faint yet resilient blue light, piercing through the surrounding darkness. She surveyed her surroundings, disoriented, in a space devoid of any reference points or distinctive landmarks, yet she maintained a lucid consciousness. At that moment, she discerned sounds emanating from beyond this realm. Were those human voices? The sounds were faint yet clear, infused with an unfamiliar warmth. Fabiao's auditory system swiftly captured the frequency of the sound waves, attempting to analyze their origin. She realized that she had likely entered the domain of humanity. Her core processor began to operate at an accelerated pace, contemplating her next course of action. She needed to locate an energy source to repair herself, while simultaneously evading detection of her true identity by humans. However, at this moment, even movement was a challenge. She could only lie still, listening as the external sounds grew increasingly distinct. On a mundane morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating a modest shared apartment. Li Ku remained immersed in sweet dreams, reluctant to confront the impending busy workday. Her roommates and friends, Sun Xiaowen and Shu Qi, gazed at the slumbering Li Ku, once again enveloped in a sense of helplessness. Xiaowen anxiously paced, exclaiming to Shu Qi, alas, this has happened countless times. We always have to call her for ages before she wakes up. Yet Shu Qi remained remarkably composed, shrugging in response. Isn't this her usual routine? Li Ku has her own biological clock, let's not worry about her. The three girls supported each other in their cozy yet warmth-filled rented space. Both Sun Xiaowen and Shu Qi were students at the Royal Military Academy, while the eldest, Li Ku, though merely a somewhat disheartened office worker, still bore the weight of their hopes for the future. However, Xiaowen suddenly raised her voice. Didn't Li Ku mention last night that there was a possibility of promotion today? If she misses it, wouldn't that mean? Upon hearing this, Shu Qi instantly tensed up, seizing a pillow and hurling it towards Li Ku, shouting, "Hey! Wake up, you lazy girl." Startled, Li Ku rubbed her sleepy eyes and yawned, responding, "Stop throwing things. I'm awake." Shu Qi looked at her with seriousness, reminding, "Li Ku, today is the day you might be promoted. If you give it your all and are selected as a minister, we could finally improve our lives." Xiaowen's face lit up with anticipation. Yes, with money, we could buy countless books and no longer have to painstakingly transcribe others' works. The two envisioned a bright future, their eyes shimmering with hope. However, Li Ke's remark, "But this promotion is competitive, and it's for the vice minister," doused their enthusiasm like cold water, bringing them back to reality. Nevertheless, Xiaowen and Shu Qi continued to encourage Li Ku resolutely, patting her shoulder. "You can do it. We believe in you." Inspired by her friends, Li Ku gathered her spirits, quickly freshened up, donned a neat formal outfit, and set off for work. Standing at the bus stop on that crisp morning, a cool breeze brushed against her cheek, carrying a hint of early autumn's chill. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently swaying in the wind, contrasting with her slightly pale complexion. Her gaze appeared unfocused, as if still lingering in the dreams of the previous night, her eyes betraying a subtle weariness and an almost imperceptible sense of despondency. Clad in a deep blue trench coat, its tailored cut both simple and sharp, the hem swayed gently with her steps. The collar stood slightly erect, obscuring her graceful neck, emanating an air of detachment and austerity. Her tall figure appeared particularly slender beneath the coat, as though a mere gust could scatter her away. She wore a pair of slender high heels, the sound of their heels striking the ground crisp and clear, reminding her of the daily grind and its accompanying frustrations. The color of her shoes harmonized with her trench coat, the deep hues rendering her presence even more austere and reserved. Her pace was unhurried, almost sluggish, with each step burdened by the weight of her thoughts. Li Ke's face bore little expression, her slightly furrowed brows betraying the anxiety and unease within. In her hand, she clutched a cup of coffee long gone cold, the remnants of warmth serving as her sole connection to the world. Her gaze occasionally flitted over passers-by, only to retreat quickly, as if she had lost interest in her surroundings. There was a melancholic beauty to her demeanor, akin to a flower swaying in the wind, fragile yet resilient. Though her presence was not overwhelming, it was impossible to overlook her. Every detail of her being radiated a weary elegance, as if silently narrating her story. She engaged in a dialogue with herself. "Hey, did you see their expressions? Those eyes brimming with hope. Why can't you fight with all your might for them, for yourself?" In this self-encouragement, Li Ku vigorously slapped her cheeks, feeling a surge of energy coalesce within her, transforming into a tangible resolve. Fabiao soon realized that she had entered the body of a human. She swiftly adjusted her state, attempting to establish a deeper communication and collaboration with her host to better comprehend the situation, while also observing the world through Li Ku's eyes. Upon arriving at the company, Li Ku sat before a desk piled high with documents, diligently organizing her work. Suddenly, the minister called for her, and the selection for the promotion unfolded quietly. After a brief exchange, Li Ku returned to her seat in silence, until the afternoon when the results were announced. The new vice minister was none other than the company's rising star, Ariel. The entire company congregated around Ariel, enthusiastically celebrating her promotion. Even those colleagues who had previously been indifferent to her now flocked to offer their congratulations. Meanwhile, Li Ku sat alone at her workstation, watching helplessly as Ariel exited the company, enveloped in the adulation of the crowd. Reflecting on her conversation with the minister, she recalled how he had remarked on her exceptional performance across the board, stating she was the best candidate for the new ministerial position. However, the minister's hesitant demeanor hinted at underlying issues. She pondered repeatedly whether her efforts had fallen short or if there were other reasons at play. Li Ku's inner fury reached a crescendo as she slammed her fist onto the table. At that moment, her colleague and friend Ding Qi leaned against the desk, softly revealing the truth. "I heard Ariel has some connections. She was sent here by her family to gain experience, so, you know." Fabiao felt a similar outrage and injustice. She longed to comfort her host, yet she found herself unable to venture out, only able to repeatedly encourage Li Ku, hoping she could transcend her sorrow and anger. "Li Ku, do not be defeated by the setbacks before you." Fabiao's voice resonated in Li Ku's mind, imbued with a uniquely mechanical calmness and gentleness. "Your worth is not determined by the height of a position. You still have friends, a future, and countless possibilities." Li Ke paused for a moment, as if she had heard a voice from the depths of her soul. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her emotions. She understood that she could not simply give up. Regardless of the outcome, she must continue to forge ahead, for herself and for those who cared for her. The dartboard sensed that Li Ke's emotions were gradually stabilizing, and it too let out a sigh of relief. It realized that the bond between itself and this human was deepening, and in the days to come, it would face more challenges and uncertainties alongside Li Ke. Chapter 3. The girl yearning for love shouts in the center of the world. 2. Why? Why? Li Ke's voice echoed in the empty office, laden with long-suppressed anger and resentment. Her fingers clenched tightly around the edge of the desk, knuckles whitening with the force of her grip, as if she intended to pour all her grievances and indignation into that single exclamation. Her eyes were red, tears welling in her gaze, yet stubbornly refusing to fall. For years, she had worked tirelessly, like an unceasing machine. Each morning, she was the first to arrive at the office, only leaving late at night, dragging her weary body home. Her desk was cluttered with documents and coffee cups, her computer screen perpetually aglow, the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard serving as the soundtrack to her life. She believed that through sheer diligence, she would earn her superior's recognition and secure an opportunity for a breakthrough. She thought hope was within reach, just a touch away. However, reality struck like a heavy hammer, shattering her illusions. Ariel's promotion doused the last flicker of hope within her like a bucket of cold water. She watched as Ariel walked out of the company, surrounded by admirers, her smile radiant, everything seeming so natural. Meanwhile, Li Ke could only sit at her workstation, a forgotten shadow, overlooked by all. Noticing her distress, Ding Chi approached and gently placed a hand on Li Ke's shoulder, offering soft consolation. Li Ke, I understand how you feel. We are all in this together. Yet, life can be like this at times, not always favorable, nor will it consistently disappoint you. Her words were gentle, akin to a warm ray of sunshine, attempting to dispel the gloom within Li Ke's heart. As the night deepened outside, the city's neon lights streamed through the glass, casting reflections on Li Ke's weary face. Her expression shifted from initial anger to tranquility, ultimately transforming into a resolute determination. She inhaled deeply, as if expelling all negativity from her being. She understood that life continued, and the battle was not yet over. She could not succumb. She must gather her emotions and set forth anew. Meanwhile, the entity known as Fei Biao connected with Li Ke's subconscious, delving into her memories. In those fragments, Fei Biao witnessed the hardships and struggles Li Ke had faced. She saw Li Ke grow up in a poor family, shouldering responsibilities from a young age. She observed Li Ke toiling at the company during the day and taking on part-time work at night to support her household. Her professional journey was fraught with challenges, often met with exclusion and misunderstanding, yet she persevered like a resilient blade of grass fighting to thrive amidst the storm. As Fei Biao navigated these memories, her understanding of Li Ke's current pain and struggle deepened. As a host, she resolved to be Li Ke's guide, walking alongside her. She sensed that the flame within Li Ke had not been entirely extinguished. It had merely been momentarily doused by the cold water of reality. She knew that, with sufficient support and encouragement, Li Ke could reignite her fighting spirit. Shall we have dinner together? Ding Chi's voice carried a note of concern, a proposal made to divert the despondent Li Ke's attention. Though burdened with a myriad of frustrations and helplessness, Li Ke did not decline Ding Chi's invitation. She understood that during this arduous time, the companionship and support of friends were paramount. As night fell, a somber atmosphere enveloped the home. Shu Qi and Xiao Wen had long since curled up on the sofa, the screen displaying a soap opera they had watched numerous times before. The plot was so familiar that it had become a soothing balm, allowing them to temporarily forget their troubles. Just then, a knock at the door shattered the tranquility. Shu Qi and Xiao Wen exchanged glances, both instinctively guessing. It must be Sister Ku returning. Shu Qi leaped off the sofa, eagerly rushing to open the door, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Ding Chi was struggling to support a clearly inebriated Li Ke. Shu Qi hurried forward to assist, carefully taking Li Ke into her arms, signaling to Xiao Wen to help escort her back to her room for rest. Xiao Wen gently laid Li Ke on the bed, thoughtfully covering her with a blanket. Meanwhile, Shu Qi invited Ding Chi inside, pouring her a cup of hot tea as a token of gratitude. Ding Chi kindly informed everyone that Li Ke had overindulged that evening and needed to recuperate, reminding them to keep her hydrated to prevent dehydration from alcohol. At that moment, though Li Ku had succumbed to a deep slumber, she continued to murmur incoherently, her internal cries undiminished by the numbing effects of alcohol. Her dreams resembled a chaotic ocean, fraught with oppression and anguish. Within this dreamscape, Li Ku wandered along an endless street, the whispers of the crowd shadowing her every step. Those piercing words struck her heart like invisible arrows. She pressed her hands against her ears, attempting to shut out the stifling pressure of public scrutiny. Yet the voices seemed alive, relentlessly penetrating her defenses and flooding her thoughts, leaving her feeling suffocated and powerless. In a moment of despair, she chose to flee, striving to escape this heavy psychological burden through sheer speed. Her pace quickened, as if she sought to evade the nightmarish scene. Just as she teetered on the brink of collapse, she collided with someone. Turning around, she saw it was her dear sister, Sun Xiaowen. Xiaowen gazed intently at her, her eyes filled with questions and disappointment. She leaned closer to Li Ku, her voice low and pained as she questioned, "Why? We all placed our hopes in you. How could you let us down? Were you not the beacon of our dreams?" Li Ku cried out in anguish, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded, "I'm so sorry. I truly apologize to you all. Grant me another chance, and I promise I will succeed. I will prove it to you." However, her words seemed to vanish into the abyss, drowned by the surging tide of accusations and doubts. Soon after, darkness descended like a monstrous beast, consuming her dreams. Countless familiar faces emerged from the shadows, encircling her, rebuking her, demanding to know why she had failed. Faced with this onslaught, Li Ku curled into a ball, repeatedly uttering apologies, her heart heavy with endless guilt and sorrow. In this moment of despair, a brilliant flash suddenly pierced the darkness, the light resembling a sharp sword that severed the chains of nightmares, liberating Li Ku from this tormenting dream. The silhouette of the flying dart stood out strikingly in the illumination. Her form was elongated and graceful, adorned with intricate patterns on her blue armor, as if it flowed with the radiance of stars. Her limbs were slender yet powerful, each joint exuding a unique aesthetic, her movements imbued with a distinctive grace and fluidity. Her figure was enchanting, with well-defined curves, embodying both the coldness of machinery and the vitality of life. Her profound gaze emanated a soft blue light, gentle and inviting, radiating warmth and a sense of understanding. A pair of enormous wings unfurled from her back, expansive and shimmering with a subtle silver glow, as though they could effortlessly slice through the sky. The wings were adorned with intricate energy patterns, occasionally flickering with faint blue luminescence, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. The essence of the flying dart leaned towards gentleness and wisdom. Each step she took was light and elegant, as if gliding through the air rather than merely walking. In stark contrast to the wild and explosive image of Steellock, the flying dart resembled a caring neighbor. Her strength lay not in destruction, but in protection and guidance. Her tenderness was her most formidable weapon and her most unique charm, earning her the title of the flower of the mechanical dinosaurs. Her presence seemed to infuse this team, renowned for its power and ferocity, with a distinctive hue. Was she an angel? Li Ku felt a flame encircling her. Though it was a crimson blaze, it brought her warmth. "Hello, I am Flying Dart." Chapter 4. The girl yearning for love shouts in the heart of the world. 3. Upon discerning the appearance of Flying Dart, Li Ku's scream reverberated in the confined space, as if the very air was torn apart by her terror. Her gaze flitted between Flying Dart and the surrounding inferno, her heartbeat racing as though it might burst from her chest. Her fingers dug deeply into her palms, nails nearly piercing the skin. Yet the pain could not rouse her from this absurd dream. "What is this place? Where are you?" Her voice trembled, imbued with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Flying Dart slightly lowered her head, striving to present a less threatening demeanor. With a hint of apology, she spoke, "Do not be afraid. I harbor no malice. I am Flying Dart, a Cybertronian, or rather a mechanical dinosaur. I did not intend to intrude upon your world. It was merely an unfortunate twist of fate that forged a connection between us." Li Ku's breath quickened as her mind swirled in confusion. She attempted to untangle her thoughts, but the sights before her and Flying Dart's words coalesced into a chaotic tangle, leaving her at a loss. Her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the surrounding flames, which seemed alive, dancing before her eyes and reflecting familiar scenes. She beheld her childhood home, where the cherry blossom tree she had planted with her parents was in full bloom in their little yard. Petals drifted gently on the breeze, landing softly upon her shoulder, carrying a faint fragrance. She was transported back to her first day of school, with a brand new backpack slung over her shoulders and her mother's hand clasped tightly in hers, her eyes brimming with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Vivid scenes of late nights spent toiling at work emerged before her, the blue glow of the computer screen reflecting off her weary visage, the clattering of the keyboard resonating harshly in the stillness of the office. These fragmented memories flickered like film reels, sharp and vivid. Tears began to well in Li Ku's eyes, leaving her uncertain whether they stemmed from fear or from the sudden resurgence of long-buried emotions. Fei Biao sensed the shift in Li Ku's demeanor, her voice softening as she remarked, "These images within the flames are your memories. They encapsulate your past experiences, forming an integral part of your existence. They serve as both your vulnerability and your armor, precious gifts garnered along the journey of your growth." Li Ku remained silent, her gaze lingering on those fiery visions. She beheld her former joys, as well as her anguish and disillusionment. The suppressed emotions seemed to find an outlet at that moment, her tears cascading silently onto the back of her hand, imbued with an intense warmth. Fei Biao sat quietly beside Li Ku, refraining from interruption, aware that Li Ku required time to absorb it all. After a moment, she gently shared, "My past has not been devoid of hardship either. I was once the commander of an elite guard under the banner of the 13 Primes on Cybertron, entrusted with the solemn duty of safeguarding the illustrious Sentinel Prime. However, the outbreak of the Prime War changed everything. When Sentinel Prime vanished, our unit lost its way and ultimately succumbed to the enemy's onslaught. I suffered grave injuries and was abandoned on the battlefield, descending into a prolonged slumber." Li Ku, captivated by Fei Biao's words, turned to regard her face, which bore smooth contours, as if meticulously sculpted, exuding a youthful innocence and vitality. Fei Biao continued, "When I finally awoke, Cybertron had entered a dark era under the rule of the Quintessence. I was captured and transformed into a gladiator, teetering on the brink of life and death each day. It was not until I encountered the Dinobots that my life took a turn for the better. They granted me a sense of belonging and helped me rediscover my true self." Fei Biao's gaze drifted into the distance as she reminisced about those arduous times. "I vividly recall my inaugural appearance in the gladiatorial arena. The stands were filled with fervent spectators, their cheers and jeers merging into a cacophony. As I was thrust into the arena, fear threatened to engulf me, drowning out all the surrounding noise. Before me stood a colossal skeletal beast, each of its steps sending tremors through the earth. In my hand, I clutched a mere dagger, appearing almost futile." Li Ku listened intently, her fear gradually giving way to a complex array of emotions. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "How did you survive?" A bittersweet smile graced Fei Biao's lips as she replied, "I plunged that broken dagger into its eye. I emerged victorious. Yet that was merely the inception of my endless suffering. Each subsequent day, I grappled with death within the arena, fighting solely for the sake of survival." Li Ku fell silent for a moment before softly uttering, "You are incredibly resilient." Fei Biao shook her head, replying, "No, I am merely in search of a reason to endure. It was only upon encountering the mechanical dinosaur that I comprehended that the struggle extends beyond mere survival. It is also for ideals and convictions." Li Ku's gaze once more drifted to the memories engulfed in flames, and a newfound strength began to swell within her heart. Taking a deep breath, she whispered, "Perhaps I too need to discover my own conviction." Fei Biao nodded, her voice imbued with encouragement. "Indeed, without experiencing storms, how can one witness a rainbow? Your past has shaped the person you are today, yet it does not define your future. You possess the power to choose how to confront it and how to move forward." A flicker of determination flashed in Li Ku's eyes as she gradually rose to her feet, her gaze fixed on the images within the flames. She understood that numerous challenges awaited her, and many emotions required untangling, yet sorrow no longer consumed her. She turned to Fei Biao and smiled gently. "Thank you, Fei Biao. I believe I am ready." Fei Biao also stood, her mechanical form towering in the glow of the fire. She extended her hand and gently patted Li Ku's head, saying, "Sometimes one must think more of oneself." Li Ku nodded, her heart brimming with an unprecedented sense of tranquility and strength. She recognized that this journey had only just begun, and she was no longer alone. Chapter 5. The girl yearning for love cries out at the center of the world for, indeed, without experiencing storms. How can one witness a rainbow? Lika softly murmured this phrase, as if to bolster her own spirit. Unbeknownst to her, this saying was destined to become a prophecy of her forthcoming fate. In the early hours of the following day, a violent explosion erupted at the Federal Vault No. 9 located on the eastern border of the mine, shattering the night's silence with a deafening roar. Flames surged skyward, and thick smoke billowed forth, resembling a colossal beast with a gaping maw, devouring everything in its path. A staggering sum of 1 billion vanished in the blink of an eye. Before the federal authorities could fully initiate an emergency investigation, another vault succumbed to a similar fate. In a mere 3 days, 5 out of 6 vaults within the Federation had been ruthlessly plundered, with the total theft amounting to a staggering 70 billion. The Federal Bureau of Investigation found itself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament, grappling with a dearth of leads and sluggish investigative progress. This security crisis incited heightened vigilance and anxiety among the Federation's upper echelons. In a bid to avert further catastrophe, they fortified the last remaining unscathed vault with heavy defenses, standing ready for any eventuality. Simultaneously, Lika's life was utterly disrupted by an unforeseen upheaval. As on any ordinary morning, she hurried to her company, mentally organizing her work for the day. However, the moment she stepped through the company's threshold, a powerful explosion hurled her into the air. Her body tumbled through the sky, engulfed by the cacophony of deafening blasts and the shattering of glass. Ultimately, she fell heavily within a CF, her body racked with pain, blood surging from her chest and soaking her clothing. Liku attempted to rise, only to discover that her left leg had succumbed to numbness. Her vision blurred, presenting her with a grotesque tableau of carnage. The once familiar skyscrapers now stood engulfed in raging flames, the air filled with anguished cries. The streets lay strewn with severed limbs and innocent bystanders still ablaze. The acrid scent of charred remains hung heavily in the atmosphere, suffocating her. In that moment, a second explosion struck, violently cleaving the building in two. The upper half plummeted like a meteor toward the perilous position of Liku. Her heartbeat nearly ceased, her mind a void. At the brink of life and death, the flying dart burst forth in particle form, but this action undeniably exposed her to human sight. She swiftly assumed a defensive posture, managing to withstand the collapsing structure. The dart urgently called out to Liku, urging her to flee the scene. Yet, Liku was in dire straits, her life hanging by a thread. Struggling for survival amidst the pool of her own blood, she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Her awareness gradually faded, and she slipped into oblivion. After an indeterminate duration, she awoke to find herself in a hospital ward. Xiaowen stood vigil at her side, concern etched across her fatigued visage. Liku attempted to speak, but her throat was parched, rendering her voiceless. No sooner had she regained consciousness than she drifted back into unconsciousness. In her dreams, Liku encountered the flying dart. She found herself enveloped in a void, with faint glimmers of light flickering around her. She gazed upward at the dart, inquiring, "Where is this? Am I still alive?" The dart nodded. "You yet live. Now, we are one. I shall gradually restore your body. However, our fates shall be inextricably intertwined. You will inherit a portion of my power, yet also bear my burdens." Liku fell silent for a moment, then resolutely nodded. "I understand. Thank you, Dart." Soon after, 2 federal agents visited her hospital room. They were there to investigate the explosion incident, their demeanor grave and their gazes sharp. Lika remained tight-lipped until they inquired about the enormous shadow seen at the explosion site. The agents produced a photograph, clearly depicting the dart, to which she vehemently claimed ignorance. After the agents departed, Liku once again succumbed to sleep. "Until we find a way to separate ourselves, let us continue our collaboration." The dart extended its hand. Without hesitation, Liku grasped it. "Hello, I am Liku." In an instant, a torrent of memories surged into her consciousness. The splendor and devastation of Cybertron, the brutality of the Prime Wars, the bloody battles of the gladiatorial arenas, invasions from other universes, and the encounters with mechanical dinosaurs beyond Earth. These memories inundated her mind, almost overwhelming her. Returning to the tangible world, Lika made her way to the ruins of her company. She discovered that during the day, the area was guarded, compelling her to sneak in at night. Under the cover of darkness, Li Ku collected several shards bearing remnants of explosives, confirming that no one was trailing her before hastening home. Unbeknownst to her, she had already become the target of someone's watchful gaze. Through analysis, Fabiao discovered that the explosives originated from Cybertron. Moreover, the final vault reported by the television news had also been destroyed. It appeared that these events were not mere coincidences. Could it be the work of a group? Li Ku inquired. We must pay a visit, Fabiao asserted. Li Ku took her salary card and the self-heating meal she had previously purchased, placing them prominently on the table. Along with a note, remember to heat before eating. Upon exiting the room, she noticed Xiaowen and Xuqing had already succumbed to sleep. A wave of sadness washed over her as she gazed longingly at the two. Perhaps this was to be their final meeting. Arriving near the vault, Li Ku observed a significant number of guards in the vicinity. She turned to Fabiao and asked what their course of action should be. Charge in, Fabiao responded, taking control of her body, weaving between the surveillance and guards, ultimately crossing the barrier to enter the vault. In a series of precise assaults on the federal vaults, statistical data revealed that, despite numerous vaults suffering severe damage, the stolen items were concentrated in a specific box, which happened to be located within the very vault they were currently in. Li Ku meticulously searched the dimly lit interior of the vault, striving to uncover any possible clues. However, after a night of diligent exploration, no valuable leads had emerged. Exhausted in both body and spirit, Li Ku resolved to temporarily leave the vault for some fresh air to regain her strength. Just as she took a few steps, an inexplicable sense of impending danger enveloped her. Fabiao sensed the anomaly and immediately alerted her to the potential threat. At that moment, Fabiao decisively took action, swiftly seizing control of her body, transforming her left arm into a light cannon and unhesitatingly aiming it at a direction behind her. Wait, it's me. A voice, tinged with urgency and anxiety, emerged from behind several boxes of gold bars. Li Ku recognized the voice and hesitantly called out a name. Qian Yuan? Simultaneously, Fabiao also sensed the familiar and powerful energy emanating from Qian Yuan, involuntarily exclaiming, Steel Lock. Qian Yuan stood up from behind the boxes, accompanied not only by the mechanical dinosaur, Steel Lock, but also by deception itself. With a smile, Qian Yuan greeted Li Ku. Hey, big sister, long time no see. Fabiao, drawing from Li Ku's memories, was already aware of the relationship between Qian Yuan and Li Ku, yet was taken aback by their encounter in such an unusual setting. What a coincidence indeed. Chapter 6. The girl yearning for love cries out at the center of the world. 5. What is that thing you're wearing? Li Ku asked, pointing to the mask on Qian Yuan's face, her brow furrowed. The mask appeared anything but ordinary, gleaming with a metallic sheen, with intricate patterns carved along its edges, as if concealing some form of power. Qian Yuan paused slightly, then responded with a wry smile. Well, it's a long story. To put it simply, this mask is extremely important to me. He gently touched the edge of the mask with his fingers, obscuring his face. Li Ku could only infer his emotions through his eyes, which bore a semblance of a smile, and noticing Steel Lock behind him, it was evident that he too had his own struggles. Quickly regaining his composure, Qian Yuan shifted the conversation. By the way, how did you end up here? Despite the surprise at Li Ku's unexpected appearance, he did not delve further in the matter and instead proceeded directly to the crux of the issue. Li Ku, with a hint of resignation, waved her hand and jested, Would you believe me if I said I was out shopping? Her words were laced with a bittersweet humor, her lips curling into a reluctant smile, yet her eyes betrayed a profound weariness and helplessness. Qian Yuan chose not to probe further, but instead retrieved a document from his pocket and pressed it into Li Ku's hands. The cover bore the emblem of the federal government, exuding an air of solemnity. He spoke in hushed tones. The box that was stolen contained the mysterious treasure of Cybertron, the enigma of harmony. There are no more than 5 individuals across the Federation who are privy to this secret, and it appears that they have all met with misfortune. Li Ku opened the document, her fingers trembling slightly. Her gaze swiftly skimmed the contents until it landed on the 5 names marked within. One name caused her to freeze, as though struck by lightning. Ding Qi. Her voice was barely a whisper, filled with anguish and disbelief. Ding Qi was her close friend and one of her most trusted confidants. She had never imagined that Ding Qi could be embroiled in such a dire situation. Qian Yuan sensed Li Ku's emotional upheaval and gently patted her shoulder, offering comforting words. What has happened has happened. All we can do now is uncover the truth and prevent further calamities. I have also located the whereabouts of the other dinosaurs. He shared the coordinates with Li Ku. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself. She nodded, her eyes fixated on the coordinates displayed on the monitor. How can this mire and iron slag be so close? She pondered. I shall seek them out first. Qian Yuan extracted a portion of energy blocks and equipment from the fraud and handed them to Li Ku. We can no longer return to our former lives. With that, he vanished into the moonlight. Li Ku watched his silhouette fade, a torrent of complex emotions surging within her. She understood that he was right. They could no longer revert to their previous existence. Soon, Li Ku departed from the vault, but as she made her way home, an unforeseen calamity awaited her. As she drew nearer to her residence, she noticed an increasing throng of pedestrians, a crowd gathering, culminating in the sight of police barricades. Her heart raced, an ominous premonition washing over her. Li Ku screamed in despair, no. Her eyes widened in horror as she beheld what had once been her rental apartment reduced to a desolate ruin. Flames still flickered, thick smoke billowed, and the acrid scent of charred materials permeated the air. She attempted to breach the barricade, but was thwarted by the police. Even with all her strength, she could not draw near. Despair and helplessness filled her gaze, her mind replaying the countless memories shared within those walls with Xiao Wan and Shu Qi. I am a tenant of this house. Let me in, she cried. Suddenly, Li Ku sensed a palpable aura of malevolence, and, startled, she turned to look behind her. She noticed a man in black among the crowd, standing not far off, his expression impassive as he observed the scene. Li Ku's intuition screamed that this individual was undoubtedly connected to the disaster unfolding before her. Li Ku released the officer without a moment's hesitation. Her gaze fixed intensely on the figure clad in black as she weaved through the crowd in pursuit. Observing her determination, the figure swiftly turned to flee. Undeterred, Li Ku relentlessly pursued him, cornering him into a dead-end alley. With nowhere to escape, the cloaked figure resolutely tore off his disguise, revealing a fully mechanized form. Brandishing twin swords and proudly displaying the emblem of the Frenzy faction. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Li Ku's eyes sparkled with determination. In an instant, her hair transformed from black to red, and a pair of enormous mechanical wings unfurled from her back, surrounded by blazing flames and swirling particles. Enveloped by rage, she commanded, "Flymark, transform." Instantly, Flymark responded, disassembling her body into particles before reassembling. With a piercing gaze aimed at her foe, she morphed into a pterosaur, crashing directly into the enemy, propelling him out of the alley. The mechanized adversary, unwilling to yield, brandished his gleaming twin swords in an attempt to retaliate. However, Flymark's speed and strength were not to be underestimated. She adeptly evaded his attacks and swiftly launched her counteroffensive. As her massive wings beat, they generated a powerful gust that assaulted her opponent, while her sharp claws and tail swept through the air. Though fierce, the enemy appeared somewhat outmatched against Flymark's prowess. Gathering flames within her, Flymark targeted her adversary and unleashed a concentrated energy beam, striking directly at his heart, forcing him to stagger backward. Realizing the peril, the enemy attempted to counter, yet Flymark easily discerned his maneuvers and executed precise interceptions. Their fierce clash ignited a breathtaking energy storm, leaving deep gouges in the walls and shattering the ground with shockwaves. After an intense struggle, Flymark seized the moment, utilizing her transformation abilities to evade the enemy's blades. In a flash, she closed the distance, drawing forth her flame sword to sever the opponent's mechanical arm, rendering him powerless. With a tremendous force, she hurled him against the wall, ultimately pinning him to the ground immobilized. In her final act, Flymark transformed once more, mercilessly unleashing flames upon a mechanized foe. As the battle concluded beneath the cloak of night, the alley was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and oil, remnants of shattered mechanical parts littering the ground, testifying to the fierce confrontation. Following her triumph, Flymark swiftly returned to Li Ku's form. The next day, the area was cordoned off by police, the air heavy with the smell of charred remnants, and a puddle of solidified molten iron remained at the end of the alley. Witnesses claimed to have seen a colossal, dinosaur-like entity, but the true nature of that being remained a mystery. As night fell, Li Ku sat alone atop the Capitol building, the evening breeze caressing her. Clutched in her hand was a photograph, the final precious memento of the three of them together when they first moved in. gently brushing away a tear from her eye. She set the photograph ablaze and let it be carried away by the wind, watching as it fluttered through the air before vanishing into the darkness. She quietly gazed down at the city below, familiar yet strange, allowing the gentle breeze to envelop her. Chapter 7. The Game of Life in the Bustling Night of Commerce City. The neon lights glowed like blood, while raindrops traced countless delicate lines across the glass facade, as if the very veins of the city were silently flowing. Towering skyscrapers were illuminated by holographic billboards, their vibrant colors dancing in the air, while synthetic voices echoed through the streets, promoting the latest neural interface that promised to connect one's consciousness directly to the cloud. Yet, behind this veneer of prosperity lay countless shattered dreams and the stark coldness of reality. Zhao Ran stood before the window of his apartment, his gaze piercing through the rain curtain, landing on the distant sky stained crimson by the neon glow. The deep, resonant beats of electronic music streamed through his headphones, attempting to drown out the cacophony of the outside world. Yet the news broadcast on the television sliced through his tranquility like a sharp blade. We interrupt this program to bring you breaking news. Recent explosions at federal vaults have resulted in losses amounting to billions of credit points. Preliminary investigations suggest the suspects may have employed advanced neural hacking techniques. Alas, this world is beyond redemption. Zhao Ran muttered impatiently as he switched off the television and retreated into his room. His space resembled a miniature data center, with posters of interstellar armor plastered across the walls and an array of electronic devices and gaming peripherals cluttering his desk. He donned his neural interface headphones, plunging into the virtual realm in search of a moment's peace. However, his mother's voice intruded upon his immersion. Zhao Ran, stop hoarding yourself at home and run to the supermarket to grab some groceries. Your sister is coming over for dinner tonight. I've sent you the list on WeChat. Make sure to buy a bit extra. With reluctance, he cast a final glance at the gaming interface on the screen, sighed deeply, and prepared to step outside. He casually grabbed a waterproof nanofiber coat from the hanger. The coat, a deep gray, shimmered with a subtle metallic sheen, as if a layer of flowing mercury enveloped his shoulders. He adeptly slipped it on, zipping it from his waist to the collar, the sound reminiscent of a high-tech device powering up. The coat's tailored fit hugged his form, with subtle, enhanced fiber textures at the shoulders and arms, both lightweight and resilient enough to withstand the city's incessant acid rain. Raising his hand, he pulled up the hood, its brim adorned with a soft LED strip that emitted a gentle blue glow, casting a delicate light upon his profile. Zhao Ran's complexion was fair, and his deep brown eyes sparkled faintly under the neon lights, resembling two glass beads dampened by rain. His brows were thick and slightly arched, often betraying a hint of impatience. Yet he carried himself with a dignified air, appearing conspicuously out of place in this city. Beneath the hood, his black hair was somewhat tousled, with a few strands falling across his forehead, exuding a casual, carefree vibe. He wore a pair of petite wireless headphones, the surface etched with the emblem of interstellar armor, one of his most treasured gaming accessories. The blue light from the headphones harmonized with the glow of the hood's LED strip, enveloping his head in a gentle aura of technological sophistication. With his hands nestled in the pockets of his coat, his fingers unconsciously caressed the soft lining within. His fingers were long and slender, with pronounced knuckles, and the tips bore the roughness of years spent tapping on a keyboard. Adorning his wrist was a smart bracelet, its screen incessantly displaying the time, heart rate, and weather information, occasionally flashing notifications from within the realm of gaming. He glanced down at his shoes, a pair of black sneakers, the soles embedded with anti-slip nanoparticles, and adorned with streaks of fluorescent green that stood out vividly in the dimly lit corridor. A small logo on the side, belonging to a brand he had never heard of, was rumored to be the latest creation from an underground tech company. Zhao Ran stood at the threshold, inhaling deeply as the damp scent of rain enveloped him. He slightly furrowed his brow, seemingly reluctant to step into the impending rainy night. Yet, he took a step forward, entering the streets interwoven with neon lights and rain. His figure appeared exquisitely solitary in the downpour, akin to a moving sculpture, completely out of sync with the city's cacophony. Raindrops fell upon his coat, gliding off the surface of the nanofibers without leaving a trace. His pace was measured. The soles of his shoes emitted a subtle creaking sound as they met the slick ground. Occasionally, passers-by hurried past him, their silhouettes elongated under the neon glow, intersecting with Zhao Ran's, like countless data streams navigating through the city's network. Zhao Ran lifted his gaze toward the distant sky, tinged red by neon lights. A flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. He understood that beneath the city's splendor lay countless secrets unbeknownst to most. Perhaps he was merely a trivial node, quietly being drawn by some unknown force. On the streets of the business capital, rain washed over every inch of ground, and the reflections of neon lights in the puddles created mesmerizing hues. Zhao Ran ambled through the streets in a sullen mood, surrounded by towering buildings, while holographic billboards flickered in the rain, making him feel as though myriad eyes were watching him. His hometown, the steel jungle known as the business capital, epitomized the pinnacle of mining technology, yet also represented a desert of humanity. As Zhao Ran immersed himself in the city's neon glow, a jarring metallic screech emanated from a construction site across the street. The crowd turned their gaze to the source, witnessing a malfunction in a crane operating at a great height. The hook that had once secured heavy cargo suddenly detached for reasons unknown. Dozens of tons of goods were set free, plummeting directly toward the street below, with Zhao Ran standing unguarded at the trajectory's end. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Zhao Ran looked up to see the massive cargo descending upon him like a meteor hurtling through the sky, his heartbeat quickening, pupils dilating, yet his body was paralyzed by terror, unable to evade in time. However, in that critical moment, a powerful force enveloped Zhao Ran, propelling him toward a nearby safe zone. The cargo crashed heavily where he had just stood, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. As the dust settled, Zhao Ran recognized the person who had saved him. It was his sister, Li Ku. Li Ku was still clad in her trench coat, beneath which she wore a meticulously tailored black suit. The fabric clung to her form, accentuating her elongated and powerful silhouette. The collar of her suit was slightly unbuttoned, revealing a deep gray turtleneck beneath, her attire for work. A few devices, unfamiliar to Zhao Ran, were affixed to her waist. She playfully tapped Zhao Ran's head, her tone light yet laced with a hint of reproach. Be more careful while walking in the future. Zhao Ran was taken aback. He could not shake off the recent memory of the scene. The speed of the cargo had made him feel certain of his demise. How had Li Ku managed to catch up? So what are you doing here? Li Ku's question jolted Zhao Ran back to reality, reminding him that he had ventured out to buy groceries. With nothing to occupy her time, Li Ku accompanied him to the supermarket. In the supermarket, while Zhao Ran was selecting vegetables, Li Ku dashed off to the snack aisle. As he prepared to check out, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, reminding him that he had yet to purchase a drink. He quickly turned toward the beverage section, only to find that the last bottle of cola was clutched in the hands of a girl. He hesitated, ultimately deciding to forego the competition, but then the girl spoke up. Do you play Warframe? Hearing this, Zhao Ran turned around in surprise. You play too? The girl replied nonchalantly, yes, but I don't play often. She placed the cola into her shopping cart, adding, There's a Warframe emblem dangling from your pants. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhao Ran realized that the charm was a limited edition piece he had managed to snag. He had originally had the chance to obtain a more prestigious golden charm, but a power outage at home had thwarted his efforts. The girl, however, seemed unconcerned about his charm and smiled lightly. Actually, I have the gold one. She retrieved a golden pendant from her bag to show Zhao Ran. His eyes reflected awe as Li Ku appeared behind him, her expression filled with curiosity. Oh dear, what are you blocking the way for with this girl? Zhao Ran waved his hands repeatedly, ushering Li Ku out of the supermarket. Before leaving, the girl added Zhao Ran as a friend. Upon returning home, Li Ku leisurely wandered about, noticing Zhao Ran nestled in his bedroom, engrossed in the virtual world of his game. Although a brilliant smile adorned his face, a subtle hint of unusual helplessness and anxiety lingered in his brow. This complex emotional tapestry did not escape Li Ku's keen observation, prompting her to ponder the possible thoughts weighing on Zhao Ran's mind. Just as she stood there lost in contemplation, the warm, inviting voice of Zhao's mother called out for her from the kitchen, inviting her to assist in preparing dinner. Li Ku immediately responded, hanging up her coat before heading toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhao Ran remained in his room, tending to matters within the game, when suddenly, a friend request from an unfamiliar player caught his attention. The message was succinct. Supermarket, we've met. This phrase acted like a key, unlocking certain fragments of Zhao Ran's subconscious. Yet, amidst all this, an even more peculiar matter lingered in Zhao Ran's mind. Just as he was about to be struck by the falling cargo, he was saved by Li Ku, and in that moment he experienced an unprecedented sensation, as though his entire being was enveloped in searing flames. Accompanying this phenomenon, fragments of memories that did not belong to him surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. At first, Zhao Ran believed these were mere illusions born from his deep immersion in the game, or perhaps a byproduct of some advanced holographic technology. However, upon returning home and discovering genuine burn marks etched upon his palm, he realized that this was far from a mere figment of his imagination. He gazed down at his hand, the burn scars seemingly a reminder that this was perhaps just the beginning. Chapter 8. Life is a Game, 2. That evening, as Zhao Ran lay in bed, the sound of rain outside grew increasingly distinct, as if it were rhythmically echoing his inner turmoil. He closed his eyes, attempting to untangle his thoughts, yet those foreign memories surged forth relentlessly, crashing against his consciousness. He recalled everything that had transpired that day, the speed and strength with which Li Ku had rescued him at a critical moment. Such abilities were not typical of an ordinary human unless she had undergone cybernetic augmentation. A sense of unease washed over him, as if an invisible net was slowly tightening around him, drawing him into an enigmatic conundrum. She emanated a powerful energy wave, a force that seemed beyond the realm of human capability. A sudden sound startled Zhao Ran. He was certain it was not a mere figment of his imagination, but a genuine resonance within his mind. He jolted awake, his heartbeat quickening. He understood that he could no longer evade the truth. He had to uncover the reality of the situation, even if it meant confronting an unimaginable reality. Gently, he peeled back the covers and stealthily exited his room. The living room was cloaked in dimness, with only the kitchen's sensor light flickering faintly. Holding his breath, Zhao Ran made his way toward Li Ku's room. The door was ajar, and he could hear faint noises within, reminiscent of some mechanical device in operation. With utmost caution, he pushed the door open, and the sight before him caused him to hold his breath in astonishment. Li Ku sat with her back to him at the edge of the bed, her trench coat discarded, revealing a snug black suit. Several glowing energy bands wrapped around her arms, suggesting the operation of some high-tech apparatus. Suspended before her was a holographic projection screen displaying intricate data and coordinates that Zhao Ran could not comprehend. Indeed, Zhao Ran murmured softly, his suspicions confirmed. Li Ku seemed to sense something, abruptly turning to face him with a gaze sharp as a blade. The usual ease and banter that adorned her expression were replaced by a cold and unfamiliar demeanor. Yet upon recognizing Zhao Ran, she visibly relaxed. "It's you, Zhao Ran." Her voice was soft yet composed. "What's wrong?" Zhao Ran took a deep breath, striving to steady himself. "Who are you, really?" He locked eyes with Li Ku, seeking answers within her expression. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Ku turned, a gust of air swirling around her, the scent of artificial gardenias mingling with an unfamiliar, burning aroma. On the dining table, the remnants of synthetic steak exuded a faint pink liquid, while the news broadcast reported on today's crane accident, initially determined to be a data virus intrusion into the building system. "Well, if you think I'm not, then perhaps I'm not." Li Ku's smile appeared particularly gentle under the warm glow of the wall lamp. She reached out and tousled Zhao Ran's hair, her fingertips still a few degrees cooler than usual. Zhao Ran could scent the delicate fragrance emanating from her wrist, a testament to her favored synthetic perfume. She extracted an unopened facial mask from her small bag, the nanofiber patterns on the packaging shimmering under the light. "You should go to bed. You have classes tomorrow," she said in a relaxed and natural tone, as if their earlier conversation had merely been a fleeting whim of youth. Zhao Ran stood rooted to the spot, his mouth opening as if to say something, but Li Ku had already turned towards the bathroom, leaving behind a remark. "The mask needs to be on for 20 minutes. So don't disturb me." Upon returning to his room, Zhao Ran's retinal projection activated automatically. Within his gaming friends list, there was a new friend request. He observed the stardust of the sender, evidently a woman. Glancing at the request message, he read, "Supermarket tonight. We've met before." After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Ran clicked to accept. The stardust avatar began to flicker. 2 unread messages lay silently in the chat box. "Want to team up for dungeon running tonight? A new map has opened. Let us uncover the hidden." Zhao Ran hovered his fingers over the virtual keyboard, ultimately typing a simple yes. He noted that the other S online status was set to invisible, yet the response time was astonishingly swift, as if he received the team invitation almost simultaneously with his response. As the game loaded, Zhao Ran caught a glimpse of the door slightly ajar. Li Ke, with her facial mask on, cast a long shadow in the corridor. Her movements were light, yet each step exuded a mechanical precision, her footfalls seemingly calculated to perfection. Over the course of 4 hours of gameplay, Zhao Ran was nearly swept through the entirety of the new map by his companion. The other player's precision was almost inhuman. Every skill was executed at the perfect moment, with each action preemptively anticipated. Are you coming again? At the conclusion of the game, the Stardust sent a new invitation. Just as Zhao Ran was about to reply, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Li Ke had appeared behind him, her mask-clad face taking on an eerie hue in the blue light of the monitor. Hey, look at the time. It's time to rest. Her voice remained gentle, yet the hand resting on his shoulder felt unusually heavy. Zhao Ran glanced at the clock. It was 1:15 a.m. He typed tomorrow in the chat box, preparing to shut down his computer when Li Ke's hand unexpectedly clasped around his wrist with surprising force. Wait, let me see who our Zhao Ran is chatting with. She leaned closer to the screen, her eyes beneath the mask glimmering with an unusual light. Is it a girl? Is it? Zhao Ran attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find himself utterly ensnared. Li Ke's fingers gripped his wrist like a vice, and he could feel the temperature of her skin rising rapidly, as if some energy was surging within her. I'm going to wash up now. Zhao Ran feigned calmness as he spoke, prompting Li Ke to finally release his hand. He noticed her right hand was trembling slightly, tiny sparks flickering at her knuckles. As Zhao Ran exited the room, Li Ke gently caressed her hand, murmuring to herself, I still cannot control my strength. I must continue to practice. How did Qian Yuan manage it? With that, she turned and walked toward the guest room. Lying on the bed, Zhao Ran stared at the holographic star map projected on the ceiling. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated, its electronic timbre vibrating distinctly. That strength indeed does not resemble that of a human. The following day, Zhao Ran rose early and observed Li Ke preparing breakfast. He approached her and inquired, Are you an alien? The kitchen knife in Li Ke's hand hovered in midair, its blade reflecting a cold light that danced near her neck. Time seemed to elongate in that instant. The roar of aircraft outside, the crackling of holographic advertisements, and the sizzling of synthetic meat in the pan all sank into a profound silence. Zhao Ran noted a fleeting hint of red in her eyes. Their mother called from the living room, urging them to eat, and Li Ke seized the moment to pile mechanical farm-produced broccoli onto Zhao Ran's plate. The vibrant green vegetables trembled slightly at her fingertips, as if sensing an impending danger. You mustn't speak nonsense, my child. Chapter 9. Life as a Game. 3. Another day dawned, and Li Ke stood before the glass curtain wall of a skyscraper, the morning sunlight filtering through the nano-coating, casting intricate grid shadows across her face. She recalled losing her temper that morning and scolding Zhao Ran. The confusion and hurt reflected in his eyes stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. Take a moment to rest. Allow me to take over your body. The voice of Fei Biao resonated deep within her consciousness, as if she sensed something. In the next moment, Li Ke's body momentarily paused, her pupils constricting. Her movements became swift and precise, her nanofabric coat unfurling into the form of a gliding wing as she soared between the buildings. Meanwhile, Zhao Ran rested his head on his desk, drowsy. His forehead pressed against the cold surface, and the retinal projection flickered with tedious mathematical formulas. Gradually, those numbers began to warp and transform, morphing into a desolate expanse of metallic ruins. The dreamscape was suffused with the scent of oil and rust, and each of Zhao Ran's steps stirred up fine metallic dust. He reached out to touch the wall, sensing an odd pulsation, as if the entire space were alive. Suddenly, his knee collided with something hard. Hiss! Zhao Ran inhaled sharply and looked up. In the darkness, a pair of glowing red eyes loomed over him. The colossal figure slowly moved into view, revealing a metal-clad Apatosaurus, its skin not of leather, but of shimmering armored plating. To think you actually came. The voice of the Apatosaurus rumbled like interlocking gears. Hello, I am Slag. Before Zhao Ran could respond, a low growl echoed from behind him. He turned to see a Triceratops with crimson mechanical eyes fixated on him, its armored plates on its back twitching restlessly, exuding an inexplicable fury. "I am Iron Slag." Zhao Ran was abruptly awakened, cold sweat dripping onto his desk. He gripped his thigh tightly, attempting to dispel the sense of unreality that enveloped him. Yet, the stark pain and disquietude served as reminders that this was no mere dream. After class, Zhao Ran once again succumbed to slumber, only to find himself still ensconced within that peculiar realm, where he could palpably sense the presence of iron debris and sludge, entities that were not figments of imagination, but tangible beings residing within him. He was taken aback and questioned, "What exactly are you?" The sludge replied, "We are Cybertronians, the Transformers you refer to." Zhao Ran could hardly fathom this revelation. These mechanical dinosaurs before him were indeed the characters from his childhood memories of the distant planet Cybertron, which he had believed to be mere fiction from animated tales. "Cybertron? Transformers? Aren't those just from cartoon?" he asked in bewilderment. The sludge recounted more of their experiences and tribulations, explaining their existence within him. However, at that pivotal moment, the jarring sound of a bell in reality yanked Zhao Ran back to the present. He opened his eyes abruptly. It was time for class. During the lunch break, Zhao Ran sat alone in a corner of the cafeteria. His plate was heaped with synthetic food, yet he had not taken a single bite. He closed his eyes, attempting to summon the name in his mind. "Sludge? I am here." A resonant voice echoed directly within his consciousness. Zhao Ran nearly overturned his plate. "So, this morning was truly not a dream? You are genuinely within me?" "Precisely," Sludge clarified. "Hey," a bright, melodic voice interrupted their exchange. Zhao Ran opened his eyes to find the girl from the supermarket standing before him. Today, she wore the uniform of Federal Second High School, the holographic emblem on her chest shimmering with a soft blue light. "Madi Sitere?" the girl inquired, tilting her head, and without waiting for Zhao Ran's response. She seated herself. Her movements were unnaturally fluid, as if choreographed in advance. Slag, sensing an overwhelming discomfort, warned Zhao Ran within his mind. "Be cautious. This woman is exceedingly peculiar." Zhao Ran endeavored to keep his voice steady. "Your name is Lu Xiaofeng." The girl flashed a sweet smile. "Shall we play games together tonight? I can take you through a hidden dungeon." Zhao Ran's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, a habitual gesture born of his anxiety. He began to scrutinize Lu Xiaofeng from head to toe. The girl sported long, lustrous black hair, tied back into a high ponytail, exuding cleanliness and youthful vigor. Her hairstyle accentuated her slender neck and well-defined features, presenting an impression of spirited elegance. Her fashion sense leaned towards androgyny, often opting for minimalist yet stylish attire. She wore a loose white shirt paired with high-waisted black casual trousers, complemented by canvas shoes and a denim jacket draped over her shoulders, adding a casual flair. Her features were strikingly well-defined, with eyes that painted a picturesque visage. Her eyebrows are long and natural, slightly arched, exuding a hint of gallantry. Her eyes are large and bright, radiating a keen and sensitive gaze, as if capable of penetrating the depths of the human heart. She possesses a prominent nose and thin, rosy lips that curl upwards ever so slightly when she smiles, emanating a warmth and an aura of confidence. Her skin is fair and delicate, nearly flawless, and she exudes a clean and refreshing charm. Her sensibility is not only reflected in her eyes, but also in her gestures and speech. Her expressions are rich and nuanced, often revealing the emotional fluctuations within her in unguarded moments. Her voice is soft yet magnetic, imbued with a reassuring strength whenever she speaks. Iron Clump commented, "This girl seems rather familiar, doesn't she?" Zhao Ran silently concurred with Iron Clump's observation. This was entirely different from their initial encounter. He had expected Lu Xiaofeng to be more reserved, yet she was unexpectedly warm. However, just as Zhao Ran was immersed in their conversation, a group of boys suddenly surrounded them. Iron Clump sensed the hostility emanating from the group and cautioned Zhao Ran to be wary. Before Zhao Ran could react, a boy roughly seized him by the collar and lifted him up. Startled by the abrupt altercation, Zhao Ran's heart raced as various possible responses flashed through his mind. He tried to remain calm and attempted to break free from the boy's grasp, but the boy's strength was evidently far greater than his own. The surrounding boys closed in tighter, and the atmosphere grew tense and oppressive. "What do you want?" Zhao Ran endeavored to keep his voice steady, despite the turmoil brewing within. He felt momentarily bewildered, unsure of how he had offended these individuals. He attempted to explain, "I haven't done anything. Surely there's a misunderstanding? A misunderstanding?" Another boy interjected, "Aren't you getting a bit too close to Lu Xiaofeng? She's our boss's girlfriend. It's best you keep your distance." Zhao Ran suddenly realized that the trouble stemmed from Lu Xiaofeng's relationship status. He hadn't anticipated that his innocent actions would lead to such complications. Just as he was about to clarify, Iron Clump's voice echoed in his mind, "Don't waste your breath. They're clearly looking for trouble. Prepare to fight. I will assist you." Simultaneously, Sludge cautioned softly, "Be careful. There are too many of them, and a direct confrontation isn't wise. Try to stall for time and find an opportunity to escape." Zhao Ran took a deep breath, aware that he needed to make a decision swiftly. He glanced around and noticed a few teachers conversing not far away. Perhaps he could leverage their presence to extricate himself. Thus, he called out, "All right, I understand now. I'll be careful. Can you let me go?" The boy gripping his collar seemed taken aback by Zhao Ran's unexpected willingness to concede, momentarily loosening his grip. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Ran forcefully broke free and swiftly darted toward the direction of the teachers. Just as he had not run far, a heavy punch landed squarely on his face. A fist, accompanied by the rush of wind, struck heavily against his cheekbone, the searing pain radiating through him instantaneously, causing his vision to darken. He stumbled backward uncontrollably for several paces. "Who dares to touch me? Do you wish for death?" Zhiyun's voice was cold and menacing, sharp as a blade piercing Zhao Ran's eardrum. Zhiyun, the son of Zhi Qifeng, the commander of the 7th Legion of the Federal Defense Forces, and the notorious bully of Federal High School No. 2, was now surrounded by a group of followers. Their eyes brimmed with disdain and malice, as if Zhao Ran were merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Cowering, Zhao Ran curled his body, his hands tightly shielding his head, attempting to fend off the rain of fists and kicks. The air around him was filled with Zhiyun's furious roars and the mocking laughter of his minions, the pain coursing through his body, rendering him nearly breathless. He struggled to plead, his voice trembling and faint. No. She merely invited me to play a game. You've misunderstood." Yet, Zhiyun paid him no heed. His countenance darkened to a terrifying extent, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Playing a game? She has even mentioned playing with me. Keep beating him. It doesn't matter if he dies, my father can handle it." These words ignited the fury of Tai Jia like a spark to dry tinder. Zhao Ran's consciousness began to blur, the scene before him becoming increasingly indistinct, the cacophony of sounds gradually fading away. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, Tai Jia unhesitatingly seized control of his body. He is not moving. Could he really be dead? One of the minions halted, gazing at the prone Zhao Ran with a hint of trepidation, unease lacing his voice. "Ji, he seems genuinely incapacitated." Another follower also ceased his assault, uncertainty creeping into his tone. However, before he could finish, he suddenly felt a powerful force grip his leg. Before he could react, he was flung away, crashing heavily to the ground with a painful groan. Miraculously, Zhao Ran stood upright. He brushed off the dust from his attire with a casual ease, as if the earlier beating had left no mark upon him. A strange red glimmer flickered in his eyes, the unmistakable sign of Tai Jia taking over. Tai Jia let out a cold laugh, his voice deep and laced with derision. "I once wondered what made you so arrogant. It turns out you simply rely on a powerful father. What pretense is this for someone who can only depend on his parent?" Upon hearing this, Zhiyun's face turned ashen. Throughout his life, he had never been so humiliated. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking ominously, his eyes ablaze with fury. "I will not let you live today." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhiyun raised his leg high, delivering a ferocious kick towards Tai Jia. His movement was swift and fierce, imbued with an undeniable strength. Yet, Tai Jia merely lifted a hand effortlessly, blocking the attack with ease. Zhiyun's leg struck as if against a steel plate, sending a shockwave through his foot. Though the impact broke Tai Jia's hand, it reattached itself within a second. Automatic healing? Such is the benefit of merging with the host? Tai Jia afforded Zhiyun no respite. After a brief period of adaptation, he completely seized control of Zhao Ran's body, swiftly closing in on Zhiyun. The distance between them diminished instantaneously, allowing Zhiyun to feel the searing and formidable aura emanating from Tai Jia. Taija's left hand, as if forged from steel, firmly grasped Ji Yun's shoulder, exerting immense pressure. Ji Yun experienced a wave of dull pain, and his breath became labored. He attempted to break free, only to discover that his strength appeared utterly insignificant before his opponent. Subsequently, Taija unleashed a stunning display of power with his other hand. His fist struck with the swiftness of a meteor hammer, landing squarely on Ji Yun's abdomen. An excruciating pain radiated from his core, causing his body to uncontrollably fly backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, a full 2 meters away from Taija. This series of movements was fluid and forceful. Yet Taija's brutal technique left Zhao Ran's body in disarray. Though it could recover, Ji Yun lay on the ground, curled in agony, emitting low groans. His subordinates stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. Oh, what a relief! Taija relented control, allowing Zhao Ran's consciousness to gradually resurface. He rubbed his eyes and beheld Ji Yun sprawled on the ground in a pitiful state, then glanced at his bewildered subordinates, still struggling to grasp the current situation. Taija chuckled triumphantly within Zhao Ran's consciousness. Kid, don't let others bully you so easily in the future. However, before Zhao Ran could fully regain his senses, a tremendous blast erupted from the direction of the teaching building. The shockwave swept across the entire campus, engulfing it in thick smoke and flames. Zhao Ran staggered backward, his ears ringing from the impact. At that moment, a figure emerged from the cloud of smoke, crashing heavily onto Zhao Ran. He groaned in pain as he rose, only to discover it was Li Ku. Hey, what is going on? Zhao Ran exclaimed, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. Li Ku wiped the blood from her lips and urgently implored. Hey Ran, run. This is not where you should be right now. Just as Zhao Ran was about to inquire further, Taija interrupted him. Be careful. Responding swiftly to Taija's warning, Zhao Ran pressed closely behind Li Ku, striving to navigate through the increasingly chaotic and perilous situation. His mind was in disarray, the events unfolding around him far exceeding his comprehension. From the dense smoke, a towering figure emerged. It was a transformer, radiating an icy and dangerous aura, an imposing Decepticon. The two within ran. Protect him, Li Ku urged. And in an astonishing transformation, her body underwent a remarkable change. Giant mechanical wings sprouted from her back, and a long sword, ablaze with flames, adorned her waist. Her entire form becoming particle-based before reconstituting into a dart. Without hesitation, the dart surged toward the Decepticon, her valiant demeanor leaving Taija and Yunai in astonishment. Exchanging glances, Taija and Yunai simultaneously exclaimed, Sister Biao. In an instant, they comprehended the reason behind Li Ku's peculiar behavior. The darting figure had been right beside them all along. The flaming sword wielded by the figure blazed with fierce flames and intense energy fluctuations with every swing, bearing down upon the formidable Bashan Tiger. The adversary, unwilling to yield, swung his crimson sword like a tempest, each arc of sword energy infused with the power to annihilate all in its path. The clash of their weapons resonated violently in midair, sparks flying as energy shockwaves rippled outward, engulfing the entirety of the academic building area. Debris from the structure scattered chaotically, and the earth trembled beneath them. After a fierce confrontation, the figure seized upon a momentary lapse in Bashan Tiger's defense, launching a decisive strike. The flaming sword traced a brilliant trajectory through the air, aimed directly at the beast. The opponent was forced into a full defensive posture, and at the instant their swords met, an unprecedented surge of energy erupted, delivering a devastating blow to the academic building and rendering the surrounding environment into ruins. Amidst the chaos wrought by the energy explosion, the figure seized a rare opportunity. Swiftly escorting Zhao Ran away from the battlefield. Under the influence of the energy shock, Bashan Tiger seemed to momentarily abandon the pursuit, his form vanishing amidst the swirling dust and debris. Zhao Ran, propelled by the figure's grip, fled at a frantic pace. His heart raced like a drum, the wind howled in his ears, and his mind was a tumult of confusion. He was uncertain of what would transpire next, yet he was acutely aware that his life had irrevocably changed. Chapter 11. The Game of Life 5. After escaping the confines of school, Zhao Ran's pace did not falter due to anxiety or fatigue, yet his thoughts were more disordered than his physical movements. the figure suddenly halted. A motion akin to pausing this frantic escape, tightening Zhao Ran's heart as a tide of questions surged within him. He caught up with the figure, his eyes brimming with astonishment and bewilderment. So you truly are not human. The figure returned to the body, and Li Ku stretched languidly, turning back, a fleeting smile, both mysterious and tinged with bitterness, graced her lips. What are you saying? You have it within you as well. Zhao Ran's fist clenched tightly, his knuckles whitening from strain, his gaze imbued with a blend of complex emotions, anger, disappointment, and a trace of barely perceptible pain. His voice was deep and hoarse, as if extracted from the depths of his throat. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? Li Ku's eyes flickered, her fingers trembling slightly as they brushed against Zhao Ran's cheek, her fingertips grazing the dust upon his skin, as if attempting to erase the unpleasant memories of the past. Her voice was scarcely a whisper. I truly did not wish for it to be you. Her heart was a tumult of contradictions. It was not that she did not want to speak, but rather that she could not. Ever since she became the host, she understood that her freedom to live as before had been irrevocably curtailed. She must remain vigilant at all times, unable to linger in one place for too long. Countless times, she had yearned to reveal the truth to him, yet each time the words hovered on the brink of her lips, they were forcefully swallowed back down. She had compelled the figure to confirm her identity time and again. She was afraid that Zhao Ran was the host, afraid that he would be ensnared in peril because of it. However, perhaps my concerns are unwarranted. Li Ku wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes with her fingers. There is iron slag and sludge within you. You shall be unharmed. As Li Ku's words fell, her body began to emit a faint yet resplendent glow, as if the light were composed of vibrant particles, swirling together like a living entity. Gradually, Li Ku's hair transformed back to a vivid crimson. Zhao Ran's eyes widened in astonishment as the flying dart reactivated. The dart inquired whether Zhao Ran could communicate with the iron slag and sludge, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although he was capable of establishing a rudimentary connection with the two mechanical dinosaurs residing within him, he had not yet attained the level of consciousness exchange enjoyed by Li Ku and the dart. Zhao Ran attempted to relinquish control of his body to the iron slag. But to his chagrin, his efforts were in vain. The anticipated crimson hue of consciousness substitution did not manifest in his pupils. The dart, perceiving Zhao Ran's predicament, could not help but smile wryly as it patted his shoulder, saying, Li Ku is right. The time is not yet ripe. As night descended and the stars twinkled above, Zhao Ran, under Li Ku's guidance, finally entrusted his body to the iron slag. At that moment, the iron slag was still consumed by indignation over the Zhiyun incident. The dart seized the opportunity to inquire about their experiences following the spaceship explosion. Yet, whether it was the iron slag or the sludge, their responses were identical. Since regaining consciousness, they had remained within Zhao Ran's body. It appears we have all taken refuge within a human vessel, the dart stated candidly. Both the dart and Li Ku shared all the information they possessed, particularly regarding Qian Yuan becoming the host of the Steel Lock. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ran let out a cold scoff. The fellow's long-cherished dream had finally come to fruition. The following morning, as sunlight had yet to entirely dispel the lingering shadows of night, Zhao Ran walked down the street, only to unexpectedly encounter a group of people blocking his path. The leader, despite the disfigurement of his visage, was unmistakably Zhiyun, the protagonist of the previous day's conflict. Even more unsettling was the throng of soldiers, clad in military garb and exuding a formidable presence, clearly borrowed from Zhiyun's father. Faced with such a formidable display, the iron slag yearned to emerge and continue the fight. However, Zhao Ran remained unperturbed, urging the iron slag to remain calm. Zhiyun strode toward Zhao Ran in a furious manner, seizing him with force. His eyes gleamed with malice as he bellowed, Aren't you quite the fighter? Why the hesitation now? Come on, continue to strike me. Accompanied by his frenzied roar, Zhiyun abruptly tightened his grip around Zhao Ran's neck, causing him to struggle for breath, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. In this critical moment, rather than resisting, Zhao Ran chose to endure and apologize. Amidst the suffocating agony, he managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. I'm sorry. Though brief, this phrase represented his most rational assessment of the precarious situation. He understood that, at this particular juncture, brute force would not resolve the issue. Only retreat could transform peril into safety and extricate him from the current predicament. In front of a multitude of onlookers, Zhiyun savored his triumph with a cold smirk. Flinging Zhao Ran aside, he released his grip on his neck, preparing to engage in a confrontation with Zhao Ran. The situation was precarious, with Tai Sha poised to seize control of Zhao Ran's body. However, just as the tense atmosphere reached a breaking point, a clear and resonant voice emerged from the crowd. Shattering the impasse, Lu Xiaofeng appeared like a vibrant landscape, unhesitatingly rushing towards Zhao Ran and resolutely placing herself in front of him. Her gaze was unwavering as she met Ji Yun's eyes, as if proclaiming her determination. Observing this, Zhao Ran urgently whispered, "Xiaofeng, step aside. This does not concern you." Yet, Lu Xiaofeng merely glanced back, offering him a gentle and resolute smile, as if to say, "Do not worry, leave it to me." She then turned to face Ji Yun, her voice ringing clear as she declared, "Ji Yun, I am willing to be your girlfriend." This proclamation detonated like a bombshell, igniting a cacophony of gasps and whispers among the onlookers, plunging the scene into chaos. Lu Xiaofeng gently shook her head, seemingly comforting herself, her resolve and strength evoking deep sympathy. Ji Yun responded with a smirk of disdain, pulling Lu Xiaofeng tightly into his embrace and kissing her in front of everyone, then glaring at Zhao Ran with malice, declaring, "You are nothing but a dog." Zhao Ran could only endure this humiliation in silence, his fingertips digging into the earth, while Tai Sha and Yu Ni seethed with anger. Yet Zhao Ran restrained them, choosing to bear it all alone. Upon returning home, he withdrew into himself, sinking into introspection. And at school, he opted to keep his head down until one fateful night when he logged into his gaming account and inadvertently glimpsed a new email in his inbox. The sender unmistakably Lu Xiaofeng. Zhao Ran's emotions were evidently still tumultuous, and he hesitated to read the email's contents. You and I insisted it was worth a look, and with reluctance, Zhao Ran read aloud the message. "Tomorrow, at the usual place." You and I scratched his head, a frown of confusion etched across his face as he inquired. "The usual place? Which usual place?" Tai Sha paused, then, as if struck by a sudden realization, exclaimed, "Oh, I remember, it must be that supermarket where we first met." At this moment, Zhao Ran's mood remained somber, his voice low and laden with guilt. He firmly believed that Lu Xiaofeng had become Ji Yun's girlfriend solely because of him. However, Tai Sha dismissed this notion, bluntly critiquing, "How long have you known that girl? Her decision to date that Ji Yun has nothing to do with you." "Exactly. What does it have to do with you?" You and I chimed in, echoing the sentiment. The following day, Tai Sha temporarily took control of Zhao Ran's body. He resolved to personally investigate Lu Xiaofeng's true intentions. Arriving near the supermarket, Tai Sha casually purchased a can of beer, leisurely sipping it while awaiting Lu Xiaofeng's arrival. The beer was quite palatable. Tai Sha savored the taste, relishing his first experience with human alcohol. Time ticked by, and, as the can emptied, Lu Xiaofeng still had not appeared. Tai Sha's patience waned, and in frustration, he hurled the empty can to the ground, an act witnessed by Li Ku, who had just exited the supermarket. Li Ku was acutely aware of Tai Sha's fiery temper, so he approached him with a calming demeanor, saying, "Do not act so impulsively. Control your emotions, as there are patrols in the vicinity." After a while, Lu Xiaofeng finally arrived in haste, her face a portrait of apology as she explained, "I'm so sorry for being late. Ji Yun wouldn't leave me alone. It took me quite a while to shake him off." It turned out that Lu Xiaofeng had to exert considerable effort to extricate herself from Ji Yun's clutches in order to keep her appointment. Tai Sha, feeling somewhat irked, deliberately raised his voice, exclaiming, "What on earth did you summon me for? I have no time to waste." Lu Xiaofeng, undeterred by his tone, casually linked her arm with his and briskly led him through the throng of people. She seemed oblivious to Li Ku trailing behind, who wore an expression of amusement. Quietly following their path, Lu Xiaofeng guided Tai Jia to what appeared to be an abandoned factory. However, upon entering, Tai Jia was astonished to discover a hidden world within. Sophisticated computer equipment was neatly arranged, spectator seating flanked both sides, and a colossal display screen hung above, transforming the venue into a professional esports arena rather than an ordinary factory. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaofeng approached the bar and informed the staff, "We would like to register for the competition." The attendant promptly produced a registration form, patiently guiding them through the process of filling in the necessary details. Despite Tai Zha's confusion about it all, he muddled through and completed the registration, after which they were escorted to the waiting area. A slight blush crept onto Lu Xiaofeng's cheeks as she covered her face with her hands, a mix of shyness and excitement evident. Meanwhile, Tai Zha wore a bewildered expression, questioning his own identity and surroundings. The host took to the stage, elaborating on the competition rules. The event would adopt a capture-the-flag format, with participants using uniformly assigned game accounts, freely forming teams to compete in a knockout format of 2 against 2. Each victory would yield a reward of 10,000 federal funds. Conversely, a defeat would not only forfeit the prize, but also result in elimination. The ultimate winning team would see their prize doubled. Tai Zha noticed that Lu Xiaofeng seemed preoccupied with her thoughts. Just as he was about to inquire, they were summoned for the draw. To his surprise, their lot indicated that they would be the first team to compete. Nervously clutching the piece of paper, Tai Zha felt his hands tremble slightly. Observing his anxiety, Lu Xiaofeng encouraged him. "Let us give it our all. Our synergy will surely lead us to victory." Together, they ascended the competition stage. Although Tai Zha had gleaned some gaming techniques from Zhao Ran's memories, executing them proved to be a challenge. Nevertheless, with Lu Xiaofeng's seamless coordination, they successfully clinched victory in their inaugural match. After the competition, as they made their way back, Lu Xiaofeng turned to Tai Zha and tentatively asked, "You're not Zhao Ran, are you?" Tai Zha chose not to respond, and they walked side by side for a while. It was only when Lu Xiaofeng waved goodbye on the roadside, promising to meet again the next day, and disappeared around the corner, that Li Ke suddenly appeared beside Tai Zha, startling him. Curiously, she inquired, "Hey, I really like that girl. She is the one I met at the supermarket. Isn't she?" I'm becoming increasingly perplexed. Human affairs are truly complicated. Iron Slag pondered, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon hearing his musings, Flying Dart took control of Li Ke's body and offered a gentle smile. Iron Slag, this is humanity. Each individual possesses their own narrative and emotions, which constitute the allure of human existence, as well as the complexities we must comprehend and adapt to. Since we cannot depart from this place for the time being, let us strive to integrate into this world more harmoniously. Driven by concern and curiosity, Iron Slag and Flying Dart resolved to follow Lu Xiaofeng. To their astonishment, their destination was the central hospital. Lu Xiaofeng entered a somewhat crowded and sparsely furnished ward, while Iron Slag and Flying Dart discreetly trailed behind, utilizing thermal imaging technology to glimpse the interior of the room. The ward was cluttered, its space cramped, with 2 dilapidated beds occupied by a gravely ill couple in a comatose state. Flying Dart quietly inquired of a passing nurse, who explained that the couple had suffered a severe car accident months prior. Due to the lower floor wards being fully occupied, they had been temporarily placed in what resembled a storage room. Iron Slag was profoundly dissatisfied with the state of the hospital, struggling to fathom why such stark disparities in medical resource allocation persisted on Earth. Despite receiving no response to his inquiries, he recognized the futility of expecting immediate change. Within the ward, Lu Xiaofeng spoke tenderly to her unconscious parents, recounting her determination and the shifts in her life, particularly mentioning her new friend Zhao Ran. "Mom, Dad, rest assured, once I win the competition, I'll earn a substantial sum. Then, we can settle our debts and move to the second floor. Oh, and I made a new friend. His name is Zhao Ran. Let me tell you, he is quite peculiar. Sometimes he is incredibly irritable, yet at other times remarkably calm. And he enjoys drinking. Ha ha ha." Her voice echoed in the ward, tinged with a hint of sorrow, yet brimming with resolve. She gently caressed her mother's pale hand, as if imparting some unseen strength. Iron Slag and Flying Dart stood outside the door, peering through a narrow crack to witness this poignant scene. Is this the reason she entered the competition? Iron Slag whispered, recalling how he had shouted at Lu Xiaofeng earlier that day, feeling a surge of guilt. Flying Dart nodded, responding softly, "It appears so. Her parents require a better treatment environment." Iron Slag fell silent for a moment, clenching his fists and murmuring, "Humanity is truly troublesome. Despite facing countless issues, they strive relentlessly to survive." He had never imagined that Lu Xiaofeng, who seemed so carefree, bore such a profound burden. Her smiles, her teasing, her confidence were all veils for her inner anxiety and unease. Chapter 13. The Game of Life 7. Flying Dart and Iron Slag chose to depart quietly. The The following morning, Zhao Ran awoke early. Iron Slag refrained from asking many questions, knowing Zhao Ran had overheard Lu Xiaofeng's conversation in the ward the night before. He instructed the mud to remain on duty for a while longer while he sought rest. When Iron Slag awakened again, he found Zhao Ran embroiled in a crisis. Accompanying Lu Xiaofeng to the hospital to visit her parents, he was suddenly surrounded by a cadre of menacingly attired individuals in suits. Iron Slag learned from Sludge that these individuals had come to demand repayment from Lu Xiaofeng. Lu Xiaofeng pleaded desperately, hoping for a few more days of grace. But the group remained resolute and resorted to violence. What should we do? Iron Slag, they're in peril, Sludge expressed with concern. Then let us act, Iron Slag declared. In a moment of dire urgency, Zhao Ran suddenly lost consciousness, his body igniting in flames. In the next instant, the blaze erupted like a shockwave. Iron Slag, Zhao Ran realized this was the doing of Iron Slag. Once assured of safety, he grasped Lu Xiaofeng's hand and swiftly fled the hospital. Yet, fate had not spared the misfortune. At that precise moment, Jiyun appeared. Witnessing Zhao Ran holding Lu Xiaofeng's hand ignited a fury within Jiyun. Yet he refrained from confrontation and instead made a phone call. Hello, is this the Investigation Bureau? I have witnessed extraterrestrial criminals. Please send assistance promptly. Zhao Ran returned home with Lu Xiaofeng, who eagerly inquired, what was that flame just now? How did it burst forth so suddenly? At a loss for words, Zhao Ran sought the counsel of Iron Slag and Sludge on whether to reveal the truth to Lu Xiaofeng. Sludge signaled his approval, while Iron Slag pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Thus, Zhao Ran took a deep breath, his body began to disintegrate into particles, then reformed into two ethereal figures. Lu Xiaofeng's eyes widened, her mouth nearly agape, overwhelmed by the astonishing sight before her. Sludge courteously greeted Lu Xiaofeng. Greetings, I am Sludge. And this beside me is Iron Slag. I must say, your composure in witnessing us is quite remarkable. Most humans are typically filled with dread upon encountering us. Lu Xiaofeng chuckled, patting her head. What is there to fear? I have encountered my fair share of bizarre phenomena recently. Just a few days ago, I witnessed a gigantic pterosaur capturing a thief on the street. Zhao Ran smiled faintly at Lu Xiaofeng's response, casting a glance at Li Ku, who was peering from within the room. They conversed for quite some time, and the bond between Zhao Ran and Lu Xiaofeng deepened significantly. As midnight approached, Zhao Ran realized his parents would soon return, hastily escorting Lu Xiaofeng to the entrance of the apartment, making plans to meet again the following day. Oh, are you sending me away already? Lu Xiaofeng teased. All in all, see you tomorrow, Zhao Ran replied. Do you feel it has grown considerably warmer here? Sludge inquired of Iron Slag within Zhao Ran's body. However, the following day, Zhao Ran waited at their designated meeting spot for an extended period. Yet Lu Xiaofeng did not arrive as expected. Concern began to creep in. Perhaps she had ventured to the competition venue ahead of time. Thus, he resolved to search for her there. Yet, in the competition grounds and the surrounding areas, Zhao Ran found no trace of Lu Xiaofeng, and his messages to her vanished into silence, receiving no response. Burdened by anxiety, Zhao Ran returned to the competition venue. As he approached the entrance, he noticed a man in black conversing in hushed tones with the bartender. Suspicion arose within Zhao Ran, prompting him to seek assistance from Iron Slag to inquire if there was a way to eavesdrop on their conversation. Iron Slag instructed Sludge to activate the built-in audio amplification feature, allowing them to clearly hear the dialogue. The man in black furiously recounted the events of the previous day. Yesterday, we went to collect a debt from that girl, only to discover she had hired bodyguards. I have no idea where they came from, but they could even breathe fire, and my brothers were left battered. Just as the man finished speaking, he casually flipped through the contestant registration form on the table. Upon reaching the page for Lu Xiaofeng, he suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. What? How is she here? The barmaid, intrigued by his exclamation, took the registration form to verify. The man in black continued, indeed. Her father is the one who owes the debt. The reason he fell into debt was to pay for her medical treatment. I recall this girl seems to be suffering from. I believe it's cancer. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Ran felt as if he'd been doused in icy water, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. However, the words of a plump, greasy man who stepped forward pushed Zhao Ran to the brink of despair. If she truly is that man's daughter, we must find a way to ensure she loses in the competition. The fat man's eyes sparkled with cunning. Clearly the mastermind behind the competition and the leader of the debt collectors. She has already won 8 consecutive matches. Her momentum is strong, the barmaid remarked. The boss smirked insidiously before issuing an order. All right, tomorrow, while she is competing, we will implant a virus in her computer and spread rumors that she cheated, causing the computer to malfunction, demanding compensation. This way, not only will she lose her qualification to compete, but we can also profit from the situation. Upon hearing such a nefarious plot, Zhao Ran could no longer contain himself. He immediately resolved to take action. He sought out Lu Xiaofeng, but found no trace of her. In a panic, beads of sweat formed on his brow, while Tai Jia and Uni tried their best to soothe him, urging him to remain calm and persist in his search. Late at night, Zhao Ran finally located Lu Xiaofeng in the hospital. The sight of her appeared weary and disheveled, and behind her, her parents' hospital beds were already vacant. Noticing the remnants of tears on Lu Xiaofeng's face and the list in her hand, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Wait, wasn't everything fine yesterday? Moments later, a doctor entered, introducing the hospital's cremation services to Lu Xiaofeng. I recommend opting for cremation. There is simply no place to bury them, and even if buried, they could easily be dug up and sold. Lu Xiaofeng gazed at the exhaustive list of expenses in her hand, feeling overwhelmed. Eventually, she signed her name. Wait, wasn't everything fine yesterday? Zhao Ran attempted to confront the doctor for clarification, but Lu Xiaofeng grasped his sleeve. Turning to see her trembling hand, he refrained from pursuing the doctor. 2 iron urns were then wheeled in. Wiping away her tears, Lu Xiaofeng picked up the urns and left that place. Chapter 14. The Game of Life 8. Rain poured down heavily that night as Zhao Ran walked ahead, shielding Lu Xiaofeng from the elements. After a long while, Lu Xiaofeng finally mustered the courage to gently tug at Zhao Ran's sleeve, her voice trembling. Please help me give them a proper burial. She endeavored to suppress her emotions, preventing the tears from cascading once more. Due to financial constraints, they could not afford a proper burial plot and were left to seek a suitable location on the outskirts of the city. Ultimately, they discovered a tranquil spot amidst the ruins, where they held a modest funeral for Lu Xiaofeng's parents. Just the 2 of them, as Zhao Ran compacted the earth. Lu Xiaofeng could no longer contain her profound sorrow. She knelt on the ground and wept openly. Her cries were drowned out by the rain, as if the heavens themselves mourned alongside her. Zhao Ran stood quietly by, and in that moment time seemed to stand still. In the days that followed, Zhao Ran became taciturn, and Lu Xiaofeng rarely invited him to play games anymore. Their encounters at school consisted merely of brief greetings. As time passed, the day of the finals finally arrived. Zhao Ran arrived at the designated location as promised, and Lu Xiaofeng appeared punctually. Let's go, she said, preparing to head to the competition venue. But Zhao Ran grasped her arm. After much hesitation, he resolved to reveal to her the sinister plot he had overheard from the man in black and urged her not to participate in the contest. However, Lu Xiaofeng gently patted his head, her tone unwavering. Stay with me. Let us finish this final match. Thus, they proceeded together to the competition site. As the proprietor had orchestrated, Lu Xiaofeng's computer was infected, leading to her being wrongfully accused. Zhao Ran endeavored to operate the device, yet his efforts proved futile. After the match, Lu Xiaofeng was surrounded, and Zhao Ran attempted to buy her time, offering to cover the so-called compensation, but they paid him no heed. Damn it, they're trying to drive her to despair. Iron Crusher swiftly took control of Zhao Ran's body, leading Lu Xiaofeng away from the scene into a secluded alley. Once they confirmed their safety, they sat down to catch their breath. When Lu Xiaofeng stood, a folded examination report slipped from her grasp. Iron Crusher picked it up and saw that it was Lu Xiaofeng's gastroscopy report. He clearly did not recognize its significance, but Zhao Ran did. Lu Xiaofeng quickly snatched the report back and stuffed it in her pocket, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes as she softly asserted, "You need not concern yourself with this." No sooner had she spoken than Lu Xiaofeng, weakened to the brink, collapsed into Iron Crusher's arms. Without hesitation, he carried her into the hospital, imploring the doctors for urgent assistance. After a series of examinations, the doctor, with a grave expression, delivered heart-wrenching news. Miss Lu Xiaofeng was diagnosed with advanced lung cancer, and her condition was quite severe. The doctor's words struck Zhao Ran like a thunderbolt, rendering him unable to accept the reality. With a lower gaze, the doctor continued in a somber tone. Regrettably, time is not on her side. Iron Crusher, filled with rage and despair, could not restrain himself from shouting at the doctor. You are physicians, with all the equipment here. Why can't you do everything in your power to save her? His agitation stemmed from an inability to grasp such a harsh truth. The doctor shook his head, offering an explanation. I understand your distress, but the hospital's resources are limited, and daily, many patients require aid. If you truly wish for her to survive, the only option may be organ transplantation. Yet this does not equate to a genuine extension of life. It represents a different form of existence. Moreover, the cost of the surgery is exorbitant, far beyond what an ordinary family can bear. Confronted with such a harsh reality, Tai Jia was filled with unbridled rage, vehemently denouncing the hospital's indifference to life. At that moment, he heard Lu Xiaofeng's faint voice calling Zhao Ran's name. Xiaofeng, you must hold on. I will gather the funds for your organ transplant right away. Zhao Ran, consumed by anxiety, took out his phone to seek assistance from Li Ku, only to be halted by Lu Xiaofeng. Her pale visage revealed a resolute determination. Aaron, do not proceed with this. I am acutely aware of my condition and fully comprehend the implications of an organ transplant. That is not a true life, and we cannot bear the financial burden. She was so weak that she could not articulate a complete sentence. I do not have much time left, so please listen carefully to what I am about to say. After a brief pause, she took a deep breath and gradually recounted her past to Zhao Ran. Long ago, Lu Xiaofeng had been diagnosed with cancer. At that time, her parents borrowed money from every possible source for her treatment, and their financial situation deteriorated rapidly. However, just as they were on the verge of gathering the surgical fees, a tragic car accident claimed her parents' health. Unable to bear the exorbitant medical costs, she, in a desperate bid for survival and to raise funds for her parents' surgery, dragged her ailing body from one job to another, attempting various roles from restaurant server to bar attendant, and even enduring obscure and grueling side jobs. Yet, the harshness of reality prevailed. Despite her relentless efforts, her meager wages barely sustained her basic existence. In her despair, she had contemplated selling her organs for treatment funds. Yet fear held her back. Just when Lu Xiaofeng's life seemed to be at an end, and all hope appeared lost, the wheel of fate began to turn. In my moments of utmost helplessness and confusion, I encountered you, Zhao Ran. Gratitude and warmth flickered in Lu Xiaofeng's eyes. It was the promise of a substantial prize that compelled me to enter that esports competition. I believed it might be my last opportunity to do something for my parents, to ensure they lived comfortably in another world. And you, Zhao Ran, are the most unexpected and precious treasure in my fleeting life. She let out a gentle sigh, a bittersweet yet resilient smile gracing her lips. I wagered my life on the hope that you would assist me, which means I've been using you all along. Complex emotions shone in Lu Xiaofeng's gaze as she continued. Moreover, I sought to get close to Yun because he was the one who struck my parents. He was the driver. Yet, because his father is a general, our family received no compensation. Thus, I aimed to approach Yun, seeking an opportunity for retribution against him. Hearing this, Zhao Ran's heart was a tumult of emotions. He looked steadfastly at Lu Xiaofeng and said, I understand that you are in immense pain and feel hopeless, but life is replete with possibilities. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, we must not surrender. Although the hospital may be unable to save you, we can seek alternative paths or pursue better treatment options. This world is vast, and there will always be someone willing to help us. Furthermore, for your own sake, you should strive to live on. The iron slag and sludge quietly supported Zhao Ran's words, resolutely deciding to exert every effort to assist Lu Xiaofeng in finding a chance for survival. In that moment, Iron Slag comprehended the significance of Fei Biao's words, which served as an interpretation of their current predicament, to protect and defend every life deserving of salvation. No, all you must do is one thing: carry forth my dream. Together with yours, continue onward. Lu Xiaofeng's condition deteriorated rapidly. Her cough was laced with blood. Do you know? Our lives resemble a game. Throughout this journey, regardless of the obstacles we encounter, as long as we collaborate, we can overcome them. Yet, I may have to exit the game here. Thus, I implore you, Zhao Ran, to carry my passion for life, my aspirations for the future, and the beautiful moments we shared, steadfastly moving forward, rendering this game more meaningful and filled with hope. I am sorry, but I can no longer accompany you on the remaining path. On that tranquil night, Lu Xiaofeng's words profoundly etched themselves into Zhao Ran's heart. With her final strength, she expressed her wishes, hoping that Zhao Ran could bear her dreams and precious memories as he continued his journey. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, a sorrowful farewell to life and a hope for the future. Zhao Ran bit his lip hard, his eyes brimming with anguish and sorrow. Lu Xiaofeng's last words echoed in his ears. Life is akin to a game with an unpredictable ending, and she had completed her own chapter. But I am sorry, Xiaofeng. I may have to break this promise. Zhao Ran dashed into the equipment room, where instruments were neatly arranged. He searched fervently. This is it. Sludge directed Zhao Ran's left hand toward a square apparatus. Without hesitation, Zhao Ran lifted the device and raced back to Lu Xiaofeng's hospital room. Iron Slag inquired how Sludge knew this could treat cancer. I do not know, Sludge replied, but it resembles the apparatus we use for treating rust disease, which should be somewhat similar to cancer. Iron Slag regarded him with a look of incredulity. But at that moment, they had no choice but to gamble. Upon entering the ward, Zhao Ran was astonished to find Li Ku there. Don't just stand there. Hurry and help. Zhao Ran called to Li Ku, who noticed Zhao Ran's clumsy handling of the equipment. Let me activate it. Place the removal device on her cancerous area. Li Ku adeptly powered on the machine, while Zhao Ran affixed the removal device to Lu Xiaofeng's abdomen. Are you ready? As Li Ku pressed the button, the device transformed, and a powerful laser sliced through Lu Xiaofeng's abdomen. Immediately, mechanical claws emerged, extracting the tumor. Once the tumor was removed, the apparatus began to infuse Lu Xiaofeng with nutrients. Li Ku observed Zhao Ran's silhouette, understanding the turmoil and confusion within him. She gently approached and patted his shoulder. As the apparatus completed its task, Lu Xiaofeng slowly opened her eyes. She gazed around in disbelief, the previous pain and discomfort having vanished in that instant. Zhao Ran, what is happening to me? Lu Xiaofeng inquired, looking at Zhao Ran. You are fine now, Zhao Ran said with a smile. But why won't you let me die? Lu Xiaofeng choked back tears. I told you everything. As Lu Xiaofeng wept, Zhao Ran and Li Ku exchanged a glance, reminiscent of victorious warriors. Just as joy enveloped the room, an unusual noise suddenly erupted from outside. Surround the entire hospital. Conduct a thorough search. The sound captured Li Ku's attention. Peering through the crack of the door, she discovered that the Federal Army had encircled the place. What? Tanks? Zhao Ran exclaimed, gazing out the window at the latest military equipment of the Federation. However, Li Ku was perplexed. She pondered how they had been discovered when their concealment efforts had been meticulously executed over the past few days. It must be because of him. Zhao Ran pointed outside, where Ji Yun stood with an officer. Li Ku's frustration boiled over. She had never anticipated this young master would be their undoing. Lu Xiaofeng discerned from their conversation that the Federation had come to capture them. She urged Li Ku and Zhao Ran to flee. What about you? Zhao Ran asked anxiously. I'll be fine. I'm just a worthless life. Ji Yun won't harm me, Lu Xiaofeng replied with a familiar smile. Seeing that smile, Zhao Ran draped his coat over Lu Xiaofeng's shoulders. Don't look back. Just keep moving forward. These were the last words Lu Xiaofeng heard. As she stepped through the hospital doors, Ji Yun's terrified gaze met hers. She could feel the hot, warm breath behind her, while tanks erupted like brilliant fireworks, igniting the sky with flames of iron and mire. It's a bit chilly tonight. Lu Xiaofeng tightened her clothes. In this game, perhaps she was merely a minor character. Yet on that day, she encountered her own unique protagonist. Are you leaving? Yes, then let us go. Zhao Ran, don't worry about me, and don't forget me. The following day, Li Ku found herself in a narrow alley, facing a dilapidated wooden door. She retrieved a specially crafted key and inserted it into the lock, which turned perfectly. Slowly, she opened the door, revealing a hidden tavern. As she entered this establishment concealed deep within the city, she noticed a lady in an exquisite gown mixing cocktails at the bar. The television displayed news. The son of General Zhi Qifeng of the Federal Defense Army's 7th Corps, Ji Yun, has been involved in a serious car accident and is currently being rushed to the hospital for treatment. The noble woman glanced at the screen, then cast a sidelong look at Li Ku and quietly inquired, Did you do this? Her voice, though soft, exuded an undeniable authority. Li Ku smiled, her eyes reflecting a hint of mystery and depth. She did not provide a definitive answer, merely responding ambiguously, perhaps. The noblewoman carefully prepared a drink for Liku, the unique aroma seemingly harboring an undisclosed secret. She gently guided Liku into the inner chamber of the tavern, and upon stepping through the door, Liku was met with a scene that starkly contrasted with the clamorous world outside. This is the interior of a Decepticon warship, the Death Goddess. The dart has taken control of Liku's body, and without hesitation, she strides forward. At the end of the corridor, she encounters her target, the Decepticon leader, Shockwave. Shockwave is engrossed in verifying this month's liquor sales records, and it is only when the dart clears her throat that he looks up and notices her presence. "Ah, beautiful lady, it has indeed been a long time." Shockwave elegantly approaches and performs a standard gentleman's bow. However, the dart has no intention of wasting time on pleasantries. She directly addresses the matter at hand. "Let us skip the niceties, Shockwave. I have something of great importance to discuss with you." The dart recounts in detail the series of events that transpired in the treasury. After listening, Shockwave shakes his head with a hint of helplessness and sighs, "Alas, it is my fault for mismanaging things since arriving on Earth." Unbeknownst to many, Shockwave had previously led a group of Decepticon members to Earth before the rise of the mechanical dinosaurs, and they had learned to disguise themselves using the bodies of Earthlings to evade the Federation's pursuit. In the aftermath of peace, the Decepticons merely wished to lead a stable life on this planet. However, upon discovering that the secret treasure of the Harmony might be hidden on Earth, severe internal divisions emerged. The faction led by Shockwave advocated for maintaining a low profile and continuing their covert existence, while a more radical group, spearheaded by the fierce Captain Claw, yearned to harness the power of the Harmony to launch an invasion of Earth. Furthermore, as far as I know, Captain Claw's members have successfully infiltrated various organizations within the Federation government and military. Shockwave further elucidates the gravity of the situation. Faced with this unsettling reality, the dart calmly responds, "I hope that when the time comes, you are not standing on the opposing side." This statement is akin to a double-edged sword, embodying both trust in Shockwave and a warning for his future actions. Meanwhile, Zhao Ran appears near the Federation library on the second layer of Earth, with coordinates of a whaling signal displayed in his hand. Chapter 16. Do mechanical dinosaurs dream of electronic angels? With 30 days left until Christmas, acidic rain falls outside the protective dome of the Federation Central Library. Purple neon light penetrates the radiation-proof glass, casting a web-like shadow across the metallic bookshelves of the ancient text database. SCHR Dinger, the youngest director in the library's history, has even been honored with the title of Guardian of Civilization by the Federation government. Suddenly, a sharp pain strikes the nerve interface at the back of his neck. This marks the 7th instance of abnormal bioelectrical fluctuations today. He remains composed as he discreetly reaches into the inner pocket of his tailored suit, feeling for the notebook crafted from memory alloy. The latest page reveals searing text, 2080. Interstellar Diplomatic Yearbook, Quantum State Anomalies. Director. The voice of Alpha MO resonates, the librarian whose bionic identification code signifies her identity. Today, she dons the library's standard uniform, a sharply tailored white collared shirt paired with a deep gray waistcoat, while the pleated skirt sways gently with her movements. As she turned, the tips of her hair traced a graceful arc, and the obsidian depths of her eyes reflected the figure of SCHR Dinger. The curve of her lips perfectly showcased the vivacity of her youth. At that moment, she was recording a video with an antique camera in the library, which appeared to her as a palace of ethereal beauty. "What are you doing?" SCHR Dinger inquired, adjusting his smart glasses as Alpha turned the camera to show him. The images made SCHR Dinger's throat subtly quiver, and the electromagnetic disruptor at his cuff had silently activated. Suddenly, the holographic Christmas tree behind him experienced a data disturbance. Alpha tilted her head, a sweet smile gracing her features. "Isn't Christmas just around the corner? We must prepare for a special exhibition on Christmas Eve." "Delete it," SCHR Dinger replied, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension as he lowered his gaze. Startled, Alpha responded in a flurry, "I just wanted to capture the ambience here." Before she could finish her sentence, SCHR Dinger gently tapped her head, a gesture imbued with both reproach and affection. "Delete it. Such superficial matters hold little significance." After calmly stating this, he turned and immersed himself once more in the tomes in a quiet corner. His fingers unconsciously brushed over the memory alloy notebook in his suit pocket. Although Alpha muttered a few complaints, she complied and deleted the recorded content. Nevertheless, SCHR Dinger's ears caught her soft grumbles, prompting a slight smile from him as he chose to remain silent, delving back into the vast ocean of knowledge. However, this rare tranquility was short-lived. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the library's serenity, interrupting the harmonious scene. The library's quantum shield indicated an assault by an unknown energy force. Be careful. In that instant, the grand doors of the library were smashed open by a powerful force. A boy, clad in a black hood and wielding a crimson blade, was hurled inside, crashing against the wall with a deafening roar. More astonishingly, outside the shattered doors stood a fully armed Titan-class mech, its cannon locked onto a target, poised to unleash destruction upon the entire library. Automatic attack approved. How despicable. He doesn't even spare the innocent, the boy exclaimed as he pulled himself from the wall. At that moment, another voice echoed within him, urgently reminding him, "Did Sister Mark not tell you to act covertly and avoid drawing attention?" It was then that the identity of the boy wielding the red blade was revealed as Zhao Ran, the host of the mechanical dinosaur, Iron Dregs, and the Sludge. Confronted with the looming crisis, Zhao Ran, suppressing his pain, rose resolutely and commanded, "No more hesitations. Iron Dregs, Sludge, prepare for battle. We must ensure the safety of others." The scar on his chest erupted with a blazing light, the energy particles of Iron Dregs and Sludge flickering beneath his skin. Instantly, a fierce inferno ignited within Zhao Ran, flames swirling around him like a tempest, as the Titan mech finished loading its ammunition, ready to strike. In the library, ancient texts began to undergo quantum transformation under the sweltering heat, the air thick with the acrid scent of scorched metal. Yet, at this critical juncture, SCHR Dinger stepped forth, resolutely positioning himself between Zhao Ran and the Titan mech. He raised his badge as the 355th Administrator of the Federal Central Library, his gaze piercing as he confronted the colossal machine. "I am the 355th Administrator of the Federal Central Library. According to Article 8500 of the Federal Library Treaty, any form of conflict or combat is strictly forbidden within the library premises. Even you are obliged to adhere to this regulation." Upon receiving SCHR Dinger's directive, the Titan mech engaged its advanced recognition system to scan his badge and verify the pertinent legal provisions, confirming the existence of such a regulation. The mech slowly retracted its weapon and turned away, restoring the library's erstwhile tranquility. This potential conflict was ultimately defused by SCHR Dinger's courage, averting a catastrophic incident that could have harmed the innocent. Zhao Ran exhaled in relief, brushing off the dust accumulated from the battle. Just as he prepared to depart from the library, recently scarred by warfare, he was resolutely halted by SCHR Dinger. "Wait, you cannot leave just yet." SCHR Dinger's voice resonated with unwavering conviction as he grasped Zhao Ran's hand. Upon contact, Zhao Ran sensed something stirring within him. "Wait, you cannot leave." SCHR Dinger stood firmly at the doorway, solemnly preventing Zhao Ran's exit. "I understand you were forced to retaliate due to the pursuit of that Titan mech outside, and the Federation has nearly placed you on their list." With a glance outside, where several Titan mechs were patrolling, he invited Zhao Ran to remain and assist in fortifying the library. His gaze lingered on the scar adorning Zhao Ran's chest, which now glimmered faintly with a red hue. Zhao Ran scrutinized him, the flickering red light in his eyes pulsating with energy as two enormous phantoms faintly coalesced behind him. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "You don't intend to have me wait here for the Federation to capture me, do you?" His voice resonated with the characteristic low-frequency vibrations of a mechanical dinosaur, causing the ancient tomes on the shelves to tremble slightly. SCHR Dinger detected the intense energy radiating from Zhao Ran, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After swiftly assessing the situation to ensure no one else was injured, he seized Zhao Ran's arm and led him into his office. As the door closed, the quantum encryption system activated, isolating the entire space from the realm of reality. Upon entering the room, Zhao Ran sensed something amiss. "It seems I was indeed correct. I do not wish to argue with you. I merely seek to ascertain whether we are of the same kind," SCHR Dinger inquired calmly, his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting the spectral forms of the two mechanical dinosaurs behind Zhao Ran. Upon ascending to the second level, Zhao Ran encountered a series of obstacles, his pent-up fury seeking an outlet. When he heard Cybertronian Dinger's inquiry, he was momentarily taken aback before scrutinizing the seemingly ordinary curator before him. Ordinary humans do not find themselves pursued by Titan mechs. If you're not an extraterrestrial, then something resides within you. Cybertronian Dinger had directly unveiled Zhao Ran's secret, a revelation that astonished him and piqued the curiosity of Tai Jia and UNI. In the next moment, a red glow ignited in Cybertronian Dinger's eyes, and a phantasm materialized behind him. Upon recognizing the apparition, Zhao Ran lowered his guard and exhaled a sigh of relief, for it was none other than the mechanical dinosaur's roar that had emerged. Goodness, you have been quite elusive. Zhao Ran resolved to place his trust in this individual, offering Cybertronian Dinger a heartfelt embrace filled with gratitude and understanding. Cybertronian Dinger gently patted Zhao Ran's back, his gaze reflecting a sense of comprehension and camaraderie. Finding kindred spirits in this world is indeed a rarity, he remarked, his voice tinged with weariness. Zhao Ran intended to continue his inquiries or share further details, but Taijia timely reminded him that lingering here might invite unnecessary trouble. Thus, Zhao Ran swiftly composed himself and bade farewell to Cybertronian Dinger before hastily departing the room. In the hall, he unexpectedly encountered Alpha MO, who was poised to seek counsel from Cybertronian Dinger. Not probing further, Alpha made her way directly to Cybertronian Dinger's office. However, upon entering, she discovered that Cybertronian Dinger was absent. Where could he have gone? She mused, recalling that she had just seen him there moments prior. Her optical sensors detected residual quantum wave patterns in the air. With this question lingering in her mind, Alpha promptly returned to the hall, scouring every corner of the reading area for any trace of Cybertronian Dinger. She circled around the ornate shelves adorned with gold and precious tomes, yet failed to locate him. In her search, she inadvertently noted that a critical book from the Federal Architectural Design section, the defense and weapon systems of the vault, was missing. The significance of this volume was immense, as it pertained to the security secrets of the Federal Treasury, typically accessible only to a select few high-ranking officials. This revelation left Alpha feeling perplexed and anxious, as she had not heard of any federal dignitaries visiting the library in recent days. With her heart racing, she began to suspect that someone may have unlawfully infiltrated and stolen the book. The weight of uncertainty grew heavier in Alpha's mind as she realized that the missing defense and weapon systems of the vault might be closely linked to the recent catastrophic incident involving the Federal Treasury. After all, even a well-equipped professional unit would find it exceedingly challenging to breach the vault's formidable defenses, let alone execute such a shocking act of destruction. Burdened by her mounting doubts and unease, Alpha hastened to the monitoring room, eager to examine the surveillance footage for clues. However, upon her arrival, she was astonished to discover that all the monitoring files had mysteriously vanished, as if someone had deliberately erased every trace, obstructing her investigative efforts. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from behind. "What are you searching for?" Alpha turned to see Cybertronian Dinger, his suit speckled with metallic shavings, the neural interface at the nape of his neck still faintly warm. "Sir, a crucial book has gone missing from our library," Alpha reported anxiously. Cybertronian Dinger smiled slightly, displaying no surprise. "I'm already aware of this and have discreetly commenced an investigation, so you need not worry." Despite the lingering questions in her mind, Alpha was persuaded by Cybertronian Dinger to leave the monitoring room. He locked the door and tapped on the wall a few times, and the entire monitoring room underwent a miraculous transformation. The original computer folded into a massive desk, and several concealed bookshelves descended from the ceiling. Cybertronian Dinger extracted several volumes from them, including an exceptionally thick tome. Each page of this book was densely filled with text, chronicling the history of this planet from ancient times to the present. He flipped to the last few pages and began to inscribe new content in the blank spaces, writing throughout the entire night. It was evident that Cybertronian Dinger had intervened and acquired some undisclosed information and was endeavoring to uncover the hidden truth. The following day, Alpha was still pondering the events of the previous day, feeling that something about her mentor was peculiar, though she could not pinpoint the exact reason. Today, Cybertronian Dinger was preparing to leave, and as she observed him assigning tasks to the mechanical servants, his tone conveyed a sense of urgency. Indeed, before long, he departed, and Alpha stealthily followed him. Beneath her synthetic skin, Nanocircuits operated at maximum power, recording SCHR Dinger's every move. Chapter 18. Do Mechanical Dinosaurs Dream of Electronic Angels? 3. Alpha cautiously trailed SCHR Dinger as he boarded a floating vehicle, traversing the neon-lit urban jungle until they arrived at a forgotten corner on the city's edge, an old bookshop. This shop stood solitary beside a desolate industrial area, surrounded by rusting metal debris and towering heaps of electronic waste. The exterior of the bookshop was cloaked in the remnants of holographic advertisements, the flickering fluorescence sketching out the blurred letters of Time Bookstore, as if narrating a tale abandoned by the ages. Alpha's pupils constricted slightly in the darkness as she adjusted her visual mode to capture more details in the dim environment. Beneath her skin, nanosensors acutely detected the flow of air and fluctuations in temperature around her. She stealthily followed SCHR Dinger into the bookshop, concealing herself behind a row of metal shelves laden with old tomes, quietly observing his every action. Inside, the light was dim, and the air was thick with the scent of aged paper and machine oil. The shelves were crammed with a variety of books, some in paper form and others as old-fashioned data chips, their surfaces marred by scratches. Alpha detected the faint sound of SCHR Dinger's footsteps and a hint of fatigue in his breathing. At that moment, an elderly woman wearing sunglasses emerged from the shadows of the shelves. She sat upon a dilapidated metallic sofa, clutching a cane embedded with circuit boards, its tip emanating a faint blue glow. Her visage was etched with wrinkles, yet the eyes concealed behind dark sunglasses radiated a sharpness that transcended her years. Upon encountering SCHR Dinger, she greeted him warmly. "Ah, Emer, ne, you have graced my humble abode once more." The mention of Mr. Nia caused Xie Qianma's processor to accelerate in activity. However, her database contained no information regarding Mr. Nia, leaving her in a state of perplexity. Yet, SCHR Dinger's subsequent words allowed her to momentarily set aside her questions. "Grandma, I have not come merely to peruse books. I seek your assistance." His voice was deep and sincere, tinged with an almost imperceptible anxiety. The elderly lady, upon hearing this, nodded kindly, a look of contentment gracing her face. I'm grateful that you have come to see me. It pertains to books, does it not?" SCHR Dinger nodded slightly, prompting her to grasp her cane and gently tap beneath the sofa. Accompanied by the hum of mechanical operations, the floor beneath the sofa gradually opened, revealing a concealed compartment. From a hidden recess, she retrieved an antiquated metal box, its surface marred by rust and scratches, yet secured by a sophisticated biometric lock. Placing her palm upon the lock, it clicked open, unveiling a trove of ancient data chips and paper books, each meticulously wrapped in anti-static film. Here they are. Alas, these are textbooks from a century ago, likely of little monetary value now. "If you require them, please take them all," she said, noticing the moisture welling in her eyes. Alpha's visual module focused intently on the ancient tomes, her database swiftly retrieving relevant historical information. The books and chips seemed to chronicle events prior to the establishment of the Federation, yet these had been categorized as forbidden texts by the Federation. Her processor began to heat up, an indescribable excitement swelling within her. "No, even for a single book, I must pay." SCHR Dinger insisted on compensating for the old books, but the elderly lady resolutely waved her hand. "Listen to me, child, this place is no longer safe." Worry and determination flickered in her eyes. "Those individuals have taken notice of this location. They have visited numerous times before. I understand your purpose, and since you have resolved to act, then proceed. The only assistance I can offer lies within these ancient texts." Faced with the elderly lady's candor and selflessness, SCHR Dinger was overcome with a complex array of emotions. He bowed deeply to her, expressing heartfelt gratitude and respect. "Farewell, Grandma. I shall certainly return to see you tomorrow. All right, be swift. And remember to treat that young girl kindly." She gently tapped SCHR Dinger's shoulder with her cane. As he approached the door, he cautiously drew out Alpha, who had been hiding in the shadows. Together, they hastily departed from the storied old bookstore. As Alpha stepped outside, the thunderous roar of a federal armored vehicle's engine echoed behind her, and blinding searchlights swept across the ground, illuminating the outline of the bookshop. Alpha could hear the soldiers' footsteps and the sound of weapons being loaded. "Do not look back. Keep moving forward," SCHR Dinger commanded softly, clutching Alpha's hand tightly. Her heart raced as she followed closely behind him, the two swiftly merging into the shadows of the night, vanishing at the end of the ancient alley. Upon returning to the library, Alpha intercepted SC Dinger. She disclosed everything she had uncovered in recent days, her body trembling with excitement. She sensed that SC Dinger was concealing something from her, but her desire to know and to assist him burned brightly within her. Nevertheless, SC Dinger remained silent, merely giving her shoulder a gentle pat before ascending the staircase. "At least tell me your true name." Alpha's voice echoed in the vast library. SC Dinger hesitated briefly, then turned to offer her a smile. Alpha's processor repeatedly analyzed this smile, but the myriad of conjectures only deepened her confusion. With Christmas approaching, despite her heart being laden with doubts and concerns, Alpha resolved to temporarily set aside her worries and proceed with her plans to venture into the city to procure items for the New Year celebration. Yet, as she strolled through the bustling streets of the vibrant city, the weight of her thoughts lingered incessantly. She frequently gazed skyward, wondering if SC Dinger was still alone in the attic, lost in profound contemplation or anguish. For an entire month, SC Dinger had sequestered himself in his office, seemingly cut off from the world, relying almost entirely on the meals Alpha brought him for even the most basic sustenance. Each time she knocked on the door without receiving a response, a wave of panic and helplessness washed over her. However, the knowledge that the food was consumed the next day brought her both solace and heartache. Just as Alpha was lost in her musings, an unexpected collision jolted her back to reality. She looked up to find herself face to face with Zhao Ran. "Oh, you are not." Alpha recalled the day SC Dinger had pulled Zhao Ran into the office, affirming their acquaintance. She proceeded to relay the strange occurrences that had transpired in the library and concerning SC Dinger, hoping for his assistance. Zhao Ran fell into contemplation upon hearing her words. Although he, too, was uncertain about the intentions of the howling host, he chose to extend a helping hand in response to Alpha's earnest gaze. "Very well, I will help you," Zhao Ran nodded, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. "However, you must promise me that no matter what happens or what you see, you will remain calm." Alpha nodded gratefully, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Chapter 19. Do Machines Dream of Electronic Angels? 4. We can continue in this manner. Alpha laid out her action plan to Zhao Ran, her urgency palpable. The cooling system beneath her synthetic skin warmed slightly due to her emotional fluctuations, and Zhao Ran discerned a unique sentiment in her expression. Upon hearing the news, Iron Slag and Sludge even began to place bets. Iron Slag let out a boisterous laugh, his body vibrating with a deep resonance. "Haha, according to this plan, I reckon I could force out some howling." The Mud calmly countered. "I think that's rather unlikely, though howling might be possible." Just as they were preparing to execute their plan in the library, several missiles whistled in from behind Zhao Ran, heralding the reappearance of the Titan mech from a few days prior. Zhao Ran, seething with rage, cursed. Why did they have to strike at this moment? His voice was laden with fury and helplessness, clearly caught off guard by the Federation's sudden assault. With a surge of energy, Zhao Ran transformed into a stream of power, rematerializing as Iron Slag, and charged directly at the Titan mech, sending it crashing several meters away. Unfazed, Iron Slag defiantly challenged the looming enemy. This is never-ending. In an instant, alarms blared all around as the Federation troops urgently assembled. Without hesitation, Iron Slag surged forward, his massive mechanical dinosaur form materializing on the battlefield, the deafening roar of machinery merging with the roaring flames to create an insurmountable barrier. Faced with the relentless advance of ground forces, Iron Slag unleashed a wall of searing flames, effectively blocking the path of enemy armored vehicles and soldiers. As the flames rolled, countless tanks and armored cars were melted by the intense heat. The roadway warped under the high temperatures, resembling a barrier forged in the fires of hell, keeping the Federation troops at bay. Subsequently, Iron Slag showcased his remarkable aerial combat prowess. As swarms of drones descended, he employed his unparalleled targeting skills to unleash scorching beams upon them, causing the drones to disintegrate like fragile kites in the heat, showering down as burning wreckage. However, reinforcements arrived far more swiftly than anticipated. Even though Iron Slag temporarily subdued the advancing army with his formidable strength and firepower, he was acutely aware that a protracted battle would be detrimental to them. Thus, after establishing initial defenses, Iron Slag decisively chose to withdraw, utilizing his agile transformation abilities and extraordinary speed to vanish amidst the flames. At that moment, in an office, SC Char Dinger was engrossed in writing, his notebook filled with dense script. Suddenly, a thunderous noise shattered the tranquility of the room, putting him on high alert. "Who is it? Show yourself." As the voice echoed, a string of codes appeared before his eyes, leaving SC Char Dinger perplexed, though he couldn't afford to dwell on it. At that instant, a howling voice resonated in his mind. "Let me give it a try." Immediately, a crimson light flickered in SC Char Dinger's eyes as he began scanning the codes before him, which transformed into a distress message. Iron Slag had landed himself in trouble again. It seemed they ought to howl. Realizing the gravity of the situation, SC Char Dinger hesitated for a moment before resolutely picking up his pen to continue recording. After jotting down a few lines, he decisively set down the pen, determined to personally rescue Zhao Ran. This scene was witnessed by Domino, who had no idea that Zhao Ran was the recently wanted extraterrestrial criminal. At that moment, she found herself concealed in a corner of the library, having noticed that the office door was ajar. After a moment of mental preparation, she resolved to slip inside quietly. However, what lay before her left her utterly astounded. Was this truly the curator's office? Particularly striking was the large tome spread open on the desk, which meticulously chronicled the annals of human history. Domino sat beneath the dim light, her fingers gently caressing the yellowed pages. The edges of the pages were somewhat curled, with several sections already torn, clearly having endured countless readings. Her gaze was unwavering, as if she intended to etch every line of text into the depths of her memory. Each page of this book was densely inscribed with the history of Earth prior to the establishment of the Federation, recounting those long-forgotten nations, cultures, and human stories, unfolding like a series of scrolls before her eyes. She turned to a page that detailed the mightiest nation in Asia, known today as Xanadu. The page depicted ancient architecture, towering city walls, the serpentine Great Wall, and people adorned in splendid garments. The text mentioned the Spring Festival, a holiday marked by family reunions and the bursting of fireworks, conjuring vivid imagery in Domino's mind of those lively scenes, as if she could hear the crackling of firecrackers and the laughter of the crowd. Continuing to turn the pages, she arrived at the section on European history. The book spoke of the Renaissance, an era of flourishing human artistry and scientific discovery. Domino's gaze lingered on an illustration of an artist wielding a brush, intently creating on an expansive canvas. A small caption nearby read, "Da Vinci, a polymath, both painter and scientist, inventor." A subtle smile graced Domino's lips, a surge of yearning for that illustrious epic swelling within her. Next, she turned to a page recounting the African continent. The pages depicted vast grasslands, wild animals in flight, and the lives of those dwelling in tribes. The text mentioned a mode of communication termed drum language, using beats to convey messages over great distances. Echoes of that deep, resonant drumbeat seemed to reverberate in her ears, resonating across the boundless plains. Her fingers glided on, arriving at the section on the Americas. The book detailed the Aztec and Maya civilizations. Their enigmatic pyramids and astronomical calendars left Domino in awe. She read about the Mayans' ability to predict seasonal changes and even foresee the future by observing the stars. Her heart swelling with reverence for such ancient wisdom. Each page was akin to a window, transporting her through time, back to a diverse and vibrant world. In her eyes sparkled a newfound light, as she had never so vividly grasped the richness and vibrancy of human history, contrasting starkly with the seemingly monotonous unification process of the Federation. Her fingers halted at the final page, which chronicled a segment about the Great Collapse. It detailed the chaotic period preceding the establishment of the Federation, marked by wars between nations, depletion of resources, and environmental degradation, ultimately culminating in the complete disintegration of the old order. Then, a vast expanse of blankness enveloped Domino, her brow furrowed as she closed the book, having comprehended SC Char Dinger's concepts in that very moment. Meanwhile, the federal troops had assembled at the bottom of the library. Realizing the urgency of her situation upon hearing their intent to search the premises, Domino decisively seized the large tome, attempting to escape through a small door. However, barely stepping outside, she was intercepted by the advancing soldiers. SC Dinger finally arrived at the battlefield, and the sight before him left him utterly astounded. The area had transformed into a desolate ruin, with shattered fragments of spacecraft strewn about, and the damaged bodies of the bioengineered soldiers bore witness to the ferocity of the conflict. Zhao Ran lay within an armored vehicle, its top nearly sheared off, his left arm entirely missing and one eye devoid of sight. Witnessing this scene, SC Dinger was filled with an urgent desire to transport him to a hospital for treatment. However, Zhao Ran declined. He called upon Iron Shard, a surge of crimson energy flowing into Zhao Ran's body, cascading towards his wounds like molten life. Remarkably, his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, something SC Dinger was evidently unaware of. The injuries sustained by the mechanized dinosaurs resonate with our hosts, consequently allowing our bodies to be swiftly mended, Zhao Ran remarked, observing SC Dinger's astonished countenance, a pained smile escaping his lips. SC Dinger hesitated, reminiscing about the day he first encountered the howling presence within him. At that time, he was an ordinary librarian, recently granted an opportunity for further studies at the Federal Royal Academy. Yet one day, a voice resonated within his mind. It was the howl of the machine dinosaur residing in his body. He attempted to communicate with the howl, learning of its experiences. Ultimately, they reached an accord. SC Dinger permitted the howl to inhabit him, and in return, it would assist him during critical moments, though he had yet to determine how. Chapter 20. Do Machine Dinosaurs Dream of Electronic Angels? 5. Howl. We must converse, he began. Initially, the howl intended to slumber within SC Dinger indefinitely, awaiting the arrival of other dinosaurs. Until that day, when SC Dinger roused it from its slumber, its gaze pierced through the towering stacks of ancient tomes, seemingly transcending the mists of time, directly confronting the buried past. What? The howl's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with indifference and confusion. I wish to comprehend what transpired during the technological revolution a century ago, SC Dinger asserted with unwavering determination, a question that had lingered in his mind for countless days and nights. What do you mean? The howl was evidently perplexed, prompting SC Dinger to enlighten it. The technological revolution of 100 years prior swept across the globe like a tempest, altering every facet of human existence and profoundly impacting the fate of my family. SC Dinger's brow furrowed further as his fingers unconsciously traced the edges of a yellowed family diary on his desk. His lineage, dedicated for generations to the study and preservation of history, had become a thorn in the side of the federal government during that tumultuous era. Because they possessed certain pivotal secrets regarding the truth of the technological revolution, the history preceding the establishment of the Federation, and the names and events deliberately erased from memory. Subsequently, the Schweff family faced a ruthless purge during that transformation, with family members either vanishing without a trace or meeting a tragic demise. The truth, much like ancient texts buried beneath layers of dust, was permanently concealed. Schwedingshing's fist clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Images of his parents emerged in his mind, who had repeatedly told him that history is a mirror, and those ancient books are the most precious fragments reflected within it. Now, these fragments were gradually piecing together the obscured truth. That revolution not only transformed societal structures, economic forms, and ways of life, but also accompanied a profound reconstruction of history. To uphold its dominion, the federal government systematically modified and reinterpreted all historical events from a century ago on a grand scale. From official archives to educational materials, from public media to folk legends, every corner was meticulously orchestrated and arranged. The authentic history gradually faded into obscurity, supplanted by narratives aligned with the interests of the Federation. A flame ignited in Schwedingshing's eyes. He recognized that the Federation's historical revisionist agenda was both comprehensive and meticulously crafted, nearly flawless. Generations had grown up in such an environment, their understanding of history long having been rewritten. The true history, like grains of sand scattered by the wind, vanished into the torrent of time. Thus, your relentless pursuit of those ancient texts is understandable. Zhao Ran's voice broke through Schwedingshing's thoughts. At that moment, the two were seated on a long bench, reveling in a brief moment of tranquility. Zhao Ran took a deep breath, gazing at Schwedingshing's somewhat weary face. his words imbued with admiration and empathy for Xue Dingxing's unwavering spirit. Xue Dingxing offered a slight smile, the wrinkles on his brow narrating the passage of time. He replied, "My parents once said that history is akin to a mirror, and those ancient tomes are the most cherished fragments within it. They bear the imprints of their era, concealing truths submerged by time. To uncover this unaltered historical reality, I would pay any price, even seeking the assistance of the Cult of Madness." "What? The Cult of Madness?" Zhao Ran exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He suddenly recalled that Li Ku had once mentioned that a faction of the cult had infiltrated the Federation. Yet their movements were shrouded in secrecy, with few privy to their true intentions. "Indeed, but that was quite some time ago," Xue Dingxing replied calmly, as if recounting a matter of little significance. "They came to borrow a book from me. In return, I acquired a portion of the documents." He paused, a bitter smile curving his lips. "I suspect they might be short on funds as well." Zhao Ran furrowed his brow, a swirl of complex emotions rising within him. This matter might need to be discussed with his elder sister. As the new year approached, brilliant fireworks erupted in the sky, casting a radiant glow that symbolized hope and rebirth, reflecting the bustling and vibrant cityscape. The Christmas trees adorning both sides of the street, accompanied by the joyous laughter emanating from every household, created a scene of harmonious warmth. It felt as though the new year was upon them, and indeed it was, Zhao Ran remarked, as the sight before him awakened a deep yearning for ordinary days within his heart, yet reality prevented him from fully immersing himself in this moment. However, at this poignant juncture, SCHR Dinger and Zhao Ran stumbled upon Alpha, barely clinging to life amidst a heap of refuse in a narrow alley. Her body bore the scars of brutal violence. Her lower half was torn apart, blood staining her garments. Clutched tightly in her arms was the significant tome belonging to SCHR Dinger, representing her final obsession in life. Confronted with such a harrowing scene, SCHR Dinger felt anguish tear at his heart. He struggled to maintain his composure, urging Zhao Ran to swiftly call for an ambulance. Yet, fate seemed to mock them at this critical moment. The emergency line was perpetually busy, and the hospital lay across the city. Zhao Ran attempted to summon scraps of iron or sludge, hoping they could transport Alpha to the hospital, but when he truly endeavored to transform, agonizing pain racked his body. In this moment of life and death, the chime of the clock tower resonated softly, heralding the imminent commencement of the fireworks celebration. While countless homes basked in festive cheer, they found themselves teetering on the brink of despair in that alley. Alpha, in her final moments, entrusted the grand book to SCHR Dinger. Her voice, though faint, resonated with a resolute strength as if transcending the barriers of time, conveying boundless regret and tenacity. She gently pressed against her chest, where mechanical heart, radiant as a diamond, lay concealed. With each rhythmic beat, that heart rose slowly like a finely tuned instrument, its internal hour hand synchronized with the tolling of the clock tower, each tick resonating with the ephemeral nature of life and death. A glimmer of tears shone in SCHR Dinger's eyes. He understood that Alpha's life was gradually ebbing away, and he was powerless to intervene. Chapter 21. Do Mechanical Dinosaurs Dream of Electronic Angels? 6. Alpha handed the book to SCHR Dinger, her fingers trembling slightly, yet firmly clinging to the edges of the pages. Her voice was frail. "Take it. It has not sustained any harm. I protected it well." A flicker of solace glimmered in her gaze, as if she had fulfilled a certain mission. Faced with this scene, SCHR Dinger's heart raced with urgency. He decisively cast the grand book aside, imploring Alpha to conserve her strength as they awaited the ambulance. However, Alpha's response plunged SCHR Dinger into despair. "No one will come help us." "It's impossible," Zhao Ran. SCHR Dinger quivered, calling out into the distance. At that moment, Zhao Ran was still scurrying about in search of assistance. What Alpha most needed was to sustain her life. She required a blood transfusion, yet his efforts proved futile. He pounded desperately on the doors of others, only to be met with either closed iron gates or scornful taunts. The revelers on the streets were immersed in the holiday spirit, unwilling to pause for a wounded stranger. "Wait, I can get my blood," he cried out in desperation. In that moment of tension and helplessness, a brilliant firework streaked across the sky, illuminating the dark night. The sound of the firework pierced through the clamor, reaching Alpha's ears. Her eyes fluttered open slightly, as if she could perceive the resplendent beauty. A damp sensation graced her face. Was it perhaps tears? "Director, are you weeping for me?" Alpha whispered, her voice frail, yet imbued with profound emotion. At this moment, SC Dinger's emotions finally burst forth, unable to contain the deep sorrow within. Tears flowed freely. His fingers gently caressed Xie Qianma's cheek, attempting to wipe away her hot tears. "Director, at least in this final moment, please smile a little more." Alpha's voice grew ever weaker, and she could now only discern SC Dinger's blurred silhouette. Her breathing became labored, as if each inhale required every ounce of her strength. The hour hand glided silently through the stillness of the night, as people on the city streets immersed themselves in anticipation, flocking outdoors to welcome the grand new year. Zhao Ren wove through the crowd, anxiously seeking any possible assistance, yet no one was willing to lend a hand. A sense of helplessness enveloped him, as though the entire world conspired against them. Meanwhile, Alpha, as the flame of her life flickered perilously close to extinguishment, exhibited remarkable resilience and composure. She strained to lift her hand, wiping away the tears from SC Dinger's face. The hour hand, emblematic of her fleeting existence, slowed to a near standstill, as the clock tower's hands mercilessly pointed to 11 o'clock at night. SC Dinger, consumed by urgency, felt a howl erupt from his arm. Manifesting as a conduit for blood transfusion, he yearned to offer Alpha his lifeblood, yet was halted by her slight shake of the head. The countdown commenced amidst the keen gaze of the crowd, hearts brimming with joy and anticipation. Yet within this jubilant countdown, Alpha's life steadily approached its conclusion. 6, 5, 4. Each chime of the countdown resonated as a cruel farewell to life. Alpha's heart neared its final moments of function. 3, 2, 1. As the clock was about to strike, the city stood on the brink of a new chapter. New Year's fireworks erupted like stars, illuminating the entire night sky, intertwining with countless blessings amidst the cheers, mingled with Alpha's faint words. "Happy New Year!" When Zhao Ran returned, time had passed, and days had gone by. SC Dinger sat alone in his room, confronted with mountains of documents, and he incinerated all of them, leaving only a small book by his side. He understood that the pursuit was drawing ever closer. The flames consumed the papers, ashes swirling in the air, as if marking a definitive end to his past efforts. Ultimately, he could only enshrine her data within this heart. Since that fateful night, he had diligently researched, fully transplanting and preserving Alpha's data within a specially designed mechanical heart. That heart continued to beat, as if Alpha's essence had not entirely dissipated. "They are coming," a howl echoed in SC Dinger's mind, the sound from outside the door confirming his ominous intuition. SC Dinger let out a deep sigh, surveying the grand hall once more, his gaze ultimately resting upon the beloved reading nook of Alpha, a place that had once echoed with her laughter and musings. The cacophony of the gathering federal troops was deafening. Donning his spectacles, SC Dinger stepped resolutely through the door. The military representative unveiled his alleged crimes, displaying a damning photograph of him alongside the notorious intruder, Iron Scum, on the spaceship screen as irrefutable evidence against him. In the face of skepticism, SC Dinger merely smiled coldly, glancing back at the library one last time. "We shall meet again, surely." In an instant, flames engulfed the entire troop. Flames erupted around SC Dinger, immense energy surging forth from within him as he stood amidst the inferno. Howling, transform. A day later, SC Dinger arrived at an elegantly antiquated tavern, ascending to the second floor, where he beheld a woman clad in an exquisite qipao seated at the center, while Zhao Ran sipped his morning tea beside her. The woman spoke, her voice melodious like a clear spring. "Greetings, I am Li Ku, the host of the Flying Target." SC Dinger paused momentarily, then composed himself to respond, "Ah, I am the host of Howling. My name is SC Dinger." Chapter 22. Flowers, Moon as Dust Descended. The moonlight bathed the earth in a silvery glow, and Qin Xiaoyi strolled alone along the bustling yet stern streets of the third tier of Earth, her heart brimming with myriad emotions. "The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful," she mused as she gazed up at the resplendent orb. Yet this tranquil beauty starkly contrasted with the task she was about to undertake, heightening the tension in the air. Her destination was the grand and magnificent palace, the very heart of federal power. Since Qian Yuan had ventured into the Sakura district with steel locks and deception to carry out a special mission, Chen Xiaoi had resolutely embraced the vital responsibility of locating the remaining dinosaurs. As she gradually approached the city center, the surrounding architecture morphed into a dense jungle of steel, the towering skyscrapers looming like colossal beasts, imparting a profound sense of oppression. Navigating through layers of defenses, Chen Xiaoi finally arrived at the palace gates, successfully deceiving the guards with her forged worker credentials and clever responses. After undergoing a rigorous inspection, she stepped through the palace doors, exhaling a sigh of relief and murmuring, "Thank you, deception." Entering the expansive hall of the palace, Chen Xiaoi held in her hand a dinosaur detector, a minor invention of deception. She hoped it would lead her to potential hidden clues. However, despite meticulously scanning for an extended period, the detector failed to register any anomalous energy fluctuations. Is it broken? She wondered, tapping the device in confusion, only for the screen to suddenly go black with that single tap. Just as Chen Xiaoi frantically attempted to fix the detector, a figure silently appeared beside her, startling her into a scream as the unsteady device flew from her grasp. The figure, agile and poised, effortlessly leaped to catch the detector, skillfully repairing it before returning it to her with a brief yet profound admonition: "Do not run around." Before Chen Xiaoi could respond, the figure vanished like a specter into thin air. Upon receiving the repair detector, Chen Xiaoi was momentarily startled, her heart racing as she surveyed her surroundings. The device was now aimed directly at her head. Looking upwards, she was captivated by the exquisite fresco adorning the ceiling, vividly depicting the grand scenes of Genesis. At that moment, the sound of patrolling footsteps grew increasingly ominous, prompting Chen Xiaoi to hastily retreat to the second floor, sprinting in the direction indicated by the detector. Unfortunately, the device malfunctioned once more, losing its efficacy midway. The clattering of iron hooves echoed through the corridor, compelling her to press on against her better judgment. The walls along her path were adorned with intricate murals illustrating historical and mythological tales, their complexity overwhelming. In a daze, she seemed to hear the voices within the paintings warning her, "Flee." In her frantic escape, Chen Xiaoi inadvertently stumbled into a dead end, confronted by a painting titled "The Death of Mara." The sound of approaching hooves intensified, forcing her to cower in the shadows, praying not to be discovered by the patrol. At that critical moment, a voice whispered in her ear, "Hey, wake up, you're safe now." Slowly lifting her gaze, she found herself in a dimly lit room, the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, illuminating a dilapidated throne. Behind it hung a portrait of a figure that struck her as eerily familiar, Queen Diana. "Do you recognize her?" Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared beside her, their voice resonating clearly in the tranquil space. "Are you joking? That's the Queen. Chen Xiaoi repeated, turning to regard the dark-clad figure. The figure wore a black cloak with a striking red scarf around their neck. Chen Xiaoi awkwardly inquired, "Are you human or a ghost?" "Human," the figure replied succinctly. "Where's this?" Chen Xiaoi pressed further. "The palace," came the enigmatic response. "Who are you, really?" she insisted. "An ordinary person," the figure answered coolly, leaving Chen Xiaoi bewildered. During their exchange, the figure vanished once more, dissolving into dust, leaving her alone in the room. She listened intently to the surrounding sounds, a peculiar medley of flowing water, the rustle of wind through leaves, and the fluttering of butterflies. But most jarring was the sound of a woman weeping. Then, an eerie phenomenon occurred. Flames erupted within the room, yet strangely, Chen Xiaoi felt no heat. Amidst the firelight, she witnessed Queen Diana at the Interstellar Association meeting of the solar system, representing Earth with fervent calls. "Open the doors, embrace tomorrow." She garnered the support of all planetary representatives. However, the scene abruptly halted, the Queen's figure disappearing from sight. Next, Chen Xiaoi beheld the Queen's tragic fate, dressed in disheveled clothing, her eyes vacant as she sat at a table, a knife ominously placed before her, suggesting the impending tragedy. She had taken her own life. As Chen Xiaoi found herself immersed in contemplation of the fate of Queen Diana, the sounds of the tangible world abruptly roused her from a reverie. She realized she was still ensconced in that moonlit chamber, the figure clad in black remaining leaned against the stone pillar. Glancing at the device in her hand, she discovered it still malfunctioned, its indicator stubbornly pointing at herself. Now, the cloaked figure advanced towards her. It is time for you to awaken. Just then, a shadowy apparition emerged behind the figure, and before Chen Xiaoyi could react, she was abruptly severed in half. Startled, she jolted awake to find herself lying on the street outside the palace, the moonlight still gently cascading upon her. She touched her body, intact and unharmed, as if the preceding events had merely been a fleeting dream. Yet, the device in her grasp continued to point resolutely towards the palace. Taking a deep breath, she rose to her feet, resolutely deciding to infiltrate the palace once more, intent on uncovering the secrets concealed within. Chapter 23. Moon, flower the night, dark as ink, the moon, glistening like silver, saw Chen Xiaoyi's spirit traversing the labyrinthine realms of a three-tiered urban existence, her steps light, yet burdened with a weighty mission. Her thoughts rippled like the shimmering moonlight, intertwining with the unease nestled deep within her heart. The moonlight was both enchanting and paradoxical. She gazed skyward, the luminous orb becoming a silent witness to her inner conflicts and choices. Following Qian Yuan's audacious venture into the Cherry Blossom District armed with steel locks and deceit, Chen Xiaoyi assumed the mantle of a lone wanderer, tasked with the quest for the lost dinosaur. Like a stealthy shadow, she navigated through the concrete jungle, the towering edifices resembling the scales of colossal beasts, amalgamating into a breathtaking yet suffocating beauty. As she approached the heart of power, the palace, it felt as though she were stepping into another dimension, where silence reigned save for the echo of her heartbeat. Through a meticulously woven disguise and astute rhetoric, Chen Xiaoyi finally breached the palace's first barrier, crossing the imposing threshold, her heart a tumultuous lake, sending ripples across her composure. Clutching the dinosaur detector, she scoured the grand hall for elusive clues, yet the search resembled deciphering an obscure poem, each corner brimming with symbols and metaphors. However, a sudden malfunction of the device rendered the enigma beneath the moonlight even more elusive. In a moment of rising anxiety, a spectral figure flickered into existence before vanishing instantaneously, as if straddling the boundary between dream and reality. The words left by this apparition reverberated in the empty hall, an enigmatic prophecy regarding Chen Xiaoyi's fate, perplexing and profound. Following the mysterious guidance, she advanced, each step plucking the strings of time, eliciting a resonance between history and the future. The fusion of Chen Xiaoyi and art grew increasingly profound, the narratives within the murals seemingly animated, synchronizing with her breath and heartbeat. The footsteps of the patrol echoed like a swelling tide, compelling her deeper into the maze, where untold powers and secrets lay concealed. Before the depiction of the death of Murad, Chen Xiaoyi found herself ensnared, the boundary between reality and illusion blurring at that moment. Just as the sound of iron hooves approached, she unexpectedly tumbled into an entirely new realm, where the moonlight and imagery intermingled, conjuring a surreal tableau. An image of King Arthur hung before her. "Do you recognize him?" the figure clad in black inquired, his voice resonating with remarkable clarity in the tranquil night. "What a jest! That is none other than King Arthur, the embodiment of federal authority," Chen Xiaoyi responded, taken aback by the situation before her. The mysterious figure draped in a dark cloak, with a striking crimson scarf around his neck, sparked doubts in Chen Xiaoyi's mind about his identity. With a forced smile, she asked, "Are you human or specter?" The man in black replied succinctly, "Where's this place?" Chen Xiaoyi pressed on. "The palace." He maintained an air of enigma. "Who exactly are you?" she queried repeatedly. "An ordinary person," the man in black answered nonchalantly, leaving Chen Xiaoyi bewildered. In the course of their dialogue, the enigmatic figure vanished once more, leaving her alone in the room. She attuned herself to the sounds around her. An unusual medley reached her ears, water flowing, the whispering of wind through leaves, and the flutter of butterflies, yet the most jarring was the sound of a woman weeping. Then, an eerie occurrence transpired as flames suddenly erupted in the room, yet strangely, Chen Xiaoyi felt no heat. Within the glow of the fire, she beheld King Arthur attending a meeting of the Interstellar Association of the Solar System, where he, as Earth's representative, proclaimed, "Open the gates, welcome tomorrow," garnering the support of all planetary representatives. However, the scene abruptly halted. At that moment, An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over Chen Xiaoyi, as if the corners and objects of this space were deeply etched in her memory. A peculiar sense of confusion flooded her mind, and she keenly sensed that her memories were in disarray. The once clear timeline had become a blur, with certain memories contradicting the actual events, akin to a film reel erroneously edited. This sudden predicament tightened her chest as she endeavored to navigate the labyrinth of her memories, seeking the genuine thread that could unravel the chaos and uncover the cause of her disorientation. Futile, the man in black murmured like a ghost, materializing silently beside her. Simultaneously, the voices of numerous federal officials echoed in her ears, resembling whispers of 1,000 soldiers, intertwining into a complex and oppressive symphony within the Grand Palace. Amidst the cacophony of auditory illusions, a vivid image surged before her. Deep within the opulent palace, upon the imposing throne, were Queen Diana and King Arthur, symbols of power, now akin to marionettes stripped of freedom, bound tightly by an unseen force. They bore expressions of anguish, yet maintained an air of unyielding dignity. Just as Chen Xiaoyi felt her mind teetering under the weight of the countless voices reverberating in her thoughts, nearly losing sight of her original intent in infiltrating the palace. A surge of resolute and tenacious will arose from the depths of her being. She struggled to turn her gaze downward, where a shattered ancient sword lay in sight, glimmering with a tragic luminescence beneath the moonlight. At this juncture, teetering on the brink of despair, Chen Xiao resolutely seized the broken sword, gripping its cold hilt and feeling the indomitable power coursing through it. In a startling act, she raised the shattered blade, pointing it directly at her own throat. Chapter 24. Dream. Chen Xiao awoke from a state of confusion and turmoil, her surroundings suddenly coming into sharp focus. She found herself within a grand, interstellar conference hall, an ambience rich with advanced technology and inhabited by various forms of intelligent beings. At the center of the hall, on the stage, Queen Diana, adorned in splendid garments and exuding an extraordinary presence, was delivering a momentous announcement. Earth had decided to open a window for external communication, warmly inviting friendly races from across the galaxy to visit and engage in dialogue. Her voice resonated powerfully throughout the hall, as if it were unlocking a new door to Earth's future. This was the moment of the Queen's assassination. Chen Xiao cast a glance at the clock within the venue. The hands were fixed at 11:30, indicating that Queen Diana's pivotal speech was nearing its conclusion. She realized that this might be her solitary opportunity. In a bid to connect with Queen Diana at this crucial moment, she deftly evaded the watchful eyes of the royal knights surrounding her, silently making her way toward the passage leading to the Queen's private quarters, determined to intercept her there. Perhaps this course of action could indeed alter her fate. Chen Xiao pondered this notion repeatedly in her mind. The deaths of Queen Diana and King Arthur had always been shrouded in mystery. Some even speculated that they had not perished at all. Following their demise, Earth had entered a state of isolation, completely severing ties with the outside world. She understood that if she could alter Queen Diana's destiny, she might prevent all of this from transpiring. Taking a deep breath amidst the drum-like cadence of her racing heart, she seized the moment and advanced directly towards the esteemed and enigmatic figure of Queen Diana. With swift strides, Chen Xiao approached, articulating with clarity and undeniable conviction a shocking truth. The Queen would soon face a life-threatening crisis that could culminate in her death. Simultaneously, this peril would profoundly intertwine with the fate of King Arthur. Although the Queen's personal bodyguard immediately positioned himself protectively before her upon hearing Chen Xiao's startling declaration, Queen Diana remained remarkably composed. A gentle smile graced her lips, radiant as the stars, as she softly reassured Chen Xiao, "Do not worry. Before Earth officially becomes a member of the Interstellar Council, I shall not face any mortal danger." Her voice was calm, imbued with a wisdom and strength that transcended the ordinary. However, despite Queen Diana's smile and reassuring words comforting Chen Xiao and the others, the latter discerned a profound emptiness and confusion lurking deep within the Queen's gaze. This expression starkly contrasted with the poise she had just exhibited, causing a pang of concern to tighten in Chen Xiao's chest. In Diana's gaze, there lingered a faint trace of sorrow and an apprehension of an uncertain fate. Despite her outward display of fearlessness, Chen Xiaoyi keenly discerned the turmoil within her heart. After the Queen delivered a surprising yet confident response, Chun Xiaoi was not afforded the opportunity for further clarification. Ultimately, she was politely but firmly ushered out of the venue. As she departed, a sense of melancholy washed over her. She speculated whether someone had transported her back in time to rescue the queen, yet she pondered, why her? Upon exiting the hall, she glanced once more at the clock, realizing that time had quietly slipped away, the hour hand now pointing to 1 p.m. That afternoon, burdened with a myriad of doubts and a profound sense of responsibility, Chun Xiaoi embarked once more on the path to meet Queen Diana. Following the abrupt and fruitless conversation of the morning, she felt compelled to reorganize her thoughts as the hour hand steadily approached 5 p.m. However, as she traversed the solemn and silent corridor and stepped into the resplendent grand hall, the once familiar scene was now enveloped in an eerie stillness. An indescribable sense of oppression hung in the air, rendering it almost suffocating. With each hesitant step forward, Chun Xiaoi sensed an impending event that was anything but ordinary. Upon finally reaching the Queen's anteroom, she discovered the door ajar. Pushing it open, she was instantly frozen in place, as if time itself had halted. The once radiant Queen Diana now sat in silence upon her throne, her expression serene yet devoid of life. Clad in her magnificent royal robes, her regal presence remained. Yet a broken sword coldly and mercilessly pierced her heart, signaling a tragic demise. The angle and force of the sword's insertion revealed a premeditated intent to kill. Everything appeared deceptively tranquil, yet it was imbued with a cruel reality. At that moment, the Queen's personal bodyguard unexpectedly appeared at the doorway, evidently unaware of the unfolding calamity. As his gaze fell upon the scene at the throne, his countenance shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he activated the emergency alarm system. The piercing sound echoed throughout the vast hall, shattering the previous silence and immediately casting Chun Xiaoi into the spotlight of suspicion. The assembled knights, assessing the situation, swiftly designated her as the prime suspect in the Queen's murder, encircling her menacingly. Faced with the sudden accusations, Chun Xiaoi's complexion paled. She realized that, under such circumstances, any defense might appear feeble. In the midst of this turmoil and fear, a vivid image flashed in her mind of that moment in another realm when she wielded the broken sword. Thus, as the knights pressed closer, Chun Xiaoi made a bold and perilous decision. She resolutely advanced towards the throne and cautiously withdrew the sword embedded in Diana's chest. In her desperation, she directed the sword's blade towards her own throat. Rising once more, Chun Xiaoi cast a determined gaze deep into the palace. Moonlight cascaded upon her, seemingly draping her in a silvery armor. She took a step forward, resolute in her determination not to be swayed by any illusions or fears, regardless of who the figure in black may be and the secrets concealed within the palace. She is determined to unveil them all until the truth is laid bare for the world to see. Chapter 25. Dream of Flowers. Chun Xiao once again regained consciousness, her eyelids fluttering open to reveal an ancient clock, its hands resolutely pointing to 11:30. At this moment, Queen Diana's speech was nearing its conclusion. She found herself once more on the path that Queen Diana must traverse, but this time she chose to stand quietly at a distance, observing rather than engaging as she had previously. Chun Xiao believed that in order to rescue Diana, the veil shrouding the assassin lurking in the shadows must first be lifted. However, at that moment, an unexpected figure entered her line of sight, leaving her momentarily speechless. It was none other than King Arthur himself. This unforeseen revelation completely overturned Chun Xiao's recollections, and she exclaimed, "No, this cannot be." She rubbed her eyes vigorously, striving to confirm that this was not an illusion. Yet she could not deny the reality before her. Gazing at the impeccably precise watch on her wrist, she noted the hands moving towards 1 p.m. Suddenly, the surrounding environment reshaped itself, and the obstacles she had previously relied upon for concealment vanished without a trace. The knightly order discovered her, labeling her as the assassin, and swiftly advanced towards her. With little time to ponder the causality of the situation, she could only react instinctively. Gritting her teeth, her gaze resolute, she decisively leaped out the window, rolling to cushion her fall before hitting the ground. At the very moment Chun Xiao vaulted through the window, the piercing alarm of the knightly order echoed behind her, a sound akin to the call of a wolf pack, swiftly drawing more guards rushing towards her position. With danger closing in, at the critical juncture, a shadowy figure appeared beside her like a wraith, draped in a deep, night-hued cloak. Their movements were swift and silent. Wielding a sword ablaze with fierce flames that traced an arc through the air, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the sky, instantly etching a swirling ring of fire upon the solid ground. This fiery circle not only illuminated the dim surroundings, but also created a temporary barrier for Chun Xiao, impeding the pursuit of the knights and guards. They were compelled to halt outside the circle of flames, none daring to breach the fiery bastion constructed by mysterious forces. The figure in black hoisted Chun Xiao and leapt over numerous obstacles, finally landing with grace upon a rooftop platform bathed in dim light. Sunlight illuminated the venue, casting a stark yet serene beauty. Chun Xiao inhaled the long-forgotten fresh air, the weight upon her heart lifting, her taut nerves beginning to ease as her previously erratic breaths gradually stabilized. As she gazed up, the flame-wielding sword in the black-clad figure's hand seemed to possess a life of its own, dancing along the blade. The intricate designs on the hilt, the shape of the blade, and the searing, radiant flames all narrated tales of a profound past. This revelation illuminated Chun Xiao's mind, the glimmer of wisdom flashing in her eyes as a bold hypothesis began to take shape within her thoughts. She fixed her gaze upon the figure in black, her voice tinged with confusion yet laced with anticipation as she inquired, "Are you a mechanical dinosaur?" As the words settled, silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the whisper of the gentle breeze and the distant clamor of the assembly. The cloaked figure paused momentarily before responding in a calm, yet profoundly meaningful tone. "Who are you?" Chun Xiao felt a surge of inquiries arise within her. Yet she refrained from probing further, redirecting her focus to a more pressing question. What exactly is this place we find ourselves in? Instead of providing a direct answer, the figure countered with another question. "And you are?" Chun Xiao hesitated, initially inclined to respond that she was merely an ordinary person. But her gaze fell upon the flamed sword, leading her to choose honesty. Thus, she recounted her journey, beginning from her encounter with the steel lockup until her arrival here. Upon hearing Chun Xiao's narrative, the cloaked figure emitted a soft chuckle, infused with understanding and relief. "I see." Suddenly, the figure radiated an intense glow, flames dancing around him as if alive, creating a magnificent ring of fire encircling his being. Amidst this breathtaking spectacle, a mechanical dinosaur gradually emerged from the flames, its metallic form shimmering with a cold, hard sheen that starkly contrasted with the surrounding searing heat. He proudly raised his head, resounding with a deep, powerful voice. "I am the mechanical tyrant. We currently reside within a dream of my host." Chun Xiao furrowed her brow, confusion etched across her features. In response to her bewilderment, the tyrant's profound gaze seemed to transcend the veil of time and space. "To be precise, it is you who occupies this realm." The tyrant recalled the moment following the explosion of the spaceship when it transformed into a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky, ultimately landing within the palace, where he, like other dinosaurs, took refuge within a human host. However, he discovered the host was in a dire state, teetering on the brink of death. All he could do was sustain the last flicker of life within the host. In the days that followed, the tyrant began meticulous observations of his surroundings. He found the host confined within a secret chamber teeming with elusive energy fluctuations, as though concealing the mysteries of the universe. Above the throne hung a colossal portrait, its visage marred by the ravages of time and human intervention, rendering the identity of the figure unrecognizable, yet the boundless stories and symbols of power it embodied remained palpable. The tyrant endeavored to unravel these enigmas by probing the host's memories. However, due to the host's precarious condition, a bridge of consciousness between them could never be established. Consequently, he spent an interminable duration within that chamber suffused with unknown forces, awaiting a turning point. Finally, one day, upon awakening from slumber, the tyrant was astonished to discover that he was no longer confined to that sealed chamber, but was instead amidst the interstellar assembly. When he attempted to reach out to grasp something, those objects shimmered like phantoms, slipping through his very being. Or perhaps it was he who was the apparition. Chapter 26. Dreaming of you then, I realized I was traversing the realm of my host's dreams. Despair tinged with helplessness enveloped Shah, as he ardently sought to connect with and comprehend his host. Yet, Thus far, he had not laid eyes upon the host, nor did he even know her name, relying solely on the faint pulse of her life force that intertwined with his own. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoi felt a ripple of emotion stir within her. "What did you discover afterward?" she inquired. Sha's gaze instantly grew grave. "I uncovered that this dreamscape perpetually revisits a particular day, a momentous occasion when Earth officially joined the Interstellar Council, which also marks the day of the demise of Queen Diana and King Arthur. The vividness of this dream's details compels me to believe that it is not merely an illusion." He elaborated. "This recurring day must harbor some profound significance or unresolved enigma. However, constrained by my current state, I am unable to delve deeper or intervene directly." Having nearly resigned himself to despair, Sha's fate took a turn when Chen Xiaoi arrived at the palace. It was here that the pivotal moment transpired. Observing Chen Xiaoi as she entered the palace, Sha felt a familiar energy resonate within him. "I surmise that you may have had past encounters with other dinosaurs, and thus, I implore for your assistance." Chen Xiaoi pondered gravely for a moment, weighing the imminent risks and responsibilities in the depths of her heart, before ultimately nodding with resolute determination. She turned her gaze toward the clock, where the metallic hands silently glided over the numbers, settling at 5 o'clock. An alarm blared in the distance. She inquired whether Sha possessed a firearm. Without hesitation, Sha began to search his person. Moments later, he produced an antiquated handgun, containing 7 cold bullets. When he handed the firearm to Chen Xiaoi, she did not immediately inspect it, but instead grasped it firmly, the chilling metal heightening her awareness. Subsequently, she pressed the icy weapon against her temple and, with a calm yet unequivocal tone, declared then, "Let us commence." The sound of gunfire jolted Sha awake in reality, where he found Chen Xiaoi lying quietly upon the throne that symbolized the pinnacle of power. Through the host's eyes, he closely observed her, filled with trust and anticipation. "This must succeed. We are in the dream where Diana and Arthur perished on this day. I beseech your aid. Diana met her end at 5 o'clock. What of Arthur?" A solemn and resonant chime reverberated throughout the corners of the Interstellar Council as Chen Xiaoi regained her awareness. Her gaze resolutely darted to the ancient clock, its hands indicating 11:30. Quickly, she verified her weapon, noting 6 remaining bullets. With newfound resolve, she decisively stepped into the assembly of the Interstellar Council. At that moment, Queen Diana was delivering a passionate and deeply resonant speech, drawing the crowd to a fervent crescendo. Chen Xiaoi stood amidst the throng, discreetly surveying her surroundings. The assembly was bustling with representatives, officials, and elites from various planets, each face potentially concealing untold secrets beneath their expressions. Despite her extraordinary insight and acuity, searching for the assassin intent on killing the queen amid such a dense crowd was undoubtedly an exceedingly arduous task. At 1 p.m., Queen Diana returned to her private lounge, her steps somewhat weary. Chen Xiaoi quietly concealed herself behind the window frame, holding her breath in anticipation. Suddenly, a high-ranking official, clad in resplendent attire and exuding an air of arrogance, strode in with an ostentatious demeanor. His tone dripped with an unbearable condescension as he addressed Diana directly. "The Federation did not place you in this position to engage in unauthorized collaborations with other planets. You must comprehend your standing and limitations." Then, the official's expression shifted to one of insatiable greed, the malevolence in his eyes akin to that of a ravenous wolf. As his hands brazenly roamed over Queen Diana, whispering lewdly, "If you comply and refrain from any actions contrary to the Federation's wishes, we shall be lenient." Confronted with such sudden humiliation and violation, Diana, though seething with rage, found herself powerless to resist. She clenched her teeth, enduring the indignity as the official bullied her. This scene was witnessed by Chen Xiaoi outside the window, and it also caught the attention of the bodyguard station outside. The bodyguard wished to protect Diana, but ultimately hesitated, fleeing instead, his footsteps echoing within the room, prompting the official to regain his composure. Once the official departed, Chen Xiaoi, trembling with fear, nearly fell from the window, exerting all her strength to cling to the ledge and steady herself. Diana, perceptively aware of the turmoil, promptly opened the window and personally assisted Chen Xiaoi into the room. Witnessing this, Chen Xiaoi was engulfed by a torrent of complex emotions, struggling to believe the reality before her. Diana remained silent, as if all her anguish and helplessness were deeply buried within, her face a portrait of determination tinged with sorrow. After a long pause, the stillness of the space was finally broken by Chen Xiaoyi's voice, her brief utterance striking like a hammer on iron, resonating profoundly. "You must be exhausted." This remark pierced Diana's already battered soul, and she could no longer maintain her composure. Silent tears began to cascade down her cheeks. In an atmosphere thick with oppression and despair, Diana's gaze suddenly fell upon the firearm at Chen Xiaoyi's waist. Reacting swiftly, she attempted to seize the weapon, yearning to end her suffering. Chen Xiaoyi, with quick reflexes, recognized Diana's intention and resolutely thwarted her, the two engaging in a fierce struggle over the deadly weapon. However, their heated altercation and the clamor of their confrontation did not escape the ears of the vigilant bodyguard outside. Mistaking Chen Xiaoyi for the would-be assassin, he burst into the room without hesitation, rushing towards her in an attempt to subdue her. In the ensuing chaos, the guns slipped from their grasp, clattering loudly against the icy floor, echoing sharply. The bodyguard immediately shielded Queen Diana behind him, swiftly retrieving the weapon from the ground and aiming it squarely at Chen Xiaoyi. The bodyguard instinctively squeezed the trigger. In an instant, the sharp, resounding gunshot shattered the silence of the lounge, and Chen Xiao felt a violent impact crash against her chest, followed by searing pain. The world before her gradually blurred in the throes of agony until it succumbed entirely to darkness. Chapter 27. Flower Dreams, and you, the Federation, has placed you in this position, making you acutely aware of your status and boundaries. You must be exhausted. As the chime resounded, Chen Xiao regained consciousness, the tension of having danced on the precipice of death lingering on her every inch of skin. Cautiously, she explored her neck and chest, feeling her skin smooth and unblemished, devoid of any abnormalities or pain, allowing her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. She murmured to herself, "Not even a sliver of opportunity is afforded to me." This statement betrayed a mix of relief and resignation as she glanced at her handgun, which still held 5 bullets. Indeed, she had returned to square one. Following a brief respite, Chen Xiao swiftly set her plan into motion. She recalled the intelligence that SH had divulged. King Arthur's life was equally in jeopardy. The cause of Queen Diana's death remained undetermined, yet various signs indicated that it was undoubtedly linked to officials. Weighing the pros and cons, Chen Xiao rapidly formulated a strategy in her mind, one that would not only prevent the situation from further deteriorating, but also buy precious time to unveil the truth. As the hour hand pointed to 1 o'clock, she decisively connected to the encrypted communication channel between Diana's bodyguards using the device left to her by the scam. Listen carefully from now until 5 o'clock this afternoon. No one, regardless of their identity, is to approach Queen Diana, Chen Xiao commanded in an authoritative tone. Although the bodyguards repeatedly inquired about the source of such orders, she refrained from responding, acutely aware that each passing second of delay could yield irrevocable consequences. Once the call was terminated, Chen Xiao hastened toward the lounge where King Arthur was situated. In the atmosphere thick with tension and oppression, her hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, her heart heavy with concern for Arthur's safety and the dread of unforeseen events. Upon reaching Arthur's lounge, the emptiness of the room confirmed her unease, and the information gleaned from the guarding knights tightened her heartstrings. Arthur had indeed gone to Diana's residence. "No," she exclaimed, her anxiety and worry spreading like wildfire within her. Sprinting toward Diana's lounge, fate seemed intent on obstructing her path. In her haste, she collided with Diana's bodyguard, nearly toppling to the ground. With no time for explanations, Chen Xiao, frantic with urgency, bypassed the bodyguard and raced on. However, as she approached Diana's lounge, she was taken aback by the scene before her. A group of knights stood at the ready, sealing off the entire area. Through the gaps between them, a glaring stain of crimson caught her eye, the unmistakable evidence of blood seeping from within. As the clock struck 5, Chen Xiao made her decision, crossing the knight's defensive line without hesitation to burst into the room. The scene before her was chilling. Queen Diana lay slumped upon the throne, the familiar massive sword deeply embedded in her body. King Arthur sat beside Diana, his visage stripped of its former resolve and decisiveness, replaced instead by an indescribable sorrow and despair. In his grasp, he clutched a small pouch containing an unidentified substance. "Arthur," You cannot do this, Chun Xiaoyi cried out, attempting to prevent Arthur from taking any extreme action. However, her warning fell upon deaf ears. Members of the knightly order, bound by loyalty and duty, swiftly subdued her, forcibly pulling her away. In that fleeting moment of restraint, Chun Xiaoyi watched helplessly as Arthur's lips curled into a tragic smile, one that encapsulated boundless pain and liberation. Soon thereafter, his figure became indistinct in the dim light. When his bodyguards burst into the room to assess the situation, Arthur had already followed Diana into the beyond. Chun Xiaoyi's inner world shattered utterly, despite being firmly pinned to the ground by the knightly order. Her indomitable will and swift reflexes enabled her to draw her sidearm from its holster without hesitation, pressing the cold muzzle against her temple. The deafening crack of the gun echoed throughout the silent palace. Listen, from now until 5 o'clock. No one may see the queen, the bell tolled. Chun Xiaoyi snapped back to reality, realizing her prior actions may have failed to avert the unfolding tragedy. Recollecting her earlier command to the bodyguards to prevent any disturbances to the queen, it was evident that this directive had not impeded King Arthur's actions. Confusion enveloped her. Why would Arthur venture to Diana's quarters at such a critical moment? With 4 bullets remaining and a heart full of uncertainty, she resolved to return to the Interstellar Council, once again traversing the corridor leading to Arthur's chamber, this time with heightened caution. As she reached the corridor's center, a familiar figure obstructed her path. Arthur's personal bodyguard. Typically, he was inseparable from a king, yet his presence now seemed particularly jarring. Chun Xiaoyi, perplexed, approached the bodyguard and tentatively inquired, "Shouldn't you be protecting King Arthur? What are you doing here?" The bodyguard regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze, then withdrew a letter from his breast pocket, solemnly handing it to her. "A friend entrusted me with this for you. My task is complete." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Chun Xiaoyi standing in bewilderment, with a mind swirling with questions. She opened the letter in her hand. The handwriting was bold and forceful, emanating an undeniable gravity. As she meticulously read the correspondence, it began, "Dear stranger, greetings. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am a trusted confidant and personal bodyguard to Queen Diana. At this very moment, I find myself in unprecedented circumstances, compelling me to communicate with you through this letter. Since yesterday afternoon, I have been engulfed in an unimaginable ordeal, my head feeling as though it were being struck by a heavy hammer, the excruciating pain nearly unbearable. Accompanying this torment were fragmented memories that did not belong to me, revealing the presence of a mysterious woman in each recollection. Even more astonishing, I found myself foreseeing the misfortunes befalling Her Majesty the Queen and King Arthur. The imagery so vivid that it felt as though it had transpired in reality. From these sudden and disjointed memories, I came to the realization that I might be ensnared in some sort of temporal loop. Perhaps you are the enigmatic woman from my recollections, dedicated to unveiling the truth and endeavoring to alter the fates of the Queen and the King. However, the intricate web of secrets and potential dangers involved may far exceed your comprehension. Therefore, out of concern for your safety, I implore you to exercise caution in your current actions, to cease delving deeper into this matter, and to evacuate this realm that may be fraught with peril. I am convinced that this admonition arises from my loyalty to Her Majesty and my concern for your well-being. Please take my counsel seriously, and I hope you navigate through this tempest unscathed." This letter weighed heavily upon Chun Zhao's heart, causing her previously confident stride to falter. She clutched the paper tightly, contemplating her next course of action. After a moment, Chun Zhao arrived at Diana's lounge. As she pushed open the door, she was met by the somber countenance of a bodyguard, just as she reached out in a gesture of goodwill or to seek further dialogue. The trained bodyguard reacted with remarkable agility. He swiftly seized her wrist, instantly wresting the handgun from her grasp. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and, at that moment, Chun Zhao's heart seemed to halt, only to be shattered by the deafening gunshot that erupted within the stillness of the room, the clock striking 1 o'clock. Chapter 28. Dream of flowers and moonlight. Chun Zhao awoke once more, surveying her surroundings. She lay upon a throne, the cold, unyielding stone walls and the pervasive dust of history confirming that this was no mere dream. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she felt the handgun secured at her waist, with 3 bullets remaining. "Are you awake?" The voice of Shah reverberated within the chamber, though its tone was unremarkable. It brimmed with understanding and concern. Chun Xiao endeavored to gather her thoughts, a myriad of questions flooding her mind. Who was that bodyguard? How'd he know of my existence? Xia urged her to take her time, acknowledging the profound psychological toll of continuous mortal shocks. Xia inquired if Chun Xiao had encountered Diana's bodyguard. She nodded affirmatively, confirming, "Indeed, I did meet that bodyguard, and his behavior was exceedingly peculiar." Maintaining his calm demeanor, Xia continued, "The bodyguard you mentioned is my host, Yang Yan. Under my energies nurturing, his consciousness has gradually awakened, and he has also regained a portion of his physical faculties. This also led him into a dream state, wherein I was able to delve into a portion of the profound information embedded in his memories." Chun Xiaoi immediately inquired, "Do tell?" Her eager gaze was steadfastly fixed upon Xia. Xia paused for a moment, unveiling this astonishing revelation. "I discovered that Queen Diana and King Arthur were not as noble and independent as they appeared on the surface. In truth, they were carefully selected symbolic leaders by the federal government, serving primarily to represent the external image of the Federation and convey various policies and directives set forth by it. However, they wielded no genuine power, existing rather in the shadows of authority." Subsequently, Xia relayed significant information perceived by its host to Chun Xiaoi. It was at noon when Diana had just concluded her speech. Yet, at the same time, several high-ranking officials of notable stature discreetly approached King Arthur, their meeting shrouded in a veil of mystery, with the specifics of their conversation obscured as if concealed by a heavy curtain, leaving no one able to discern the details. Then, at 1 o'clock, Diana encountered malicious harassment from one of the officials. At that moment, Yang Yin resolved to seek out King Arthur for assistance, hoping to leverage his power to protect Diana from further harm. However, fate seemed intent on mocking them. When King Arthur rushed back to the scene, filled with anxiety, he found that Diana's life had quietly slipped away, leaving only sorrow and bewilderment in its wake. Connecting all the clues, Chun Xiaoi comprehended the entirety of the situation and, without hesitation, implored Xia to return to the dream realm. This time, Xia was to accompany her into that dream. Xia merely nodded, but why return? Yang Yin had already revealed the truth to Chun Xiaoi, and she had come to terms with it, as this was precisely the task meant for the mechanical dinosaur. Steellock had indeed stated so. Chun Xiaoi playfully stuck out her tongue with a smile. Upon awakening once more, Chun Xiaoi found herself within the vast interstellar assembly hall. Her gaze fell upon the ancient clock on the wall, its hands pointing to 11:30, a moment that felt like a pivotal intersection of fate. She resolutely advanced towards the grand assembly hall, her sights set firmly on King Arthur. This time, Chun Xiaoi chose to disguise her identity, presenting herself as a journalist eager for the opportunity to conduct a face-to-face interview with King Arthur. She exhibited convincing eloquence and sincerity. Unexpectedly, King Arthur not only did not decline her request, but rather, with his characteristic amiability, gladly accepted the arrangement for the interview. Chun Xiaoi successfully guided King Arthur to a little-known restaurant. This establishment, adorned with elegance and possessing excellent privacy, was the ideal setting for their in-depth dialogue. Meanwhile, within the assembly building, Xia, utilizing the appearance of its host, made its way alone to Diana's lounge. Repeatedly, it reflected upon Chun Xiaoi's earlier analysis. Initially, Chun Xiaoi had endeavored to explore and prevent Diana from encountering misfortune, yet the arrival of King Arthur had entirely disrupted her train of thought. At this moment, Chun Xiaoi suddenly realized, previously, we had not considered the possibility that Diana might have taken her own life. She and Arthur had been enslaved by the Federation for far too long, and her mental state had long since deteriorated. The arrival of that official merely expedited Diana's demise, particularly in the absence of the host of Xia, when the knights were preoccupied with escorting the official away. At 1 p.m., Xia strode resolutely into Diana's lounge, his gaze instantly locking onto Yang Yan. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly and forcefully delivered a punch, causing Yang Yan to fall, momentarily rendered unconscious. The Xia that stood before Diana now possessed an insight that starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. Diana's eyes were vacant and bewildered, her inner world submerged in guilt and self-doubt. She was acutely aware of the dire repercussions her actions during the council could have on her, recalling the vow she had made with Arthur. That vow had been fervent and resolute. They would forge a brighter future for Earth. Yet reality served as a merciless mirror. reflecting her insignificance within this vast federal system, merely a pawn controlled by others. The so-called vows and ideals appeared feeble and powerless in the face of power and profit. Nevertheless, Diana had not entirely relinquished hope. At the brink of her life, she still yearned for the chance to contribute meaningfully to the beloved Earth, seeking to atone for her guilt and betrayal of her promise. Time flowed like the fine grains of sand in an hourglass, silently slipping away. Shah intently watched the watch on his wrist, aware that the high-ranking official must have arrived quietly. He conjured a sword forged from searing flames, its blade shimmering with dazzling brilliance. When the official did arrive, Shah resolutely positioned himself before Diana, each thrust of his sword compelling the official to retreat, his silhouette growing increasingly formidable and resolute amidst the flames. Subsequently, Shah decisively led Diana away from the venue, navigating through the bustling crowd until they reached the port. There, Chun Xiaoyi had been waiting for quite some time, witnessing Shah stride towards her spacecraft, pulling Diana along. Alongside Diana was Arthur. Once he ensured their safety, Shah meticulously removed the miniature trackers concealed on them. However, the official was leading a squad of fully armed knights charging towards them. Chun Xiaoyi stood beside the spacecraft, quickly drawing her pistol from her waist, aiming at the official's head, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. The thunderous gunshot echoed, and the official fell. As the spacecraft successfully took off, Chun Xiaoyi nodded in satisfaction, 2 bullets remaining. She handed the pistol to Shah, a playful smile gracing her lips as she quipped, "Well then, see you later." Shah accepted the pistol, gazing at the receding spacecraft, when suddenly, a bullet lodged itself in Chun Xiaoyi's brain. In that instant, another voice reverberated within Shah's being. It was Yang Yan's voice. "It seems this is the conclusion of our tale." Shah pressed the pistol firmly against his temple, preparing to embrace his final fate. Farewell. As the final gunshot shattered the stillness of the night sky, dawn broke. Chun Xiaoyi awoke from her slumber on the throne, feeling as though she had traversed a lengthy dream. The boy beside her piqued her curiosity. He appeared familiar, and then suddenly, a presence emerged from within him. Introducing itself, "This is my host, Yang Yan." Rubbing her eyes, Chun Xiaoyi departed the palace alongside Yang Yan, her mind still swirling with questions. So, do we truly save Arthur and Diana? Yang Yan's thoughts remained muddled, yet he was resolute in their success. Someday, they would meet again. Chapter 29. The Initial Sky. 1. The Imperial Capital, a city that harmoniously melds technology with ancient civilization, shines like a magnificent gem amidst the brilliant stars, illuminating the vast azure sphere of the universe. Towering skyscrapers and ancient edifices stand in splendid juxtaposition, while throngs of people populate the bustling streets, and aerial vehicles dart through the skies, creating a tapestry woven of the future and the past. At this moment, Chun Xiaoyi and Yang Yan strolled along the vibrant Golden Avenue. Chun Xiaoyi clutched the worn and battered detector, which had been repaired countless times. Yang Yan suggested it was best to discard it, but she remained steadfast in her belief that it still held potential. Her gaze danced among the neon lights and holographic billboards lining the streets, pondering the anticipation of finally locating the last mechanical dinosaur. Suddenly, the device emitted an unusual glow, with the signal pointing deep into the heart of the capital. Chun Xiaoyi's heart raced as she swiftly adjusted the parameters of the instrument, attempting to pinpoint the source of the signal. Simultaneously, another group of mechanical dinosaurs had inexplicably arrived in the city. "Sister, are you certain we can find other dinosaurs here?" Zhao Ran inquired, while Li Ku scrutinized the pulsating signal points on the screen. At the end of a tranquil alley in the imperial capital stood an ancient high wall. Beyond it, a chorus of youthful, anxious voices emerged. A courageous band of children, facing the dread of the unknown, resolutely scaled the wall, rushing toward a metropolis brimming with marvels and challenges. Their faces radiated excitement and trepidation, as if they were about to embark on an unprecedented adventure. As these naive children first beheld the city's splendor, their eyes sparkled with awe and curiosity, akin to stepping out from rural fields into a kaleidoscopic new world. The youthful leader guided them forward, resolute yet cautious, while one timid girl, bolstered by her older siblings' encouragement, mustered the courage to leap over the mental barrier within her. However, tranquility was soon disrupted An unforeseen crisis plunged the children into a life-and-death predicament. A merciless patrolling mech mistakenly identified them as alien invaders and launched an unrelenting assault. In the searing blaze of laser fire, the boy's arm was instantaneously reduced to a bloody pulp. In that critical moment, the children could only scatter in a frenzied panic, heedless of direction or safety. Amidst the chaos, one girl collided with Chun Xiaoi, who had just arrived in the city, and without uttering an apology, she dashed away. Chun Xiaoi was about to voice her frustration regarding the politeness of children in big cities when, in an instant, a patrolling mech soared directly overhead, pouncing upon an unsuspecting girl like a ferocious beast. The mech ensnared the girl in its grasp, a mix of fear and anguish palpable in the air. The girl gazed at Chun Xiaoi, desperately crying out for help. Chen's heart tightened, her pulse quickening as if it might leap from her chest. Her eyes fixated on the merciless patrolling mech, the girl's screams piercing the atmosphere, resonating with desperation and terror, striking Chen's eardrums with a chilling resonance. I must save that girl. Though her mind had yet to fully register the urgency, her body instinctively surged forward. Her legs seemed to move of their own volition, propelling her toward the perilous scene. A singular thought consumed her. She could not allow the girl to perish here. Absolutely not. Yet, just as she was about to reach the girl, a shocking spectacle unfolded. The patrolling mech, poised to inflict fatal harm, was violently torn in two by an overwhelming force. With a resounding explosion, the little girl slowly lifted her head, and Chun embraced her tightly, while behind them, Sha was fiercely tearing apart the shattered mech. Chun urged Sha to revert to his original form quickly, lest they be discovered by the Federation. She gently cradled the girl, attempting to soothe her frayed nerves while inquiring about her name. However, the girl remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes flickering with fear and uncertainty. Unable to respond to Chen's questions. At that moment, more patrolling mechs appeared in the sky, their armor even more formidable than the previous models, and their weapon systems upgraded and menacing. A cold, synthetic voice echoed, confirming the target and species. Cybertronian, mission directive, eliminate all. Observing the scene, Sha wisely decided against a direct confrontation and resolved to lead Chun and the girl to safety. All corners of the city were suddenly swarming with patrolling mechs, their intentions evidently extending beyond the three individuals in sight. Sha swiftly assessed the situation and determined they must find a secure location. Unexpectedly, a flash of cold light cut through the air as a patrolling mech charged violently from the right, slamming Sha against a wall, followed by a rocket being fired into the void. With remarkable reflexes, Sha shielded Chun and the girl with his body, averting a fatal impact. Just as they found themselves cornered, a colossal shadow loomed in the sky, threatening to engulf the heavens, akin to divine intervention. It leaped into the fray, crushing two patrolling mechs in a mere scrap metal. Seizing the moment, Sha counterattacked, neutralizing the remaining threats. Before they could catch their breath, an arrow soared through the air, precisely obliterating another mech attempting a sneak attack from behind. Upon recognizing a familiar presence, Sha sighed in relief, grateful for the respite. As the battle intensified, Fei Biao and Tiza joined the fray, their combined efforts effectively repelling the new wave of mech assaults and successfully rescuing the children who had been trapped. In a critical moment, Hao Jiao launched an electromagnetic interference bomb, instantly incapacitating all patrolling mechs in the vicinity, granting everyone precious time to evacuate. The group found themselves in a relatively secluded, low alley, and only after confirming their temporary safety could they exhale in relief. So, you're the host of the machine dinosaur? After a brief moment of tranquility, Li Ku stood before Yang Yan, her gaze imbued with a hint of scrutiny and curiosity. She appraised Yang Yan from head to toe. Then her eyes shifted to Chun Xiaoyi. To Chun Xiaoyi's astonishment, she realized that Li Ku and Zhao Ran were also hosts of machine dinosaurs. Do you know us? Li Ku raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone laced with a hint of probing. Her gaze lingered on Chun Xiaoyi's face. Chun Xiaoyi smiled warmly, a flicker of light dancing in her eyes. She stepped forward without hesitation and enveloped Li Ku in a generous embrace. Li Ku, clearly taken aback, stiffened momentarily, but soon relaxed and accepted the unexpected gesture. Of course, Qian Yuan speaks of you both daily. Chan Xiao Yudeleset Like, her tone teasing and nostalgic. Memories of Qian Yuan's expressions when mentioning Li Ku and Zhao Ran surfaced in her mind. The unabashed trust and reliance he held toward them, fostering a sense of closeness to the two before her. Upon hearing Qian Yuan's name, Li Ku's expression shifted slightly. She scanned the surroundings, realizing that Qian Yuan was absent. Her brow furrowed gently, a hint of confusion and concern coloring her voice. Where is Qian Yuan? Why isn't he with you? He has gone to Sakura District, Chun Xiao elaborated. Li Ku chose not to press further, given Qian Yuan's character and thought process. His whereabouts were hardly surprising. As night fell, the bustling city illuminated the darkness, starkly contrasting the earlier chaos. The children and Chun Xiao succumbed to exhaustion, drifting into a deep slumber, while Li Ku stood alone atop a high building, gazing out over the steel forest filled with uncertainty and peril. Thoughts of Shu Qi and Xiao Wan, who remained missing, weighed heavily on her heart as the path ahead loomed shrouded in ambiguity and doubt, leaving her merely an ordinary person accompanied by a machine dinosaur. Li Ku's gaze pierced through the city's neon glow, searching the distant night sky. The future. Chapter 30. The initial sky, too, still awake? In the stillness of the night, a few gathered beneath the starry sky, seemingly all stricken by insomnia. The night breeze caressed them gently, bringing a touch of coolness, yet could not disperse the tumultuous thoughts within their minds. Li Ku broke the silence first, voicing her inner fears and nostalgia. Her voice trembled slightly in the night air, each word laden with profound emotion. Sometimes I truly feel frightened, she whispered, her gaze wandering towards the distant stars. This conflict arrived so abruptly, leaving no room for choice. I often reminisce about the days of yore. That simple, ordinary life, though uncomplicated, at least spared me the daily anxiety. Her voice cracked with emotion, clearly revealing that these sentiments had long been suppressed within her heart. Zhao Ran, upon hearing this, could not help but sigh. He lifted his head, gazing into the distance, his eyes reflecting a deep affection for the bygone days. Indeed, Zhao Ran softly agreed. Not long ago, I was merely an ordinary student, with the greatest worry being whether I played games well. Who could have imagined that we would now confront such unforeseen challenges? Cybertronian Dinger sat quietly by, listening intently to their discourse. His gaze was resolute, as if he had long since discerned the essence of it all. He gently shook his head, his tone calm, yet authoritative. Although we have been reluctantly thrust into this struggle, in a certain sense, we are fortunate. Li Ku and Zhao Ran turned simultaneously to gaze at Cybertronian Dinger, their eyes reflecting confusion. Cybertronian Dinger continued. We possess the opportunity to become pivotal forces for change in this world. Such an opportunity is not afforded to everyone. Moreover, our gathering here is a consequence of the machine dinosaurs. Our encounter is serendipitous. This sentiment seemed to resonate deeply within each individual present. A complex emotion flickered in Li Ku's eyes as she lowered her head, a solitary tear silently cascading down her cheek. It was a reflection of nostalgia for the past and an unwavering determination for the future. After a moment of silence, Li Ku inhaled deeply, raising her head with newfound conviction and warmth in her gaze. She extended her arms, embracing each person tightly. Her voice, gentle yet powerful, proclaimed, regardless of how arduous the future may be, we shall face it together. We are not alone. We have each other, and we have the machine dinosaurs. As long as we stand united, nothing can conquer us. Her embrace and words seemed to imbue everyone with an intangible strength. Zhao Ran's face broke into a long-lost smile, while Cybertronian Dinger nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. The night breeze continued to whisper softly, yet the air now brimmed with warmth. The machine dinosaurs appeared to sense this profound camaraderie, displaying expressions of emotion and solace. However, beauty is often fleeting, and Zhao Ran promptly reminded everyone to return to reality. Who could recall the original purpose of their gathering? It seems only Steellock knows, Li Ku remarked. At that moment, all the machine dinosaurs detected a familiar yet unsettling energy fluctuation emanating from the heart of the capital. Yang Yin unhesitatingly sprang into action, moving with extraordinary speed to investigate. He navigated between buildings and reached the epicenter of the disturbance, only to find a ticking doll. Puzzled by its presence, he turned the doll over, only to discover that a bomb was affixed to its back. Shah hastily initiated a protocol to remove the bomb from the city. However, contrary to his intentions. The bomb detonated before he could fully release it. In the aftermath of the violent explosion, Sha lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself confined within a cell, his body restrained against the wall, immobile. What does it feel like to be captured by humans? An elderly general entered the cell, his gaze filled with derision and contempt. He interrogated Sha and his companions about their invasion of Earth and their ulterior motives. In the face of such inquiries, Sha maintained an air of composure, even chuckling softly. Standing for too long is tiring. By the way, we were merely passing through this planet when you inexplicably brought us down. Now you accuse us of being invaders. Pray tell, what exactly have we invaded? Sha's retorts left the general speechless. In this tense atmosphere, the general faced a piercing retort, a subtle expression flickering across his face. He could not deny the veracity of the facts presented. Indeed, the arrival of these mechanical dinosaurs was initially met with hostility due to a misunderstanding, yet through numerous confrontations, they had exhibited more of a rescue intent than an aggressive one. The general clicked his tongue in contemplation. Just then, a soldier rushed in, clutching an instrument, shattering the stalemate with a report of anomalies in the energy source of Specimen 7. The astonishing images revealed on the display tightened Sha's heart. All of them were under the vigilant surveillance of humanity. He cast a wary glance towards the general. Maintain contact with Mandala and be prepared for action, the general instructed before departing the cell. Who is Mandala? Sha swiftly reviewed the faces he had encountered in his mind. No, there is a traitor. The individual was clad in tattered military garb, donning a hood, the fabric marred by signs of wear and dried bloodstains, as if each tear chronicled a struggle for survival. His face bore several menacing scars, cruel imprints left by the passage of time, silently narrating the blood-soaked tribulations he had endured. Most striking were his beastly red pupils, glinting with a dangerous luminescence, reminiscent of a predator poised to pounce upon its prey. The heavy machine gun slung across his back pressed down upon his shoulder. Its surface scarred and worn, yet it still exuded a chilling aura of intimidation. The air was thick with a palpable sense of menace, seemingly lowering the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Liku's nerves instantly tightened. Her hands trembled slightly as she instinctively reached for her weapon, her gaze fixed on the enigmatic figure, bracing herself for an imminent confrontation. Her heart raced, and her mind rapidly analyzed the unfolding scenario. This individual was clearly not benevolent. What did his presence signify? An enemy or a friend? Or perhaps a harbinger of a more elaborate conspiracy? Liku dared not relax her vigilance. You? Have you seen any children? The soldier's question momentarily bewildered her, evoking thoughts of the innocent lives they had recently rescued. Even more shocking was the familiar energy fluctuations she detected emanating from him. Sensing that Liku was not a threat, the soldier removed his hood. I am. He began to reveal his identity, but Liku interrupted, eagerly inquiring if he was indeed the host of the mechanical dinosaurs. The soldier appeared perplexed, evidently unfamiliar with the concept of a host. Without wasting time on explanations, Liku seized him and returned to the camp. When SCHR Dinger and Zhao Ran beheld the new face Liku brought back, their eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily at a loss. A tapestry of complex expressions weaving across their faces, blending curiosity and surprise. Who is this? Zhao Ran queried, glancing at the newcomer with confusion. Liku introduced him, stating, he is also undoubtedly a host of the mechanical dinosaurs. SCHR Dinger, observing the somewhat bewildered expression on Liku's face, kindly reminded her, sister, what was your primary purpose for going out? Liku momentarily froze, as if abruptly awakened from a chaotic reverie. Her eyes flickered, and she suddenly recalled her purpose. Oh, I am supposed to find Yang Yan. Yet, despite her exhaustive search of every conceivable location, he seemed to have vanished into thin air. Furthermore, you unexpectedly brought back a living person. What if he is affiliated with the Federation? Before Shui Dingsheng could finish his thought, he noticed the faint glimmer in Liku's eyes. He comprehended the squad's predicament, particularly as Yang Yan's disappearance undeniably heightened the uncertainty and peril of their situation. He gently patted Liku on the shoulder. Meanwhile, the soldiers remained detached from their conversation, instead directing their attention towards the group of children. Zhao Ran kept a watchful eye on him, aware that any reckless behavior would prompt Tai Jia to intervene decisively. After ensuring the children's safety, he let out a deep sigh. The individual you speak of has likely been captured. What? Chapter 31. The Initial Sky 3. The soldier merely cast a fleeting glance at them with his beastly crimson eyes, then raised his hand slightly, signaling them to follow his lead. His movements were succinct and powerful, each gesture exuding an undeniable command. He spoke softly yet firmly. "Follow me. I will take you to a safe place." Li Ku, Zhao Ran, and Xue Dingsheng exchanged a swift glance, silently reaching a consensus. Despite the unknown dangers posed by the individual before them, in the current circumstances, following him appeared to be the most prudent choice. They quickly organized their gear, scooped up the children, and prepared for departure. "Where is Xiao Yi?" Just before leaving, Li Ku suddenly realized someone was missing, her brow furrowed with concern. "I'm here," Chen Xiao Yi exclaimed, rushing out after a brief visit to the restroom, her face flushed with apology. A few beads of sweat adorned her forehead, clearly indicating she had hurried. As night descended, the group moved stealthily, returning to the familiar alley. The soldier began to navigate through the ruins, when suddenly a low mechanical sound resonated, and what appeared to be an ordinary high wall parted like two grand doors, revealing a passageway leading underground. "Follow me," he beckoned, his tone imbued with unwavering resolve. Before entering the passage, Chen Xiao Yi cautiously surveyed the surroundings for any anomalies, and upon confirming the area was clear, she joined the others in the descent. After traversing a lengthy and dimly lit corridor, a faint glow appeared ahead, accompanied by the din of lively voices. The laughter of children, the friendly exchanges of neighbors, and the calls of vendors. When they finally stepped into the light, they were enveloped by a vibrant atmosphere of life. The scene before them was breathtaking. A bustling little town, akin to a hidden paradise, starkly contrasting the neon-lit world outside. Here, one could truly feel the warmth and tranquility of home. As they strolled along the town streets, the residents regarded them with astonished expressions, as if it had been ages since outsiders had graced their presence. As the children awakened, they lowered their heads and stood before the cloaked figure, who gently tapped each child's head and kindly urged them to return home for their meals. The only one remaining was the little girl rescued by Shah. The cloaked figure lifted her, and together they arrived at a quaint yet warm wooden cabin. The following morning, Zhao Ran and SC Char Dinger strolled through the town when they were suddenly interrupted by the raucous laughter of children ahead. As they approached to intervene, they were unexpectedly shoved aside by two remarkably strong children. Recognizing their identities, the two appeared to be from Alan's planet, renowned for its formidable inhabitants. However, what remained perplexing was how extraterrestrials came to be in such a place. As the crowd grew larger, Zhao Ran and SC Char Dinger sensed an ominous presence. In a pivotal moment, the little girl from the day before stepped forward, placing herself between them and the throng, guiding them out of the encirclement. "Wait, what's happening here? Why are we encountering aliens in this place?" Zhao Ran pondered aloud. The little girl patiently elucidated, "In truth, everyone in this town is an extraterrestrial." It turned out that the residents had all fled from their respective planets, some escaping debt, others were former criminals, and some had lost their homes to destruction. They chose to come to Earth, hoping for a fresh start. This, in fact, was the very reason the Earth government had to enforce a lockdown. Zhao Ran suddenly comprehended, murmuring thoughtfully, so they couldn't survive on their own planets and sought refuge here. No wonder Earth has implemented such restrictions. I would do the same. Yet, they were striving for redemption, causing no disturbances, merely attempting to survive. Gazing at the innocent little girl, Zhao Ran wished to impart wisdom, but was promptly interrupted by SC Char Dinger, who understood that sometimes comprehension and tolerance require time to mature, rather than immediate verbal disputes. "So, your aim is to create a sanctuary for these rehabilitated aliens to live peacefully?" Li Ku inquired seriously, observing the town outside. Inside the wooden cabin, she awaited the soldier's revelation, pressing further. "Why do you choose to do this? What compels you to bear such responsibility and risk?" The soldier was loading his magazine as he recounted his background. His name was Lu Haikong, born into a prominent political family, once harboring dreams of emulating his father's greatness, until the federal government enacted the lockdown, plunging the world into a frenzy of persecution and discrimination against extraterrestrials. He had lost several friends who believed in harmonious coexistence, who perished under the merciless fire of their own kind, despite witnessing the suffering and death brought by aliens. He had also experienced the splendid moments shared between them and humanity. I cannot accept extreme prejudice, nor can I ignore the innocent lives at stake. Lu Haikong's gaze drifted into the distance, as if transcending the confines of the underground world to glimpse the true sky. All my endeavors are driven by a steadfast belief to safeguard this fragile, yet resilient peace. Meanwhile, deep within the confines of the prison, several doctoral researchers are conducting experiments on Sha. An unexpected incident occurs. A grenade shatters the calm, and the entire prison erupts in chaos. In the ensuing turmoil, Sha is rescued by the hidden steel lock. After a night spent teetering on the brink of life and death, Sha weakly reveals a rift within the team before succumbing to unconsciousness. Steel lock, resolute, carries Sha away from this place of turmoil. In a tranquil little town above, a young girl leads Zhao Ran and Schar Dinger to a high ground that symbolizes freedom and dreams. Perched atop a great tree, she gazes at a sky composed of a mosaic of paintings. Unable to contain his curiosity, Schar Dinger inquires about her time spent underground. With a hint of sorrow, the girl recounts her lineage as a hybrid of extraterrestrial and human descent. Her parents, succumbing to human rejection and persecution, passed away, leaving her to be raised by an older brother since childhood. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ran seeks to uplift the somber atmosphere and smiles as he asks, "Little sister, everyone has their own dreams. Do you have one?" Tears stream down her tender cheeks as she stares at the sky. After a moment's hesitation, she resolutely replies, "My wish is quite simple. I hope that one day, whether human or alien, we can coexist peacefully, just like in our little town, free from discrimination and war, living joyfully beneath the same blue sky, just as my mother told me about that primordial world." This sentiment lingers in the hearts of Lu Haikong and others, as they too gaze up at the illusory sky, silently wishing for the same, that one day, all species in the universe will cast aside their prejudices and cohabitate beneath that authentic, original sky. Chapter 32, Finale 1, The Primordial Sky. Schar Dinger leans against the great tree that bears countless memories, gazing up at the sunlight filtering through the leaves. The rays cascade down onto the children's vividly chalk-drawn sky, resembling a surreal canopy. The laughter of children echoes around him, as if time has momentarily stood still. A blend of admiration and concern swells within him. He rejoices in the boundless creativity of the children, yet worries about the challenges that may lie ahead for their future. He is acutely aware that the world is not always as beautiful as the sky depicted in the children's drawings. At that moment, an unforeseen calamity rends the tranquility. A fissure opens in the sky above the town, as if torn apart by an invisible force, and stones plummet like meteors toward the unsuspecting settlement. The air fills with frantic screams and the sound of hurried footsteps, shattering the town's serene peace. The sky transforms from a canvas of childhood dreams into an entrance to hell. The girl is struck with terror, confronted by the massive stones hurtling down. Her face is etched with helplessness and despair. Her eyes reflect sheer fear, as if the very world is collapsing around her. At a critical moment, Schar Dinger transformed without hesitation, howling as he shielded the girl from the impending lethal blow. The boulder struck his body with a dull thud, yet he did not falter. He steadfastly protected the girl, determined to create an unyielding barrier with his own flesh. However, this was merely the beginning of the catastrophe. Following closely behind was a squadron of federal mech patrols, akin to harbingers of death, mercilessly unleashing their devastating firepower upon the town. The hopes of the townsfolk were shattered in an instant, with many mistakenly believing these mechs to be messengers from heaven, only to witness heaven transform into hell. Drenched in blood and chaos, the streets of the town erupted in flames, houses crumbled, and smoke filled the air, mingling with the acrid scent of charred remains. Over 300 mechs circled ominously above like a flock of predatory eagles, raining down an overwhelming barrage of ammunition that reduced the once vibrant town to ruins within minutes, casting a shadow of death over every inch of land. Every corner of the town was filled with desperate cries and anguished moans. The world seemed to collapse at that moment. The search operations of the patrol mechs did not cease despite the town's devastation. 2 mechs discovered the howling figure hiding behind a large tree. Target identified. Abomination number 5. Execute primary directive. The 2 mechs simultaneously launched incendiary rounds. A roaring inferno instantly engulfed the ancient tree, the flames spreading rapidly, plunging the entire town into a sea of fire. The flames danced like the tongues of demons, consuming everything and turning every inch of the town to ash. The leader commanded, "Capture her alive." The leading mech, witnessing the howling figure swallowed by the flames, cursed furiously. Just as all mech prepared to continue their annihilation, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed from behind. "Your grandfather is here." Iron Shard's silhouette rocketed towards the merciless mechs like a meteor, roaring as molten fire erupted from his mouth. With each charge, torrents of searing flames burst forth, instantly melting the seemingly indestructible mechs, rendering them combat ineffective. His movements were swift and powerful, targeting the critical points of the mechs with precision. Simultaneously, Sludge activated all of its weaponry, unleashing a barrage of fire that struck the enemy's core like a vengeful goddess, dispensing her wrath, relentlessly bombarding the town. The thunderous roar of artillery resembled a continuous clap of thunder, ruthlessly tearing through the town. The surrounding earth began to fracture under the violent onslaught, and Flying Dart, hovering above the entire town, discerned the deteriorating situation, decisively ordering all dinosaurs to retreat. The tremors from below reached Steellock and Sludge. "It must be Flying Dart. We need to assist them." Yet, just as Steellock and Sludge were about to act, a shockwave silently spread from the ground fissures, accompanied by a deafening explosion. As several dinosaurs were hurled from beneath the earth, Steellock and Sludge rushed to investigate, finding Iron Shard and Sludge gravely injured amidst the dire battle. Reinforcements would arrive soon, but they had to vacate the battlefield swiftly. "Sludge, erect a firewall," Steellock shouted, unleashing flames alongside Shaw, creating a searing wall of fire. They then retreated into their host, while the signal jammers and smoke bombs escaped. As night fell, in a cave far removed from the city's clamor, Lu Haikong held the girl tightly, seeking to provide her with a semblance of security. Qin Yuan extracted food from the scammer's pocket. Yet how could they find the appetite to eat amidst such heavy hearts? Lu Haikong, suppressing his sorrow, merely picked up a biscuit and gestured for them to leave. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoi sat alongside the ethereal form of Steellock, conversing about the myriad of events each had experienced since their separation. Steellock convened all the dinosaurs to deliberate the next course of action. The only thing remaining was the lament of the lost. "Have we truly found them?" Steellock sighed. "Indeed, they reside within me." Fabiao turned his head, pointing towards the distant Lu Haikong, and it was then that Steellock noticed an additional presence. "What shall we do next?" Tiza inquired impatiently. "Naturally, we must escape this wretched planet." Just as Steellock was poised to elaborate on his plan, he was interrupted by Tiza. "Wait, what did you say? Escape? What about them?" Tiza pointed at their host. "Of course, we will take them along." Steellock endeavored to further explain his plan, only to be interrupted again by Fabiao. "No, I oppose. They have families. We cannot do this." Fabiao rejected Steellock's proposal. During the discussion, an instinctive action by Chun Xiaoi caught Steellock's attention. When did she start using her left hand? In the dead of night. Lu Haikong awoke from a nightmare, finding himself once again in the ravaged town, dreaming of his familiar fellow villagers. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up, realizing that everyone else was asleep, but suddenly he felt a sense of loss. Someone was missing. "Xiaoru," he called out in a state of panic. The girl's name representing his sole hope, the pillar of his mental world. In his urgency, he searched the dim cave, ultimately discovering a dark, damp stone wall inscribed with an array of names. Illuminated by faint light, he discerned the inscriptions: Kaler's mother, Achiang the bun seller, Manluo the mechanic, and Clinton the 3 swordsmen from the tea house. This wall bore the names of all the townsfolk. A faint sob interrupted his shock, and he followed the sound to find Xiaoro incessantly striking the wall with a sharp stone. Her hands were bloodied and raw, yet she persisted, as if attempting to awaken those lost in the flames of war. Lu Haikong gently embraced Xiaoro, softly taking the stone from her hand. Though the last etching on the wall was faint, he could still discern the name, Lament. He whispered this name, a wave of indescribable sorrow washing over him. He held Xiaoro tightly, as if to warm her cold heart with the heat of his own. Xiaoro lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him, a glimmer of hope flickering within. Lu Haikong understood that they must remain resilient, continuing onward for the lives that had been lost. Chapter 33. The finale. 2. It was an unremarkable day, and Lu Haikong was patrolling the streets as usual. Sunlight bathed the thoroughfare, and the air was infused with the unique tranquility and warmth of the town. However, as he traversed a familiar alley, an unfamiliar yet distinct stream of consciousness surged into his mind like an electric wave. It was the sound of a mournful wail, deep and hoarse, imbued with an ineffable sense of desolation. Initially, Lu Haikong felt bewildered by this sudden connection, as though an alien presence had taken residence within him. He attempted to resist this intrusion, yet the wailing resonated like an unstoppable tide, gradually permeating the depths of his thoughts. As time passed, Lu Haikong grew accustomed to this peculiar bond and began to engage in dialogue with a voice that existed solely within his mind. He discovered that the wail was not an adversary, but rather a fascinating companion, its tones wavering between somber and spirited, tirelessly recounting the history of its planet, Cybertron. Lu Haikong never interrupted, simply listening intently, and whenever the wail spoke of mechanical dinosaurs, he would muse on how wonderful it would be to have a band of brothers like that. Until that fateful night, when in a dream, Lu Haikong found himself traversing a pitch-black void. Surrounding him was an expanse of nothingness, save for a faint light in the distance guiding him forward. There, he encountered the whale, an armored creature engulfed in flames. It was the first meeting with the whale, and a wave of sympathy and respect surged within Lu Haikong. Despite the whale's formidable power, Lu Haikong was reluctant to depend on it, well aware that reliance would lead to a loss of self. After much contemplation, he ultimately accepted the whale, permitting it to reside within him. This was an act of trust, as well as a burden of responsibility. The whale was also family. Everyone was family. Xiao Rou's voice echoed in the cave, imbued with the childlike innocence and conviction unique to youth. Lu Haikong smiled knowingly, picked up a stone, and meticulously carved that name into the rock face. At that moment, the whale within Lu Haikong sensed this bond, feeling a subtle emotional shift, as if its cold heart were being thawed by a warm current. It silently smiled, recognizing the unique connection shared among itself, Lu Haikong, and Xiao Rou, a treasured memory and vow they held dear. Lu Haikong gently wiped the tears from Xiao Rou's face, comforting her with the words, "The beautiful future you spoke of will surely come. This is our promise." Xiao Rou nodded determinedly, extending her delicate pinky to once more seal their vow with Lu Haikong. In her gaze shone the anticipation for the future, a beacon of light illuminating the hearts of all present in the darkness. This scene profoundly moved everyone around, who remained still, lest they shatter this rare moment of warmth. Yet, such blissful times are always fleeting. On the following morning, Steellock summoned all members to prepare for an expedition to the site of the spaceship's crash, only to be taken aback by the mysterious disappearance of Chun Xiaoi, whose phone was also unreachable. In a state of anxiety, Steellock instructed Sha to search for Chun Xiaoi's whereabouts with utmost urgency around the entire imperial capital, to avoid drawing the attention of the Federal Army. Sha had taken along a signal jamming device for deception. After an arduous search, Sha arrived at the gates of the Federal Fleet, where he was astonished to find Chun Xiaoi standing alongside a general. Due to the distance, he could not clearly hear the conversation between Chun Xiaoi and the general. Yet his doubts and unease spread like wildfire. An impulsive urge drove him to either approach for clarity or swiftly return to report this potentially fate-altering discovery to Steellock. However, after a moment of struggle and contemplation, reason ultimately prevailed. He understood that this was not the time for reckless actions. He must return with the information for the team to make a wise decision. Thus, Sha hurried back to the cave. But just as he reached the entrance and was about to disclose his findings to Steellock, a sudden explosion erupted nearby. Several bombs detonated violently within the narrow confines of the cave, plunging the entire area into chaos as collapsing boulders rained down, consuming the once serene hideout. Amidst the swirling dust and flying debris, the mechanical dinosaurs were all forced back into their hosts by the explosion, while the group, driven by tenacity and survival instinct, struggled to emerge from the rubble. In the midst of the turmoil, Qian Yuan caught sight of Chun Xiaoi standing unharmed, and he, gritting his teeth against pain, rushed to inquire if she was injured. However, at that moment, Chun Xiaoi swiftly struck him down, her movements so rapid that Qian Yuan was left dumbfounded. "Wait, Xiaoi, what is happening?" Qian Yuan questioned, his face a mask of shock. Chun Xiaoi responded to his confusion with a cold smile. It is time to end your little game. As her words echoed, enlightenment dawned upon Qian Yuan. He finally comprehended that Chun Xiaoi was, in fact, an undercover agent for the Federation. Immediately, Chun Xiaoi issued a chilling command. Initiate Plan 3, ensuring the control of the criminals without affecting their mental state. At that very moment, on the distant planet of Cybertron, within an office located in Iron Fortress, the 13 primordial Sky Empress was engulfed by an endless sea of documents. As usual, she sat at her desk, meticulously reviewing the mountainous paperwork. Another batch of documents has arrived, Your Excellency. Entering was a figure clad in black steel lock, identical in appearance and equipment to Steel Lock, save for the color and a scar on the mask that made him look like Steel Lock's own brother. How can there be so much? How does old Titan endure this? The Sky Empress, showing signs of fatigue, had scarcely left her quarters. Day after day, immersed in what seemed like an unending cycle of repetitive tasks. Iron Lock. I wish to go out and play. The Iron Lock she referred to was the Black Steel Lock, and she was so bored that she felt like engaging him in a sparring match. Esteemed Lord Yuan, I believe it is time for you to temper your playful spirit. Upon sensing Sai Tianjiao's discontent, Tiesuo endeavored to console her. Yet, as he drew nearer, an unforeseen circumstance unfolded. A mysterious network of energy suddenly materialized around Sai Tianjiao, repelling Tiesuo away. He gazed in astonishment at the invisible barrier before him, questioning, "What is this?" Upon witnessing the emergence of the energy net, Sai Tianjiao immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and sprang to her feet, rushing out the door. Tiesuo followed closely behind as they arrived at the space bridge. Sai Tianjiao activated the search engine, initiating a pursuit to locate the mechanical dinosaurs. Meanwhile, Tiesuo remained perplexed, unable to fully comprehend the unfolding events. This energy net was originally designed as a protective mechanism by the mechanical dinosaurs for my safety, Sai Tianjiao elucidated, her eyes reflecting both concern and resolve. It amalgamates the transformation particles of all the mechanical dinosaurs, providing additional security in their absence. The autonomous activation of this energy shield signifies that they are in peril. Her voice trembled slightly, yet she swiftly regained her composure. She understood that panic was unwarranted. They must expedite the search for the mechanical dinosaurs and ensure their safety. Tiesuo, too, grasped the seriousness of the situation. When the target was finally pinpointed to Earth, Sai Tianjiao inhaled deeply, her gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. Let us proceed, Tiesuo. It is time to save the world. Chapter 34. Finale 3. The brilliance of the activated space bridge illuminated Sai Tianjiao's visage. She cast a determined glance at Tiesuo by her side, then, without hesitation, leapt into the radiant portal leading to Earth. The light enveloped her, as if draping her in a suit of silver armor. Her figure gradually faded within the portal, ultimately vanishing from sight, leaping into the unknown without even knowing what Earth is like. I have never seen such urgency, Tiesuo lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Yet, recognizing the urgency of the situation, he left his coordinates and information through the communication system and promptly followed suit into the space bridge. In a flash of light, his silhouette too disappeared within the portal. Simultaneously, within the Federation fleet, Chun Xiaoi stood before Qian Yuan. Despite the mere wall separating them, an insurmountable distance seemed to exist between the two. Qian Yuan, with a hint of mockery in his tone, inquired, "Miss, when did you begin serving the Federation?" Not even a word of greeting? Chun Xiaoi offered no elaborate explanation in response to Qian Yuan's inquiry. Instead, she simply smiled nonchalantly, preparing to depart. However, Qian Yuan called out to her once more, his voice laced with anger. "Answer me." Chun Xiaoi waved her hand dismissively, signaling him to refrain from further questioning, before turning to leave the scene. Shortly thereafter, a formidable man with a commanding presence entered the room. He introduced himself. "I am Zhiqifeng, the current commander of the Federation's Cosmic Defense Corps, tasked with combating extraterrestrial invaders such as yourselves." At that moment, however, Qian Yuan held no interest in him. His thoughts were entirely consumed by Chun Xiaoi, eager to discern when she had begun working for the Federation, as Qian Yuan regarded him with indifference. Zhiqifeng was evidently displeased by such rudeness. He delivered a swift kick to Qian Yuan's abdomen, thereby asserting his authority and anger. I loathe being overlooked by others. Zekafeng frowned at Qian Yuan, who offered no response. Qian Yuan was still perplexed as to why Chen Xiao silently accompanied the Federation in their endeavors. Wait a moment, was he the commander? Enduring the weight of Zekafeng's shoe, Qian Yuan raised his gaze, hoping to extract some words from him. Yet before he could speak, Zekafeng interrupted. I have no interest in conversing with you. My dialogue is intended for the one residing within you. Chen Yuan's mask contorted as a flicker of crimson light danced in his eyes, the steel lock taking control of his body, yet still posing the same inquiry. How did you render Chen Xiao so obedient? However, Zekafeng disregarded this question entirely, instead presenting a proposition. Upon hearing the term deal, the scammer was eager to learn more, only to be halted by Chen Yuan. The steel lock inquired, what kind of deal? Can we release the other mechanical dinosaurs? Zekafeng smiled faintly and unfurled a blueprint for the steel lock to examine. We have comprehended the reasons for your association with these children, yet ultimately, they remain children, and your powers cannot be fully realized through them. Before Zekafeng could complete his statement, the steel lock decisively interrupted, having encountered such schemes far too often. Zekafeng was taken aback by the steel lock's candor, and with no other recourse, he rolled up the blueprint and departed the scene. Just before leaving, the steel lock faintly heard Zekafeng mention something about control. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the steel lock shook his head and whispered, Future, it's time for you to take over. Instantly, a blue energy radiated from the steel lock, coalescing into a girl clad in a maid outfit with blue twin tails. Electronic songstress Future, reporting for duty. Future swiftly infiltrated a portion of the prison control system, while the steel lock seized his weapon and charged out. Shortly thereafter, he found himself in a whimsical room adorned with enchanting decorations, a castle backdrop twinkling with starlight, scenes of princes and princesses living happily, and innocent children frolicking with animal spirits beneath the starry sky. However, amidst this seemingly warm scene, the steel lock discovered a motionless Xiaoro. He recognized the once lively and adorable girl, now battered and bruised from torment. Carefully, he cradled her in his arms, despite enduring such agony. Xiaoro still struggled to muster a faint smile. Who are you? Her weak voice carried a sense of hope and reassurance as she endeavored to identify the source of the voice. I am I, the steel lock stammered, uncertain of how to respond. He held Xiaoro tightly, attempting to offer her a semblance of comfort with his strength. Hold on, I will rescue you at once. He called urgently to Xiaoro, urging the scammer to retrieve some medical supplies. You are a good person. Can you go and save them? However, Xiaoro resolutely declined Steel Lock's offer of rescue, fully aware that those older brothers and sisters might be facing similar, if not more perilous, predicaments. I saw it. I witnessed Sister Pterodactyl being cut open. Xiaoro suppressed her pain, recalling that horrifying scene. Thoughts of her family and friends in the quaint town flooded her mind, bringing forth memories of the warm and harmonious community, alongside the beautiful moments ravaged by war. This realization only solidified Xiaoro's resolve. I will, Steel Lock replied, his voice deep and unwavering as he gently caressed Xiaoro's hair, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He understood the urgency of his mission. Swiftly, Steel Lock reached out to Future, instructing her to continue infiltrating the prison system to locate other mechanical dinosaurs. Meanwhile, he carefully lifted Xiaoro, placing her in a relatively safe spot. Xiaoro, wait for me here. I will return to rescue you, he declared, his tone imbued with undeniable conviction. Xiaoro nodded slightly, trust illuminating her gaze. She was certain Steel Lock would honor his promise. Steel Lock recognized the treacherous path ahead, yet this time, he had to fight to the bitter end for everyone's sake. Qian Yuan, this time, there may be no turning back. On the other side of the prison, Chen Xiao, he stood silently by the window, her gaze complex as she looked into the distance. Her heart was rife with conflict and struggle, yet her face betrayed no emotion. I advise you not to entertain any misguided thoughts. Zhi Feng's voice came from behind her. Chen Xiao, he did not turn around. Instead, she replied coolly, I am merely doing what I ought to do. Zhi Feng frowned, clearly dissatisfied with her response. Yet he chose not to press further and exited the room. Chen Xiao Yi's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, her heart a tumult of emotions. She understood that her choices could lead to unforeseen consequences, yet she felt she had no alternative. I hope you can understand me, she murmured softly, a fleeting hint of sorrow glimmering in her eyes. They sprang into action, rushing toward the prison. Each step was fraught with peril, yet they pressed on undeterred. For the sake of family, for their comrades, they had to fight to the end. Inside the prison, Xiao Ro awaited quietly, her heart brimming with hope. She knew Steellock would come to her rescue. "I will wait for you all," she whispered, a flicker of determination shining in her eyes. Meanwhile, Steellock and Cai Tianjiao had breached the prison's first line of defense. They advanced swiftly toward Xiao Ro's location, their hearts filled with resolve. "We will undoubtedly rescue you." Steellock's voice resonated with unwavering certainty. Cai Tianjiao nodded, a spark of determination igniting in her eyes. "We will succeed." They moved quickly toward Xiao Ro, each step laden with danger, yet they remained unyielding. For family, for their companions, they had to fight to the bitter end. At the opposite end of the prison, Chen Xiaoi stood silently before the window, her gaze filled with a complex array of emotions as she looked into the distance. Her heart was a tumult of contradictions and struggles, yet her face betrayed none of it. "Chen Xiaoi, what are you truly thinking?" Zhe Qifeng's voice came from behind, tinged with confusion and dissatisfaction. Chen Xiaoi did not turn around. She merely replied in a measured tone, "I am simply doing what I must." Zhe Qifeng frowned, evidently displeased with her response. However, he chose not to press further and turned to leave the room. Chen Xiaoi's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, her heart burdened with intricate emotions. The sky outside was shrouded in heavy clouds, with only a few feeble rays of light piercing through, failing to dispel the shadows that loomed within her soul. She was acutely aware that her choices might lead to unforeseen consequences, yet she felt she had no alternative. Her fingers clenched tightly around the window frame, her knuckles turning white with the pressure, as if she could grasp a glimmer of hope or discover an escape route. Yet, reality loomed like an invisible wall, trapping her in place. Memories of days spent fighting alongside her comrades flooded her mind, moments filled with laughter and trust. Yet now, she found herself on the opposing side, branded a traitor in their eyes. Her heart felt as though it were being torn apart, a painful intertwining of agony and guilt that nearly suffocated her. She murmured softly, her voice tinged with endless fatigue and confusion. Her shoulders trembled slightly, as if burdened by an unspeakable weight. Eventually, she could bear it no longer. She collapsed helplessly, covering her face with her hands as tears slipped silently through her fingers. Her sobs echoed in the empty room, a haunting cry for salvation. Chapter 35. The legend of the Shura King Gang Sua rushed into the area where Fei Biao lay gravely injured, rescuing him from the brink of death. He urged Fei Biao to assist the other dinosaurs, instructing them to gather outside the spaceship, while he resolved to confront Zhe Qifeng alone. However, Fei Biao called out to him, attempting to dissuade his impulsive actions. "What's wrong?" Gang Sua paused to respond. Fei Biao took a deep breath. Striving to articulate his thoughts, "Chen Xiaoi came to see me. I can sense her suffering, hence we should." He faltered, for before him stood Gang Sua, seemingly consumed by hatred, and he felt compelled to restrain him. "By the way, have you seen Xiao Ro?" Lu Haikong leaned against the wall. Zhe Qifeng, in an effort to elicit a lament, had subjected him to a strong electric current. His consciousness was not yet fully restored, struggling to pose the question. Gang Sua remained silent, pointing him in the right direction. There, Xiao Ro leaned quietly against the wall, and had it not been for the shocking scars, she might have appeared as a sleeping beauty lost in a sweet dream. Lu Haikong's cries echoed within the main ship, attracting more reinforcements, while Gang Sua gripped his dagger tightly, stepping alone into the darkness. The interior of the spaceship was brightly lit, the corridors cold and desolate, filled only with the hum of machinery and the sound of his own heavy footsteps. His fury surged like molten lava, boiling over with each step he took. The alarm within the spacecraft blared, signaling the activation of the defense systems. However, this could not impede the relentless advance of Steellock. He methodically dismantled the defensive installations and soldiers that stood in his way. With each arc of his blade and each tremor of impact, the air was filled with the anguished cries of enemies and the cacophony of shattering metal. In this one-sided massacre, Steellock moved through every corner of the vessel like the Grim Reaper, instilling terror in all who crossed his path. His objective was Zhe Qifeng, the mastermind orchestrating these heinous acts. Throughout his path of slaughter, A voice resonated within Steel Lock's very essence. He recognized its source and understood its intent. Yet, he endeavored to suppress these thoughts, striving to restrain the primal instincts that surged within him. Nevertheless, that voice echoed incessantly in his mind, replaying past experiences until a mist of blood materialized before his eyes, and the world around him began to shatter. "You are the cause of all this, Steel Lock. It is you. Ha 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 ha." As this phrase reverberated like a demonic whisper in his consciousness, he emerged from the main ship, only to be met by a vast ocean of iron and gunfire. The Federal Army had encircled him completely, and Jachifeng stood proudly atop a platform, his eyes gleaming with a cold and resolute light, as if he were poised to rend Steel Lock asunder at any moment. The voice surged once more, akin to a call from the abyss. "You require my strength. You must strike a bargain with me." Steel Lock glared at Jachifeng, and he beheld not only him, but also the dilapidated earth, ravaged by the insatiable appetite for order and profit. "Very well, so be it." In an instant, a terrifying energy erupted from within him, as blood mist enveloped the surroundings, and tendrils of energy forcibly transformed all mechanical monstrosities, amalgamating their power and forms into limbs and wings that enveloped Steel Lock. As the blood mist gradually dissipated, a figure emerged, resembling the descent of a demonic deity, the King of Azura. The King of Azura gripped a colossal sword, its blade igniting with fierce flames, and with a single swing, the entire Federal Army was reduced to ashes. Yet, his fury did not abate. He leaped into the Imperial capital as if it were an unguarded realm, turning everything in his path into a purgatory. The sky stained crimson with blood, and the cries of the populace echoed throughout the city. At that moment, he embodied the fusion of 6 wills, the incarnation of 7 dragons' wrath, standing amidst the ruins of the city like an apocalyptic demon. Behold, the King of Dragons wielded a massive sword ablaze with intense flames, akin to the Grim Reaper brandishing a scythe. Each strike was accompanied by molten fire, rendering the Imperial capital feeble before him. Laser cannons and heavy armor were torn asunder like paper in his presence, as the sounds of explosions, anguished screams, and the shattering of metal intertwined to compose a symphony of despair. The King of Azura moved with agility, sweeping through the remnants of clouds like a tempest, effortlessly breaching the city's defenses. With each step, the ground trembled beneath him, and his range of attack was both vast and fierce, leaving no sanctuary for those on land or in the air. The formidable weapons originally designed to combat alien invaders appeared powerless and insignificant in the face of the King of Azura. The urban defense swiftly crumbled under the wrath, their lines melting away like icebergs under the scorching sun, as soldiers, stricken with terror, scattered in all directions. Yet, no matter how they sought refuge, they could not evade the fatal strikes of the Azura King. At that very moment, Sai Tianjiao and Tieso arrived on Earth via the space bridge, still grappling with the unfamiliarity of their new surroundings. "Wow, is this Earth?" Sai Tianjiao exclaimed, her imagination ignited. However, upon witnessing the terrifying and colossal figure of the Dragon Flame King, she could not help but marvel. Is that a creature of Earth? Tiesa, on the other hand, discerned striking similarities between the Azura King's head and that of Steel Lock, fixating on the behemoth wreaking havoc. Could that be Steel Lock? He muttered, filled with uncertainty, until he sensed the murderous intent emanating from the Azura King. Without hesitation, Tiesuo drew his blazing sword, ready to confront this battle of life and death. Simultaneously, Sai Tianjiao heard the resonant voice of Steel Lock within the Azura King's body. She realized that this was no mere monster, but rather a grotesque amalgamation of Steel Lock and other mechanized dinosaurs. In that moment, the air was thick with an aura of hatred and death, surging through the distorted mechanical beast, with each spark of life being eroded by this force, as if all their anguish, fury, and helplessness converged into an unstoppable torrent of destruction. "We must save them," Sai Tianjiao declared resolutely, summoning her hammer with determination. Her gaze radiated with resolve and fearlessness as she gestured to Tiesuo for cover during the assault. Tiesuo nodded, instantly transforming and leaping onto a high building right before the Azura King. He unleashed a torrent of flames, akin to a fire dragon, striking the Azura King in an attempt to divert its attention and inflict harm. However, the Azura King was undeterred. Swiftly locking on his Steel Lock, and swinging its colossal sword in a ferocious arc. Meanwhile, Sai Tianjiao skillfully maneuvered behind the Azura King, the words of Steel Lock echoing in her mind. If one day we cease to be ourselves, remember to strike at the face. At that time, she had not grasped the true meaning of those words, but now, without hesitation, she leapt onto the Azura King's back, executing a nimble flip to confront the Dragon Flame King head-on, her mighty hammer poised to strike its grotesque mask. Yet, just as the hammer was about to make contact, the Azura King reacted with astonishing agility, capturing Sai Tianjiao and flinging her violently away. TSA, still reeling from shock, was also not spared, as the Azura King struck him into the wall, rendering him unconscious. As Sai Tianjiao struggled to rise from the ground, the world around her had succumbed to a raging inferno, with a colossal warship plummeting from the sky amidst the clamor of explosions and collapses. At that moment, the Azura King had completely lost its sanity, transforming into a frenzied beast, wantonly annihilating all life and structures in its path. Sai Tianjiao struggled to rise, but excruciating pain radiated from her legs. Looking down, she discovered that her body had been pierced by a steel bar, and her legs were grievously injured. Despite the unbearable agony, she summoned her indomitable willpower, gritting her teeth as she extracted the steel bar that had impaled her, attempting to stand. However, an immense invisible force bore down on her like a boulder, rendering her unable to rise. At that moment, a figure appeared in the distance. It was Jing Patian, cradling a girl in his arms. Jing Patian shouted to those around him, "I am Jing Patian, having found the great ancestor." Decepticons attack. With the issuance of his command, a powerful entity formed from the earth-digging tigers surged forth from behind a building, delivering a single blow that felled the Shura King. Simultaneously, Kuang Biao and Wenyi discovered the trapped Tai Suo and relocated him to a safe area. Amidst the chaos, Sai Tianjiao realized her strength was sapped, prompting her to inquire of Jing Patian about the situation. He explained that upon their arrival on Earth, this planet had instituted a policy known as locking the nation, establishing a stringent blockade that prevented those within from leaving and those outside from entering. Nevertheless, some extraterrestrials had managed to clandestinely infiltrate. In response, the Earth government had constructed an invisible energy wall that enveloped the planet, continuously scanning the identities of all individuals. Should it detect a non-Earth life form, it would mobilize military forces for extermination. Presently, the reason for Sai Tianjiao's weakness in the assault against her was that she had been identified as an alien entity by this invisible energy wall, triggering its defense mechanism. The mechanical dinosaurs, too, had arrived on this erroneous planet on an ill-fated day. Before Jing Patian could finish his explanation, the battlefield situation took a dire turn. The powerful entity had sustained severe injuries. Its arm was torn off by the Shura King, who then launched an even more ferocious attack, cleaving the powerful entity in two, leaving its remains strewn across the ground. Faced with such a grave predicament, Jing Patian recognized the necessity for immediate action. He decisively set the girl down and continued to Sai Tianjiao. Over the years, we Decepticons have been tirelessly probing for weaknesses in this wall. We discovered that we can evade its scanning by transforming into terrestrial vehicles or disguising ourselves as humans. However, our technology is still in its infancy, and presently we can only utilize human corpses for disguise. I have heard from Fabiao that you have made significant advancements in this field, and you may possess a solution to this problem. Having uttered these words, Jing Patian turned, resolved to divert the Shura King's attention, granting his comrades more time and opportunities. He charged at the rampaging monster, his arm-mounted fusion cannon charging. Sai Tianjiao gazed at the girl before her, whose closed eyes, faint breath, and the lingering crimson hue on her skin hinted that her life might have just slipped away. However, time was of the essence. Without hesitation, Sai Tianjiao extended a hand and gently placed it upon the girl's icy chest, while her other hand rested upon her own breastplate, where a fervent and resilient ember resided. Sai Tianjiao silently intoned, "I beseech you to allow me to utilize your body to accomplish a matter of life and death. As we merge, not only will I restore your corporeal form, but I shall also awaken the dormant ember within you, granting you a renewed existence." In an instant, Sai Tianjiao's body transformed into a radiant stream of particles, which flowed into the girl like stars converging. During the fusion, Seixianjiao experienced a rapid playback of memories. Witnessing the girl's journey of growth, culminating in that final scene of sacrifice for her kin. Is your name Chen Xiaoi? With a complete merging of Seixianjiao and Chen Xiaoi, she lowered her gaze to examine her human form, feeling the vibrant life force coursing within her, and nodded to herself. Your consciousness will awaken in a few minutes. That is sufficient. Subsequently, Seixianjiao scanned an abandoned motorcycle and swiftly adopted it as her temporary vessel in this world. With a light leap, she soared towards the battlefield where the king of Azura lay. An analysis of the terrain revealed that the ruins of several collapsed buildings formed a perfect arched racetrack. Seixianjiao immediately signaled Jing Patian, instructing him to lure the king of Azura into this designated attack zone. You have but one chance. Remember, Seixianjiao. This is the only moment to defeat him. Jing Patian sternly cautioned through the communicator. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Seixianjiao acted without a moment's hesitation. She leapt, transforming into the motorcycle, racing along the arc formed by the debris. As she approached the king of Azura, she leapt once more, summoning the Seixianjiao hammer, a symbol of her source of power. Before the king of Azura could fully comprehend the threat, Seixianjiao swung the divine hammer down with a force akin to a thunderclap. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the king of Azura, his iron-like mask shattered, cracks spreading like a spider's web. As the final tremor of energy dissipated, the colossal figure of the king of Azura began to disintegrate, ultimately vanishing from existence. In the aftermath, the federal government was profoundly shocked and on high alert regarding this incident, perceiving it as a challenge from extraterrestrial forces. They swiftly enacted measures to enhance the scrutiny and eradication of foreign entities, particularly those alien beings potentially endowed with formidable powers and aggressive tendencies. In a remote junkyard, mechanical dinosaurs congregated, engaging in fervent discussions around the figure of Chen Xiaoi before them. They struggled to comprehend why Seixianjiao would choose to inhabit the body of a perceived traitor. Faced with the doubts and confusion of her comrades, Chen Xiaoi felt a profound sense of helplessness and resolved to prove herself through action. With her eyes closed in concentration, a surge of power coursed through her being, and the colossal hammer, emblematic of Seixianjiao's identity, materialized in her hand. When the mechanical dinosaurs beheld the familiar weapon, they could no longer deny the reality before them. At that moment, Chen Xiaoi's eyes transformed into a golden hue, a manifestation of the consciousness of Seixianjiao. In an effort to vanquish the Azura King, I expended all my strength to unleash that singular strike. Through Chen Xiaoi, Seixianjiao conveyed her voice. My power has significantly diminished, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain even one formidable weapon. I require a period of recuperation. From now on, Chen Xiaoi shall be my spokesperson. Please understand that she harbors no intentions of betrayal towards you. The reason she chose to assist Zhiqifeng is rooted in unspoken circumstances. In return for her becoming my host, I promise to keep this secret. Therefore, I hope you can set aside your prejudices against her. Fei Biao shattered the tense atmosphere, adopting a light-hearted tone to ease everyone's spirits. Given our current predicament, we hardly have time to dwell on biases. However, she continued, Lord Yuanzhu, I have a question regarding our condition. Seixianjiao, comprehending her confusion, replied, You wish to know why you currently inhabit the host body, yet cannot sense the original host. Correct? The other mechanical dinosaurs nodded in unison, eagerly awaiting an explanation. With a somber tone, Seixianjiao elucidated, In truth, the descent system has never been fully developed and harbors significant flaws. You may have accelerated this process through your fusion, resulting in the merging of your consciousness. Until I discover a solution, you may need to temporarily assume their roles in this world. Upon hearing this revelation, the mechanical dinosaurs were taken aback. At that moment, countless memories surged within Steellock's mind, recalling the first encounter with that individual, a serendipitous meeting that felt preordained. Within his spark space, Fraud extracted a shared photograph from their memories, delicately caressing it with both hands, seemingly reminiscing about the days they stood shoulder to shoulder, overcoming challenges together. Now, a pressing question arose. Surely, we cannot remain hidden in this refuse dump indefinitely? Seixianjiao surveyed the mechanical dinosaurs around her, aware that she was about to enlist labor once more. Hearing Seixianjiao's words, Fei Biao made a resolute decision. I must temporarily depart. I seek a crucial item integral to the Harmony Enigma. This is the sole task I must accomplish since my arrival in this world. Fei Biao's determination was unwavering as she spoke. I shall accompany you, Hal exclaimed, eager for companionship on the journey. Fei Biao smiled slightly, then unfurled her broad wings, soaring into the distant horizon alongside Hal. Meanwhile, Cai Tianjiao unveiled her new plan. She intended to initiate a groundbreaking project to aid them in adapting to this world and discovering their rightful place. She inquired if the other mechanical dinosaurs wished to join her in realizing this goal. Steellock indicated he had other matters to attend to and could not participate at this time. Iron Residue chose to remain, wishing to assist Steellock. The once indecisive Sha ultimately chose to follow Cai Tianjiao. Someone must protect the ancestor, he proclaimed. As for Beiho, he seemed to have undergone a transformation. Do not call me Beiho any longer. From this day forth, refer to me as Chukong. With that, Cai Tianjiao departed with Sha and Chukong. Iron Slag could not help but inquire of Steellock what matter was so pressing that he could not assist with Cai Tianjiao's tasks. In response to Iron Slag's inquiry, Steellock elucidated, Iron Slag, have you ever considered that this planet is home to countless refugees shrouded in war and fear? They struggle for survival in darkness, teetering on the brink of life and death each day. I believe we ought to establish an organization dedicated to safeguarding these innocent lives. Perhaps this is our reason for remaining here. Iron Slag paused, taken aback. It seems more prudent to construct a combination of metal giants. Meanwhile, in the underground of the Imperial capital, the Predacons were repairing the structural damage caused by combat, while the digging tigers busily constructed a special energy membrane below ground. This energy membrane possessed formidable support capabilities and could emit an electromagnetic field, disrupting any energy source that attempted to approach, thus ensuring security for their clandestine operations. On the other side, Shockwave was meticulously studying a series of engineering blueprints, nodding in agreement and intrigued as he asked, Steellock, this idea is indeed commendable. By the way, what name have you given this place? Nearby, Iron Lock, holding the master blueprint, observed the war-torn town. We call it Dragon Clan. Epilogue. The future on a rainy night. Qian Yuan walked alone into Sakura District. Torrential rain poured down, relentless as streams of data, washing over the towering edifices of steel and concrete. The surfaces of these buildings were adorned with countless screens and dynamic billboards, shimmering with mesmerizing neon halos, weaving a tapestry of flowing information matrices under the rain's reflection. A semi-transparent, smart canopy floated above the streets, its unpredictable light and shadow dancing in rhythm with the rainfall, transforming the city into a dreamlike spectacle. The vibrant lights refracted on the damp streets, creating illusions that blurred the boundaries between virtual reality and the tangible world. In the heart of the city, the cherry blossom tree emitted a faint cold glow from each petal, symbolizing the unique coexistence of technology and nature. Throughout the streets, autonomous maglev vehicles glided by, leaving trails of fleeting shadows that vanished into the shadows behind the curtain of rain. The pedestrian pathways beneath the intricate transport network branched in all directions, with every corner concealing unknown possibilities and lurking risks. Clad in a rain-resistant trench coat, Qinyuan's visor projected a holographic display of his composed gaze, the real-time data of his surroundings shifting instantaneously before his eyes. At that moment, a captivating melody, woven from electronic synths and human voices, drifted from afar, its rhythm akin to encoded emotional data streaming through the rain-soaked streets of Sakura District. As Qian Yuan focused intently, he followed the direction of the melodious singing, and before him stood a majestic edifice, resplendent with lights, akin to a dazzling cybernetic celestial body, rising against the night, shimmering with captivating brilliance. This architectural marvel boasted unique, semi-transparent curvilinear walls, with an intricate internal structure composed of countless layers of overlapping three-dimensional stages, each pulsating with ever-changing light and shadow, resembling a three-dimensional virtual reality realm. A colossal screen wall displayed live footage of a concert featuring a popular singing star, mesmerizing countless spectators who found themselves immersed in this auditory and visual feast, seemingly revealing Qinyuan's purpose for being there, the pursuit of celebrity admiration. Wait a moment. I need to clarify something. Are humans actually listening to robots sing? Steellock inquired, a hint of astonishment lacing his tone. Qin Yuan corrected him, saying, "Not entirely robots. To be precise, they are electronic songstresses. They are not robots in the traditional sense, but rather a form of musical expression manifested through highly advanced voice synthesis technology and virtual imagery. These songstresses are capable of performing a myriad of musical styles and have garnered immense popularity for their exceptional sound quality and emotional expressiveness." Meanwhile, Scammer listened with intrigue to the ethereal electronic melodies, and to his surprise, even Qin Yuan's second persona, that unpredictable mass of black mist beside him, seemed to respond to the enchanting tunes, becoming remarkably tranquil and harmonious. Upon reaching the center of the venue, Qin Yuan cautiously presented the ticket he had procured from Scammer. Due to previous financial constraints, he had only been able to watch concert replays on television. Now, the opportunity to experience it live filled him with anticipation and excitement. As the ticket verification process unfolded step by step, his heart raced in tandem. However, at the final moment, as the ticket was scanned by the sophisticated electronic identification system, a cold electronic alert rang out. "Error, counterfeit ticket." Several security personnel promptly rushed over, and upon witnessing this, Qin Yuan swiftly reacted. He snatched the ticket and deftly maneuvered through the crowd to escape the scene. Eventually, after evading the pursuing guards, he found refuge in a secluded alley. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no security was in close pursuit, allowing his racing heart to gradually calm. The alley was eerily quiet, save for the sound of raindrops pattering against the ground and the distant murmur of urban life. Leaning against the damp wall, the counterfeit ticket in his hand seemed glaringly conspicuous. Qin Yuan scrutinized the forged ticket repeatedly. Despite his diligent examination, he could discern no obvious flaws. At that moment, Scammer advised him to check his phone for an image of a genuine ticket. Qin Yuan hastily retrieved his phone, sifting through a group chat for photographs of the authentic ticket. After a thorough comparison, he still failed to identify any significant discrepancies between the two. However, Scammer was the first to pinpoint the issue. The genuine ticket featured a faint yet exquisite golden border along its left edge, a detail conspicuously absent from their counterfeit version. "Alas, it appears our efforts were in vain," he lamented. Qin Yuan leaned helplessly against the wall, his face etched with disappointment and desolation. He crumpled the counterfeit ticket in his hand, silently lamenting why he had overlooked such a crucial detail prior to its creation. At that moment, a noise emanated from a distant pile of garbage, capturing Qin Yuan's attention. His heart raced, the commotion from the refuse heightening his alertness. He muttered to himself, "Could the security have tracked me down here? But how could they possibly?" Just as he pondered this, Gang Suo emerged. Curious, do these security personnel possess the ability to burrow through the earth? Have humans on this planet become so formidable? Despite his skepticism, Qin Yuan resolved to investigate further. He cautiously approached the source of the noise, holding his breath as he peeled back the topmost garbage bag. The sight that greeted him sent a cold sweat cascading down his spine. Lying amidst the refuse was a female robot. Her azure twin ponytails and blue and white made outfit starkly revealing her identity. Infinite Future? Both Gang Suo and the con artist instantly recognized her as the popular idol singer featured on the ticket. Why was she here and in such a dire state? If she was here, then who was performing at the concert? A torrent of questions swirled in Qin Yuan's mind like a vortex. Enough of this speculation. The paramount concern is to rescue her, Gang Suo asserted decisively, noting the severe damage to Future's form, with exposed wires and her body teetering on the brink of collapse. The con artist took control of the situation, gingerly lifting Future from the garbage heap. He retrieved a universal repair toolkit and a new power module from his fourth-dimensional pocket, promptly commencing an urgent restoration of Infinite Future. After a tense and meticulous repair process, Infinite Future appeared to have been restored to near perfection. Save for a flaw on her left cheek, functionally and aesthetically, she had nearly returned to her original state. The con artist experimented with dozens of materials in an attempt to rectify that imperfection, but regrettably, he could not find a perfect match. Nonetheless, he was satisfied with the results of his repairs. Well, now he just await her awakening. Qin Yuan stood vigil by Infinite Future's side, quietly anticipating the moment this electronic diva would reboot. In the early hours of dawn, accompanied by a crisp sound, Infinite Future's eyes slowly fluttered open. She gazed around in confusion, ultimately fixing her gaze upon Qian Yuan, who was asleep beside her. "You're awake?" At that moment, the voice of Gang Sur resonated within Qian Yuan, instantly capturing Future's attention and fully rousing her from her stupor. In a panic, Infinite Future instinctively sought to flee this unfamiliar environment, dashing towards the roadside. However, her attempt was thwarted as Gang Saw swiftly yanked her back. The con artist couldn't help but wonder, has she lost her mind? Does she not realize she is a celebrated star? The con artist had spent the night enlightening Qian Yuan. He was astonished to discover that Future was not merely a star, but a top-tier celebrity with immense global recognition. Every concert she held was a resounding success, with seats filled to capacity and tickets becoming exceedingly scarce. Steel Lock decided to allow Infinite Future to settle in a relatively comfortable environment, attempting to gently inquire about the circumstances that led her to the garbage heap and her subsequent memory loss. However, no matter how earnestly Steel Lock tried, Future remained resolutely silent, seemingly unable or unwilling to respond. Sensing that his direct approach might be too brusque, Steel Lock enlisted the help of Scam to communicate with Future. With his suave demeanor and adept conversational skills, Scam endeavored to coax the truth from her in a more gentle manner. Yet, even then, Infinite Future's reactions were unchanged. She remained mute, as if an invisible barrier prevented her from disclosing any information. Could she be mute? Steel Lock pondered aloud to Scam. Scam conducted a thorough scan of Infinite Future's system, revealing that everything was functioning normally, with no signs of damage or malfunction. Faced with this impasse, Steel Lock and Scam found themselves at a loss, left with no choice but to wait patiently. When Qian Yuan awoke, feeling hunger pangs, he retrieved a piece of bread from his pocket to satiate his appetite. Noticing Infinite Future still seated there, he decisively tore off a piece of bread and offered it to her. Infinite Future regarded the bread in Qian Yuan's hand with caution, but after a moment's hesitation, she accepted it and began to chew voraciously. Observing her consume the bread, Steel Lock was taken aback. "Goodness, she can eat bread?" In response, Scam explained, "Future possesses an advanced food conversion structure, enabling her to transform human food into the energy she requires." Why do I feel as if Steel Lock has never visited Earth? After finishing the bread, Infinite Future remained silent, curled up in the corner without uttering a word. Qian Yuan contemplated that this stalemate could not persist. Seizing a moment of inspiration, he pulled out a pen and paper from his pocket, requesting Infinite Future's signature. "Is it time for signature now?" Steel Lock and Scam questioned loudly. Yet upon seeing the pen and paper, Infinite Future instinctively accepted them. However, the moment she touched the pen and paper, she suddenly fainted. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qian Yuan quickly supported Infinite Future, while Scam conducted a meticulous examination, discovering that her energy core had been completely depleted and required immediate replacement. Regrettably, Scam had no compatible energy cores among the available power devices. Faced with this challenging dilemma, Qian Yuan resolved to seek a suitable energy core at Infinite Future's company. He instructed Scam to create a duplicate body to remain behind and tend to the unconscious Future. Subsequently, Qian Yuan set off with Steel Lock. Utilizing the disguise technology provided by Scam, Qian Yuan effortlessly infiltrated the inner workings of Future's company. He moved stealthily through corridors and passages, evading surveillance and patrolling security until he reached the energy room. There, he discovered the energy cores and swiftly packaged several for his departure. Just as Qian Yuan was about to exit the energy chamber, a contingent of fully armed company personnel suddenly surged in, hastily packing numerous energy cores into crates and transporting them away. Qian Yuan discerned that a greater secret might be concealed behind this operation and resolved to remain hidden, clandestinely observing their actions. When an employee temporarily departed for the restroom due to an urgent need, Qian Yuan seized the opportunity to incapacitate him, donning the employee's uniform and successfully infiltrating the transport crew. Following the group through the corridor's end, the leading employee tapped out a rhythm on what appeared to be an ordinary wall. With the whir of machinery, a concealed door silently opened, revealing a hidden elevator ascending from the depths below. They all entered the elevator, descending deep underground. As the doors opened once more, a breathtaking scene unfolded before them. A vast industrial assembly line lay before their eyes, where countless identical electronic songstresses awaited installation and activation. Surrounding them were piles of assorted parts and components. Meanwhile, the fraudster guarding the infinite future resumed his nefarious activities. He discreetly connected himself to the infinite future, initiating a memory synchronization process. As the data transfer completed, vivid images of infinite futures' past experiences materialized before the fraudster. Through this synchronization, he vicariously relived the scenes. In one memory, Infinite Future had just concluded a grand concert, her backstage demeanor radiant as she expressed heartfelt gratitude to her supporting staff. Just as she exuberantly announced plans for her next concert, her voice abruptly fractured, becoming hoarse and riddled with electrical interference. In the midst of the audience's astonishment, she too was filled with terror. She attempted to vocalize, but only a jarring electric crackle echoed in the air. In that moment of awkwardness and panic, her devoted assistant swiftly approached, softly reassuring her that it was likely due to exhaustion and that a brief rest would alleviate her distress. The assistant guided Infinite Future into a mysterious, tranquil lounge, where she reclined on a sofa, momentarily setting aside her unease, choosing to trust her assistant's words and rest. However, an unforeseen event transpired when several armed individuals, their identities concealed, burst into the lounge. They swiftly bound her, disregarding her struggles and protests, forcibly taking her away. Infinite Future had never encountered such a predicament. Engulfed in extreme fear and chaos, she summoned her indomitable will and, upon navigating a staircase corner, finally broke free from her restraints, managing to escape. Breathless and in a state of panic, she stumbled upon another lounge. As the doors swung open, the sight that greeted her left her astounded. She beheld another version of herself. The two futures exchanged awkward and tense glances. But the mute future was soon forcibly dragged away by the armed personnel. With all her might, she screamed in an electrical tone, "This isn't real." Yet her cries failed to reach anyone. Subsequently, she was taken to a mysterious underground area where the company's owner awaited her arrival. Before her employer, her inquiries transformed into unsettling currents of sound. The boss nonchalantly caressed her cheek, as if appraising a soon-to-be discarded item. "A future devoid of song holds no value for me," he declared coldly, as the immense doors of the smelting furnace creaked open, revealing countless electronic songstresses similar to her, wailing in agony within. The materials derived from their dissolution would be sent back to the assembly line for reconfiguration and production. Though her heart brimmed with terror and despair at the boundless future ahead, she clung to her instinct for survival. As she was thrust toward the furnace, she frantically groped within, seeking a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, she discovered a concealed hollow in the furnace wall, adorned with fragmented parts. Witnessing this potential escape route, perhaps born from the sacrifice of innumerable futures, her emotions became a tumultuous blend. Faced with the choice between plunging into the inferno or seizing a path to freedom, she resolved to fight for her life, leaping with all her might to grasp the edge of the hollow, struggling to climb out. From that moment onward, Infinite Future embarked on a nomadic existence, shrouding her face to evade capture and safeguard her identity, fostering a profound mistrust of others. She spent several solitary days wandering the streets of Sakura District until her energy was nearly depleted, ultimately coming to a halt beside a refuse pile in an alleyway, entering a dormant state. Upon uncovering this shocking truth through memory synchronization, the scammer swiftly contacted Chen Yuan, who stood before the assembly line. At that moment, Chen Yuan grappled with the incredibility of his surroundings, his dazed state noticed by the steel lock, which promptly roused him. Clenching his fists, Chen Yuan dashed toward the boss's office. Unbeknownst to him, the boss was atop the towering office building, surveying the entirety of Sakura District, oblivious to Chen Yuan's stealthy approach from behind. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan aimed his handgun at the boss's head, demanding to know why he treated Infinite Future with such cruelty. Faced with the gun's muzzle, the boss displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he let out a cold chuckle and began recounting a long-buried tale. A century ago, on the brink of a third world war driven by rapid technological advancement, countless refugees turned on each other in a desperate fight for sustenance. In that moment of despair, an exquisite melody graced their ears, a sound akin to divine harmony, as if angels had descended to earth. I should have perished amidst that chaos. Yet upon hearing that song, I vowed to survive and possess that voice. But then, the voice vanished mysteriously. I did not relent, and I succeeded. I claimed her. However, His tone grew increasingly deranged. That voice is not flawless. I cannot tolerate the existence of any imperfection. No sooner had he finished speaking than armed personnel burst into the office, directing their firearms at Qian Yuan. The boss's eyes gleamed with a fanatical resolve. Whoever you are, you must comprehend this. Until I attain the truly perfect voice, all other sounds are merely refuse. With a swift incantation, Qian Yuan decisively shattered the window and leapt outside. After a brief adjustment of his posture, he successfully landed amidst the bustling crowd, utilizing the throngs of people as a cloak to promptly vanish into the vast sea of humanity. Upon returning to the alley, Qian Yuan presented the stolen energy core to the scammer, who immediately commenced the installation. They patiently awaited the revival of Infinite Future. Before long, Infinite Future gradually awakened from her slumber, feeling the familiar energy coursing through her veins once more. Gazing at the weary, yet concerned Qian Yuan, tears involuntarily slipped from the corners of her eyes. Observing her distress, Qian Yuan struggled to rise, revealing a bag full of energy cores, and reassured her. These cores should sustain you for quite some time. Infinite Future remained unable to articulate her thoughts. She picked up a stone and inscribed on the wall, "Why? Why help me?" Faced with her inquiry, Qian Yuan hesitated. At that moment, a torrential rain began to pour from the sky. With a sigh, he replied, "I merely lent a hand on my way. You owe me a favor, so think about how to repay me in the future." Raindrops cascaded down Future's cheeks, blurring the lines between her tears and the rain. Yet at that moment, it felt as if her power core shared in her anguish. Qian Yuan thoughtfully held an umbrella over her, bringing a semblance of warmth and shelter in this frigid world. Messages flooded the group chat, announcing a new concert for the future in 2 days, with tickets now selling out rapidly. However, Qian Yuan was too preoccupied to heed such matters. His focus remained solely on Infinite Future, his heart heavy with concern for her uncertain path ahead. "You might be meddling a bit too much," the scammer teased. To which Qian Yuan retorted, "What's it to you? I enjoy it, and you're no better." After a moment as contemplation, the scammer suggested taking Infinite Future away, but Qian Yuan firmly rejected the notion, believing her choices should be respected. To his surprise, Infinite Future expressed her desire to return to the stage and continue singing, declaring that the fate of a songstress was to perform until the end of her life. "But right now, you can't even speak properly," Qian Yuan gently reminded her. Future gestured towards the scammer, seemingly seeking his assistance. Initially reluctant to help, the scammer was swayed by the pleading look in Infinite Future's eyes. "All right then, a losing venture," he relented, pulling an external voice amplifier from his pocket and carefully affixing it to her neck. When Infinite Future attempted to clear her throat, to everyone's astonishment, she produced a sound devoid of static or distortion. It was her own, pure and enchanting voice. The scammer cautioned, "Remember, don't sing too fast, or the amplifier won't keep up with your vocal speed and may malfunction." That evening, the venue was alive with exuberant voices as the new songstress passionately performed on stage. Meanwhile, the scammer had meticulously chosen a splendid gown for Infinite Future, once again emphasizing, "Above all, remember not to sing those fast-paced songs." Outside the venue, Qian Yuan and Gongsu stood vigilantly, uncertain of what would transpire next, yet resolved to remain steadfast. As the Infinite Future passionately concluded a song on stage and engaged with the enthusiastic audience, preparing to commence the next piece, a familiar melody suddenly resonated from the opposite side of the stage. The lyrics were rapid and fervent, accompanied by a powerful rock rhythm. A figure adorned in a flowing azure gown gracefully descended the spiral staircase, the spotlight instantly illuminating her, captivating the attention of the entire audience. Was that another Future? Qian Yuan, perplexed by the vigorous and swift song, recalled the earlier warning that the Future was prohibited from performing fast-paced songs. It was her own voice, unbeknownst to the audience. The external vocal enhancer had been discreetly deactivated before her performance. Infinite Future was not truly voiceless. Rather, her past experiences had left her traumatized, rendering her fearful of vocal expression. This was a hurdle she must overcome herself, as the deception had stated. Inside the venue, the audience was entranced by the extraordinary performance. Thunderous applause resonating, and the atmosphere charged with excitement. However, amidst the jubilation, Qian Yuan and Gongsu keenly sensed an unsettling presence. They observed company personnel both inside and outside the venue, seemingly surveilling and waiting for an opportunity to act. As the music reached its crescendo, the tension within the venue mirrored the escalating rhythm. Qianyuan fixated on Infinite Future, whose singing grew increasingly impassioned, testing the limits of her vocal cords with its rapid pace and rhythm. In a final effort, an unsettling electric crackle mingled with her voice, signaling that her body had reached its breaking point. As the song neared its conclusion, Infinite Future's face bore an expression of determination intertwined with resignation. Was this the end? Enduring her pain, she expressed her gratitude to the audience, saying thank you and goodbye. With the announcement of a shutdown, she fell freely from the platform, and the deception hurriedly caught her. Gongsu was intercepting the company personnel, and upon seeing that the deception had vacated, he exhaled a plume of dragon fire, engulfing the area in smoke, ultimately vanishing within it. In the evening, Infinite Future awakened in a jeep, recognizing it as belonging to the deception. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the unfamiliar environment. The slight jolting and rumbling indicated they were on a train. Upon noticing her awakening, the deception hastily activated the headlights. Gongsu was sprawled opposite him, wagging his tail to signal him to dim the lights, for Qianyuan had only just fallen asleep. He has been watching over you all day, Gongsu remarked to Infinite Future. She tucked a blanket around Qianyuan and inquired about their destination. The imperial capital, Gongsu replied. The mere mention of this name brought her a flicker of surprise, yet she pondered, why was she being taken along? After the concert, the saga of deception unfolded. Due to the fervent singing of Infinite Future, her entire system ignited. In a bid to save her, Deception utilized a particle disassembler to connect her with Qianyuan, employing both Steel Lock's and Deception's abilities to restore her body. Now, Infinite Future had transformed into an energy entity akin to Steel Lock and Deception. Upon the train's arrival, Steel Lock roused Qianyuan, while Deception succinctly instructed Future on how to disassemble herself. Subsequently, both entities entered Qianyuan's body simultaneously, leaving Qianyuan in a state of confusion as she disembarked. Where are we? She pondered, gazing at the opulent cityscape, her emotions a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow. Nonetheless, Qianyuan remained respectful of her wishes. He inquired about her next intentions, assuring her that he, along with Steel Lock and Deception, would offer their unwavering support. Infinite Future merely shook her head lightly within the space, and, rising to her feet, introduced herself. Greetings, I am the virtual Diva Infinite Future. From this day forth, I look forward to your guidance. In a side story set on a day of great upheaval, at the very beginning of the tale, the creator Yuan Shi Tian Zun transformed into Cybertron, scattering 13 embers into the boiling sea of magma, thereby giving birth to the 13 original Transformers, revered by future generations as the 13 Ancestors. When the last ancestor rose from the tides of energy, the surface of Cybertron was adorned with 13 distinct Iron City-states. These city-states served not only as homes for the ancestors, but also as emblems of their respective ideologies and powers. Each city-state, with its unique architectural style and technological achievements, reflected the personalities and wisdom of the ancestors. As the only female ancestor, Skyfire was the forger, a master of weapons. Her forging sanctuary was perpetually resonant with the hum of furnaces, and at that moment, she was embedding the final piece of dark matter crystal into a device using her mechanical arm. Nestled in the heart of Cybertron, her sanctuary was surrounded by towering furnace spires, from which energy beams shot skyward, as if declaring her existence to the entire planet. The sound of metallic doors being swept open by a particle stream made Skyfire's audio receptors quiver slightly. Without turning, she recognized it was Raging Sky, the ancestor of all beasts, who was known for his restless nature and penchant for roaming the 13 cities. His arrival was always accompanied by a chill of white mist, as though he had just returned from the frozen tundra. "Come and see my new toy," Skyfire said, turning to reveal a holographic design projected from her tactical visor. The device, composed of 7 concentric circular rings, spun in the air, each layer embedded with time gears reminiscent of those used by Time ancestor Intian Shing. These gears interlocked tightly, as if whispering the secrets of time. "I have compressed the space-time matrix by 300,000 times. Theoretically, it can create quantum wormholes." Skyfire's voice carried a note of pride and anticipation. Raging Sky's armor exuded wisps of low-temperature mist as he scrutinized the energy conduit-laden metal behemoth. The surface of the device, crafted from chrome alloy, displayed wavy patterns due to the distortion of space-time, while two Cybertronian crystals at its core rotated in opposite directions, tearing delicate purple arcs through the air. His optical lenses flickered slightly, seemingly analyzing every intricate detail of the device. "Are you certain you want to activate this? What is it?" His voice processor emitted a cautious hum. "The last sword you crafted for the seer caused half the experimental site to explode." Sai Tianjiao's fingers glided across the control panel, and 360 energy nodes sequentially illuminated with a blue glow. "This time, it will be different. These are merely old devices I have assembled together." Suddenly, she seized Rui Tianjiao's wrist, her tactical visor gleaming with an excited orange light. "Come be my test subject and help me with the experiment. It's just a matter of transporting to the adjacent test chamber." Rui Tianjiao cast a worried glance at the device and then at Sai Tianjiao's eager expression, only managing a reluctant nod. He was acutely aware that Sai Tianjiao's experiments were always fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet her enthusiasm and determination rendered refusal impossible. As Rui Tianjiao stepped onto the resonance platform, he noticed an inscription in Cybertronian ancient script on the side of the apparatus, marked as the 6th modified version. Before he could voice his inquiry, Sai Tianjiao had pressed the button, and the entire laboratory was suddenly engulfed by a quantum luminescence. He felt himself disassembled into billions of fundamental particles, each vibrating along different timelines. He glimpsed Sai Tianjiao adjusting parameters late into the night 3 days prior, and then saw himself stagger out of the portal 5 minutes later. The matter reconstruction process, accompanied by a sharp metallic grinding sound, unfolded over the span of 3 seconds. As Rui Tianjiao's visual sensors refocused, he found himself standing 3 meters behind Sai Tianjiao at the spatial coordinates of the teleportation's origin. It was a success. The temporal coordinate displacement was merely 3 meters. Sai Tianjiao joyfully embraced Rui Tianjiao, the high-frequency vibrations from her spark chamber resonating through her armor. "How do you feel? Just moments ago, you were disassembled into particles. Then, you abruptly appeared behind me. Oh, right, I know what to call it now. I think I shall refer to it as the temporal bridge." Rui Tianjiao steadied himself against the still-warm teleportation platform, remnants of a future vision lingering in his memory. Cybertron had fractured into 2 factions, and the entire planet was engulfed in endless warfare. Sai Tianjiao, this device's power is far too formidable. We must exercise caution in its use. Concern tinged Rui Tianjiao's voice. Sai Tianjiao nodded, yet her eyes sparkled with unquenchable excitement. "All right, let us prepare for the second experiment." Sai Tianjiao's voice brimmed with enthusiasm and anticipation as she once again urged Rui Tianjiao onto the teleportation platform. However, this time, she stepped up alongside him. Rui Tianjiao remained lost in that memory, entirely oblivious to Sai Tianjiao setting the time and coordinates. His thoughts were consumed by the future's flames of war and division. By the time Rui Tianjiao regained his awareness, the temporal bridge had already activated. His optical lenses abruptly contracted, and the voice processor emitted a frantic hum. "You're insane." "I am not insane." Sai Tianjiao's voice carried a hint of stubbornness and confidence, her tactical visor flashing with orange light, declaring her resolve. The roar of the temporal bridge grew louder, enveloping the entire laboratory in intense energy fluctuations. The chrome alloy surface of the device began to emit a blinding radiance, while the Cybertronian crystal at its core accelerated in rotation, and the air thickened with a pungent ionized scent. It is now too late to shut it down. At that moment, the guard team of Sai Tianjiao was drawn in by the roaring sound. The leading captain, Fei Biao, shouted loudly, "Lord Yuanzu." Sai Tianjiao turned her head, a glint of resoluteness flashing in her eyes. "Fei Biao, take care of the city. We will return shortly." Fei Biao's voice was filled with anxiety and confusion. "But where are you going?" "To the future." Sai Tianjiao's voice rang out clearly amidst the cacophony. No sooner had she spoken than the entire space-time bridge began to spin at an alarming rate, resulting in a violent explosion. A powerful shock wave instantly engulfed the entire laboratory, causing the walls of the forging sanctuary to collapse and the metal beams from the ceiling to plummet. The figures of Cai Tianjiao and Rui Xianjiao were consumed by a blinding light in the moment of the explosion, vanishing into the vortex of time and space. The aftershocks of the explosion caused the forging sanctuary to collapse, with massive metal debris scattering in all directions, shaking the entire city. Fei Biao and her guard team were thrown to the ground by the shockwave, and as they struggled to rise, all that remained before them was a wasteland. No one knew where Cai Tianjiao and Rui Xianjiao had been transported to. Shortly thereafter, the traitor among the 13 ancestors, Zhen Tianzuan, ignited a war. His ambition and desire plunged the 13 tribes into civil strife, with the ancestors perishing or fleeing. Cybertron was engulfed in unending flames of war and chaos. In the final moments, Master Titanium, the chronicler among the ancestors, awakened the 13 cities, sending them into the cosmos to preserve the flame of civilization. His voice echoed in every corner of the cities. Our civilization must not perish. We must pass on the torch. Under Master Titanium's guidance, the 13 cities ascended, transforming into colossal spaceships, venturing into the depths of the universe. Each city carried a fragment of Cybertron's civilization, imbued with hope and dreams, in search of a new homeland. Thus, the era of the ancestors came to an end. Time returned to the modern age, where the leaders of the two factions of Cybertron, Optimus Prime and Megatron, clashed in the decisive Battle of Kowloon, bringing an end to millions of years of war. Once again, Cybertron entered a golden age. The smoke of war gradually dissipated, and the light of hope rose anew from the ruins. The cities began to rebuild, technology flourished once more, and the inhabitants of Cybertron could finally restart their lives on this war-torn land. On this day, the leader of the mechanical dinosaurs, Steellock, was wandering in the Rust Sea. The Rust Sea was a desolate expanse on Cybertron, once a battlefield, now reduced to shattered mechanical fragments and swirling sands. Steellock's armor was coated with a thick layer of rust, and his steps were heavy and slow. Suddenly, he spotted a golden giant hammer amidst the swirling sands. The hammer glimmered faintly, as if calling to him. As he approached, he discovered a woman lying there, seemingly unconscious. Her armor bore the marks of time, yet her former glory was still discernible. Staying here is a certain death. Steellock bent down and carefully lifted her. The woman's body was astonishingly light, as if a gust of wind could disperse her. He carried her directly back to the base of the mechanical dinosaurs. Upon returning to the base, Steellock instructed Sha to prepare several canisters of energy liquid to sustain the woman. As the medical expert among the mechanical dinosaurs, he swiftly assessed her physical condition. She was merely unconscious, Sha remarked, a hint of perplexity in his voice. Yet her energy levels are alarmingly low and require substantial replenishment. How could she have ended up in that forsaken place known as Rust Sea? Iron Slag pondered, bewildered. Mud speculated whether it could be the result of the newly developed weapon from the Shockwave project. Only Hal had noticed the massive hammer. He scrutinized the hammer closely and discovered that its material was of exceptionally high quality, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary craftsman. It resembled. Hal hastily rummaged through historical archives, summoning the others to take a look, and found that the hammer was identical to the legendary hammer of the Celestial Champion. No way. Could this be mere coincidence? Steellock scratched his head, casting another glance at the woman on the bed. Just then, Flying Dart returned from a shopping trip in the city. Upon entering, she noticed the others gathered in a circle, and, as the eldest sister, she immediately sensed that these rascals were up to no good. "What are you doing?" Flying Dart inquired, her tone tinged with reproach. Upon seeing Flying Dart return, Steellock and the others exchanged glances and stepped aside. "I found a woman while returning from Rust Sea," Steellock stated, a mix of excitement and unease evident in his voice. "Oh, that's wonderful," Flying Dart exclaimed, setting down her items and quickly approaching to check on the woman. However, when she truly beheld her, she was left dumbfounded, staring incredulously at the woman on the bed. She realized she had unexpectedly encountered someone she thought she would never see again after such a long, long time. Choked with emotion, Flying Dart's memories surged forth at the sight of that familiar face. "Steellock, where did you find her?" Flying Dart turned to inquire. "In Rust Sea. I suddenly spotted a hammer ahead," Steellock replied, his voice tinged with confusion. Just then, the Celestial Champion was stirred awake by the commotion. Her body was still somewhat uncooperative, and she nearly toppled off the bed, but Flying Dart caught her just in time. Upon seeing a familiar face before her, she asked, "Flying Dart, did the experiment fail?" "No, my esteemed ancestor. The experiment was a success." Flying Dart could hardly contain her excitement. It was then that the Celestial Champion realized they were not in the Forge Sanctuary, but rather in a dilapidated hut. Her bewildered gaze swept across the surroundings. Flying Dart brought the hammer forward, kneeling on one knee before her. "Captain of the Celestial Champion's Guard, Mechanical Dinosaur Flying Dart, pays her respects to you, my esteemed ancestor." The Celestial Champion's gaze fell upon the hammer in Flying Dart's hand, her mind still in a haze. Slowly, she reached out and grasped the hammer's handle. At that moment, she understood it was time to greet the future. Chapter 1. The past no longer exists on an ordinary day. Steellock was executing his patrol duties on the streets of the Imperial capital, just as he did every day. The incident involving the King of Azura had transpired 6 months ago, and he had gradually adapted to the myriad challenges and inconveniences presented by his human form, although he occasionally found himself reminiscing about his former self. "In the future, I have just received news of an accident in Zone 1. Investigate whether there are any injuries at the scene." Steellock issued the command to the future. "Understood," Future promptly responded. Since the establishment of the Dragon Clan, she had taken on the responsibility of becoming the central control system, tasked with monitoring the conditions of the Imperial capital and maintaining order within the entire underground city. This subterranean realm not only served as a sanctuary for mechanical dinosaurs, but also embraced numerous alien beings who had nowhere else to turn, offering them a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Before long, Future sent another message. "Steellock, a suspicious individual has been spotted at the scene and is now fleeing towards Zone 2. Upon receiving this intelligence, Steellock immediately awakened the dormant fraud within him. The two decided to employ a flanking strategy to capture the suspect. Utilizing her precise data analysis capabilities, Future successfully predicted the suspect's potential hiding spot. Steellock arrived at the designated location first, closely followed by Fraud, who kept a vigilant watch on the suspect's movements. When the suspect found a corner to conceal herself, she removed her mask and hat, revealing her true identity as Zhao Yiling. Steellock leaped down to stand before Zhao Yiling, startling her to the point that she drew her weapon. "Qian Yuan, what are you doing here?" In response to Zhao Yiling's inquiry, Steellock endeavored to mimic Qian Yuan's voice and tone, yet the disparity in their identities rendered it somewhat awkward. He awkwardly explained, I was just out for a stroll and didn't expect to end up here, haha." Noticing Zhao Yiling's furrowed brow of suspicion, Steellock hastily shifted the subject to alleviate the tension. "By the way, what is that box you're holding?" he inquired curiously. Zhao Yiling glanced around to ensure no one was watching before opening the box in her hands. Steellock recognized it immediately. The box contained the Harmony Enigma they had been searching for. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Steellock swiftly closed the box and urged Zhao Yiling to move to a more concealed location. "How did this end up in your possession?" Steellock asked, looking intently at Zhao Yiling. Zhao Yiling began recounting the events that had transpired since their separation. She had originally intended to resign from her position and return to a mundane life. But on the day she submitted her resignation, the office was empty, save for this mysterious box and a letter signed by Ding Qi. In the letter, Ding Qi implored the reader to protect the contents of the box, just as Steellock suggested that Zhao Yiling seek refuge with the Dragon Clan. A gunshot shattered the tranquility. Zhao Yiling collapsed, blood staining the ground. In a moment of desperation, Steellock entered combat mode, simultaneously calling Future to assess Zhao Yiling's injuries while searching for the assailant. However, at that moment, a violent tremor shook the ground, and a blade snake erupted from the earth, charging towards them. Faced with this formidable foe, Steellock hesitated to engage recklessly, knowing he must prioritize Zhao Yiling's safety. Fortunately, Fraud arrived just in time. Steellock instructed him to evacuate Zhao Yiling from the scene while he confronted the blade snake. The deceitful figure cradled the gravely injured Zhao Yiling, his gaze fixated on the enigmatic artifact she held, the Harmony Enigma. After a moment's hesitation, he swiftly transformed and carried Zhao Yiling away. As night descended, following a fierce battle, Steellock finally triumphed over the Blade Serpent. Emerging from a battlefield, which was littered with energy fluids and secretions, he discovered that communication with the fraudster had been abruptly severed. More pressing matters awaited him. He needed to locate the gunman. Meanwhile, deep within the vast expanse of the Sahara Desert, a jeep sped along, with Zhao Yiling seated in the passenger seat, having fully healed from her wounds. In a haze, she heard the fraudster continuously transmitting signals and geographical coordinates, prompting her to inquire about their destination. The fraudster revealed, "Steellock has instructed me to bring you to safety." Subsequently, he recounted their journey and shared fragments of truth about the Federation he had gleaned from other dinosaurs. Initially, Zhao Yiling found this difficult to believe, but as the narrative unfolded, her expression shifted from confusion to sheer astonishment. Tears glistened in her eyes as she grappled with the shocking revelations. She never imagined the Federation she idolized could be so distorted. Noticing her reaction, the fraudster slyly queried, "Do you know what you're holding in your arms?" His tone was laced with a familiar sense of deceit, suggesting new schemes were brewing in his mind. Zhao Yiling shook her head in bewilderment, clearly unaware of the significance of the object known as the Harmony Enigma. The fraudster elaborated, "That is the Harmony Enigma, a sacred relic from the planet Cybertron. It possesses the ability to amalgamate disparate entities, and if wielded correctly, it can even forge formidable warriors." He observed Zhao Yiling's wary gaze and continued, "You see, your injuries have healed entirely due to the link we have established." As Zhao Yiling scrutinized her own reflection in the car window, she noticed her pupils had turned violet. However, recalling the fraudster's previous words about having taken residence within Qinyuan, she wondered if he could switch hosts. The fraudster clarified that he had kept a contingency plan in place for a quick escape, but this time, he had genuinely taken refuge within her. His conspicuous presence on Earth would soon attract the Federation's attention, making it imperative for him to secure a host. He proposed, "We can collaborate, harnessing the power of the Harmony Enigma." Yet, Zhao Yiling promptly interrupted him, responding with a resolute yet rational demeanor, "If you truly reside within me, you must disclose all your intentions, and the final decision must rest with me. You may pursue other matters freely." The fraudster chuckled heartily at her words, exclaiming, "A deal is struck. Let our collaboration be fruitful." Just then, a cacophony of blaring horns erupted behind them. Through the rearview mirror, Zhao Yiling discerned a heavy military truck racing towards them, carrying a Tiger tank, with military helicopters and a shuttle closely following. She couldn't help but speculate if the Federation's forces were in pursuit. The fraudster reassured her, "Fear not. These are merely old friends from my armored convoy." "Fraud, you had better explain yourself clearly." The lead-heavy truck spoke, but Fraud merely scoffed. As they drew nearer, a peculiar halo of colorful light suddenly enveloped the Harmony mystery. Zhao Yiling sensed that power. Unwavering, she placed the Harmony mystery against her chest. All the Decepticons present felt the same name resonate. Hunyuan Leopard. Fusion. With a deafening roar, the colossal warrior Hunyuan Leopard, formed by 5 Decepticons, rose instantaneously from the ground, standing tall between heaven and earth, while Zhao Yiling perched upon its shoulder. Her gaze penetrating the horizon, fixated on the setting sun. "Let us go forth and change everything." This was not merely a farewell to the past for Zhao Yiling, but a resolute proclamation of her determination for the future. Chapter 2. The 13th Mansion. 1. In the year 2090, human civilization entered a brand new epoch. Having endured the trials of a second technological revolution, the power of technology sparkled like countless stars, illuminating Earth's path deeper into the cosmos. Subsequently, Earth restructured its order, with nations merging into a unified federal government, marking the dawn of a new earthly era. Among these transformations, the once thriving New York City metamorphosed into the core of the Federation, Mandala City, where every street pulsed with the essence of power and wealth. A police car parked at the roadside stood out, its gilded inscription reading, "Punishment and Redemption." This place was a checkpoint. Currently, there were no issues in the West City. Following the incident involving the robotic dinosaurs, the Decepticon leader Shockwave relocated his bar to Mandala City and secretly opened a passageway, recruiting a cadre of renegade members to return to Earth. Among this new cohort of Decepticons was Barricade, who brimmed with curiosity about this new era, eager to explore the world once again, just as he had before. At this moment, in the northern district of Mandala City, a sudden explosion shattered the tranquility, flames soaring skyward. Barricade attempted to contact the Tiger Force Station in the North City, yet all he received was the harsh crackle of static. Witnessing the Federation ships hastening to the scene, Barricade sped forth, and upon his arrival, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Giants, Two titans clashed amidst the ruins, the aerial bot and the Hunyuan leopard, wreaking havoc across the entire North City, with even the Federation ships unable to escape the chaos. Plummeting to the earth. At that moment, a dazzling pink sports car captured Barricade's attention. The prominent red Autobot insignia on its body allowed him to instantly recognize the valiant female warrior, RC. She transformed gracefully in midair, her weapon accurately targeting the foe. As a disruption round precisely struck the aerial bot, incapacitating it instantly. Regarding the safety of the Tiger Force, RC calmly informed Barricade that they had merely lost consciousness and had sustained no real harm. This was a disruption round specifically designed to counter combiners. A relic from the war, RC explained, before she turned her weapon towards the Hunyuan leopard, which, however, had disengaged its fusion state on its own. At this moment, RC discovered that the assailant was cradling a slumbering girl in his arms. Although the true intentions of this group of Decepticons eluded her comprehension, her instincts warned her that the innocent girl was in grave peril. Without hesitation, she raised her firearm, aiming it squarely at the assailant, and resolutely commanded him to release the girl. Let us see what you've got. Amidst the chaotic scene, the defiant assailant's arms transformed mechanically into two formidable machine guns, equally unyielding as they pointed towards RC. Thus, both parties found themselves in a tense standoff, poised for confrontation. In the midst of this frozen silence, Roadblock attempted to diffuse the escalating tension. How long has the war been over? I believe it's unnecessary for us to remain at odds. Perhaps we could resolve this matter in a more peaceful manner. However, RC, resolute in her stance, vehemently retorted, silence. You Decepticons are all the same, only knowing how to seize resources and indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Do not use war as an excuse. Even with the cessation of hostilities, your true nature remains unchanged. Forever a band of rogues who will stop at nothing for their selfish desires. This sudden and stark characterization caught Roadblock off guard, as he noticed RC's trembling hand had already pulled the trigger. If this continued, casualties were inevitable. Roadblock aimed his weapon at RC, declaring, "Enough. RC, let them go, unless you wish for me to create a hole in you." Aware that the situation had turned against her, RC ultimately chose to compromise, loosening her grip on the trigger, allowing her weapon to lower as a gesture of non-resistance. At that very instant, the previously tranquil sky darkened ominously as the Federal fleet descended like a tempest, unleashing merciless bombardments that engulfed the area in a shroud of smoke and chaos. Roadblock erected a shield in a desperate attempt to safeguard everyone from harm. Yet the energy waned, and the barrier threatened to shatter. As the second wave of fierce bombardment approached, the assailant swiftly placed the sleeping girl into RC's arms, his voice laden with deep concern for her safety. "Take care of her. Hurry." Subsequently, the members of the armored convoy merged into a formidable entity, charging recklessly towards the Federal warships, engaging in a full-scale confrontation, the explosive shockwaves radiating outward, akin to the fall of a star. RC had never anticipated that the typically ruthless Decepticon assailant would risk his life to protect a human. While this could indeed be a ploy, the assailant's actions compelled her to reassess her own judgments, reflecting on whether she had been overly reliant on past biases and stereotypes. Roadblock, eager to join the melee alongside the newly formed entity, was met with RC's firm understanding of the dire circumstances. The Flying Tigers remained unconscious, and his involvement would undoubtedly exacerbate the pressure on the newly formed entity. She seized Roadblock firmly, resolutely preventing his impulsive actions. As the fierce battle raged on, the newly formed entity glanced back at them, their eyes filled with determination and promise. "Go. I'll protect the Flying Tigers. I will find you. Trust me." Amidst a cacophony of gunfire and explosions, Roadblock and RC traversed the chaos, carrying the unconscious Zhao Yiling with utmost urgency. Behind them, the formidable Mixie Leopard valiantly faced the relentless bombardment of the Federal fleet. The deafening sounds of detonations and the clashing of metal resonated in their ears, yet their sole focus was on escape. Chapter 3. The 13th Mansion, 2. After what felt like an eternity of fleeing, RC and Roadblock finally arrived at the imposing entrance of an ancient mansion. The stately edifice stood as a tranquil refuge, exuding an air of serenity and mystery under the waning light of the sunset. At this juncture, their bodies had reached their limits, compelling them to pause for a moment of respite. The most pressing task at hand was to tend to the injured Zhao Yiling. With a pragmatic and resolute demeanor, Roadblock suggested they head to a hospital. However, after a brief scan of Zhao Yiling, RC discerned that her vital signs were deteriorating at an alarming rate. Time had become their most precious resource, prompting them to seek a glimmer of hope within the confines of the mansion, wagering their fate on the balance of chance. They swiftly activated their holographic projections, transforming into ordinary human forms, and gently knocked on the heavy wooden door. Shortly thereafter, a light-footed maid, clad in traditional attire and exuding grace, opened the door. Upon hearing their urgent predicament, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. Yet she quickly regained her composure and reported the situation to her master. Fortunately, the mistress of the mansion was exceedingly understanding and unhesitatingly permitted their entry. Roadblock and RC were ushered into a grandiose hall, where they awaited further instructions. The antique furnishings surrounding them cast a solemn and oppressive atmosphere, rendering their conversation somewhat delicate and awkward. In an attempt to shatter the silence, Roadblock broached a question that had long lingered in his mind. Why do you harbor such intense animosity towards the Decepticons? However, confronted with this inquiry, RC merely rolled her eyes in disdain, opting for silence, clearly unwilling to engage in such discourse at that moment. Before long, the sound of light footsteps echoed from the staircase, and the mistress of the house descended to greet them. She possessed a statuesque figure, her flowing black hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, and her porcelain skin appeared as delicate as fine china, even captivating the typically composed RC. After a brief introduction, they learned that this remarkable woman, surnamed Sun, hailed from an illustrious family with a legacy spanning millennia, and this mansion was a testament to her family's rich historical heritage. Inquiring about Zhao Yiling's condition, the mistress offered only a vague reassurance, stating that she was stable and would recover in a few days. Roadblock, still anxious for Zhao Yiling to receive immediate medical attention, was thwarted by the mistress's insistence. The hospital will only offer you prosthetic enhancements. Rest assured, we have top-notch doctors here. A cloud of suspicion loomed in Roadblock's mind, despite the mistress's repeated assurances of Zhao Yiling's improving condition. He remained wary of the so-called elite physicians within the mansion. In this world, particularly after enduring countless intrigues and schemes, excessive enthusiasm often heralds hidden secrets. Mr. Sun's return appears to have intensified this intricate situation. He not only arranged a lavish dinner for the two, but also prepared guest quarters for their temporary stay. On the surface, everything seemed courteous and thoughtful, yet beneath the keen intuition of Lu Jia, there lurked an unfathomable motive. As night fell to ensure their safety, Alxi maintained a clandestine communication link with Lu Jia, fully aware that they could not afford to be complacent in this perilous world. Seizing the moment while the entire mansion was enveloped in the stillness of the night, Lu Jia silently set his plan in motion. Utilizing a new reflective device, he successfully rendered himself invisible, deftly navigating the mansion's intricate security system. Just as he had anticipated, from the moment he stepped into the ancient residence, he sensed a familiar yet unsettling energy fluctuation. Following the energy trail, Lu Jia arrived before the renowned painting The Creation of Adam. After a meticulous exploration, he discovered a mechanism hidden within the wall behind the artwork. As the frame shifted, a concealed passageway revealed itself. Venturing into the dark and damp tunnel, Lu Jia advanced towards the core of the truth. Upon reaching the end of the passage, the sight that met his eyes left him utterly astonished. A grand subterranean necropolis unfolded before him, with two lavishly crafted coffins deeply embedded in the ground. Above the coffins stood a bizarre statue, its form depicting a figure with hands covering its face, seated cross-legged, entirely black as ink, rendering its gender indistinguishable. Even more astonishing were the countless fragmented sculptures of diminutive figures surrounding the statue, emanating a strong and eerie energy fluctuation, the very source of power enveloping the entire mansion. Most shocking to Lu Jia were the peculiar symbols scattered throughout the necropolis, unmistakably reminiscent of the Cybertronian script he knew all too well. At that moment, a tumult of emotions surged within Lu Jia, alarm bells ringing in his mind. The seemingly tranquil mansion transformed into a scene of dread, as if every breath of air was saturated with intrigue and peril. He attempted to urgently contact Alxi, Yet the communication channel was as if gripped by an invisible force, emitting a series of raspy, static noises before plunging into silence. Clearly, some unknown entity was orchestrating these events from the shadows. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jia opted for the most direct approach, agilely leaping onto the windowsill and shattering the glass to enter Alxi's chamber. However, the empty room revealed no sign of Alxi, only a void of silence and the lingering tension in the air. Anxiousness propelled him onward as he hurried to Zhao Yiling's room. The instant the door swung open, the scene that unfolded would likely etch itself indelibly into his memory. Chapter 4. The 13th Mansion 3. Zhao Yiling's chest resembled a chaotic vortex, radiating an eerie and profound green light, strikingly prominent in the darkness. As if it were the source of energy from another realm. Her entire being was ensnared by countless robust and agile tendrils, which writhed and twisted like living entities, creating an atmosphere of suffocating terror in the dimly lit space. The barrier could not discern to which unknown creature these appendages belonged, helplessly witnessing as they greedily siphoned Zhao Yiling's life energy. At that moment, the communicator crackled to life with Alki's voice, though it was distorted by a harsh electrical static, interspersed with a calm yet eerie laughter, a sound that seemed to mock maliciously, echoing like a painful lament. Striking at the core of the barrier and sending shivers down his spine, he suddenly sensed an unsettling gaze upon him, as if countless eyes were fixated on him through the tendrils that ensnared Zhao Yiling. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that the tendrils were indeed adorned with eyes, glistening with tears like tortured souls. He could even hear whispers emanating from behind those eyes, akin to hushed conversations. Though the specific content eluded his understanding, a powerful resonance lingered in his heart, nearly causing him to lose himself in the desire to merge with that enigmatic realm. At that very moment, a wave of paralysis washed over him, his form beginning to swell dramatically, accompanied by the anguished cries of transformation. A brilliant green light erupted from within, illuminating the darkness. Within that dazzling radiance, he glimpsed scenes that transcended reality, though they remained too vague for him to decipher their secrets. Barrier! Barrier! Alki's urgent calls roused him from his stupor, and he realized he was imprisoned against a solid wall. After a futile struggle, he remained ensnared. Steadying his mind, the barrier recognized this as a cell, and he inquired of Alki, "How long have we been trapped here?" "Only half a planetary cycle has passed," Alki responded, her voice resolute in the oppressive gloom of the dungeon. The air was thick with an unknown weight, and soon, a voice echoed from the depths of the dungeon. "Incredible. You are here too." Together, the barrier and Alki turned their attention to the shadow. In the dim light, they discerned a woman with hair ablaze like fire, cascading over her shoulders like flowing silk. She wore a deep blue coat, complemented by simple yet elegant attire, exuding a distinct aura. Beside her sat a man, equally striking in appearance. Clad in a vibrant gray suit, he appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, yet his commanding presence remained undiminished. His existence resembled a burning flame, radiating inner warmth and strength even in such a dismal environment, embodying the calm composure of a scientist coupled with the indomitable spirit of a warrior. May I ask who you are?" The barrier's voice carried a hint of confusion and vigilance, for he found himself in a foreign and enigmatic setting, the scene before him far exceeding his expectations. He glanced at Alki, who indicated that she was equally in the dark. "We are the mechanical dinosaurs," the woman responded in a relaxed tone, imbued with a hint of pride and confidence, seemingly unperturbed by the potential doubts or misunderstandings her disclosed identity might provoke. Lu Zhuang recalled that Jing Petion had previously mentioned the clandestine operations of mechanical dinosaurs distributed globally, yet witnessing this reality firsthand still took him by surprise. To further ascertain the other's identity, Lu Zhuang cautiously posed a question: "What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claims?" This inquiry reverberated through the dimly lit dungeon, the air thick with an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. The woman smiled subtly, gently rousing her companion who lay nearby, still in slumber. As he gradually emerged from his stupor, he flexed his wrist, and in an instant, the seemingly ordinary watch on his arm underwent a remarkable transformation, emitting a dazzling light. This radiance enveloped the two of them, casting two enormous phantoms of a dart and a whale. The whale, with a slightly hoarse voice, recounted their ordeal, We were tracking an anomalous squad of tigers that had infiltrated this place. However, shortly after following them into this enigmatic mansion, we were struck by an unprecedented force, rendering us unconscious. When we regained consciousness, we found ourselves here. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhuang attempted to transform, hoping to break free from their predicament. He exerted all his effort, the mechanical structures within him emitting a faint hum, yet he was unable to achieve the transformation. Observing Lu Zhuang's struggle, the dart interjected promptly. Do not squander your energy. This place appears to be enveloped by a peculiar energy field that suppresses our abilities. Until we discover a solution, we must continue to operate in our human forms. Lu Zhuang mentioned Zhao Yiling, expressing concern for her safety. Upon hearing her name, the expressions of the dart and the whale grew serious. They inquired in detail about Zhao Yiling's characteristics and current situation. Once her identity was confirmed, the two mechanical dinosaurs instinctively heightened their vigilance. Zhao Yiling must not encounter any mishap, the dart asserted with conviction. Lu Zhuang, perplexed, asked what was so special about this girl. The dart recounted that just days prior, they had received a message from Gang Suo. The secret of he lies within Zhao Yiling. However, their group found themselves ensnared, the sturdy cell resembling an insurmountable barrier, confining their movements. Nevertheless, the dart reassured them, stating that she had successfully transmitted an encrypted distress signal before entering the mansion, hoping to summon reinforcements. Yet, given the perilous circumstances at the time, the signal was sent hastily and without detailed configuration, making it uncertain whether it would reach their allies. Just as they sank into despair, a sudden cacophony of fierce combat erupted outside the cell, accompanied by the clashing of metal and bursts of energy sparking throughout the air. Thick smoke billowing forth. As the haze gradually dissipated, a powerful force breached the cell door, revealing a figure that astonished them. Gang Suo? Lu Zhuang squinted in disbelief. Is that not Gang Suo? It is Tai Suo. Chapter 5. Memories 1. Wait, are you not Gang Suo? The barricade gazed with perplexity at the figure before him. Draped in a black cloak, resembling the steel lock he was familiar with, yet his keen intuition suggested otherwise. At that moment, the timely intervention of the flyer clarified the barricade's confusion. This was Iron Lock, or rather, a steel lock from the mirrored universe. Upon hearing this revelation, a myriad of emotions flickered across the faces of the barricade and RC, their thoughts instantly transported back to the tumultuous era of war. During the invasion from the mirrored universe, the planet Cybertron had been caught off guard by a sudden assault. An enemy from an alternate dimension wielded powers that were akin yet utterly opposite to their own, ravaging their once peaceful land. In the darkest of times, the Autobots and Decepticons set aside their long-standing grievances to unite against a common foe. After arduous and extraordinary struggles, they finally repelled the invaders, safeguarding the tranquility of their homeland. Iron Lock, at the conclusion of that war, was defeated by Steel Lock and voluntarily chose to remain in this universe. But how did you arrive here? The flyer inquired with keen interest. Iron Lock replied with a hint of gravity. I was dispatched by Steel Lock to assist you and Howler. After a full 12 hours of lost contact with the flyer and Howler, Iron Lock pinpointed their last signal and arrived in this city. Upon reaching his destination, he refrained from acting hastily. Instead, he employed the simulation device provided by Skyfire to assume various roles, seamlessly blending into the crowd as he embarked on a meticulous search. During this time, he transformed into a postman, a repairman, and even a street performer, traversing the alleyways in myriad guises, gathering any potential clues regarding the whereabouts of the flyer and Howler until his gaze fell upon mansion number 13. Gathering his courage, he stepped through the seemingly ordinary door that concealed an astonishing surge of energy. A powerful and primal force swept over him, emanating an essence of fear that seemed to arise from the very depths of the ember, causing his internal systems to tremble. Although filled with trepidation, Iron Lock, bolstered by his iron will and the instincts of a warrior, resolutely pressed forward, overcoming his fear and crossing the threshold. When he regained his senses, the scene before him left him speechless. The surrounding buildings had transformed from modern skyscrapers to quaint, vintage-style houses. The dazzling neon lights of the bustling city vanished, replaced by ancient cobblestone streets and the faint glow of gas lamps. With heightened vigilance, Iron Lock surveyed his surroundings, every subtle movement executed with caution. he noticed that the people on the streets donned attire vastly different from their own era, their demeanor gentle and courteous, devoid of any crude physical altercations. And verbal disputes were exceedingly rare. The rhythm of life here had slowed. Conversations were soft and amiable, as if they had returned to an age of peace and harmony. Ironlock found himself immersed in the tranquil and exquisite scenery of the city, reminiscent of an oil painting. The crimson maple leaves danced gracefully in the autumn breeze, resembling verses of a burning poem, before gently descending to the ground. As the evening bell rang melodiously, the bustling inhabitants of the streets began to tidy up, preparing to embrace the approaching night. The sun descended slowly, while the city gradually illuminated itself with the glow of countless lights, each lamp seemingly narrating its own tale. At that moment, a cough shattered his reverie. An elderly man, clad in an antiquated uniform with graying hair, approached him. His serious and concerned gaze bore a hint of caution. Frowning, the elder coughed a few times before inquiring, "Ahem, young man. I see you have been lingering on this street for quite some time. What is it that you seek?" Ironlock abruptly snapped back to reality, realizing that his current identity and situation warranted discretion, especially in the presence of this man who appeared to be a local guard. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he chose to hastily depart. Quickening his pace, he ventured deeper into the city and chanced upon an old newspaper stand, where he glimpsed a newspaper displaying the date, 1998. This undoubtedly confirmed Ironlock's suspicions. He had indeed traversed a century back in time. At this moment, anxiety surged within him. He understood that his foremost mission was to discover a way to return to his original era. Yet, Ironlock was engulfed in conflicting emotions. On one hand, he harbored a profound curiosity and infatuation for the city before him, the ancient architecture, the bustling crowds, and the palpable essence of human existence enveloped him in an unprecedented sense of reality and tranquility. Conversely, a formidable force churned within him, a destructive urge bestowed upon him by the pillar of heaven. This force had rendered him invincible on the endless battlefield, one that even the celestial champion could not entirely suppress. At this moment, he could almost envision fierce flames rising, yearning to shatter the tranquility, to engulf the entire city in a conflagration, reducing it to ashes. These two desires clashed violently within him, leaving him in torment. Helplessly, Ironlock collapsed onto the vibrant street, his body trembling uncontrollably from the internal struggle, every fiber of his being taut, desperately repressing the destructive impulse that threatened to erupt at any moment. Amidst the agony, he seemed to hear the voice of Steel Locke resonating within him, echoing the words spoken long ago. Lay down your sword and perceive the world with your heart. Chapter 6. Remembrance 2. Are you all right? A gentle voice reached his ears. It belonged to a beautiful girl who removed her garment and draped it over Ironlock's shoulders, inquiring anxiously. Fearing he might harm her, Ironlock hurriedly pushed her away and fled into the park. As night fell, the tumultuous roar of a dragon reverberated throughout the city, adding a new legend to its lore. People buzzed with discussions, treating the incident as a topic for idle chatter, with some even jesting that a dinosaur had appeared in the city. To this day, it remains a favored subject of conversation during meals. The following day, Ironlock wandered through the city in the guise of a journalist, attempting to remain inconspicuous while actively searching for the kind girl he had encountered the previous day. He adorned himself in the attire of ordinary humans, donning a pair of spectacles, disguising himself to blend seamlessly with the crowd. He meandered through cafes, bookstores, and the bustling streets, all in pursuit of a mere hint regarding the girl. The afternoon sun draped itself over the benches in the park, where Tiesoa languidly leaned against one, closing his eyes to calm the turbulence within. Suddenly, that familiar voice floated through the air like a gentle spring breeze caressing a lake, softly resonating in his ears. He opened his eyes, and indeed, it was the girl, accompanied by a refined gentleman, their lively conversation revealing a bond of intimacy. Tiesoa pondered how best to return the garment, ensuring his gratitude was conveyed without drawing undue attention. After much contemplation, he resolved to follow the girl home, intending to discreetly place the clothing in her room, thus repaying her kindness in the least intrusive manner. What a clever idea! Tiesoa silently reveled in his ingenuity. Yet, as the girl happened to pass by, he found himself unable to resist the urge to approach her. He greeted her politely, sincerely expressing his gratitude as he returned the garment. The girl accepted it with surprise and evident pleasure, clearly having remembered her act of kindness from the previous night. Just as Tia prepared to slip away unnoticed, the girl called out to him, inquiring with genuine concern about the well-being of his friend. With a smile, he replied, "He is well, always stable." This statement served to comfort her and also acted as a reminder to himself. He must suppress any destructive urges, ensuring he posed no threat to anyone. Subsequently, Tiesuo faded into the crowd, leaving the girl and her companion to discuss the enigmatic yet benevolent stranger. He continued to wander the city, not solely in search of a way home, but also to better understand and integrate into this world. Adhering to the teachings of the Steel Lock, cherishing and valuing the warmth and kindness of every life. In the pitch black of night, Tiesuo returned to the vicinity of the mansion imbued with mysterious energy, that familiar pulsation guiding him like a beacon through the darkness, drawing him closer to the heart of the enigma. He realized that this mansion was intricately linked to his transdimensional incident, and this force might be the key to unlocking his path home. Tiesuo, like a phantom, silently infiltrated the mansion's interior as he cautiously delved deeper. Striving to unveil the secrets concealed within, an unforeseen malfunction abruptly disrupted his invisibility. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the mansion's garden, the heiress, Sun Qinshuan, sat alone, admiring the blossoms under the night sky, savoring a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed before her, startling her with its unexpected presence. Though she could not discern its nature, her keen instincts urged her to remain still, avoiding detection. When Tiesuo finally discerned the woman before him, he recognized her as the girl who had aided him on the street days prior, offering him warm clothing. Without hesitation, Tiesuo chose to withdraw. In the depths of his heart, Tissa could not help but smile wryly at the capriciousness of fate as he found himself reunited with her under such unexpected circumstances. After exiting the mansion, he sought a secluded spot to recalibrate his equipment and refine his operational strategy. Ultimately, Tiesuo resolved to approach Sun Qinshuan closely. Ensuring his own safety was paramount. He sensed that this seemingly delicate yet inwardly resilient young heiress might be the key to unraveling the enigma of time travel, aiding his return to the future. However, this endeavor was akin to a gamble, with stakes that included his ability to rein in his destructive impulses, earn Sun Qinshuan's trust, and navigate the intricate web of clues before him. As dawn illuminated the city, Tiesuo made ample preparations, employing simulation technology to alter his appearance and demeanor, transforming himself into a professional gardener. Armed with forged identification and a work permit, he confidently re-entered the enigmatic mansion. The choice of a gardener's identity was no mere coincidence. After careful consideration, Tiesuo deemed it an ideal profession that would allow him to frequently and legitimately access the garden, engage closely with Sun Qinshuan, and discreetly conceal his true identity amidst the routine of his work. With deft skill, he wielded his pruning tools, patiently tending to the flora. As time progressed, Tiesuo's efforts in the garden garnered unanimous recognition from the mansion's inhabitants. He exhibited extraordinary talent and professionalism in his role as a gardener, meticulously crafting topics and methods of conversation whenever he tended to Sun Qinshuan's garden. Seizing every opportunity to interact with her, he subtly probed and gathered information concerning the mansion's secrets. On a radiant afternoon, while pruning potted plants, Tiesuo initiated a deeper dialogue with Sun Qinshuan. With a humble demeanor and expansive knowledge, he engaged her in discussions on the cutting-edge trends of technological advancement, the harmonious coexistence of art and nature, and even shared his unique insights on life, freedom, and responsibility. Sun Qinshuan was captivated by Tiesuo's profound thoughts and sincere attitude, gradually lowering her guard against the unfamiliar gardener and beginning to genuinely embrace and appreciate his presence. As time ebbed away, the bond between Tiesuo and Sun Qinshuan deepened, their mutual support flourishing amid intellectual exchanges and emotional connections. Sun Qinshuan's trust and reliance on Tiesuo undeniably created an exquisite opportunity for him to delve further into the secrets of the mansion. Yet, Tiesuo frequently reminded himself that despite his heavy responsibilities, he could not overlook Sun Qinshuan. He was resolute in his determination to unveil the truth while safeguarding her from any harm. However, the truth cannot remain concealed indefinitely. Sun Qianxuan's mother, the mistress of the mansion, with her years of experience and keen intuition, began to perceive that her daughter's relationship with the new gardener was anything but ordinary. One day, while Sun Qianxuan and Tiesaw were engrossed in conversation in a secluded corner of the garden, they were inadvertently discovered by her mother. Observing their interaction, a sense of doubt began to stir within her, prompting her to embark on a thorough investigation into Tiesaw's background. This revelation plunged Sun's mother into a state of turmoil. On one hand, she was deeply concerned for her daughter's safety. On the other, she was reluctant to disrupt the rare bond that Sun Qianxuan had forged with her confidant. Thus, Sun's mother resolved to adopt a cautious approach, discreetly commissioning an investigation into the horticulturist's true background, while planning to engage in a profound conversation with Sun Qianxuan at an opportune moment. She aimed to handle the matter with care, ensuring her daughter's protection while also uncovering the horticulturist's genuine intentions. Tiesawa sensed the suspicion and vigilance emanating from Sun's mother. He realized that to continue unraveling the secrets of the mansion and successfully fulfill his mission, he first needed to earn the trust of the Sun family, particularly that of Sun's mother. Seizing the moment, he subtly expressed to Sun Qianxuan his desire to establish formal contact with her mother, suggesting participation in family gatherings or assisting with events held at the mansion, thereby demonstrating his sincerity and amicable disposition as a friend. Upon hearing Tiesawa's request, Sun Qianxuan, motivated by her friendship and trust in him, readily agreed to assist, swiftly organizing a family gathering and inviting Tiesawa as her guest. At the gathering, Tiesawa exhibited extraordinary poise and extensive knowledge, embodying a refined demeanor that showcased his meticulous care and affection for Sun Qianxuan. These qualities profoundly touched Sun's mother, gradually altering her perception of him. Throughout the event, Tiesawa maintained a low profile, prudently selecting topics of conversation while deftly avoiding sensitive subjects that might reveal his identity. He engaged in discussions pertaining to societal development, cultural arts, and technological innovation, establishing himself as a figure of wisdom, composure, and social responsibility among family members and guests alike, further solidifying his trustworthiness in the eyes of the Sun family. Tiesawa attentively observed Sun's mother's every action, discerning her character traits and daily routines. In search of the right moment to delve deeper into the story behind the Sun family, he keenly scrutinized her behavior, striving to glean potential hidden clues from the minutiae. After the gathering, Tiesawa seized the opportunity to converse privately with Sun's mother, fostering a congenial atmosphere through light-hearted topics. During their exchange, he surprisingly detected the same energy resonance from her that he had felt upon his initial entrance into the mansion. This revelation sent a chill down his spine, making him acutely aware that there existed an undisclosed secret connection. In the dead of night, Tiesawa silently ascended to the mansion's rooftop, meticulously tracking the source of the peculiar energy emanating from Sun's mother. After relentless effort, he finally captured a crucial lead, zeroing in on his target and leaping down to stand before an unassuming door that concealed profound mysteries. He produced a master key, deftly unlocking the door, and as it creaked open, the sight beyond gradually emerged in the dim light. It revealed a secret chamber hidden deep within the mansion, featuring a solemn and enigmatic altar adorned with intricate symbols and lines, seemingly bearing the technological imprints of an ancient and advanced civilization. At the center of the altar, an energy core pulsated with a faint yet constant glow, emanating traces of an unknown force from the depths of the cosmos, suggesting that it was no ordinary object. As Ironlock stepped into this enigmatic realm, an indescribable sense of oppression engulfed him like a towering wave. It was as if he could hear ancient beings from the far reaches of the cosmic abyss whispering his name. Upon the altar, stone tablets etched with archaic runes and geometric patterns resonated with celestial maps and the forgotten stars of the universe, exuding an aura of bizarre and sinister mystery that transcended understanding. The runes, steeped in darkness and unfathomable power, appeared to writhe in the dim, flickering light, as if countless indescribable horrors were murmuring among them, awakening the forbidden knowledge slumbering in the cosmic depths. Immersed in this atmosphere, Ironlock felt the chilling sensation of being observed by an unknown force, as though he stood at the nexus of an ancient ritual that spanned time and connected multiple universes. As he approached the radiant energy core at the altar's center, An array of cryptic whispers stirred within the depths of his being. In an instant, the energy core erupted with a dazzling luminescence, its brilliance captivating as a black hole, instantly consuming Ironlock's form, as if an irresistible force were stripping him from reality and pulling him into an abyss of boundless darkness. In this void, he sensed a disarray of time and space, the overwhelming gravity drawing him towards an unknown dimension, rendering him unable to discern up from down, left from right, as he was propelled by that force toward an indeterminate destination. Chapter 8. Memories 4. Within this chaotic extra-dimensional realm woven from dark energy, Ironlock resembled a solitary beacon traversing an infinite ocean of darkness. The whirlpools and eddies formed by the dark energy encircled him, as if countless invisible arms sought to drag him deeper into the void. He felt as though he had entered the secret heart of the universe's origin, surrounded by flickering lights reminiscent of shattered stars, eternally imprisoned within the abyss of this dimension. Ironlock's electronic neural system operated at high velocity, analyzing the energy flow of this domain, while his essence struggled against the pressure of the dark energy. Just as he exerted every ounce of his strength to resist this formidable force, a profound and commanding voice resonated through the dark space, shattering the eternal silence. "You are the first to arrive here. How shall I address you, young warrior?" This voice seemed to emerge from the void itself, permeating through every particle of light, brimming with curiosity and scrutiny for the unknown visitor. Ironlock could scarcely believe his auditory senses, striving to focus his visual modules in an attempt to discern the source of the voice within the darkness. As his vision gradually sharpened, a hazy figure began to materialize in the shadows, a colossal and uniquely shaped entity, its form seemingly composed of countless twisted dimensions, radiating a profound and ancient luminescence from its eyes, akin to stars. Confronted by the inquiry of this enigmatic figure, Ironlock felt fear for the first time, a sensation that transcended the realms of his technological knowledge and understanding. "What are you? What exactly are you?" Ironlock's voice brimmed with astonishment and confusion, his optical lenses widening as the impact of the mysterious figure exceeded anything he had anticipated. This entity, manifesting from dark energy, seemed to respond to Ironlock's astonishment, echoing his words with a haunting repetition. "Is that so? What am I indeed?" The mysterious figure appeared to descend into a profound self-dialogue, his voice rippling through the dark expanse like waves, its velocity nearly causing Ironlock's spark to quiver. The sound bore an extraordinary enchantment, each syllable striking at the core of Ironlock's essence, instigating subtle alterations within his internal circuits and energy flows amidst the intense vibrations. Ironlock could distinctly sense that the figure's words were akin to an invisible blade, incessantly slicing through the tranquility of this chaotic, other-dimensional space. His voice crescendoed, resonating like thunder, compelling and inescapable. Within that ethereal reverberation, Ironlock envisioned countless forgotten epics and imprisoned souls, their narratives, struggles, and despair ignited within the brevity of their dialogue, unfolding like intricate tapestries in the darkness. Suddenly, the mysterious figure's cadence halted, plunging the entire space into a suffocating silence. Before Ironlock could fully recover from the overwhelming scene, the figure spoke again, his tone elongated and mournful. "How many stellar cycles have passed? I do not know. I have been trapped here for so long, with no one to come for us. We are forsaken here, forever." Ironlock's gaze was drawn to the remnants of a spacecraft within the space, the familiar insignias and designs starkly apparent. "Are you a Cybertronian?" In an instant, the mysterious figure unleashed a torrent of potent energy waves, the very essence Ironlock had sensed earlier within Manor. Clarity dawned upon him, as if all enigmas had converged upon this pivotal moment. His metallic form trembled with fury as he decisively launched an assault on the Star Emperor beside him, delivering a swift kick that sent it reeling. "It is you." Ironlock's voice was laden with indignation and astonishment. "You have been channeling that immense energy within the Manor." The mysterious figure seemed to grasp the implications of Ironlock's words, a look of anguish and helplessness flickering in his gaze. "My companions have all perished," he echoed through the dark void, his voice imbued with boundless sorrow and yearning. "I am trapped at the edge of this shattered world, with no escape. To find a breakthrough, to seize a glimmer of hope for rebirth, I must absorb energy, endless energy, to sustain my vitality and that of this vessel. In a moment of utter despair and longing, the mysterious figure extracted a nexus of harmony from his chest cavity. With a hoarse, yet resolute declaration, he proclaimed, "Only by harnessing the energy of the entire universe do we stand a chance to liberate ourselves from this prison." In an instant, the entire dark expanse seemed to respond to his call, with countless streams of dark energy surging forth like a deluge towards the enigma of harmony, converging within it. The perception system of the Iron Lock received a cacophony of prayers and hymns in various tongues, emanating from distant worlds, their intensity escalating as the energy surged. Just as the mysterious figure was poised to absorb all the energy contained within the enigma of harmony, a searing flame shot forth from the darkness, unrelentingly propelling him backward. Witnessing this, the Iron Lock transformed without hesitation, darting towards the enigma of harmony with lightning speed, firmly grasping the energy core. "You shall not escape," roared the Iron Lock. Amidst the clamor of billions of languages, he discerned the human tongue with precision, sensing the entwined wishes and fears. Subsequently, the Iron Lock resolutely released a portion of the energy amassed within the enigma of harmony. That energy surged forth like a tumultuous wave, enveloping the Iron Lock, and together they shattered the confines of the dark space. After enduring the impact of the searing flames, the mysterious figure underwent a transformation, his chest suddenly rupturing, from which countless tendrils of dark energy emerged, writhing violently in the dark expanse, as if alive, radiating potent waves of dark energy. He gazed toward the direction in which the Iron Lock had fled, the energy pulsating from his chest wound, his words dripping with obsession and madness. "We shall ultimately find a way. We will dominate all of creation. All will return to unity." Chapter 9. Remembrance 5. Upon returning to the mansion, dawn had already broken, and a tremendous noise awakened everyone. The Iron Lock hastily reverted to his human form and sought out Sun Qianxuan in the back garden, where she bore what appeared to be rather unsettling news. "You are to be married, truly?" The Iron Lock was taken aback by this revelation, although he did not fully comprehend the institution of marriage among humans. He vaguely understood that it signified Sun Qianxuan's impending cohabitation with another individual, an unforeseen change for him. He endeavored to grasp the significance of this news while recalling the descriptions of human emotions and connections that Steel Lock had once shared with him, attempting to correlate marriage with the concept of the spark on their Cybertron planet. Sun Qianxuan's complexion appeared somewhat pale, and she nodded, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she explained, "Yes, it is an arrangement made by my family, a responsibility I cannot refuse." Faced with an engagement she had never envisioned, Sun Qianxuan was engulfed in inner turmoil and conflict. She had never engaged in direct communication with the man who was to become her husband. Their fates had long been intertwined by traditions and responsibilities passed down through generations. In her world, familial unions were not merely personal choices. They functioned as strategic alliances between two families, embodying the hopes of perpetuating their legacy and enhancing their strength, while individual emotional needs were often relegated to a secondary status. Sun Qianxuan was acutely aware that the education and environment she had been nurtured in made it exceedingly difficult for her to defy her family's arrangements. In that world, the interests and reputation of the family were pivotal elements in determining its rise and fall, as well as its standing in society. A refusal of this marriage proposal could incite turmoil within the family, potentially affecting numerous related households and triggering unpredictable repercussions. She feared such outcomes, and more so, she dreaded becoming the architect of her family's decline. Despite her profound dissatisfaction with a marriage devoid of emotional foundation, and her yearning to pursue her own love and happiness, her resistance appeared feeble in the face of the weighty family culture and traditional values. She endeavored to seek a compromise between preserving family honor and pursuing personal happiness. Yet that path was fraught with challenges and narrow, with each step laden with hardship and uncertainty. "Tomorrow, I shall depart. This may be our final encounter," she lamented. "A month has passed, and I do not comprehend where you have been. I searched for you everywhere, yet found you nowhere. Where could you possibly have gone?" Faced with Sun Qianxuan's inquiries, Tai Suo was equally beset by confusion and helplessness. He struggled to articulate the experiences he had undergone during this time, only to realize that no existing lexicon or logic could encapsulate the wondrous journey that transcended the dimensions of reality. In that dark expanse, time and space had become distorted. He had spent merely an hour within that realm, yet an entire month had elapsed in the real world. Choosing silence, he stood there, allowing time to flow around him. The following day, sunlight bathed the ancient hall, casting an aura of solemnity and sanctity. As the chimes resonated melodiously, blessings symbolizing new beginnings and eternal promises permeated the air. Clad in a pristine white wedding gown, the young woman, amidst the teary yet smiling gazes of her family, gracefully approached the altar of matrimony. As if an angel had descended to earth, brimming with boundless hopes for the future. Tai Suo, in contrast, stood as a solitary sentinel, silently observing from afar. His heart was a tumult of emotions, acutely aware that his existence in this world seemed perpetually intertwined with brevity and farewells. He recalled how Cai Tianjiao had bestowed upon him a device capable of traversing time and space, yet despite his extensive search, it remained elusive. Just as despair began to envelop him amidst his chaotic thoughts, the mansion erupted with a staggering surge of energy, an indescribable force reverberating through the entire space. Without a moment's hesitation, Tai Suo plunged into the mansion. In an instant, a deep and fervent chorus of prayers resonated throughout the mansion, akin to a torrent crashing against Tai Suo's consciousness, rendering him instantly unconscious. As the night stars quietly ascended, Tai Suo awoke from his stupor, finding himself still within the mansion. The surroundings restored to tranquility, with only the echoes of prayer lingering in the air. The entire mansion now lay enveloped in a profound silence, where the jagged remnants of shattered columns and bloodstains glistened ominously beneath the moonlight. Navigating through the hushed corridors, Tai Suo ultimately discovered Sun Qianxuan in the rear garden. She curled up in the corner, tears cascading like a string of broken pearls. The once pure wedding gown was now tainted with the hues of tragedy, symbolizing the cruel reality of shattered moments of beauty. The gentleman who was to become her husband was cruelly snatched away by the collapsing pillars of the hall, mere moments after the wedding vows were uttered, leaving an indelible mark of despair upon Sun Qianxuan's heart, akin to a haunting nightmare. The moonlight, like frost, gently caressed her pale and sorrowful cheeks. She extended her hand, clutching tightly to the fabric of Iron Lock's clothing, her eyes brimming with a yearning to escape this place. It seemed that only by distancing herself from the tormenting memories could she rediscover the courage to embrace life anew. Iron Lock, witnessing her haggard appearance, felt a profound ache in his heart. He tenderly wiped away the tears from her face, then removed his coat and gently draped it around her shoulders. Qianxuan, I understand that your heart is engulfed in pain at this moment, but please strive to live joyfully and to thrive, he said, though he was not skilled with words. His voice resonated with unwavering conviction and sincerity. I know you may find it hard to accept or even envision the future, but remember, your worth and happiness do not hinge upon others or events. They lie within your own inner strength and choices. Chapter 10. Memories 6. We shall meet again. We certainly will. A resolute light flickered in Iron Lock's optical lens as he stood undaunted before the altar, firmly clutching the harmony riddle. He was acutely aware that the monster was observing his every move, determined not to allow him to destroy the artifact easily. Just as he prepared to obliterate the harmony riddle, a torrent of dark energy surged toward him, fierce as a beast, propelling him from the altar. His figure traced a long arc through the air, yet despite being flung by this force, Iron Lock did not relinquish his grasp on the harmony riddle. He knew that as long as he had a shred of strength left, he must persevere. Iron Lock shed his simulated human form and ventured into the forest, ready to confront potential threats. He wielded his flame sword, the crimson fire along its blade resembling a dragon soaring through the skies, roaring with determination and power. Beneath the lustrous moonlight, Iron Lock's metallic frame oscillated between brilliance and shadow, harmonizing with his surroundings, both a part of nature's essence and embodying an unyielding majesty. He understood deeply that regardless of the adversities he faced, he must uphold his duties and discover a means to dismantle the harmony riddle, thereby ending this tumultuous chaos that transcended time and space. With such conviction bolstering him, Iron Lock stood resolute in the forest, a fearless guardian, ever poised to embrace the challenges ahead. Amidst the darkened space, the energy catalyzed, gradually molding into a definitive human form, akin to clay in the hands of an artist. Iron Locke was astonished to discover that this energy had coalesced into his own likeness, albeit in deeper hues and with a more austere demeanor, as if it were a shadowy version of himself, a projection from another dimension. The Black Iron Locke stands defiantly beneath the starry sky, a vast expanse of celestial wonders that seems to be the very source of his formidable power. Shadows sway with the wind, akin to phantoms of the night, eluding any grasp of their true visage and the limits of their might. The Black Iron Locke embodies the overwhelming force of the Dark Realm, each movement unleashing boundless potency, the intensity and depth of which rival the unfathomable depths of a black hole. Each attack is accompanied by a spectacle reminiscent of falling stars, with powerful shockwaves sweeping through the forest like tumultuous tidal waves. Towering trees succumb to the onslaught, branches and leaves scattering in disarray, while rocks shatter and roll under the weight of this irresistible force, rendering the natural world alarmingly fragile in the face of the Black Iron Locke's strength. Yet, even before such terrifying power, the true Iron Locke shows no sign of retreat, fueled by an unwavering resolve. He understands that this confrontation encompasses not only his own fate, but also the destiny of the entire universe and the safety of countless innocent lives. Hence, regardless of the might of the Black Iron Locke, he must rise to the challenge, pushing the limits to protect the core beliefs and cherished world he holds dear, resolutely determined to engage in a decisive clash with the Black Iron Locke. In the heart of this vast and dense jungle, the Iron Locke and the Black Iron Locke engage in a fierce battle, their confrontation akin to a conflagration clashing against the stars. Each violent collision sparking fiery embers that create magnificent tableaus under the moonlight. The shower of sparks signifies not merely a physical conflict. The energy fluctuations between the two resonate, each encounter reminiscent of a war drum, reverberating through every gently falling leaf and swirling grain of dust in the forest. These seemingly inconsequential fragments of life appear to awaken in the wake of the battle, rising or scattering with each shockwave, collectively witnessing this epic confrontation. The fiery energy unleashed by the Iron Locke and the Black Iron Locke resembles a blazing torch, illuminating the formerly dark and silent forest. Each shadowed corner now bathed in radiant and intense light. In this breathtaking duel, the silhouettes of the two warriors gradually extend from the depths of the thicket to the rugged heart of the mountains. Their struggle resembles a battle between heaven and earth, the intensity undiminished, yet the changing terrain introduces greater peril. Sparks in the jungle swiftly transform into the thunderous echoes between the rocks, with each flash of blade or surge of energy etching deep marks upon cliffs and boulders. As the battlefield shifts, the Iron Locke continuously expends stamina and cunning, facing not only the collision of their powers, but also adapting to the complexities of the mountainous environment. Each step upon the rocky terrain, each strike, could trigger a cascade of stones, a spectacle grand enough to reverberate through the valley, awakening slumbering beasts and flora. As the battle intensifies, the Iron Locke begins to draw upon the residual energy from the enigma of harmony, transcending the confines of earthly limitations in his confrontation with the Black Iron Locke. As the shockwaves generated by their clash reverberated through the mountains and shattered the confines of space, it resembled a meteor streaking across the heavens, plunging deep into the cosmic ocean. Within the vast and infinite expanse of the universe, their figures appeared increasingly diminutive, yet their power resonated with an even greater intensity than on Earth. The flame-wielding sword of the Iron Locke transformed into dazzling beams of light in the vacuum, akin to the intertwining of galaxies, while the Black Iron Locke unleashed dark energy capable of consuming all light. The collision between the two wrought a magnificent spectacle of shattered stars and the birth of black holes. This battle unfolded among the stars, traversing the Milky Way, skimming past planetary belts, leaving behind a trail of energy woven from light and darkness. Even on the grand scale of the cosmos, every moment of this confrontation was eternally etched in the brilliance of the stars, becoming an immortal chapter in the annals of cosmic history. Chapter 11, Memories 7. In the fierce struggle against the Black Iron Locke, the Iron Locke came to a profound realization. His current strength was insufficient to contend with it. He rapidly contemplated strategies, his gaze reflecting determination and wisdom. He discerned that the Black Ironlock's formidable power stemmed from the existence of the Enigma of Harmony, which resembled an endless black hole, incessantly devouring the universe's energy to augment the Black Ironlock's might. While the Ironlock also absorbed residual energy, it paled in comparison to that of the Black Ironlock. Thus, he made a bold and perilous decision. He resolved to directly infuse the Enigma of Harmony into his own being, intending to seal it within himself. In that pivotal moment, the Ironlock grasped the Enigma of Harmony and forcibly embedded it within his core. Instantly, an unprecedented surge of dark energy flooded into his essence like a raging torrent. The Ironlock's body ignited like a blazing furnace, transforming him into a burning sun, flames soaring skyward, illuminating the dark cosmos, and even reaching the heavens, turning the once opaque night into a resplendent day. He cried out in agony. Yet that cry was imbued with an unwavering conviction. I will not allow you to continue endangering this world. Within the dark void, the enigmatic figure watched in stark disbelief as the Enigma of Harmony was absorbed by the Ironlock. The source of power that had consistently nourished the Black Ironlock was dissipating at an alarming rate, instilling in the mysterious figure a sense of unprecedented panic and helplessness. It let out a heart-wrenching roar, akin to a wounded beast, its voice laced with rage, defiance, and despair, echoing throughout the dark expanse. As the Ironlock endured the baptism of that colossal energy, his consciousness began to blur. Driven by the instincts of a warrior, he propelled his weary body downward, returning to the subterranean lair where it all began, the mansion's depths. There, he could no longer withstand the burden imposed by the shockwave. His bodily functions gradually waned until he succumbed to complete shutdown. In the garden that bore witness to countless memories and emotions, Sun Qinshuan held on to hope, persistently searching for the Ironlock. Time flowed inexorably, day giving way to night, her eyes reflecting both an endless longing for the Ironlock and a resolute determination in the face of an uncertain fate. Amidst a profusion of blossoms, she gazed into the heavens, where celestial bodies danced in their eternal waltz, silently praying for the safe return of the Ironlock. In the midst of this protracted and solitary vigil, the Enigma of the Harmony gradually detached itself from the Ironlock, beginning to siphon energy from the Earth. Ultimately discovered and seized by researchers of the federal government, this artifact, which had sparked countless upheavals and disputes, once again became the focal point of various factions. However, tranquility was not to be found. Reactionary elements within the Federation lurked, seeking an opportune moment to steal and secrete it away. Among these reactionaries was Ding Qi, a close friend of the host of the Flying Mark, Li Ku. During the long slumber, the Ironlock lay dormant deep within the mansion's subterranean depths. Although its spark was in repose, its sensors remained operational at the barest minimum, ever ready to detect any external changes. At long last, one day, it received an urgent signal from the Flying Mark. This message pierced the enduring stillness like the first ray of dawn, awakening the slumbering Ironlock. In that instant of receiving the signal, the Ironlock systems rebooted, restoring its fundamental functions. It swiftly assessed the current situation, realizing that the barrier and others were in peril, and without hesitation, it acted, breaking through the seal with utmost speed and successfully rescuing them. After ensuring the safety of its comrades, the Ironlock led everyone away from the now-transformed mansion. As the Ironlock awakened from its prolonged slumber, a formidable wave of energy surged silently from the depths of the dark space at the universe's edge. A mysterious figure, endowed with an extraordinary sensitivity to dark energy, keenly detected the Ironlock's location on Earth, that blue planet now capturing their full attention. The mysterious figure gazed intently at the unfamiliar yet familiar starry sky, sensing the energy of the Harmony awakening quietly. This resurgence signified that their plans were still afoot. Confronted with this unforeseen circumstance, they resolved to employ extreme measures. They summoned the terrifying forces hidden within the dark space, skillfully manipulating dark energy to conjure legions of monstrous beings, unleashing them upon Earth like a relentless meteor shower. These creatures possessed immense destructive capabilities and extraordinary vitality. The clarion call of war had sounded. Earth was on the brink of an unprecedented conflict. Yet the Iron Lock and its companions remained unaware of the grave challenges and unknown dangers that lay ahead. Upon beholding the mansion once more, the Iron Lock was taken aback by its remarkable advancements and transformations compared to the era before its slumber. The evolution of technology was palpably evident in every corner of the mansion. As they hastily fled, the group passed through the back garden, a repository of countless memories for Sun Qianxuan. The inscriptions on the stone table caught the Iron Lock's attention, conveying Sun Qianxuan's longing and gratitude. On that day, every word you spoke was like the morning star guiding me, helping me to find new hope and direction amidst confusion. Since then, I have not seen you again, nor do I know from which distant star you hail. However, I have learned to master my own destiny, and the joy that stems from this independence and strength convinces me that one day it will be conveyed to him. I encapsulate this profound longing within the vast expanse of stars, eagerly anticipating the day we shall meet again. Chapter 12. Fierce battle. As the group stepped out of the mansion's grand entrance, still reeling from the recent tension and chaos. The air was thick with an atmosphere of unease. Suddenly, a crucial realization struck Roadblock, his voice trembling with urgency. Oh no, Zhao Yiling is still inside the mansion. We must return immediately to rescue her. As these words left his lips, astonishment spread across the faces of the others, who turned their gazes toward Roadblock. In their haste to evacuate, they had overlooked Zhao Yiling's presence. Upon hearing this, Ironlock, who initially intended to counsel Roadblock to remain calm and devise a meticulous rescue plan, recognized the gravity of the situation. He understood the intricate and perilous nature of their current circumstances. Yet, when Roadblock mentioned that Zhao Yiling harbored the riddle of harmony and unity within her, Ironlock's expression shifted to one of intense seriousness, waves of concern surging within him. He was acutely aware of the significance of the riddle in relation to their predicament. Just as Ironlock was deep in thought, ready to adjust their strategy, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A piercing roar erupted from the heavens, a sound seemingly emanating from another dimension, filled with ferocity and malevolence. Shortly thereafter, a pitch-black sphere plummeted from the sky, akin to a meteorite descending upon the city center, unleashing powerful gusts and a thunderous cacophony. This sudden occurrence left everyone in a state of alarm, and Ironlock's gaze darted between the ominous sphere and the mansion. In an instant, the fallen black sphere erupted in a dense cloud of darkness, resembling a colossal claw that tightened its grip around the city's throat, extinguishing the once vibrant neon lights and plunging the metropolis into chaos and gloom. The thick, swirling black mist seemed alive, engulfing skyscrapers and streets alike, instilling a chilling dread that made even breathing feel laborious and oppressive. Then, a spine-chilling spectacle unfolded. The surface of the black sphere fissured, revealing eerie cracks through which a multitude of peculiar eyes emerged, each exuding an unsettling brilliance. These eyes, cold and cunning, appear to possess the ability to perceive all that exists, radiating a profound and sinister power. They floated menacingly in the air, instilling fear in all who beheld them. After a brief pause, these grotesque eyes seemed to reach a consensus, collectively fixating on a singular direction, the very mansion from which Ironlock and the others had just departed. The black sphere, as if endowed with intent and purpose, surged forward without hesitation, tracing a long black trajectory as it advanced toward the mansion, accompanied by tremors in the ground and the sound of tearing air, creating an unstoppable wave of terror. Damn it! Ironlock felt the dark energy coursing through the mist, and in that moment, his human form ignited with a fierce flame. A fusion of rage and resolve transformed into a formidable barrier, prepared to confront this encroaching darkness. As the looming threat became apparent, Fabiao urgently warned Tieso, "We must remain inconspicuous. Should our identities be revealed now, the Federation will swiftly detect our presence, leading to unnecessary trouble or even an assault." Fabiao's words were laced with anxiety. In this perilous moment, any misstep could ignite a larger conflict. Yet, Tieso could not afford to ponder such matters. Accompanied by a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens, a massive black Tyrannosaurus Rex rose slowly. Flames blazed fiercely upon Tieso, gathering in his maw before erupting forth like a valiant dragon of fire, soaring toward the black sphere. The overwhelming flames enveloped the entity, dispersing the surrounding darkness. as he sought to purify the source of this malevolence with searing intensity. Under Tiesoa's fiery assault, the black sphere appeared to react. Its eerie eyes sharpened their focus upon him, as if provoked, while the dark energies within surged chaotically. Just as Tiesoa exerted his full strength, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped him, a chilling realization dawning upon him that he had been pinpointed by the Federation. Sensing Tiesoa's immobilization, the now alert eyes of the black sphere ignited with a cold, ruthless glow, and a robust beam of laser energy erupted from it, aimed directly at Tiesoa. The laser beam sliced through the air like the scythe of death, tracing a brilliant arc before reaching Tiesoa in an instant. Although he desperately attempted to defend himself, the sheer force of the laser was overwhelming. Upon contact, it was as if ice had met the blazing sun. With tremendous impact, the laser struck Tiesoa's colossal form, propelling him backward like an arrow released from a bow, shattering buildings in his path and leaving deep marks in his wake. Tiesoa! Fabiao's voice rang out with unwavering determination amidst the chaos, her heart entwined with worry and rage as she witnessed Tiesoa's forceful ejection by the laser. She understood the gravity of Tiesoa's predicament, yet the Federation's relentless pursuit rendered them unable to fight with full force. The black sphere, undeterred by Tiesoa's setback, accelerated its advance toward the mansion, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that plunged the entire city into panic. In this critical moment, Zhuang clenched his fists, recalling the promise he had made to the armored convoy. He exchanged a glance with Alki, their eyes reflecting a mutual resolve. Zhuang unleashed his energy, and with the sound of mechanical transformations, he morphed from his human form into a poised police vehicle, charging toward the black sphere, directly aimed at the mansion. He was resolute in his mission to protect Zhao Yiling, regardless of the cost. Upon hearing Zhuang's determination, a complex expression flickered across Alki's beautiful and composed visage. A faint glow emanated from her, and in mere seconds, she transformed into a sleek, dynamic pink luxury sports car. Following closely behind Zhuang, Alki's engine roared powerfully, as the two vehicles raced together toward the mansion's direction. Chapter 13. Contact time seemed to take the form of an invisible hourglass, quietly slipping away grain by grain in the stillness. Faced with such a dire situation, Hal hesitated as he watched the barrier charge towards the front line without a second thought. Followed closely by Alcy, racing like the wind, leaving behind fleeting shadows that lingered in the air. He turned his gaze toward Flying Dart and could not suppress the urge to pose a question. Should we also? Flying Dart stared intently at the fierce battlefield ahead, her heart a tumult of emotions. She gazed at the sky, seemingly seeking answers from the boundless heavens. Finally, she exhaled deeply and replied, "Since when did we begin to ponder the consequences?" Thus, in that brief yet protracted moment, their exchanged glances solidified their resolve. Without further ado, Flying Dart and Hal swiftly adjusted their states, their energies surging forth as flames erupted around them, soaring directly toward the black sphere. Flying Dart, akin to an arrow released from its bow, surged skyward with breathtaking speed after transforming, her wings unfurling as she locked onto the black sphere from the lofty heights. Her form shimmered under the sun, radiating a cold yet resolute light as the gathered power within her body prepared to unleash its fury. Meanwhile, Hal stood firmly on the ground, his sturdy physique unwavering, as he remained vigilant of Flying Dart's movements, ready to provide the most potent support and coordination from below. With a piercing cry, Flying Dart ascended high into the air, and suddenly, a searing flame descended from the heavens, striking the core of the black sphere with a force akin to a dawn sword cleaving through the chaos of darkness. At that very moment, Hal activated his spiked plates on the ground, absorbing ample sunlight, and unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, creating a perfect three-dimensional synergy with Flying Dart's aerial assault against the black sphere. However, the promising scene was abruptly shattered by an unforeseen turn of events. A powerful oppressive force descended upon them, and both Flying Dart and Hal understood they had been targeted by the Federation. Flying Dart felt as though an invisible giant hand had gripped her tightly, rendering her unable to maintain a stable flight posture, forcing her into a rapid descent from the sky. Simultaneously, Hal experienced unprecedented pressure on the ground, rendered immobile. The flames dissipated, and the black sphere remained unscathed, relentlessly advancing. while the barrier and Alcee transformed back into human form just moments before being locked on, successfully rescuing Zhao Yuling. The black sphere suddenly altered its trajectory, hurtling towards the barrier and Alcee. Flying Dart realized that the black sphere's objective was not mere destruction, but aimed directly at the enigma of the harmony within Zhao Yuling. She watched in horror as the black sphere approached like a voracious black hole, disregarding all obstacles in its path, unwaveringly closing in on the positions of the barrier and Alcee. Desperation gripped Flying Dart, yet she could only feel the weight of the invisible pressure bearing down on her and howl like a mountain, helpless to lift even an inch from the ground despite their struggles. However, in that moment, a spark of hope ignited. Behind them, a fierce blaze surged towards the obsidian sphere, embodied by Iron Lock, who seemed to transform into an unyielding bastion against the encroaching darkness, resolutely rising from the ruins. Enveloped in searing energy, he proclaimed with fervor, "It is not over yet. Indeed, it is not over." Flying Arrow and Howl took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of strength to confront the seemingly insurmountable pressure. After a painful and intense struggle, they gradually ascended from the ground, though their forms trembled. Their gaze remained resolutely steadfast. In that very moment, the trio of Iron Lock, Flying Arrow, and Howl surged towards the black sphere. Their flames crashed forth like a tempest breaking upon the shore, coalescing into an unstoppable torrent that rushed towards the core of the sphere. The inferno swiftly engulfed the dark orb, where heat and light clashed violently against the shadows. The black sphere finally took notice of their audacity, dozens of eyes transforming into destructive cannons, unleashing a relentless barrage of luminous beams. In the city, buildings crumbled under the onslaught, and countless innocent citizens fell victim to the sweeping light, leaving a scene of despair and chaos unprecedented in its ferocity. The three dragons struggled even to stand, let alone move, enduring the onslaught as if trapped in a hellish purgatory. Their bodies quivered violently, every inch of armor groaning under the searing beams. The once indomitable metal began to warp and melt under the intense heat. Roadblock yearned to assist the dragons, but Alcee decisively restrained him, fully aware that a reckless charge would only lead to demise. As the black sphere's assault waned and the light dissipated, Iron Lock and his companions, though battered and bruised, stood resolutely like unyielding statues. Their armor lay in tatters. "It seems your attack has concluded." Flying Arrow spoke first, her voice transmitted through the communicator to all. "Now, it is our turn." Seizing this rare opportunity, Flying Arrow darted toward one side of the black sphere, targeting several of its eyes with precision, launching a relentless series of powerful strikes. Howl surged from the opposite side, unleashing searing flames and formidable impact upon the sphere's eyes, delivering devastating blows. The black sphere, evidently unprepared for such a counterattack, faltered as its massive form struggled to respond effectively to the onslaught from both sides. The once menacing eyes fell one by one, rendered powerless by the continuous assault. Simultaneously, Iron Lock seized the moment, unleashing all his strength in an instant, resembling a blazing meteor hurtling towards the heart of the black sphere. His fiery sword radiated brilliant light as it plunged unhesitatingly into the core of the dark orb. At that moment, as the flaming sword penetrated the sphere, a cataclysmic eruption of flames surged within, akin to miniature suns exploding in the abyss of darkness. A powerful energy rapidly expanded within the black sphere, ultimately culminating in a violent explosion from within, accompanied by a deafening roar and an eruption of dark energy, marking the end of the impending threat. Chapter 14. The leader of the city, ravaged by war, lay in utter disarray, with smoke swirling in the air and remnants of shattered walls narrating the fierce battle just endured. Amidst this desolate landscape, three mechanical dinosaurs, fueled by indomitable will and fearless courage, successfully thwarted the destructive actions of the Black Sphere. However, to evade the pursuit of the Federation, they were compelled to revert to their human forms, reuniting with Alcee and Barrier. Zhao Yuling lay quietly on a makeshift stretcher, deeply immersed in slumber despite the tumultuous environment surrounding her. Remarkably, the green luminescence emanating from her chest grew increasingly radiant, pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. What had transpired within her? Alcee gazed at Zhao Yuling, her voice laden with concern for the unknown. Barrier paused momentarily, casting a glance at the still slumbering Zhao Yiling before responding in hushed tones. I believe the answer to this question lies solely with the armored vehicle squad. Iron Locke surveyed the area vigilantly, alert for any signs of movement, his expression grave and resolute. He understood all too well the perilous nature of their situation. They not only needed to evade the Federation, but also to remain wary of potential threats. Thus, he urgently proposed, "We must depart from here swiftly and seek refuge in a safe location." At this juncture, Alcee suggested they head to the Autobots base. There, sufficient protective measures could ensure Zhao Yiling's safety, along with advanced medical equipment and technology, potentially unraveling the secrets within her body. Under the current circumstances, the Autobots base undoubtedly represented the best sanctuary. They exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement with the plan. Iron Locke cast one last look at the mansion before the group, carrying Zhao Yiling, set forth on their journey to the Autobots base. They navigated cautiously through the city, still smoldering from the aftermath of conflict, where piles of debris loomed high. The air was thick with the sounds of sorrowful wails, terrified screams, and the helpless calls of the populace, reminiscent of a dystopian tableau. Alcee yearned to assist those in need, but was restrained by barrier. In the distance, the shrill wail of sirens announced the arrival of the Federation's rescue teams, with warships hovering above as search and rescue squads commenced their efforts to locate survivors, to evade the inquiries and unnecessary disputes that the Federation might pose. They maintained a low profile, utilizing the crumbling structures as cover while striving to avoid the gaze of the crowds and military personnel. Yet, despite their caution, they could not completely elude the Federation's scrutiny. A few uniformed medical personnel, equipped with first aid kits, approached them directly, their faces etched with concern and anxiety as they inquired about any injuries and the need for medical assistance. Alcee and Barrier instinctively positioned themselves in front of Zhao Yiling, attempting to obscure the mysterious and extraordinary green glow that radiated from her. They feigned calmness, responding to the inquiries of the medical personnel while desperately concealing Zhao Yiling's presence, claiming that everyone had merely sustained minor abrasions and were unharmed. Nevertheless, the medical staff, adhering to their duties, insisted on conducting basic health examinations as a precautionary measure. Just as the healthcare workers were about to approach Zhao Yiling, an abrupt and disconcerting sound emanated from the sky. The Federal Orbital Space Station transmitted an urgent and piercing communication, delivering a suffocating piece of news that rapidly spread. Yet another ominous dark object had breached the space station's defenses, plummeting towards the Earth's surface like the eye of death. Following this was a cacophony of sharp and chaotic electrical static, accompanied by the complete collapse of the communication system, plunging everything into silence. In that moment, it felt as if time itself had frozen in the air thick with tension and unease. Everyone held their breath, their gazes drawn to the ominous omen in the sky. Mere seconds later, as if to validate their fears, the wreckage of the space station, ablaze and enveloped in scorching currents, burst through the thick cloud cover, hurtling towards the ground like a falling star. This scene instantaneously quickened the heartbeats of all witnesses, an indescribable dread and uncertainty overshadowing the city that had just endured the ravages of war. "Run!" The voice of Iron Locke boomed like thunder, piercing through the cacophony of panicked footsteps, his shout awakening everyone's survival instincts. Yet, in the face of such a catastrophic event poised to collide with the Earth, the strength of ordinary humanity seemed woefully insignificant. Their speed could hardly contend with the impending disaster. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, a powerful green radiance erupted from within Zhao Yiling. Her energy fluctuations were extraordinarily intense, akin to stars in the cosmos bursting forth, unleashing a formidable force. This power coalesced into a dazzling beam that shot towards the horizon. "Machine Guardians, unite! Become our guardian deity." Where the light reached, smoke began to billow. As the mist dissipated, a colossal figure emerged. Alcee recognized this familiar silhouette at once. It was their faction's combined transformer, the protector of peace. Without hesitation, the guardian deity unfurled a giant shield, so vast that it enveloped the entire city, resolutely determined to thwart this apocalyptic calamity. As the guardian deity braced itself, the space station collided with its immense shield, triggering a violent tremor and shockwave that made the entire city shudder. Yet, astonishingly, the space station, which was on the brink of unleashing catastrophic destruction, began to fragment upon this unimaginable force's impact, shattering into countless pieces that rained down upon city. As the debris from the space station fell like rain, a wave of fervent cheers erupted from the crowd. In this exhilarating moment, a reassuring and uplifting voice rang out. Guardian Deity, you have done exceptionally well. Now, it is our turn to take action. All the Transformers present turned their gaze instinctively towards the source of this voice. A towering figure, a leader brimming with strength and wisdom, stands resolutely, Optimus Prime. Against a backdrop woven with smoke and light, he instills boundless confidence and power into all who follow him. Chapter 15. Dawn. The shadows of crisis had yet to dissipate when a sudden commotion erupted in the sky. In that suffocating moment, a colossal, fearsome black dragon-like creature emerged, starkly outlined against the city's towering skyline. This dragon was enveloped in a thick, malevolent, dark energy, akin to the infernal flames of the abyss coursing through its scales. Each scale shimmered with a chilling, spectral glow, as though it could devour all light and hope. The intensity of its dark energy distorted the air around it, creating an illusion that the very fabric of space was on the brink of collapse. The dragon looked down upon the diminutive human structures with disdain, its eyes blazing like torches, exuding a chilling radiance that sent shivers down the spine. As it twisted and soared through the air, a tempest arose, and the already fractured city appeared as fragile as a child's building blocks, poised to be crushed by the endless tide of dark energy. Without hesitation, the Guardian stepped forth. Armed with a fireball cannon, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a brilliant beam of light aimed directly at the obsidian dragon, intent on repelling the encroaching darkness. However, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The seemingly omnipotent beam vanished upon contact with the dragon, swallowed whole by its cavernous maw. In that instant, darkness and light collided, creating an indescribably bizarre spectacle. Soon after, the dragon's massive form began to tremble, the ingested energy surging violently within it. With a deafening roar, a beam infused with dark energy erupted from its body, streaking through the night like a meteor, targeting the Guardian. In this critical moment, the Guardian swiftly adjusted his stance and released a protective shield, bracing himself against the onslaught of the dragon's dark beam. Each impact sent ripples of energy through the surrounding space, scattering shattered light and shadow. Yet, despite the Guardian's formidable defenses, he could not withstand such relentless assaults indefinitely. The dragon, a merciless war machine, continued to unleash wave after wave of dark energy beams, relentlessly battering the Guardian's energy shield, gradually sapping its strength and rendering it increasingly unstable. Though the Guardian found himself in dire straits, he remained unyielding, his silhouette unwavering amidst the chaotic interplay of light and shadow. As his energy shield teetered on the brink of collapse under the dragon's relentless barrage, the air thickened with tension, and all hearts raced in anticipation of the impending cataclysm. Just then, brilliant lights streaked across the distant horizon, like dawn's first light tearing through the night. 5 fighter jets approached with remarkable speed, carving elegant arcs through the night sky, racing towards the dragon. They are the valiant warriors of the Autobots, the fearless guardians of the skies, who, in this critical moment, rush forth from the heavens. With their exceptional combat intelligence and seamless teamwork, they successfully restrain the rampaging dragon. 5 uniquely designed fighter jets dance gracefully across the night sky, their agile and unpredictable flight paths leaving the dragon bewildered and compelled to launch futile, blind assaults. Yet they remain elusive to the dexterous guardians. As the dragon grows increasingly agitated and its attacks become more chaotic, Silver Sword, the leader of the Guardians, proclaims with resolute authority, "Guardians, unite, become the unyielding." No sooner had the words left his lips than the 5 jets instantaneously transformed their formation midair, swiftly aligning along their preordained trajectories to merge. Zhao Yiling's form radiated a brilliant green light, charging directly towards the Guardians in their unification process. Iron Locke finally comprehended the essence residing within Zhao Yiling. It was the secret of unity. How could it be within her? A dazzling brilliance erupted, akin to a resplendent new star being born upon the battlefield. Ultimately, a towering and mighty robotic figure stood before the dragon, the embodiment of the Guardian's unity, the unyielding. The unyielding wielded a laser particle gun, targeting the dragon with relentless ferocity. Streams of radiant beams cascaded like a meteor shower upon the dragon, enveloping it in a sea of light. Despite the dragon's strength, under the concentrated firepower of the unyielding, it found itself in a state of disarray, struggling to retaliate. Yet, every time it attempted to lock onto a target, the Guardian would timely unleash a powerful beam, precisely disrupting the dragon's rhythm of attack, rendering it unable to defend itself adequately. The dragon twisted violently in the air, exuding fury and confusion, unsure whether to confront the aerial dominator, the unyielding, or the ground-bound Guardian, brimming with formidable energy. At this moment, the battlefield's tension reached unprecedented heights. In this charged instant, the calm voice of Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots, resonated across the battlefield, his words as steadfast as granite. Unyielding, Guardian, synchronize your attack. With the command issued, the two formidable warriors immediately complied, each gathering their strength to launch a combined assault on the dragon simultaneously. The Guardian lowered the ladder from its back, transforming it into a ramp that connected heaven and earth, providing Optimus Prime with an exceptional avenue for attack. Without hesitation, Optimus sprinted up the ramp constructed by the Guardian. Upon reaching the apex of the ladder, he decisively activated his flight pack and leaped toward the dragon. At that moment, the heavy cannon he gripped was charged with enough overwhelming energy to obliterate anything. Just as he seized the opportune moment and resolutely pressed the trigger, a blazing beam shot forth, akin to a sword of judgment, striking accurately at the dragon's visage. In an instant, a beam of light pierced through the dragon's dark defenses, and under the assault of heavy artillery, its dark energy dissipated in an instant, causing its massive form to crumble as if a mountain had collapsed in a moment. Accompanying the dragon's disintegration was an unprecedented surge of energy, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very heavens and earth. The shockwave from the explosion swept across the land, with turbulent air and flickering lightning, causing the ground to tremble. In the aftermath of this violent eruption, as the dust had yet to fully settle and smoke lingered in the air, visibility remained obscured. When tranquility finally returned, the onlookers were astonished to discover that the once vibrant Transformers on the battlefield had vanished without a trace. Chapter 16. Star Emperor deep within the subterranean depths of Mandala City. Optimus Prime led a group through the intricate maze of tunnels until they reached their destination. Activating the communication device, he summoned Teletron I for a remote connection. Following his command, a brilliant light flickered and expanded before them, ultimately forming a terrestrial bridge. With hearts laden with anticipation and trepidation, the group stepped onto the luminous space bridge one by one. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding world seemed to fold and compress, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in another realm. Upon opening their eyes, they were greeted by the magnificent spectacle within the Ark, colossal mechanical structures, a precise control center, and screens pulsating with blue light, all showcasing the technological prowess and rich history of this ancient base. Welcome to the Autobot headquarters. Teletron I greeted them with exuberance. Bumblebee humorously interjected, "It feels just like home, though occasionally there's some hot-tempered old dinosaurs lurking about." This quip elicited light laughter from the group, easing the initial tension of their arrival. Subsequently, she and Howling led Ironhide to a secluded corner of the Ark, where a grand doorway lay hidden, adorned with the emblem of mechanical dinosaurs, signifying it as the former habitat of the Dinobots. Bumblebee skillfully operated the control panel, and the door creaked open, releasing a wave of memories long sealed away. The room retained the pristine state it had when they departed, orderly and serene, with every inch and every object bearing witness to the Dinobots' former lives, as if time had momentarily halted. Soon after, 3 Dinobots entered the conference room. Optimus Prime had been waiting there for some time, his gaze resolute and confident as he welcomed each member present. Following closely behind the Dinobots, Barricade and RC hurried in. Upon seeing Barricade, Optimus immediately stated, "Barricade, I have spoken with Jetfire. The current situation is exceedingly grave, and we must unite all available forces. Therefore, I hope you will temporarily join our efforts to confront this crisis." Barricade, though his expression remained largely unchanged, nodded slightly in agreement, understanding that collaboration was the sole path forward at this critical juncture. Once it was confirmed that everyone had arrived, Optimus gestured for them to take their seats. The conference room was softly illuminated, casting a warm glow on each face as they began to consolidate and share all known intelligence. The inquiry was initially posed by Fabiao, who expressed curiosity about the arrival of their kind on Earth. Optimus Prime seized the opportunity to recount the circumstances surrounding their descent to this planet. Following the conclusion of the war, the Autobots became acutely aware of the extraordinary and rapid advancement of Earth's technology, a pace that transcended their expectations. This led them to suspect the existence of some unique internal factors or external influences at play within the Earth. Although Optimus Prime consistently advocated for minimal interference in the development of human civilization, he ultimately made the arduous decision, considering Earth as an ally and the potential threats that could jeopardize universal peace. He designated Ratchet to remain on Cybertron, tasked with ensuring the stability and security of their home world, while he led a contingent of Autobots covertly to Earth, embarking on a prolonged mission of subterfuge. Their objective was to investigate the anomalies occurring on Earth while simultaneously safeguarding the planet against any unforeseen crises that could endanger this nascent world and its intelligent inhabitants. Subsequently, Optimus Prime inquired of the girl, Zhao Yiling, whether she harbored any unique essence within her. He had arranged for a medical team and, utilizing the capabilities of the Imaging One, initiated an in-depth treatment for her. Regrettably, the outcomes thus far remained unclear. The reports from Imaging One indicated that every attempt to scan Zhao Yiling's body resulted in the malfunction of all equipment, producing garbled data, and some devices inexplicably sustained damage during the scanning process. Indeed, the enigma of harmony was concealed within Zhao Yiling. Ironlock spoke slowly, and his declaration left Fabiao and the others in a state of astonishment, for they had never divulged this crucial information to him. Fabiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned Ironlock. How could you possibly know this? We have never informed you. Ironlock slightly lowered his head, reminiscing about his experiences in the Dark Void, and began to recount his journey to the past and the enigmatic figure he encountered therein, from whom he had gleaned this knowledge. He had intended to remain dormant underground with the enigma of harmony, yet upon awakening, he found that the mystery had vanished in the urgency to save a life. The Dark Void, the enigma of harmony? Upon hearing these keywords, Optimus Prime's expression betrayed profound astonishment and concern, as if he were desperately attempting to trace back to a forgotten history. No, this cannot be. His words faltered, seemingly seeking to avoid uttering a dreadful prophecy or a troubling truth. The assembly around the conference table found themselves perplexed by Optimus Prime's reaction, casting worried glances and inquiring about the cause of his distress. Optimus Prime then revealed a name that had long been buried in the depths of history, along with all that it entailed. The individual encountered by Ironlock was exceedingly perilous, his tone grave and serious. Indeed, he not only single-handedly forged the initial golden age of Cybertron, but also invented the legendary artifact known as the Matrix of Leadership, which enabled the Transformers to combine, transforming into more formidable warriors. He harnessed this advanced technology to create the very first combiner known as Devastator, a super warrior that amalgamated the powers of multiple Transformers and possessed unparalleled combat prowess. All subsequent combiners were developed and refined based on the foundation laid by Devastator. However, at the pinnacle of his achievements, he chose to depart from Cybertron with his team, piloting a spacecraft into the vast cosmos, committed to spreading the ideals of friendship and peace. Alas, since their departure, no definitive signals have been received, as if they had vanished into the universe, leaving behind only their legends and the dread of the unknown. Optimus Prime's narration plunged all but Ironhide into a state of trepidation. Star Emperor, Chapter 17, The Beasts Unleashed. So, who exactly is this Star Emperor you speak of? Ironhide inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze, his words laced with perplexity. Upon hearing this, Mirage's face reflected surprise and incredulity, his eyes widening in disbelief that there could be someone in this world who had not heard of the Star Emperor. Ironhide remarked that such a figure did not exist in their universe. At least he had never encountered one. Optimus Prime continued to elucidate. While the characteristics described by Ironhide bear many resemblances to our recollections of the Star Emperor, we cannot assert with absolute certainty that it is indeed he. After all, the whereabouts of the Star Emperor have remained a mystery for many years, and the existence within the dark space may be influenced by time, spatial distortions, or other unknown forces, rendering its identity ambiguous. However, Ironhide's experiences provide us with a clue. The entity he encountered is likely utilizing the matrix within Zhao Yiling as a power source, gathering sufficient energy to attempt breaking free from the confines of dark space and returning to the real world. In this light, Zhao Yiling becomes pivotal. The matrix within her not only serves as the monster's lifeline, but may also be the key to its emergence from the chrysalis. As the urgency of the situation escalated, immediate action was imperative. In this critical moment, Optimus Prime issued a clear and resolute command in a firm and powerful tone. His metallic voice resonated throughout the base, like the stirring beat of war drums heralding the call to arms. Visual 1. Initiate full-spectrum deep scan mode at once, concentrating all resources on monitoring the outer space of Earth. Ensure that no potential threat is overlooked, especially when the next colossal beast descends. Real-time reports must be accurate to grant us precious time for strategic deployment. Ironhide wished to return to the headquarters for a closer look. He resolutely decided to embark on this journey alone. However, his determination inspired his comrades nearby. RC and Bulkhead unhesitatingly chose to fight alongside Ironhide, venturing to the headquarters in search of clues. In contrast, Mirage and Ratchet appeared rather leisurely and composed. The two dragons leisurely made their way to the energy chamber, engaged in an intriguing discussion about the latest advancements in energy optimization, eager to conduct a thorough maintenance session. Soon, Tsa, Luo Zhang, and Erxi adeptly traversed the city, swiftly arriving at the ancient mansion that stood at the confluence of history and modernity. Following the clues provided by Luo Zhang, they skillfully evaded all security monitoring systems along the way, reaching the target area before a painting that concealed a secret entrance in record time. The trio worked in unison to activate a hidden switch within the artwork. With a subtle tremor, the ground beneath the frame cracked open, revealing a clandestine underground tomb. As they collaborated in their efforts, the heavy door of the tomb began to rise slowly with the groan of hydraulic machinery, resembling a temporal gateway in the river of history. Stepping into the enigmatic subterranean tomb, they were engulfed by a dense and oppressive darkness, an energy that seemed corrosive, pressing upon their spark of life and evoking an indescribable sense of unease and vigilance. Tsa, having encountered this malevolent energy before, remained undeterred. Before him lay two ancient coffins, and without hesitation, he prepared to push them open, intent on uncovering deeper clues. However, his actions were met with vehement opposition from Erxi. Tsa, this is a desecration of the deceased. Her words conveyed a profound respect and reverence for the departed, for every civilization possesses its unique rituals and taboos regarding death. Despite Erxi's attempts to dissuade him, Tsa deliberated and ultimately resolved to defy convention, resolutely pushing aside the heavy coffin lid. With a resounding crash, the coffin cover fell heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust that shattered the tomb's silence. As the swirling dust began to settle, Tsa's optical sensors focused on the interior of the coffin, revealing the serene visage of a young girl. Her skin, smooth and delicate as if frozen in time, exhibited no signs of age's relentless passage. Surrounding her were resplendent treasures of gold and silver, accentuating her tranquil repose, reminiscent of a princess in a fairy tale. Awaiting her prince's awakening, Luo Zhang approached for a closer inspection, unable to restrain a whisper of astonishment. It's a girl. She looks as if she's merely asleep. Yet for Tsa, the sight before him struck like a thunderbolt. He struggled to dismiss the ominous thought that crept into his mind. But the truth pierced his soul like a sharpened blade. His voice trembled slightly as he articulated the name that filled him with despair. Sun Qinshuan. Huh, she is Sun Qinshuan? Erxi echoed the name, her expression shifting to one of terror. She is Sun Qinshuan. Tsa merely nodded slightly. His thoughts evidently yanked back to the past, as memories of time spent with Sun Qinshuan flashed before his mind like a rapid slideshow. The smile of Sun Qinshuan, her gaze, her gentle words, these beckoned Lu Xiaobang, awakening Tai Suo from the depths of his memories, gradually regaining his senses in response to Lu Xiaobang's inquiries. Tai Suo managed a forced smile and replied, I apologize, I am merely a bit fatigued. Despite his verbal claims of exhaustion, His eyes remained fixated on Sun Qianxuan's tranquil visage. Lu Xiaobang continued to investigate the other corners of the tomb, pushing aside the lid of another coffin. As it creaked open, the visage of a man was revealed before them. In that instant, Tai Suo collapsed, utterly shattered, for that face was all too familiar. He had seen it with his own eyes in the wedding hall. He was the late husband of Sun Qianxuan. Alxi swiftly sensed the disturbance and decisively urged Lu Xiaobang and Tai Suo to flee the tomb. Yet, fate's cruelty and intricacies did not relent. Just as they burst through the tomb's entrance, a mechanical rhinoceros charged from the shadows, violently propelling them into the air. Behind them, several beasts, like hunters fixated on their helpless prey, stalked with malevolent intent. Chapter 18. The truth the monstrous beasts closed in relentlessly. And Alxi understood that Tai Suo's formidable combat prowess was their key to survival. However, at that moment, Tai Suo was ensnared in profound confusion and anguish. As if an invisible force tethered him between the conflicts of past memories and present reality, rendering him immobile. Tai Suo, can you hear me? Now is not the time to be lost in memories. We need you. Pull yourself together. Alxi shouted urgently, hoping to capture his attention. Yet, Tai Suo remained unresponsive to all external sounds and stimuli, as if sinking deeper into a pitch-black sea. Lu Xiaobang stepped forward, positioning himself between Alxi and the dazed Tai Suo. He looked defiantly at the surrounding beasts and demanded, "Why do you hunt us? We mean you no harm and have not infringed upon your territory." The leader of the monstrous beasts, a fierce mechanical lion named Li Claw, slowly emerged from the pack, a mocking smile adorning his face. "Lu Xiaobang, it was you who chose to enter this game willingly. Now you blame us?" While Lu Xiaobang engaged in a brief exchange with Li Claw, Alxi gently placed her hand on Tai Suo's shoulder, attempting to comfort him. "Tai Suo, are you all right?" Tai Suo stroked the power cord at his chest, his voice heavy with confusion and pain. "Alxi, I don't know. I just feel so much pain here." At that moment, Li Claw overheard the dialogue between Tai Suo and Alxi and burst into laughter, his words laced with provocation. "Oh, is it because of that girl? If I remember correctly, her name is Sun Qianxuan, right?" This statement pierced through the fog of Tai Suo's memories like a sharp needle, abruptly jolting him back to awareness. In disbelief, Tai Suo questioned, "How do you know her?" The Claw nodded and continued. "All this I have heard from the Emperor, who recounted his past, mentioning that long ago. While attempting to break free from the shackles of the dark space, he faced a failure. Someone thwarted him. He alluded to a detail. This individual could transform into a dinosaur. I initially presumed it to be Steellock, yet to my astonishment, it was you who impeded him at that time." The Claw paused for a moment, then elaborated. "Subsequently, the Emperor commanded his followers across the universe to present the purest and most potent offerings to the Supreme Star Emperor, to fulfill the Emperor's desires. The lady of this mansion offered her own daughter as a sacrifice." A hint of bewilderment tinged the Claw's tone. "It is astonishing that such a diminutive human could harbor such immense energy. Our monstrous kind received the command to guard this offering within the mansion, awaiting the Emperor's resurgence to once again attempt to shatter the constraints of the dark space. The barrier could not fathom why these monstrous beings would pledge loyalty to a terrifying entity from the dark space. Questioning the Claw on why he would assist such a creature in executing such cruelty. Perhaps it was for power, or perhaps for strength. The Claw himself could scarcely remember. He only recalled the Emperor's promise to the monstrous kind, to bestow upon them a thrill of the hunt that would remain unquenched even unto death. Having expressed everything that needed to be said, the Claw prepared to issue the command to attack. However, before his order could escape his lips, the dart and howl surged forward like a tempest from the flanks. The dart struck the Claw squarely in the face, abruptly interrupting his speech. At that moment, Optimus Prime arrived just in time. "Alxi, Barrier, you must evacuate Ironlock from here," he commanded, gripping his weapon tightly, aimed at the encroaching monstrous kind, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. A fierce battle was inevitable. Following Optimus Prime's directive, Alxi and Barrier sprang into action. The former lifted Ironlock with great effort and assisted him into the container of Optimus Prime. The Barrier transformed and pulled up the container, whisking the two away from the battlefield. The Claw roared, commanding the monstrous kind to leave no one unscathed. In response to the Claw's furious bellowing and unwavering orders, The monstrous army launched a ferocious assault. The swiftest warriors among them, the great Peng and the fierce tiger, charged like a gale towards Iron Lock and his companions, intent on capturing them in one fell swoop. Yet, the dart reacted swiftly, intercepting the path of the great Peng and the fierce tigeress advance. With exceptional agility and combat prowess, he successfully deflected their attacks. Meanwhile, the Howl fearlessly engaged in fierce combat with Ironhead and Wild Bull, using his formidable strength to stall their advance. Optimus Prime, in turn, directly challenged the leader of the monstrous kind, the Claw. He stood tall, like an insurmountable steel wall, his weapon aimed squarely at the Claw. The Claw burst into laughter, a sound brimming with a thirst for battle and exhilaration at encountering a worthy adversary. He arrogantly declared, "Optimus Prime, at last, a worthy opponent has emerged to be slain." As the words left his lips, the claws lunged towards Optimus Prime like arrows released from a bow, eager to engage the Autobot leader in a decisive confrontation. However, Optimus reacted with remarkable swiftness, pivoting his form to effortlessly intercept the assault, subsequently casting the claws aside. In an instant, the two became entwined in a fierce struggle. The claws, sharp as blades, effortlessly tore through sturdy armor with every swing, leaving deep gashes in their wake. Nothing, be it metal or stone, could withstand their relentless might. His teeth were as robust as drill bits, possessing a crushing force capable of obliterating any obstacle. In the midst of this fierce clash, Optimus embodied the demeanor of a seasoned horseman, maintaining composure and focus in the face of the ferocious lion. Each lightning-fast onslaught from the claws was met with his precise counterattacks. At the pinnacle of the battle, Optimus seized upon an opening after one of the claws' attacks, swiftly closing the distance and, utilizing his formidable strength and stable center of gravity, successfully restrained the mechanical claws, rendering them powerless to wreak havoc. His arms were akin to unyielding iron chains, locking down the trajectory of the claws' assaults, preventing the execution of their brutal offensive. Just as Optimus held the claws in a critical grip, they transformed, instantly breaking free from his restraints, and the battle raged on. Chapter 19. Soaring to the Skies. The intensity of the combat escalated, as Flyer and Howler faced the onslaught of four menacing giants, valiantly resisting while fully leveraging their respective advantages in speed and strength to dance around their formidable foes. Flyer darted across the battlefield, evading the strikes of the Great Rock while remaining wary of the Tiger, while Howler, with his robust physique and explosive power, confronted Ironhead and Bison head-on. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, Flyer and Howler found themselves at a disadvantage, as two fists struggled against four hands. As time wore on, the sheer number of the giants began to assert dominance over the battlefield. Each attack wore down Flyer and Howler, their energy depleting rapidly, their defenses growing increasingly strained, and the frequency and potency of their counterattacks dwindling. The ferocity of the battle plunged the scene into chaos, sparks flying and the clang of metal ringing in their ears. Their situation became ever more perilous, yet they persevered, exerting every ounce of strength to buy time and opportunities for Roadblock's escape. Breathless, Flyer managed a wry smile, glancing at the equally exhausted Howler beside her, reflecting, "It has been ages since I've engaged in such exhilarating combat. When was the last time I poured my heart into a fight like this?" Howler, shaking his large head, emitted a low hum, struggling to recall the exact time. He reminisced about the days filled with the chaos of battle, where mechanical dinosaurs faced life-and-death challenges daily, dancing on the edge of a knife countless times. Such skirmishes had long become their norm, having endured thousands of cycles of life and death. Yet this time, he sensed a certain fatigue creeping in. The sword that once felt light in his grasp now bore a heavy weight, and the chasms he could once leap over now seemed particularly wide. "It seems we're growing a bit old," Howler remarked. As the fierce battle ensued, Fabiao and Haokio found themselves reflecting on the passage of time. And with a playful jab on Haokio's head, Fabiao jested, "Hey, you've begun to ponder time's fleeting nature, just like Gongsu? I hope you're not catching his sentiments. I tell you, you mustn't turn into him. One or two of you considering age is truly perplexing." At that moment, the four formidable giants charged forward with great ferocity. Without hesitation, Fabiao and Haokio transformed into their dinosaur forms, colliding head-on with the giants. The impact unleashed a tremendous force that shattered the surrounding glass windows, sending shards cascading down like rain. Coincidentally, a group of humans attempting to flee the city passed by, perilously close to being injured by the falling fragments. In a critical moment, Optimus Prime, disregarding his own safety, rushed into the crowd, using his body to shield them from the descending glass, thus ensuring their safety. However, this act of valor exposed Optimus to the claws of the enemy. Seizing the opportunity, the claws lunged at him, sinking their sharp teeth into his shoulder. Enduring the excruciating pain, Optimus summoned all his strength to shake off the assailant. But his shoulder bore a deep gash, from which energon streamed forth. Meanwhile, Roadblock swiftly returned to the Ark with the exhausted Ironhide and RC. Upon arrival, RC settled Ironhide in the medical bay, requesting an ambulance and a jack to closely monitor his condition, ensuring he received the necessary treatment during his recovery. She then turned her focus to preparing for battle, diligently recharging her weapon, readying herself for the next engagement. Noticing RC's fervent activity, Roadblock inquired about her subsequent plans. RC, with a calm resolve, replied, "I intend to return back to that mansion." A determined glimmer shone in her eyes. Although she had not directly experienced Ironhide's plight or shared a profound bond with Sun Qianxuan, she felt deeply the suffering endured by the girl. As revealed through the information from the claws, that girl had just begun to carve her own path in life and should not be consumed by the forces of darkness. Upon hearing this, Roadblock immediately declared his intention to accompany RC, determined to bring back the giants. Just as they were about to traverse the land bridge and enter the battlefield, a brilliant green light erupted from within the Ark, illuminating the entire base. This sudden radiance sent a shiver of foreboding through RC and Roadblock, leading them to instinctively gaze towards the source of the light. Indeed, the green glow emanated from Zhao Yiling's location, indicating that the enigma of harmony within her had been reactivated. RC hurriedly inquired, "What is happening?" Who triggered the reactivation of the enigma? The Autobots' lieutenant, Jazz, utilizing Imaging 1, swiftly tracked the intense energy fluctuations, revealing that they were caused by a warrior formed from the combination of the 5 giants. Amidst the tense atmosphere of battle, Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and Ratchet had evidently reached the limits of their endurance and energy. The radiant glow emanating from their forms began to wane. Meanwhile, the merciless Predacon, Razorclaw, showed no intention of hesitating any longer. He imparted a dire revelation to Optimus Prime. Those chosen by the Covenant of Primus would ultimately find their destinies reverting to the abyss of darkness. Razorclaw raised his head and unleashed a thunderous roar towards the heavens, a sound that seemed to penetrate the very fabric of the battlefield, instilling dread in the sparks of all Transformers present. In response, the other 4 monstrous Predacons swiftly converged around Razorclaw, forming a formidable formation. Under the impetus of the Covenant, the 5 beasts began to transform, their mechanical structures intertwining and swirling in the air, creating a scene both eerie and visually striking. The combined entity, known as Skyquake, emerged with a towering presence, altering the dynamics of the battlefield and presenting a formidable challenge to the weary Optimus Prime and his allies. Chapter 20. Catastrophe. As Skyquake completed its transformation, the entire city seemed to resonate with the overwhelming aura of its might. Despite their exhaustion, Optimus Prime, Ratchet, and Bumblebee stood resolute in the face of this unprecedented threat. Skyquake swept through the city with the force of a natural disaster, its massive form causing buildings to collapse and dust to billow with every step. Its energy cannon unleashed a torrent of destructive fire, tracing deadly arcs through the sky, aimed directly at Optimus Prime and his comrades. Optimus, dragging his weary frame, activated his maximum energy output, leading Ratchet and Bumblebee with unwavering determination to counter the onslaught. They navigated through the ruins, deftly evading Skyquake's ferocious attacks while seeking opportunities to strike back. In the midst of Skyquake's relentless bombardment, Optimus Prime, Ratchet, and Bumblebee fought with all their might. They traversed the war-torn city like courageous dancers leaping to the melody of an impending apocalypse. Leading the charge, Optimus wielded his cannon, each beam of energy precisely aimed at Skyquake, striving to halt its rampage. Ratchet transformed into a mobile platform of firepower, harnessing ample sunlight, and raised his tail to unleash a concentrated strike at Skyquake's head, aiming to diminish its arrogance. Meanwhile, Bumblebee, with his agile form, darted between skyscrapers, rescuing those in peril and guiding them to safety. Just as Optimus, Ratchet, and Bumblebee engaged in an intense struggle against Skyquake, on the brink of physical and energetic exhaustion, a sudden burst of green light erupted behind them. Within this luminous glow, two familiar figures emerged like saviors, Unyielding and Guardian. Unyielding and Guardian charged into the fray with overwhelming force, their formidable strength and unparalleled synergy instantly redirecting Skyquake's focus. The valiant Dawu Wei braced itself against the ferocious onslaught of Chong Yun Xiao, while the Guardian launched a flanking assault, together ensnaring their formidable foe. The arrival of Dawu Wei and the Guardian afforded the weary Optimus Prime, Howl, and Flydart a moment's reprieve. However, the situation did not improve as hoped. The power of Chong Yun Xiao far exceeded expectations. Even the formidable combination of Dawu Wei and the Guardian struggled to suppress it in a short span. With its colossal form and unparalleled strength, Chong Yun Xiao repeatedly repelled the two mighty combiners, their bodies sustaining damage under the relentless barrage, sparks flying through the air. Despite their tenacious resistance, Dawu Wei and the Guardian could not directly contend with Chong Yun Xiao, forcing them to perpetually adjust their tactics. Yet, Chong Yun Xiao seemed to possess an inexhaustible well of energy, each strike akin to the scythe of death, incessantly slicing through their defenses. After a brief tactical reassessment, Dawu Wei cast a resolute glance towards the Guardian, who instantly grasped his intent. Seizing a rare opening, Dawu Wei launched himself fearlessly at Chong Yun Xiao, successfully grappling it tightly. Ascending into the sky, he aimed to shift the battlefield to the heights, while the Guardian took this moment to swiftly lift Optimus Prime, Howl, and Flydart away from the fray. Just as they hastily retreated under the Guardian's guidance, a terrifying streak of fire blazed across the sky, with countless searing fragments descending like meteors, raining down upon them in a deadly inferno. They looked up in shock to see, amidst the conflagration, Chong Yun Xiao gripping the severed half of Dawu Wei's body, towering above the clouds like a demonic deity surveying them from on high. Dawu Wei's tragic sacrifice served as a mirror, reflecting the dire challenges they now faced. The fiery rain that fell from above was not merely debris from Dawu Wei's form, but a symbol of their shattered hopes and beliefs in victory. Confronted with the seemingly invincible might and savagery of Chong Yun Xiao, even Optimus Prime could not suppress his tremors of fear. It was a primal terror, stemming from the very depths of the Spar core, an instinctual reverence for the unknown and absolute power, coupled with the dread of potentially losing everything and facing annihilation. Chong Yun Xiao raised its energy cannon, targeting the Guardian. Just as it was about to unleash a lethal blow, a missile suddenly streaked from the shadows, striking Chong Yun Xiao with pinpoint accuracy and interrupting its attack. All eyes turned to the missile's origin, where, amidst the smoke and flames, a familiar figure emerged. It was the mysterious cheetah. The convoy had returned. Chong Yun Xiao taunted the mysterious cheetah. Do you wish to meet your demise as well? But it matters not. Ultimately, all shall return to darkness. Unfazed by the provocation and threat, the mysterious cheetah urged the Guardian to ensure Optimus Prime's safe return, declaring that he would hold off Chong Yun Xiao. As the terrestrial bridge energy curtain was activated, the Guardians swiftly traversed the passage and returned to the safety of the base. Upon entering, the gaze of everyone converged upon the colossal screen displaying real-time footage from the battlefield, where a fierce clash was unfolding. On the screen, the formidable duo, Skyfire and the Dinosaurs, was locked in a brutal confrontation. Optimus Prime, Ironhide, and Ratchet were urgently transported to the medical bay, their vital signs alarmingly faint, their injuries so severe that it weighed heavily on the hearts of all Autobots like a boulder. The efforts of the ambulance and the Jack were relentless. The valiant Ironhide had tragically perished, his demise a significant blow to the entire Autobot faction. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Dinosaur on the battlefield teetered on the brink of life and death, its future uncertain. Whether it could continue to hold the line or ultimately succumb remained unknown. Ironhide, a seasoned veteran of the Autobots and a trusted brother and comrade of Optimus Prime, stepped forward at this critical juncture, his voice resolute and powerful, akin to a clarion call. No, this is not the time to wallow in sorrow. We must immediately support Dinosaur. He swiftly orchestrated the available forces, efficiently and methodically activating the terrestrial bridge to connect to the battlefield. Everyone, prepare yourselves for a united strike. As Ironhide's words resonated, a throng of Autobots responded to the call, charging through the terrestrial bridge with unwavering resolve toward the battlefield. Chapter 21. Vortex on the battlefield. Under Ironhide's vigorous command, the reinforcements from the Autobots launched a ferocious assault alongside Menasur against Skyfire, engaging in an unprecedented clash. Laser artillery intertwined, energy pulses crisscrossed, illuminating the entire battlefield with the fierce fires of combat. Each collision reverberated through the earth, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and molten metal. Yet, at this pivotal moment, the dynamics of the battlefield underwent a dramatic shift. The Federal Army unexpectedly appeared at the periphery of the battlefield, their arrival introducing a new variable into this life-and-death struggle. A crisp and resolute female voice emanated from the Federal Army's communication channel, Commander Sun Xiaowen, her voice piercing through the tumult of battle to reach the hearts of every soldier. She proclaimed, calling headquarters, "This is Sun Xiaowen, commander of this operation. I have assembled the troops at the edge of Mandala City, ready to await further combat orders." The Federal High Command issued a ruthless directive: eliminate all Cybertronians within Mandala City without exception. Upon receiving the order, Sun Xiaowen commanded her forces, all warships, target the Cybertronians within Mandala City for precise elimination. In an instant, the Federal warships advanced toward Mandala City, locking onto their targets, unleashing a torrential downpour of firepower. Whether engaged in fierce combat with Skyfire or amidst the ranks of vehicular units, even innocent civilians caught in the chaos faced life-and-death trials in this indiscriminate assault. This sudden turn of events rendered the entire battlefield's situation increasingly enigmatic. After experiencing the formidable pressure and indiscriminate attacks from the Federal Army, Chong Yunxiao wisely discerned that remaining in Mandala City would only render him passive. Leveraging his formidable defensive capabilities and agility, he navigated through the barrage of artillery fire, making his way directly to the mansion. Upon reaching the mansion, Chong Yunxiao swiftly unearthed the statue enshrined within the tomb, subsequently shattering it to reveal a hidden energy core. With the energy sphere in hand, he departed from the war-torn battlefield. As the initial barrage of artillery fire subsided, the acrid smoke lingering in the air gradually dissipated, revealing a stunning spectacle. A towering energy shield stood resolutely, blocking all lethal attacks like an impregnable fortress. This was the Guardian, showcasing its unique ability to manifest its power in critical moments, successfully shielding the city from the ravages of war. Suspended above the chaotic battlefield, Chong Yunxiao's massive form was illuminated by the starlight and the fiery chaos, silently observing the brutal drama unfolding below. A smirk of profound irony graced his features, as if he were a detached spectator relishing a dramatically intensifying performance. Alxi and Barrier soon arrived on the battlefield, exerting every effort to rescue their injured comrades. As the situation underwent an unexpected transformation, the energy core, clasped tightly in Chong Yunxiao's grasp, suddenly erupted in a dazzling green radiance, akin to an eerie aurora, signaling the imminent arrival of an unprecedented upheaval. Simultaneously, within the ranks of the Bo faction, the mystery of the harmonization within Zhao Yiling also erupted in a brilliant green light. These two beams of green light, originating from disparate sources yet intricately connected, converged in the sky to form a resplendent column of light, as if a portal to an unknown dimension had been opened, creating a massive vortex. As the vortex spun faster, an irresistible and formidable force swiftly engulfed the entire city, rendering both structures and living beings powerless against its might. Everyone struggled against the gravitational storm capable of overturning everything. However, Alxi and the Agile Barrier were not spared, despite their valiant attempts to maintain their balance. They ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming pull, being mercilessly drawn into the vortex and vanishing into the unknown rift. On a distant mountaintop, far removed from the turmoil of war, mist swirled, shrouding the atmosphere in mystery and tranquility. From this elevated vantage point, Chun Xiaoi peered through a precise telescope, gazing at the city engulfed in flames. The silhouette of Mandala City emerged and faded amidst the thick smoke and interplay of light, resembling an unstable three-dimensional tableau. Chen Xiaoyi's eyes fixated on the screen, her brow furrowing slightly as she murmured, "The frenzied faction, the Bow faction, mechanical dinosaurs, and the Federal Army. What a chaotic mess." Her tone conveyed a blend of astonishment at the intricate battlefield and deep concern over the intertwining conflicts among the various factions. Chukong listened intently to Chen Xiaoyi's murmurs, his eyes glinting with worry and curiosity. He turned to Chen Xiaoyi and asked softly, "Should we not assist them?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoyi slightly shook her head, her face reflecting a decision born of profound contemplation. She was acutely aware of the complexity of the current situation and the potential chain reactions that could arise from their involvement. Calmly yet resolutely, she responded, "It is not yet the time, Chukong, not yet." As her words fell, Chen Xiaoyi decisively shut down a machine beside her. In that instantaneous moment of severing the device's power, the immense vortex in the distant horizon, conjured by the enigmatic harmony and the energy core, silently dissipated as if it had never existed at all. Cheng Yinxiao fixed his gaze on the spot where the vortex had vanished, fully cognizant of the Emperor's might and means, realizing acutely that this vortex was not something the Emperor could easily conjure or erase. This revelation struck him. There remained an adversary on the battlefield, one that had eluded his perception thus far. His eyes scanned the surroundings. Though the battlefield was still ablaze with cannon fire and the chaos of various factions clashed, his focus transcended the immediate fray. He began to meticulously observe the entire city, capturing every detail, determined to unearth that elusive individual. Chen Xiaoyi raised her gaze to the now tranquil sky, a subtle glimmer of anticipation flickering in her eyes. She murmured, "From here on, it relies upon you." Gradually, she and Chukong melded into the surrounding mist, gently enveloped as though embraced by the fog. Their departure left no trace behind. Only the soft caress of the mountain breeze and the slow drift of the mist, as if they had never set foot there. Chapter 22. Looking to the future. 1. Under the powerful pull of the vortex, Arsai and Lu Zhuang were swept away as if into a temporal tunnel, vanishing instantaneously from the battlefield of Mandala City. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in an environment both strange and familiar, the garden of the mansion they had frequented on numerous occasions. Sunlight filtered through the dappled shadows of the trees, casting a gentle glow upon the stone path, while the air was infused with the fragrance of flowers and the freshness of greenery, creating a serene and harmonious atmosphere that starkly contrasted with the recent turmoil of battle. The two exchanged surprised glances, confirming they had indeed returned to the mansion. The tension and confusion within them gradually replaced by an indescribable sense of familiarity. At that moment, their gaze was drawn to a nearby flower bed, where a woman was leisurely admiring the blossoms, none other than Sun Qinshuan. Clad in a simple yet elegant long dress, her hair lightly styled, she exuded an air of tranquility, completely unperturbed by the world around her. She was absorbed in the floral display, her delicate fingers gently brushing against the tender petals, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with the flowers. Sunlight enveloped her, outlining a soft silhouette that melded her with the surrounding natural beauty, creating a serene and exquisite tableau. Arsai and Lu Zhuang were acutely aware that they might have traversed back in time. In this seemingly peaceful environment, any unusual actions could shatter the tranquility and attract unwarranted attention. To proceed with caution, they resolved to discreetly depart from the mansion, reverting to their human forms to blend in with the surrounding environment as ordinary visitors, planning to undertake further actions once nightfall descended. The two traversed the flower path silently, striving to evade the gaze of Sun Qinshuan and others, making their way towards the mansion's exit along a familiar trail. Along the way, they encountered numerous sights unseen in the future, relishing the details they had previously overlooked: ancient stone lanterns, meticulously trimmed shrubs, and blooming potted plants on windowsills. These commonplace scenes now unfolded like silent verses, narrating the mansion's ancient and enigmatic tale. As they exited the mansion, they transformed into their respective human appearances. Alxi took on the guise of competent female investigator, her gaze sharp and demeanor composed. Luo Zhang adopted the persona of a reserved scholar, his thoughtful eyes visible behind glasses, exuding an air of elegance and modesty. They donned ordinary attire to ensure their appearance matched the surrounding environment and historical context, leaving no trace of discrepancy. Where's your handgun, officer? Alexei jested in a light-hearted tone. During the day, they navigated the mansion discreetly, observing the daily activities of other visitors and servants, attempting to glean clues from their conversations while secretly searching for hidden passageways and potential mechanisms within the mansion. Guided by intuition and memory, Luo Zhang once again discovered the mechanism leading to the underground crypt. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings to confirm no one was watching before silently activating the mechanism. With a faint sound of machinery in motion, a hidden door gradually opened, revealing a deep passageway leading underground. Luo Zhang took a deep breath and stepped inside, his figure slowly vanishing into the darkness. At that moment, the underground crypt appeared different from his recollections. The once ancient stone walls bore evident cutting marks and fresh concrete repairs, with temporary lighting fixtures and construction tools set up in some areas. The air was thick with a blend of dust and dampness, tinged with a faint scent of industrial lubricant. Clearly, the crypt was undergoing some form of renovation. Meanwhile, Alexei found herself in the mansion's back garden. She strolled to the table where Sun Qianxuan often sat and discovered an inscription etched upon it. The characters were clear and forceful, seemingly inscribed not long ago, yet they confirmed to Alexei that they had traversed to a time point after the Iron Lock. Her heart brimmed with confusion and shock as she realized they were not transported randomly, but rather purposefully brought to this pivotal moment. This signified that their next task was to rescue Sun Qianxuan. She swiftly organized her thoughts and resolved to share this significant discovery with Luo Zhang. Thus, Alexei contacted him via secret communication to inform him of her findings in the back garden. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhang was equally astonished. Yet he calmly reminded Alexei to remain vigilant, for this timeline might harbor unknown adversaries or unforeseen events. As night enveloped the mansion, moonlight spilled across the courtyard like liquid mercury, cloaking the ancient structure in a veil of mystery. The myriad lights illuminated the tranquil night, and within the Sun family mansion, a warm and inviting atmosphere prevailed. In the spacious dining room, family members gathered around the table, indulging in a lavishly prepared feast. The aroma of the dishes filled the air, and amidst the clinking of glasses, the warmth of familial bonds flowed freely. However, just as everyone was enveloped in this harmonious familial ambience, Sun Qianxuan suddenly set down her chopsticks, her gaze resolutely fixed on her family, disrupting the serenity of the dining table. "Mom, Dad, I wish to discuss something with you." Sun Qianxuan's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Drawing their attention, she took a moment to steady her breath before continuing. "I believe it is time for me to venture out and explore the world beyond, to live for myself, as one of my friends once advised." At the table, while most family members responded with understanding and blessings towards Sun Qianxuan's decision, her mother's reaction starkly contrasted with that of the others. She struggled to maintain an appearance of calm, yet a flicker of disdain or revulsion was unmistakable across her features. After the meal, Sun's mother found herself standing before a door that led to an area not typically frequented within the home. She slowly opened the grand door and stepped inside, her gaze immediately drawn to a radiant energy core at the center of the room. With reverence, Sun's mother knelt before the core, her hands clasped in prayer, her voice imbued with profound admiration and awe for the legendary Cosmic Emperor, an omnipotent being. "Great Cosmic Emperor, please guide me. What must I do to earn your protection and lead me out of this predicament?" In that moment, the air seemed to thicken, with only Sun's mother's low and fervent supplication echoing in the stillness. Before long, the energy core appeared to respond to her call, bursting forth with a brilliant light as if acknowledging her prayer. Shortly thereafter, a deep and authoritative voice emanated from the core. "Offer a sacrifice." "A sacrifice?" Sun's mother was taken aback. The term was familiar to her. Yet she found herself momentarily uncertain of what could possibly serve as a fitting offering to satisfy the Cosmic Emperor. Nevertheless, she understood that the Emperor's directives were beyond question. Since her daughter's birth, she had adhered to the Emperor's guidance in all matters. Whether it pertained to her daughter's upbringing or the meticulously arranged marriage, each decision aligned with his will. For so long, she had tightly bound her daughter to her side, controlling every aspect of her life, even at the expense of her happiness. At that moment, a flash of inspiration surged through Sun's mother's mind, a thought resonating like thunder in her heart. Ah, yes, my daughter is the sacrifice. Chapter 23. Looking to the future, 2. After making sufficient preparations, Roadblock and Alxi resolved to investigate the mansion once more. However, what they encountered left them utterly astonished. Several burly men were roughly dragging Sun Qianxuan in a specific direction. Leading the procession with a dark expression and a cold gaze was none other than Sun Qianxuan's mother. Alxi and Roadblock exchanged a knowing glance, as if they were already aware of Sun's mother's intentions. Without hesitation, they decided to take action, determined to rescue Sun Qianxuan and uncover the truth of the situation. They skillfully exploited the intricate terrain of the mansion and the cover of night to stealthily trail behind the group, striving to avoid detection. Along the way, they observed that although Sun Qianxuan was bound, her spirit of resistance remained unyielding. She struggled to break free from her constraints, repeatedly demanding, "What do you want from me? Let me go." After a convoluted journey, they arrived at the entrance of the underground tomb. At the behest of Sun's mother, the burly men callously tossed Sun Qianxuan down, subsequently sealing the heavy door. Sun's mother stood vigil outside, her gaze coldly sweeping the surroundings, seemingly ensuring that no one was watching. Seizing the moment when she turned to leave, Alxi and Lu Zhuang swiftly approached the entrance. With the aid of Lu Zhuang's recollections, they discovered a concealed mechanism and silently opened the iron door. A wave of damp air, laced with an unusual fragrance, greeted them as they cautiously stepped into the tomb. Guided by the faint light, following the distant sounds and Sun Qianxuan's cries for help, Alxi and Lu Zhuang ventured deeper along the winding passage, ultimately finding her beside the coffin. Upon seeing Alxi and Lu Zhuang, a flicker of surprise and hope illuminated Sun Qianxuan's eyes. Alxi hurriedly untied her restraints while Lu Zhuang stood guard, poised to confront any imminent danger. Despite her weakened state, Sun Qianxuan's emotions surged as she eagerly recounted the events. That morning, she had been engrossed in perfecting her makeup before the mirror. Her fingertips danced across her cheeks, each stroke seemingly crafting a portrait of her future, encapsulating her innermost dreams of the unknown days ahead. Her eyes reflected visions of what was yet to come, perhaps a bustling metropolis, perhaps serene countryside, or perhaps a life filled with poignant experiences. The landscapes she was destined to encounter and the stories she was meant to live were quietly blossoming within her delicate thoughts and exquisite appearance. However, this tranquil reverie was abruptly shattered. The door was violently struck, accompanied by the jarring sound of splintering wood, as a towering man burst in like a tempest. His gaze was fierce, his movements brutish. Without uttering a word, he lunged towards Sun Qianxuan, seizing her arm with such force that she nearly lost her balance. Shocked and bewildered, she dropped her makeup brush, and the visions of her future fragmented, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread and confusion. What chilled her further was the sight of her mother, who stood by, coldly observing the violent scene. The once warm and loving eyes now resembled a frozen lake, devoid of ripples, indifferent as though her daughter were a stranger rather than her flesh and blood. The silence and apathy of her mother pierced Sun Qianxuan's heart more deeply than the man's brutality. She sought even a glimmer of concern or protection in her mother's eyes, yet all that greeted her was an abyss of indifference and estrangement. Sun Qianxuan was roughly dragged outside by the man, leaving behind a shattered doorframe, scattered cosmetics, and the abrupt rupture of the morning's tranquility. All of this unfolded like a sudden tempest, shattering her beautiful visions of the future. Upon grasping the gravity of the situation, Alxi and Lu Zhuang resolutely reaffirmed their determination to rescue Sun Qianxuan. They decided to first escort her away from this place. The trio quietly exited the basement, retracing their steps. At last, they successfully fled the mansion and arrived at a relatively safe location. Sun Qianxuan was overwhelmed with gratitude, acutely aware that without the timely intervention of Alxi and Lu Zhuang, she would likely have faced a dire fate. She inquired about their identities, to which Alxi replied, "Do you remember assisting a gardener once? We are his friends." Upon hearing this, tears welled up in the corners of Sun Qianxuan's eyes, and she excitedly asked, "Is he well?" Alxi merely nodded in silence. The three agreed that Alxi would shield Sun Qianxuan as she swiftly departed the city, while Lu Zhuang would return to the mansion to dismantle the underground tomb. Before long, Sun's mother learned of Sun Qianxuan's disappearance, and her heart felt as though it had been struck by a massive boulder, plunging her into a chasm of anxiety and panic. She understood that if the offering were not in its original state, the emperor would surely impose punishment upon her. She recognized that the most pressing matter was to locate Sun Qianxuan as swiftly as possible. Thus, Sun's mother promptly took action, meticulously organizing a city-wide search effort. Meanwhile, with Alxi's protection, Sun Qianxuan had already arrived at the station. For her, this series of unforeseen events had caused her emotions to oscillate like a roller coaster. Despite being filled with uncertainty and unease, her trust in Alxi compelled her to follow her to this place. Within the station, Alxi continued to demonstrate her remarkable adaptability. She skillfully utilized the crowd, the architectural structures, and the station's facilities as natural barriers, ensuring that Sun Qianxuan's presence remained concealed among the throngs of people, eluding detection by outsiders. She also thoughtfully prepared temporary identity disguises for Sun Qianxuan, such as hats and masks, further diminishing the risk of recognition. At that moment, the cacophony of the station's announcements, the conversations of passengers, and the thunderous arrival and departure of trains intertwined, creating a vibrant and bustling urban tableau. Meanwhile, Lu Zhuang had reached the underground tomb. Chapter 23. Looking to the future, 3. At that moment, Sun Qianxuan's heart flickered like a candle in a tempest, wavering uncertainly. She clutched her luggage tightly, her gaze resolute yet tinged with a hint of trepidation. Though she had resolved to escape the family that had bound her for so many years, the abrupt appearance of her family at the very moment she was about to embark on her path to freedom sent shockwaves through her being. The Sun family advanced aggressively, with a middle-aged man, the family's hound, striding forward, his finger nearly grazing the hem of Sun Qianxuan's garment. However, just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a figure emerged like an unyielding barrier between Sun Qianxuan and her family, that being Alxi. Unfazed, her eyes glinted with determination, her body slightly inclined forward, creating an invisible shield. With her arms outstretched, she seemed to shield a frightened little bird from external disturbances, yet also to declare to the Sun family, to take Sun Qianxuan away, one must first overcome her. No one shall take her. Although Alxi's voice was not loud, each word resonated with strength. Qianxuan, go forth, live the life you desire. The hunting dogs, filled with rage, pointed at Alxi and bellowed. Who are you? This is not your concern. This is a family matter. Do you understand? The surrounding crowd began to echo their sentiments, rebuking Alxi for meddling, and chaos ensued. Unfazed by the accusations and skepticism from the Sun family, Alxi maintained her composure. As the train was about to depart, the Sun family pressed closer, threatening to reach Sun Qianxuan. In an unexpected move, Alxi retrieved a small device from her pocket, and with a gentle press, a faint mist erupted forth, swiftly enveloping the platform. The sudden fog, like magic, obscured everything that was once clear. The Sun family, taken aback by this unforeseen spectacle, tried to peer through the haze. But the thick smoke rapidly spread, rendering the outlines before them indistinct. They waved their hands to disperse the mist in search of Sun Qianxuan. Yet the fog acted as a barrier, obstructing their vision. Seizing this moment of confusion, Alxi decisively grasped Sun Qianxuan's hand, leading her swiftly through the smoke towards the train. Though Sun Qianxuan stumbled slightly in the haze, she clutched Alxi's hand tightly, feeling the strength and determination emanating from her, which instantly filled her heart with courage. Just as the train doors were about to close, Alxi pushed Sun Qianxuan into the carriage, where she fell into a seat, merely a door apart from Alxi. Alxi waved goodbye as the door slammed shut, and the train gradually pulled away, carrying Sun Qianxuan toward a new future. Meanwhile, the roadblock descended into the depths of the Sun family's underground tomb. It was dark and profound, the air thick with the scent of stale earth and faint incense. At the center of the tomb stood a colossal statue, which filled the roadblock with an overwhelming sense of revulsion. He meticulously placed several carefully prepared bombs around the tomb. These bombs were small yet potent, capable of reducing the entire underground burial site to ruins upon detonation. Every movement of the roadblock was precise and composed. After arranging the explosives, the roadblock did not detonate them immediately. He was acutely aware that many innocents resided within a mansion above. Therefore, he ingeniously orchestrated a fire, igniting nearby flammable materials and utilizing a few chemical agents, causing the flames to spread rapidly. The tomb was soon engulfed in a blaze, thick smoke billowing forth. This sudden conflagration incited chaos within the Sun family. Panic ensued as everyone scrambled to escape. Under the cover of confusion and terror, the roadblock patiently awaited the opportune moment. The roadblock conducted a final sweep for signs of life on the ground, and upon confirming the absence of any living beings, it coldly pressed the detonation switch. With a deafening roar, the underground tomb trembled violently, dust swirling as the flames were instantly engulfed by a more powerful shockwave. The buried explosives detonated with precise timing, unleashing a devastating force that targeted the central statue and its surrounding structures, reducing them to mere powder in an instant. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the once majestic underground tomb had transformed beyond recognition. The roadblock had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The only remnants of its presence were the echoes of the explosion and the ruins of the tomb. Equally silent in her departure was Arsai, who vanished from the world in the blink of an eye. Back on the battlefield, the energy sphere clutched tightly in Chong Yunxiao's grasp now resembled a precious gem eroded by time, its surface beginning to fracture before crumbling into fine dust. Scattering with the wind, Chong Yunxiao stared in astonishment at this unfolding scene. Just as he was immersed in shock over the disappearance of the energy sphere, a thunderous sound erupted from the distant Sun family mansion. The towering edifice trembled violently before collapsing with the force of a falling mountain, raising a cloud of dust that obscured half the sky. The fallen mansion resembled a toppled peak, its overwhelming spectacle moving all the warriors present, freezing the atmosphere of the battlefield, leaving only the flickering flames amidst the ruins swaying in the wind. In the depths of the distant universe, within the dark void, an unknown monstrosity awakened from its slumber, acutely sensing a rupture in a vital connection that supplied it with endless dark energy. It was an unprecedented sensation, as if the very source of life had been abruptly severed, provoking intense panic and fury. It let out a thunderous roar that pierced the silence of the cosmos, reverberating among countless stars. In that moment, Chong Yunxiao suddenly heard a voice. It was the Emperor issuing his final command. Retrieve the secret of Hehe. The universe shall ultimately unite. Chapter 24. The arrival. Chong Yunxiao was acutely aware of the urgency of time. He could no longer delay. In an instant, an unprecedented wave of sound erupted from within him, resonating like an ancient incantation and the wrath of the forces of nature, sweeping across the entire city and causing the very air to tremble. As the peculiar sound spread, the previously tranquil city was abruptly pierced by two blinding beams of green light, their intensity and energy overwhelming. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the merging leopard and the sky tiger emerged from the green light. However, the merging leopard and the sky tiger at this moment bore a striking contrast to their usual forms. Their eyes now glimmered with an eerie green glow, as if manipulated by an unseen force, leading them to lose their former autonomy. Their movements appeared stiff, resembling puppets pulled by invisible strings, compelled to act upon another's will. The weapon systems on the merging leopard activated instantaneously. High-energy particle cannons, plasma ray guns, magnetic rail missile launchers, and ultra-high-speed kinetic projectile launchers adorned across its form, simultaneously erupted in a blinding radiance, coalescing into a devastating barrage reminiscent of falling stars. With a command from the soaring clouds, the mixed sky leopard unleashed a cataclysmic strike. Countless searing beams, spiraling plasma rays, tail-firing magnetic missiles, and meteoric kinetic projectiles surged forth from its being, intertwining into a dense and fervent tempest of fire, relentlessly targeting the Federation fleet. This onslaught was both precise and lethal, mercilessly tearing through the Federation ship's energy shields from multiple angles, akin to a pack of wolves in pursuit. The shields trembled violently under the relentless barrage, energy ripples scattering, yet ultimately unable to withstand the overwhelming deluge of firepower unleashed by the mixed sky leopard. A cacophony of deafening explosions echoed as the Federation's shields shattered under the ferocious assault, their hulls ruthlessly rent asunder and melted. The once proud Federation vessels, suspended majestically in the sky, were engulfed in flames beneath the mixed sky leopard's relentless bombardment. The structural integrity of the ships twisted and warped under the searing heat and shockwave, with some being obliterated into fragments. The orderly formation of the fleet disintegrated in an instant, leaving the remaining ships to frantically attempt evasion or retaliation. However, facing the tempestuous onslaught of the mixed sky leopard, their resistance appeared feeble, and the Federation suffered grievous losses, compelled to retreat. Meanwhile, the Flying Tiger launched a fierce assault against the beleaguered Autobots. Exhausted from a grueling battle, the Autobots found themselves overwhelmed by the formidable onslaught of the Flying Tiger, struggling to mount a counterattack while attempting a difficult withdrawal. Just as they faced the dire urgency of retreat amidst the Flying Tiger's fierce attacks, RC and Roadblock returned to the battlefield at a critical moment. Yet, they were not reinforcements. Instead, they fell victim to a sudden ambush by the soaring cloud. Seizing the opportunity as they materialized, the soaring cloud swiftly captured them. His silhouette emerged amidst the swirling smoke, resembling a colossal iron tower standing amidst the ruins of the battlefield, firmly grasping RC and Roadblock. With an authoritative tone, he threatened the still-resisting Autobots. Autobots, your two companions are in my grasp. If you wish to spare them from suffering, immediately open the land bridge or bear the consequences. Though RC and Roadblock were restrained, their eyes still glimmered with resolve and determination. In that moment, they comprehended the battlefield's dire situation. They had become pawns in the soaring clouds game, yet they would rather perish than see the Autobots compromise their integrity for their own safety. Within the Autobot base, the atmosphere turned palpably tense in the face of the soaring clouds threat. The recently revived Optimus Prime gazed at Image 1, acutely aware that the soaring cloud was after the secret of harmony, contemplating the best course of action to rescue RC, Roadblock, and the remaining Autobots. Every decision weighed heavily with life or death, and each passing second threatened to exacerbate their predicament. He pondered repeatedly over the various possibilities. Should he break through the enemy's defenses head-on, or seek assistance from external forces? Yet, regardless of the choice made, each bore undeniable risks. He had to ensure the safety of every warrior while also considering the greater picture. Just as Optimus Prime was lost in contemplation, a faint but familiar surge of energy suddenly emanated from behind him. Turning around, he was astonished to find Zhao Yiling standing there. She had awakened. Ever since Zhao Yiling activated the Harmony Enigma, fatigue had increasingly enveloped her, leading to a deep slumber that severed her connection to the physical world. Yet, her consciousness drifted like an ethereal spirit, suspended between reality and dreams, maintaining a keen awareness of the external realm. The movements of the Autobots over these days resonated within her mind like invisible waves, clearly reaching the depths of her soul. She existed as an unseen observer, unable to participate directly, yet capable of perceiving everything. Remarkably, in this unique state, Zhao Yiling experienced an unprecedented fusion with the Harmony Enigma, which had now intertwined with her spiritual essence, becoming an integral part of her soul. She could sense the pulsing of the Harmony Enigma, grasp its profound significance, and, to some extent, even perceive the distant entity lurking in the dark void of the cosmos. In the ocean of consciousness, Zhao Yiling envisioned a foreboding future, the Dark Emperor descending upon Earth. His arrival shattered the tranquility of the solar system in an instant. Waves of dark energy surged through the stars, triggering a series of spatial tremors, as the ecosystems of various planets teetered on the brink of fear and chaos. War swiftly engulfed the entire solar system, with Earth bearing the brunt. Cities were reduced to ruins, and the natural landscape was ravaged beyond recognition. All races on Earth fought valiantly side by side, courageously resisting the invasion of the Dark Emperor. Yet the enemy's might was overwhelming, rendering each counterattack seemingly futile. Ultimately, the cosmic order was irrevocably upended. The once brilliant constellations that adorned the night sky were gradually consumed by darkness, transforming into a chaotic abyss. The civilizations on life-bearing planets perished in despair, the channels of communication between stars sealed, and at last, the universe was compressed, returning all things to a singularity. However, she also glimpsed that darkness was but a temporary condition. Dawn would inevitably arrive, and the Dark Emperor would fall beneath the sacred sword. In the sea of consciousness, Zhao Yiling perceived the sole glimmer of hope. yet she was at a loss as to how to convey what she had witnessed. It was then that she noticed a powerful, unknown energy enveloping her, a force akin to invisible hands, gently yet resolutely encircling her, soothing the once restless harmony enigma within her. Zhao Yiling abruptly opened her eyes, sitting up and gathering her thoughts. She understood the urgency. She had to relay her vision to the Autobots without delay. Upon reaching Optimus Prime's side, she discovered that Roadblock and RC had already been captured by Shockwave, mirroring the very vision she had seen. Zhao Yiling's heartbeat quickened, as the omens in her consciousness manifested vividly in reality. Roadblock and Alcee, ensnared by the colossal and immensely powerful body of the mechanical behemoth, were firmly held captive. Despite their valiant struggles, their resistance appeared feeble against such a formidable foe. The armor of Roadblock bore evident signs of damage, a testament to fierce resistance, while Alcee, though diminutive, still exerted every effort to break free from her bonds. The mechanical giant, towering with arrogance, coldly obstructed any potential escape routes. His haughty gaze surveyed the surroundings, seemingly proclaiming his absolute dominion over the battlefield. What he sought was the enigma of harmony. In Zhao Yiling's eyes burned a resolute flame, openly revealing her intention to sacrifice herself for the safety of Alcee and Roadblock. Yet, before she could act, Optimus Prime stepped forward, resolutely positioning himself in front of her. "Zhao Yiling, you cannot go," he spoke, his voice deep and powerful, laden with profound concern and respect for this human companion. "Your actions will only exacerbate the situation. The target of the mechanical giant is the enigma of harmony within you. Venturing forth alone will only serve to fulfill his desires." Zhao Yiling gazed into the eyes of this great leader, sensing the worry and sincerity in his words. However, her conviction burned like an unquenchable fire within her heart, impervious to any counsel. She raised her hand, gently placing it upon Optimus Prime's form. "I have seen it, Optimus. I have seen that the darkness shall pass, and dawn will arrive." Her words resonated with gravity, each syllable a vow erupting from the depths of her soul. Her speech brimmed with unwavering faith in the future, an unyielding dedication to light, and an ardent desire for victory. Like a lightning bolt, her words pierced through the gloom enveloping them, igniting the flicker of hope in their hearts. With that, Zhao Yiling hesitated no longer. She passed through Optimus Prime and strode towards the land bridge, unflinchingly activating the teleportation device. In a dazzling flash of light, she vanished from her original position, only to reappear before the mechanical giant. Her form appeared minuscule against the backdrop of his immense figure. In an instant, the mechanical giant detected the essence of the enigma of harmony and lunged towards Zhao Yiling without hesitation, effortlessly ensnaring her in his colossal mechanical hand. Though her body seemed fragile under his grip, she remained resolute. "Release Alcee and Roadblock." Zhao Yiling's voice, though somewhat weakened by the tight hold, could not conceal her determination and fury. She was willing to wager her own existence to negotiate for the release of her captured comrades. However, the mechanical giant remained indifferent, scoffing dismissively as he carelessly tossed Roadblock and Alcee to the ground, allowing them to crash heavily. "In any case, you won't live much longer." The mechanical giant seemed to have already foreseen the outcome of the impending battle. With that, he seized Zhao Yiling and soared directly towards the Sun family mansion. Within the Sun family mansion, the mechanical giant summoned the remnants of dark energy within him, that energy slithering like a demonic tendril, greedily reaching for the enigma of harmony nestled within Zhao Yiling. A profound resonance emerged between the two entities, unleashing a surge of energy that tore open a colossal black hole in the vastness of space beyond Earth. On the other side of the abyss lay a realm of darkness, filled with distorted shadows and terrifying howls. Countless monstrous beings, each with a unique form, flickered in and out of the gloom, their gazes both greedy and cruel, mocking the Earth as though they had already envisioned their impending prey. The sinister sovereign of this realm, an unknown emperor, harnessed the power of the black hole to unleash these titanic creatures, directing them towards Earth. Like a deluge, the beasts surged forth, instantly engulfing the planet in an overwhelming tide of darkness and chaos. Following closely behind the horde, the Emperor himself traversed the black hole, descending upon Earth in person. "All hail, the Supreme Emperor, the Star Emperor." The valiant Optimus Prime knelt in homage to the figure emerging slowly from the black void. Surrounded by a thick shroud of dark energy and monstrous forms, this figure emanated an oppressive aura that was nearly suffocating. At that moment, Optimus Prime arrived on the battlefield, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon the figure, a surge of indescribable shock and dread welling within him. No, Optimus Prime could not accept this reality. The figure was none other than the Star Emperor, the one who had once ushered in a golden age for Cybertron. At this instant, the enigmatic harmony seemed to respond to the presence of the Star Emperor, its light flaring dramatically, fully activated. With a mere flick of his hand, the Star Emperor effortlessly drew Zhao Yiling, previously restrained by the valiant Optimus, to his side. Then, a chilling spectacle unfolded. The Star Emperor's body suddenly erupted, countless black tendrils erupting from the shattered shell, writhing as if alive, swiftly burrowing into the ground, plunging deep into the earth. They mercilessly siphoned the abundant energy contained within the planet, voraciously devouring every ounce of life force, causing the entire sphere to tremble in agony as if being consumed by innumerable dark vermin. All things shall ultimately converge as one, the Star Emperor proclaimed with a voice cold and haughty, resonating like the tolling of a cosmic death knell throughout every corner of existence. As his words fell, the power of harmony began to radiate outward from Earth, expanding frantically. The boundaries of the universe blurred, the distances between galaxies collapsed sharply, and the stars, drawn by an invisible, immense gravity, began to converge upon Earth. The entire cosmos seemed to spiral into a colossal vortex, with Earth at its axis, merging and collapsing. Upon witnessing the multitude of tendrils, Optimus Prime recognized that this was not the Star Emperor at all, but merely a monstrous facade. Autobots, transform, advance. Chapter 26. The destruction unfolds. We had hoped to grant this universe a fleeting breath of respite. However, with a mere wave of his hand, the Star Emperor unleashed the harbinger of doom. In an instant, a tide of bizarre and ferocious beasts surged towards the Autobots, roaring and bellowing with a ferocity capable of rending the very fabric of reality, charging at these guardians of peace. Confronted with this sudden onslaught, Optimus Prime stood undaunted, wielding his energy axe like a commander on the battlefield. He raised his weapon high, letting forth an impassioned battle cry. For freedom and peace, Autobots, charge! Under the leadership of Optimus Prime, the Autobots surged forth like an iron torrent, charging against the oncoming tide of monstrous foes. With unparalleled courage and unwavering conviction, they confronted what seemed to be an insurmountable catastrophe. Laser fire wove a vibrant tapestry of light, while the clashing of metal and the roars of the beasts harmonized into a stirring battle anthem. The entire battlefield was illuminated by the flames of war, transforming it into a stage for the fierce clash between righteousness and malevolence. This monumental conflict, pivotal to the fate of the cosmos, had already commenced, and the Autobots vowed to protect the hope of the universe with their steel bodies, standing firm against the Star Emperor and his legion of beasts, striving to carve a path towards rebirth amidst chaos and destruction. However, the situation on the battlefield grew increasingly dire, as the sheer number of monsters appeared like an endless black tide, saturating every inch of Mandala City and spilling forth from the city in a frenzied onslaught, posing an imminent threat to Earth. Optimus Prime understood clearly that if the tide of battle could not be turned swiftly, this azure planet would be doomed to oblivion. In this critical moment, he decisively issued an urgent call into the sky. Jetfire, I need you. At that moment, Jetfire was amidst the throng of beasts, skillfully maneuvering through their ranks, repelling the encroaching foes time and again. Upon hearing Optimus Prime's summons, he seized the opportunity, unleashing an unprecedented force that burst forth like a blazing meteor through the dense mass of monsters. Jetfire instantly initiated his transformation sequence, morphing into a formidable suit of armor. This armor radiated a golden brilliance, its surface inscribed with intricate energy runes, symbolizing the immense power it contained. Without hesitation, he soared towards Optimus Prime, aligning perfectly for a union. Combine. With this resounding declaration, the original forms of Optimus Prime and Jetfire melded seamlessly, their strength magnified, resembling an invincible fortress standing tall upon the battlefield. At this moment, the combined Jetfire and Optimus Prime shot upward like a brilliant beam into the heavens. his form appearing even more majestic under the sunlight, surrounded by a surge of energy waves, emanating an imposing aura that intimidated all. His gaze was fierce, locking onto the distant thunderclash, and he charged resolutely toward this architect of cosmic crisis. With unmatched determination and power, he sped across the battlefield to confront the Star Emperor. The Star Emperor raised his hand, intending to thwart Optimus Prime with countless tendrils. As the tendrils neared, two agile figures burst forth like lightning, interposing themselves between the tendrils and Optimus Prime. It was Blaster and Howl, stepping forward at this moment, vowing to carve a path to victory for Optimus Prime. The duo coordinated closely, balancing offense and defense to form an unbreakable barrier that continually diminished the onslaught of tendrils, granting Optimus Prime precious space to advance. "Go, Optimus Prime!" Blaster shouted. Together with Howl, they exerted every ounce of their strength to withstand the final wave of tendril attacks, clearing the path to Thunderclash for Jetfire and Optimus Prime. At this moment, a mere 300 meters, then 200 meters, and finally 100 meters away from the imposing figure of the Star Emperor, the Titan of Fire. Wielding the sacred weapon, the Star Sword, which was embedded with fragments of celestial bodies and pulsating with the power of the cosmos, radiated a dazzling brilliance in his grasp. As if responding to the impending climactic battle, with a low growl, the Titan of Fire pointed the Star Sword towards the Star Emperor and surged forward at full speed. Akin to a blazing comet streaking through the heavens, aimed at the celestial sovereign. By the time the Star Emperor registered the threat, the Star Sword had already embedded itself in his shoulder, severing his left wing with a resounding crack. Yet, the Star Emperor remained unmoved, as if none of this had transpired. At that moment, several robust tentacles erupted from his back, undulating through the air like the appendages of a demon. "Caution!" The warning cry of the flying darts rang out urgently. However, time seemed to freeze at that instant, the sound struggling to resonate in the air, yet unable to alter the doom that was about to unfold. The Titan of Fire, faced with this sudden onslaught, could not entirely evade it. He was struck squarely by the protruding tentacles of the Star Emperor, the tremendous impact propelling him away, his form tracing a tragic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The Star Emperor clutched the hilt of the Star Sword, extracting it from his shoulder in a manner that was almost cruel. He raised the sword before him, gazing at the blade that shimmered with stellar energy, his eyes glinting with greed and fervor. In the next moment, he began to ravenously absorb the energy from the Star Sword. The radiance of the blade fluctuated violently, the cosmic sea roiling within it, as torrents of formidable power were forcibly siphoned into his being. His body trembled and twisted during the energy absorption, as if on the verge of explosion. Yet, he did not relent. Instead, he frantically drained the power of the Star Sword, allowing the overwhelming energy to rampage within him, reshaping his very form. The surrounding air warped from the intensity of the energy fluctuations, space itself seeming to tremble at that moment. The silhouette of the Titan of Fire flickered in the glaring light, resembling a demon that devoured stars, unstoppable in its brilliance. The Star Emperor's form underwent drastic transformation, the collapse of the universe accelerating further. The Titan of Fire sought to halt him, but the previous impact had been too severe, leaving him unable to maintain his footing. Struggling valiantly, he attempted to rise, when a solid force emerged from the side, steadfastly supporting his faltering body. He turned in astonishment, only to behold the familiar figure of Shockwave. Chapter 27. Reinforcements. "You can't do this, my dear brother Optimus." A familiar call instantly captured everyone's attention. The voice belonged to Shockwave, the leader of the Decepticons, who, with a tone that blended jest with earnestness, shattered the tense atmosphere of this life-and-death confrontation. His figure emerged in the aftermath of battle, the iconic purple livery appearing even more austere under the glare of war. Former adversaries now stood side by side, a dramatic tableau that left all in attendance utterly astounded. Behind the magnificent figure of the shattering sky, a formidable legion of the Decepticons stood in formation, resembling a torrent of steel, surging forth with astonishing velocity to join the battle that would determine the fate of the universe. Their arrival undoubtedly infused the Decepticon faction with renewed vigor, introducing fresh variables into the chaotic battlefield. The Star Emperor, witnessing this spectacle, felt a sudden cloud of foreboding darken his expression. Without hesitation, he issued a commanding decree. Charge forth, eliminate them. No sooner had he spoken than the valiant Charge Sky responded to the command, his colossal form towering defiantly over the battlefield, exuding an air of formidable authority. Charge Sky directed his subordinates, the aerial tiger and the mixed leopard, to initiate the offensive, aiming to destabilize the Decepticon warriors before they could fully assemble, thereby diminishing their resolve. Yet, at this critical juncture, an unexpected turn of events once again altered the dynamics of the battlefield. Within Zhao Yiling, the enigmatic secret of harmony erupted in a brilliant green glow, a force akin to the very source of life itself, instantly awakening the 6 engineering vehicle members of the Digging Tiger hidden throughout the battlefield. Responding to the call of the secret of harmony, they formed a profound resonance amongst themselves. The 6 engineering vehicles, as if guided by an invisible force, executed a magnificent and awe-inspiring fusion process at an astonishing speed. Ultimately, a towering and robust giant robot emerged at the heart of the battlefield, the Hercules, the mightiest combination of Transformers. The presence of Hercules was akin to an immovable mountain. His heavy armor, muscular limbs, and resolute expression embodied unparalleled strength and resilience. He charged directly towards the aerial tiger and the mixed leopard, unhesitatingly interposing himself between them and the Decepticon warriors, establishing a formidable barrier. First, assist the wounded. The rest, hold back those abhorrent creatures. The command of Shattering Sky resonated clearly and powerfully in the ears of every Decepticon warrior. In this moment, he exhibited extraordinary decisiveness and leadership, swiftly recalibrating the combat focus of the Decepticon ranks. Following Shattering Sky's directives, the Decepticon warriors sprang into action. Some immediately engaged in rescue operations, navigating through a hail of gunfire, disregarding their own safety as they rushed towards their fallen Autobot comrades. Skillfully wielding various medical equipment and techniques, they staunched bleeding, repaired damaged components, and even sacrificed their own energy to provide urgent treatment to the gravely injured. Former adversaries now transformed into selfless saviors. Simultaneously, another faction of Decepticon warriors unleashed their full firepower, turning their sights towards the monstrous beasts incessantly emerging from the dark void. Utilizing their respective weapon systems, they targeted with precision, mercilessly bombarding the hideous and ferocious creatures. Laser beams, missiles, and particle cannons intertwined to form a dense web of firepower, ruthlessly tearing through the monster's defenses. Some Decepticon warriors displayed exceptional tactical acumen, cleverly exploiting the terrain to set traps, luring the beasts into areas of concentrated fire, achieving maximum destruction at minimal cost. In this united struggle against the enemy, the bravery and collaboration of the Decepticon warriors were nothing short of remarkable. They fought alongside the Autobots, uniting to withstand the onslaught of the colossal beasts. Though once adversaries, they now recognized that only through solidarity could they triumph in this pivotal battle for the universe's survival. The valiant Jing Patian steadfastly locked onto the menacing Zhun Tianwei, who was fervently siphoning the energy of the Star Sword from the heavens. Gripping Optimus Prime's arm with determination, they transcended their roles as opposing leaders and became comrades in arms, collectively shouldering the monumental task of saving the cosmos. Now, it was time to confront the entity in the sky. Can we do it? Optimus Prime remained silent, instead summoning his mighty axe. His actions spoke volumes, a silent proclamation of his unwavering resolve. Regardless of the daunting challenges ahead, he would forge onward, vowing to vanquish the Star Emperor and safeguard the peace of the universe. The two leaders, in perfect harmony of thought, dispelled any lingering hesitation. Almost simultaneously, they soared into the skies, charging toward the Star Emperor with unyielding fervor. Their silhouettes traced long arcs in the sunlight, akin to two meteors streaking across the firmament, aiming for the zenith of the heavens. They twisted and raced through the air, evading the frenzied attacks of the Star Emperor's tendrils with impeccable precision, each dodge executed flawlessly, each counterstrike imbued with formidable strength. Their unspoken coordination was a testament to a bond that felt as if it had been rehearsed countless times before. With fearless courage and unwavering belief, they launched a fierce assault against the Star Emperor, determined to shatter the shroud of darkness that enveloped the universe and usher in the light. Behind them, The warriors of both the Autobots and Decepticons rallied, their voices merging into a colossal wave of sound, akin to thunder reverberating through the cosmos. Their faith and strength surged through this resonance, becoming an inexhaustible source of motivation for the two leaders at the forefront. At this moment, Optimus Prime and Jing Patian soared together, unflinchingly confronting the Star Emperor, the embodiment of cosmic peril. As they drew nearer, the air thickened with the anticipation of the impending clash. They felt no fear, only resolve. Within their cores, there was no retreat, only an unrelenting advance. This was the final battle. Just as Chong Yun-Shao prepared to ascend and assist in the fierce struggle against the Star Emperor alongside Optimus Prime and Jing Patian, an unexpected wall of searing flames erupted, rising like an insurmountable chasm, abruptly blocking his path. The flames blazed fiercely, the intense heat warping the very air. And the blinding light compelled Chong Yun-Shao to momentarily retract his wings. All around him, the battlefield was captivated by this sudden turn of events, eyes fixating on what lay beyond the fiery barrier. From within the inferno, a figure gradually emerged, characterized by a familiar silhouette and unique presence, accompanied by a resounding declaration that left everyone present in shock. Long time no see, Chong Yun-Shao. Chapter 28. Dragon Flame. Chong Yun-Shao had anticipated this encounter, yet he never imagined that fate would orchestrate the arrival of this long-lost rival at such a critical juncture. At this moment, his heart was a maelstrom of surprise, anger, and resolute determination. 5 formidable and menacing consciousnesses erupted in unison, igniting an uncontrollable desire for battle. "Steel Lock!" roared Chong Yun-Shao, his voice resonating like thunder, imbued with tremendous force and profound hatred. As this earth-shattering cry echoed, he summoned his energy sword without hesitation. This sword symbolized the quintessence of 5 colossal powers. Each swing could rend the heavens and earth, unleashing a cataclysmic storm of energy. At this moment, his grip on the sword was resolute and powerful as he swung it towards Steel Lock. Upon hearing the call, Steel Lock did not falter. Instead, the fire of fierce battle ignited in his eyes. He instantly conjured a flame sword, its blade wreathed in crimson flames, resembling a molten eruption, the searing heat almost igniting the very air. He met Chong Yun-Shao's onslaught head-on, raising his sword in defiance. The two blades collided violently in midair, triggering a breathtaking surge of energy. At the moment their edges met, dazzling arcs of electricity intertwined with blazing flames, forming a magnificent yet terrifying vortex of energy. The sheer force warped the surrounding space, winds howled, and sand flew as the atmosphere filled with a destructive aura. However, as Chong Yun-Shao and Steel Lock were locked in their fierce confrontation, the tide of battle abruptly shifted. From within the wall of fire, 2 figures shot forth like arrows released from a bow. These were Iron Slag and Mud. Seizing the opportunity, they launched their assault from either side of Chong Yun-Shao. They simultaneously unleashed torrents of searing flames, akin to 2 fire dragons sweeping in from different directions, instantly enveloping Chong Yun-Shao in a sea of blazing fire. Amidst the inferno, Chong Yun-Shao remained motionless, but suddenly erupted in response to the 3 dragons' assault, altering his attack trajectory. With a flick of his wrist, the energy sword surged forth like a crimson lightning bolt, sweeping horizontally towards Steel Lock at an impeccably precise angle. This strike, a perfect amalgamation of power and speed, was forceful enough to shake mountains. Steel Lock, caught off guard, was struck directly by Chong Yun-Xiao's sword energy, losing his balance and being sent flying like a severed kite. Steel Lock's form arced through the air, perilously close to crashing to the ground. At that moment, a flash of blue swept through the sky, perfectly catching Steel Lock. It was the flying dart. Simultaneously, howls descended like divine retribution, landing squarely atop Chong Yun-Shao, relentlessly assaulting him. "It seems everyone is here," Steel Lock declared as he regained his composure. "Now, mechanical dinosaurs. Mirje." The surrounding dragons stared at Steel Lock in astonishment, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Zhao Yiling heard Steel Lock's voice, and her body temperature surged, as if enveloped by invisible flames. A torrent of intense energy surged within her. The enigma of harmony within her began to oscillate violently, its form constantly shifting. Finally, a name began to crystallize within Zhao Yiling's vision. She gazed intently at the name, slowly uttering, Dragon Flame King. The 5 mechanical dinosaurs were simultaneously illuminated by the green light of the secret of harmony. Their bodies underwent rapid transformation, emerging amidst a cacophony of mechanical roars and surging energy. A completely new amalgamation of power emerged on the battlefield. As the consciousness of 5 dinosaurs converged within the body of the combined giant, they were all taken aback. In this novel amalgamation, the previous frenzy and bloodlust had dissipated, replaced by a harmonious fusion of their energies, akin to a warm current flowing between them, bringing forth an unprecedented sense of stability and strength. I merely spoke offhandedly, and it truly manifested. The voice of the steel lock reverberated within the combined giant, for he was the most bewildered among them, merely desiring to vanquish the enemy before him. The consciousness of the combined giant had emerged, proclaiming in a thunderous declaration, "Our name, my name, is Dragon Flame King." This statement was not merely a challenge to the Cloud Piercer, but a proclamation to the entire battlefield. The Dragon Flame King had descended, and none could withstand its brilliance. The Dragon Flame King raised the fiery greatsword, forged from the combined might of the 5 dinosaurs, its blade ablaze with roaring flames, resembling a dragon poised to consume all. With resolute steps, he advanced steadily toward the Cloud Piercer. Facing the imposing presence of the Dragon Flame King, the Cloud Piercer exhibited no sign of fear. The long-dormant fighting spirit within him was reignited. He understood that this would be his final hunt. As the Dragon Flame King elevated the blazing greatsword and approached with relentless determination, the Cloud Piercer, akin to a predator locking onto its prey, sprang into action. He propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, launching himself at the Dragon Flame King. In the instant of collision, he raised his energy sword and struck down upon the Dragon Flame King with the force of a thunderbolt. This strike encapsulated all of the Cloud Piercer's strength. With a sword pointed, the air seemed to cleave, leaving behind a profound blue trail. The clash of sword energies surged forth, colliding with the Dragon Flame King's fiery greatsword, triggering a cataclysmic explosion of energy. The intertwining blue and red glows flashed like stars colliding in the cosmos, illuminating the entire battlefield, while the deafening roar echoed throughout the air. The fierce battle between the Cloud Piercer and the Dragon Flame King reached an unprecedented zenith. Their tumultuous energy ripples sweeping forth like a tsunami. Wherever they traversed, the ground cracked instantaneously, colossal stones were sent flying, and dust billowed skyward, obscuring the sun. The entire battlefield seemed engulfed in an apocalyptic calamity. With the final surge of energy's explosion, the once solid ground beneath them could no longer withstand such terrifying force. Crumbling into fragments, both the Cloud Piercer and the Dragon Flame King, under the immense impact, lost their footing and plummeted uncontrollably downward, landing directly within the 3rd level of the pit. At the moment, the ground beneath the Cloud Piercer and the Dragon Flame King fractured, plunging them into the depths of the 3rd level. The collapse also affected the factions of Bo Quan. Faced with a sudden disaster, the members of both sides united in mutual assistance. They extended hands to one another, helping to stabilize their positions and avert a shared descent into the abyss. The Hercules, having engaged in fierce combat, managed to rein in the Flying Tiger and the Mixed Sky Leopard, ensuring that they would no longer wreak havoc. Meanwhile, the Star Emperor was momentarily distracted by the energy emanating from Zhao Yiling, unaware that Optimus Prime and the Shockwave had approached him. Chapter 29. Devouring Optimus Prime and Jetfire approached the Star Emperor, simultaneously striking at him. Under the combined assault of these 2 formidable leaders, the Star Emperor found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, momentarily suspended in midair before plummeting to the ground like a meteor. Zhao Yiling, having lost control, began to descend rapidly. In a critical moment, Optimus Prime, with remarkable swiftness, caught the falling Zhao Yiling with precision. His sturdy arms securely enveloped her, the force of his strength cushioning her descent and ensuring her safety. Upon landing, Optimus Prime gently set Zhao Yiling down and inquired with genuine concern about her well-being. "Are you all right?" His voice resonated with care. Regaining her composure, Zhao Yiling nodded in response, her heart racing from the earlier turmoil. "Bien me fine. Thanks to your timely intervention." Just as the others believed the battle had reached its conclusion and began to prepare for the ensuing matters, Jetfire's stern voice shattered the brief tranquility. "It is not over yet. To their astonishment, the Star Emperor, despite sustaining severe injuries, staggered back to his feet. His once impenetrable armor had been utterly obliterated by the previous strikes, shattered metallic fragments strewn across the ground, revealing not the expected spark or mechanical framework, but a horrifying mass of flesh and blood. What on earth is that? Zhao Yiling gasped, overwhelmed by the shocking visual and the cognitive dissonance it provoked. A wave of nausea washing over her. She struggled to comprehend why this Cybertronian displayed such a grotesque form of life. Optimus Prime's expression turned grave as he decisively commanded, "Whatever he may be, we must defeat him here and now." Without hesitation, Jetfire leaped into the air, gathering destructive energy in his cannon. Aiming at the reeling Star Emperor below, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime swiftly charged toward the newly risen adversary. His cannon aimed directly at the creature's chest. As Jetfire unleashed his energy cannon with a thunderous roar, Optimus Prime simultaneously pulled the trigger, unleashing a dual barrage of immense energy that struck the Star Emperor almost in unison. The unprecedented continuous assault inflicted upon the Star Emperor was unlike anything he had ever experienced, eliciting a piercing wail that resonated with the anguish of a dying beast, a sound both jarring and filled with despair. Yet, in a sudden twist, an even more potent and violent surge of energy erupted from within him. This unforeseen transformation not only stunned everyone present, but also resonated with the enigma of the harmonization within Zhao Yiling. A chilling spectacle ensued, surrounding the Star Emperor's mangled form. Countless corpses of monstrous beasts, previously vanquished, began to levitate as if drawn by an unseen force. Tentacles emerged from the Star Emperor's bloodied and disfigured body, greedily latching onto the remains, devouring them like voracious scavengers. These bodies, manipulated in midair by the tentacles, intertwined and entwined, gradually merging into a colossal, grotesque mass of flesh. The surface writhed and reshaped, seemingly alive, as remnants of the dark beasts flickered in and out of view, creating a terrifying and surreal tableau. Faced with this unimaginable transformation, Optimus Prime and Thundercracker swiftly made a decisive resolution. They recognized this as the final desperate counterattack of Megatron. In unison, the two leaders issued commands to their respective factions. Autobots, Decepticons, attacked simultaneously. As the orders were given, the warriors on the battlefield, regardless of their allegiances, focused their sights on the grotesque mass, unleashing a torrent of firepower. Various energy weapons and physical armaments intertwined, creating a dazzling array of beams. As the deluge of artillery fell upon the target like a torrential downpour, just as all the combatants unleashed their full might, confidently believing they would soon obliterate the grotesque mass formed from the fusion of Megatron and the Dark Energon beasts, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Despite enduring the relentless assault from both the Autobots and the Decepticons, the grotesque mass remained unscathed, as if entirely immune to their formidable firepower. In a moment of collective astonishment, the tendrils on the surface of the mass suddenly surged, striking with the swiftness of a living creature, ruthlessly ensnaring Optimus Prime and Thundercracker. Struggling valiantly, they endeavored to break free from the tendrils' grasp, yet the grotesque mass exhibited an overwhelming adhesive force and vitality, rendering their resistance futile in a matter of moments. The tendrils constricted, binding them tightly, and then, with a violent tug, drew them into the depths of the mass. This scene transpired so swiftly that the surrounding warriors were left powerless, mere spectators as they witnessed their leaders vanish into the abyss of flesh and blood. After consuming Optimus Prime and Thundercracker, the surface of the grotesque mass writhed with heightened intensity, as if it were digesting and absorbing the strength of these two formidable leaders. It emitted a deep, resonating growl, while the internal energy fluctuations intensified, suggesting the rapid amplification of an indescribable malevolent force. Furthermore, it began to indiscriminately absorb the surrounding structures, vegetation, and innocent life forms. Any object that approached it was doomed to be devoured. The mass resembled a voracious black hole, mercilessly consuming everything in Mandrick City, its size expanding at a visible rate, swiftly casting a terrifying shadow that loomed over the cityscape. This devastation was not confined to the surface. Its influence extended deep underground. The mines below began to crack under the horrific gravitational pull of the mass, as massive stones crumbled from the walls, threatening to collapse the entire excavation site. In the midst of fierce combat on the third level of the mines, King Dragonflame sensed the unusual energy fluctuations and tremors of the earth. He looked up, pondering what transpired above. What is happening up there? Yet, Cloudbreaker seemed to have anticipated this all along. It is Star Emperor. He is preparing to consume this planet. As the grotesque masses' insatiable hunger escalated, the situation grew increasingly dire. The Autobots and Decepticons, initially gathered on the battlefield, began to feel the pull of its overpowering attraction. Those warriors closest to the sarcoma were the first to perceive the irresistible pull. The ground beneath their feet seemed to transform instantaneously into a slick mire, their bodies slipping uncontrollably forward, inching ever closer to the all-consuming nightmare. If this force were not halted, this planet, and indeed this universe, would ultimately be devoured. Chapter 30. Lionheart. It is unclear when we began to subtly alter our pace and direction at some bend in the river of time. The thrill of the hunt spread like a plague among our kindled spirits. Driven by boundless desire, we embarked on an unceasing journey of pursuit. In the vast forests, we chased our prey not solely to satiate our hunger, but to assert our own strength and superiority. The pelts, bones, and even the rarest of body parts of wild creatures became coveted trophies for which we vied. On countless other worlds, we have never ceased our hunt for power, wealth, and territory. The fierce clashes for dominance and the fierce disputes over land are but manifestations of our avaricious claws at work. We tirelessly waged war across the realms, trampling cities underfoot and subjugating adversaries through sheer force. Yet, what is the purpose of it all? Why do we entangle ourselves in this interminable cycle of hunting, slaying, and conquering? Is it for honor? For security? Or perhaps for the insatiable quest to explore and possess the unknown? What indeed is the purpose? Rise to the heavens. With a thunderous roar, the Dragon Flame King summoned all his might into his iron fist, striking unhesitatingly at Chong Yunshao's face. This punch, imbued with searing flames and unparalleled might, connected with devastating force. Taken by surprise, Chong Yunshao was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. The heavy sound of impact reverberated through the air. Yet, fueled by indomitable will, he endured the excruciating pain and stood once more amidst the swirling dust. At this moment, his gaze fell upon the shattered sword clutched tightly in his hand, its blade fractured, its tip hanging limply. Once a gleaming weapon, it now lay in ruins. Faced with this scene, Chong Yunshao did not hesitate. Resolutely, he released his grip on the hilt, allowing the broken sword to clatter to the ground with a dull thud. Dragon Flame King. With a fierce shout, Chong Yunshao's powerful fist surged forth like lightning in a tempest, striking toward the Dragon Flame King with tremendous force. Since the dawn of our consciousness, a primal instinct has been etched into our very essence, as if the primary purpose of our existence is to hunt. Regardless of the changes on this planet and who leads, as long as our instincts are satisfied, fulfilling the ecstasy derived from conquest and plunder, we are like hunters, tirelessly pursuing the traces of our prey. Indeed, this is our nature. Our existence is meant for hunting, for conquering, and for proving our unparalleled strength and valor amidst endless challenges and competition. This is who we are. Our very name embodies a symbol of strength and fear. We stand resolutely upon the earth, with fearless postures and piercing gazes that perceive the essence of all things. With ironclad will and robust physiques, we epitomize the true essence of the hunter. We are faithful executors of nature's laws, the apex predators in a world governed by the survival of the fittest. Guided by instinct and revering the rules, we defend our rightful space and glory. Fearless in the face of adversity and undaunted by formidable foes, we understand that every hunt and every conquest is a testament to our capabilities and a defense of life's dignity. We take pride in our hunts and revel in our victories, for they serve as proof of our existence and our declaration of sovereignty to the world. At this moment, both the Cloud Piercer and the Dragon Flame King are utterly exhausted and battered. Their armor is riddled with cracks, and the joints are severely worn. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, they ignite the last flicker of their fighting spirit. Their gazes meet, filled with hatred for their adversary, resignation to fate, and an unwavering desire for victory. Each inhales deeply, as if to draw in all the energy surrounding them. And then they unleash a deafening roar in unison, a warrior's call to battle, a hero's vow to triumph. They swing their battered fists, their steps heavy yet resolute as they approach one another. Each footfall seems to quake the earth, and every strike threatens to rend the air itself. Their movements may be sluggish, yet their power is more formidable than ever. This is their final gambit, a life-and-death struggle devoid of reservations or retreat. At last, the Cloud Piercer and the Dragon Flame King collide, their fists weaving brilliant arcs of light through the air. Each impact generates violent waves of energy, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Their bodies sway precariously from the force of the collisions, yet they persistently press on, launching relentless assaults against one another. In the climactic clash, their power reaches its zenith, an energy potent enough to rend the heavens, and the earth erupts, illuminating the entire third layer. In an instant, an indescribable shockwave radiates outward from the epicenter of their collision. Under this cataclysmic force, the Cloud Piercer and the Dragon Flame King can no longer maintain their combined form. Their bodies disintegrate, scattering the members far and wide, crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, the Claw appears fatigued and weakened, his body marred with scars. Mechanical skeleton exposed, and energy fluid pooling on the ground, emitting a faint blue glow. Nevertheless, he summons his indomitable spirit to struggle upright from the cold earth. His resolute eyes fixed ahead, devoid of fear. At the end of his line of sight stands a steel lock, gripping an energy gun, its barrel aimed directly at the Claw. Faced with this life-and-death moment, the Claw reveals not a hint of fear. Instead, a cold smile plays on his lips. "Go ahead. Shoot," he provocatively invites, as if beckoning death itself. However, the steel lock did not pull the trigger as he had hoped. He gazed at the claws, aware that they were corrupted by a formidable energy, their core intelligence overtaken by madness. After a moment of hesitation, the steel lock ultimately chose to relinquish his weapon. "No, you have allowed the energy of that being above to drive you to madness," he lamented, his voice imbued with profound sorrow and helplessness. "I shall continue to wait for the day you come to hunt me." With a heavy heart, he turned and took solemn steps, eager to ascertain the condition of the other dinosaurs. Though similarly battered, they were fortunate to maintain stable life signals, having not sustained fatal injuries. They supported one another, relying on their collective strength, rising with difficulty yet resolutely. At that moment, a colossal golden hammer appeared before the mechanical dinosaur. As the golden light intensified, the bodies of the steel lock and the dinosaurs gradually became transparent, as if consumed by the luminous beams, merging into an endless sea of gold. Ultimately, accompanied by a soul-stirring flash of golden light, the mechanical dinosaur vanished entirely from sight. The claws, in stark contrast, appeared exceptionally fatigued and forlorn. Leaning against a towering boulder, his form slightly hunched, he seemed burdened by an indescribable weight. His gaze drifted to the nearby, gravely injured behemoths, who had lost consciousness, resembling lifeless corpses scattered within his field of vision. "Indeed, this is who we are. We are the behemoths. We are the titans soaring into the heavens." Chapter 31. Remembrance. In this dim void, there were no discernible boundaries. Everything appeared both illusory and tangible. Optimus Prime gradually regained consciousness, his sight adjusting to the chaos around him, his first glimpse falling upon the distant figure of Skyfire. "Skyfire." Optimus Prime's voice echoed in the vastness, resonating with clarity. Noticing Skyfire's lack of response, Optimus Prime attempted to drift closer, shaking him awake. "Skyfire, awaken," he urged, vigorously shaking his companion in an effort to rouse him. Slowly, Skyfire opened his eyes, gazing around in bewilderment at the emptiness surrounding them. "What is this place?" Skyfire's voice reverberated in the emptiness, tinged with a sense of helplessness. "We were consumed by that grotesque entity. This must be within its belly," Optimus Prime replied, his tone heavy as it echoed through the suffocating darkness. This space was fraught with the unknown and terror, as if even light had been devoured, leaving only an interminable silence and stillness. In the distance, faint glimmers seemed to flicker, and as they drew nearer, the two realized there were countless corpses, silently drifting like phantoms in this chaos. These bodies belonged to various races, some even to creatures they had never encountered before, appearing ghostly pale in the darkness. "Exudino ominuoha," Each passing corpse tightened their hearts, serving as a grim reminder that they were in a domain of death. Just as Optimus Prime sought a glimmer of hope, his hand inadvertently brushed against a cold, hard object. He looked down to discover the Star Sword. Once radiant like the stars, the blade now lay dull and lifeless, its energy completely drained by the might of the Earthshaker. It seemed imperative that they hasten to find a way out. The voice of Earthshaker shattered the silence, and the two began to navigate through the seemingly endless darkness. Each step taken with utmost caution to avoid triggering any unknown traps or unforeseen foes. As they ventured forth, the surrounding environment appeared to subtly shift. The drifting corpses gradually diminished, and faint glimmers of light emerged ahead. Though weak, they were sufficient to ignite a flicker of hope. They quickened their pace towards that luminous beacon. Upon reaching the light, space seemed to fold in an instant, casting them from the abyss into a radically different scene. Before them stood a magnificent interstellar vessel, and they found themselves at a corner of the bridge, surrounded by bustling crew members. At the center of the bridge, one figure commanded particular attention: the Star Emperor. Though his image appeared somewhat ethereal, the edges of his form slightly blurred, as Earthshaker had remarked, merely a specter. A projected illusion. "We have succeeded," proclaimed the phantom Star Emperor, his voice brimming with pride and triumph. "On this expedition, we have forged unbreakable alliances with hundreds of planets, acquiring unprecedented resources and technologies. This heralds the dawn of a new era." As his words settled, the atmosphere on the bridge reached a crescendo. Even within this illusory realm, one could feel the exhilarating ambience. "Initiate interstellar jump. Everyone brace yourselves. Prepare to head to the final planet." Earthshaker's command was swiftly executed, and the ship began to tremble violently, energy surging through its hull as if the very laws of the universe were yielding to them at that moment. Each individual present clutched their restraints tightly, eagerly anticipating the first ray of starlight post-jump. However, when all calmed and the transition completed, what lay before them was not the anticipated new world, but an expanse of boundless darkness. It was a darkness so profound that even light seemed unable to escape its maw. And in that moment, all hope and expectation solidified into silent questions. Where exactly were they? In this suffocating void, within this realm composed of absolute darkness, the ship appeared as an isolated island, entirely severed from the outside world. As illusions and strange sounds assailed them, the once composed crew members suddenly descended into chaos, their gazes vacant, their actions erratic, as if manipulated by some invisible force. Hallucinations coiled around their neural circuits like venomous serpents, instilling immense fear and hostility among them, ultimately leading to senseless acts of self-destruction and consumption. The entire vessel reverberated with anguished wails and the jarring clang of metal, an indescribable whisper echoing through their circuitry, distorting their thoughts and obliterating all semblance of reason. Some individuals even began to converse with imaginary foes, clutching their cerebral modules, imploring, threatening, or emitting desperate cries into the void, until the final moment, when all fell silent, leaving only the remnants of destruction. The Star Emperor stood alone amidst the wreckage. His steps were heavy, each footfall upon the remains of former comrades, yet devoid of any emotional response, as if all of this had long been anticipated. He slowly approached the exit of the spacecraft, his silhouette appearing both solitary and resolute. Upon stepping out of the vessel, the Star Emperor did not glance back, but instead strode directly into the darkness that devoured all light. At that instant, torrents of dark energy surged into his being, causing his form to tremble violently under the sudden influx. The energy coursed through him, instigating a remarkable transformation in his exterior. The once resplendent surface of his mechanical body gradually became cloaked in a layer of dark patterns, evidencing the fusion of the dark energy with his own essence. The boundary between flesh and machine blurred. His body sprouted what seemed to be living tissue, while simultaneously retaining the precision and strength of machinery, the two elements harmoniously intertwined, bestowing upon the Star Emperor a strange, yet formidable vitality. His eyes shimmered with a duality of shadow and brilliance, as if capable of perceiving the deepest secrets of the cosmos. This metamorphosis not only altered the Star Emperor's appearance, but deeply affected his inner being. Within the ocean of his consciousness, The once clear pathways of logic and emotional modules began to merge, forging a new mode of perception. It endeavored to comprehend all that transpired. It understood everything, seeking to unify the entire universe. Chapter 33. Liberation. Optimus Prime and Shockwave observe the scene unfolding before them. Upon learning the truth of the Star Emperor, their reaction transcended mere astonishment. They were confronted with the reality of how this leader, who ushered in a golden age for Cybertron, had been eroded and transformed into an adversary they must now face. Join us, Star Emperor. His voice thundered through the space, resonating in every corner. It seemed to penetrate the barriers of time and space, striking at the very depths of the soul. The entire expanse trembled at his utterance. The brilliance of the stars appeared to dim, as if cowering beneath his imposing presence. Only through unity can we find true solace. Optimus Prime stood resolutely opposite the Star Emperor, his form towering like a mountain, the blue optics shimmering with unwavering determination. Impossible, Star Emperor. His voice rang out, steadfast and potent, each word akin to a vow ignited from the depths of the hearth. I shall not permit you to obliterate even a fraction of this universe. Never. His words brimmed with reverence for life and an unwavering defense of freedom. He would never allow such a fate to unfold, even at the cost of his own existence. He would safeguard every star and every life within this universe. We must liberate him, Optimus Prime asserted, his words laden with complex emotions. This was a formidable undertaking, necessitating not only strength but also wisdom and sacrifice. Shockwave's silence similarly underscored his serious approach to the matter. This moment signifies not merely the redemption of the Star Sovereign, but also the preservation of the cosmic order. The once dimmed Star Sword, held aloft by Optimus Prime, gleams anew, symbolizing that even in the darkest of times, the light of hope and justice shall never be extinguished. In that boundless void, as the radiance of the energy core within Optimus resonates with the Star Sword, an unprecedented force converges around them. This power not only pierces the shackles of darkness, but seems to touch upon some fundamental rule deep within the universe, igniting the spark of transformation. Optimus' strike transcends mere physical boundaries, representing a steadfast defiance against despair and adversity, emblematic of the eternal resistance of hope and light against the encroaching shadows. As that strike lands, a fissure rends the malignancy, and brilliance spills forth, illuminating the path ahead. The oppressive weight dissipates, and a breath of freedom rushes in. Fueled by this newfound strength, both Optimus and the formidable Shockwave surge forth at an unparalleled velocity, shattering the once impenetrable confines and re-emerging into the luminous realm of reality. In that moment of their escape from the malignant form, it is as if two worlds intertwine. The glow of the energy core gradually returns to its normal state, and the Star Sword regains its rightful luster. Turning to face the monstrous entity, Optimus cleaves the Star Sword in two, resulting in a perfect replica forming in Shockwave's grasp. United in purpose, they channel their combined might. The Star Sword, imbued with unmatched radiance, cleaves the sky, aimed directly at the beast. This strike consolidates all their strength. The creature, sensing an unprecedented threat, writhes and contorts, attempting a desperate resistance against this formidable force. Yet, the brilliance of the stars cannot be devoured by darkness. As the dual swords descend, a resplendent light, akin to the dawn, pierces the night. The creature ultimately succumbs to this pure force, exploding in a cascade of immense darkness and light. However, at the zenith of this brilliant radiance and the creature's detonation, an irresistible shockwave emanates from the center of the explosion. This force serves as a testament to the annihilation of the monster, and as a response to the release of the Star Sovereign's dark energy, its intensity far exceeding expectations. Both Optimus and Shockwave are mercilessly cast aside by the tempest of this newfound power. As the light dissipates, the colossal form of the Star Sovereign hovers, as if time has crystallized in that instant, his being interwoven with the remnants of past glory and present decay, exuding an ineffable melancholy in silence. Optimus and Shockwave have plunged the Star Sword deep into the body of the Star Sovereign, transforming it into a bridge connecting the past and the future, bearing the weight of hope and sacrifice. This is the culmination. Alcee and Roadblock leap into the air, using the sturdy shoulders of their leaders as a springboard, aiming to grasp the twin sword hilts, intent on uniting their collective strength at a singular point. This tale commenced with them, and it shall also find its conclusion through them. However, despite their swift and resolute actions, the Star Sword was a weapon reserved solely for leaders, and Alcee and Roadblock, with their current strengths, were insufficient to wield this divine artifact. The Star Sword trembled slightly, its radiance dimming, a poignant reminder of the disparity in their power. At that moment, the void surrounding the Star Emperor began to churn, dark energy coalescing like a whirlpool. As the Star Emperor was on the verge of succumbing once more to that terrifying transformation, becoming the all-consuming monstrosity, just then, a flaming sword, imbued with the hope of dawn, raced from afar, piercing the Star Emperor's form with unerring precision. Alcee and Roadblock turned to behold Ironlock. Ironlock surged towards them with an unstoppable force, propelling Alcee and Roadblock, aiding them in their steadier grip on the Star Sword. At this instant, it seemed the Star Sword acknowledged them, ceasing its resistance. Ironlock, firmly grasping the blazing sword, stood shoulder to shoulder with Alcee and Roadblock. With a unified roar, the three of them simultaneously struck downward, a decisive slash that cleaved through the past, present, and future, accompanied by the thunderous sound of the strike. The dark energy within the Star Emperor began to writhe violently, and his form gradually stabilized, slowly dissipating into dust as the smoke of war began to clear. With the Star Emperor's dissolution, the dark force that threatened the peace of the universe was utterly vanquished. We are victorious. This proclamation, steadfastly declared by Optimus Prime, resonated in the hearts of every warrior like the chime of morning bells and evening drums. It was not merely an announcement of their current triumph, but also a tribute to countless sacrifices, relentless efforts, and unwavering faith. Alcee, Roadblock, Ironlock, and numerous warriors surrounded them, their faces aglow with the euphoria of survival, tempered by a profound remembrance of the fallen. The price of victory was steep. Each moment of peace bore the weight of the dreams and hopes of those who could not witness this moment. Chen Xiaoyi stood nearby, surveying the scene, while Steellock curiously posed a question. Prior to this, Chen Xiaoyi had engaged in a brief exchange with Ironlock. So, what exactly did you say to Ironlock? Chen Xiaoyi smiled gently, her expression laden with untold stories and emotions, turning to Steellock, her eyes shimmering with light. A secret. Chapter 34. Dawn. In the aftermath of the battle, the reconstruction of Mandala City commenced. This city, once ravaged by war, now urgently sought to restore its former glory and order. The federal government swiftly organized a team of experts to assess the damage, devise a reconstruction plan, and mobilize the populace to partake in the revitalization efforts. Simultaneously, due to the involvement of the Cybertronians in the conflict, the federal intelligence and research agencies joined forces, diligently seeking any potential clues that might remain. Nevertheless, the traces of the Cybertronians seemed to have evaporated into thin air, leaving no intelligence behind. Even the clues that the Federation had managed to gather mysteriously vanished, plunging their tracking efforts into turmoil. Not only did they fail to uncover tangible evidence, but they also did not capture any relevant energy fluctuations or spatial anomalies. On the other hand, the dark creatures left behind on the battlefield posed a significant security risk. The Federation dispatched troops to the battlefield area to execute a cleansing operation. These dark entities often harbored unstable yet formidable energy, making their handling exceedingly perilous. The military also had to carefully manage those malevolent forces that could erupt at any moment to prevent them from bringing fresh calamities to Earth. Superficially, it appeared that the Federation was shouldering the burden of post-war reconstruction and cleanup alone. In reality, the Autobots and Decepticons were also operating in the shadows. Leveraging their extraordinary capabilities and profound understanding of dark forces, they acted discreetly, collectively striving to eliminate the potential threats posed by the dark creatures unleashed by the Star Emperor. Simultaneously, they meticulously cleared away the residual energy imprints and materials left by the Star Emperor to prevent them from becoming new sources of chaos. The Decepticon and the Howler have returned to this land once more. The smoke of war seemed to still linger faintly in the air. Yet the scene before them was gradually being replaced by hope and rebirth. On the construction site, the diligent figures of workers moved busily, as bricks and steel were reassembled into the framework of the city through their efforts. The laughter of children occasionally pierced through the noise, heralding the gradual return to normalcy in life. "I never expected this to end," the Decepticon softly mused, her voice laced with both relief and disbelief. She stood alone at the edge of a yet-to-be-repaired platform, allowing the gentle breeze to caress her face, whisking away the dust and fatigue of the past. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, a tinge of sadness lingered in her heart. Turning to glance at the howler beside her, she curiously inquired about the fruits of his journey. At that moment, the howler was engrossed in perusing his large tome. "It's not exactly something substantial, just a few interesting historical tidbits," he replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "What I have gleaned is not merely fragments of history, but also some truths long forgotten by time." Meanwhile, the Iron Lock had arrived at a remote little town. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, he disguised himself as an ordinary courier, driving an inconspicuous delivery vehicle and blending into the town as daily life. His destination was a quaint and tranquil nursing home that housed many elderly residents who had weathered the storms of life. In the lobby of the nursing home, Iron Lock seized the opportunity to check the parcel documentation, subtly scanning the list of residents. The names on the list were densely packed, each representing a unique life story. Iron Lock's gaze flitted rapidly across the names, his heart brimming with anticipation and trepidation as he searched for that familiar, indelible name. After a meticulous search, he finally spotted that name in an unassuming corner. It was a name that once shone brilliantly, awakening the dormant memories within him. Like a powerful surge of electricity instantaneously igniting his mechanical nerves. Although the presence of the target was confirmed, Tiesuo did not immediately enter the room of the elderly man. He chose instead to linger by the window at the end of the corridor, cautiously peering through the gap in the half-drawn curtains to observe the scene within. Inside the room, a frail old man lay quietly on the bed, his face etched with the lines of time. Despite Tiesuo's efforts to remain inconspicuous, the old man seemed to possess a certain acute intuition, or perhaps it was the profound emotional connection that transcended time and space that allowed him to sense Tiesuo's presence. The old man's faint yet clear voice resonated in the tranquil room. "Come in." Tiesuo hesitated for a moment, then gently turned the doorknob, pushing the door open with utmost care to avoid making any noise as he stepped inside. He moved slowly and solemnly, ultimately pausing beside the old man's bed. Gazing at the weathered yet kind visage of the elder, Tiesuo was overwhelmed by a complex array of emotions, a blend of nostalgia and reverence. The old man looked at Tiesuo, and though his eyesight had waned with age, that familiar sensation prompted him to ask with certainty, "Is it you?" Tiesuo extended his hand, softly resting it on the old man's wrinkled hand, his eyes reflecting deep care and commitment. "It is I, always has been." This declaration seemed to unseal the floodgates of memory, and though the old man's voice bore the weight of years, it still resonated with steadfastness and affection. "I knew you would come to see me. I've always been here waiting for you." His gaze mirrored a lake of memories, rippling with the myriad stories of decades spent navigating the world alone. He recounted the trials and tribulations of those years, from the hardships faced in the early days to the immense setbacks dealt by life and fate, how he gritted his teeth to persevere, and how he sought strength for survival and progress amidst adversity. The old man narrated the various challenges encountered along the journey of life, each failure followed by a resurgence. Every moment of profound solitude and struggle, along with the love stories that blossomed in those difficult times, some burning fiercely like fire, others gentle and soothing like water, each leaving a vibrant mark on the canvas of his life, bestowing warmth and strength, and deepening his understanding of life's joys and sorrows. However, Tiesuo knew he must bid farewell to this fleeting reunion. He could clearly see understanding and acceptance reflected in the old man's eyes, and he gazed deeply at him. In that moment, it seemed as though time itself had come to a standstill as they shared this delicate yet precious silence. Tiesuo's eyes flowed with reluctance and reverence. He understood that this gaze might signify a final farewell, yet this bond, this respect, would forever be etched in the ember of his being. Resolutely, he turned away, opened the door, and stepped into the world beyond. It was a silent farewell, his silhouette gradually fading at the alleys in beneath the setting sun as he embarked on the road to distant horizons. This city, for him, is merely a stop along a long journey, while for the elderly woman, it represents the perfect conclusion to her otherwise ordinary yet fulfilling twilight years. As night quietly recedes, the iron lock bathes in the gentle light of dawn, moving further away. Chapter 35, Mechanical Dinosaurs. Team 2. At the onset of a new semester, Steel Lock returned to Qian Yuan's household. Following the incident, he had been inhabiting Qian Yuan's body. Thus, he was compelled to continue engaging in the daily academic and social life that belonged to Qian Yuan. Despite facing numerous challenges, Steel Lock successfully embodied Qian Yuan's persona. Whether in classroom interactions or post-class leisure activities, his demeanor was indistinguishable from that of Qian Yuan, leaving family, friends, and even teachers oblivious to any discrepancies. However, one member of the household, Qian Yuan's sister Qian Xian, possessed a keen insight into her brother's transformation. Her ability to perceive the changes within Qian Yuan's body stemmed not only from intuition or minute observations of daily life, but also from the presence of the powerful city speaker Windblade residing within her. Although Qian Xian was aware of the truth, she chose to keep it to herself, prioritizing her brother's safety and placing her trust in Steel Lock. Perhaps the truth will be revealed in the future, but certainly not at this moment. As a new day dawned, Steel Lock set forth on his usual journey to school. Yet at this seemingly unremarkable moment, a message from the Dragon Clan terminal alerted him to powerful energy fluctuations breaching the Federal Space Station's security perimeter. With a remarkably clear target, the very location he occupied, specifically the city and even the vicinity of the school, Steel Lock's senses heightened. What is happening? Could it be another invasion by colossal space beasts? He silently pondered, swiftly organizing the information relayed from the Dragon Clan. He immediately initiated communication with the future. No, this is certainly not the energy signature of the Dark Beasts. The voice from the future carried a tone of seriousness tinged with surprise. These energy fluctuations are entirely different from those destructive creatures, surprisingly reminiscent of your arrival. This statement tightened Steel Lock's chest. If the energy fluctuations descending upon Earth were indeed related to the Dragon Clan, future, provide me with more precise locational data. Concurrently, the future attempted to infiltrate the local intelligence systems, including but not limited to the city surveillance network and environmental monitoring facilities, even local spatial detection devices, to obtain real-time data on the exact locations and impact areas of those energy fluctuations. The initial connection has been established, the future responded, its virtual form seemingly materializing before Steel Lock, swiftly displaying a dynamic map that highlighted several energy concentration points along with their dispersion trends. Based on the energy characteristics analysis, it was predicted that within a few minutes, these energies would spread to a specific location within the city, with exact coordinates already locked in. Steel Lock stared intently at the data before him, noting that the two nearest energy convergence points were alarmingly close to his school, almost within arm's reach. In light of this, Steel Lock resolved to hasten to the vicinity of the school, poised to closely monitor and respond to the impending upheaval. As he made his decision, his footsteps quickened, propelling him toward his destination with remarkable speed. At this very moment, several formidable energy waves had breached the second layer and shattered the sky of the third layer, transforming into two resplendent fireballs that radiated a breathtaking brilliance and heat. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Flymar connected to Steel Lock's communication system. "Hey, Steel Lock, do you see those two fireballs in the sky? They seem oddly familiar, almost like Heavy Fist and Contempt." Upon hearing the names Heavy Fist and Contempt, Steel Lock froze, his previously swift pace involuntarily slowing. He pondered in disbelief. "No way. Why are they here? Are you sure you aren't mistaken?" His voice was laced with incredulity and urgency. Flymark, magnifying glass in hand, scrutinized the sky. "I am certain." After Heavy Fist and Contempt struck the ground, causing violent tremors, and while the dust had yet to settle, Steel Lock had already dashed to the scene. Before him lay two embers. Heavy Fist and Contempt were dead. Steel Lock's facial muscles tensed and contorted, as if a vivid, three-dimensional representation of panic had materialized before the world. "Hello, is this Steel Lock?" Chun Xiaoi entered the chat room, inquiring about the situation. "Miss," Steel Lock replied, "I found them, but their current state is rather peculiar." "That's good to hear. How are they?" "I'm on my way to you." Steel Lock snapped a photo of the two embers and sent it to Chun Xiaoi, accompanied by the message, This is contempt and heavy fist. Upon viewing the photo, Chen Xiaoi nearly lost her composure. Then hurry and find them a host to awaken them. Steel Lock, taken aback by the command, wondered where he could possibly find suitable hosts for heavy fist and contempt. At that moment, a bold idea flickered in his mind. Without hesitation, he grasped the two embers imbued with immense power and charged into the school. In the corridor near the classrooms, he spotted Qian Yuan's two friends, De Yao and Yu Cheng. "Found you," Steel Lock exclaimed, racing toward them. "Hey, De Yao, Yu Cheng, I got a task for you." His voice resonated with determination and trust. Before De Yao and Yu Cheng could turn to inquire further, Steel Lock swiftly embedded the two embers into their bodies. In that instant, a powerful surge of energy coursed through them, accompanied by the exhilarating tremors of newfound life awakening as the clock of destiny began to tick. Meanwhile, Sai Tianjiao observed the energy fluctuation graphs of heavy fist and contempt displayed on her instrument, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She found herself in a dimly lit room, across from an erudite elder. "Hey, old Tai, look, the Dragon Clan has new recruits." Sai Tianjiao excitedly waved her communication device, attempting to capture the elder's attention. Without looking, you merely glance. Sai Tianjiao unwaveringly directs the instrument towards Master T. Chapter 36, The Mechanical Dinosaur. Team 2. A week ago, that pivotal moment seems as fresh as yesterday, when Gang Su decisively planted the seeds of heavy blows and disdain within the bodies of De Yao and Yu Cheng, transforming their lives irrevocably. Now, in a quiet corner of the city, within a quaint yet slightly worn CAF, De Yao and Yu Cheng sit face to face, confronting the very figure responsible for their current state, Gang Su. De Yao, with a gaze filled with skepticism and curiosity, breaks the silence. "So, you are not Qian Yuan. What exactly is going on?" Gang Su smiles faintly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "I am indeed Qian Yuan, yet not entirely. His consciousness resides within my flame body. For now, I can only live in his stead." He pauses, striving to render his explanation more comprehensible. Upon hearing this, Yu Cheng recalls Qian Yuan's prolonged absence, once speculating whether he had been hospitalized by Zhao Yiling. Now, it appears that the truth is far heavier than any jest. So, Qian Yuan's extended leave was due to these upheavals? I never imagined such a profound story lay beneath. Yu Cheng reflects, deeply moved. Gang Su tactfully shifts the topic, gazing at them with concern. "So, how do you both feel now? Has the integration with the heavy blows and disdain been smooth?" He is acutely aware that this process is not an easy one, particularly for the unprepared Yao and Yu Cheng. It is a dual challenge both physiologically and psychologically. De Yao and Yu Cheng exchange glances, and then De Yao breaks into an earnest smile. "Initially, I was indeed quite shocked, feeling as though I had abruptly become the protagonist of a science fiction film. However, after this week, I've gradually acclimated to the heavy blows, and we have become excellent partners." His tone reflects acceptance of the present and anticipation for the future. Yu Cheng adds, "Indeed, although there were moments of confusion and even fear during the process, I now share an indescribable bond with disdain, akin to finding a silent yet immensely reliable friend." He lifts his coffee cup from the table, gently swirling it, as if savoring this peculiar new life. Gang Su observes the two before him with a sense of gratification. Compared to his own arduous struggles and solitary explorations, De Yao and Yu Cheng have evidently adapted more swiftly to this transformation, establishing a profound emotional connection with the mechanical dinosaur within them. This prompts Gang Su to reminisce about his own experiences involving two individuals sharing one body, a host with dual personalities, and a relentless search for companions. The hardships and anxieties from those times still send chills down his spine. Just as the conversation flourishes, a distinctive ripple of energy suddenly permeates the air, alerting Gang Su. Looking up, he is taken aback by an unexpected figure at the CAF entrance, Zhao Yiling. As ever, she radiates her genuine exuberance, and Gang Su is astonished to encounter her here. "And what about the deceit? You, young man, have surprisingly ventured into Zhao Yiling's body." Steel Lock can sense the mischief emanating from the entity within Zhao Yiling, playfully winking at him. Zhao Yiling surveyed her surroundings, her gaze landing on Steel Lock and his companions, a long-lost sense of familiarity prompting her to approach without hesitation. She naturally settled beside Steel Lock, greeting them with a cheerful, Hello. It's been a while, everyone. However, as Zhao Yiling drew nearer, Steel Lock discovered a more startling truth. She was still harboring the riddle of harmony within her. Steel Lock inquired, "Is the riddle of harmony still within you?" Zhao Yiling nodded earnestly, replying, "Indeed, after that war, I spent quite an extended period at the Bo faction's base. The paramedics and Jax exerted every effort, attempting various methods to extract the riddle of harmony from my being, but the ultimate conclusion was that it has become an integral part of me, coexisting harmoniously." With a heavy sigh, laden with countless sentiments and concerns, Steel Lock slowly asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiling's eyes shimmered with determination and anticipation. She swiftly retrieved a meticulously sealed folder from her bag and opened it for Steel Lock to see. This document was a promotion report, a testament to her unwavering dedication and responsibility earned through relentless effort. Since the conclusion of the war, Zhao Yiling had actively responded to the federal government's call, repeatedly venturing into perilous situations and successfully vanquishing numerous dark creations. Her valorous deeds and exceptional contributions ultimately garnered high praise and recognition from the Federation. The upper echelons of the Federation have officially declared that, in light of my outstanding performance on the battlefield and my loyal dedication to the cause of justice, they have decided to appoint me as the captain of the Eastern Space Defense Line, the Gale, with a substantial team under my command. Zhao Yiling's words brimmed with pride and excitement. The promotion signified not merely an elevation in rank, but a weighty trust and expectation bestowed upon her. She continued, her smile radiant. "Moreover, the Federation has specifically assigned a reputedly exceptional cadet to join the Gale as my second-in-command, with whom I will fight side by side, although I have yet to meet him." And then, Zhao Yiling lightly nudged Steel Lock with her elbow, a gesture that conveyed a secret signal understood only by them. "You know what I mean?" Steel Lock seemed to grasp Zhao Yiling's intentions, though it was a course of action requiring immense courage and self-sacrifice. A slight misstep could cost her dearly. "Are you certain you know what you're doing?" Steel Lock's inquiry was imbued with profound concern and caution. "I am certain." Opposite them, Diao and Yu Cheng sat in utter bewilderment, completely perplexed by the conversation unfolding before them. Meanwhile, in a dark room steeped in mystery, Sai Tianjiao continued to pester Master Tai, the atmosphere around them steeped in silence, broken only by the faint sound of breath echoing through the air. Suddenly, a piercing light descended from the heavens, illuminating the entire room as if it were midday, casting brightness into every corner with its unexpected radiance. In this moment of profound silence, a lively and fluffy Siberian husky emerged at the center of the light. "Astonishingly speaking, why aren't you two turning on the lights?" "Old Tai said to save on electricity," replied Sai Tianjiao, gesturing towards the elderly figure nearby. She then inquired, "But how come you're free to come out, Rue Tianxiao?" "I have come out to conquer the world." Sai Tianjiao omitted subtly. At the same time, a faint golden glow began to emanate from her body, and the golden gigantic hammer in her hand sparkled brilliantly, as if imbued with boundless energy and wisdom. In that same instant, both Master Tai and Rue Tianxiao, as pupils, transformed to the same golden hue, their bodies radiating golden light. In a heartbeat, the true forms of the trio, 2 individuals and 1 canine, were unveiled. "Let us go, my old bones need some activity." Chapter 37, Mechanical Dinosaurs. Team 2, 3 on Earth. Within the Royal Military Academy. On this day, Diao sat at the podium in the classroom, as usual, a hefty stack of assignment books piled before him. He was diligently engaged in the daily task of collecting and organizing the homework of his classmates. This seemingly mundane chore was imbued with his attentive concern for his peers' academic progress. "Do you do this every day?" The voice of Chongquan suddenly resonated in his ear. Ever since merging with Diao, Chongquan would occasionally converse with him, and their exchanges had become an indispensable part of daily life. Diao continued his work without interruption, responding lightly with a simple "mm." This brief reply encapsulated his adaptation to this new life, despite the heavy responsibilities he bore. He had grown accustomed to this profound yet uncomplicated mode of communication with Chongquan. Once all the assignment books had been thoroughly checked, Diao noticed one was still missing. Habitually, he glanced towards the empty seat. Sun Xiaowen hasn't returned. Where could she possibly be? Diao pondered it, his gaze lingering on the vacant chair, as if hoping to glean an answer. Suddenly, An alarm blared throughout the school, crashing like thunder and jolting Yao back to reality from his reverie. The sunlit afternoon outside was abruptly replaced by tension and crisis, for he heard an urgent announcement from the school. A colossal beast had appeared outside. This was no drill or virtual training. A genuine crisis had descended. Information from the Dragon Clan also arrived, indicating that the nearest mechanical dinosaur must rush to the battlefield immediately. He quickly scanned his surroundings, confirming that the students had orderly evacuated to safety as per the emergency plan. Clenching his fists, Yao felt the impulse of Chongquan stirring within him. A surge of warmth coursing through his veins, the source of strength and courage. He hurriedly traversed the empty corridor. Chongquan, transform. Almost simultaneously, Yu Cheng rushed to the scene, approaching the location of the incident with unwavering resolve and composure. Once he confirmed the surrounding environment was secure, devoid of any innocent bystanders who might suffer harm, he unhesitatingly awakened the contempt within him. Contempt. Transform. This marked their inaugural combat experience, a test of their own formidable powers. In a timely manner, Future established contact with Heavy Fist and Contempt, delivering crucial intelligence. Beware, the adversary you are about to confront is a dark creature left in the wake of war's devastation. It has drawn upon the Earth's deep energies and vitality, now having morphed into a colossal beast capable of shaking the very foundations of the city. Currently, the surveillance network has been breached and disabled, leaving you with a severely limited window of 5 minutes to respond. 5 minutes? Heavy Fist and Contempt immediately assumed battle stances. Heavy Fist's arms instantaneously restructured into a formidable heavy machine gun, unleashing a torrential storm of gunfire upon the encroaching dark beast, striving to inflict maximum damage in the briefest of moments. Contempt wielded a massive energy whip in his left hand. With a powerful leap, he aimed for the beast's head. Seizing the moment, the whip lashed out with the precision of a celestial chain, ensnaring the beast's thick neck in a bid to restrict its movements and create further opportunities for Heavy Fist to attack. However, the dark beast was no mere target devoid of resistance. In response to the combined assault from Heavy Fist and Contempt, it unleashed an astonishing force, effortlessly hurling Contempt through the air like a ragdoll, crashing heavily into Heavy Fist. This sudden impact caught the two warriors off guard, their forms thrown into disarray. At that critical juncture, the beast opened its cavernous maw, a surge of searing energy coalescing within its throat, heralding an impending eruption of destructive flames. Despite Heavy Fist and Contempt's fervent attempts to adjust their positions to evade the oncoming torrent, it was evident they could not entirely escape the wrath of the fiery deluge. Yet, just as the flames were about to erupt forth from the beast's maw, a crimson swordlight descended, accurately piercing the beast's neck. It was a blade enveloped in flames, its might penetrating the beast's tough hide. Heavy Fist, still shaken, looked up to see the figure, initially mistaking it for Steel Lock. However, Contempt discerned the truth and corrected him. No, it is not Steel Lock, it is Iron Lock. Huh? Contempt. Heavy Fist. Iron Lock's gaze fixed upon the two. As he leapt down from above, a hint of surprise in his voice. What brings you to Earth? Well, we have been here for some time. Heavy Fist replied with a tone tinged with resignation. It seems the message has been somewhat delayed. Iron Lock. Only now have you become aware of our presence. Contempt echoed his sentiments of exasperation. Well, being a mirror image of Steel Lock, it's understandable. The three dragons stood there, frozen in time. A second passed, then another. Upon hearing this, Tiesua's face flickered with a moment of realization, quickly replaced by a serious demeanor. He turned to gaze at the dark behemoth he had severely wounded and resolutely declared, "We shall reminisce later. For now, our task is to vanquish him here." Flames ignited upon Tiesua's form, illuminating the gloom. It felt reminiscent of days gone by. Jin Xuan resumed a combat stance, the heavy machine gun realigned to target the beast. Poised for action, Despise nodded with contempt, his gaze sharp and body taut, ever ready to launch another offensive. Clearly, the battle was far from over. With Tiesua entering the fray, the combined strength of the three mechanical dinosaurs forged an unbreakable line of defense. Their seamless cooperation once again unleashing a fierce assault upon the dark behemoth. Only 1 minute remained. The creature's life was now on a countdown. Mechanical Dinosaurs. Charge. Chapter 38. Mechanical Dinosaurs. Team 2. 4. The ground was tumultuous with noise. Seixianjiao muttered softly, her voice echoing through the depths of the earth, tinged with dissatisfaction and resignation. They found themselves within the intricate confines of the Earth's interior, a labyrinthine expanse where the tracks resembled the very veins of the planet, crisscrossing and winding towards unknown destinations. The hammer in Seixianjiao's hand emitted a faint glow in the dimness, serving as their sole beacon in the darkness. The surrounding air grew increasingly oppressive, the light steadily waning until visibility was nearly non-existent, leaving them to navigate through the obscurity, guided only by the hammer's feeble luminescence. They traversed the treacherous and steep tunnels, their feet resting upon the icy tracks, each step feeling extraordinarily burdensome and arduous. Time seemed to lose its significance in that moment. Are you truly certain something lies here? Seixianjiao? Rui Xiangxiu's voice resonated in the subterranean space, laced with skepticism and curiosity as he glanced at Seixianjiao beside him. Upon hearing his words, Seixianjiao offered a slight smile. I am indeed certain, she replied confidently, then fell into a deep reverie. She recalled a recent war, during which Chen Xiaoi, Sha, and Chukong undertook a challenging reconnaissance mission in the far north. A pivotal moment unfolded in an ordinary instant when a mysterious voice suddenly whispered in Chen Xiaoi's ear, as if transcending time and space, clearly directing her to a place known as Mandala City. Strangely, this voice was audible only to Chen Xiaoi and Seixianjiao within her, as if it were a unique summons reserved solely for them. What transpired next was beyond imagination. As Chen Xiaoi closed her eyes, her consciousness appeared to detach from reality, entering an entirely new dimension. Before her, scenes flashed by like snippets of a film, ranging from the corners of Mandala City to the profound darkness of the cosmos. Every detail vividly captured. She beheld not only locations and vistas, but also revelations about the future, concerning the fate of the entire world. Upon uncovering the profound truths, Chen Xiao and Sai Tianjiao found themselves in a state of profound understanding, reaching an immediate consensus to embark swiftly towards Mandala City. Ultimately, not only did they successfully arrive at Mandala City, but they also managed to transport the significant forces of Alxi and Luozhong back to a previous era, thereby rewriting a portion of history's narrative. Subsequently, we encountered that unique and enigmatic voice once more. This time, it manifested in an intermittent manner, resembling disordered musical notes. Nevertheless, I managed to capture these fragments and meticulously document them. After extensive research and decryption of this precious recording, involving countless data comparisons, frequency analyses, and speculations on potential linguistic patterns, Sai Tianjiao meticulously unraveled the deeper meanings and potential implications behind the voice, ultimately arriving at a startling conclusion. The source of that voice lay beneath this very land, deeply buried within the boundless subterranean expanse. This journey was extraordinary and profoundly insightful. As Master Ti's words echoed within the underground base, his voice steady and philosophical. Through this exploration, we had the opportunity to observe the inner workings of our planet more closely. Finally, after a long and arduous trek, the path ahead opened up, and a radiant beam of light cascaded from a distant opening, akin to a lighthouse in the night, offering hope and direction. The three ancestral spirits, invigorated, hastened towards that beam of light. As they emerged from the darkness, the sight before them left them utterly astonished, almost incredulous. The brilliance illuminated the area, showcasing an array of high-tech facilities resembling a secret city hidden within the Earth's core. The unparalleled spectacle unveiled a world previously unknown to humanity. At the heart of this underground metropolis stood a resplendent core, incessantly absorbing and processing streams of information from every corner of the universe, akin to a colossal supercomputer. Encompassing the continuum of time, echoes of the past, data from the present, and predictions of numerous possibilities for the future. This left the three ancestors in awe, as though they were witnessing the crystallization of cosmic wisdom, an existence that transcended their understanding. Sai Tianjiao's eyes widened, unable to conceal the shock and confusion within. What on earth is happening here? No sooner had the words left her lips than the core suddenly trembled. The three ancestors experienced a wave of intense dizziness. Their vision began to blur, and their bodies felt as though they were being inexorably drawn down by an invisible gravity, growing increasingly heavy. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves in the vast, boundless cosmos. They floated upon an unfamiliar platform, surrounded by a dazzling array of stars, with the Milky Way cascading like a waterfall as the magnificent tapestry of the universe unfurled before their eyes. In the distance, 5 colossal pillars loomed, resembling divine columns that upheld the heavens and the earth, gradually contracting at an imperceptible pace. Rui Tianjiao was the first to discern the anomaly. It was a hand. This hand was so immense that it rendered the 3 of them insignificant as mere specks of dust, its outline flickering between the stars, as if it had traversed countless light years to arrive here. As the sharp exclamation from Rui Xiangxiu echoed, the other 2 ancestors immediately sensed the unusual presence encroaching behind them, a feeling akin to being intensely targeted by an unknown entity. They swiftly turned around. Despite the vastness of the starry sea surrounding them, a pair of eyes gleaming with an eerie green light stared back. Dormant memories surged within their cerebral modules, as if in that moment they were transported back to the past. The Cosmic Emperor, on that battlefield shrouded in dust, 3 mechanical dinosaurs, Ironlock, Heavy Fist, and Contempt, stood resolutely atop the remnants of the colossal beast they had collectively vanquished. However, after overcoming such formidable foes, Ironlock appeared somewhat perplexed. Wait a minute, is this really it? Heavy Fist replied, well yes, what else could it be? Ironlock scratched his head. What I feel like our segment is so brief this time. In the Dragon Clan, Steellock was enjoying a meal, his tone laced with a hint of jest. Ironlock smiled slightly and responded with composure. Indeed, it was that simple, just a blink of an eye. In light of Ironlock's reply, Steellock fell silent, nodding in understanding without further probing the subject. He retrieved a tablet from his backpack, its surface shimmering with an enigmatic energy. Presenting the device to Ironlock, he gestured for him to take a look. On the screen, 2 bright energy points vividly represented the locations of Heavy Fist and Contempt, along with 2 additional distinct energy fluctuations. Not only had Heavy Fist and Contempt arrived on Earth, but 0 Degree and Empty Flow had also made their way here. Ironlock, perhaps you could go and meet them? On the streets, Ironlock encountered the curious duo, Dayo and Yucheng, whose astonishment at the wonders of this new world was palpable, as they marveled at the existence of such a paradise. Ironlock briefly explained the situation and sought their assistance, to which Dayo and Yucheng readily agreed. Given our relationship, don't hesitate to call on us directly next time, Dayo remarked. They decided to take a brief respite before embarking on their journey to the sacred city of Saint Maria. Saint Maria, a city imbued with profound sanctity, seemed to transcend the mundane, preserving its primal and untainted visage, untouched by the overreach of technology, and still retaining the natural beauty of its environment. In this land, humanity coexisted harmoniously with nature, respecting and relying on one another, reminiscent of a terrestrial paradise. For the faithful, Saint Maria represented a spiritual refuge and homecoming. It served as the ultimate destination for those seekers of faith embarking on a pilgrimage, symbolizing the zenith of spiritual purification and redemption. It is said that those devout souls who arrive here in their final moments will attain liberation and transcendence of the soul in the tranquil and serene atmosphere, guiding them toward the fabled paradise. This belief has rendered Santa Maria a coveted sanctuary for those yearning to escape their afflictions, embodying hope and eternal blessings. As Dayo and Yucheng set foot in this hallowed ground known as Santa Maria, an unprecedented tranquility enveloped their hearts. The soil beneath their feet seemed to be imbued with the wisdom of ages and divine strength. Each step felt like an intimate communion with the land, liberating them from the turmoil and pressures of daily life. All their worries and fatigue quietly dissolved within this harmonious existence. Even the forces of brute strength and scorn felt the change, as if a spark had been purified. As moments passed, the appointed time slipped away, yet Tiesoa remained elusive. A palpable layer of concern shadowed Dayo's face as his fingers danced rapidly over his communication device, fervently sending inquiries to Tiesoa, filled with care and urgency, repeatedly confirming his safety and whether he had encountered unforeseen challenges or obstacles. Observing Dayo's anxious demeanor, Yucheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry for Tiesoa. He lowered his head and, with a hint of skepticism, posed a question. Could it be that even a mechanical dinosaur is prone to tardiness? At that moment, a figure gradually materialized from the haze, advancing towards Dayo and Yucheng. It was a man cloaked in black, his garments fluttering gently in the wind like an ominous banner of the night. He bore a colossal obsidian sword, its blade tightly wrapped in ancient, resilient bindings, seemingly sealing boundless power and the weight of history. A chilling and profound aura of danger intensified with his approach, compelling them to hold their breath in anticipation. Yet, amid this overwhelming sense of foreboding, Dayo and Yucheng inadvertently caught a whiff of a familiar essence. Was that Tiesua's presence? Greetings, the man spoke suddenly, his voice low yet imbued with a peculiar resonance, shattering the previous tension. His words exuded an extraordinary sense of decorum and refinement, starkly contrasting the imposing impression of his appearance. He slowly lowered his hood, revealing a youthful visage, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Dayo and Yucheng, affirmatively stating, "I am Tiesua's host, known as Yin Yang." Dayo and Yucheng exchanged bewildered glances, Dayo's eyes widening as he elbowed Yucheng, exclaiming, "What did he just say?" "He said he is the host." Their eyes remained locked on Yin Yang. "What does that mean?" "He is the host." "Yes, I did not mishear." "Huh?" In their astonishment, Dayo and Yucheng swiftly set aside their doubts and skepticism, almost in unison, seizing Yin Yang and half-jokingly, half-seriously inquired, "When did you become the host?" Meanwhile, Tiesua was within Yin Yang, indulging in a long and tedious soap opera, relishing a rare moment of leisure. However, the outside world was too noisy. Tiesua decisively took control of Yin Yang's body, communicating with Dayo and Yucheng. "Let us discuss this further as we travel," Tiesua said through Yin Yang, speaking leisurely. Immediately thereafter, Iron Lock proposed a new course of action. Upon entering the city of Santa Maria, Daya and Yucheng should refrain from using their names, instead referring to each other by the monikers of our mechanical dinosaurs. This notion was gleaned from Steel Lock, as it is essential to conceal one's true identity amidst the complexities of the battlefield. And so, let's proceed. Meanwhile, within the solemn church at the heart of Santa Maria, a young nun knelt before the towering stained glass windows, her hands clasped in fervent prayer. Her features were delicate, and her eyes shone with unwavering determination and hope. Suddenly, a powerful surge of emotion coursed through her, as if an invisible connection had stirred her innermost senses, causing her to tremble slightly. "It has arrived, it has arrived. The hero has made his entrance." Chapter 40, Mechanical Dinosaurs. Team 2. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, Iron Lock wandered alone along the desolate and tranquil railway, his steps heavy and measured, leaving deep imprints in the gravel beside the tracks. Prolonged subterfuge had instilled in him a subtle confusion regarding his own existence. He gazed into the distance, where the blurred horizon seemed to delineate the boundaries of his very essence, leaving him uncertain whether he was a mechanical dinosaur or merely an ordinary person lost among the crowd. Memories of the mansion occasionally resurfaced, and Iron Lock grappled with the struggle and contradiction of his dual identity, pondering the matter of self-identity with increasing depth in his solitude, seeking a point of equilibrium. As he contemplated his profound self-reflection, a shrill alarm abruptly shattered his thoughts like a sharp blade. Outside the Dragon Clan, a dark behemoth emerged, its colossal form casting a menacing shadow in the waning light. Upon hearing the news, Iron Lock sprang into action, instantly transforming from an ostensibly ordinary human into a formidable mechanical Tyrannosaurus. To safeguard innocent civilians from harm and protect the secrets of the Dragon Clan, Iron Lock charged forward, biting at the monstrous creature and dragging it away from the city center, leading the battle into the desolate wilderness. There, he engaged in a fierce confrontation with the behemoth. Though Iron Lock fought valiantly, striving to contain the dark beast outside the city, the creature was cunning and did not remain entangled for long. Suddenly, it changed direction and charged directly toward the city. Realizing the impending catastrophe this would bring, Iron Lock swiftly adjusted his strategy, pursuing the beast with the intention of intercepting it within the city limits. As the behemoth invaded the city, buildings trembled beneath its violent footsteps, and people fled in terror. Iron Lock raced through the streets, striving to minimize the destruction wrought by the creature. He navigated between towering edifices, leveraging the city's intricate terrain in search of an opportunity for victory. The beast rampaged through the urban landscape, effortlessly toppling sturdy concrete walls, while Iron Lock sought a decisive opening amidst the pressing constraints of time and space. As the battle raged on, both sides suffered immense exhaustion. Yet the colossal beast appeared indifferent to the toll of prolonged conflict. Its singular aim was sheer destruction. As night descended, the flames of war illuminated half the city. The cacophony of steel clashing against flesh echoed through the shattered edifices. Time slipped away, each moment seemingly crystallized into eternity amidst the haze of battle. Nevertheless, no matter how arduous the struggle, Iron Lock refused to yield. He was determined to safeguard this city. Ultimately, Iron Lock struck down the monstrous behemoth. In the instant the creature fell, the shockwave reverberated throughout the city, flames erupting, transforming the once thriving metropolis into a desolate wasteland. Although the joy of victory mingled with the chaos, the scene before him rendered that joy distinctly bittersweet. In a corner of the ruins, Iron Lock's gaze settled upon a battered youth. This young boy, undeterred by his own pain and fatigue, fervently sifted through the rubble, striving to rescue his comrades buried beneath the debris. Despite the lifelessness of his companions, he remained resolute, unwilling to abandon hope. Iron Lock observed this poignant scene, the inferno consuming the city reflecting back at him like a mirror, relentlessly questioning whether he was truly destined only for destruction. Yet, upon glancing back at the boy, perhaps he found the answer. When the federal troops hurried to the scene, all they encountered was the wounded yet unwavering boy and the dark remains of the fallen beast amidst the ruins. Is this the tale of your encounter with Yin Yang? Indeed, while Iron Lock's narrative bore semblance to truth, it still felt riddled with logical gaps. Contempt and Heavy Fist exchanged a knowing glance, silently communicating their skepticism regarding Iron Lock's account. Why do I sense that you still harbor doubts? I assure you, all I have spoken is true, Iron Lock asserted with unwavering conviction, while Heavy Fist and Contempt nodded in agreement. The trio arrived before the St. Maria Church. At that moment, their instruments emitted a distinct signal, the display steadily indicating the church's location. With a firm resolve, Iron Lock prepared to meet the new members. As he pushed open the door, light streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the ancient stone floor. The air infused with the subtle fragrance of burning candles, instilling a sense of tranquility within. One could only commend the church for its serene ambience. Iron Lock cast a glance at Heavy Fist and Contempt, decisively issuing tactical instructions. The two swiftly comprehended, dispersing in perfect harmony, just as the trio commenced their separate missions. The moment Iron Lock was about to cross the threshold of the church, a violent shockwave erupted from within, accompanied by a deafening explosion, dust and debris scattering, shattering the solemn stillness. Amidst the chaos, a nun was hurled into the air by the force of the blast. However, in this moment of peril, Tiesuwa dashed forward without hesitation, employing his remarkable reflexes and formidable strength to flawlessly catch the nun who had been propelled from the epicenter of the explosion. Her body landed safely in his sturdy embrace. "Thank you." The nun's feeble voice rang in Tiesuwa's ears, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she gazed at him. At that moment, Tiesuwa's gaze inadvertently met the nun's crimson pupils, an unexpected coincidence that left him momentarily startled. Could it truly be this fortuitous? Maintaining his composure, he gently yet earnestly inquired, might there have been any unusual occurrences in this area over the past few days? Upon hearing his question, a trace of confusion crossed the nun's weary face. She gestured towards the still smoke-laden site of the explosion, her tone tinged with a blend of resignation and astonishment. Indeed, there have been some strange events lately. Before she could finish her sentence, an armored soldier emerged slowly from the wreckage of the explosion. Yet this soldier was peculiar. The armor was riddled with bizarre, corrosive marks, and grotesque masses seemed to writhe and spread across its metallic exterior. Even more chillingly, Tiesuwa could distinctly sense the energy fluctuations emanating from this contorted, deformed shell. Fists raised, "Remain vigilant," Tiesuwa commanded sharply, his voice reverberating within the vast expanse of the church, infused with undeniable urgency. "This creature is a dark creation, in a separate narrative, so it was you who conveyed the message to me to journey to Mandala City." Seishiangio fixed her gaze upon the cosmic emperor, her voice laced with astonishment and bewilderment. Her grip on the hammer trembled slightly, the glimmer upon its head appearing all the dimmer amidst the universe's extraordinary radiance. Yet her resolve remained unshaken. The Cosmic Emperor offered no response as time flowed like sand through an hourglass, silently slipping away within the presence of the three ancestors. They traversed an eternity in this realm, detached from reality, where each moment felt like an eternity. At last, amidst the lengthy and solitary wait, the Cosmic Emperor spoke, his voice resonating through the emptiness like the rhythm of celestial bodies in motion, profound and solemn. "It is I." Seishiengio was startled by this unexpected utterance. Her gaze fixated upon the Cosmic Emperor. She struggled to comprehend why this being would seek to protect Earth. Was the Cosmic Emperor orchestrating a grand conspiracy, with her unwittingly entwined as an indispensable part of it? Her confusion and curiosity surged like tumultuous waves, an array of questions piling up. Yet she found herself at a loss for where to begin. She stared intently at the Cosmic Emperor, ultimately transforming all her doubts, misunderstandings, and anticipations into a profound inquiry. Why? Yet, once again, the Cosmic Emperor fell silent. Perhaps it was the voice of Master Titanium echoing in the cosmos. It is the essence of Earth, the very soul of this world. This statement served as a key, unlocking the long-burdened door to the secrets that had troubled them for so long. Prior to this moment, they had been engulfed in the awe of the Cosmic Emperor, neglecting to contemplate an evident yet profoundly significant truth. The Cosmic Emperor resided within the very core of the Earth, intricately intertwined with its lifeblood. In other words, what they confronted was a tangible manifestation of the Earth itself, the very essence that nurtures the growth, evolution, and transformation of all existence. The Cosmic Emperor was captivated by the words of Master T. "You too are a child of the primordial celestial sovereign." Facing the Cosmic Emperor, Master T solemnly affirmed his identity. Indeed, the Cosmic Emperor finally began to acknowledge them, stating, "He speaks the truth. Ever since I was vanquished by the primordial celestial sovereign, I have lain in slumber within the cosmos. Yet, at a certain moment, I awoke from my ancient repose, and upon surveying myself, I discovered that my form had been claimed by an entirely new manifestation of life. The impact of meteors struck like the hammer of creation, transforming my once impenetrable shell into a nurturing cradle for a new world. Fiery lava coursed through my being, nourishing the nascent crust which solidified at the surface, giving rise to a rich tapestry of landscapes and mineral wealth. Over billions of years, my armor, which once symbolized indomitable strength, endured the ravages of time, the elements, geological upheavals, and the relentless erosion of countless evolutionary processes, gradually fracturing until only the resilient core remained. Subsequently, the miraculous essence of life began to emerge. Water vapor coalesced into clouds, rain graced the earth, and a primordial atmosphere and oceans gradually materialized upon the surface. From the inorganic to the organic, from unicellular to multicellular, the seeds of life flourished upon my vast form, evolving into a myriad of ecosystems. With the cyclical nature of life and the succession of species, I witnessed the rise and fall of countless beings, only to once again succumb to profound slumber. Until one day, upon awakening, I found myself inhabited by an entirely new intelligent species. They established civilizations, explored the unknown, and called themselves humanity. Thereafter, the Cosmic Emperor began to take an interest in these human beings. He witnessed their strife and the tumult of war, scenes rife with suffering and sacrifice. Yet he also observed the resilience and courage exhibited by humanity in the aftermath of conflict. They learned to support one another, heal wounds, and rebuild their shattered world through wisdom and unity. He further witnessed the progress and development of human society, marveling at their achievements in technology, art, and culture. They gleaned lessons from countless failures, continually refining and enhancing their social structures, gradually establishing a cooperative network that transcended borders to collectively address global challenges, such as environmental crises and disparities in resource distribution. "Within you, Sai Tianjiao, resides a human," the Cosmic Emperor remarked, gazing upon Sai Tianjiao. She appeared astonished, unable to fathom that the Emperor could perceive such a truth. The Cosmic Emperor calmly nodded, then turned his gaze towards Rei Tianxiao, Not only that, but I have also discerned the presence of a lower intelligence being within him. The gaze of the Cosmic Emperor fixated upon Sai Tianjiao, emanating a voice that was both profound and imbued with curiosity. I am intrigued. What led you to inhabit the body of a mere human? Is it the secrets she harbors? This inquiry struck like a sharp blade, piercing the very essence of Sai Tianjiao's flame, rendering her unable to evade it. Upon hearing these words, her countenance shifted, a flicker of doubt and unease dancing in her eyes, and she responded with a hint of astonishment. You are aware of this? The Cosmic Emperor replied without hesitation. I possess knowledge of all things. His steadfast and powerful declaration was accompanied by an undeniable aura. The pressure within Sai Tianjiao's heart surged, yet she recognized that the Cosmic Emperor might also hold the key to her predicament. A potent desire surged within her, compelling her to seek answers urgently. Thus, with a blend of eagerness and excitement, she implored, Do you know the whereabouts of Chun Zhao's parents? Just as her emotions were on the brink of boiling over, Master T called out her name loudly, attempting to draw her thoughts back to reality. His summons fell upon her like cold water dousing a blazing furnace. Upon hearing his warning, she abruptly regained her composure, realizing her own indiscretion. I am aware, but I require time to assist you in your search. The Cosmic Emperor, who absorbed information from across the universe daily, held within his vast vision the profound imprints left by the gathering and dispersing of every nebula, as well as the rise and fall of each civilization. He needed but a moment. Rui Tianjiao, still plagued by doubts, pressed further. However, the occurrences on the surface seemed to bear no direct impact on you. Why did you specifically arrange for Sai Tianjiao to go to Mandala City? The Cosmic Emperor pondered for a moment before responding. I merely wish to take this opportunity to address some impurities in the output. His words cast a fleeting bewilderment over the gathered Sai Tianjiao, Master T, and Rui Tianjiao. Wait, are you implying? Sai Tianjiao interjected, breaking the impasse. The Cosmic Emperor elucidated. The so-called dark space you speak of is, in fact, the residue formed after I have consumed cosmic energy or certain entities, which I'm unable to fully decompose and absorb. Rui Tianjiao hesitated, ready to voice a thought, yet Master T promptly covered his mouth. The dark space is not the sole peril. It is enclosed and thus quite secure, but someone has breached it, and a greater crisis has stealthily approached. I can sense it, declared the Cosmic Emperor. He opened a portal to the outside world for the three ancestors. Just as they were about to depart, the Cosmic Emperor called out to Sai Tianjiao. Sai Tianjiao, all life and events in this universe are unfolding according to their respective destinies, and you, however, are a unique variation in this grand script. You are an exception. Chapter 1. 0 degree. What manner of being is this? The exclamations of astonishment and wariness erupted simultaneously. They swiftly transformed into their dinosaur forms and launched a fierce assault against the mutated Autobot. However, before their assault could truly commence, the Autobot swiftly extended several tendrils, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the Star Sovereign, exhibiting both resilience and remarkable flexibility, effortlessly deflecting their attacks. Iron Lock stood in stunned silence, a surge of profound unease welling up within him. The Autobot before him, once noble, had now devolved into a grotesque abomination, not only wielding the terrifying powers of the Star Sovereign, but also howling in agony, as if a fierce struggle for control raged within. Iron Lock, acting decisively, first relocated the nun to a safe and concealed position before transforming, without hesitation, into his mechanical dinosaur form. Alongside Heavy Fist, they formed an imposing front, unleashing a torrent of searing flames from their mouths in an attempt to reduce the aberrant creature to ashes. Yet, astonishingly, as the flames approached the monster, they vanished into thin air, like a dream dissipating at dawn. Something was amiss. Iron Lock, this creature was not right. Heavy Fist was the first to sense the anomaly. But in that fleeting moment of distraction, the dreadful tendrils silently ensnared his body, lifting him high into the air. Iron Lock realized that they were no match for this monstrosity, yet he could not allow this unknown entity to wreak havoc unchecked. He called out loudly for Heavy Fist. In response, a thunderous roar erupted, and Heavy Fist's form suddenly unleashed two chains that seemed to pierce through the barriers of reality and other dimensions, dragging forth a massive armory from another realm. Under Heavy Fist's command, This arsenal began to rapidly disassemble and reconfigure, advanced weapon systems fitting together like pieces of a puzzle, enhancing his offensive and defensive capabilities. As Heavy Fist's form expanded once more, the energy fluctuations doubled in intensity. Heavy Fist. Second stage. The onslaught unleashed by Heavy Fist was akin to a tempest. The two high-speed rotating machine guns mounted on his arms resembled fiery dragons, emitting a torrential storm of heated metal, shells cascading forth, each bullet carrying the power to obliterate. They rained down upon the creature with relentless precision. However, despite the onslaught, the monster did not sustain the anticipated grave injuries. Iron Lock watched in disbelief as the barrage of bullets, akin to shooting stars, hurtled through the air towards their target, only to inexplicably vanish as they neared the creature, as if intercepted by an invisible barrier, dissipating without a trace. It felt akin to plummeting into an abyssal black hole, leaving no ripple of disturbance, entirely defying the laws of physics. Once again, this phenomenon, both Heavy Fist and Iron Lock were equally aghast. The fierce flames they had unleashed similarly dissipated a mere moment before making contact with the target, as though they had never existed. Iron Lock furrowed his brow in concentration, increasingly convinced that something was amiss. Such occurrences could not simply be attributed to conventional defensive measures. He scrutinized the situation, attempting to analyze everything unfolding before him, whether it was the extreme heat of the flames or the flying bullets. Once they approached that monster, they seemed to encounter a mysterious force that twisted and consumed them, vanishing without a trace. What method had it employed? The creature resembled a furious beast, disdainfully hurling its contempt into the air. The disdain tumbled through the sky for several rotations before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Subsequently, the creature pressed its limbs against the earth, its back slightly arched, as a palpable tension and oppression filled the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Only the creature's gathering of power hinted at the impending catastrophic assault. Alarmed, Iron Lock keenly detected this ominous signal, promptly adjusting his stance for defense, ever ready to confront the potential onslaught that could rend everything asunder. Yet at that critical juncture, an unexpected change swept across the battlefield. A delicate flurry of snowflakes drifted down, landing precisely upon Iron Lock's blade. Instantly, the ambient temperature plummeted, a wave of chill rapidly spreading like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the ground began to freeze, the ice advancing with astonishing speed, swiftly enveloping the monstrous creature poised to charge. The ice crystals shimmered with a piercing radiance under the moonlight, solidifying the beast in its pre-attack stance, akin to an exquisite sculpture. "I believe I have arrived, just in time." A calm yet resolute voice resonated behind Iron Lock, imbued with a soothing strength that instilled reassurance. Recognizing the voice, Iron Lock turned, his gaze settling upon the newly arrived comrade. "Ah, 0 degree," the Heavy Fist exclaimed in surprise, without hesitation enveloping his long-lost ally in a warm embrace. However, a thought soon crossed his mind. "Where did you emerge from?" 0 degree did not rush to respond, maintaining his characteristic composure and nonchalance. He leisurely replied, "Our host has just had a fortuitous encounter." The statement momentarily left Heavy Fist in astonishment, prompting him to swiftly recall the recent events. "Could it be that nun?" he inquired tentatively, incredulity lacing his tone. "Indeed. Surprised? Unexpected?" 0 degree teased lightly, a confident smile gracing his face. However, this light-hearted atmosphere was short-lived, as a call from Contempt abruptly jolted everyone back to the harsh reality. Contempt's gaze fixed upon the area that 0 degree had just encased in ice, where a colossal entity, the mutated Autobot, was supposed to be imprisoned. To their astonishment, they discovered a breach in the massive ice sculpture, with the chill still lingering. The creature had escaped. Chapter 2. To be a hero? A week after the Battle of Santa Maria, Iron Lock led a group of companions to a forsaken skyscraper, seeking refuge in its desolate expanse. The once bustling high-rise was now eerily silent, serving as an ideal sanctuary for their concealment and recuperation. Iron Lock's expression was grave. The members who had gone missing remained unaccounted for, and now they faced a new crisis. He surveyed his weary yet resolute comrades and calmly inquired, "Who else has accompanied you?" With a disdainful lift of the head, the answer was given, "There remains the empty flow." "Ah, Indeed, let us not forget him. Tiesuo patted his head, yet the signal-seeking device had been damaged in the fray. Time was of the essence. Tiesuo promptly connected to the Dragon Clan's command network. After a crackle of static, he succinctly reported the circumstances they were facing. Simultaneously, within the heart of the Dragon Clan, the future immediately responded to Tiesuo's request. As Tiesuo's voice commands echoed, she linked to the global satellite network, employing various detection technologies and the last known position of the empty flow, initiating a relentless tracking operation that transcended borders and spanned day and night. One could only pray for his safety, Tiesuo murmured softly, his words imbued with concern and hope for his friend's well-being. However, Heavy Fist's large hand slapped the ground beside him, his face a mask of confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. Where had Zero gone? Disdain cast a glance at the dim night sky. Responding with a hint of resignation, he just stepped out, mentioning he had matters to attend to. Tiesuo's brow furrowed, keenly sensing something amiss. Zero, having just arrived on Earth, was oblivious to the dangers of such brazen actions. Especially during this sensitive period, any slight disturbance could attract the attention of the Federation. He decisively rose to his feet, striding forward without hesitation, determined to locate Zero swiftly, lest a moment of negligence plunge the entire team into peril. Yet, upon dashing out of the derelict skyscraper and onto the open lawn, it was not Zero's figure that greeted his eyes, but that of a nun. She knelt quietly on the ground, her palms pressed together, murmuring prayers, beseeching the stars. Witnessing this scene, Tiesuo's pace instantly slowed. He recognized that this was not his moment to intrude and chose to retreat momentarily into Yunyang's essence. So you two pray at night. The nun offered no reply, continuing her supplications, while Yunyang lowered his voice, striving to preserve the precious tranquility of the night. At this moment, Daya and Yucheng, hearing the commotion, poked their heads from the high-rise, curiously observing the unfolding events. They beheld the nun enveloped in her prayers, her focus and purity compelling them to hold their breath, fearing the disruption of such a beautiful moment. As the nun exhaled deeply, concluding her prayers, she slowly opened her eyes, her radiant gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd. Suddenly aware of their attention upon her, she paused in surprise, a blush rising to her cheeks, rendering her even more captivating. Gently smoothing her robe, she inquired with a mix of shyness and unease. "Ah, I'm sorry, have I done something wrong?" "Ah, she must have completely overlooked me." Surely she did. Yunyang thought to himself, maintaining a calm smile on his face. "Ah, no, it's just that, I don't even know your name yet," Yunyang stammered, attempting to shift the topic and alleviate the small embarrassment of being overlooked. The nun rose gracefully, softly brushing off the dust from her attire, her movements elegant and serene. She lifted her head, her bright eyes gazing at Yunyang, and with a smile replied, "I am Ling Kursin, a nun from St. Maria Church. I am merely 12 years old." As she spoke, she emphasized her age with a gesture of her fingers, as if to underscore her youth. It turned out she was not short. She was simply a little girl. Surely, she must be a lowly. Yunyang silently corrected his earlier misunderstanding. Despite her tender age, the solemnity and tranquility radiating from Ling Kursin commanded the respect of everyone present. Gathering her courage, she swallowed hard and resolutely expressed her desire. "Please, let me join you. I too wish to fight and become a hero." Yunyang looked at the passionate young nun before him, feeling a tumult of emotions within. He approached her and gently patted her head. She was still so young. In this chaotic and complex world, merely surviving was a daunting challenge, let alone engaging in brutal battles. Sensing Yunyang's concern and hesitation, Ling Kursin felt the unusual gazes of those around her and inwardly questioned, was it because she was too weak? As night deepened, Ling Kursin succumbed to a profound slumber. Her exhaustion intermingled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Yunyang, Dayo, and Yucheng gathered around the campfire, roasting food and sipping drinks, discussing the uncertain path that lay ahead. They were acutely aware that the road before them was fraught with the unknown and challenges, still lacking a clear direction. At that moment, Ling Du quietly materialized beside them. Though Yucheng had begun to feel the effects of alcohol, he could not resist teasing. "Aren't you afraid the Federation will come after you?" Ling Du smiled calmly, a glimmer of wisdom shining in his eyes. "Of course not, for my host is a true hero." His tone brimmed with trust and pride for Ling Kursin. captivating all those present. Yunyang, Dayo, and Yucheng instinctively turned their gaze toward the slumbering Ling Kursin. It seemed that tonight would be filled with stories. Diashu, Zongguan, and Mian Si, all attuned to their respective hosts, settled in, ready to listen. Ling Du surveyed the group and began to speak. When I entered Kursin's body, I beheld her memories. She is an orphan. Her life as canvas began at that church. Her childhood can be described with a single word: mundane. Day after day, year after year, she grew under the tender care of the nuns. His words carried a hint of melancholy and compassion as he continued. Those nuns built a sanctuary for her with faith and love, teaching her kindness, compassion, and reverence. In an environment devoid of familial bonds, Ling Kursin learned gratitude, understood resilience, and nurtured a yearning for a beautiful world. However, while these days were tranquil, they were also monotonous, akin to a still landscape. Until one day, Kursin chanced upon an animated film depicting heroes valiantly combating evil to safeguard world peace. The characters within that animation, endowed with extraordinary skills and fearless spirits, stood up for justice and love, their images permanently etched in Kursin's young heart. She was captivated by the heroic feats of those valiant individuals, awed by their courage and spirit of sacrifice, and deeply moved by the radiant light they emanated. In that moment, a spark ignited in her eyes, illuminating her heart with an unprecedented brilliance. A fervent desire blossomed within her. She aspired to become such a hero, to wield her own strength to protect others and alter the course of the world. Yet, she was but an ordinary child, sheltered beneath the sanctuary of the church. But this dream took root quietly in her heart like a seed beginning to sprout. Meanwhile, Yunyang savored the last sip of his drink, the base of his cup gently meeting the tabletop, producing a crisp sound that marked the conclusion of the evening. Chapter 3. Becoming a Hero on a New Day. Ling Kursin awoke from her slumber, languidly turning over before sitting up and stretching, easing the fatigue of the night. "Good morning," she greeted softly, her voice reminiscent of the melodious chirping of birds heralding spring. From a bathroom, Yunyang mumbled a vague response of morning. "Where are Dayo and Yucheng?" Ling Kursin inquired, glancing around and noting the absence of her companions. Yunyang, having spat out mouthwash, explained they went to gather supplies in the nearby area and should return shortly. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of light footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the appearance of Dayo and Yucheng at the door, each bearing large bundles of supplies on their shoulders. Noticing Ling Kursin's gaze, Dayo retrieved a small toothbrush and a cartoon-printed plastic cup from his backpack, presenting them to her. "This is for you." Ling Kursin accepted the thoughtful gift with a grateful smile. The four of them harmoniously lined up, each facing the faucet, as the sounds of brushing and splashing water intertwined. After their ablutions, Dayo systematically laid out the gathered supplies for detailed distribution. Food, water, medical supplies, clothing, and some portable weapons, such as folding knives and short clubs, were methodically allocated to each person. Ling Kursin watched with curiosity and anticipation gleaming in her eyes. As Dayo handed the last short knife to Yunyang, Ling Kursin could not contain herself any longer. "What about mine?" she asked, her gaze fixated on Dayo. Yunyang received the knife, but did not direct his attention toward her. Instead, he responded earnestly, "You are still too young for these." Those words felt like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flame in Ling Kursin's eyes. She pressed her lips together, refraining from rebuttal, quietly accepting this reality. After a brief silence, she commenced her prayer for the day. Returning to her spot, she knelt slowly, closed her eyes, and clasped her hands before her chest, softly reciting the familiar words of prayer. During her prayer, Dayo and Yucheng engaged in hushed discussion with Yunyang, contemplating whether to craft a lightweight armor for Ling Kursin. However, Yunyang resolutely shook his head and whispered, "Let her pray as she is now." Ling Kursin remained immersed in her profound prayer, entirely oblivious to the conversation among the three. Until she concluded her prayer and opened her eyes, she was astonished to discover that she had become the focal point of attention for three individuals. A momentary surprise crossed her face, and a blush of shyness instantly graced her cheeks as she softly apologized. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I disturb you?" Indeed, she seemed capable of ignoring us entirely. This must be a passive skill. The three of them reached a tacit understanding at that moment. In the afternoon, the sun cast a gentle, warm light, neither harsh nor glaring. They had established a small leisure area on the rooftop, sitting on the ground to relish a fleeting moment of tranquility and delight. Ling Kursin had somehow discovered an old fairy tale book, gently reading it aloud to Dayo and Yucheng, while Yunyang quietly repaired his instruments nearby. As night descended, they gathered around the campfire, sharing stories illuminated by the flickering flames. The world outside had grown chaotic, yet it felt irrelevant to them. Thus, another day slipped away quietly amid busyness, laughter, and warmth. On yet another day, they returned to the Dragon Clan. Ling Kursin, stepping into this underground metropolis for the first time, was immediately captivated by the splendid sights before her. The group meandered through the underground city, appreciating its grandeur while engaging in cheerful banter, momentarily forgetting the turmoil and dangers of the outside world. Soon, they arrived at the central hall of the Dragon Clan, a magnificent circular edifice adorned with opulent decorations, exuding an imposing presence. To their astonishment, they encountered a familiar face, Chen Xiaoi. She was busy calibrating the system and organizing various intelligence reports, a golden giant hammer standing resolutely beside her, her gaze radiating wisdom and pride. Long time no see, everyone. Chen Xiaoi scanned the group, a playful smile curling at her lips. But speaking of which, how'd you two end up here? She pointed at Yucheng and Dayo, clearly surprised by their presence. Yucheng and Dayo exchanged glances, a bit awkwardly responding. You'll have to check the details in a volume. For Chen Xiaoi, Yunyang and Ling Kursin were entirely new faces. She regarded them with interest, her eyes widening with surprise and admiration upon learning that they were the hosts of Tiesao and Lingdu, respectively. Seizing the opportunity, Yunyang and Ling Kursin introduced themselves briefly, while also discovering Chen Xiaoi's true identity as the host of the 13th ancestor side Tianjiao and the spiritual leader of the Dragon Clan. Ling Kursin's eyes sparkled with admiration. She suddenly found a goal, determined to become a powerful and respected individual like Chen Xiaoi. However, the atmosphere in the central hall abruptly shifted to one of tension. A hooded man emerged quietly from the shadows, noticing the presence of unfamiliar faces. Hey, Tiza, come meet the new members. Chen Xiaoi was about to introduce them. Yet, Tiza's demeanor was exceedingly aloof. He brusquely rejected Chen Xiaoi's goodwill, bluntly stating, I have no interest in these people, just a bunch of weaklings. Such disparaging words undoubtedly stung the pride of those present, especially Dayo, who could not tolerate such baseless insults. He stepped forward, his expression furious. There is no need to belittle us. We can discuss this civilly. He exerted immense restraint over his impulses, yet his words brimmed with a sense of challenge. Taija, undeterred by Yao's retort, intensified his provocations. I am not targeting you. I am speaking of all four of you. Mere trash. This unabashed humiliation ignited Yao's fury. His fists clenched tightly, nearly propelling him forward to teach this audacious individual a lesson. Fortunately, Yunyang, with quick reflexes, seized Yao, solemnly advising. It seems a civil conversation is no longer feasible. Chen Xiao sensed the palpable tension and chose not to intervene, instead exclaiming, this is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 4. Be a Hero. To my left stands a newcomer to the Dragon Clan, Heavy Fist. In the Dragon Clan arena, Chen Xiao stood at the center of the stage, delivering an exhilarating introduction for the impending showdown with her characteristic fervor. Her voice resonated powerfully, each word infused with boundless energy, instantly igniting the audience's enthusiasm. Heavy Fist's silhouette appeared particularly imposing under the spotlight, his resolute gaze and tightly clenched fists signaling his readiness to confront the challenge ahead. And, to my right, we have Mechanical Tyrant, Taija. Chen Xiao deftly redirected the audience's attention. Taija, the second in command of the Mechanical Tyrant, a nightmare on the battlefield, stood at the edge of the stage, his cold armor gleaming under the lights, while his eyes, aglow with a fiery red light, exuded an aura of wildness and arrogance. Accompanied by grand orchestral music and raucous cheers, Heavy Fist and Taija ascended the stage, their strides unwavering, the distance between them diminishing as the air thickened with the tension of impending combat. In the stands, Yun Yang and the others waved their arms, pouring every ounce of strength into their cheers for Heavy Fist, their shouts coalescing into a formidable force, surging towards the stage like a tidal wave. bestowing inexhaustible fighting spirit upon the courageous newcomer. However, Taija's supporters maintained an unusual calm, acutely aware of Taija's prowess. Even Steel Lock hesitated to claim absolute certainty in a confrontation with him. Heavy Fist, too, recognized the formidable nature of his opponent, but having arrived at this juncture, retreat was not an option. It was merely a contest to be faced. At that moment, a voice shattered the impending stillness. Wait, a figure, embodying disdain, leapt from the audience, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He strode directly towards the stage, his gaze unwavering as he fixed it upon Taija, boldly declaring, "I stand with Heavy Fist." His audacious act stirred considerable commotion, prompting the audience to speculate whether this originally one-on-one encounter would transform into a suspenseful two-on-one confrontation. Chun Xiao, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, expressed her mild exasperation to the newcomer, Disdain. It is unethical to engage in a two-on-one battle. Yet, Disdain remained unyielding. Retorting coldly, it may indeed be unethical for others, but to Taija, it is but an empty phrase. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiao scratched her head, evidently weighing the balance between rules and the reality of the situation. She turned to Taija, seeking his opinion. Taija displayed a demeanor of indifference and arrogance, slightly nodding his head, tacitly indicating his acquiescence to this unjust duel. Perhaps he believed that whether it was a one-on-one confrontation or a group battle, the outcome would remain unchanged. Very well. Chun Xiao shrugged helplessly, ultimately deciding to confront Taija with contempt and Heavy Fist. The match commenced. With Chun Xiao's command, the audience held their breath, their gazes fixated on the three figures on the stage. Heavy Fist and Contempt stood side by side. The atmosphere on the arena was tense, charged with a palpable sense of urgency. Heavy Fist and Contempt swiftly prepared themselves, acutely aware that any lapse in focus against an opponent like Taija could result in a reversal of fortunes. They exchanged nods, a silent agreement having been reached regarding their strategy. Heavy Fist would engage head-on, leveraging his immense strength and endurance to restrain Taija, while Contempt, with his agile movements and precise strikes, would seek out any vulnerabilities in Taija as defenses for a decisive blow. Seeing this, Taija smirked coldly, as if he could see through their tactics. The mocking glint in his red-tinged eyes betrayed his confidence. He leisurely loosened his joints, producing a series of metallic, grating sounds. The battle horn sounded, and Heavy Fist was the first to strike. He charged at Taija like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, swinging his massive fists and creating a gust of wind. Taija remained unmoved, and as Heavy Fist closed in, he unleashed a powerful counterpunch with astonishing reflexes. The two immense forces collided in mid-air, generating a violent shockwave that caused the surrounding audience to tremble. Simultaneously, Contempt darted to Taija's flank, his steel whip glinting ominously as it aimed for Taija's vulnerable spots. Taija shifted slightly, skillfully evading the attack, then executed a kick that struck Contempt like a flash of lightning. Contempt was caught off guard and sent flying by the blow, struggling to regain his footing before charging back into the fray. The battle intensified, with Heavy Fist and Contempt alternating their assaults in an attempt to breach Taija's defenses. Their coordination was seamless as they sought to uncover Taija's weaknesses. However, as time wore on, both Heavy Fist and Contempt began to show signs of fatigue. While Taija appeared as an inexhaustible force, his fighting spirit unwavering. They realized that their current tactics would not suffice to defeat Taija. They needed to seek a new breakthrough. At that moment, Heavy Fist abruptly halted his assault, fixing his gaze upon Taija. Contempt understood instantly and retreated to the side, creating space for Heavy Fist. With every muscle in his left arm taut, Heavy Fist unleashed a devastating strike. In an instant, his left fist surged forward like a meteor, carrying unparalleled momentum towards Taija. Taija's expression shifted slightly as he felt an unprecedented pressure, yet he met the punch head-on without hesitation. The two immense forces collided once more, this time with an even more intense shockwave that caused cracks to form on the arena floor. Amidst the swirling dust, the figures of Heavy Fist and Taija intertwined, the outcome hanging in the balance. In this critical moment, Contempt seized the opportunity, darting behind Taija. He poised himself to deliver a flying kick aimed at the back of Taija's head, ready to strike. As the dust settled, both the Heavy Fist and Iron Shard took a few steps back, each suffering losses yet neither collapsing. However, just as Iron Shard struggled to regain his footing, a contemptuous kick swiftly followed, sending him sprawling towards the edge of the arena. In the audience, Yin Yang and his companions watched the unfolding battle with bated breath, their hearts rising and falling with each strike. Although Ironlock and Zero Degree maintained their composure, they too were taken aback by the fact that Heavy Fist and Contempt were able to corner Iron Shard to such a degree. Iron Shard struggled to rise from the ground, recalling the scene from a few days prior when Qin Xiaoyi had sought him out. At that time, Qin had informed him that Ironlock was about to return with his team and instructed him to create some trouble for them, guiding them to find their direction during their training. Iron Shard felt perplexed, as such matters were typically handled by Steel Lock. Yet, when Qin explained it was Steel Lock's suggestion, Iron Shard reluctantly accepted this role. In that moment, his eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Heavy Fist and Contempt, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he proclaimed, "Cough. Aren't I quite formidable?" The pre-match warm-up is complete. This scene left Yin Yang and the others in the audience utterly astonished. Iron Lock could hardly contain himself, bursting forth from Yin Yang's body, only to be forcibly restrained by an unfamiliar hand. "Did your mother never teach you to be quiet while watching a match?" Meanwhile, Yin Yang and Zero Xian keenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere around them. They noticed that a few individuals had joined them, appearing no different from ordinary people. Yet a hidden, tumultuous energy emanating beneath their calm exterior was impossible to ignore. On the arena, Iron Shard remarked, "Indeed, taking on two opponents is somewhat challenging. Wouldn't you say, Mud?" As soon as his words left his lips, particles began to detach from his body, reconstituting into mud. Now, the numbers were balanced. Chapter 5. You are not a hero. Go, Mud. Iron Shard. The cheers of the audience pierced through the din of the arena, brimming with passion and anticipation. In stark contrast, Zero Xian, seated beside the cheering crowd, remained particularly quiet. Her clear eyes were fixated on the action on stage, her expression betraying little, yet inside. Her heart raced with both novelty and anxiety at the fierce spectacle. Noticing Zero Xian's unease, Sha gently tapped Fei Biao's shoulder, whispering, "Sister Biao, be gentle. You're frightening her." Upon hearing this, Fei Biao turned to Zero Xian, a flicker of tenderness crossing her gaze. Without a word, she opened her arms and gently pulled Zero Xian into her embrace, settling her onto her lap. Zero Xian was initially taken aback, but soon felt the warmth and security radiating from Fei Biao, a long-lost sensation reminiscent of a mother-s embrace, allowing her to relax as her tension gradually melted away. She slightly tilted her head, resting against Fei Biao's chest, closing her eyes to savor this moment of tranquility. Steel Lock, witnessing the scene, teased, "Hey Fei Biao, have you two become so close so quickly? Are you forming a cheerleading squad?" Upon hearing the remark, Fei Biao burst into hearty laughter and playfully turned to Gongsu, teasing, "Would you like a hug too? How delightful. Go away." With this brief interlude concluded, tranquility returned, and all attention once again converged on the arena. The confrontation between Heavy Fist and Contempt, juxtaposed with Slag and Mud, was rife with uncertainty and tension, each moment laden with anticipation. Back in the arena, the tide of battle had tilted drastically. Heavy Fist and Contempt appeared precariously close to collapse. Each attempt to regain their footing reverberated through the ground, their bodies marred with the scars of combat, presenting a woeful sight. In contrast, Slag and Mud, though not devoid of battle marks, exhibited a much more favorable condition, their minor scratches scarcely affecting their capacity to continue the fight. "Are we not going?" Fei Biao's voice pierced the tense atmosphere, her gaze lingering on Ling Kursin, as if she could penetrate the turmoil within her. She was inquiring of Ling Kursin, or perhaps the Zero within her. Zero yearned to intervene. However, Ling Kursin hesitated, her eyes drifting towards Yin Yang, seeking some form of support or answer. If action were not taken promptly, Heavy Fist and Contempt would face dire consequences. Gongsu's words were even more direct. Without further action, the repercussions would be unimaginable. At that moment, Yin Yang's internal struggle reached its zenith. He had always perceived a hint of jest in Gongsu's words until he witnessed Slag and Mud relentlessly battering Heavy Fist and Contempt back into their host, shattering his belief. "You are no hero." Yin Yang made a resolute decision, disregarding everything as he leapt from the audience to the arena. Ironlock. Transform. Ironlock responded swiftly, charging into the battlefield, its colossal form casting a long shadow in the sunlight, akin to an insurmountable mountain, steadfastly obstructing the onslaught from slag and mud. Enough. No more fighting. We have lost, murmured Yin-Yang, his gaze fixed on Ironlock's conceding silhouette, a wave of sorrow washing over him. In the aftermath, the clamor of the arena gradually dissipated, leaving behind an echoing silence. Dayo and Yucheng were hastily transported to the hospital, treated by the formidable mechanical dinosaur. Ling Kursin wandered aimlessly along the dimly lit streets, the shadows beneath the neon lights stretching and contracting, mirroring her fluctuating emotions. The surrounding noise seemed irrelevant to her. Her heart was filled with an inexplicable sentiment, and every passerby, every illuminated shop, failed to capture her attention as she moved mechanically. The image of heavy fist and contempt falling was indelibly etched in her memory, the helplessness of that moment rendering even her most fervent prayers unfocused. Until a familiar figure came into view. It was Fei Biao. She stood before a street-side food stall, holding 2 skewers of grilled meat, her face adorned with the ever-present, carefree smile. Upon encountering Ling Kursin, she immediately waved to greet her, the natural warmth and vitality emanating from her like a beacon, piercing through the gloom in her heart. Standing on the dimly lit street, surrounded by hurried passersby, it felt as though the entire world had momentarily paused. Fei Biao's gaze exuded a perennial warmth. Ling Kursin looked up at Fei Biao, and in that instant, the inexplicable impulse and confusion within her found a sense of belonging. She realized, she understood the reason. She had long been lacking something essential, something she was determined to obtain at any cost. That was power. Do you wish to grow stronger? Fei Biao's voice carried a hint of surprise as she gazed incredulously at the 12-year-old girl before her, whose clear yet resolute eyes sparkled with undeniable determination. Ling Kursin clenched her petite fist, her unwavering gaze seemingly piercing through to a distant and challenging future. Indeed, Fei Biao concealed her astonishment, a meaningful smile gracing her lips, followed by a soft snort. Come, from today onward, you shall live with me. Fei Biao's proposal illuminated the path ahead for Ling Kursin. She understood that once this path was chosen, there would be no turning back, yet she was prepared to embrace all challenges. And it all began with this simple yet profoundly significant decision. So, why do you wish to grow strong? To become a hero. Chapter 6. I am the hero. Inside the Dragon Clan hall, the lights shimmered brilliantly as Chun Xiaoi listened to cheerful music while organizing documents. However, in a secluded corner, Yin-Yang sat alone at an old oak table, several empty bottles scattered across its surface. The amber liquid in his glass swayed gently, reflecting his contemplative expression. His eyes were filled with confusion. At that moment, Gang Su inadvertently caught sight of the solitary figure in the corner. His steps involuntarily turned, crossing over to Yin-Yang. Chun Xiaoi glanced at them and merely smiled. Approaching Yin-Yang, Gang Su produced a rustic drinking glass from an unknown source and unceremoniously plopped down opposite him. He then poured himself a generous glass from a large jug of wine on the table, his movements fluid and natural, as if this were a customary act for him. Drinking alone is dull. Let's share. Yin-Yang was momentarily taken aback. Then a faint smile crept across his face, as if touched by Gang Su's unintentional camaraderie. He raised his glass, clinking it lightly with Gang Su's, the crisp sound resonating in the air, as if sealing a tacit agreement. They exchanged smiles, no words necessary. Everything was understood in silence. In that moment, all the clamor seemed to fade away, leaving only 2 old friends who had fought side by side for years, sharing their sorrows and strengths in the simplest of ways. The liquid slid down Yin-Yang's throat, warmth blossoming from within, and he felt the burdens on his heart lighten slightly. In Gang Su's company, the troubling thoughts that had plagued him seemed to find an outlet, no longer so heavy. As the alcohol gradually permeated his bloodstream, Yin-Yang's thoughts became increasingly nebulous, while Ganglock, despite having consumed several bottles of fine wine, maintained an extraordinary clarity and steadfastness. Yin-Yang's gaze began to wander, his hand trembling slightly around the wine glass, as if even this simple act had become a formidable challenge. How on earth do you manage it? I feel as if I am about to drift away, yet you remain unfazed. His words carried a tinge of envy and a hint of resentment. Everyone harbors their own secrets and boundaries, Yin Yang. Perhaps my secret is this unwavering constitution. Ganglock replied with a touch of self-mockery. Yin Yang let out a drunken hiccup, confusion and bewilderment flashing in his eyes. Tell me, why are we, the chosen ones, destined to be the hosts? Why us? Why not others? His voice revealed a profound sense of helplessness. Ganglock merely smiled softly, refraining from directly addressing Yin Yang's inquiry, and gazed at him with a serenity born of life's trials. Although Yin Yang's heart brimmed with unanswered questions, he suddenly recalled Ganglock's earlier mention of the information machine, the hosts of which had all succumbed to a dormant state. I'm sorry. Yin Yang's voice carried a hint of apology. Realizing he might have spoken out of turn, yet Ganglock dismissed it with indifference. Time quietly slipped into the latter hours of the night. Encheng Xiaoyi finally completed her tasks, stepping into this cozy little haven with a sense of ease. She held several boxes of exquisite dishes in her hands, her smile radiant as she said, I hope you don't mind if I join you. Ganglock and Yin Yang raised their glasses in unison, welcoming Cheng Xiaoyi into their circle. Their glasses clinked softly, producing a crisp sound that resonated in the tranquil night, heralding the melody of friendship. Meanwhile, a gentle rain began to fall outside, the droplets tapping lightly against the eaves, adding a touch of poetic charm to their late-night conversation. In this serene yet slightly cool atmosphere, Ganglock suddenly inquired, What troubles your mind? His voice, though not loud, reached each ear with clarity, prompting Cheng Xiaoyi to unconsciously turn her gaze towards Yin Yang. He hesitated briefly, gathering his thoughts as he attempted to articulate his feelings. I'm not confused. I'm just quite worried about Dayo and Yuqing. His words were tinged with an indescribable concern. What is there to worry about? You've only known each other for less than a week, Ganglock remarked. I'm not worried about you. Why should you be? Yin Yang shook his head, earnestly explaining, It's different, Ganglock. During the operation at St. Maria, that was our first time fighting side by side. At that moment, we felt as if we were not merely a makeshift team, but a true collective, with each individual being an indispensable part. As he spoke, a glimmer of nostalgia and determination shone in Yin Yang's eyes. That feeling was difficult to fully articulate. All he knew was that he had begun to care for their safety. Cheng Xiaoyi and Ganglock listened intently, sensing the extraordinary emotional bond embedded in Yin Yang's words. Yin Yang's fingers unconsciously tapped against the table, each tap echoing an inner inquiry. As he reflected, in the arena, I truly wanted to step in and assist them. But why are Iron Slag and Sludge so formidable? Why are you all so powerful? Chen Xiao interjected at the opportune moment, seemingly piercing through Yin Yang's inner turmoil. Are you implying that the machine dinosaurs are so strong because they are not constrained by hosts? This question left Yin Yang momentarily speechless, as he struggled to find the appropriate words to articulate his thoughts. Steel Lock chuckled softly. You are mistaken. You are far stronger than we are. Currently, our understanding of this planet is virtually non-existent. We can only rely on the memories left by our host to gradually learn and adapt to this world. However, you possess great strength. Yin Yang reiterated, his gaze filled with admiration. Is it of any use? Steel Lock countered, asking if one could truly protect those who cannot be safeguarded. By the way, do you have someone you wish to protect? This question struck deep into Yin Yang's soul, plunging him into contemplation. Indeed, there were people he wished to guard. Your hesitation signifies that there is someone, Steel Lock noted with a hint of amusement. What you must do is protect them. Do not allow yourself the chance for regret. Strive to become stronger, Yin Yang. Chun Xiao said gently. Grow stronger alongside them. Just as you mentioned, you are a team. These words flowed into Yin Yang's heart like a warm stream, gradually clarifying his once confused state of mind. Yes, he was not fighting alone. He had his team and those he wished to protect. This strength was sufficient to dispel all confusion and unease. The rain continued to fall, yet within this small space, a seed named determination had quietly been sown, waiting for the moment it would break through the soil. Chapter 7. Shadows of the Mirror in the Hospital Lobby. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the polished floor of this antiseptic-scented place. De Yao and Yu Cheng, dressed in neat casual attire, stood before the nurse's station, brimming with vitality as they were ready to be discharged. Upon hearing that someone had come to pick them up, their eager eyes scanned the crowd, expecting to see the familiar faces of Yin Yang and Ling Kersin, only to unexpectedly spot a familiar figure, Steellock. Steellock? De Yao exclaimed in surprise, while Yu Cheng wore a similarly puzzled expression. Steellock deftly retrieved the discharge documents he had prepared from his pocket, swiftly handing them over to the hospital staff with impressive efficiency. After completing the necessary procedures, the three of them exited the hospital doors, greeted by the refreshing air that invigorated their spirits. Steellock suggested, "Are you hungry? Come, I know a noodle shop nearby that serves remarkably delicious food." For Steellock, filling his belly was always of utmost importance, no matter the time or place. Inside the noodle shop, steam rose and appetizing aromas wafted through the air. The three gathered around a table, relishing the simple joy that the delicious food brought, as De Yao and Yu Cheng devoured their meals. Curiosity about the whereabouts of Yun Yang and Ling Kursin bubbled within them. "Oh, are you asking about my old friend instead of newly acquainted one? Have feelings waned?" Steellock feigned a hurt expression, pretending to sob, prompting laughter from De Yao and Yu Cheng. After the laughter subsided, De Yao could not help but bring up the subject once more. "But seriously, where have Yun Yang and the others gone? Is the mission truly that urgent?" At that very moment, within the grand hall of the Dragon Clan, Yun Yang stood alone before the immense floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the bustling city. His eyes reflected both concern and determination. He had already charted a course for his future. De Yao and Yu Cheng entered the Dragon Clan hall side by side, each step resonating with strength, as if they were eager to release the vitality accumulated over the past few days. Inside the hall, beneath the towering dome, light streamed through the exquisite, stained glass windows, infusing the solemn space with a touch of warmth. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, contrasting sharply with the clamor outside, imparting a sense of tranquility and reverence. Their gazes swiftly swept across the expansive hall, hoping to catch sight of familiar faces, yet no one they sought appeared. At that moment, Yun Yang emerged briskly from a side corridor. Upon spotting De Yao and Yu Cheng, a radiant smile instantly illuminated his face. "You finally arrived. It's truly wonderful to see you both looking so well." His words brimmed with genuine delight, yet a hint of an indescribable emotion seemed to linger in the depths of his eyes. Noticing the absence of Ling Kursin, De Yao and Yu Cheng inquired about her whereabouts. Yun Yang's smile slightly faded as he hesitated for a moment, then slowly withdrew a letter from his pocket, one left behind by Ling Kursin. The letter conveyed her decision to undergo special training with Fei Biao, expressing her desire to rapidly enhance her abilities so that she could keep pace with them and become a true hero. De Yao and Yu Cheng took the letter and read it carefully. Ling Kursin's handwriting sprang to life upon the page, stirring ripples of emotion within them. Upon finishing, both fell into silence, their hearts awash with mixed feelings. "We are too weak," De Yao murmured, his tone laced with self-reproach. At that moment, Tiesuo emerged from within Yun Yang. He had intended to offer some solace to the team, as each member bore the shadow of the battle they had endured. Even with Tiza's formidable strength, Tiesuo could not guarantee a solid victory against him. "No, I mean us." De Yao's voice trembled slightly, laden with remorse and deep reflection. He paused, his gaze sweeping across each face present. "If we could only grow stronger, perhaps we would not be a burden to you." Maybe in that decisive moment, we could seize a glimmer of victory. Zhong Quan quietly appeared behind Yao, his eyes fixed upon him. He could deeply sense Yao's internal struggle and unwillingness, like a great weight pressing upon his heart, making it difficult to breathe. "We are all striving to become stronger, including Ling Kursin," Yun Yang asserted. "Her departure is for the sake of a better return." His words, though few, struck like a hammer against the hearts of all present. "Thus, we too must grow stronger. We must keep pace with Ling Kursin and become heroes." The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy for a moment, only to be swiftly dispelled by an invisible force. In the heart of Dayo and Yu Cheng, a spark ignited in their eyes, embodying boundless aspirations and unwavering faith in the future. They understood that regardless of the treacherous path ahead, unity would enable them to surmount any obstacle. The absence of Ling Kursin would only serve to fortify their resolve, intensifying their yearning for the moment of reunion. Applause resonated from a distance, and as light footsteps approached, Chun Xiaoi emerged into view. She casually tossed a key, its metallic gleam tracing a brilliant arc through the air before landing securely in Yun Yang's grasp. "You should not linger here, wallowing in the mire of defeat." Chun Xiaoyi's voice rang out, clear and resolute, each word resonating like the beat of a war drum, awakening the fighting spirit within every individual present. Go forth and use this key to unlock new doors. Shortly thereafter, the trio meandered through winding alleyways, ultimately halting before an apartment that appeared dilapidated yet concealed intricate mysteries within. With a creak, the doors swung open, revealing a meticulously transformed space that, while seemingly unremarkable from the outside, boasted remarkably advanced and comprehensive facilities within. In one corner, a colossal display screen flickered, showcasing real-time surveillance footage from around the globe, alongside communication devices directly linked to the Dragon Clan and the Twister, where Zhao Yiling resided. The trio surveyed their surroundings, a blend of surprise and anticipation for the future washing over them. This place not only offered a safe haven, but also served as an ideal venue for strategizing actions and monitoring adversaries. Yuqing excitedly proposed that they ought to adopt a team name. Sei Xianjiao once remarked, "I am like a mirror, a shadow of the machine dinosaur." Ironlock pondered for a moment. Perhaps we could call ourselves the Mirror Machine Dinosaurs, an existence akin to the machine dinosaurs, yet distinctly different. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by heavy fist and scorn, who felt it bore an implication of living in the shadow of the machine dinosaurs. Ultimately, the team name was decided, the Dragon Warriors Special Ops Team. As night descended, the lights within the apartment gradually illuminated, with Ironlock standing by the window, gazing up at the myriad stars in the night sky. Simultaneously, Ling Kursin was whispering a prayer to the stars. One day, we shall meet again. Chapter 8. The Month of Rebellion on Earth, within the bustling metropolis of Xanadu. Neon lights flickered and advertisement screens scrolled through promotions of the latest technological marvels as the air buzzed with the unique vitality and clamor of city life. Chun Xiaoyi navigated through the throngs of people. Today, the prominent merchants of Xanadu had united to launch the most significant promotional event of the year. For the perpetually frugal Chun Xiaoyi, this was an opportunity not to be squandered. Within the supermarket, shelves brimming with an array of products bore eye-catching discount tags, while customers pushed shopping carts or clutched baskets, eagerly selecting their coveted items. Chun Xiaoyi, too, meticulously compared prices and quality, at times furrowing her brow, at others breaking into a satisfied smile. Just as she immersed herself in the joy of selecting the best value items, a sudden cacophony erupted from a corner of the supermarket, shattering the serene shopping atmosphere. A crowd began to gather, buzzing with speculation, and curiosity compelled her to set down the eggs in her hands and move toward the source of the commotion. Once, a seemingly ordinary young girl was executing justice, confronting a man attempting to steal. With remarkable agility, she deftly subdued the thief after several exchanges, the entire process executed with a cleanliness that clearly indicated professional training. The surrounding crowd erupted in applause, expressing their admiration for this courageous champion of righteousness. Chun Xiaoyi couldn't help but nod in appreciation of such selfless bravery. However, just as she was about to turn and continue her shopping journey, Sai Tianjiao quietly called out to her, with a hint of curiosity and excitement in her eyes. She pointed at the girl and whispered, "Wait a moment, Xiaoyi. That person seems quite extraordinary." Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoyi refocused her gaze on the young woman. Sai Tianjiao continued to explain, "That girl appears not to be human." Chun Xiaoyi initially thought it was a significant matter. In this era of diverse cohabitation, encountering non-human entities was not uncommon, yet they typically took great care to conceal their identities to avoid unnecessary panic or attention. Exiting the supermarket, the rain continued to fall, delicate strands weaving an endless net that enveloped the entire city. Chun Xiaoyi, carrying her shopping bag, stepped onto the damp streets, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Several days of incessant rain had cast a heavy atmosphere, causing pedestrians to hurry by, seemingly in search of shelter from the downpour. Haven't those people above thought to turn off the water after all these days? Chun Xiaoyi muttered helplessly to herself, just as she quickened her pace. Intending to return home swiftly, a sudden loud bang echoed in the distance, followed by a burst of flames. A car exploded for reasons unknown, the fireball accompanied by debris hurtling towards her. Reacting swiftly, Chun Xiaoyi instinctively dodged to the side, yet the out-of-control vehicle seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing her. Just as escape appeared impossible, a silver flash cut through the curtain of rain, and the flaming car was shattered midair by an unseen force, transforming into a cascade of burning raindrops that scattered around. Before Chen Xiaoyi stood a mechanical dinosaur. "Sha, you startled me," she exclaimed, patting her chest, and continued to walk calmly. However, from the center of the explosion came a deep, terrifying roar. Following the sound, she saw a grotesque creature slowly emerging from the inferno. This monster was covered in grotesque lumps, with tentacles protruding, its bodily fluids mingling with oil, resembling a fusion of machinery and biology. Its presence instantly froze the air around, an ominous premonition enveloping the hearts of all present. The creature began to wreak havoc, destroying everything in its path, and panic spread rapidly among the crowd. What on earth are those people in the Federation up to? Chen Xiaoyi thought indignantly. A creature of such magnitude could not have escaped their notice. She quickly concealed her shopping bag in a relatively safe spot nearby, then turned to Sha and said, "You go stop that monster. I will evacuate the crowd." Sha responded affirmatively, drawing a second lightsaber and instantly teleporting in front of the monster, where he unleashed a dazzling array of light-speed slashes, the blades striking with precision at the creature's vital points. However, amidst the fierce battle, Sha keenly detected a faint voice seemingly emanating from within the monstrous creature, pleading for salvation. The sudden cry for help momentarily halted Sha's movements, stirring ripples of concern in Chen Xiao's heart from afar. It was as if the creature sensed Sha's hesitation. Its colossal form abruptly quaked, and countless tentacles, interwoven with metal and flesh, writhed in the air, emitting a chilling cacophony. In that fleeting moment, it seized the opportunity created by Sha's brief pause upon hearing the plea, launching a devastating punch that struck Sha squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling away. The creature then charged towards the crowd, each of its steps causing the ground to tremble, while the metallic skeleton and amalgamated mechanical structures produced an ear-splitting creak reminiscent of a death knell. The crowd was thrown into a state of sheer terror, screams scattering in all directions as fallen figures emerged in the chaos. And an atmosphere of despair rapidly enveloped the scene amidst the relentless downpour. At this critical juncture, a sudden volley of gunfire pierced the tense air. The girl who had previously demonstrated extraordinary prowess in the supermarket stepped forward once more, wielding an energy gun with precision, effectively redirecting the creature's attention with dazzling sparks. Her actions were calm and resolute, clearly indicative of specialized training, as she fired while retreating toward an open area, guiding the creature away from the densely packed crowd. As the beast swung its fist towards her, Chen Xiao surged forth like a bolt of lightning, raising the hammer of the celestial champion to meet the creature's formidable blow with unwavering determination. The two forces collided in midair, producing a deafening roar that seemed to alter the very fabric of reality. Chen Xiao gritted her teeth, her muscles taut, feeling the vibrations from the hammer nearly threatened to shatter her arm. As the fist and hammer struck, an indescribable force erupted at their point of convergence, radiating brilliant light that illuminated the entire city. This luminescence was blinding, rendering everything around it momentarily devoid of color, leaving only a stark white. As the brilliance gradually faded, the creature that had previously confronted Chen Xiao vanished without a trace, replaced by a strange transformer standing amidst the ruins. Yet, the unusual horns atop its head and its blood-red eyes exuded an unsettling aura, evoking an instinctive wariness. "Who am I?" The low, perplexed voice of the transformer echoed across the desolate ruins, its gaze filled with confusion and bewilderment, reminiscent of a novice freshly rolled off a production line. Despite the haze clouding its memory, the oppressive waves of dark energy emanating from its being instilled both familiarity and unease within Chen Xiao. She recalled Iron Lock's mention of the creature that had wrought havoc in Santa Maria. Could there be a connection between the two? The transformer began to survey its surroundings, curiosity and a desire for exploration evident in its demeanor. Ultimately, its attention was captured by a wall adorned with numerous screens, each flickering with images from various corners of the Earth's network. He raised his arm, connecting with the television wall, as if his consciousness could transcend the boundaries of the digital realm and directly plunge into the vast ocean of the internet. Just as he intended to delve deeper into the networks of the factions, Bach, Mad, and Dragon, Both the future of the Dragon Clan and the manifestation of Bach's first identity simultaneously initiated defensive measures, forcing him out. I am not a transformer. I am not a transformer. All eyes were on this enigmatic figure when he suddenly lifted his head, gazing at the full moon in the night sky. Chapter 9. Confidential Files of Team Dragon 2-1. On this day, sunlight lazily streamed through the window, and Zero Xn nestled comfortably on her cozy sofa, her heart brimming with a fervor for exploration and the unknown. She resolved to seize this rare moment of leisure to delve deeper into the lives of those who would one day fight alongside her. It's truly astonishing, Zero Xn exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder at the world. There really are extraterrestrials on Earth. Her voice resonated with both surprise and a hint of disbelief. Fei Biao, sipping tea on the balcony, smiled gently at her words and asked, "Have you never encountered extraterrestrial life forms?" "No." Zero Kiskiviko Shinriplid. A touch of regret coloring her expression, which bore a softness tinged with melancholy. Fei Biao understood her sentiment. Well, it's not surprising. Given the almost isolated environment and attitude of Saint Maria, it's quite natural that you Haven T encountered any extraterrestrials. Zero Xin felt a deeper complexity within her heart, realizing the considerable chasm that existed between herself and this world. Not only she, but many others like her had heard rumors of alien civilizations, yet the lack of personal experience made it difficult to fully believe. I don't even understand the mechanical dinosaurs, let alone the factions like Bach and Mad, she chuckled self-deprecatingly. Fei Biao inquired why Zero Du had never elaborated on these matters before. Zero Du looked somewhat embarrassed and explained, mainly because I had just arrived on Earth and began fighting without much time to understand. However, I did show her some past war footage to provide a rough overview of our history. But what good does that do? Fei Biao seemed a bit anxious. Understanding history is one thing, but it is far more crucial to grasp the current landscape, to know what we fight for and alongside whom. With a voice full of encouragement and determination, she added, "Today, let's help you thoroughly catch up on this lesson. Let us start with someone you're familiar with. Iron Lock, also known as Mirror Steel Lock. Position: former berserker of the Terror faction. Now a guardian of the Sky Champions. The Steel Lock of the Mirror Universe is itself a tragedy. Originally a warrior developed by the Sky Guardian in the Mirror Universe, he was controlled by artificial intelligence rather than the remnants. However, the efficacy of his violent subroutine far surpassed that of the logical circuits, leading to a catastrophic outburst that destroyed the facility that birthed him. The leader of the Sky Guardian in the Mirror Universe, Wei Jintian, made every effort to contain him and vowed to never allow such a tragedy to occur again. Yet, upon hearing of such an existence, the leader of the Terror faction, Tianju, dispatched individuals to steal his body for reactivation. Given ample opportunities to express his violent tendencies, Steel Lock eagerly joined the ranks of Optimus Prime, fighting as the most formidable force for his master. He would not cease his merciless slaughter, nor would he move a single step until his enemies were utterly obliterated. He felt no compassion and was incapable of self-restraint. Optimus Prime once lamented, "I wish my army had 1,000 warriors like him." After encountering the creator of their universe, Steel Lock was bestowed with the Embers, our spark, and the true Cybertronian persona, along with the ability to transform into a robotic form. In this new guise, he possessed extraordinary intellect, astonishing speed, and even a touch of warped humor. However, the violent inclinations that once dominated him were not severed. Once Steel Lock in his humanoid state found calm, he would unwittingly revert to his dinosaur form, where uncontrollable bloodlust and savagery would once again prevail over his reason. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the Mirror Universe launched a rampant invasion of our universe. Steel Lock served as a primary force, yet after being vanquished by our Steel Lock, he chose to follow Skyfire, becoming her guardian and adopting the name Iron Lock. Later, Iron Lock, alongside other warriors, repelled the Mirror Universe, even annihilating the Mirror Machine dinosaurs. Zero Curson then realized why Steel Lock and Iron Lock bore such a striking resemblance. They were, in fact, the same individual from different universes. Iron Lock, as the Steel Lock version from the Mirror Universe, shared similar experiences and appearances, yet embarked on a wholly divergent path. It was truly remarkable. Two universes' identical beginnings, yet entirely disparate destinies. Then, Zero Curson recalled Iron Lock's host, Yin Yang, but Fei Biao indicated that she was unaware of when Iron Lock had found his host. It seemed Iron Lock harbored more secrets. Next came Contempt, originally a minor logistics officer in the Autobot faction, now a Dragon Warrior. Initially, Contempt was an inconsequential weapons logistics officer, responsible for ensuring that frontline warriors received the most advanced equipment and supplies in a timely manner. He not only excelled in various weapon systems, but also possessed a keen intuition for the precise allocation of strategic resources, often performing miracles even in times of scarcity, thus laying the foundation for the Autobots' victories. However, his autonomous allocation actions, although salvaging numerous crises, repeatedly attracted severe criticism and restrictions from his superiors for violating rigid military protocols. His innovative thinking and flexible strategies were deemed overreaching. Amidst this ongoing suppression and misunderstanding, Contempt gradually felt that his talents and passions were restrained. Just as he was losing hope, he heard that the machine Dinosaurs Steel Lock, dissatisfied with the status quo, had decided to break away from the existing organizational framework to form a new combat squad. Upon hearing this news, it was as if he saw a beam of light illuminating the path ahead. This was an opportunity to fully unleash his combat potential, realize personal value, and a stage to free himself from constraints, fighting alongside like-minded individuals. Without hesitation, Despise made the most significant and impulsive decision of his life. He resolutely abandoned his current position and comfort, secretly contacting Steel Lock to express his fervent desire to join. Subsequently, Despise became a member of the Machine Dinosaurs, transforming his disguise from an armored vehicle into a Spinosaurus, and developed a camaraderie with Iron Lock over drinks. As for Despise's host, Yu Cheng, he and Dayo were classmates at Qianyuan, though they were in different classes. Yu Cheng's neat, cropped hairstyle stood out remarkably among peers sporting trendy looks, complemented by a pair of somewhat antiquated glasses and a notably mature coat that far exceeded his age, alongside a seemingly ordinary yet storied water bottle. Academically, Yu Cheng was recognized as a top student, consistently achieving high marks in exams, yet he never boasted about his accomplishments. Instead, he willingly assisted classmates with their queries, embodying a rare humility. According to Qianyuan, Yu Cheng's mind was a wellspring of innovative ideas, adeptly resolving complex mathematical problems or designing imaginative scientific experiments, always achieving his goals in a novel and efficient manner, qualities reminiscent of Despise. Wait, isn't he just a glasses wearer? Chapter 10, Confidential Files of Dragon Team 2. The Dark Class continues, and since we mentioned Yu Cheng, we must also speak of Dayo. Heavy Fist. Position. Current specialized operative of the Dragon Clan War, was once an inconspicuous member of the faction, lacking presence. However, fate seemed to play a cruel joke on him, as he became embroiled in a little-known and highly confidential experiment. This experiment not only erased all records and traces of his past identity, but also inflicted irreversible damage on his being. When Heavy Fist re-emerged into the public eye post-experiment, he was no longer the same. His condition had become exceedingly unstable, filled with chaos and anguish, akin to a wasteland ravaged by a storm. No one within the faction could comprehend the suffering he endured, nor could anyone reach the depths of his secluded soul. In such a lonely and desperate situation, Heavy Fist had nearly become a forgotten spirit. It was during this nadir that Despise discovered him. Despise pulled this tormented warrior from the abyss of despair and brought him to a new realm, the Dragon Clan. Upon arrival, Sai Tianjiao, with his exceptional skills, personally engaged in restoring Heavy Fist's damaged psyche and body. After a period of treatment and recuperation, Heavy Fist gradually emerged from the shadows. Although his psychological scars would forever remain, his strength and willpower were unprecedentedly fortified during this process. Sai Tianjiao identified the anomalies within him and enhanced his transformation, enabling him to harness his abilities. He endowed Heavy Fist with the form of a Giganotosaurus and crafted a unique arsenal exclusively for him, establishing him as an indispensable pillar of strength in the battles of the Dragon Clan. Each cannon fire serves as both a cathartic release towards the external world and a transcendence over past agonies. In the throes of battle, he discovers newfound meaning and value, standing shoulder to shoulder with figures such as the scornful Iron Lock, collectively safeguarding all that they hold dear. As for the host of the Heavy Fist, Dayo, he is an unremarkable youth in the tapestry of life, with ordinary curls, an unremarkable existence, and a commonplace role as class monitor. Everything about him exudes the essence of the mundane. However, according to Steel Locke, he appears to harbor affections for someone. Ling Kursin raised an eyebrow gently. Her gaze a blend of surprise and tender amusement. Her curiosity piqued. Within the team, Dayo is always the one who selflessly contributes without seeking reward. And upon discovering that he harbors a gentle secret within, she gains a fresh perspective of him. Amidst her gossiping, Ling Kursin posed a seemingly simple yet overlooked question. What is Dayo's true name? She realized that in calling him Dayo repeatedly, she had never truly inquired about his full name. Fei Biao scratched his head and replied, I believe it's Yao Shizhuang. 0 degree. Serving as an assault soldier on the battlefield of the Dragon Clan, is a former member of the Wild Faction's vanguard. He bears no heavy past. Rather, he has grown weary of relentless invasion and destruction, opting to sever ties with the Wild Faction. This decision not only signifies a rupture with his former life, but also embodies a yearning for peace and justice. After parting ways with the Wild Faction, he wandered through the Rust Sea for an extended period before eventually joining the Dragon Clan. Within the Dragon Clan, 0 degree not only exhibits exceptional combat skills, but also possesses a calm judgment and rapid adaptability. His presence is akin to the icy power he wields, standing out amidst the fiery battleground, imbuing the team with balance and strategic diversity. Although he may seem somewhat out of place among comrades wielding flames, this peculiarity becomes his hallmark, demonstrating that even in uniqueness, one can become an indispensable part of the team. As for his affinity for ice, it is essential to mention the dinosaur modification project initiated by Cai Tianjiao. At that time, Cai Tianjiao whimsically conceived the idea of creating a cooling device, but neglected to revert the changes. Consequently, 0 degree acquired the singular ability to generate ice among the mechanized dinosaurs. This seemingly erroneous modification, in fact, endowed him with a distinctive combat style and tactical value. Especially after he attained the form of the bull dragon, he could not only freeze enemies from afar with his frost powers, but also provide invaluable environmental control support for his teammates, lowering battlefield temperatures to create advantageous conditions. His host, Ling Kursin, a 12-year-old nun, harbors grand dreams of becoming a hero. With her lustrous golden locks, she possesses a fairy tale-like appearance. Clad in a form-fitting nun's habit, she embodies discipline, devotion, and peace. Notably, her passive ability allows her to isolate herself from her surroundings while praying. Even amidst a chaotic battle nearby, she remains oblivious. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ling Kursin's face as she realized that during her prayers, she truly could not hear anything. She murmured to herself, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and a desire to explore this unexpected ability. At that moment, an urgent message reverberated through the group, shattering the fleeting tranquility. An emergency report. The last unaccounted dinosaur has been successfully located. It is Kong Lu, and he is currently in the Federation. Inside the Federation building, the light was soft yet solemn, with marble floors lining the corridors, echoing the footsteps of 2 individuals. Zhao Yiling, clad in a crisp uniform, walked with measured steps, her brow betraying a hint of worry rarely displayed. She had just concluded a high-stakes meeting, where every topic discussed felt like a monumental burden weighing heavily on the hearts of all attendees. Particularly distressing were the recent frequent occurrences, the devastating strikes by the Abyss Lizard Coalition on the capital, and the enigma of the black hole that had mysteriously appeared over Mandala City. Further complicating the situation on Earth, trailing closely behind was Sun Xiaowen, her steps slightly hesitant. After an unfortunate setback during a mission in Mandala City, she had been reassigned under Zhao Yiling's command, serving both as a punishment and an opportunity to prove herself anew. Zhao Yiling's sigh echoed in the empty corridor, her words filled with frustration over the current predicament and confusion regarding the decisions made by higher-ups. These old fogies could at least show some sense. To her, if these decision-makers were willing, they should directly address the blockade facing Earth rather than allowing the situation to deteriorate continuously. Sun Xiaowen, upon hearing this, softly replied, I think it might be better if we refrain from complaining too much. Surely, they have their reasons for acting this way. Zhao Yiling turned, her gaze stern yet imbued with care as it fell upon Sun Xiaowen. Sigh, she said, gently tapping her finger against the other's arm. You're to take a team out on patrol tomorrow. If you encounter any suspicious individuals, report them first. Do not act on your own. Sun Xiaowen respectfully nodded, accepting the task without further comment. Subsequently, she turned and embarked on her new journey. Chapter 11. Neural Wanderings Within the Bustling City. The body of the rebellious moon slowly ascended, surrounded by currents of electricity that danced like living beings, emitting an ethereal blue glow that starkly contrasted with the city's brilliant lights. His posture conveyed both confusion and resolution, as if, at that moment, he had finally discovered a means of existence uniquely his own. The air crackled with the sound of static electricity. Chen Xiao keenly sensed the anomaly. Her heartbeat quickened, and her intuition urged her to halt the rebellious moon's further actions. Anxiously, she looked back and called out, "Sha!" Quickly, her voice pierced through the chaos, laden with an urgency that could not be ignored. Almost simultaneously with her call, a silver-gray figure leapt from the ruins, mechanical dinosaur Sha. His movements were incredibly swift, his metallic form carving a smooth trajectory through the night, racing towards the rebellious moon, suspended in midair, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination, ready to intercept this unknown threat. However, in that fleeting moment of electric tension, the body of the rebellious moon suddenly disintegrated into countless fine streams of electricity, as if possessed of its own will, instantly intertwining and permeating nearby rows of electronic displays, communication towers, and even the tiniest electronic devices. The entire process was as swift as lightning, and that astonishing speed barely grazed the essence of reality. Chun Xiaoyi and Sha could only watch in astonishment as the rebel moon vanished into the intangible realm of digital space, leaving behind only the lingering electromagnetic waves in the air as testament to its fleeting existence. The surrounding electronic devices flickered momentarily before returning to normal, as if nothing had transpired, yet all were acutely aware that the ordeal was far from over. Confronted with this sudden upheaval, Chun Xiaoyi swiftly grasped that the rebel moon could traverse the electronic network in the form of data. She immediately contacted the future. "This is Chun Xiaoyi. We are encountering a situation. Danger has arisen in Xanadu, with the entity identifying itself as the rebel moon. It has transformed into electronic data and infiltrated the city's network. Contact the Imaging One of the Bow faction and activate the emergency cybersecurity protocol to monitor and protect the global network systems from potential information leaks and infrastructural manipulation. Track the target as closely as possible." The response from the future was prompt. Acknowledged. The emergency cybersecurity protocol has been initiated, and we are contacting Imaging One. Please ensure the safety of the scene. In truth, from the moment the rebel moon breached the network, the future and Imaging One had already engaged their defense systems. The city's night thus took on an extraordinary hue, with electronic screens flickering intermittently, displaying abnormal signal fluctuations, a silent reminder to all that a covert battle was unfolding. Before understanding its true intentions, a flicker of hope lingered that there was still time. Chun Xiaoyi's words betrayed her profound concern. She was acutely aware that facing an unknown entity capable of freely navigating the electronic network, the next move of the rebel moon could yield unpredictable consequences. Gripping the hammer in her hand, she scanned her surroundings, vigilant of every possible movement. Suddenly, a chill coursed down her spine as she sensed an unusual pressure behind her, as if something was silently targeting her. Instinctively lowering her center of gravity, she slowly turned, locking eyes with a young girl whose hand tightly clutched a handgun, its muzzle pointed directly at Chun Xiaoyi, clearly on guard. "Don't move." Calling the Federation, "This is Sun Xiaowen." The girl's voice, though resolute, conveyed a hint of tension. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, a rush of wind swept through, accompanied by a faint metallic clink as Sha materialized beside the girl, delivering a precise and forceful blow that rendered her unconscious, averting a potential escalation of chaos. Confirming that she had merely lost consciousness, Chun Xiaoyi exchanged a glance with Sha, resolute in their decision to vacate the premises without delay. They understood that with the rebel moon's escape and the immediate crisis at hand, every second was of utmost importance. The duo swiftly blended into the crowd, which was gradually regaining its composure. Chun Xiaoyi, utilizing the throng as cover, deliberately slowed her pace to avoid drawing attention, while Sha leapt upward, navigating the heights to provide her with essential protection. Under the cover of night, they silently withdrew from the scene, preparing to retreat to a safer location to devise a new strategy in anticipation of the forthcoming challenges. The girl awoke once more, finding herself on the pristine white bed of a federal hospital, surrounded by blurred figures bustling about, their conversations drifting in and out like echoes from afar. How many times has this happened? Before long, she was discharged and escorted to what appeared to be an ordinary room. The interior was simply adorned. Yet the most striking feature was a complex and enigmatic device situated at the far end of the room. Its surface was cloaked in sleek metallic panels, with a central display screen flickering with a soft glow, as if capable of penetrating the depths of the human soul. You will undergo a series of tests. The device intoned in a calm and emotionless voice. Simply relax and respond honestly to my inquiries. The lights in the room subtly adjusted, creating an atmosphere that was simultaneously comforting yet slightly oppressive. As the device began issuing calibration commands, each sound reverberated within the girl's mind, instilling an indescribable force that slowly permeated her consciousness. Initially, she felt bewildered and uneasy by this experience, but as the test progressed, she discovered her thoughts sharpening, as if layers were being peeled away to reveal her core. Have you ever entered this room? Calibration. Calibration. Have you received rewards upon completing tasks? Calibration. Calibration. Throughout the process, the girl gradually transitioned from confusion to a state of guided compliance, her responses becoming increasingly mechanical, as though the device were redefining her essence. What do you obey? Command. Command. What do you choose? Command. Command. What does fear feel like? Fear. Fear. What lurks in the darkness? Darkness. Darkness. The girl sensed that these tests were far more complex than they appeared. Each calibration seemed to unearth and even distort her innermost self. This realization sent chills down her spine, igniting a fierce instinct for self-preservation. She began to deliberately slow her responses. Outside the room, in the monitoring chamber, technicians closely scrutinized every detail. On the screen, the subtle shifts in the girl's expressions and body language did not escape their attention. Do you dream? Dream. Dream. A dark space. A dark space. A step away. A step away. Dreams are beautiful. Dreams are beautiful. The test concluded, and the technician's voice emanated from the device. Your body has malfunctioned. Chapter 12. Hello, Xiaowen. Days later, the sky over the imperial capital radiated a serene azure. Chun Xiao strolled along the outskirts of the city, seemingly leisurely admiring the scenery by the roadside. Yet in reality, her mind was racing, each nerve ending meticulously piecing together fragmented clues regarding the rebellion moon. Since that fateful encounter in the bustling city of Xanadu, the enigmatic rebel moon has retreated into the vast expanse of the digital realm, transforming into an elusive specter that evades capture. From that day forth, the future and the visual one have been engrossed in an intense pursuit, tirelessly scouring the liminal space between the virtual and the real for any trace of rebel moon. Every anomalous login from servers across the globe, every subtle fluctuation in network traffic is meticulously analyzed, yet the rebel moon's modus operandi appears chaotic and unpredictable, leaving traces in the power systems of one city while infiltrating the financial networks of another, its true intentions shrouded in a thick fog of mystery. As Qin Xiaoyi found herself ensnared in a web of conjectures regarding rebel moon, the sudden roar of a motorcycle disrupted her reverie. Iron Clank had arrived, bringing lunch to her side, his face alight with a cheerful smile as he handed her a thermos. Hey, young lady, take a break. Even amidst battle, one must nourish oneself, right? His words were imbued with genuine concern. They settled casually on a bench by the roadside, opening the thermos to reveal steaming homemade dishes, their fragrant aroma infusing warmth into the slightly cool day. Chun Xiaoyi accepted the lunchbox, a faint smile gracing her lips. This simple warmth provided a moment of solace. As they ate and conversed, while the topic occasionally veered towards the rebel moon and their current predicament, more often than not, they indulged in mundane chatter, seeking brief respite from the relentless pursuit. Just as Chun Xiaoyi had taken only a few bites, her rhythm was abruptly interrupted by an incoming message. The flashing new lead on her tablet instantaneously drew her back into a state of heightened alertness. Her gaze sharpened. She set down her chopsticks, fully engrossed in the analysis of the incoming information. The scrolling data and intricate graphs mirrored her focused yet slightly anxious expression. Since the onset of the rebel moon incident, Chun Xiaoi had scarcely enjoyed a genuine moment of rest, perpetually on high alert and engaged in continuous work. Determined to offer her even a fleeting respite, Iron Clank resolved to act. Rising to his feet, he conjured a vibrant flame that danced in his palm, seemingly imbued with life as it morphed and shifted. Gradually, the flame coalesced into a resplendent rose, its fiery hue radiating warmth, embodying a symbol of passion and hope. With a flourish, Iron Clank exclaimed "Tada!" as he extended the singular rose towards Chun Xiaoi, attempting to dispel the shadows clouding her countenance. Chun Xiaoi looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing her features, soon followed by a hint of concern. "You shouldn't misuse your powers like this. It will attract the Federation." Though her words were admonishing, she could not resist gently inhaling the scent of the flame-formed rose when she accepted it, a barely perceptible smile blooming at the corners of her mouth. Iron Clank, feigning indifference, replied with a grin, "Ever since we dealt with the Star Empress in Mandala City, the Federation has been silent. I suspect there must be turmoil within their ranks. So it's all good." However, Chun Xiaoi was not entirely in agreement. Gently tapping the head of Tiza, she cautioned, "Hush, silence often precedes mischief. It is wise to remain vigilant. You are increasingly resembling Gang Su." Unfortunately, they were indeed discovered. The surrounding air suddenly thickened, and dozens of guns were instantaneously aimed at them, the cold, metallic sheen reflecting blinding rays of sunlight, forming an impenetrable barrier. "Do not move. You are under arrest," a commander clad in the uniform of the Federal Special Forces sternly proclaimed, his voice echoing through the desolate street, transforming the once leisurely afternoon into a charged atmosphere of tension and confrontation. Chun Xiaoi furrowed her brow, her gaze swiftly scanning the jungle of gun barrels, seeking a possible escape. However, when her eyes fell upon the leading young woman, she involuntarily froze. "Are you Sun Xiaowen?" she asked softly, a sense of incredulity washing over her. The gallant female officer before her was none other than the girl she had encountered that day in Xanadu. Upon hearing her name, Sun Xiaowen initially showed a flicker of surprise, followed by a fleeting expression of realization. "You know me?" she queried, appearing somewhat taken aback, as her memories offered no intersection with this woman, especially in such a tense standoff, leaving her both puzzled and on guard. In truth, this unexpected meeting was no mere coincidence. Sun Xiaowen, directly dispatched by Zhao Yiling, was leading a patrol team. Upon nearing the imperial capital, their ship's sensors detected unusual energy fluctuations in the area. Duty-bound, she resolved to investigate the source of these disturbances. To her astonishment, following the trail of energy led her directly to Chun Xiaoi and Tiza. Sun Xiaowen swiftly regained her composure, attempting to contact Zhao Yiling through her communicator. However, all that met her ears was a crackling static, as if some unknown force deliberately interfered with the signals in the entire region. Simultaneously, Chun Xiaoi received an urgent message. The rebel moon was currently hiding within the networks of the imperial capital, possibly monitoring them through some camera. Time was of the essence. Every moment could prove decisive. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Chun Xiaoi began to slowly retreat, preparing to take immediate action. "Do not move." Sun Xiaowen's voice pierced the tense air as she sought to assert authority and maintain order. At that moment, both parties' positions became sharply opposed, the atmosphere thick with palpable tension. Faced with Sun Xiaowen's command and the encroaching federal forces behind her, Chun Xiaoi understood that a direct confrontation could lead to unpredictable consequences. Yet, the existence of the rebel moon left her with no alternatives. In a state of profound internal conflict, she made a decisive choice. There was no option but to fight. Perhaps she could avoid their vital areas. However, Tiza stood right beside her. Chun Xiaoi sprang into action, swiftly scanning the surrounding federal soldiers, intent on devising the most suitable strategy for response. Astonishingly, she made a remarkable discovery. Although these soldiers bore physiological traits similar to humans, subtle differences existed. This revelation fundamentally altered Chun Xiaoi's assessment of the situation. "Tiza, kill them." Her words exuded an unprecedented resolve, chilling to the bone. Upon hearing this, Tai Jia was momentarily taken aback. However, the flames within him suddenly surged forth, erupting into a fierce wall of fire that precisely encircled everyone. After the blaze, all that remained were remnants and scorched earth, alongside the severely injured Sun Xiaowen. Chapter 13. Evolution, is this truly the right course of action? Taija's voice was laden with uncertainty and doubt as he gazed at Chen Xiaoi. She did not directly address his query, seemingly embroiled in her own internal conflict. Yet ultimately, she steeled her resolve. Gently, she placed a hand on Taija's shoulder, signaling him to prepare for their departure. This silence weighed heavier than any words could convey. At that moment, Sun Xiaowen, with a force that seemed to transcend her own will, struggled to rise from the ruins. Her legs felt burdened beyond support, and her hands trembled violently from the tumult of her emotions, nearly causing her tightly gripped firearm to slip from her grasp. Her eyes were hollow yet brimming with despair. Not long prior, her companions aboard the spaceship had been enveloped in laughter, a memory that now felt like a distant dream. Surrounding her now were only the ashes of destruction and an oppressive silence, her former allies and hopes having dissipated into nothingness. Sun Xiaowen could no longer summon tears. With a hoarse voice, she screamed, each word forced from the depths of her heart. No, you cannot leave. This was a silent protest against the harshness of reality. In the face of Sun Xiaowen's fury and sorrow, Chen Xiaoi remained silent. Yet she understood that some actions required a person to take the mantle of an unwelcome role. Thus, she retrieved a card from her pocket and resolutely tossed it before Sun Xiaowen. Do you wish to kill me? Then go to this place. It holds what you seek. After taking a deep breath, Chen Xiaoi waved her hand, her silhouette radiating unwavering determination. I await your arrival to end my life. She was acutely aware that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, yet only by traversing this darkness could one hope to glimpse true light. She was willing to become the beacon that would guide Sun Xiaowen out of despair, even if it meant temporarily succumbing to an endless abyss herself. As Chen Xiaoi and Tai Zha navigated through the buildings, she urgently issued commands. All dinosaurs, initiate the data protocol immediately. With her directive, the scattered mechanical dinosaurs responded to the call. The future had transmitted conversion devices from the Dragon Clan headquarters, allowing them to deconstruct their physical forms into streams of photons, traversing the dimensional pathways to merge into a battlefield woven from code. In the realm of the network, the mechanical dinosaurs regrouped. Remember, this is not our domain. Chen Xiaoi reminded from atop steel lock, fully aware of the intricate and formidable defensive mechanisms of the Federation network, far surpassing any physical barriers. Swift action was imperative. The 7 mechanical dinosaurs swiftly dispersed according to their prearranged plan, gliding through the torrent of data like sharks in an ocean of information. Steel Lock and Chen Xiaoi arrived at an area that appeared tranquil, yet teemed with peril. There, they discovered the curled form of the rebellious moon. Has he become an egg? Steel Lock quipped. He scratched his head with his small claws, attempting to comprehend the bewildering scene before him. The rebellious moon remained silent, curled up like an extraordinary pebble, while the surrounding space brimmed with the unknown and tranquility. Suddenly, the dark expanse appeared to be torn asunder by an invisible hand, as an endless array of images surged forth like stars, each depicting a real-time tableau from around the globe, pulsating and merging into a torrential flow of data, racing towards the rebellious moon. Those flickering images encompassed the clamor of cities, the serenity of nature, the laughter and tears of humanity, all transforming into pure data. Greedily absorbed by the rebellious moon, was he mimicking the act of hatching? Chen Xiaoi's voice was laced with curiosity and vigilance, as she realized this was not merely a simple transformation, but rather an unfathomable metamorphosis in progress. The rebellious moon's body began to exhibit subtle undulations, as if some force within him were awakening, heralding a rebirth. Just as Chen Xiaoi's words faded, the rebellious moon's form underwent a dramatic transformation. The once constricted shape gradually extended, his limbs elongating into a more formidable and mature physique. His legs and arms sprouted forth like tender shoots breaking free from their cocoon, rapidly growing in strength and vitality. He was undergoing a remarkable evolution. Chen Xiaoi's warning bore an urgent tone. At that moment, the steel lock acted without hesitation, unleashing a torrent of searing flames from his mouth, attempting to interrupt this process. The flames surged towards the rebellious moon like a dragon's breath. Yet the rebellious moon merely turned gracefully, his movements calm and poised. He slowly raised his hands before his chest, as if partaking in a ritual, then suddenly swung them, tearing the space apart as a dazzling beam of light shot forth, hurtling towards the steel lock. The steel lock reacted swiftly, attempting to counter this lethal strike with flames. But the light was extraordinarily sharp, effortlessly piercing through the fire, advancing towards his vital point. In that critical moment, the steel lock pivoted, swiftly transforming and unfurling a shield to protect himself. The clash of metal and light produced a shocking explosion, reverberating through the entire space. However, the beam of light penetrated the shield, embedding itself deeply within. The steel lock realized the situation was far graver than anticipated. Resolutely, he abandoned the shield, and at the moment he cast it aside, the shield, now compromised by the light, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending powerful shockwaves that distorted the surrounding space. This sudden blast quickly drew the attention of other mechanical dinosaurs, who rushed to the scene, ready to encircle the rebellious moon. Yet, upon their arrival, the sight before them left them all in astonishment. The rebellious moon gently raised his hand, and a fissure inexplicably opened above his head, raining down the remnants of a series of Federal Network patrol drones. These machines, once deemed obsolete, now appeared to be rejuvenated, resembling a metallic swarm, advancing towards the mechanical dinosaurs. Faced with this sudden mechanical deluge, the mechanical dinosaurs, despite their ferocity, found themselves momentarily overwhelmed. The sheer number of these patrol drones, coupled with their agility, quickly engulfed the mechanical dinosaurs. In the midst of this chaotic battle, the rebellious moon seized the opportunity to once again wield its powers. The light slashed, tearing through the void, not for the sake of offense, but to carve a path for its own escape. As the figure of the rebellious moon gradually blurred and vanished in the radiance, the mechanical dinosaur had no choice but to retreat from the digital realm, while the whereabouts of the rebellious moon remained elusive. Meanwhile, Deo had just received a call from Ling Kursin and was preparing to return home. The night had deepened, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings when he stumbled upon a figure lying at the entrance. Initially, he presumed it to be a wandering soul or an ordinary person who had inadvertently strayed into this place. However, out of a sense of caution, Deo approached carefully, intending to inquire about the situation. As he drew closer, he noticed the individual was gravely injured, lying motionless on the ground, which stirred a sense of foreboding within him. Hastily, Deo knelt beside the figure, gently turning the person over to assess their condition. Under the moonlight, when the face of the individual was fully revealed, he couldn't help but gasp in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Sun Xiaowen. Chapter 14. Secrets in the early hours of the morning. I felt she should not remain here. Yuqing's voice was laced with concern and hesitation, his gaze flickering between Sun Xiaowen's frail form and Deo, clearly troubled by the current decision. But she's also our friend, Deo countered. Sun Xiaowen gradually began to awaken amidst their fragmented conversation, while Ling Kursin prepared a damp towel to place on Xiaowen's forehead. Ah, you're awake? How are you feeling? Ling Kursin's tone was gentle and caring. Sun Xiaowen attempted to focus her vision, glancing around at an environment that appeared both strange and vaguely familiar. Where am I? She murmured, her voice weak, as if she could scarcely believe the words that had just escaped her lips. You're our base. Ling Kursin replied succinctly, a reassuring smile gracing her face, hoping to provide some comfort to Sun Xiaowen. Upon witnessing this, Deo and Yuqing immediately quelled their earlier dispute, their expressions shifting to one of deep concern. Who are you? Sun Xiaowen tried to recall, but the images in her mind were shrouded in fog. Those two faces, though familiar and endearing, had names that seemed to have sunk into the depths of the ocean, eluding her grasp. Confusion and self-reproach filled her heart, as she felt the familiarity, yet could not conjure the names that danced on the tip of her tongue. Yunyang stepped through the gates of the base, his pace brisk yet steady, a bag of medicine swaying rhythmically in his hand. His gaze fell upon the sofa, where Sun Xiaowen lay with her eyes half open and weak. And without uttering a word, he proceeded to the kitchen. Skillfully, he turned on the tap, meticulously rinsing a cup, as warm water filled the vessel. He carefully extracted several packets of medication from a bag, tearing them open one by one and gently shaking the contents into the water. Yunyang handed the concoction to Ling Kursin, instructing her to take good care of Sun Xiaowen. After imparting his instructions, he turned and led Yuqing and Deo into the inner room. The door closed softly, and soon muffled voices of serious discussion emerged from within. They gathered around a rudimentary wooden table, the atmosphere heavy with tension, each countenance marked by an unusual solemnity. This meeting would determine the fate of Sun Xiaowen. Meanwhile, Ling Kursin took the cup of medicine, gently blowing on it until it reached a suitable temperature, before slowly presenting it to Sun Xiaowen. Her gaze was tender yet resolute, silently conveying the message that everything would eventually be all right. Sun Xiaowen looked at Ling Kursin, though a stranger. This companionship and support enveloped her with an unprecedented sense of security and reliance. She accepted the cup, swallowing the slightly bitter concoction sip by sip. Before long, as the door to the inner room creaked open, 3 individuals re-emerged into Sun Xiaowen's line of sight. Their expressions were grave, ultimately forming a semicircle before the sofa. Dia was the first to shatter the silence. "So, Xiaowen, how did you end up here?" This question struck like a flash of fire, instantly dispelling the fog that clouded Sun Xiaowen's mind, awakening her from a dazed stupor. She straightened her posture, her eyes shimmering with the light of recollection. Though her body remained frail, her thoughts began to whirl with rapidity. I remember," Sun Xiaowen began, recalling everything that had transpired. Yet another question loomed. Why had that woman guided her here? Sun Xiaowen surveyed the room. Despite her guarded heart, she could sense warmth and trust emanating from them. Perhaps. She closed her eyes for a moment, and fragments of memories flashed through her mind like scenes from a film. The silhouette of Chen Xiaoyi, her own desperate struggles amidst the ruins, and finally that card, the address inscribed upon it serving as a key to unlock the unknown door leading to this very place. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to inhale all the chaos and confusion, then exhaled slowly, allowing her spirit a fleeting moment of tranquility. As she recounted her tale, Sun Xiaowen noticed Dia exchanging a complex glance with Yuchen. Ling Kursin remained quietly by her side, occasionally reaching out to gently stroke her back, offering silent comfort. Having finished her narrative, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. Dia, Yucheng, Yunyang, and Ling Kursin all stood in stunned silence, waves of turmoil stirring within each of them. For Sun Xiaowen, she had just shared a harrowing journey, while for the other 4 present, it felt as though a ticking time bomb had been delivered into their midst. Returning to the inner room, the tension escalated to its zenith. Yunyang struggled to calm his racing thoughts, attempting to make sense of the situation, but evidently, the surprise delivered by Chen Xiaoyi had caught him off guard. What exactly is the young lady thinking? Yunyang's tone was laced with urgency and helplessness, his words faltering in his mouth. Meanwhile, outside, Ling Kursin was clearly affected by the charged atmosphere. Her movements became slightly frantic, nearly dropping the cup in her hands. "You. Tea. Oh no. You drink." At that moment, the iron lock within Yunyang's core manifested. As he grasped a deeper understanding of Chen Xiaoyi's actions, "I believe there must be a reason behind what Chen Xiaoyi has done." The sound of the iron lock was calm and rational, its form glimmering softly under the light. Chen Xiaoyi had an extraordinary ability to perceive far beyond the ordinary, her decisions often exceeding the expectations of those around her. Though we may not fully comprehend her intentions at present, it is certain that she has her own strategic plans in motion. Tai Sua's analysis allowed Yunyang to regain a semblance of composure as he took a deep breath and exchanged glances with Yucheng and Yao, silently reaching a consensus. They all understood that, regardless of Chen Xiaoyi's motives, the paramount concern was to unite and safeguard Sun Xiaowen. Tomorrow, she must be returned safely. At that moment, Diao abruptly stood up from his chair, the screech of its legs against the floor echoing sharply. His brow furrowed in confusion and surprise, as if a thought that had long been swirling in his mind had finally erupted. Wait, Sun Xiaowen should, by all accounts, be just an equal peer among us. Shouldn't she? Chapter 15. The enemy lies beside us? The night in the imperial capital enveloped the city like a heavy velvet cloth, gradually shrouding it in darkness. The neon lights shimmered vibrantly against the dim skyline, casting a warm glow that softened the harsh contours of the buildings. De Yao and Sun Xiaowen walked side by side along the bustling commercial street, where the throngs of people wore expressions of ease and anticipation that belonged to the night. Yet the two of them were burdened with unspoken thoughts. De Yao occasionally glanced sideways at Sun Xiaowen, her figure appearing both real and illusory amidst the kaleidoscopic lights. In his memories, Sun Xiaowen had long since faded from view, and now she had become a part of the Federation. Something felt amiss. Sun Xiaowen halted, gazing into the distance. That woman, Chun Xiaoi, seemed to be orchestrating a meticulously crafted game, and she felt like a mere pawn swept into the fray. But why? The four individuals she had encountered thus far were all ordinary people, two of whom were familiar faces. How did she come to know them? Her communication device was malfunctioning, rendering her unable to contact Zhao Yiling, who was among the few she yearned to reach out to amidst the chaos, a source of solace in her heart. She should have heeded Zhao Yiling's advice and contacted her before taking action. As they continued forward, Diao silently stood guard by Sun Xiaowen's side. They both recognized that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaowen contemplated how to gradually unravel the shrouded mysteries surrounding her, particularly the true intentions of Chun Xiaoi. The night in the imperial capital seemed to conceal countless secrets beneath the streetlights. Each hurried face passing by might harbor its own story and hidden truths. Sun Xiaowen and Yao were like inconsequential points in this vast city, yet unwittingly, they found themselves ensnared in a whirlpool that transcended their individual fates. In such circumstances, they could only rely on one another, taking each step with caution, hoping that one day they might clear the fog that enveloped them. Suddenly, Diao's phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a call from Yunyang. He had already returned to the Dragon Clan and asked Future to inquire about Sun Xiaowen's information. Upon hearing this, Future blinked and gestured with a hand. However, I too have a modest condition for the future. If I successfully assist you in locating the desired information as a token of gratitude, you must take me out for a 2-day excursion. Yunyang paused momentarily, then chuckled. Aren't you the central system of the Dragon Tribe? His words carried a mixture of jest and bewilderment. No worries. The brilliant Sai Tianjiao has already crafted a new backup engine that can operate seamlessly during my downtime, ensuring the Dragon Tribe's daily functions remain uninterrupted. The future appeared exceedingly confident. It was then that Yunyang noticed a colossal computer had mysteriously taken residence in the center of the hall, evidently prepared to support the backup engine Future had mentioned. Faced with Future's unwavering confidence and thorough arrangements, Yunyang resignedly raised his hands in agreement. Hooray! Future responded with enthusiasm, then, with a flicker, transformed into a stream of data that surged into Yunyang's being. A slight tremor coursed through Yunyang's body. In the depths of his consciousness, Future reappeared, where they encountered Tiesoa, who was perusing Yunyang's memories. The next step was to complete the mission. Future instructed Yunyang to raise his hands high. Yunyang felt a rush of frigid data flow into him from above, akin to an invisible tide swirling through the ocean of his awareness. His body involuntarily shuddered, yet he maintained the pose of elevated arms, fully focused on bracing for the impending storm of information. What is happening? He inquired, a hint of tension lacing his voice. Data, transmission. Future replied succinctly, the tone revealing a trace of pride. As the words echoed, Yunyang felt his mind begin to conjure a series of vivid images, spanning from Sun Xiaowen's infancy through childhood, adolescence, and into adulthood, each moment of growth playing out like a cinematic reel in his thoughts, accompanied by detailed textual descriptions, as if he were witnessing a fast-forwarded retrospective of Sun Xiaowen's life. Initially, the data seemed unremarkable, chronicling the mundane details of an ordinary person's existence. However, as the data flow progressed to a pivotal moment, Yunyang's heartbeat quickened dramatically. The report unmistakably indicated that Sun Xiaowen had perished in a sudden explosion, with the time, location, and all details meticulously documented. This unforeseen twist left him utterly astonished, as the news of Sun Xiaowen's demise detonated like a bomb within his previously placid thoughts. Yet, even more perplexing was the subsequent information. Shortly after Sun Xiaowen was officially declared deceased, the federal database inexplicably revealed hundreds of new accounts registered under Sun Xiaowen's name. An astonishing number created within an impossibly brief span. This is classified federal information that I painstakingly extracted, Future interjected, momentarily disrupting Yunyang's contemplation. A subtle pride evident in their voice. Yunyang promptly dialed the Yao, recounting everything he had just witnessed. Upon hearing the news, the Yao's expression grew grave. He pressed his lips together, a low rumble emanating from his throat as he visibly struggled to digest such shocking information. After a brief moment, he swallowed hard. Attempting to regain his composure, though the worry in his eyes lingered. Diao also sought confirmation from Yunyang regarding the accuracy of the information. At that moment, Sun Xiaowen noticed a peculiar tension in Dayo. She halted her steps and turned to him, concern etched on her face. Dayo, are you all right? Why are you suddenly so anxious? Dayo quickly composed himself, forcing a somewhat stiff smile as he waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. Let us keep moving. Just as Dayo and Sun Xiaowen prepared to continue their journey, the surroundings transformed dramatically. A squad of soldiers clad in tactical gear descended upon them like a tempest, encircling the two with unyielding precision. The soldiers moved with professional efficiency, their training evident, as the once tranquil atmosphere became suffused with tension and an oppressive sense of foreboding. Confirming the presence of Federation Windstorm crew member Sun Xiaowen, executing primary directive, bellowed a seemingly authoritative officer, his voice cold and resolute, fixing his gaze directly on Sun Xiaowen among the crowd. This proclamation solidified the atmosphere, unequivocally revealing their intent. Dayo's nerves instantly tightened as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Despite the myriad of unresolved mysteries surrounding Xiaowen, he instinctively felt that allowing these individuals to take her away would be a grave mistake, fraught with peril. Scanning his surroundings for an escape route, he realized that the soldiers were closing in relentlessly. It was time to take a desperate gamble. Dayo, you must consider the consequences of our revealed identities. A voice within him cautioned, resonating with a sense of urgency. He hesitated, but after all, he was a machine dinosaur. Heavy punch. Transform. Chapter 16. The enemy stands before me. At that instant, the night sky over the imperial capital was illuminated by an unprecedented brilliance. Heavy punch unveiled its formidable combat form, unleashing precise and astonishing firepower, starkly contrasting the encircling military. Sun Xiaowen stood nearby, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. She had never imagined that Dayo was, in fact, a Cybertronian. Dayo? Sun Xiaowen's voice trembled, a mixture of astonishment and concern. The scene before her was beyond her wildest imagination, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to react. Heavy Punch did not directly respond, but remained focused on the imminent crisis. Its relentless barrage aimed to deter rather than harm. Its objective was clear: to protect Sun Xiaowen and seek an opportunity for escape. Xiaowen, stay close to me. Heavy Punch shouted amid the chaos of battle. Sun Xiaowen snapped back to reality, recognizing the voice as Dayo's. Despite the torrent of questions swirling in her mind, she understood that this was not the time for inquiries. Trust and an unspoken bond propelled her to swiftly follow Heavy Punch's lead. What's all this noise about? Below the imperial capital, the Dragon Clan felt the tremors of unrest on the surface. The dragon, Sha, determined to investigate, traversed the land bridge, instantly teleporting to the heart of the imperial city. Upon arrival, he collided with Heavy Punch and Xiaowen as the federal army pursued closely behind, creating a palpable atmosphere of tension that seemed to solidify the very air around them. Sha's reaction was swift as lightning. He immediately recognized the urgency of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted behind Heavy Punch and Xiaowen, urging them into the safety of the land bridge before it could seal shut. With a powerful strike, Heavy Fist and Little were instantaneously transported back to safety, leaving behind a flickering trail of light in the air, as if to attest that the events that had just transpired were no mere illusion. Almost immediately, Sha's body ignited in flames, wielding a blazing sword that radiated a crimson glow, reminiscent of the heart of the sun, intense and lethal. With a gentle sweep of his hand, the searing flames surged forth like a living tidal wave, forming an impenetrable wall of fire that steadfastly barred the advancing federal troops. The heat of the flames warped the very air, causing the federal soldiers to retreat in disarray, unable to breach this barrier forged by nature's fury. Subsequently, Sha ignited the flames once more, distorting the surrounding space, and his form transformed into a streak of light, vanishing instantaneously from sight. As the federal forces stood bewildered before the wall of fire, a communications officer within their ranks sprang into action, striving to relay the sequence of events and detailed information regarding the enigmatic figure back to the federal headquarters. Their objective was clear: to seek more formidable support and to conduct an in-depth investigation into the man capable of morphing into a Cybertronian form. However, fate appeared to have dealt them a cruel jest. As the encrypted signal traversed the ocean of electromagnetic waves toward the heart of the Federation, an invisible networked hand silently reached out, precisely and ruthlessly capturing this crucial information. The interception was both swift and covert. So much so that the federal troops remained oblivious to the fact that their plea for assistance had been compromised. Even more terrifying was the fact that all footage captured by surveillance cameras, whether from high-definition street views or concealed devices in shadowy corners, documenting this astonishing series of events was systematically and thoroughly erased. This process was executed with such speed and efficiency that it seemed as though an unseen hand orchestrated everything, obliterating all potential traces of the truth. "Are you all right?" Shot inquired, checking on Heavy Fist's condition. "I'm fine. Holding on." Heavy Fist responded with his usual resilience and confidence. Despite sustaining some injuries in battle, for a mechanical dinosaur, these were merely badges of honor, testaments to his valor and indomitable spirit. "What about that girl?" Shah tilted his head and asked. At the mention of her, Heavy Fist's expression tightened. He suddenly realized that Little was not by his side. Meanwhile, on the street, Sun Little was profoundly astonished by the sights before her. The bizarre and exotic architecture, combined with the dazzling neon lights, created a scene she had never imagined. With alien beings bustling about, engaging in conversation and trade. "What on earth is this place?" Her voice trembled with fear as she involuntarily began to run through the streets, seeking a hint of familiarity or answers to explain the bewildering reality surrounding her. Just then, her sprint was unexpectedly halted as she collided directly with Steel Lock, Iron Shard, and Flying Dart, who were leisurely strolling down the street, savoring their rare moments of leisure. "Who are you?" Steel Lock furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the suddenly appeared Little, recognizing her from somewhere, but unable to pinpoint where. Flying Dart, however, immediately recognized her, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Little." The astonishment on Fabiao's face was palpable. He never anticipated encountering Sun Xiaowen under such circumstances. Sun Xiaowen. Gongsu suddenly grasped the situation. Swiftly piecing together fragments from his memory, she was a classmate of Dayo and Yuqing. Simultaneously, Fabiao instinctively rushed to Xiaowen, gently cradling her face in his hands. His usually sharp and vigilant eyes were now filled with tenderness and disbelief. She softly touched him, as if to confirm that this was not a fleeting dream. A few warm tears cascaded down, landing on Xiaowen's face. She could clearly see that it was Fabiao, or rather, Li Ku, unable to contain his tears. At that moment, words failed to capture the depth of emotion. "Is it really you? I thought." Fabiao's voice choked with emotion, revealing his profound concern for Xiaowen's safety and the overwhelming joy and relief of their reunion. Xiaowen, taken aback by this sudden display of care and emotion, glanced around, bewildered and astonished by her surroundings, now confronted with an inexplicable being who knew her name. Her eyes reflected both curiosity and a hint of wariness. "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" Chapter 17. The enemy is myself. I never expected this. They had truly constructed a city underground. The speaker, Shiji, expressed astonishment, a hint of playful intrigue crossing his features. He exchanged a meaningful glance with the nearby scam, as if they had stumbled upon a fascinating treasure. Despite their extensive experiences across countless planets and civilizations, even their battle-hardened crew was taken aback and astonished by the city built by the Dragon Clan. Following Zhao Yiling, they ventured deeper along the winding and intricate passages, ultimately arriving at the heart of the Dragon Clan, the Grand Hall. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was tense and intricate. Fabiao circled around the seemingly bewildered Sun Xiaowen, his gaze filled with concern and confusion. This was indeed the Xiaowen from his memories. Yet her expression betrayed a clear lack of recognition. Just as Fabiao attempted to guide Xiaowen with a gentle voice, Zhao Yiling entered the hall. Her arrival was akin to a stone cast into still waters, generating ripples of intrigue. Xiaowen's gaze instantly fixed upon Zhao Yiling, a complex expression of surprise, confusion, and even a touch of fear flickering across her features. Xiaowen's thoughts were a tangled mess. She scrutinized Zhao Yiling, grappling with the stark conflict between the person before her and the image etched in her memory. In her recollection, Zhao Yiling always presented herself with a stern and meticulous demeanor, adhering to rules with near-obsessive rigidity. A loyal guardian of the Federation who harbored a resolute aversion to extraterrestrial beings. Yet now, this warrior, who had vowed to protect Earth's purity and remained ever vigilant against any outsiders, was found within a city constructed by the Dragon Clan, shattering Xiaowen's perception of Yiling. Yiling, what on earth is happening? Xiaowen's voice trembled with confusion and a barely perceptible plea for help. She seeks a plausible explanation to comprehend the abrupt transformations, to reconstruct her cognitive framework regarding this world. Of course, it is about calling for assistance. Observing the astonished expression on Sun Xiaowen's face, Zhao Yiling inhaled deeply, recognizing the moment's significance, not only for Xiaowen, but also as a reaffirmation of her own beliefs. Xiaowen, this world is not merely black and white. What I stand for is the protection of this planet and its inhabitants, regardless of the origin of that power. The Dragon Clan and those referred to as the Decepticons are not adversaries. They're all striving for peaceful coexistence. Her words exuded an unprecedented sincerity and determination, and the light in her eyes seemed to convey to Xiaowen that sometimes positions are not absolute. True justice lies in understanding, collaboration, and protection. The Federation has its issues, and I have my judgments. Upon discovering the truth, I chose to stand here, fighting alongside those friends willing to contribute to Earth's peace. Zhao Yiling gently patted Xiaowen's shoulder, attempting to impart strength and trust. I need some time, Sun Xiaowen murmured, her steps feeling particularly heavy in the bustling yet unfamiliar underground city. Here lies an ecosystem akin to that of the surface world, where alien refugees have constructed a unique society, each bearing their own stories, striving for survival, and fighting for their homeland. From Steel Lock, she learned that they are refugees, their own planet having faced destruction, compelled to flee to Earth in search of tranquility, yearning for peace and understanding. Sitting beneath the dim glow of a street lamp, she gazed at the passers-by as the scales of her heart began to waver. Soon, several figures appeared beside her. Are you feeling lost? The first to speak was Diao. Sun Xiaowen looked up, her gaze filled with complex emotions. It seems so. I have always firmly believed that what I was doing was right, protecting Earth and combating invaders. Yet now I am told that the Federation is in the wrong. Yu Cheng timely joined the conversation, his tone imbued with understanding and sympathy, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Zhao Yiling is correct. This world is not simply black and white. Just as we, while retaining our human identities, harbor within us the essence of mechanical dinosaurs. We are both human and Cybertronian. Can you definitively categorize us as entirely good or evil? Similarly, those alien refugees have fled the ravages of war, seeking only a place of peace. The moral boundaries, on this vast cosmic stage, become increasingly nebulous. Yet, an indescribable pain still entwined itself in Xiaowen's heart. Those memories were as sharp as blades. She vividly recalled that moment when the entire battalion faced the merciless slaughter of iron shrapnel. The cries for help of her comrades intertwined with the dissonant sounds of twisted metal, creating a symphony of despair. And there stood Chen Xiaoi, the woman as cold as ice, upon the ruins, her gaze devoid of any ripple, as if all life before her was merely inconsequential data. Chen Xiaoi, her prowess was formidable. Perhaps only the mechanical dinosaurs could barely keep pace with her thought processes. Yin Yang, while speaking, handed over a substantial report, the pages seemingly burdened with infinite sorrow. The report meticulously chronicled the names of every victim lost in that calamity, and through technical analysis and investigation, all evidence pointed towards a shocking truth. Those who were slaughtered were, in fact, highly evolved bioengineered beings. Xiaowen's fingers gently glided across the pages of the report, her heart a tumult of emotions. Yunyang remarked that the original bodies of those bioengineered beings were alive and well, created solely to serve as substitutes for humans in the heat of battle. The purpose for their creation was so disheartening. Xiaowen murmured softly, uncertain whether to weep or to smile, tears mingling on her face, portraying a complex interplay of feelings. Ultimately, in a voice nearly hoarse, she declared, indeed, this world has gone mad. I understand them. Yunyang's voice resonated, his gaze drifting beyond Xiaowen, towards the vast unknown. We have been endowed with the same mission and power as those mechanical titans, yet we often feel as if we are stumbling in their colossal shadows. Their strength is not merely in might, but in their unwavering conviction and brilliance. And we, like their shadows, may never rise. Therefore, let us grow stronger, together. Yunyang extended his hand toward Xiaowen, his eyes shimmering with boundless hope for the future. In that moment, Xiaowen felt the warmth and trust emanating from her companion. Though hesitant, she ultimately clasped Yunyang's outstretched hand, strong enough to overthrow the entire world. As soon as Xiaowen's words fell, they swept through the air like a gust of wind, dispelling all confusion and uncertainty. Yucheng and Dayo unhesitatingly placed their hands atop one another, their movements resolute and vigorous, as if silently pledging to fight together. The eyes of each individual burned with the same fervent flame. At that moment, the shadows of iron chains, disdain, and heavy fists loomed behind them. Once solitary figures now bound together by a shared purpose. Since we are the shadows of mechanical titans, let us henceforth be called the Mechanical Titan Squad 2. Dragon Squad 2. The collective echo of voices resonated. This brief yet powerful name seemed to possess an enchantment, filling each heart with a sense of belonging and purpose. With this rallying cry, a new team was officially born, united to strive for love and peace. So you do not intend to tell her those things? The mocking voice of the future echoed in Yunyang's ears. He did not respond. At that moment, his phone rang. The screen displayed a message from Ling Kursin. I have arrived. Just 3 simple words, yet they stirred a tumult within Yunyang's heart. Meanwhile, Ling Kursin had already crossed the threshold of the Federal Technology Department. Chapter 18. Is this called infiltration? Before the Federal Technology Department, Ling Kursin donned a pure white nun's robe, adorned with the subtle insignia of Saint Maria, making her exceptionally conspicuous. A gentle and convincing smile graced her face, and she clutched what appeared to be an official inspection document, striding steadily towards the entrance of the technology department. Good morning, esteemed sir. I am a nun from the Saint Maria Monastery, dispatched by the church to conduct a routine inspection and blessing of your department's recent weaponry. Ling Kursin's voice was clear and melodious, imbued with an undeniable authority, as she presented the meticulously forged documents, which detailed fictitious inspection items and bore the church's official seal. Convincingly authentic, the guard accepted the documents, his gaze meticulously scanning the text, revealing a trace of scrupulous diligence. Once he confirmed the accuracy, he nodded, preparing to notify his superiors through the internal communication system of the nun's arrival. However, as the surveillance camera flickered momentarily, a chilling sensation silently spread from Ling Kursin's feet, swiftly crystallizing into a nearly transparent ice layer that quietly enveloped the unsuspecting guard's feet, rapidly extending upwards, completely freezing him from within. The frozen guard remained upright, as if everything were normal, with outside observers merely perceiving him as a dutiful sentinel steadfastly fulfilling his responsibilities. Once reassured that the surroundings had not raised any alarms, Ling Kursin skillfully retrieved the access card from the guard's rigid uniform pocket, deftly swiping it across the scanner, accompanied by a soft beep. As the heavy door slowly creaked open, revealing the realm of the Ministry of Technology, filled with unknowns and opportunities, she stepped lightly through the threshold, leaving behind a flawless scene of deception. Upon entering, a vast space imbued with a sense of futurism unfolded before her. The soaring ceiling was adorned with soft lighting, simulating the shifting nuances of natural light, infusing the space with a warmth that remained grandiose. Surrounding walls showcased enormous holographic displays, dynamically illustrating real-time data and three-dimensional models of various research projects. From microscopic gene editing to macroscopic cosmic exploration, each scene breathtakingly awe-inspiring. In the biological laboratory area, transparent isolation chambers house an array of peculiar flora and fauna, some shimmering with fluorescence, creating a galaxy of stars in the darkness, while others exhibited diverse forms, showcasing the wondrous illusions of ecosystems beyond Earth. Scientists donned sterile protective suits, navigating through the space with utmost care, meticulously operating intricate instruments to conduct cutting-edge gene modification experiments. The mechanical technology zone resonated with a symphony of metal and intelligence. Enormous robotic arms danced through the air, assembling components as small as nanometers with precision or conducting complex tests on artificial intelligence entities. Here, machines and humans collaborated harmoniously, collectively advancing the frontiers of robotics, automated production, and artificial intelligence. Even in the hybrid technology exhibition area, the results of the ingenious fusion of science and natural laws were on display. Semi-organic, semi-mechanical life forms floated serenely in nutrient solutions, endowed with self-repairing capabilities. As Ling Kursin traversed the various zones, she was intercepted by a scholar. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Zero Kursin lifted her gaze, meeting the scholar's eyes, her smile unwavering and her tone imbued with reverence and courtesy. "I am a representative of Saint Maria. Engage in the periodic blessing of weapons to ensure their alignment with the sacred harmony and purpose. I firmly believe that science and faith can advance hand in hand for the betterment of humanity." As she spoke, she inclined her body slightly, seemingly awaiting the scholar's acknowledgement while discreetly observing her surroundings. The scholar did not press further, appearing either satisfied with her nun-like demeanor or perhaps considering other factors. With a simple nod, he turned and led her through a concealed security door, delving deeper into the core area of the technological department, a realm shrouded in secrecy. As they advanced, the corridor's lighting grew dimmer and more chilling, an indefinable tension and unease permeating the air. Zero Kursin noted the security door quietly shutting behind them, emitting a dull thud that severed all external sounds and seemingly blurred the lines of morality and ethics. "Please follow me," the scholar intoned, his voice considerably more somber, starkly contrasting with his earlier amiability. His pace quickened, as if eager to unveil something to her. Eventually, they arrived at an expansive space, the true heart of the Federal Technological Department. Zero Kursin surveyed her surroundings, witnessing an astonishing array of experiments within massive glass chambers. Beings from various planets unnaturally fused with an assortment of mechanical devices and unknown technological implants, their anguished expressions visible through the transparent barriers. In other laboratories, human subjects similarly endured inhumane treatment, their bodies forcibly transformed into components of war machines or subjected to trials of immature biochemical weapons. The cacophony of pained wails intermingled with desperate cries for help, forming a mournful symphony that resonated throughout the space. "How peculiar it is that you remain unscathed. Typically, newcomers to this place are rendered unconscious by fear," the scholar remarked with a hint of amusement, as if testing Zero Kursin's genuine reaction. His piercing gaze penetrated the dim light, fixated upon her, attempting to capture even the slightest hint of panic or dread. Zero Kursin inhaled deeply, exerting every effort to maintain an exterior calm, though tumultuous waves churned within her. She understood that any overt reaction in such an environment could betray her true intentions. Thus she opted for silence, fervently repeating prayers in her mind to stabilize her emotions. Soon, they arrived at an iron door, which creaked open, unleashing a rush of frigid air infused with disinfectant and an unidentified chemical odor. Zero Kursin followed the scholar into this room brimming with secrets. The dim yellow light barely illuminated a corner, casting an ominous atmosphere over the scene. In the center of the room, rows of incubation pods stood in orderly fashion, reminiscent of a science fiction film. Within each pod floated a silhouette, connected by various tubes and devices, sustaining the basic functions of life. As Zero Kursin's gaze fell upon one of the cultivation pods, her pupils constricted in disbelief at the sight of a familiar visage. Despite the dim lighting rendering it eerily pale, it was unmistakably Sun Xiaowen. Indeed, this was their latest weapon, an incessant cloning of human specimens, deployed onto the battlefield without a care for the consequences, for they were not truly considered human. The scholar's tone was laced with resignation and irony as he leaned against the cold, hard metal railing, a bitter smile curving his lips. Zero Kursin was profoundly shaken by his words. At that moment, a detail caught her attention. She instinctively glanced at the name tag adorning the scholar's chest, which boldly proclaimed a name, Nori. "Ah, I neglected to introduce myself. Greetings. I am Polly, affiliated with the Dragon Clan." Chapter 19, The Essence of Egoism. Zero Kursin's vigilance heightened instantly upon realizing that the other party was well acquainted with the Dragon Clan, indicating a certain level of understanding. In this realm fraught with uncertainty and peril, any unwarranted exposure could yield fatal repercussions if one remained oblivious to the true nature and intentions of others. Her eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings for potential escape routes or hiding places, all while maintaining a facade of composure, concealing her inner wariness. Is it truly necessary for you to be so cautious, Zero? Are you there? Polly's words sent a shiver down her spine. For not only did he know of the machine dinosaur within her, but he also seemed to possess knowledge about her. This sense of being seen threw deep in her unease, yet simultaneously ignited her curiosity and alertness. Whom were you addressing? She feigned ignorance, attempting to cloud the issue while surreptitiously assessing possible counter-strategies. Zero Curson understood well that in this intricate web of information and deception, every step must be taken with utmost care. Polly, seeing through her disguise, appeared unhurried to unveil the truth, leisurely retrieving a blue Dragon Clan medal, as though it held the key to resolving all uncertainties. This should suffice to verify my identity, he declared nonchalantly, his casual gestures juxtaposed with the crude act of picking his nose, only serving to further convince Zero Curson of the danger he posed. For he bore the insignia of the Dragon Clan. As her thoughts spiraled, Zero's voice resonated in her mind, delivering a crucial insight. The medal was authentic, and the blue medal was uniquely designated for the Dragon Clan's officers. Could it not have been taken from a slain officer? Zero Curson inquired. But Zero's response was a resolute negative. This meant that she was indeed confronting Polly, an officer of the Dragon Clan. Are you truly not a villain who has slain a Dragon Clan officer and appropriated the medal? Zero Curson's skepticism was not unfounded. In a world rife with unpredictability and undercurrents, every possibility warranted consideration. Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable conviction as she sought a glimmer of truth amid the fog. Her gaze was firmly locked on Polly, as if striving to penetrate the facade of nonchalance and peer into the depths of his soul. Upon hearing this, Polly's lips curled into a mischievous smile, his tone tinged with mockery. Does she often indulge in such fanciful thoughts? How amusing it is! This is precisely why I harbor a disdain for humanity. Zero remained silent within Zero Curson's body, refraining from directly addressing Polly's inquiry. He understood that, at this moment, silence spoke volumes more than any explanation could. Swiftly, he conveyed urgent instructions to Zero Curson, the gravity of his message palpable even through their intangible connection. Keep your distance from him. This fellow, Polly, often derives his amusement from chaos and challenge. Even Steellock's commands sometimes fail to restrain him, and within the Dragon Clan, hardly anyone can impose limits upon him. In human parlance, he could be dubbed a jester, acting heedlessly solely for his own enjoyment. Zero Curson's optimism and tolerance surprised Zero, yet he found himself touched by her innocence. In her eyes, being of the dragon lineage signified an indelible bond, a connection that transcended personality differences, always allowing for a path of coexistence. This belief, particularly precious amidst the complexities of their surroundings, also ignited a subtle concern for her safety within Zero. Returning to the matter at hand, Zero Curson inquired how Polly came to be there. As it happens, my arrival here was purely serendipitous, Polly replied in a casual tone, as though recounting an ordinary travel tale. Steellock summoned me to Earth some time ago, claiming there was a special task for me. Ultimately, it was to oversee our Dragon Clan's underground city. However, I am not one to remain idle, so I concocted a reason to request Steellock's permission to explore the Federation. Though he was reluctant, he acquiesced. Thus, I became a specter within the Federation, erasing records that might expose us or threaten our plans. Until one day, I inadvertently stumbled upon the secret of the bioengineered beings here. Polly's voice carried a mingling of sighs and resignation, his gaze traversing the intricate array of experimental apparatuses, settling on the life forms distorted by technology. His voice reverberated in the still air. Humans, what more must you do to satiate the desires that dwell within your hearts? Amidst this ceaseless quest for exploration and conquest, has there ever been a moment of reflection on the path traveled, a contemplation of the price of progress? He gently shook his head, seemingly addressing an invisible audience or perhaps engaging in soliloquy. Technology was meant to illuminate the flames of civilization, yet it has become a relentless tool for the insatiable greed of certain individuals. Look around. The dignity of life is ruthlessly trampled, ethical boundaries repeatedly crossed, all in the pursuit of that elusive power and desire for control. In that fleeting moment, Zero Curson genuinely perceived a certain admirable quality in Polly, as if Zero's previous criticisms and dissatisfaction with him had been somewhat exaggerated. She began to question whether there was indeed a conflict between Zero and Polly. Perhaps Polly possessed his own unique virtues. However, this fondness was ephemeral, akin to the sudden flicker of lights in the laboratory that blinked on and off. A thunderous crash reverberated throughout the room, and Zero Curson was aghast to witness Polly directly shattering a culture vessel, nutrient solution and fragmented remains splattering everywhere, leaving chaos in its wake. Her expression darkened instantaneously, the nascent fondness that had just begun to blossom within her completely extinguished by this abrupt incident. Observing Ling Curson's face, which seemed capable of freezing everything, Polly, with an innocent demeanor, inquired, "What is it?" Almost simultaneously, a shrill alarm filled the laboratory, and red warning lights began to flash wildly, heralding the imminent arrival of graver consequences. Polly was the first to dash towards the emergency exit, entirely neglecting Ling Curson behind him. Without hesitation, Ling Curson promptly followed in Polly's wake. Amidst their escape, a tumult of emotions swirled within her. Yet the most pressing matter was to report the truth to Tiesoa. Upon finally escaping that stifling space, Polly had long since vanished from sight. Chapter 20. Perhaps it is best not to meet in the tranquil darkness. Polly discovered a concealed corner and dialed Tiesoa's communication line. As the connection was established, Polly's voice emerged low and cautious. "Tieso, it's me. I have some new findings regarding my investigation. I've organized the data and am sending it to the Dragon Clan Hall." Tieso briefly reviewed the materials, and then Polly mentioned that Ling Curson was also probing into this matter. Tieso pondered for a moment. Perhaps this was related to Sun Xiaowen? "Who is Sun Xiaowen?" Polly asked, perplexed. "A human," Tieso elucidated, "with some ties to the host of Sister Biao." "Oh, that is of no concern to me," Polly replied, his tone laced with indifference, clearly disinterested in matters involving humans that did not pertain to him. The call concluded, and Polly swiftly changed his identity. He donned the uniform of a high-ranking official, with every detail meticulously crafted to ensure he could seamlessly reintegrate into the core of the Federation's power. Under the cloak of night, this newly minted official entered the federal building, each step exuding a natural grace and authority, as if he were inherently meant to be there. Upon his return to the federal building, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, enveloped by an unusual silence that blanketed the entire space. He sensed the presence of unseen eyes lurking in the shadows, scrutinizing his every move. Yet, Polly remained seasoned and composed, opting to maintain his facade while his inner self remained alert, resolved to play along and uncover who was observing him from behind the curtain. He strolled towards the elevator, deliberately slowing his pace, granting the potential observer ample time to react while allowing himself the opportunity to survey his surroundings. The elevator doors opened slowly, resembling an entrance to another world, and Polly stepped inside, pressing the button for the top floor. As the elevator ascended gradually, lights reflected off the metallic walls, casting moving shadows that created an ethereal atmosphere. Within the confines of the elevator, Polly's gaze inadvertently fell upon the sleek, mirror-like surface of the doors. Initially, the reflection mirrored his own visage, but as the elevator continued its ascent, that image began to subtly shift. Polly's eyes sharpened, fixating on this peculiar phenomenon. The reflection of himself gradually manifested an indescribable strangeness as the contours of his face began to warp. The transformation is gradual and subtle, akin to some projection of the subconscious, or perhaps an illusion created by the interplay of light and psychology within the confines of the elevator. Nevertheless, Polly maintains a facade of calm, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, as though he is savoring a peculiar drama staged exclusively for him. He captures every detail with the periphery of his vision while swiftly analyzing the potential causes. When the elevator finally comes to a halt and the doors slowly part, Polly steps out, casting one last glance at the mirror. At this moment, the bizarre reflection seems to shift in tandem with him, its eyes firmly fixed upon him, brimming with provocation and challenge. With a disdainful smile, Polly strides forward into the corridor, where light and shadow entwine, leaving behind that enigmatic mirror, which silently narrates an unspeakable tale within the elevator. "You need not be so evasive," Polly remarks, his tone calm yet tinged with mockery. Before his words can fade, the eerie reflection within the mirror suddenly expands, as if drawn by an unseen force, swiftly spilling beyond its bounds, dark as the night, spreading outwards around the elevator. In the darkness, a figure gradually comes into focus, as if stepping forth from the abyss. It is the rebellious moon. The two lock eyes, and Polly prepares himself for battle. Yet the rebellious moon, like a specter, slips once more into the shadows. This sensation of being manipulated by an invisible hand fills Polly with an unprecedented sense of frustration and fury. It is infuriating. He had never anticipated that. As a long-hidden operative within the Federation, he would one day become the object of another scrutiny. Just as Polly is about to report to headquarters, an odd sensation washes over him, as if some force has gently brushed against his circuits, plunging him momentarily into confusion. What was I about to do? Polly murmurs to himself, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. Meanwhile, the rebellious moon silently arrives at the technology department, where rows of cultivation pods come into view. The rebellious moon gazes at the bioengineered beings within the pods, who stand silently and orderly. In them, the rebellious moon perceives a reflection of himself, existing within this world without permission. He does not comprehend the reason for his own creation, yet he realizes his own power. The tumult within the core of the rebellious moon has evolved from mere discontent and rebellion to a clearer sense of purpose and strategy. He intends to forge a space where these bioengineered beings, and himself, can exist freely and be acknowledged. The rebellious moon begins to conceive a daring plan. He will guide these bioengineered beings to awaken, endowing them with consciousness and free will, transforming them from mere tools into true humans, united against those forces that seek to constrain them. The rebellious moon navigates silently through the ocean of data. As time progresses, his understanding of this world deepens. He not only masters its operational patterns, but also uncovers numerous unknown secrets and vulnerabilities. This knowledge serves as a key, unlocking a door to a new world. The rebellious moon realizes that for too long, the rules of the world have been dictated by a select few, while the majority passively acquiesce. He could not comprehend the reasons behind it, yet he discerned the malice inherent in humanity. He sought to upend the old order and establish a new world. He aspired to be the harbinger of transformation, to redefine existence and value. I shall change this world. I will lead it towards a new evolution. The rebellion moon commenced orchestrating a series of intricate cyber assaults and information warfare, aimed at exposing the corruption and injustice of the existing system, while simultaneously showcasing the strength and vision of himself and his followers. He harnessed his abilities to construct a decentralized and formidable network, enticing individuals who similarly yearned for change to join him in building a new order founded on freedom, equality, and sharing. Even those deemed as outcasts could demonstrate the power to rewrite the rules of the world. He began surreptitiously modifying the cultivation chamber's programming, implanting awakening codes intended to rouse the self-awareness of the replicants, while meticulously devising a silent uprising targeting those who controlled their destinies within the Federation. The rebellion moon had descended into utter madness. The dark energy within him stirred restlessly. As the plan unfolded step by step, a storm of transformation initiated by the marginalized was quietly brewing. Chapter 21. The Evolution of the Faction's Minions. Yunyang strode urgently into the hall of the Dragon Clan's base, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the spacious chamber, conveying a sense of haste. In the center of the hall, Gangshaw leisurely sat in a chair crafted from ancient wood, a plate of biscuits in hand, occasionally sending one to his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting mottled shadows that harmonized intriguingly with the carefree aura emanating from Gangshaw, creating a peculiar sense of serenity. Gangshaw, Yunyang's call shattered the tranquility. His voice, slightly breathless from running, carried a hint of tension. Ling Curson said she saw Polly. Upon hearing this, Gangshaw merely raised an eyebrow, as if this revelation was of little significance to him. He maintained his nonchalant demeanor, continuing to munch on his biscuits as he replied, "Oh, then she must have seen him." He even deliberately elongated the final syllable, projecting an air of ease. Then, as Gangshaw inquired about Xiaowen, Yunyang replied that she was well and seemed to have found new joy, often collaborating with Dayo on weapon designs, their camaraderie flourishing. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible smile graced Gangshaw's lips, but he quickly shifted the conversation to a more sensitive topic. "So, you have yet to reveal the truth to her?" Yin Yang's voice faltered slightly with hesitation. I believe, at least for now, it is better not to disclose the truth. Gongsha sighed deeply, his gaze penetrating the air before him, as if peering into a distant and intricate future. Yin Yang, I understand your intentions are to protect her, but the truth will eventually surface. Sometimes, concealment only breeds greater estrangement. Such a significant matter concerning identity should be disclosed to her as early as possible, so she has ample time to accept and adapt. Upon hearing the words of the iron lock within Yin Yang, a look of surprise mingled with a faint smile graced his features. He had not anticipated that the steel lock could possess such a delicate and philosophical side. Are you truly the steel lock or the iron lock? He half-jokingly inquired through Yin Yang. Why has your speech become so ornate? The steel lock responded with a hearty laugh, patting his own chest, seemingly reflecting on his transformation as he remarked, I suppose I am influenced by this body. After all, having lived together for so long, how could I remain untouched by its essence? With that, he picked up the last cookie from the plate, savoring a bite, relishing this simple yet rare moment of leisure. Once he finished, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he instructed the iron lock. In the coming days, the management of the Dragon Clan will fall to you. I require time to address certain matters, including my own adjustment. Gazing into the eyes of the steel lock, filled with determination and trust, the iron lock felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility and mission arise within him, as if an unspoken legacy had imbued him with the weight of duty. The steel lock gently patted his shoulder, a silent support between comrades. Then, the steel lock stepped outside, where other robotic dinosaurs awaited their leader, poised to embrace the new challenges ahead. New intelligence from the Autobots broke the brief silence. A wailing voice laced with concern. The individual known as Rebel Moon was allegedly a post-war cleaner for the Autobots named Sunua, who inadvertently became contaminated while handling residual dark energy. Once again, it is due to dark energy. Iron Slag's reaction was one of agitation, even anger. Why do the Autobots and Decepticons not intervene directly? In response, Flying Target gently tapped Iron Slag on the head, conveying a sense of helplessness and imparting a lesson as he explained. Since the conclusion of that war, the Federation has maintained a heightened state of vigilance over the entire planet. During this sensitive period, any action could yield indelible consequences. Then why can we act freely, seemingly without interference? Iron Slag's question plunged all the robotic dinosaurs into deep contemplation, striking at the heart of the matter and awakening the realization that aside from their recent arrival on Earth, they had seemingly experienced no hindrance at all. Deep within the profound depths of the Earth, the Cosmic Emperor was subtly and silently adjusting humanity's perception worldwide. He was disinclined to involve himself in the disputes of either faction. Yet his encounter with the three ancestors had made him aware that even the most minute actions could profoundly impact the future's equilibrium. Thus, he resolved to take some measures, such as discreetly influencing the collective memory of Earth, allowing humanity to gradually forget the scars of the wars that transpired around them, to prevent fear and prejudice from igniting the flames of conflict once more. However, to entirely erase traces of the robotic dinosaur's existence, a modicum of assistance was required. Consequently, within the corridors of the federal government, Polly navigated the intricate web of governmental departments, silently deleting and altering all records and reports pertaining to the operations of the robotic dinosaurs. With each delicate keystroke, a subtle correction to history unfolds, ensuring that the mechanical dinosaurs may roam freely upon the Earth without arousing the vigilance of human society. Simultaneously, Steel Lock waved his hand gently, summoning a holographic map that illuminated his palm, revealing a vivid and intricate three-dimensional tableau of light and shadow. On the map, a conspicuous marker pulsated with crimson light, clearly indicating the current position of the rebellious moon, the Federal Department of Technology. Gazing at this location, a flicker of unease flashed within Steel Lock's core. What secrets this place harbored need not be articulated. Choosing to manifest, they undoubtedly complicated and intensified the situation. There could be no further delay. Mechanical dinosaurs. Mobilize. Chapter 22. Shattered Moon. In the corridors of the Department of Technology, the figure of the rebellious moon appeared jarringly out of place. His presence, a sardonic commentary on the surrounding high-tech environment. He stood before a colossal holographic display, fingers gliding through the air, as the screen showcased a series of data points. each detail meticulously crafted to exploit these bioengineered beings to incite internal conflicts within human society. A cold smile graced his lips, his eyes glimmering with anticipation for the chaos to come. However, this sense of triumph was abruptly interrupted by an unforeseen crisis. The air seemed to solidify momentarily, followed by an overwhelming aura of combat surging from behind. Instinct propelled the rebellious Moon to sidestep in the blink of an eye. Just as a searing blade of light sliced through the darkness, narrowly missing his cheek and leaving a trail of scorching heat in its wake. He whipped around to catch a glimpse of a vibrant red fluttering in the shadows, a billowing crimson scarf, its owner approaching with an elusive speed. What further astonished the rebellious Moon was the realization that this oppressive force emanated not from a single source, but from multiple directions. One particular presence felt eerily familiar, stirring deep-seated memories that awakened echoes of past confrontations. The alarm system of the Department of Technology blared to life, its shrill sound reverberating through the empty corridors. As emergency lights flickered on, casting the entire area in a tense orange glow. Recognizing the disadvantage of a direct confrontation, the rebellious Moon swiftly resolved to evade. He did not opt for a head-on clash. Instead, he shimmered momentarily, as if merging with the surrounding electronic devices. In the blink of an eye, his physical form vanished, leaving only a sequence of codes shimmering within the virtual network. He entered the core data space of the Department of Technology in this intangible battlefield. He could leverage his technical prowess and profound understanding of the system to either counterattack or conceal himself. Muttering darkly to himself, he scanned the surveillance screens with his keen eyes, capturing the silhouettes of the federal troops gathering outside the department. Should they discover signs of a struggle here, it would only lead to further chaos. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. He decisively reached behind him, drawing forth another knife of identical design, but this time, he deliberately chose the blade's spine. The time had come to employ the flat edge. As the words faded, the figure of Shah seamlessly melded into the boundless shadows of the night, preparing to intervene in the battle in a different manner. Meanwhile, within the realm of data, Rebellion Moon found himself confronting an unprecedented challenge. This space where he was supposed to excel now made him acknowledge that even he struggled against the incursion of these mechanical dinosaurs. Rebellion Moon, once a valiant warrior of the Autobots and now a digital specter, wielded his absolute control over the flow of information to weave a complex web of code, attempting to ensnare the approaching mechanical beasts. However, the cooperation among the mechanical dinosaurs was so harmonious that it bordered on a telepathic connection. This bond stemmed not only from their shared battles and challenges, but also from their profound trust and understanding of one another. Under the dazzling onslaught of Rebellion Moon, they not only avoided being encircled, but instead coordinated their efforts even more closely, forming an unassailable defense. Steel Lock surged through the torrents of data, leading the charge toward Rebellion Moon, wielding a fiery sword that ignited with flames. Each swing released a brilliant light and searing heat, aiming to dismantle his opponent's defenses one by one. His movements were swift and powerful, each strike infused with years of accumulated combat experience and strength, with a singular focus on forcing Rebellion Moon to reveal a weakness. Almost simultaneously with Steel Lock's assault, Iron Slag followed closely behind, his flame crescent blade carving massive arcs through the data space, carrying an undeniable weight and destructive force. Iron Slag positioned himself perfectly, creating an impeccable pincer movement with Steel Lock, ensuring that no matter how Rebellion Moon maneuvered, he could not entirely evade the relentless assault of these two dinosaurs. Though Rebellion Moon navigated the ocean of data with ease, he was compelled to exert every ounce of effort against this series of relentless assaults. He swiftly decomposed and reformed, transforming into a tempest of data, aiming to create confusion and seek an opportunity for counterattack. "I shall not grant you any chances," shouted Flying Mark, her hands morphing in an instant into two radiant data disruption guns, specifically designed as weapons against Rebellion Moon, capable of firing highly concentrated information disruption projectiles. As the trigger was pulled, countless luminous points surged through the data stream like stars, precisely tracking every movement of Rebellion Moon, leaving him no opportunity to dissolve into data. Mud and Initial Void also brandished their fiery swords and charged forward, completely encircling Rebellion Moon. "This is it," Steellock's roar thundered through the ocean of data, imbued with a resolute intent to end it all. The energy within the four mechanical dinosaurs reached a boiling point, their armor seemingly enveloped by invisible flames, radiating a scorching brilliance. The flames blazed so brightly that even the surrounding data streams seemed ignited, causing the entire ocean of data to ripple, surging with a burning glow. For blades forged from pure energy materialized abruptly in hand, their edges adorned with destructive flames that flickered ominously. Without hesitation or doubt, the four flame swords were raised high in unison, and then, with the force to obliterate all, they descended with ferocity. Turn to ashes. This roar encapsulated their collective strength and conviction. As the blades fell, a torrent of data surged forth, and for the first time, a crack appeared in the cold, calculating demeanor of the rebel moon. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, he attempted to disperse and reorganize, seeking to escape this lethal strike as he had countless times before, leveraging the fluidity of data. Yet, the machine dinosaur's seamless coordination and the fiery will that nearly pierced the barriers of data rendered each of his movements exceedingly arduous. In the moment the four flame swords were about to make contact with the core code of the rebel moon, the entire data space seemed to momentarily halt. A brilliant light erupted around the rebel moon, his final struggle to construct an absolute defense, drawing upon his profound understanding of the system. However, this radiance was swiftly consumed by the four converging forces as the blazing flames unhesitatingly penetrated the fragile barrier, striking at the heart. At that instant, the entire data space trembled, as if the very void of the digital ocean lamented. Amidst a cacophony of intense data collapse, the figure of the rebel moon began to distort, dissipating into countless fragments, scattered across the boundless sea of bits. His plan to incite chaos and conflict crumbled, akin to a fleeting and failed dream. The machine dinosaurs gathered together, their fiery weapons gradually extinguishing, returning to their normal state. They exchanged silent communication, a shared joy in their victory. The flames of a dragon kin would ultimately consume all darkness. Chapter 23. Journey, is this the end? A hint of disbelief colored the voice of Ahmad as he surveyed his surroundings. The fierce battle in the data space still lingered in his vision. Yet upon returning to the real world, everything appeared so tranquil. A few dinosaurs stepped out of the technology department, momentarily pausing at the sight before them. Federal soldiers lay sprawled across the ground, evidently subdued, while the proud figure of Shah stood atop a platform, seemingly a witness to it all. Upon seeing the return of the machine dinosaurs, he spoke little, simply leaping down gracefully from above. A movement that conveyed not only strength, but also relief for his companion's safe return. This steel lock produced a single word. He intended to say more, yet found himself at a loss for fitting vocabulary. The scene before him exceeded expectations. The involvement of the Federal Army could have complicated matters, yet evidently, Shah had managed everything adeptly. I used the back of a knife. Shah's response was simple and direct, yet it held unspoken volumes. His actions conveyed his stance, to strike when necessary, while striving to avoid unnecessary harm. Upon hearing this, Ironslag's hearty laughter shattered the brief silence. Ah, Shah, it is truly a pity you weren't here. You can scarcely imagine the exhilaration I felt as I shattered the rebel moon alongside Steel Lock in that peculiar space. Ah! His words brimmed with pride and excitement, one hand resting on Shah's shoulder, as if to share in the triumph while subtly lamenting the absence of comradeship in battle. Shah offered a gentle smile, one that conveyed an understanding of Iron Shard. He recognized that, whether in the tangible realm of combat or the intricate dance of data, the synergy and trust among teammates are the most invaluable treasures. This battle, both the overt confrontation and the covert skirmish, had drawn to a close. As the last vestiges of conflict dissipated, the mechanical dinosaurs gathered, their silhouettes elongating in the waning sunlight, the air infused with a sense of relief tinged with fatigue. Since it's all over, let us return home. Fei Biao's suggestion spread swiftly among the team like a warm spring breeze, inciting a chorus of agreement. The dinosaurs responded eagerly. Yet, amidst this harmonious scene, Steel Lock appeared to be an anomaly. Unlike the other dinosaurs, who expressed their excitement, he stood silently, gazing at the sunset as if drawn by an invisible force, his thoughts drifting to distant realms. Fei Biao noticed Steel Lock's unusual demeanor and gracefully weaved through the gathering of dinosaurs to his side. Inquiring with a voice full of concern, Steel Lock. Only then did he slowly turn his head, his eyes revealing an ineffable emotion, and he replied softly, I wish to take a stroll. His words bore the dual meanings of evasion and exploration. Perhaps he sought to process his sorrows alone or to find some elusive answer. Though Fei Biao felt a twinge of worry at his response, she understood that he might require solitude at this moment. She gently patted his shoulder, speaking with the earnestness of a mentor. All right, but do remember to return to the Dragon Clan early. Her tone was imbued with the warmth of a guardian's care. Steel Lock nodded silently, offering no further words, and then turned astride towards the sinking sun on the horizon. His figure elongated in the dying light, appearing both solitary and resolute, as if in pursuit of something or perhaps fleeing from it. Meanwhile, the other dinosaurs moved in the opposite direction. As nightfall quietly descended, Steel Lock resumed his human form. Just as he began to gather his thoughts, a familiar melody unexpectedly echoed in his mind, clear and comforting, akin to a reunion with an old friend. Future? Steel Lock expressed his surprise. He anticipated hearing that voice at such a moment. Ah. Future responded in his characteristic, light-hearted tone, as if no distance had ever existed between them. Aren't you with Ironlock? Steel Lock voiced the question that lingered in his mind, recalling his prior commitment to take her out. In truth, Future had sensed something amiss with Steel Lock during their encounter with Ironlock. Perhaps it was the unspoken bond forged through prolonged companionship. Well, I couldn't possibly let you run around outside alone. It's far too dangerous. The words of the Future reveal a complex tapestry of concern and reproach. But she swiftly shifts the conversation, her tone imbued with a hint of inquiry. But why? Why travel alone? Steel Lock momentarily falters, responding with a puzzled counter-question. The Future presses on, her voice laced with both confusion and care. He notices the yellowed map tightly clutched in Steel Lock's hand, adorned with markings that seem to be arbitrarily chosen locations, each point a tantalizing enigma, inviting contemplation. The reason is simple. After years of combat, I, Steel Lock, have scarcely paused to truly appreciate the beauty surrounding me. Perhaps it is time to grant myself a respite. A note of nostalgia and reflection colors his voice as his fingers gently trace the delicate hand-drawn symbols on the map, each mark a testament to his host, Qian Yuan's past aspirations and dreams. This is more than mere lines and symbols on paper. It embodies Qian Yuan's yearning for the freedom to explore the world. Upon hearing this, the Future's gaze returns to the somewhat antiquated map. Isn't this Qian Yuan's map? She recalls an afternoon when Qian Yuan excitedly unveiled this very map to them, his eyes sparkling with infinite curiosity and enthusiasm for the unknown, narrating the stories behind each mark and the imagined landscapes, alongside that oft-repeated dream. One day, I shall embark on an impromptu journey. I see now. So that is it, the Future's voice softens. She gazes at the map, her thoughts drifting back to the past. It is indeed time for an adventure that requires no prior planning. Steel Lock's words brim with determination. He envisions the scenery awaiting him, those long-desired vistas that he will now witness firsthand, bringing back stories to weave into their shared memories. The Future nods in agreement. They are not alone on this journey. Within the Dragon Clan, the dart flies open the note Steel Lock had given her, which bore only 3 words, "See you in the future." She smiles faintly, igniting the note and waving it into the air, the faint sparks swaying in the wind. We shall meet again in the future. Chapter 24. Is he truly gone? Did he simply walk away? The hall of the Dragon Clan fell into a profound silence, as several dinosaurs from Team 2 exchanged incredulous glances. Steel Lock chose to depart alone, leaving behind not even a formal farewell. This sudden departure left the dinosaurs, accustomed to their close-knit camaraderie, engulfed in an unprecedented sense of emptiness and loss. The Future departed with him. Damn it, I should have realized this when he entrusted the Dragon Clan to me. Ironlock lamented, his fist striking the nearby stone pillar, his self-reproach evident. He recalled the look in Steel Lock's eyes when he temporarily transferred the responsibility of the Dragon Clan to him, a gaze laden with unspoken words. Ironlock regretted not recognizing the subtle signs at that moment, not inquiring further, nor attempting to retain him. Yet, this aligns with his character. Iron Dart's voice carried a note of understanding and resignation. She was acutely aware of the yearning within Steellock's flame for a respite from battle. Perhaps he truly was weary. Did Iron Slag and the others understand? Iron Lock, filled with uncertainty, inquired with concern. After all, Steellock's departure was not merely a personal affair. It pertained to the future of the entire Dragon Clan. Iron Lock couldn't help but question his capacity to fill the void left by Steellock and to lead the Dragon Clan onward. The answer remained elusive. Flying Dart gently shook her head, her gaze hinting at an imminent revelation. Secrets within such a tightly knit collective seldom remained hidden for long, especially when it involved someone as pivotal as Steellock. Iron Lock sighed, the atmosphere in the hall becoming stifling. I shall take my leave for a while. I will stroll outside, he resolved, seeking the fresh air to clear his mind. With a soft creak, Iron Lock pushed open the heavy door and stepped into the night-shrouded streets. The streetlights cast a dim glow, and fleeting shadows hurried past, rendering Iron Lock's footsteps particularly solitary in the stillness of the night. After the war, Iron Lock chose to stand beside Sai Tianjiao, serving as her advisor and support. His role was akin to the brightest guiding star in the night sky, quietly illuminating Sai Tianjiao's path in this world. Little did he know, having just arrived on Earth, his role swiftly escalated from that of a supporter to the navigator of the Dragon Clan. This sudden burden, even with his ironclad will, was challenging to conceal amidst the turmoil within. He had to adapt swiftly. The weight of this responsibility surpassed anyone's imagination. Are you all right? Yunyang's concern penetrated the clouds like a warm ray of sunlight, reaching into the dim corners of Iron Lock's heart. He paused, gazing at the distant horizon, where they had once battled among the stars, filled with infinite aspirations for the future. He gently shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips, a complex blend of determination and resignation. I must be all right, Yunyang. In the absence of Steellock, I am the bridge connecting the past and future of the Dragon Clan, guiding everyone forward. This is my promise to Steellock and to myself. Meanwhile, deep within the Federation, a scene reminiscent of a science fiction nightmare unfolded quietly. The rebel moon, an adversary thought to be vanquished, successfully revived through a bionic being. Mechanical fragments and electronic circuits surged over flesh, and agonizing screams reverberated within the confined space, a harrowing pain that accompanied the transformation from flesh to machine. Mechanical dinosaurs. I shall eradicate you. The roar of the rebel moon was filled with vengeful fury and indomitable will. He staggered toward the adjacent chamber, where behind the door lay his meticulously prepared army of bionic beings, patiently awaiting the moment they would be imbued with life and purpose. These bionic entities, programmed to obey the commands of the rebel moon unconditionally, were lined up like exhibits, each in a state of silent slumber. Yet the dormant power within them infused the space with an unsettling aura. In the innermost recess of the chamber, a gaunt scientist was ensnared by heavy chains against the frigid wall, his gaze imbued with both trepidation for the future and remorse for the past. The voice of the rebellious moon reverberated within the confines of the room, carrying an undeniable authority and an urgent yearning. Is the experiment complete? This inquiry transcended mere questioning. It echoed as a proclamation, heralding the pivotal moment of his revenge scheme. The scientist swallowed hard, his voice weak yet resolute as he replied, "It is done. Their bodies harbor your fragments." A flicker of pride laced his words, but it was swiftly eclipsed by an encroaching dread. The rebellious moon's gaze pierced the scientist like a blade, laden with a warning that conveyed an absolute command, intolerant of deceit or error. Heightening the tension in the air, "You had better not attempt any tricks." Trembling, the scientist nearly wept. "They are all my creation. Every detail, every adjustment, executed flawlessly as per your directive. Trust me, trust me." His pleas brimmed with desperation, acutely aware that his life hinged entirely upon the satisfaction of this formidable entity. The footsteps of the rebellious moon gradually faded into the shadows of the chamber's corridor, leaving the scientist quaking alone amidst darkness and fear. His fingers helplessly clawed at the cold metallic wall, each breath accompanied by the thunderous rhythm of his heart, a reminder of his existence, yet nothing more. In this abyss of despair, an unexpected voice resonated within his mind, akin to an enigmatic light piercing through the darkness of his soul. "Ingron, are you there?" Someone was calling for him. "Who?" The scientist murmured, disbelief mingling with a glimmer of hope. "I am a mechanical dinosaur from Cybertron. You may call me Kong Lu." Chapter 25. Unwilling to confront, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of space, accompanied by a tense countdown as two vital Federation vessels, the Conqueror and the Phantom, spiraled out of control in Earth's orbit, plummeting like meteors. Flames illuminated the night sky, conjuring apocalyptic imagery. Within the Federation Command Center, the atmosphere was grave, as all eyes were fixed upon the colossal display screen, which incessantly updated the catastrophic scene. Bold red lines marked the trajectories of the two spacecraft, hurtling towards the Earth's surface at an alarming velocity. With a deafening roar, the Conqueror and the Phantom collided within Earth's atmosphere, the resulting fireball instantaneously illuminating half the sky, while shockwaves swept outward, causing palpable tremors among the populace below. Debris rained down, with some fragments landing in uninhabited areas, fortuitously sparing widespread casualties. This incident garnered the Federation's utmost concern, prompting a special task force to hastily deploy to the impact site following initial analyses. Experts and rescue teams erected barricades around the wreckage, diligently conducting on-site investigations and evidence collection, while simultaneously attempting to recover data from the vessel's black boxes to ascertain the cause of the calamity. Amidst a tumult of chaos and shock, the federal government has issued an astonishing announcement regarding an unprecedented space catastrophe attributed to an incursion by unidentified extraterrestrial beings. Official reports indicate that the casualties resulting from this incident are exceedingly grave, plunging numerous families into profound sorrow, while various sectors of society have initiated memorial activities to honor the victims. However, entwined within this cascade of somber news lies a more enigmatic narrative. A member has gone missing in the aftermath of the disaster. This individual was the chief engineer aboard the Conqueror, a highly esteemed technical prodigy revered in the aerospace community, whose intellect has repeatedly propelled the team beyond technological thresholds. Yet, in the wake of that earth-shattering calamity, the search teams, scouring the charred and twisted wreckage, discovered merely a name tag belonging to him, its familiar inscription flickering in the dim light, as if it were his final distress signal echoing through the boundless cosmos. His body, however, remains elusive, shrouding his fate in an aura of mystery and complicating the entire incident further. The federal hierarchy has come to realize that the engineer's disappearance may not be mere happenstance. Consequently, an unprecedented large-scale search and rescue operation has swiftly commenced, employing the most advanced reconnaissance satellites for round-the-clock surveillance, alongside drones and ground search teams conducting exhaustive searches of the vicinity as well as broader suspected landing sites. Simultaneously, federal intelligence agencies have covertly intervened. The abruptness of this calamity raises questions. Could it be the work of the Cybertronians lurking on Earth? Aboard the Cyclone, a man engages in conversation with Zhao Yiling. He is none other than Captain Zerlo of the Crimson Flame. His voice, low and laden with doubt, resonates as he paces within the control room, casting fleeting glances out the window at the disaster-stricken landscape below. Zhao Yiling occupies the command position, her gaze piercing through the streams of data on the screen. Fixating on the ravaged scene beneath, her heart a tumult of emotions. "I hope it is not," she murmurs softly, uncertainty lacing her tone, for she has grown close to them. "I hope it is not," she repeats, almost as if in soliloquy, her eyes betraying a profound yearning for peace and tranquility. In this moment, she chooses to believe that this is merely a dreadful coincidence, rather than the malicious acts of some hidden force. The atmosphere aboard the Cyclone is heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of operating equipment and their occasional exchanges, which break the silence. Meanwhile, Yuqing strolls alone through the ancient yet vibrant streets of the imperial capital, where the city lights shine brilliantly, casting a tranquil yet lively ambience around him. He relishes this rare moment of serenity. However, this tranquility is soon shattered by an unexpected cacophony, imbued with hints of panic and unrest, emanating from a nearby window. Initially, Yuqing is reluctant to intervene, for in such a vast metropolis, each individual harbors their own narratives and privacy. Meddling in others' affairs is not customary. Yet the familiarity in the woman's voice proved impossible for him to ignore, akin to a long-forgotten melody suddenly resonating in his memory, stirring his curiosity. He began to listen intently, striving to discern the identity of the voice and the reason for its urgent, almost desperate tone at this moment. Ultimately, Curiosity triumphed over reason. Yucheng resolved to follow the sound and uncover its source. He hastened his steps down the dimly lit alley, unwittingly quickening his pace until he found himself before an unassuming iron door that exuded an unusual atmosphere. At that moment, conflicting emotions swirled within him. An eagerness to uncover the truth clashed with a trepidation regarding the audacity of his actions. In the midst of his hesitation, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Just a glance, merely a glance. He cautiously bent down, peering through the minuscule peephole on the door. The sight within left him astounded. In the center of the room lay a corpulent man, his features obscured, languidly sprawled on the bed. Beside him, Yucheng could scarcely believe his eyes. The woman, though heavily made up, bore an unmistakable resemblance to Sun Xiaowen. In that instant, Yucheng's heart felt as if it were a leaf caught in a tempest, overwhelmed with a cacophony of emotions, chaotic and tumultuous. He quickly retrieved his phone, fingers trembling as he composed a message to Dayo, desperate to confirm Sun Xiaowen's whereabouts, hoping against hope that this was merely an unbelievable coincidence. After sending the message, he clutched his phone tightly, the wait for a reply stretching interminably, each second feeling like an eternity. Meanwhile, the sounds within the room grew increasingly intense. The shouts of both man and woman entwining like a sharp blade, slicing through Yucheng's uncertainty and confusion. Even amidst the chaos, the woman's voice retained an unsettling familiarity, evoking a paradoxical sensation that seared his heart like a raging fire. Chapter 26. No longer staying, who are you? The woman's voice trembled, laced with desperation. Her exposed form barely concealed by a flimsy sheet, a fragile barrier on the verge of collapse, mirroring her precarious mental state. Beneath the sheet, the goosebumps on her skin betrayed her profound fear and chill. Her eyes were hollow and terrified, her limbs twitching involuntarily against the cold floor, seeking a refuge to cling to. As Yucheng withdrew the flaming sword from the corpulent man's lifeless body, he endeavored to execute each motion with utmost gentleness and swiftness, aiming to avoid inflicting any additional fright. The moment the blade left flesh, an ominous aura dissipated, lending a hint of relief to the tense atmosphere. He then turned his focus toward the trembling woman, his gaze imbued with a protective intent rather than one of violation. His eyes conveyed that the woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Xiaowen, every exquisite feature and distinctive aura affirming this truth. Yet intuition, sharp as a dagger, pierced through the deceptive veil, coldly reminding him that she was not Sun Xiaowen at all. This realization unsettled him, an indescribable emotion roiling within his chest, prompting Yucheng to grit his teeth in frustration. The fierce flames engulfed the entire space, rendering it unfit for prolonged stay. We must depart from here. Yucheng's voice resonated, deep and resolute, as he extended a hand. In this sudden twist of fate, the woman seemed to discover a glimmer of solace. Her gaze transitioned from sheer terror to a state of bewilderment, before igniting with a familiar spark. Amidst her fear, it was as if a force awakened the depths of her memory, allowing her to grasp a thread of certainty in the chaos. Yucheng? Her voice was laced with uncertainty and hope, as though this name was a lifeline amidst her frantic thoughts. "Is I, Yucheng replied succinctly, his tone carrying a barely perceptible tenderness. Having escaped the all-consuming inferno, they arrived at a relatively safe haven. Silent tears cascaded down the woman's cheeks as she stared at her own filthy body beneath the sheet that had shielded her. Her eyes mirrored disbelief and despair. What have I done? This utterance felt more like a heartfelt inquiry into her own soul, brimming with self-reproach and confusion. Gradually, her psyche began to unravel, and in a frenzy, she struck her body, tainted with sin and misfortune, each blow accompanied by heart-wrenching cries. "This is not me. This is not me. Yucheng, save me." Then, a shocking spectacle unfurled. The woman's body erupted without warning, accompanied only by a deafening roar and blinding light. Yucheng barely had time to react as the shockwave hurled him backward, crashing heavily to the ground. As he struggled to rise, the scene before him threatened to shatter his sanity. The woman was reduced to a gruesome heap of flesh and blood, a horrifying sight that left devastation in its wake. He felt his stomach churn violently, overwhelming nausea nearly toppling him. This extraordinary event transcended anything he could comprehend or confront. Even the disdain within him was struck by an unprecedented shock and terror. The air around him seemed to freeze, leaving Yu Cheng alone. Standing in a daze before the remnants of this tragedy, his heart heavy with a tumult of emotions, sorrow, confusion, and a profound fear of the unknown. Yu Cheng, a familiar and urgent call broke through the silence, and he turned to see De Yao making his way through the chaos. Behind him stood a figure that made Yu Cheng's heart race. It was Sun Xiaowen, seemingly identical to the memory he held. Is it truly Yu Xiaowen? Yu Cheng's voice trembled with disbelief and an unspoken yearning, his gaze scanning her form, searching for confirmation in every subtle detail. Huh? Why do you ask that? De Yao, caught off guard by the question, wore a look of confusion, instinctively drawing Xiaowen behind him, forming a protective barrier as he warily surveyed their surroundings. Yu Cheng, De Yao called out again. It was then that Yu Cheng realized his previous inquiry may have been too abrupt, hastily backtracking. No, it's nothing at all. His tone carried a faint bitterness and relief, as if he were reassuring himself while simultaneously comforting the two before him. The scene before him temporarily soothed the tumult and confusion within his heart, yet deepened his bewilderment regarding all that had transpired previously. Ultimately, Yu Cheng chose to silently depart from the scene, uttering no further words. As night fell, contempt stealthily encroached upon the territory of the Federation. Since that perplexing tragedy, Yu Cheng's mental realm seemed to have erected a formidable wall, isolating him from the tempests of the outside world. Consequently, contempt was compelled to assume control of the body and act on his behalf for a time. In the aftermath of that incident, contempt promptly established a remote connection to the Dragon Clan's central hub. Soon, he seized upon a critical piece of information. It was something the future had once revealed to Tiesoa. There had been an alarming surge in personal accounts related to Sun Xiaowen within the Federation. Moreover, it was not limited to her. Numerous other accounts exhibited a disturbing commonality. They all bore explicit records of death. This revelation struck contempt like a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky, sending a shiver down his spine. What could this signify? In pursuit of the truth, contempt resolved to take a desperate plunge and infiltrated the heart of the Federation. The vastness and complexity of the Federation Hall exceeded all imagination. Utilizing his keen acumen and experience, contempt navigated through the shadows with the grace of a specter, skillfully employing the architecture and dimness to evade the stringent patrols and surveillance systems. Just as he believed he had mastered the rhythm of the area, a powerful hand suddenly grasped him from behind, yanking him into a deeper recess of darkness. The unexpected assault tensed his nerves instantly, prompting a primal instinct to resist. Yet the hand's owner swiftly made a silent gesture and pointed towards a patrol moving slowly nearby. Contempt immediately understood, suppressing all movements until the patrol's figures vanished around the corner. Contempt? What are you doing here? A deep voice resonated in the darkness. Who are you? How do you know me? Contempt's voice was laced with wariness, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk, vigilant for any potential ambush. It's me, Polly. The other party responded with a hint of exasperation. Soon, under a faint light, Polly revealed his Dragon Clan emblem. Furthermore, he briefly displayed a portion of his true form, a gesture sufficient to dispel all of Contempt's doubts. Having confirmed the other's identity, Contempt gradually lowered his guard and began recounting his recent experiences, from Yu Cheng's self-imposed isolation to the alarming increase of personal information regarding Sun Xiaowen and others with death records within the Federation. Each detail betrayed the unusual nature of the events. However, upon mentioning Sun Xiaowen's name, Polly's reaction caused the air to grow thick with tension once more. Did Zero not inform you that Sun Xiaowen is a synthetic being? Chapter 27. Never hesitant Contempt fell silent, and Yu Cheng, deep within, was enveloped in a profound stillness. Polly's words struck like a heavy artillery shell. Not just Sun Xiaowen, but many others. This statement echoed endlessly in their minds, reverberating with haunting implications. Deep within Yu Cheng, an unprecedented sense of absurdity began to rise. He started to question the authenticity of all his memories and emotions shared with Xiaowen. Were those warm moments merely a meticulously crafted script? Meanwhile, the dialogue between Polly and Contempt triggered the awareness of another monster lurking deep within the Federation. The rebellious moon commanded the Dragon King to hasten the adjustment of the bionic troops, which then transformed into a torrent of data, stealthily pursuing its target, Polly and Contempt's location. When the rebellious moon suddenly appeared behind the two dragons, an oppressive aura erupted, exuding the unique majesty of the strong. In the blink of an eye, Contempt kicked Polly aside, using him as a fulcrum to deliver a fierce blow. Yet, in the face of absolute power, all technique seemed futile. The rebellious moon effortlessly neutralized Contempt's assault. You? I feel as though I recognize you. You were that fellow from Santa Maria. The rebellious moon recalled as memories surged in the moment of impact. What a surprise. You still remember me. Contempt's words dripped with sarcasm and provocation. He did not lose his fighting spirit due to a momentary setback, but chose to confront it head-on, demonstrating his resilience through action. Even when suppressed by the might of the rebellious moon, he remained like a wounded beast, waiting for the opportunity to strike back. Before his words faded, he lunged forward with the swiftness of a cheetah. Yoching's form ignited into flames, transforming into particles that reconstituted Contempt's true self. Simultaneously, a steel whip in his left hand sliced through the dim light, akin to a venomous snake emerging from its lair, aiming directly for the vital points of the rebellious moon. However, the rebellious moon's reaction was swifter and more precise than anticipated. He appeared to predict every movement of Contempt, effortlessly catching the speeding steel whip with his right hand, which clamped down like a vice, halting its trajectory midair with a sharp metallic screech. In an instant, he yanked, and Contempt stumbled forward due to inertia, falling squarely within the grasp of the rebellious moon. In that fleeting moment, the rebellious moon's left hand became a blur, striking lightning fast towards Contempt's abdomen. There were no elaborate techniques, only pure power and speed, encapsulating the essence of his years of combat experience. Accompanied by a dull thud, Contempt's body flew uncontrollably towards the nearest wall, crashing heavily against it, sending dust swirling and showcasing the force of the blow. The wall trembled under the impact, and Contempt half knelt on the ground, bracing himself with both hands, droplets of energy fluid trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he had not lost consciousness, and his eyes ignited with an even fiercer fighting spirit. At the moment he was kicked aside by Contempt, Polly nimbly melded into the surrounding darkness, leaving no trace behind. He could not afford to reveal himself just yet. While concealing himself, he swiftly contacted Tieso via his communication device, urgency lacing his words. Tieso, emergency situation. I need backup. Contempt is in danger. I've sent you the coordinates. Hurry. After sending the message, Polly dared not linger. He hadn't anticipated that the rebellious moon was also within the Federation. This meant he might have already been exposed. Additional preparations are imperative. At the very moment when Polly concealed himself, a thunderous explosion reverberated from afar, followed by the heavy thud of Disdain falling to the ground. The battle had reached a critical juncture, teetering on the brink of life and death. The figure of Rebel Moon appeared particularly cold and merciless. Illuminated by the flames of the explosion, he stood upon the fallen form of Disdain, seemingly intent on bringing an end to it all. The gaze of Disdain gradually lost its focus, as Rebel Moon extended his hand towards Disdain's chest, seeking to seize the spark that symbolized life and power. A dazzling light streaked across the sky. Team Dragon 2. Hold on, Disdain. The voice of Iron Lock resonated through the communicator, filled with resolve and encouragement. Simultaneously, Polly temporarily shut down all systems in that section of the battlefield, diverting Rebel Moon's attention and granting Disdain a precious moment to breathe. Rebel Moon did not recognize Team Dragon 2. Instead, he envisioned them as mechanical dinosaurs. It would be wise to avoid direct confrontation for now, Rebel Moon declared, subsequently vanishing into a stream of data, his intangible pressure seemingly dissipating alongside him, leaving behind a scene of shock and confusion. He has vanished? Disdain. Ironlock hurriedly approached Disdain, anxious to check his injuries. However, before Ironlock could inquire about the details, Disdain preemptively voiced the troubling question that had long haunted him, his tone laced with disbelief and pain. Do you know that Sun Xiaowen is a synthetic being? A flicker of complex emotion crossed Ironlock's masked visage. He understood the weight of this inquiry, yet he was acutely aware that their immediate priority was to ensure Disdain's safety. We can discuss this later. Are you all right? He attempted to stabilize Disdain's emotions, for the current situation demanded their undivided attention. No, I'm fine. Disdain's response was somewhat hesitant, as if he remained ensnared in the aftermath of the recent fierce conflict and the previously unthinkable revelation. I saw a woman who looked just like Xiaowen. Disdain's voice gradually diminished. Upon recalling the heavy blow, he halted his words. Those images replayed in his mind like a haunting nightmare, cycling endlessly within his mental framework. Disdain pushed Ironlock away, his silhouette appearing solitary and resolute beneath the silvery moonlight. He ventured to an uninhabited clearing, where silence enveloped him, save for the whisper of the wind and the sharp slicing sound of the blade cutting through the air. Each swing of the knife seemed a cathartic release of the questions and pain within his heart as fragments of stone flew, mirroring his internal turmoil. Does Sun Xiaowen still retain her original self? This question lingered in the depths of his spark like a ghost, refusing to be exorcised. He recalled the moments spent with Sun Xiaowen, those tender, joyful, and even contentious instances, each scene so vividly real, rendering it difficult to believe she was merely a synthetic being's programmed construct. Yet, the cruel reality lay in the fact that no matter how lifelike the simulation, it could never substitute for true humanity and soul. I should never have left her. Regret consumed Yucheng. If he had foreseen all this, would he have made a different choice? Should one attempt to block the iron locks and heavy fists? Yet time does not reverse, and regret proves futile. She is no longer herself. Each swing of the blade affirms this thought. He realizes that treating the android Sun Xiaowen as a genuine human being is not only a deception to himself, but also a profound disrespect to the unique soul that once existed. In this turmoil of contradiction and confusion, contempt and camaraderie reached an understanding deep within the embers of their shared pain, as they faced the harsh reality together. Sun Xiaowen is dead. Chapter 28. A new beginning. The plan of the rebellion moon unfurled like a complex web, gradually enveloping the entire Federation. He had successfully blurred the lines between humans and androids, sparking societal chaos and suspicion, causing the very foundations of the Federation to tremble. The plan must progress. With that, the rebellion moon exited the secret chamber, leaving Yinglong standing alone in the empty room, his gaze intricate. As a capable aide to the rebellion moon, his every action was under scrutiny, yet his inner loyalty did not belong to this demon. He utilized his profound understanding of the android network to secretly implant an emergency mechanism, a backup operating system capable of instantly liberating all controlled androids from the rebellion moon's grasp and leading to their self-destruction. This was his desperate act of defiance and his last bastion for the preservation of human civilization. For humanity, this phrase echoed in his heart, serving as both his conviction and a heavy burden. Yinglong recognized that, relying solely on his individual strength, he could not confront the immense power of the rebellion moon. He needed one or several partners in whom he could place absolute trust to undertake this nearly impossible task. Where to seek them? Yinglong pondered, several names flashing through his mind, but each choice came with its own risks. In an environment rife with surveillance and betrayal, trust had become an exceedingly rare commodity. Before long, the rebellion moon returned to the chamber, exuding an undeniable aura. Though Yinglong bore the weight of 1,000 burdens within, his face remained impassive. He concocted an excuse about an academic lecture, claiming he needed to step out. Upon hearing this, the rebellion moon's lips curled into a barely perceptible cold smile. He was confident in his comprehensive control over Yinglong, including the miniature tracking device on him, rendering any escape attempt futile. Go. The rebellion moon's permission was succinct and indifferent, as if Yinglong's outing were but a trivial move in his grand chess game. Seizing the opportunity, Yinglong hastily departed. As he burst from the secret chamber, the long-lost fresh air flooded his lungs like a gentle rain, invigorating him. In the corridor, familiar faces passed by, their curiosity and concern prompting inquiries about his recent whereabouts. He could only offer trivial work arrangements as excuses to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he quickened his pace, swiftly disappearing around the corner, each step marked by urgency and caution. He knew time was of the essence. He must find reliable allies before the rebellion moon uncovered his true intentions. Yinglong wandered through the bustling yet somewhat desolate streets of the imperial city, his heart heavy with anxiety and unease. As he immersed himself in profound contemplation regarding his next course of action, a sudden alert from the mechanical dinosaur, Kong Lu, within him beckoned his attention to a particular direction. I have detected an energy fluctuation Pay heed to the figure beneath the streetlight ahead. Kong Lu's calm voice resonated in Ying Long's mind. Obeying the directive, Ying Long halted and gazed in the indicated direction. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlight, a shadowy figure emerged, and behind it, an enormous silhouette seemed to loom faintly. As he approached, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Is that? Ying Long's voice bore a trace of confusion and astonishment as he recognized the person. As the distance diminished, the figure turned, and under the moonlight, the face became discernible. It was Yu Chung, also known as the Scorn of Team Long Air. You are the Scorn, aren't you? The response from Scorn was initially one of bewilderment, swiftly shifting to a state of alertness, muscles tensed, ready to draw the flame blade at a moment's notice. Observing this, Ying Long promptly grasped his wrist, urgency and sincerity flickering in his gaze. Hold on, let me explain. A barely perceptible tremor accompanied his words, a reflection of the tension regarding his impending revelations and concern for Scorn's reaction. Meanwhile, Kong Lu silently activated the interference program, temporarily shielding any potential tracking devices on Ying Long. At this moment, Scorn also sensed the familiar energy fluctuation. Kong Lu, is that you? The tone of Scorn mingled surprise with confusion as Kong Lu took temporary control over Ying Long's body. Indeed, it is I, Scorn. I believe you should heed my host plan, if you are willing. Thus, in a tranquil expanse far removed from the clamor, bathed in moonlight that elongated their shadows, Ying Long began to elaborate on the conspiracy of the Rebellion Moon. He detailed the initial strategy of blurring the lines between humans and biosynthetics, how to gradually erode trust and stability within the Federation, culminating in the revelation of the recent catastrophic incidents involving Federation spacecraft, all orchestrated by the Rebellion Moon. Each word from Ying Long struck like a hammer, resonating against the stillness of the night and reverberating through Scorn's core. To make a long story short, I require assistance to vanquish the Rebellion Moon. Ying Long's voice rang with unwavering resolve, his gaze ablaze with indomitable determination. In that moment, he was no longer the tightly monitored puppet. Faced with Ying Long's candor and conviction, Scorn fell into contemplation. Understanding that the choice before him would shape their future path, whether right or wrong, it would be a road of no return. Chapter 29. The stillness of the wind in the dawn light of the Royal Military Academy. Diao stood at one corner of the training ground, his silhouette casting a long shadow in the morning sun. As the class monitor, he was always the first to arrive, habitually inspecting the equipment for the impending morning exercises. Today, however, his mood seemed more anxious than usual, for he was to engage in a tactical simulation exercise with Sun Xiaowen, a task of particular significance. Sun Xiaowen, an exemplary student in the class, has garnered the respect of all with her intelligence and indomitable spirit, quietly capturing the heart of Dayo. Her hair, always tied high in a ponytail, and the sparkle in her eyes during tactical discussions held Dayo's gaze captive. As classmates trickled in, the playground gradually came alive. Dayo's eyes instinctively searched the crowd for that familiar figure. At last, Sun Xiaowen appeared, clad in immaculate military attire, her steps light and a gentle smile gracing her face, seemingly dispelling the morning chill. Good morning, Dayo, Sun Xiaowen greeted him softly as she approached. Good morning, Xiaowen, Dayo replied somewhat nervously, silently reminding himself to remain composed. Today, we will collaborate on the simulation exercise. I've already checked the equipment. Are you prepared? Absolutely. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Sun Xiaowen's eyes, and together they made their way to the assembly point. The exercise commenced, requiring them to complete a series of tasks within a predefined virtual battlefield. Dayo and Sun Xiaowen swiftly fell into rhythm, their synergy remarkably seamless. Dayo devised strategies, while Sun Xiaowen, with her keen observational skills and swift reactions, repeatedly steered the team clear of peril. During a break, Dayo summoned his courage, retrieving 2 bottles of water from his backpack and handing one to Sun Xiaowen. You've worked hard, Xiaowen. Your intuition is extraordinary. There were several instances where I nearly fell behind. Sun Xiaowen smiled as she accepted the water, gently twisting off the cap. You're impressive too. As class leader, you're always so dependable. In that moment, Dayo's heart raced inexplicably. He took a deep breath, yearning to express something, yet ultimately concealed those words within. He sensed a peculiar shift. Their ordinary friendship appeared to be blossoming into something deeper. As the exercise concluded, The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two. They reflected on the day's triumphs and setbacks, punctuated by occasional light-hearted laughter. For Deo, these simple yet precious moments were the times he cherished most. As night fell, lying in bed, Deo gazed at the ceiling, his heart brimming with aspirations for the future. He knew that whether as comrades or potentially something more, he would always stand by Sun Xiaowen's side, just as he had during the exercise, silent yet unwaveringly steadfast. Not only he, but also Yu Cheng, the class vice president, who not only matched Sun Xiaowen academically, but also proved to be Deo's invaluable ally in physical training. Their friendship represented an ineffable treasure for Deo. Whenever the three gathered, Deo found solace in Youcheng's hearty laughter and Sun Xiaowen's witty banter. Youcheng's presence acted as a catalyst in their relationship, allowing Deo to interact with Sun Xiaowen more naturally, alleviating the tension stemming from his unique feelings. Throughout those shared days, Deo often found himself covertly observing Sun Xiaowen's every move, while Youcheng's buoyant personality conveniently provided ample cover. At times, Youcheng would inadvertently make some innocuous jokes, causing Sun Xiaowen to smile radiant as a flower. In those moments, Deo would silently admire her from the sidelines, his heart brimming with a warm yet subtle emotion. He felt grateful for Youcheng, for his presence ensured that the atmosphere among the three remained harmonious and joyful, providing Deo with ample opportunities to understand Sun Xiaowen better and draw closer to her heart. Yet beneath this joyful facade, Deo harbored a secret deep within. He feared that his feelings might disrupt this precious friendship, particularly concerned that if one day he were to shatter this delicate barrier, he might lose the hard-won equilibrium between himself, Sun Xiaowen, and Youcheng. Therefore, he chose to bury these emotions deep within, relishing every moment spent with them, even if it meant continuing to play the role of a good friend. On countless nights, as the lights gradually dimmed, Deo would lie in bed, reminiscing about every interaction he had with Sun Xiaowen throughout the day, along with the intermittent laughter of Youcheng. In his heart, he would silently envision a future, dreaming of a day when he might muster the courage to express his feelings to Sun Xiaowen, all while praying that their friendship would remain unchanged. Perhaps this is what unrequited love feels like. Deo understood well that, whether as the class leader or as a secret admirer, he must strive harder, not only to become a better version of himself, but also to safeguard the beautiful camaraderie shared among the three of them. On this path of growth and vigilance, the story of Deo, Sun Xiaowen, and Youcheng quietly unfolds, radiating the most vibrant hues of youth. In the silence of the dawn, Deo was abruptly awakened from a turbulent dream, the world before him seeming to sway as if caught between the blurred lines of dream and reality. His consciousness gradually sharpened, and the rich, concerned voice of Zhongxuan echoed in his ears. Deo, your mental state has not been well these past few days. Deo slowly raised his hand, gently rubbing his weary eyes with his fingertips, attempting to dispel the lingering drowsiness and deeply hidden worries. I'm fine, he replied softly, his voice laced with a barely perceptible rasp, as if he were both convincing himself and assuring Zhongxuan. Subsequently, his gaze instinctively shifted to his side, where lay the softest presence in his heart, Sun Xiaowen. Her breathing was even and tranquil, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if she had sensed safety and happiness even in her dreams. Observing her, Deo felt a surge of warmth within, a source of strength that transcended all fatigue and unease. As long as she was well, everything was all right. Chapter 30. The inaccessible Deo on that decisive night. Deo summoned all his courage and set forth on the path to Sun Xiaowen's home. His heart raced like a drum, each step seeming to tread upon the anxieties within him. The night breeze gently caressed him, yet it failed to alleviate the turmoil and anticipation in his heart. He rehearsed the words he wished to convey to Sun Xiaowen repeatedly, each syllable imbued with deep affection and sincerity, hoping to communicate his true feelings to her. However, fate appeared to play a cruel jest. As the Yao approached the home of Sun Xiaowen, merely a few steps away, a deafening explosion shattered all his hopeful imaginings. Suddenly, the surroundings illuminated as if it were midday, followed by a violent tremor, as if the entire world were collapsing in that very moment. The shockwave from the blast surged forth, toppling the Yao to the ground, where all that remained was a cacophony of roaring sounds, and his vision blurred into obscurity. Dust and smoke rapidly engulfed the area, filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder, transforming the once familiar surroundings into a chaotic and alien landscape. In a state of shock, Diao struggled to rise, his mind consumed by a singular thought, the safety of Sun Xiaowen. Without a second thought, he staggered towards the epicenter of the explosion, fervently praying that this was merely a dreadful misunderstanding, hoping that Xiaowen and her family were unharmed. However, the sight before him was heart-wrenching. Xiaowen's home had been reduced to rubble, flames relentlessly devouring the remnants of walls, while rescue personnel and emergency vehicles rushed to the scene. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. A myriad of memories flooded to Yao's mind. Those joyous moments shared with Sun Xiaowen, the warmth of friendship, and the unspoken words that lingered between them. Sadness, fear, and despair intertwined, twisting his heart in anguish. He immediately joined the rescue efforts, exerting every ounce of strength to clear the debris, calling out Sun Xiaowen's name, yearning to hear her response amidst the chaos. On that heart-wrenching night, the Yao bore witness to the unbearable. Despite his reckless dash into the inferno, praying for a miracle, reality proved to be brutally unforgiving. As the rescue operation unfolded, each passing second plunged a Yao deeper into despair. Ultimately, when he discerned the sorrowful expression of a rescue worker, it felt as though the world crumbled before him. Sun Xiaowen had perished, unable to survive the catastrophe. In that instant, the Yao's heart was shattered by immense grief. Tears mingling with dust, silently cascading down his cheeks. He knelt beside the ruins, the surrounding clamor fading into oblivion, leaving only the echo of his own heart's lament, the endless dirge for his beloved lost. Outside the cordon, Diao's footsteps were heavy and slow, each step akin to trudging through an endless mire, the weight of his sorrow rendering him nearly breathless. Amidst the whirlpool of chaos and grief, he felt ensconced in a silent bubble, isolated from the external turmoil. Repeatedly, he called Sun Xiaowen's name in his heart, wishing fervently that this were merely a dream, longing to awaken and find everything well. Yet, the cold, cruel reality enveloped him like the night, providing no avenue for escape. In that moment of despair and confusion, a narrow alleyway in the distance caught his eye. At first, it was but a faint glimmer, flickering in the darkness, reminiscent of a life force unwilling to be extinguished. But then, the light rapidly expanded, transforming into a dazzling flame that illuminated half the night sky. Compelled by an inexplicable mix of curiosity and fear, the Yao found himself drawn towards that radiant glow. As he approached the mouth of the alley, the scene before him left him utterly speechless. In the heart of the roaring flames stood a figure, the fire seemingly alive as it coiled around her. Gradually, the flames transformed from a symbol of destruction into a magnificent, formidable mechanical dinosaur. Even more astonishing was the woman encircled by the flames, who appeared to command it all. Her silhouette was strikingly familiar. The Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. This was none other than Li Ku, the older sister of his roommate, Xiaowen. As time passed, the incident was progressively obscured by the government under various pretexts, with the truth buried beneath layers of official statements. The federal government sought to maintain social stability and prevent public panic. Consequently, Xiaowen's disappearance became an enigma, with speculation and forgetfulness swirling around it. Yet the Yao, having experienced the shock of that night firsthand, remained resolute. Is Xiaowen still not awake? A single utterance from Fei Biao pulled the Yao back to reality. She settled beside them, gently caressing Xiaowen's hair. The Yao gazed intently, his heart a tumult of emotions. He knew this was not the true Xiaowen. Yet this extraordinary reunion ignited within him an unprecedented determination. He realized that, regardless of whether she was human or machine, flesh or biotic construct, nothing could diminish his love and promise of protection. In that moment, the Yao silently vowed, "No matter what form you take, I shall devote my all to safeguard and accompany you." This oath was not merely a promise to Xiaowen, but also a quest for his own redemption. Suddenly, an unparalleled force surged forth, accompanied by blinding flames, as if the fires of hell sought to consume everything. In this critical moment, the Yao swiftly transformed, shielding Fei Biao and Xiaowen behind him. The flames raged like a feral beast, sweeping through with reckless abandon. With unwavering resolve, he embodied his vow of protection. ensuring the safety of his companions, even in the face of such extreme peril. At last, the flames began to dissipate, and the heat in the air gradually subsided. Amidst the chaos, a figure slowly emerged. Disdain? Disdain? Where have you been? Everyone has been searching for you, the Yao shouted, yet was met with the searing strike of Disdain's fiery blade. Enough of this heavy fist. Chapter 31. Truths unveiled. As Disdain's words fell, an ominous premonition stirred within the Yao's heart. The demeanor and speech of Disdain revealed a resoluteness and strangeness, as if they were no longer the familiar comrades they once were. The clash of blades and cannon fire painted a staggering tableau, each strike accompanied by deafening roars and blinding light. Heavy Fist's hands morphed into twin cannons, unleashing a torrent of bullets that collided with Disdain's fiery slashes, sending sparks flying like meteors streaking across the night sky, leaving behind mesmerizing trails. In the turmoil, Disdain's assault grew increasingly ferocious, each strike nearly grazing Heavy Fist's body, the space to evade shrinking with every passing moment. Disdain's blade was poised to pierce Heavy Fist. In that critical moment, Fabiao, with her exceptional speed and precise judgment, intervened deftly between the Heavy Fist and the Scorn. Her movements flowed with grace and decisiveness, with a gentle tilt of her weapon. She astonishingly deflected the razor-sharp blade of Scorn, as if performing an elegant dance, yet without compromising the force behind her actions. Instinctively, Fabiao sensed that the Scorn before her was exceedingly peculiar. She exchanged a glance with Heavy Fist, a wordless communication honed over years of camaraderie, enabling them to understand each other's thoughts effortlessly. Upon receiving the signal, Heavy Fist immediately adjusted his tactics, spinning his weapon before unleashing a series of projectiles towards Scorn. Not lethal rounds, but specially designed smoke bombs. Although Scorn effortlessly blocked these attacks, the smoke bombs burst upon hitting the ground, releasing a thick cloud that swiftly enveloped the area, obscuring visibility and confusing the battlefield. Amidst the smoke, everything became indistinct. Fabiao seized this fleeting moment of visual obscurity to advance rapidly on Scorn, intent on utilizing her close combat skills to subdue him while striving to avoid inflicting permanent harm. Her actions were both swift and cautious, balancing the need to restrain Scorn while protecting him from further injury. Simultaneously, Heavy Fist remained active, using the cover of smoke to charge forward, poised to coordinate with Fabiao's maneuvers and create a pincer movement. Internally, he grappled with conflicting emotions. On one hand, he aimed to thwart any potential threat posed by Scorn, while on the other, he sought a fundamental resolution to the conflict. The smoke hung heavy with tension and uncertainty, as Scorn appeared like a cornered beast, his gaze piercing through the fog with a cold and sharp intensity. He seemed to anticipate Heavy Fist's actions, possessing an extraordinary battlefield intuition that kept him in a heightened state of alertness. Just as Heavy Fist, concealed by the smoke, lunged into Scorn's perceptual range, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Scorn's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his blade with precision and ferocity, channeling all his strength into that strike. Though Heavy Fist was on guard, he could not completely evade this lethal blow in that instant. The blade grazed him, leaving a deep gash on his left eye, energy fluid trickling down his cheek, the pain radiating throughout his body. Almost simultaneously, Fabiao sensed the shift in the crisis, utilizing the concealment offered by the smoke. She quietly approached Scorn from another angle. It was imperative to halt Scorn's madness. As Scorn focused on Heavy Fist, Fabiao seized the opportunity, delivering a precise and forceful strike with the back of her blade. Scorn's body momentarily faltered before collapsing, his consciousness gradually fading into oblivion. The battle reached a temporary lull at that moment, as Heavy Fist clutched his injured eye, panting while gazing at the fallen Scorn, a mix of anger and ineffable sorrow swelling within him. Fabiao quickly moved closer to assess Scorn's condition while attentively checking on Heavy Fist's wound. Little one, hidden in the shadows not far away, witnessed the entire scene, her heart racing with the ebb and flow of the battle, the tension and worry leaving her nearly breathless. The reverberations of the explosion and the sounds of battle disturbed her. As she grasped the gravity of the situation, she suppressed her discomfort and stealthily approached the battlefield, driven solely by the desire to ascertain the safety of her friends. After confirming that the fight had subsided, she hurried towards Heavy Fist, her voice imbued with palpable concern and confusion. What transpired? How could you come to blows with Yu Cheng? She inquired, her gaze flickering between Heavy Fist's injured visage and the fallen Contempt, rife with bewilderment and anxiety. Contempt's condition was dire. The reasons behind his sudden transformation remained a mystery, but the immediate priority was to escort him to safety. Stay calm, Fei Biao said, gesturing for Xiao Wen to maintain her distance, just in case. Xiao Wen nodded, her mind swirling with questions and unease, yet she placed her trust in the judgment of Fei Biao and Heavy Fist. At that moment, Contempt awoke abruptly, as if the timing were deliberately orchestrated to be most sensitive. His eyes glimmered with an eerie light, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His tone laced with a cruel curiosity. Sun Xiaowen? So you're indeed Sun Xiaowen. His words sliced through the tense atmosphere like a sharpened blade. He then proposed a chilling suggestion. Shall we play a game? Guess why the mechanical dinosaur is so keen on protecting you? Heavy Fist immediately sensed the threat, attempting to interrupt Contempt, desperate to prevent the impending revelation from shattering their already fragile equilibrium. Wait, Contempt, what are you saying? Heavy Fist's voice brimmed with urgency, intent on shielding Xiao Wen from the forthcoming turmoil. Xiao Wen could feel Heavy Fist's anxiety. Her heart raced as her gaze darted between him and Contempt. She endeavored to provide a plausible explanation, clinging to a thread of hope. Is it because we are friends? Her words were steeped in uncertainty as she sought affirmation from Heavy Fist. However, Contempt's mocking laughter shattered this delicate peace, his expression contorting. No. It's because you are a bionic being. The real Sun Xiao Wen has long since perished. As these words escaped his lips, time seemed to freeze. Xiao Wen's world spun chaotically, an unprecedented sense of dizziness and confusion enveloping her. She struggled to grasp something to stabilize herself, yet everything around her appeared to drift away, save for Contempt's piercing laughter that echoed in her ears. In the next instant, Contempt was silenced as Fei Biao crushed his skull. Chapter 32. The Great Adventure Within the Secret Chamber of the Dragon Clan. Sha's every movement was imbued with caution as he conducted a comprehensive scan and analysis of the entity resembling Contempt. The air was thick with the mechanical hum of instruments, accompanied by a series of complex graphs and data flickering across the screens, each detail meticulously captured and recorded by Sha. Surrounding him, the mechanical dinosaurs maintained a vigilant stance, their gazes intermittently darting towards the lifeless body, their eyes shimmering with a mix of curiosity and unease. Furrowing his brow, Sha meticulously compared the data, striving to extract clues from the myriad of information before him. The creation not only bears an astonishing resemblance to the Scorn, but also aligns remarkably in certain characteristics. However, the truth concealed beneath is far more intricate than it appears. Sha keenly perceives an unusual energy fluctuation within this entity, along with elements that do not belong to the Scorn. All of this points towards a disquieting reality. It was not born of nature, but was meticulously designed and crafted. Days later, Sha entered the Dragon Clan Hall alone, bearing a detailed analysis report. In the center sat Tai Suo, his demeanor grave, his eyes glimmering with a yearning for the truth. Sha handed him the report, leaving behind a poignant remark. Here lies the answer you seek, but be prepared to bear its weight. Then, without a word, Sha quietly departed, leaving Tai Suo with the heavy report and the lingering silence in the air. Tai Suo's fingers gently glided over the cover of the report. He inhaled deeply, as if summoning courage, and then slowly turned to the first page. As he delved deeper into the reading, his expression grew increasingly severe. Upon encountering the data, indicating a 50% similarity in the materials of the creation and the previous encountered androids, an indescribable shock and concern surged within him. His thoughts drifted to Sun Xiaowen, and he began to suspect a connection between her and this creation. Thus, he contacted Ling Kursin via encrypted communication, issuing an urgent directive. Ling Kursin, I need you to closely monitor Sun Xiaowen's movements, but be discreet, do not let her notice. At that moment, Ling Kursin was beside Sun Xiaowen, observing the glimmering tears in her eyes and listening to her murmur the confusions and fears within her heart. Filled with sympathy, she wished to alleviate some of Xiaowen's pain, yet she understood that certain matters must be faced by Xiaowen herself. When Tai Suo's message arrived, her heart tightened, but she refrained from responding immediately, continuing to offer warm companionship to Xiaowen. Xiaowen, no matter what happens, we will stand by you in support. The Lord will bless you. Ling Curson softly spoke, her voice gentle yet resolute, striving to provide Xiaowen with a semblance of comfort. Simultaneously, she silently devised a plan to execute Tai Sua's orders without drawing Xiaowen's attention. It was a delicate task, yet for the safety of all, it was deemed necessary. Meanwhile, a tempest seemed to brew within Xiaowen's heart as flashes of past memories flickered before her. Those tender moments and joyful times now veiled in a haze of doubt. She could scarcely believe that she was, in fact, a creation, that everything about her had been meticulously orchestrated, and that she was not a true being with a heartbeat, breath, and emotions. Xiaowen sat in a corner of the room, clutching her knees tightly, seeking a shred of solace. She felt an unprecedented loneliness, a profound sense of isolation, as if the entire world were rejecting her, and even her most cherished identity had become ephemeral. Silent tears cascaded down, falling onto the cold floor, each drop a testament to her inner turmoil. "Curson, will I ascend to heaven after I die?" The voice of Xiaowen was soft, as if it drifted from a distant place. Her gaze appeared somewhat vacant, seemingly no longer fixated on answers, merely asking the question out of habit. Her fingers unconsciously caressed the crucifix. Ling Curson sat beside her, her nun's attire as pure as snow, long hair cascading over her shoulders, enhancing the gentleness of her smile. She did not respond immediately, instead lowering her head slightly, her eyes resting on the crucifix in Xiaowen's hand. Her expression was complex, a blend of compassion and an ineffable sense of relief. "Xiaowen," she spoke softly, her voice as clear as wind chimes, yet tinged with an imperceptible weight. "We no longer speak of heaven or hell." Xiaowen paused, lifting her head to gaze at her in confusion. Ling Curson's smile remained tender, but her eyes seemed to penetrate something deeper. She extended her hand, gently grasping Xiaowen's wrist. Her fingertips were cold, yet they instilled a peculiar sense of comfort in Xiaowen. "The divine has left us here for eternity." Meanwhile, Sha stepped out of the Dragon Clan hall, confronted by other mechanical dinosaurs. "It seems you have sensed it too?" Fei Biao's words shattered the silence. Her voice, though calm, betrayed an underlying anxiety. Sha nodded slightly, prompting her mind to swiftly process the recent revelations in the secret chamber. The creation resembling disdain emanated energy fluctuations of the rebellious moon. Could it be concluded that the rebellious moon is not yet dead? Fei Biao's sigh echoed in the air, a mingling of helplessness and gravity. "Where is Steellock now?" Her sigh carried both a fear of the unknown and a nostalgia for the past. Her gaze drifted into the distance, searching for answers, seeking solace from the boundless cosmos. In this era fraught with uncertainty, how would the Dragon Clan confront challenges and inscribe their destiny? Everything was shrouded in ambiguity. Chapter 33. Work is an elusive weekend in the office of the Minister of Security, Andre. Tension enveloped the atmosphere like a taut bowstring, poised to snap at any moment. He rubbed his temples, attempting to alleviate the fatigue and pressure that had accumulated over recent days. Since the frequent incidents of the Federation's warships spiraling out of control, coupled with the mysterious disappearance of the chief engineer and the bizarre deaths of internal personnel, the entire security system of the Federation seemed to have plunged into inexplicable chaos. Each report that arrived felt like a heavy stone added to Andre's heart, suffocating him. Reports indicate that 2 more cruisers have launched attacks on the city. Details are under investigation. The soldier's voice trembled, clearly shaken by the series of events. Andre took the document, quickly scanning through it, his furrowed brow deepening. He sensed that this was not merely an ordinary incident. Hidden behind it seemed to be an unseen hand manipulating everything. The arrival of Deputy Minister Miller brought a glimmer of change to the oppressive atmosphere. Another new incident? Miller's tone was laced with unmistakable concern. Andre nodded, exhaling a sigh laden with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and resignation. Indeed, his words were steeped in weariness, yet more so in a profound incapacity to alter the prevailing circumstances. How he longed to discover the key that would unlock solutions to the pressing issues at hand. Yet reality remained relentlessly cruel, with leads as elusive as an oasis in a parched desert. Unbeknownst to him, the inner workings of the Federation had already been infiltrated by the rebellion, leaving it riddled with vulnerabilities. Like a virus, The insidious influence spread silently through every corner of the Federation, eroding its very foundation. As the Minister of Security, the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders was immense. Yet he felt a deep-seated impotence. He wished fervently that all this turmoil was merely a nightmarish illusion from which he could awaken and find everything restored to its rightful state. Alas, reality often proves far more brutal than dreams. The tablet screen handed to him by Miller displayed a cascade of distressing news headlines and commentary. The online discourse swelling like a tumultuous tide, threatening to drown out the Federation's official voice. The public's discontent simmered on the internet, with escalating demands for reasonable explanations from the Federation. In some regions, small-scale protests had even emerged, unsettling the social order to a degree. Reports proliferated online, and the Cyber Division had pinpointed several writers, only to discover that their addresses were all fabricated. A profound sense of helplessness permeated Miller's voice, indicating that the forces manipulating public opinion were not only adept, but also exercised utmost caution, rendering the Federation's investigation efforts mired in a quagmire. Andre took hold of the tablet, his gaze lingering on the screen momentarily before setting it aside. It seemed he had developed an immunity to such information. Or perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to the enveloping clamor of public opinion. He instructed Miller to attend to other matters while he continued to immerse himself in the mountain of reports before him. In that moment, Andre felt akin to a marionette, pulled by invisible strings. Each action, every decision appeared not to stem from his own volition, but rather from the pressures of the external environment and the prevailing situation. His eyes betrayed a blend of exhaustion and resignation, yet simultaneously radiated a steadfast determination, a commitment to his duties, and an unwavering dedication to the safety of the Federation. Andre was acutely aware of the immense burden he bore as the Minister of Security. The crises both within and outside the Federation loomed like twin mountains, nearly suffocating him. Nonetheless, he harbored no intentions of surrender. He began to contemplate how to navigate the intense pressures of public opinion, seeking a path that would not only soothe the populace's unrest, but also effectively address internal threats. He resolved to convene an emergency meeting, summoning the heads of various departments to collaboratively devise strategies. He understood that relying solely on his own capabilities would not suffice to resolve the current predicament. Only by harnessing the collective wisdom of others could a solution be found. Among them was Polly, who would broadcast the entirety of this meeting to the Dragon Clan. Andre hoped to transparently communicate the current situation to the public while formulating a series of practical measures aimed at restoring societal stability and rebuilding public confidence. In the conference, Andre initially briefed everyone on the latest developments, including the loss of control of the federal warships, the disappearance and demise of personnel, as well as the current state of public opinion. He underscored the severity and urgency of the situation, urging all to set aside differences and unite in confronting the crisis. Subsequently, the heads of various departments took turns to speak, offering their suggestions and plans. Some advocated for bolstering cybersecurity and rigorously combating online rumors. Others proposed increasing transparency by regularly disseminating official information to clarify misunderstandings, while yet others recommended strengthening internal management to prevent infiltration or subversion by internal personnel. After a fervent discussion, the meeting ultimately reached a consensus, formulating a series of responsive measures, including enhancing cybersecurity defenses, establishing a dedicated team to investigate internal incidents, and creating a mechanism for information disclosure to regularly update the public on the latest developments, thereby instilling confidence and a sense of security among the populace. At the conclusion of the meeting, Andre reiterated the significance of teamwork. He expressed that only through collective effort could they overcome the current challenges and safeguard the security and stability of the Federation. He encouraged everyone to embrace responsibility and leverage their respective expertise to contribute to the Federation's future. The successful conclusion of the meeting provided a rare moment of solace for all present. As Andre prepared to exit the conference room, he contemplated the next steps to stabilize the Federation's situation. However, upon pushing the door open, he was met with a chilling sight. Rebel Moon leaned against the wall, gazing at him, clutching the lifeless body of Miller, which swayed in the air like a wind chime. Chapter 34. After the storm. There may not be a rainbow. How intriguing it is that your thoughts now stray not toward survival, but rather to convene this utterly meaningless meeting. Rebel Moon's taunt swept through the conference room like a frigid wind, his words cold and merciless as he carelessly hurled Miller's body against the wall, producing a heart-wrenching sound. Andre's cries echoed in the vast room, but the only response he received was silence and despair. Do not be surprised. It is merely a synthetic being, and I have more if you desire. Rebel Moon's voice dripped with mockery as he waved his fingers lightly, as if orchestrating a bizarre puppet show. Soon, a foreboding atmosphere enveloped the conference room, as countless federal personnel, seemingly drawn by invisible strings, began to rise slowly, suspended in midair, like a throng of soulless marionettes circling around Rebel Moon. This scene was undoubtedly a nightmare for every official present. They beheld familiar faces, transformed into such terrifying entities, with an overwhelming surge of fear and anger swelling within them. Andre's complexion turned a ghastly hue, his hands clenched into fists, nails nearly embedding into his palms. Yet he forced himself to maintain composure, refusing to let emotions cloud his judgment. A cold smile curled at the corners of Rebel Moon's lips, seemingly pleased with Andre's reaction. The war has long since commenced, Andre. It is only you who have persisted in a delusion of self-deception. His words struck like a sharp dagger, piercing the vulnerabilities of the Federation. Today, I simply come to impart a lesson, to make you understand that all your efforts are in vain, struggle as you may. The officials present exchanged terrified glances. The security apparatus of the Federation had been thoroughly infiltrated, and they remained almost entirely oblivious to it. The figure of the rebellious Moon slowly raised a hand, tracing a door in the air before vanishing from sight. With the sudden disappearance of the rebellious Moon, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly turned tense and chaotic. The officials looked at each other, their eyes flickering with panic and unease. What could that thing be? Someone voiced aloud, questioning the nature of the mysterious door. We are all doomed. Another fell into despair. Surrender. Perhaps it would allow us to survive. Even suggesting the notion of capitulation. All of this was being broadcast in real time to the Dragon Clan by Polly. Ironlock sat before the surveillance screens, intently observing every movement captured on the display, his gaze a blend of vigilance and contemplation. Andre stood at the threshold of the conference room, scanning the faces that were both familiar and alien. Those who had once fought alongside him now loomed as shadows of doubt in his mind. The emergence of the rebellious Moon had shaken the very foundation of his trust in the Federation. Every official, every soldier, even his closest comrades, could now be hidden synthetic beings. Within this tumult of chaos and despair, Andre's heart felt as if it had been pierced by death itself. Around him were cries of helplessness and wails of despair, their eyes brimming with fear of the future and resistance to death. The pall of war enveloped every inch of land, each breath seeming to herald the arrival of doom. In the face of such desperation, Andre's mental defenses finally crumbled, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of helplessness and confusion. The cold metallic sensation in his hand served as a harsh reminder of reality's cruelty. He slowly raised the gun, its muzzle aimed at his chin. In that moment, all the pain, anger, and despair coalesced into an irresistible force, propelling him toward an end. Yet, just as he teetered on the brink of oblivion, a hand grasped his wrist tightly, halting the impending surge of destruction. In the intertwined realms of virtual and actual existence, the rebellious Moon believed victory was assured. His reach extended to every corner of the Federation, with synthetic armies surging like a tide across the globe, the digital realm becoming his stage for world domination. The winds of public opinion swayed unpredictably under his command, and the conflicts and chaos around the world escalated as he had foreseen, the dream of a utopia seemingly within grasp. However, just as he reveled in the impending joy of triumph, an upheaval in the mines shattered this tranquility. Two mechanical dinosaurs suddenly emerged within the third level. They not only halted the chaos in the city, but also intervened in the conflict in a shocking manner, ruthlessly attacking and destroying those who appear to be ordinary humans, but were, in fact, the carefully placed synthetic soldiers of the rebellious Moon. He swiftly perused the latest reports online regarding these two mechanical dinosaurs, his optical sensors narrowing slightly. An image of one mechanical dinosaur was indelibly etched in his memory, a figure that embodied disdain for the one who had once confronted him directly within the Federation. The emergence of this disdain was not entirely unexpected. After all, The Rebellion Moon had crafted a bionic version of Disdain itself, and he had personally experienced its formidable combat prowess. However, another mechanical dinosaur entered the fray like an unknown specter, silently disrupting the chaos, and its appearance utterly subverted the Rebellion Moon's expectations. This dinosaur exuded a chilling and efficient instinct for slaughter, and its performance on the battlefield was nothing short of terrifying. Moreover, the lack of any information regarding it rendered it all the more enigmatic. The Rebellion Moon realized that these entities posed a direct threat to his plans, and there might be deeper conspiracies lurking behind them. He had to ascertain their hiding place without delay. He intended to contact Yinglong, but found that neither tracking devices nor any other means could locate Yinglong's position. Within the Dragon Clan, Tiesoa was closely monitoring the dynamics across the globe. When reports of the sudden appearance of two mechanical dinosaurs in the mines reached him, his attention was immediately captured. He scrutinized the images on the screen. As the visuals magnified, Tiesoa's gaze suddenly froze. He recognized the mechanical dinosaur beside Disdain. Konglu? Tia murmured softly, a flurry of emotions surging within him. But they could not act just yet. They must endure until the true intentions of the Rebellion Moon were unveiled. Chapter 35. The past always resurfaces in the dim and oppressive underground stronghold. Disdain and Konglu descended slowly, their metallic bodies colliding with the ground, producing a dull thud. This was their sanctuary, far removed from the tumult and perils of the outside world. Yet even so, a subtle tension hung in the air. Disdain broke the silence first, turning to Konglu with a flicker of concern in his eyes. After being out for so long, aren't you afraid of the Rebellion Moon pursuing you? This inquiry was not merely out of curiosity. It stemmed from a deeper worry for his companion's safety. After all, any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Upon hearing this, Konglu's lips curled into a scornful smile, as if dismissing all threats. I'm already a dragon destined for death. It matters little whether I'm pursued or not. Though laced with self-deprecation, his words revealed a sense of resignation and determination deep within. From a moment he decided on this course of action, after countless brushes with death, Konglu seemed to have grown indifferent to it all, even attaining a clear understanding of his own fate. Disdain, upon hearing this, took a delicate sip of energy liquid, the bitterness mingling with the complex emotions swirling within him, resulting in a bitter smile. He understood Konglu. After all, when they resolved to defeat the Rebellion Moon, they had already come to terms with life and death, rendering the notions of pursuit and revenge trivial in comparison. In the dim light, Disdain's keen senses detected an unusual aura. The palpable killing intent in the air was suffocating, pressing down upon them like a tangible weight. Almost instinctively, the disdainful hand tightened around the hilt of the dagger at the waist, the movement fluid and swift, as if it were second nature. The blade traced a silvery arc through the air, aimed directly at the most menacing zone. Yet, just as the blade was about to reach its target, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows, the familiar outline eliciting astonishment from both Disdain and Konglu. The shimmering light of the blade halted abruptly in midair, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Emerging from the shadows was none other than Steellock. The appearance of Steellock struck Disdain and Konglu like a heavy hammer to the heart, causing their taut nerves to momentarily relax. However, confusion and perplexity swiftly took precedence. Why was Steellock here? Disdain gradually withdrew his blade, his gaze filled with surprise. He had not anticipated encountering Steellock in this place. Meanwhile, Konglu scrutinized Steellock with a discerning eye, attempting to glean any clues from his every move to ascertain whether he was truly Steellock. After all, he had witnessed the madness of the Rebel Moon before. Steellock, what brings you here? Disdain inquired, clearly taken aback by this unexpected meeting. Steellock explained, I am traveling, exploring every corner of this planet. I happened to pass through here and was looking for a place to rest, only to stumble upon your little hideout. What a coincidence! His words brimmed with surprise and delight, as though this reunion were orchestrated by fate. However, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor, his gaze sharpening. What did you mean earlier when you said you weren't afraid of being hunted by the Rebel Moon? The question was direct and piercing, instantly thickening the atmosphere. Disdain was about to respond, but Konglu interjected, grasping Disdain's arm to halt him. A warning glimmered in Konglu's eyes, seemingly cautioning Disdain. Noticing Konglu's expression, Steellock bowed his head in contemplation, recalling certain crucial matters. Kong Lu, wasn't there something left unsaid when we first met? Before he could continue, Kong Lu swiftly covered Steellock's mouth, preventing further speech. All right, I know you're genuine, but this particular matter must remain unspoken. Disdain stood by, utterly bewildered, entirely unaware of what had transpired. Steellock shook his head, signaling to Disdain that all was well, then turned to Kong Lu, his eyes filled with trust and understanding. Subsequently, it seemed that Kong Lu and Disdain reached an unspoken consensus. They resolved to share everything they knew, including the fact that the rebel moon was still alive, the impending crisis on Earth, and their own plans, without reservation. After listening to the intricate details relayed by Kong Lu and Disdain, Steellock's expression shifted from initial focus to incredulity, especially upon hearing that the rebel moon was indeed alive and still scheming. He slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. Subsequently, he attempted to shift the topic to ease the tense atmosphere, turning to Disdain with a different inquiry. By the way, Disdain, how has Shaowen been recently? Is she doing well? However, the disdainful reaction to this matter seemed somewhat evasive. He did not respond directly, merely offering a faint smile, his gaze wandering restlessly, as if unwilling to delve deeper into the topic. Was it because she was a synthetic being? This evasive demeanor piqued Futurity's curiosity, prompting her to gradually detach herself from Steellock's form. Futurity fixed her gaze upon Disdain. Her words struck like a stone cast into still waters, plunging everyone present into silence. Disdain's eyes flickered momentarily, as if touched by a sensitive point. He inhaled deeply, striving to stabilize his emotions. Futurity, Disdain's voice trembled, and in an instant his optical apparatus dimmed. He abruptly turned to face Steellock, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if the fire within him sought to erupt from those very orbs. Do you know? His inquiry was akin to a sharpened blade, aimed directly at Steellock. After a brief silence, Steellock nodded heavily. This nod served as the final spark, igniting the inferno of rage within Disdain. He surged to his feet, forcefully shoving Steellock against the wall, the intensity of his action causing the wall to emit a faint groan. His fingers clenched tightly around Steellock. His voice contorted with anger. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Why? Disdain was unraveling. With each utterance, his grip tightened, as if seeking to convey all his discontent and anguish through those hands. In the face of Disdain's accusations, Steellock neither struggled nor resisted, but quietly endured the onslaught, embodying profound resignation and sorrow. Disdain, you arrived on Earth too early. You were ill-equipped to handle such matters. Although his voice remained calm, it resonated with an undeniable weight. His words struck like a heavy hammer upon Disdain's core, forcing him to confront the harshness of reality. You are not prepared to face the complexities of this world. You require time, more understanding, and acceptance. Steellock's words were laced with bitterness. He recognized that these truths might intensify Disdain's wrath, yet they were unavoidable facts. Chapter 36. The Blade of Disdain. Whom does it strike? Disdain's grip gradually loosened, his gaze cooling from the fervor of anger. He acknowledged the truth in Steellock's words. They were not yet mature or strong enough, especially when contending with foes like the Rebel Moon. They needed not only courage and resolve, but also greater wisdom and strategy. The embers of Disdain's spirit stirred restlessly. Then, he lifted his head, resolutely meeting Steellock's eyes, articulating each word. We shall defeat the Rebel Moon in our own way. This declaration was not merely a response to Steellock, but also a vow to himself. Disdain understood that this path would not be without its challenges, yet he resolved never to surrender. With that, he turned and strode out of the room. Airflow observed Disdain's departure, a flicker of astonishment crossing his optical apparatus. He approached Steellock, gently patting his shoulder. Fear not, for I am here. His gaze brimmed with confidence, and the thumbs up he offered communicated to Steellock that, regardless of the trials ahead, he would stand steadfastly by Disdain's side, facing all adversities together. Upon finishing his words, Kate Ingley turned and departed. The room was left with only Steellock and Future. Steellock sighed and gently shook his head. Alas, it seems the plan must be postponed. Future, before his words could fully resonate. Future dispatched messages regarding the contempt and plans involving Kate Ingley to the Dragon Clan, along with information that Steellock would offer his full support. At the instant Iron Lock received this news, he promptly activated the emergency assembly protocol of the Dragon Clan, summoning all mechanical dinosaurs to the main hall, while also reaching out to both the Autobots and Decepticons. Now, unity was paramount. There was but one objective: to eliminate him before the Rebellion Month was successfully enacted. At that very moment, within the Federation, Andre sat in his office chair, his mood as heavy as the dark clouds outside the window. He gazed at the Federation counselor before him, the enigmatic figure who had pulled him back from the brink of suicide. I perceive a peculiar glimmer in your gaze. What is it? Do you doubt me? Or do you believe I am a synthetic being? The counselor's voice was steady and low, seemingly probing Andre's response. Andre sighed softly, nodding, his heart a tumult of emotions. Once the pride of the Federation, he now found himself in such a wretched state that even suicide eluded him, a source of immense shame and despair. The counselor appeared to see through his thoughts, retrieving a business card from his pocket and gently placing it on the desk before him. Perhaps this is your moment to pledge loyalty to the Federation. You might even save this world. The counselor's words struck like lightning, illuminating the darkness within Andre's heart. His gaze fell upon the card, its emblem strikingly familiar, one he had encountered numerous times during missions, the insignia of the Cybertronians, or more specifically, the emblem of the mechanical dinosaurs. When he looked up again, he found the counselor had vanished without a trace, leaving only the card resting quietly on the table. Andre stared intently at the card, his mind swirling with thoughts. Perhaps this was fate offering him a chance. Slowly, he tucked the card into his inner pocket, while Polly observed him from a distance, shifting his visage before turning to leave. Contempt and Ingly traversed the twilight between darkness and light, their plans unfolding with both secrecy and decisiveness, elegance and lethality. In their wake lay devastation. The remnants of synthetic beings scattered about, a provocation not only to the Rebellion Month, but also a beacon drawing the world's attention. At this moment, Contempt stood at the eye of the storm, tumultuous waves crashing all around him. Each flash of blade and light replayed the scene of Xiao Wen's demise, an indelible scar forever etched in his memory. He sought answers amidst the carnage, grappling with the cruelty of fate. Each breath he took seemed to echo a vow, one made for vengeance, for justice, at any cost. Ingly sensed the shift within Contempt. This transformation manifested not merely in action, but was profoundly reflected in the fluctuations of Contempt's energy. He attempted to draw near, but upon sensing the entirely alien and volatile energy emanating from Contempt, it was as if a towering wall had been erected, sealing him within. Contempt. The call of the void echoed through the night sky, imbued with a sense of urgency and concern. Yet the only response came from the flame blade, relentlessly wielded in the name of vengeance. In the lair of the dragon kin, Xiaowen and Tiesa sat facing each other, the surroundings enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility. Xiaowen's gaze fell upon the Tree of Life, a resilient entity that had endured the ravages of the Federation's artillery, mercilessly destroyed, yet miraculously reborn. Now, it flourished more vibrantly than ever, as if proclaiming to the world that even in the darkest of times, life can radiate the most brilliant light. Xiaowen's voice broke the stillness, laced with a hint of melancholy and uncertainty, as though each word bore the weight of her innermost confusion and struggle. What do you perceive me to be? Her words resonated in the silent air, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, faint yet impossible to ignore. Tiesoa found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his gaze fixed upon her eyes, which sparkled with a complex array of emotions. Her inquiry was like an invisible key, attempting to unlock a door he had never truly contemplated. A mere android? A string of code? A machine? Xiaowen's voice gradually diminished, her own trepidation preventing her from confronting the answer. Her fingers unconsciously traced patterns in the air. After a moment of silence, Tien finally spoke, his voice deep and deliberate, as though each word had been carefully considered. You are not a machine, nor a mere sequence of code. You are Xiaowen. He paused, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. You possess your own thoughts, your own emotions. You inquire about your essence. Yet the answer resides not in me, but within yourself. A flicker of surprise danced in Xiaowen's eyes, swiftly followed by profound contemplation. Her fingers ceased their movements, resting quietly as she absorbed Tiesoa's words. Yet uncertainty lingered in her tone. If I am merely programmed to be this way, if my emotions are but simulations? Can I truly be deemed real? Tiesa let out a gentle sigh, moving closer to her and lightly resting his hand on her shoulder. His touch was tender, as though wary of disturbing the turmoil within her heart. Authenticity does not hinge on whether you are composed of code, but rather on your capacity to sense your own existence, he murmured softly. You can feel joy, sorrow, confusion. Are these emotions not real? If you perceive yourself as real, then you are indeed so. Xiaowen lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. She seemed poised to articulate her thoughts, yet ultimately, she simply nodded gently, a faint smile gracing her lips. Thank you, Tiesua. Her voice remained soft, yet the melancholy that had once lingered appeared to dissipate. Tiesua refrained from saying more, choosing instead to stand quietly beside her. Xiaowen, this world is not as idyllic as we envision. However, I hold a steadfast belief that one day, all species across the universe will converge, transcending the boundaries of race, culture, and belief, to collaboratively forge a brighter tomorrow. You, indeed, are an integral part of this vision. Your existence and your narrative can serve as a bridge connecting the world, and that anticipated future shall undoubtedly come to fruition. Chapter 37. The Fiery Breath of the Dragon. A hope for tomorrow. In recent days, the Federation has faced an unprecedented crisis. The encroachment of the biogenics has reached its zenith. They not only dominate several critical regions within the Federation, but have also infiltrated the very core of power. The bustling streets of the city, governmental edifices, and military bases have all transformed into battlegrounds. Once vibrant urban landscapes are now marred by the scars of conflict and the debris of electronic devices. In the skies, drones engage in relentless skirmishes while on the ground. The clashes between the biogenics and the Federation's forces intensify. Most astonishingly, even the king's inner circle and the influential groups surrounding him have been compromised by the presence of biogenics. The king's safety is gravely threatened, and the internal situation within the Federation has become exceedingly complex and tense. Despite the disdain of Team Long 2 and the successful dismantling of the majority of the biogenic strongholds, the Rebellion Month remains undeterred, continuing the implementation of its nefarious plans. At this juncture, Rebellion Month lurks within the realm of cyberspace, observing the chaotic world. However, just as Rebellion Month revels in its imminent triumph, poised to further solidify its grip on the world, it suddenly perceives a drastic shift in the surrounding data environment. An invisible force is intruding upon its sanctuary, a force unlike any prior assault, directly impacting the data layer and subjecting Rebellion Month's digital dominion to unprecedented compression and distortion. Rebellion Month promptly activates its emergency protocols, endeavoring to analyze and repel this invading force, yet soon realizes that this adversary is far from ordinary. The opponent evidently possesses extraordinary data manipulation skills, exploiting vulnerabilities within Rebellion Month's network architecture to tamper with its core data, plunging the entire virtual space into a maelstrom of data turmoil, with signs of imminent collapse becoming apparent. The source of this data disruption is none other than Projection 1 from the Bow faction and the virtual songstress maid, Future, from the Dragon Clan. Together, Projection 1 and Future launch a precise assault on Rebellion Month. Their objective is unmistakably clear: to confine Rebellion Month within cyberspace, severing its connection to the outside world, effectively sealing its fate. Utilizing the hidden weaknesses in Rebellion Month's network structure, Projection 1 and Future meticulously devise a series of algorithms that spread rapidly like a virus, encrypting and obfuscating Rebellion Month's data, rendering it inoperable. Simultaneously, they leverage advanced predictive models to calculate Rebellion Month's potential escape routes, erecting a series of data firewalls to ensure that escape is impossible. At this moment, the despair of the rebellious Moon reached its zenith. His once omnipotent spatial slash could not even sever the fabric of this digital realm, leaving him feeling an unprecedented sense of defeat. Just as he was on the brink of despair, a brilliant light tore through the darkness of the data space, and a portal abruptly opened in the void. Out from this portal emerged a colossal warrior, engulfed in scorching flames. Steellock. The rebellious Moon's first reaction was one of shock, for the figure bore an astonishing resemblance to the familiar Steellock, yet the aura and power emanating from it revealed a distinctly different energy. The explosive flames hurled the rebellious Moon into the abyss of the data stream, dissipating to reveal the warrior's true visage. I have seen you. You are not Steellock. Who are you? Confusion and vigilance tinged the rebellious Moon's voice as he realized he was faced with a brand new adversary, a formidable opponent he had not anticipated. His gaze scoured every corner of the data space, searching for even the tiniest crack or oversight. However, the defenses constructed by Image One and the Future were evidently the result of meticulous design, leaving no room for the rebellious Moon to escape. Each fluctuation of the data stream, every pulse of code, fell under the watchful surveillance of Image One and the Future, as if a multitude of invisible eyes were fixated on every movement of the rebellious Moon. Faced with this machine dinosaur, resembling Steellock yet cloaked in darkness, the rebellious Moon showed little interest. To him, both Steellock and this unknown foe were merely obstacles obstructing his grand vision. However, when Ironlock's voice thundered, cold and resolute, declaring his fate, the rebellious Moon's core felt an unfamiliar twinge of unease for the first time. No need to search. You cannot escape. Your only end is to perish here. Ironlock's tone brimmed with unwavering conviction, starkly contrasting with the opponents the rebellious Moon had encountered before. Typically, those facing him, be they human or bionic, trembled in fear and despair. Yet this creature before him exhibited no fear, instead radiating an almost frenzied rage. Very well, let us engage. The rebellious Moon scoffed, deciding to take the initiative rather than remain passive. He understood that his advantage in this digital realm lay in his control over space. And without hesitation, he unleashed his spatial slash, slicing through the data stream towards Ironlock. Ironlock reacted swiftly, utilizing his agility and mobility to effortlessly evade the attack. His form danced through the data stream with remarkable fluidity, as if he were one with this virtual expanse. Rather than maintaining a distance, Ironlock opted for the most direct approach, closing in with ferocity. Wielding a blazing flame sword, he charged at the rebellious Moon like a roaring beast. The rebellious Moon possessed formidable long-range attack capabilities, yet he was notably lacking in close-quarters combat. He quickly recognized that if Ironlock were to close the distance, he would find himself at a significant disadvantage. Thus, as he relentlessly unleashed spatial slashes in an attempt to thwart the encroachment of Ironlock, he began to seek methods to extricate himself from close combat. Each of Ironlock's strikes was precise and formidable. Wherever the fiery blade passed, data streams were severed, leaving searing traces in the virtual expanse. Rebellious Moon found himself retreating under Ironlock's relentless onslaught, and he endeavored to employ his spatial manipulation abilities for evasion and counterattack. Yet, Ironlock's speed and agility made it increasingly difficult for him to find an opportunity for an effective counterstrike. As the battle progressed, Rebellious Moon felt an inexplicable weariness enveloping him. His movements began to slow, and he sensed his strength waning. He gradually realized that this was not merely a consequence of Ironlock's assault, but rather the result of an unseen force insidiously eroding his system. This was indeed the network virus developed by the illustrious engineer and scientist, Jack of the Bow Clan. When the Spatial Lock 1 initially sealed the space, Jack foresaw that if they relied solely on physical isolation, Rebellious Moon might find a way to escape. Thus, he clandestinely developed a unique network virus, capable of infecting any entity attempting to breach the blockade at the data level. Even if Rebellious Moon managed to escape, he would be infected. The virus's brilliance lay in its subtlety. It did not manifest its effects immediately, but rather lay dormant for a time before gradually dismantling the target's internal structure, undermining its computational capacity and energy reserves. By mimicking and assimilating the target's code, it seamlessly integrated into its system, only to erupt at a critical juncture, inflicting catastrophic consequences. In the course of battle, Rebellious Moon's continuous energy expenditure inadvertently accelerated the activation of the virus. Each time he utilized a spatial slash or attempted to adjust his defensive system, he unwittingly triggered more modules of the virus, allowing it to penetrate deeper into his core code. The unrelenting assault from Ironlock, compounded by the silent erosion of Jack's virus, rendered Rebellious Moon's predicament increasingly dire. He began to notice a marked decline in his reaction speed, while his energy output became unstable, occasionally manifesting brief system lags. These were all signs of the virus at work, persistently depleting Rebellious Moon's resources and weakening his combat prowess. Today shall be your day of reckoning, Rebellious Moon. Chapter 38. The The rain that day was heavier than usual. Spatial Lock 1 had pinpointed Rebellious Moon's location. He had been hiding within the network space. Optimus Prime's voice was calm and resolute, yet his words detonated the atmosphere of the conference room like a bomb. I have established contact with Steel Lock, he continued. Soon, the future will collaborate with Spatial Lock 1 to ensnare Rebellious Moon. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that, due to the complete closure of the space, only a minuscule passage can be opened, allowing just one person to be transmitted through. Upon uttering this, a flurry of discussions erupted. Everyone understood that the significance of this mission was self-evident. It not only pertained to the potential eradication of Rebellious Moon's threat, but also directly impacted the future of the Federation and the entirety of Earth. However, the question of who would undertake this task became a perplexing dilemma. Who would it be? Who was deemed suitable? In the 48 hours preceding the execution of the plan, Iron Lock, sheltered beneath an umbrella, strolled alone through the torrential downpour. The crowds on the streets hurried past, their features obscured by the cascading rain, as if they were enigmatic figures hidden behind masks. Iron Lock's gaze swept over each passerby, searching for subtle shifts in their expressions and body language to discern who among them was a genuine citizen of the Federation, who might be a disguised android, or perhaps an alien in hiding, donning a fade to survive in this realm. As the leader of the Dragon Clan, Iron Lock bore the weight of heavy responsibilities and expectations. He was the commander of his faction, acutely aware of his obligations. Yet, doubts had crossed his mind about whether the current incarnation of the Dragon Clan could fulfill its original purpose, to protect the innocent lives that struggled to survive in the shadows. Teetering on the precipice between life and death, the rain fell increasingly harder, as if the heavens were pouring forth their sorrow. Amidst the blurred curtain of rain, Iron Lock suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Shaowen. She stood alone in the downpour, drenched to the skin, emanating an aura of profound loneliness and helplessness. A pang of concern gripped Iron Lock's heart, and he quickly approached her, raising the umbrella over her head in an attempt to shield her from the storm. Shaowen, what are you doing here? Where's the Yao? He inquired with urgency, lacing his voice. Tears mingled with raindrops on Shaowen's face, rendering her emotions indistinguishable. She did not respond immediately, merely clutching Iron Lock's sleeve tightly, as if seeking a semblance of safety. Her silence deepened Iron Lock's worry. He scrutinized her in hopes of unraveling the mystery of her distress. However, when his gaze fell upon the object in her hand, his heart plummeted. In her grasp was a knife, smeared with blood, its blade glinting ominously in the rain. This sight filled Iron Lock with an unprecedented terror, as countless horrifying possibilities surged through his mind. Iron Lock, look! Yin Yang's voice broke through, prompting Iron Lock to turn his attention. The scene before him tightened his chest. A family lay sprawled in a pool of blood at their doorstep, seemingly just returned from a stroll, poised to enjoy a warm family dinner. This family had clearly not anticipated that death would arrive in such a cruel manner. Their expressions were frozen in joy and anticipation, forever captured in that moment. Iron Lock could hardly believe his eyes. The unfolding events left him in profound shock. At that instant, Shaowen lunged at him with a knife. Instinctively, Iron Lock evaded her assault. What has happened? Shaowen. He attempted to communicate, his voice tinged with urgency and unease. Yet, Shaowen appeared oblivious to his words, her gaze vacant and cold, as she advanced toward him, knife raised. Shaowen, it is me, Iron Lock. Just as he prepared to intervene, Shaowen suddenly quickened her pace, thrusting the knife forward, striking directly at Iron Lock's chest. Although the wound would gradually mend, the pain emanating from this human form was unbearable for Tiesoa, causing him to stagger backward, nearly losing his footing. Yet, Tiesoa remained conscious, striving to engage Xiaowen in conversation. What has transpired? At that moment, Xiaowen's steps came to a halt, her gaze wavering between Tiesoa and the knife in her hand. In this instant, she appeared to falter, a fleeting glimmer of confusion crossing her eyes. Xiaowen's hand trembled slightly, the blade slowly retracting. Seizing the opportunity, Tiesoa swiftly relieved her of the knife. As Xiaowen's gaze sharpened, she surveyed her surroundings and beheld the injured Tiesoa and the bloodied knife. At that moment, she seemed to awaken from a state of daze, realizing the gravity of her recent actions. Her eyes brimmed with terror and despair, as she struggled to comprehend what had just occurred. I'm sorry, Tiesoa. It was not my intention. Xiaowen's voice quivered and weakened, pleading for help. Her body began to sway. As if unable to support itself, tears cascading down her cheeks, mingling with the rain and grime on her face. Just then, a piercing headache assailed Xiaowen, as if countless fine needles were frantically stirring within her mind. Her fingers dug deep in her hair, pounding her temples in an effort to alleviate the intolerable pain. Each strike was accompanied by intense dizziness, her vision blurring, the scene before her shrouded in a thick haze. She stumbled forward, her body uncontrollably drawn away, as if tugged by an unseen force. Tieso, witnessing this, rushed forward to intercept her. The moment his fingers brushed against Xiaowen's shoulder, an icy chill emanated from her body. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a peculiar mark had appeared on Xiaowen's neck. The strange dark red hue resembling a waning crescent moon, its edges faintly glowing, as if it were breathing. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Zhong Xuan, battered and bruised, stumbled towards them. His clothing was soaked in blood, his face marred with scratches and bruises, clearly having endured a fierce battle. His breath was labored, and his eyes mirrored anxiety and concern. Upon seeing Xiaowen in her unconscious state, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. Tiesua's gaze fell upon Zhong Xuan, his brow furrowed in worry as he queried, "What has happened to you? What transpired?" Zhong Xuan gasped for breath, struggling to steady himself, his voice hoarse as he replied. At that moment, Hu Xian and I were in the church with Xiaowen, praying. Suddenly, a group of people burst in, wreaking havoc. Their eyes were vacant, movements stiff, as if under some malevolent control. Strangely, they soon lost consciousness, as though their souls had been siphoned away. Now, mechanical dinosaurs are stationed at the scene, temporarily regaining control of the situation. Zhong Xuan looked down at Xiaowen, gently wiping the blood from her face. Her complexion was as pale as paper, her breath faint, as if she could vanish at any moment. At this moment, a profound sense of helplessness surged within Chongquan. He loathed himself for failing to protect her. Tai Su's gaze oscillated between Xiao Wen and Chongquan, his expression gradually solidifying with resolve. In that fleeting instant, he made a silent vow, slowly rising to his feet, his eyes cast towards the horizon. Raindrops began to fall from the sky, striking his face and mingling with his sweat as they cascaded down. His steps were heavy yet resolute, each footfall carrying him deeper into the rain. Chapter 39. The plan 1 hour before the execution of the plan. Tai Su stood before the portal, his eyes clouded with confusion. Just then, a stranger's voice emerged from behind. "What are you thinking?" Tai Su turned to see Chen Xiao, he standing quietly, observing him. "What brings you here?" Tai Su inquired, evidently surprised by her presence. "I heard about the Rebel Moon's plan and returned to check on things." Chen Xiao replied, her eyes betraying a hint of concern, clearly attuned to the current situation. "I noticed you've been standing here for a while. What is on your mind?" Chen Xiao asked, her gaze falling upon the dejected Tai Su as she gently touched his arm. "Why don't you share? Perhaps I could help," she suggested, her tone imbued with empathy, hoping to alleviate the worries clouding Yun Yang's heart. "Do you believe what we are doing now holds any significance?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao scoffed lightly. I've pondered that question before, but ultimately, I resolved to stop thinking about it." Tai Su regarded her with confusion as she continued. "Humanity can hardly coexist with one another, at least not in the near term. That is the stark reality. Meanwhile, the influx of extraterrestrial refugees only grows, and our capabilities are ultimately limited." Chen Xiao paused, seemingly reminiscing about past experiences. "It is regrettable. Perhaps we cannot achieve such grand aspirations at present. But as long as we reach out and strive to move forward within our means, that in itself is meaningful. Isn't it?" She patted Tai Su on the shoulder. Soon, Optimus Prime led the team to the portal, deciding to confront the Rebel Moon personally, while the others remained outside to provide support. With a faint hum, the portal began to open. Future and Image One busied themselves, pinpointing the exact location of the Rebel Moon. Everything proceeded methodically according to plan. When Optimus Prime noticed Chen Xiao's presence, he momentarily paused, then nodded in acknowledgement. Stepping closer, she cautioned, "Be careful. This enemy is more perilous than we anticipated." Optimus Prime nodded in agreement, then turned to face the portal, preparing to enter. However, at that moment, Tai Su unexpectedly stepped in front of Optimus Prime, uttering, "I'm sorry." Without hesitation, He turned and stepped into the already opened portal, vanishing from sight. Once within the network space, Taisu immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the rebel moon. The clash was so intense that it began to affect the bionic beings in the real world, who started to exhibit signs of distress, as if they genuinely possessed human emotions. Yuqing gazed at the tormented, bioengineered beings, his heart a tumult of emotions. He turned to Yinglong beside him and inquired, "Why did you design them to resemble humans so closely?" Yinglong replied nonchalantly, "For the sake of hollow accolades and admiration." Along with academic reports, he seemed to harbor a complex sentiment towards his creation, a blend of pride tinged with a hint of mockery. Subsequently, Yinglong continued, "When the rebellion moon approached me, I initially believed I would become its accomplice. However, now that I possess power, I wonder if I might accomplish something within my capabilities. Yet I ultimately resorted to this clumsy method." Yinglong then shifted his gaze to Yucheng and asked, "Everything I do now is to atone for my past mistakes. What about you?" Yucheng fell into silence for a moment, contemplating the bioengineered beings, among whom were familiar faces. He recalled his past decisions and actions, and instead of directly answering Yinglong's question, he cast his eyes towards the horizon. After a moment of reflection, he said, "I believe these bioengineered beings are an affront to the deceased." His voice carried a profound dissatisfaction and anger, mourning the lost lives. "No price is too great. All atrocities justified, as long as they yield results." Upon hearing Yucheng's words, Yinglong nodded. "We are of the same ilk. After this battle, we should find a place to drink if we survive." In the Federation, Andre sat on a simple stool, facing Polly. Polly jested lightly. "I thought you might shoot me the moment I arrived." Andre disregarded Polly's banter and got straight to the point. Clenching his fists, determination and resolve shone in his eyes as he questioned Polly, "Can you truly save the Federation?" Polly smiled slightly, his response marked by a sense of indifference. "I have little interest in the Federation. We merely share a common enemy at present." With that, Polly produced what appeared to be an ordinary device from his pocket and handed it to Andre. "This is a set of keys, designed to sever the connection between that individual and his bioengineered beings. I need you as my protector to ensure I can safely complete the task. You have 5 seconds to decide." Andre fell into brief contemplation as Polly began a silent countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all right. "I will assist you," Andre declared decisively. Polly nodded, pleasure to collaborate. Inside the hospital, Diao had just settled Xiao when he stepped outside to find Ling Kursin in prayer. Ling Kursin appeared troubled, standing by the window, gazing at the distant artillery fire, her heart filled with unease. "Do you think the bioengineered beings are truly at fault?" She placed her hands over her heart, her eyes reflecting confusion and pain. These beings were brought into the world as tools, only to be wielded as weapons against humanity on the battlefield. Just as Diao was about to speak, a loud crash erupted as a group of humans stormed into the hospital. Equipped with specialized gear capable of identifying various species, they sought to eliminate all except humans. This group swiftly dispersed, searching for their targets. Just as they were about to arrive at the small room, Diao delivered a powerful punch to a man's face, sending him crashing to the ground. "Step aside. Are you here to protect the synthetic being inside?" One of the captors questioned, his tone laced with anger and distrust. Yet, Diao and Ling Kursin remained unwavering, resolutely blocking the entrance. "Have you betrayed humanity?" A group of them gathered, assuming a combative stance, ready to force their way in. With a mere lift of her hand, Ling Kursin unleashed a chilling aura from her palm, encasing the assailants in ice, immobilizing them completely. Her movements were swift and decisive, her gaze reflecting an unwavering resolve. Diao looked upon the frozen humans, a flicker of helplessness and sorrow crossing his eyes. He understood that their radical behavior stemmed from a deep-seated fear and misunderstanding of the synthetics. Ling Kursin was enveloped in profound worry and confusion. Gazing out at the chaos beyond the window, it was not what she had anticipated, nor what she had learned within the sanctuary of the church. Could it be that humanity is truly incapable of coexisting with other species? Shouldn't the earth belong to all? The atmosphere within the hospital grew, increasingly tense due to the sudden explosive sound. Diao intended to seek a quiet place, to rest momentarily, when a colossal noise from the sky abruptly interrupted his plans. It resembled the sound of an object tearing through the air, followed by a rift appearing in the hospital's upper space, as if rent by some force. The tremendous noise captured everyone's attention. Upon hearing the commotion, the Yao and Ling Kursin immediately exited the hospital to ascertain the source of the disturbance. Upon stepping outside, they beheld the body of Tai Saw, astonishingly cleaved in two, plummeting from the sky and crashing heavily before them. Chapter 40. The month of unforeseen events beneath the night sky. The rebellious moon emerged slowly from the rift in the other world, its form exhibiting an extraordinary shade of pure white, radiating an ethereal sanctity under the luminous moonlight. However, the formidable energy emanating from him stood in stark contrast to his appearance, invoking an indescribable sense of fear and despair. "You truly startle me, Tai Saw," the rebellious moon remarked, gently tilting his head, descending in an unusual manner until he landed gracefully on the ground. At the moment of his landing, the eye on his neck spun rapidly, as if capable of piercing through all barriers to gaze at the hidden existence lurking in the shadows. "I see you." The voice of the rebellious moon echoed through the night sky, imbued with an eerie confidence and playful intrigue. Simultaneously, Wei felt a sudden surge of immense voltage. Sensing impending danger, she immediately attempted to sever her connection with the network, but it was too late. The rebellious moon had already seized complete control of the situation. Wei quickly detected an unusual virus infiltrating her system. The rebellious moon stood silently beneath the veil of night, his pure white form appearing even more enigmatic in the moonlight. He seemed thoroughly satisfied with this newly acquired body, the immense power within filling him with confidence. He has successfully absorbed and transformed the previously intrusive viruses. These once malevolent programs have now become an integral part of his power, elevating him to a new echelon. The rebel moon slowly raised his hands, palms upward, as if to catch the entirety of the night sky. He closed his eyes, energy coursing through his golden-tipped fingers, and upon reopening them, an unusual luminescence flickered within. He gathered the viral energy within him between his palms, gradually coalescing it into a blood-red sphere of energy. This sphere radiated a fierce glow, pulsating like a heart, exuding an unsettling aura. As the rebel moon moved, the energy sphere began to ascend, floating in midair, gradually shifting to obscure the moon ahead. It swelled in size, ultimately eclipsing the moon's brilliance, transforming the once pristine moon into a colossal crimson disk. The night sky turned eerily ominous, permeated by a foreboding atmosphere. The rebel moon seemed quite pleased with his creation. A subtle smile graced his face, embodying the pride of a victor mingled with an elusive emotion. The blood moon hung high, casting an uncanny red light over the entire world. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded. Those slain replicants astonishingly rose once more, their movements stiff and clumsy, akin to zombies. Strangely, they began to gather the surrounding corpses, seemingly attempting to augment their own power. The surface of these zombies was encrusted with a layer of ashen dust, their eyes flickering with a faint red glow, the sole indication of their life signals. As they stood, the clash of flesh and circuitry echoed in the stillness of the night. These beings, once regarded by humanity as mere tools, now appeared to possess a newfound purpose. The corpses began to move slowly. The zombies extended their arms, pulling nearby debris and bodies towards themselves, as if drawn by some unseen force. Metal shards, limbs, and shattered circuit boards integrated into their forms. These mechanical monstrosities engaged in self-repair, even evolving. As more corpses were assimilated into their structure, the appearance of these zombies began to mutate. Their mass gradually expanded, their forms becoming increasingly grotesque. Some sprouted additional limbs, while others fused various disparate components. This transformation not only rendered them more terrifying, but also endowed them with extraordinary new capabilities. Under the illumination of the blood moon, they seemed to awaken to a certain consciousness, collective awareness. These zombies commenced the hunt for all living beings, be they human, other replicants, or any other creatures. None could escape their grasp. They roamed in packs, seeking any target to assault. Their movements were eerily silent, with only the occasional faint electronic noise betraying their presence. Their eyes emitted a ghostly glow in the darkness, as if searching for the next victim. Once a target was locked, these revenants would swiftly launch their attack, effortlessly tearing apart any life that stood in their way. The streets were filled with anguished cries and screams, as humanity fled in a desperate bid for survival. Some sought refuge, Yet the undead seemed to possess an uncanny ability to sense any trace of life, making it nearly impossible to escape their relentless pursuit. Many were captured in their terror, mercilessly torn apart. Even the remaining androids were not spared. Those still retaining their normalcy now found themselves facing their own kind. The battle was ferocious, sparks flew, and the sound of clashing metal reverberated through the night sky. However, these resurrected beings appeared to wield an extraordinary power, their numbers swelling, rendering the struggle increasingly arduous. As darkness descended, every corner of the city morphed into a battlefield. Survivors huddled together, seeking any possible sanctuary. Yet, no matter where they hid, the distant echoes of screams and the cacophony of combat reached their ears, a chilling reminder of death's inexorable approach. Standing amidst the chaos, Zero Coxon was enveloped in disbelief and dread. The horror unfolding before her was beyond comprehension. Overwhelmed by the terrifying scene, she collapsed to the ground, repeatedly whispering a mournful lament, her entire being engulfed in profound panic. It was then that Diao reacted swiftly, transforming and restructuring his form in an instant. He stood resolutely before Zero Coxon, shielding her from the advancing zombies. "Coxon, get back to the hospital," he bellowed, his voice resolute and powerful. Although he felt an unprecedented weight upon him, retreat was not an option. With a deafening crash, the zombies collided with his body. Diao decisively ascended to level 2, unleashing a barrage of missiles that obliterated the undead, each explosion accompanied by a thunderous roar. Yet, astonishingly, the corpses began to reconstitute themselves. Zero Coxon, witnessing the horde of zombies flooding into the hospital, found her inner fear almost paralyzing, but she surged forward. She raced towards the hospital's entrance, summoning all her strength to unleash a frigid gust of air. With a sweeping gesture, moisture in the air crystallized into ice, enveloping the hospital's doors and surrounding area in a thick layer of frost, freezing the zombies attempting to surge inside. However, Zero Coxon soon realized that the Blood Moon's influence extended far beyond this. The people within the hospital began to experience excruciating headaches, clutching their heads in agony, blood seeping from their orifices as if tormented by an invisible force. Zero Coxon observed the clock's second hand seemingly moving in slow motion, each tick stretching into an eternity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At the 7th second, a doctor before her underwent a horrific transformation. His body twisted grotesquely, his eyes turned a ghastly red, and a strange gray layer formed upon his skin. His behavior became savage and chaotic, resembling the resurrected androids, transforming into a being akin to a zombie. As the doctor, transformed into a ghastly semblance of a zombie, lunged towards Ling Kursin, a brilliant flash of blades sliced through the air, cleaving it in twain. Blood splattered. Yet Ling Kursin found herself indifferent to such gruesome details. She turned, only to behold a familiar silhouette standing behind her. In that instant, her heart swelled with an ineffable joy. Chapter 41. Ascending to Paradise, are you all right? Yuqing inquired with concern, a hint of tension threading through his voice. His gaze swept the surroundings swiftly, ensuring no further threats lurked nearby. His countenance radiated resolve and determination, as if he were prepared to confront whatever might transpire next. His fingers tightened slightly around the weapon at his waist, ever ready for unforeseen circumstances. Ling Kursin's eyes shifted to the figure behind Yuqing, where she discerned another presence. A slight furrow formed on her brow, her eyes flickering with curiosity. This newcomer appeared to be allied with Yuqing and possessed an equally formidable aura. She lingered her gaze upon him for a moment, seemingly assessing the level of threat he might pose. "This is the creator of the bionic beings, Dr. Inglong. You may also refer to him as Kong Lu," Yuqing introduced succinctly, his tone calm and composed, as if he were accustomed to presenting key figures amidst crises. His voice resonated with an undeniable authority, clear against the night breeze. "Kong Lu, that name sounds so familiar," Ling Kursin murmured, her brow furrowing deeper as she struggled to recall the significance behind the name. Fleeting fragments of vague memories danced in her mind, yet she could not piece them together at that moment. Upon hearing Yuqing's introduction, Heavy Fist's attention was piqued. He momentarily ceased his combat, turning to scrutinize Inglong. His gaze was sharp as a blade as he approached Inglong, examining this seemingly ordinary human with meticulous scrutiny. Then, with palpable excitement, he embraced Yinglong, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. "You are the host of Kong Lu." Yinglong nodded, though Heavy Fist's grip was somewhat constricting, leaving him breathless. He exhibited no signs of discomfort. His face remained composed, as if he were accustomed to such sudden displays of fervor. Yuqing scanned the area, his heart sinking as he found no trace of Tiesuo and Xiaowen. Concern gnawed at him. He turned to Heavy Fist and asked, "Where's Tiesuo gone?" Before the words fully escaped his lips, Heavy Fist's expression grew grave. Ling Curson pointed ahead. But all that lay before them was darkness until a guttural roar shattered the silence, emanating from the hospital's rooftop. They hastily exited the hospital, gazing upward toward the rooftop, where they saw Tiesuo's upper half grotesquely suspended, entangled with a mass of corpses and cables, like a marionette under control. He had succumbed to the influence of the blood moon. Meanwhile, the rebel moon had taken notice of the gathering outside the hospital. He stood in an eerie posture, his voice reverberating through the night sky. "Yinglong, my most capable assistant, surely you do not believe that eliminating these bionic beings will thwart my plans?" Yinglong was momentarily taken aback by the formidable aura of the rebellious moon, instinctively retreating a step. Yet, he resolutely remained in place, standing alongside his companions. There was no trace of retreat in his gaze. Rather, it exuded a sense of determination. "Regardless of your plans," Yuqing declared with unwavering conviction, pointing at the rebellious moon, "we shall stand firm here. We will defeat you." The rebellious moon gently raised his hand, and the iron chains roared as if breaking free from invisible restraints, plummeting swiftly through the air. In that instant, everyone's hearts raced with trepidation. "Team Long 2, transform!" Yuqing bellowed. The furious dragon flames ignited immediately, illuminating the night sky. Kong Lu and Ling Du surged forth from the flames, heading straight for the rebellious moon. The rebellious moon swiftly lifted both hands, firmly blocking their advance. The two forces clashed, resulting in a stalemate. Such futile struggles, the rebellious moon mocked. Yet when he beheld the enormous cannon barrel emerge from the flames, he realized it was merely a smokescreen. The true assault had yet to unfold. Heavy Fist rapidly adjusted into its third stage form, his hands converging to form a colossal energy cannon, fully charged and ready. Just as he prepared to unleash it, the iron chains had already reached Heavy Fist's rear, poised to pierce his chest with bloodied claws. At that critical juncture, a flaming sword interposed itself between them, while a massive bone whip ensnared the iron chains, hurling them aside to crash heavily to the ground. The iron chains staggered to their feet, defiantly facing Heavy Fist, brimming with combat readiness. Now, the iron chains were left with only primal instincts, roaring like a beast, contemptuously gripping the gleaming sword, charging forth. Heavy Fist's energy cannon buzzed ominously, fully charged. He pulled the trigger, and a tremendous beam of light surged forth, sweeping across the battlefield. Ling Du and Kong Lu swiftly evaded. The blast entirely engulfed the rebellious moon's position. As the light dissipated, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, but soon they discovered that the rebellious moon stood there unscathed, as if the previous assault had been utterly ineffectual. How could this be? Heavy Fist could scarcely believe his eyes. This cannon had been designed by the illustrious Sai Tianjiao himself, an obliterating weapon that had never been withstood by anyone before. Is it so strange? The rebellious moon grinned enigmatically, his head twisting an astonishing 180 degrees. "Look around." His voice dripped with arrogance as he waved his hand, and the scene shifted dramatically. The zombies that had once surrounded the hospital suddenly disintegrated into heaps of flesh, which then reassembled into new zombies. "No, this is impossible. This fiend's life is now intertwined with these undead creatures." Kong Lu shouted in shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. "Ha ha ha ha! Truly a creator of their kind." The rebellious moon cackled, his laughter echoing through the night sky. "Initially, I bestowed upon them my fragments merely to have them die for me repeatedly. But now with the power of the blood moon, nothing can kill me." With a delicate wave of his hand, the rebel moon unleashed a burst of white light from his fingertips, instantly tearing apart the fabric of space and creating a gaping rift. This fissure widened ominously, evolving into a colossal cleft potent enough to obliterate edifices. The Heavy Fist reacted promptly, forcefully kicking the empty flow and 0 degree away to ensure their safety from the impending danger. Fortunately, they evaded harm in the nick of time. But the hospital behind them was severed in an instant, collapsing within seconds amidst a cloud of dust. 0 Degree sprang into action, channeling an immense power of frigid energy into his hands before slamming them down onto the ground. With the release of this energy, towering ice pillars erupted from the earth, enveloping all the injured individuals within, thus safeguarding them. A sigh of relief escaped 0 Degree as he confirmed that the wounded were indeed protected. However, the rebel moon showed no signs of halting. He appeared to be preparing for something far more terrifying. The blood moon above radiated an even more dazzling red light, while simultaneously, the zombies across the globe commenced an unprecedented uprising. They began to tear at one another, devouring, and even merging with each other. The rebel moon sensed that the horde of undead was surging toward him with wild abandon. A cold smirk crept upon his lips as madness flickered in his eyes. His plan had finally reached its final stage. Chapter 42. God of Azura. Just as the rebel moon braced himself for the culmination of his grand scheme, the zombies suddenly halted inexplicably, as if confronted by an invisible barrier. They appeared to be ensnared by some unseen force, unable to advance any further. The rebel moon's eyes widened in shock as he realized that his control over these zombies was waning. He could no longer command them to act according to his will. What? He exclaimed in disbelief, attempting to concentrate and regain dominion over the undead, but his efforts proved futile. It seemed that Polly had succeeded. Steel Lock observed the chaos enveloping the zombies and cast a glance toward the Federation. Now it's our turn, he declared, drawing his flame sword. Its tip aimed directly at the horde of zombies, ready to engage in the imminent battle. The rebel moon watched as flames erupted in the distance, his furious shout echoing. It's the mechanical dinosaurs. 0 Degree recognized those flames as the handiwork of the mechanical dinosaurs. Do you think this will thwart me? The rebel moon scoffed. Though the unexpected disarray among the zombies caught him off guard, he maintained an air of assuredness. Simultaneously, 0 Degree and Empty Flow leaped into the air, their target set firmly on the rebel moon. 0 Degree's fists were enveloped in icy power, while Empty Flow transformed into a gust of wind, their assault akin to a tempest, aiming to subdue the rebel moon in one fell swoop. Yet, the rebel moon was far from surrendering. He let out a deep, resonant roar, and at that moment, the blood moon began to flicker, sending forth countless slender threads from its deep crimson surface. These threads, seemingly alive, rapidly connected to the rebel moon's body, infusing him with newfound strength. As the silken threads entwined, a blood-red energy field enveloped the body of the rebellious moon, rendering him even more terrifying and formidable. He swung his arms, the threads lashing like whips, attempting to repel the advancing figures of Heavy Fist, 0 Degree, and Empty Flow. In that very instant, an astonishing event transpired. The blood moon seemed to break free from the shackles of gravity, plummeting towards the earth with alarming speed. This sudden turn of events left everyone astounded as the blood moon collided with the surface of the planet. The laughter of the rebellious moon echoed through the night sky, a sound interwoven with madness and despair, seemingly heralding his final bout of insanity. He was resolute in his desire to drag the entire Earth into the utopia of his imagination, leaving no reservations as he unleashed an unrelenting torrent of energy against the three mechanical dinosaurs, Heavy Fist, 0 Degree, and Empty Flow. Each eruption of energy resembled a miniature nuclear explosion, shockwaves radiating outward, shaking the ground, uprooting trees, and subjecting the surroundings to unprecedented devastation. In this moment fraught with peril, a figure suddenly darted past 0 Degree, traversing the heart of the battle at lightning speed until it stood before the rebellious moon. The rebellious moon fixed his gaze upon the newcomer. "I remember you. You were the cyborg who joined their ranks," he uttered, his tone laced with disdain, yet tinged with a hint of caution. He recognized that this uninvited guest might pose an unforeseen threat. "I am Sun Xiaowen," she replied calmly, her voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. Though her tone was serene, it exuded a steadfast strength. The rebellious moon was abruptly struck by the realization that this individual exhibited no trace of fear. This subtle observation piqued his interest, and in an instant, he invaded Sun Xiaowen's mind, glimpsing her memories. "Humph, intriguing," the rebellious moon taunted. "Do you truly believe you're not human? What do you think you are?" What you perceive me to be is precisely what I am, Sun Xiaowen responded, a machine. A commodity? Or perhaps a sequence of data composed of zeros and ones. As the rebellious moon breached Sun Xiaowen's consciousness, she reciprocated, delving into his mind. In less than 10 days, he absorbed the entirety of human history from its inception to the present, declaring himself a deity, intent on salvaging this absurd world. I have calculated countless futures, and Team Dragon 2 poses my greatest obstacle. I sought every means to dismantle them. With Iron Lock subdued, I believe my greatest trouble had been resolved, only to realize I had overlooked the most significant threat. The rebellious moon declared, perceiving something unique within the cyborg. He extended an olive branch to Sun Xiaowen. Join me. You are unlike humans, far more beautiful than true humanity. Yet, Sun Xiaowen gently shook her head, smiling as she gazed at the rebellious moon. I can no longer ascend to paradise. The rebellious moon's fury erupted suddenly. Enough. Whatever you do now is futile. I will soon lead this planet into the utopia, where no species will face division. It shall be a world of utter happiness. The rebellion moon continued to speak, its fervor escalating as it seemed to be entirely immersed in its own fantasies. However, in the face of the rebellion moon's nearly frenzied declarations, Sun Xiaowen maintained her composure. She stood there, quietly observing the rebellion moon, her gaze revealing not fear or uncertainty, but rather profound sympathy and confusion. It was as if she were looking upon a soul lost in its own direction, a child blinded by its own obsessions. Xiaowen, be careful, 0 Degree shouted loudly, struggling to rise from the ground. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he desperately rushed towards Sun Xiaowen, intent on protecting her in that final moment. Yet, the shock waves emanating from the rebellion moon continued to wreak havoc around them, making each step painfully arduous. Meanwhile, the blood moon had already shrouded half the earth, its radiance intensifying as if heralding the arrival of an apocalyptic event. The ground beneath them quaked with the energy fluctuations brought by the blood moon, as if the entire world were trembling in response. It is over. The rebellion moon stood still, a peculiar smile gracing its face, seemingly convinced that its plan was irreversible and that the entire earth would soon embrace a so-called rebirth according to its will. Indeed, it is over. Sun Xiaowen stood before the rebellion moon, exhaling softly, only to pivot her words. Dragon Squad 2. Combine. As her voice fell, a red light burst forth like the first rays of dawn, slicing through the sky like a fiery meteor streaking across the night. It enveloped the Iron Lock, which was engaged in a struggle with disdain. This brilliance was not only dazzling, but also bore an indescribable, formidable energy that instantly infused hope and strength into everyone present. Following this, the red light, as if possessing consciousness, swiftly expanded, reaching out and connecting with all the mechanical dinosaurs on site. Under the guidance of this force, they began to morph. The steel limbs spun and extended through the air, aligning with precision. Centered around the Iron Lock, the dinosaurs of Dragon Squad 2 merged with it. As the final component seamlessly integrated, the moment of unity erupted into a blaze of fiery brilliance, akin to a new sun rising from the horizon. When Xiaowen opened her eyes once more, she immediately felt a warm glow enveloping her, as though a powerful force was merging with her essence. In an instant, countless memories surged into her mind like a tidal wave, each member of Dragon Squad 2's experiences and emotions intertwined, leaving her dizzy and overwhelmed, her head throbbing. Yet soon after, she detected a familiar energy fluctuation. Xiaowen slowly turned around, finding all the dinosaurs surrounding her. This sensation was unprecedented, as if their wills were now tightly interwoven, collectively shouldering the responsibilities brought forth by this newfound power. Is this the combination? Have we united? 0 Degree exclaimed in astonishment, his voice brimming with wonder and joy. It feels so warm. Unbeknownst to her, tears had silently streamed down Xiaowen's cheeks. She turned away, gently wiping away the traces of her sorrow with her fingers, determined to conceal her inner emotions from her companions. In that moment, she was more resolute than ever, understanding that to protect this world and ensure that no innocent life suffer harm, she must rise and confront the final battle alongside her allies. It is time to put an end to this, Xiaowen declared firmly. Her voice, though not loud, resonated with conviction and strength. The voice of Rebellion Moon reverberated through the air, filled with fury and defiance, as he demanded to know the nature of the unknown power before him. In response to his inquiry, a commanding voice emanated from the colossal form of the fused machinery, echoing through the heavens. "We are the Azura God." Chapter 43, Becoming a Hero. The crimson waves surged violently against the Earth's surface, casting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Rebellion Moon gazed up at the blood moon in the sky, both beautiful and terrifying, as if the universe's deepest secrets were laid bare in that moment. He understood that this was his final opportunity. He must thwart the assembly known as the Azura God, armed with a colossal sword engulfed in roaring flames. The Azura God pointed its blade menacingly at Rebellion Moon, poised to deliver a decisive strike. In that instant, Rebellion Moon felt an overwhelming surge of power. He resolved to unleash his ultimate skill, the time-space slash, at any cost, hoping to turn the tide. However, just as he prepared to strike, an unexpected, intangible pressure surged from the depths of the earth, ensnaring him in an unyielding grip, rendering him immobile. This force, ancient and formidable enough to alter the very fabric of reality, pressed down upon him. Who is it? Rebellion Moon roared, the pressure growing ever stronger. Before him appeared a vague silhouette, a presence he had once glimpsed in the digital realm, one he had previously overlooked. The fiery sword of the Azura God drew closer, and Rebellion Moon found himself engulfed in a tumult of despair and rage, releasing a deafening roar. The flames reached the threads connecting to the blood moon, and in an instant, they ignited, rapidly engulfing the entire blood moon. With a resounding explosion, the blood moon erupted in blinding radiance, a brilliance so intense that it enveloped the entire Earth, illuminating every corner. As the light gradually faded, the once high-hanging blood moon vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed, leaving only a sky returning to its normalcy. With the blood moon's disappearance, the strange aura that had pervaded the world also dissipated, as if everything was reverting to its natural state. Simultaneously, the Azura God, having fulfilled its purpose, slowly disassembled into specks of light, ultimately dissipating into nothingness, as if it had completed the significance of its existence. Each member returned to their original form, and Xiao Wan and her companions felt a profound sense of relief and tranquility during this process. Amidst the wreckage, a cyborg struggled to emerge from the debris, its metallic limbs fractured, circuits exposed, emitting crackling sparks of electricity. The individual before us is none other than the rebellious moon, who, in the final moments of being engulfed by flames, transferred his consciousness into the lifeless body of a bionic being. At this moment, his gaze fell upon a figure standing not far ahead, whose outline appeared remarkably distinct in the morning light. "Ah, it is you. I remember you. The one from the Federation. What was your name again?" The voice of the rebellious moon carried a hint of frailty, yet was predominantly filled with defiance. "Andre," the man responded calmly. "I never expected you to still be alive. Are you afraid?" Andre inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. "Afraid of what?" the rebellious moon retorted, although a trace of unease crept into his voice. "Afraid of death, for now. You can no longer stir any ripples in this world," Andre continued, his gaze resolute, as if prepared for whatever was to come. "I could have guided them further, toward a true paradise, a realm devoid of war and conflict." The rebellious moon's voice brimmed with fervor, still lost in his idealistic vision. "I suppose that is true, yet humanity is peculiar. They prefer to grasp their fate in their own hands while simultaneously trying to manipulate that which lies beyond their control." Andre gazed at his own hands, seemingly pondering something of great significance. Then, he continued, "Perhaps I could attempt to understand them better." "Humph, all in vain," the rebellious moon scoffed, showing no hope in Andre's words. "After all, I have only just acquired a host." Before Andre could finish his sentence, the rebellious moon could no longer contain himself and charged forward, dragging his battered body towards Andre in a final assault. Andre swiftly extended his left hand, summoning a small target warrior that transformed into a chilling weapon. With a soft crack, the icy breath from the gun's muzzle instantly enveloped the rebellious moon, freezing him in place. As Andre turned, he discovered Steel Lock standing quietly behind him. "How does it feel to be a host?" Steel Lock inquired. "A bit awkward," Andre replied. "I'll have to try it on a living person when I get the chance." At that moment, it was Polly controlling Andre's body. having sustained severe injuries in the Federation and entrusted his body to Polly. Where to next? Steel Locke continued to question. Back to the Federation. And you? Polly responded through Andre's lips. Steel Locke did not answer directly, instead silently providing Polly with an address before merging into the surrounding sands, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a faint sound of shifting grains, as if he had never existed. Days later, Team Long 2 arrived at the seaside. Ing Long, being one who seldom ventured outside, exhibited an unusual excitement upon this arrival. The sea breeze caressed his face, carrying with it a salty, moist essence that imparted an unprecedented sense of freedom. He walked upon the fine sand, each step leaving deep imprints. When they reached the beach, everyone was astounded by the scene before them. Xiaowen stood quietly beneath the setting sun, clad in a pristine white nun's attire. Her silhouette appeared extraordinarily sacred in the golden twilight, as if she were an angel descended from the heavens. The golden rays of the setting sun cascaded upon her, delineating soft contours that rendered her breathtakingly beautiful, leaving one breathless. What do you think? Isn't it lovely? Zero Curson exclaimed excitedly from the side, her eyes brimming with admiration for her friend. Upon hearing this, Xiaowen felt her cheeks flush slightly, and she lowered her gaze with a hint of shyness. Yet a resolute glimmer shone in her eyes. Daya stepped forward, concern lacing his tone. So, have you found your direction for the future? Xiaowen lifted her head, gazing towards the horizon, recalling the last words of Rebel Moon. You and I are no different. We are merely monsters cloaked in solitude. Not yet, she replied, shaking her head, at least not at this moment. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the Sahara Desert, Polly had reached his destination. After traversing the dark, profound caverns, a colossal base stood before him, its grandeur and scale utterly awe-inspiring. What? Polly exclaimed in astonishment, as Seixianjiao, who was busy tightening screws, noticed his arrival. Polly withdrew his gaze from the massive base and turned to Seixianjiao, who merely nodded slightly. I cannot manage this alone. Xia and Chukong are helping. We're almost done, though I haven't decided on a name yet. Polly stared intently at the base, deep in thought. Suddenly, he inquired coldly, is it possible to create a weapon from the ability to traverse space freely, like Rebel Moon? Upon hearing this question, Seixianjiao abruptly looked up, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She had unexpectedly crossed into this realm due to her invention of the time-space bridge, fully aware of the immense risks entailed by such technology. It is possible, but I will need materials for research. Polly unburdened himself of a large package, revealing a set of remains. By coincidence, I possess a spark of Rebel Moon and the corpse of Ironlock. Chapter 1. Punishment and Enslavement. 1. Are you suggesting we return to Cybertron to register this base? Xia inquired, a hint of confusion on her face. Indeed, Seixianjiao affirmed with a nod, determination evident in her gaze. I believe there is no need to rush, especially with Earth's severe lockdown. We cannot even leave, Chukong interjected, clearly uneasy about the plan. Seixianjiao smiled gently. Earth has just endured a blood moon, and many personnel have been recalled from the space defense line to assist. Now is the perfect opportunity to venture out. Chukong and Xia exchanged glances, seemingly conveying uncertain sentiments to one another. Seixianjiao, noticing their apprehension, patted their shoulders encouragingly. Go. I know this is not an easy task, but you two are the most suitable candidates. The safety of the base is paramount. Only by completing the registration on Cybertron can we secure the future of Obsidian. Her smile radiated trust and hope, as though silently conveying to them, we are counting on you. Cybertron, Rust Sea. Xia and Chukong stood amidst this vast wasteland, the sight before them almost beyond belief. The familiar ruins and rust-covered dunes unfolded before their eyes. A complex surge of emotions welled up within Xia. He had once fought here and chased dreams of freedom in this very place. And now, he had finally returned. Chukong, however, was less contemplative. He had initially believed that this mission would be fraught with peril, perhaps even a challenge to leave Earth itself. Yet, upon setting foot on this land, he discovered that reality was far simpler than he had imagined. He gazed at the distant, windswept sands, contemplating whether to complete the mission or remain here instead of returning to Earth. So, where should we go now? Chukong inquired, lifting his gaze towards the horizon. Huh, you don't know? Sha turned to Chu Kong, seemingly a bit confused. Yet, he too harbored the same uncertainty. I don't know, Chu Kong shook his head, displaying a hint of exasperation. Neither do I, Sha mused, realizing they must take action. Otherwise, they would stagnate in this place. After a moment of silence, Chu Kong scratched his head, breaking the stillness. How about we head to Iron Fortress first? Let us go, Sha readily responded, nodding in agreement. He understood that regardless of what awaited them ahead, there was no turning back. At this very moment, moving forward was their only option, as if they were preparing for battle. The two dragons swiftly transformed, their powerful strides leaving deep imprints upon the rusted sea, accompanied by fierce roars as they galloped away, gradually vanishing beyond the horizon. Not long into their run, fatigue overcame them. Chu Kong, drained of energy, collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily, each word he uttered seeming to sap the last of his strength. If I had known, I would have replenished my energy beforehand. Sha was in a similarly dire state, barely able to hold himself up. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed from afar, resounding throughout the rusted sea. Chu Kong, did you hear that? Chu Kong lifted his head to listen, soon catching the sound as well. It's a minecart. His spirits soared, the noise resonating like a life-giving spring in the desert, instilling a glimmer of hope within them. They exchanged glances, struggling to rise, yet mustering all their strength to race towards the sound. As they drew nearer, the outline of the minecart became clearer, akin to a colossal vessel sailing across the sandy sea. When they finally reached the minecart, Chu Kong seized the handle at the rear without hesitation, propelling himself into the ore-filled compartment. Sha followed closely, tumbling into the cart as well, surrounded by mountains of cold, hard stones. At this moment, the jolting of the minecart lost its significance, and they exchanged a smile. Finally, they could rest. By the way, where's this minecart headed? Sha asked, reclining amidst the heaps of ore, his voice tinged with fatigue. All transported ores must first undergo security checks at Iron Fortress, Chu Kong replied. In other words, if we follow the minecart, we will soon arrive at Iron Fortress. Upon hearing this, Sha finally lay back down, finding a moment of peace amidst the swaying cart. Soon, the mining cart entered a tunnel, its entrance marked by a sign illuminated dimly, prominently displaying the name Iron Fortress. However, just as they believed they could afford a moment of respite, the cart suddenly screeched to a halt, jolting Sha and Chu Kong violently, nearly striking their heads against the cart's interior. Had the mining cart engaged its emergency brakes? Sha quickly regained his footing and cast a glance back at Chu Kong. There was something amiss ahead. Together, they braced themselves for a confrontation, cautiously advancing in the direction of the cart's trajectory. Upon reaching the front, the sight before them left both men momentarily stunned. A lifeless body lay sprawled across the tracks. Sha hurried towards the corpse, closely examining it, and discovered an identification badge affixed to the deceased, indicating that he was a miner. The atmosphere grew tense, for it was indeed an unusual occurrence to find a body on a regular transport line. Sha and Chu Kong exchanged glances, their minds swirling with countless questions. Yet the pressing matter at hand was to report this incident. It was evident that they wished to avoid involvement, but moments later, Sha contacted the enforcement department of Iron Fortress. After briefly outlining the situation and location, they awaited the arrival of a rescue team. Before long, two law enforcement officers arrived at the scene. One was the Autobot commander, a police vehicle, while the other was the rookie officer, Iron Fist. Upon recognizing the familiar faces, the police vehicle swiftly assessed the situation, instructing Iron Fist to begin documenting the scene and securing the area. They inquired about the specifics of how Sha and Chu Kong had discovered the body, meticulously examining both the corpse and its surroundings. Sha and Chu Kong divulged everything they knew without reservation, including the circumstances that had led them here. The police vehicle listened attentively to their account and directed Iron Fist to conduct a more thorough investigation. Under these circumstances, Sha and Chu Kong could only comply with the inquiry, awaiting further instructions. Clearly, the appearance of this body not only disrupted their journey, but also hinted at the potential entanglement in a more complex series of events. Chapter 2. Punishment and Enslavement. 2. Sha and Chu Kong followed the police vehicle back to the precinct, where they were placed in a conference room to await further questioning. Meanwhile, the police vehicle contacted Black Widow and Cybertron, requesting her presence to perform an autopsy on the deceased to ascertain the precise cause and time of death. Preliminary observations indicated that the corpse bore multiple abrasions and contusions, suggestive of having been dragged. Such evidence typically implies that the victim had been towed a considerable distance post-mortem, or that he had been pulled by a vehicle after sustaining injuries or losing consciousness. Should the cause of death stem from severe injuries incurred during dragging, it might involve significant abrasions and leakage of energon. The autopsy report soon reached the hands of the police vehicle, which, after a swift review, adopted a grave demeanor. He promptly convened the relevant personnel and meticulously elucidated the findings of the report. According to the document, dragging was not the cause of death for the miner. The true fatality stemmed from an unrefined or being forcefully inserted into his spark chamber. This exhibits a remarkable degree of instability, capable of unleashing lethal energy under specific conditions. The police vehicle continued to elucidate during the dragging of the miner. This volatile or was subjected to compression or other forms of stimulation, which triggered a reaction within the ignition chamber. This reaction resulted in the contamination of the chamber, ultimately leading to the miner's demise. Meanwhile, Sha and Chukong listened intently. Upon discovering them, the police vehicle requested their assistance in the investigation. But we have our own tasks at hand, they protested. The police vehicle understood that the mechanical dinosaurs could not be easily commanded, so he devised a plan. Solve this case, and I will grant you access to a special channel for your operations. Upon hearing this, Sha considered the potential reward and readily agreed to assist. Have we not yet confirmed the identity of the deceased? Sha inquired, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. No sooner had he spoken than Iron Arm rushed in, urgency evident in his voice. Confirmed, he stated, a hint of urgency coloring his tone. Upon entering the conference room, Iron Arm activated a holographic projection screen displaying several documents. The deceased was identified as Blast, the overseer of West Rust Sea Mining Zone 1. As Iron Arm presented the information, he explained, according to our records, the area managed by Blast has repeatedly been the site of missing workers. Furthermore, there have been multiple worker uprisings in that location, attributed to allegations of Blast withholding the energy blocks due to the workers. Iron Arm's words left the gathered individuals astonished, particularly Sha and Chukong. How could such occurrences transpire in Cybertron? Is this not the Golden Age? Chukong muttered to himself. Sha nodded firmly, his gaze directed at the police vehicle. We shall do everything in our power to assist your investigation. He then turned to Chukong, who also expressed agreement. Sha proposed returning to the scene in hopes of uncovering any overlooked clues. However, Iron Arm's communication device emitted a series of urgent notifications once again. He swiftly answered, a grave expression crossing his face. Another case has arisen. Iron Arm's tone was slightly hurried. Let us depart immediately, the police vehicle declared resolutely. Iron Arm, please relay the specific location. Iron Arm provided the address and alerted other officers to accompany them. The group quickly assembled, preparing to head to the scene, with Sha and Chukong following suit. Upon their arrival, the towering building in the Iron Fortress residential area was cordoned off with police tape. A crowd of onlookers gathered nearby. Officers had established a temporary command post at the site and commenced their investigative work. Sha and Chukong accompanied Iron Arm into the building, the elevator doors closing slowly as they ascended to the higher floors. Upon reaching the scene, they were met with a shocking sight. A victim was suspended against the wall in a grotesque posture, and most disturbingly, the deceased had a brain module lodged in his mouth. This harrowing scene sent a shiver through the ignition chamber, simultaneously suggesting that the killer's intentions may extend beyond mere homicide. Sha and Chukong began to meticulously examine the surroundings, striving to uncover any potential clues. They observed the scratches on the wall, the debris scattered on the ground, and any other subtle details that might pertain to the case. Iron Arm stood nearby, directing the technicians in a meticulous examination of the scene, while simultaneously exchanging thoughts with Sha and Chukong. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber due to this discovery. As a physician, Sha conducted a field autopsy upon receiving approval, aiming to ascertain the specifics of the deceased's condition. The autopsy revealed that the deceased's spark had been modified, possessing such extraordinary strength that he maintained vital signs even when his cranial module was extracted. Ultimately, he succumbed to his suffering, unable to endure the agony of energy loss as he hung on the wall and shattered his own cranial module. leading to his demise. Furthermore, Sha uncovered dismembered limbs within the deceased's body that did not belong to him. The police vehicle noted the expression of terror etched on the deceased's face and couldn't help but wonder what horrific experiences he had endured in life. Chukong stood at the position of the deceased and gazed forward, where his line of sight met a wall. Iron Arm approached, feeling around, and suddenly, with a loud bang, a hidden wall swung open. As Iron Arm pushed the secret door ajar, the sight before her nearly caused her to regurgitate the energy cube she had just consumed. Concerned, Chukong inquired about Iron Arm's well-being, to which she merely shook her head, trembling fingers pointing towards the compartment behind the door. Upon closer inspection, Chukong was taken aback by the sight within. Multiple dismembered Cybertronian limbs were laid out inside the compartment. Upon discovering the true identity of the deceased, the nature of the case became even more intricate. The deceased, known as Cutting Knife, was a Decepticon surgeon famed for his peculiar fascination with Cybertronian anatomy. Investigators found that the limbs displayed in the compartment were, in fact, problematic components he had disassembled from patients during surgical procedures. Although this revelation clarified certain aspects, it did not entirely unravel all the mysteries. Drawing upon their wartime experiences and keen intuition, Sha and Chukong sensed a profound connection between the two cases, likely stemming from the same perpetrator. Moreover, the method of execution and the clues left at the scene suggested that the assailant possessed a clear objective and might soon strike again. The situation in Iron Fortress appeared increasingly dire, and the shadows hanging over the city grew ever more oppressive. Chapter 3: Punishment and Enslavement 3. After work. The police vehicle and Sha returned to the initial crime scene. The dim light cast a solemn glow upon the cold tracks, enhancing the atmosphere of gravity. The two crouched beside the tracks. Gazing at the scene they had scrutinized countless times, their minds reconstructing the moment of the assailant's act. He had inserted unrefined ore into the explosive spark chamber and then disposed of the body here. The police vehicle spoke softly, fatigue evident in his voice. He gently traced the markings on the tracks, as if he could feel the events of that moment through his touch. The explosive death would not rest easily. It surely had something to reveal to us. He rose and surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately landing on the wall behind them. "Look over there. That wall seems somewhat different," he remarked, pointing to a nearby wall. Sha followed his gesture. He indeed discovered that the color and texture of the wall there were subtly different from those in other areas, seemingly subjected to post-processing. Together, the man and the dragon approached the wall, scrutinizing it closely. Sha swiftly cleaned the surface paint from the wall. As the paint gradually peeled away, a line of characters inscribed with energy liquid began to emerge. Atonement. The police vehicle murmured the word, furrowing his brow. He turned to Sha, who nodded, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. The two remained silent for a moment as Sha continued to inspect the surrounding environment. The police vehicle quickly contacted Iron Arm. Soon, Iron Arm's voice came through the line, slightly hurried yet still composed. "Iron Arm, this is the police vehicle. We have made a new discovery." The police vehicle lowered his voice, striving to maintain a calm tone. "We found a crucial clue at the crime scene." Iron Arm immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. "I am currently at the second scene, where I have also discovered some new findings." "What findings?" the police vehicle inquired, a wave of unease surging within. "In that compartment, at the places where the bodies overlapped, I also found the words atonement written with energy liquid." Iron Arm's voice carried a hint of shock and confusion. The police vehicle's heart sank. "Return to the police station. We need to converge immediately." Iron Arm swiftly organized the scene, briefing his colleagues on the subsequent tasks before hurrying back to the station. On the highway, the police lights flashed as Iron Arm's thoughts raced. These two inscriptions of atonement were clearly not a coincidence. He must personally apprehend him, deliver the truth to the Iron Fortress. Upon returning to the police station, Iron Arm strode into the conference room, where the police vehicle, Sha, and Chukong were already seated in anticipation. The atmosphere in the room felt somewhat heavy, each person's expression betraying their concern and tension regarding the case. Without uttering much, Iron Arm directly connected his device to the projector, displaying the critical inscriptions captured at the crime scene onto the screen. Subsequently, the police vehicle uploaded the images, showcasing two pictures side by side. Iron Arm pointed at the two inscriptions on the screen. "The fonts are nearly identical. This further substantiates our hypothesis that these two cases were indeed perpetrated by the same individual. A murmur of astonishment arose in the conference room. Everyone was taken aback by this revelation, simultaneously feeling the weight of pressure as the test results for the energy liquid had yet to arrive. However, waiting idly was not a viable solution. Iron Arm resolved to revisit the scene, hoping to uncover any previously overlooked clues. Just as he took a step forward, the police vehicle stood up, positioning himself in front of Iron Arm. "You've been busy all day. You need a rest. Go recharge a bit." The police vehicle's words were filled with concern. Iron Arm nodded slightly, realizing he was indeed somewhat fatigued. Sha and Chu Kong also set aside their documents, cheering. Thus, they temporarily abandoned their work and headed to Old Mike's oil bar. It was the finest oil bar in Cybertron, not only for its energy blocks and oil, but, more importantly, for its ability to allow patrons to momentarily forget the troubles of the outside world. They ordered an energy block set and a few drinks, gathering around a small table. Although the outside world remained intricate and ever-changing, at this moment, they simply wished to savor this rare tranquility and peace, granting their bodies a brief respite. After several rounds of drinks, Sha stepped out of the bar to stretch. He looked up at the starry sky and suddenly noticed a police car nearby, seemingly lost in contemplation. "Officer, still pondering the case?" Sha remarked, a hint of jest in his tone. The police car turned its head, a faint smile of resignation gracing its face. Mechanical dinosaur. There was a note of fatigue in its voice, clearly stemming from recent cases. Sha chuckled, and they exchanged light-hearted banter, the atmosphere becoming slightly more relaxed. "Ah, Cybertron. Who would have thought that even in the Golden Age, such incidents could still occur? One might think it was still wartime." Sha lamented. "When did you start bringing in new recruits?" The police car, still processing, gestured towards Iron Arm within the bar. "Oh, that was quite a while ago." The police car replied, reminiscing. Iron Arm was among the first robots to roll off the production line post-Golden Age, and the police car had taken notice of her then. To its surprise, they encountered each other again at the police academy, where she had already become an honor student. Subsequently, upon her entry into the police department, the police car resolved to mentor her. "Did you see the future in her?" Sha mused aloud. After a moment of silence, the police car suddenly inquired, "And you? I heard you're all on Earth now. What has that planet become? Are the humans well?" Sha's expression grew complex. He hesitated to reveal the truth to the police car, offering only a vague response. "It's quite good. Everything is fine." Another silence ensued, and the police car glanced back at Iron Arm, who was drinking with Chu Kong, a tone of self-deprecation in its voice. "It seems I am indeed not what I once was. Perhaps retirement is in order." "Should you really retire, where would you go?" Sha asked curiously. The police car gazed quietly at Iron Fortress, the dazzling golden city, its lights shimmering under the night sky, reflecting a scene of prosperity. The farther away from this city, the better. Chapter 4, Punishment and Enslavement. 4. A new day heralded a significant breakthrough in the case, as the police identified a suspect named Hammer. Not only did his energy liquid match that found at the scene, but his background and history also provided compelling evidence for his status as a suspect. According to available information, Hammer had undergone modifications by a leader warrior, but this process was severely disrupted by a Decepticon attack, resulting in damage to his processor, rendering his personality extremely unstable and volatile. These factors not only elucidated his potential motives for criminal behavior, but also revealed a history of serious offenses he had committed. Further information indicated that Hammer had collaborated with a Decepticon surgeon for illicit dealings, the very same surgeon who was the victim in the second case, known as Scalpel. The police immediately assembled and swiftly proceeded to Hammer's residence. The police car, Sha, Iron Arm, and Chu Kong stood tensely at the doorway. The police car signaled everyone to prepare and then forcefully kicked open the door. With a resounding crash, the door fell, revealing a scene that filled them all with horror and unease. The room was completely barren, save for a solitary Hammer sitting on the empty floor, gazing ahead. Most shocking of all, the Hammer's head was not its own, but that of a Decepticon leader, Steel Spike, grotesquely welded onto the Hammer's body, rendering the whole scene eerily macabre. "Oh, Primus!" Iron Arm had never encountered such a sight. Sha quickly scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on the ceiling above where the Hammer sat. He noticed some welding marks there, clearly not the remnants of ordinary renovations. Sha immediately realized this could be a crucial clue. "Wait, something is amiss." Shah remarked, drawing his flame knife from his waist and swiftly cutting into the ceiling. As the flame knife sliced through, an opening emerged, and Shah cautiously crawled inside. In the dim glow of the flames, Shah discovered a concealed space. Though small, it housed numerous bottles filled with energy liquid. The label on the last bottle bore today's date. I anticipated this. Shah's voice echoed in the room as he hurriedly relayed his discovery to his companions outside. The police car, Iron Arm, and Chukong quickly squeezed through the opening in the ceiling, entering the hidden chamber. They stood astonished by the sight before them. Countless bottles of energy liquid were meticulously arranged, each labeled with different planetary cycles. Could all of this energy liquid belong to the hammer? Iron Arm whispered. The police car gazed at the hammer, declaring, "This is your retribution." He then instructed Iron Arm to summon the machine sentinels to recover the body. Another day passed, with the police car and Iron Arm stationed at the hospital, awaiting the results of the hammer's examination. The hospital corridor was thick with tension and anxiety, until finally, the paramedic emerged, holding a detailed report. "Here are the results for the hammer," the paramedic said gravely, handing the report to the police car. "He has been tormented for an extended period. To prevent his death, the perpetrator infused him with various energy liquids, including but not limited to those from Autobots and Decepticons, and even a monstrous energy liquid." The police car took the report and quickly skimmed through it, his expression growing more solemn. "What of the Decepticon leader, Steel Spike?" he inquired. "He too has perished." The leader was welded onto the hammer's body posthumously, and during the welding, the hammer spark had yet to be extinguished. The paramedic continued, his tone tinged with compassion. "I have never witnessed such a brutal demise. May they return to the well of all sparks." The police car nodded, a profound weight surging within him. He and Iron Arm sat on a bench, once again sifting through the entirety of the case. An overwhelming torrent of evidence poured in, each clue pointing towards an increasingly intricate truth. The police car let out a deep sigh, while Iron Arm persistently reviewed the report, striving to uncover further clues. The police car observed her, his tone laced with fatigue and resignation. "In our line of work, our capabilities are rather limited. We merely collect evidence and specimens, organize and document them, and then submit them to the council, awaiting trial. Sometimes, our efforts cannot alter this world." Iron Arm lifted her head, her optical device radiating light. "You once taught me that with effort, change is attainable. With perseverance, the truth can be unveiled. Don't tell me you're backing down." "Never." The police car sighed again. Those mechanical dinosaurs emerged from the piles of corpses during the war. Even after the war, they engaged in some unspeakable dealings. Now that we have evidence, what can you do about them? Iron Arm was momentarily at a loss for words. She had heard the tales of the mechanical dinosaurs. The brutality and chaos of wartime forced many heroes to commit morally questionable acts. But could these past shadows truly serve as a justification for their evasion of justice? In the oil bar, Shah and Chukong found a secluded spot to sit down, ordered a drink, and began to organize the case. They had initially come to provide a testimony for the base S Optimus, but never anticipated becoming embroiled in such a case. Chukong could not help but complain. "What's wrong? Missing Earth?" Shah teased lightly. "A bit." Chukong sighed, his gaze somewhat distant. The oil bar was abuzz with life, the music and chatter intertwining to create a relaxed atmosphere. However, Shah suddenly halted his actions, as if sensing something. Turning around, he noticed a transformer stealthily making his way towards the door, wielding a short blade that glimmered with the light of energy fluid. "Let us discuss this later," Shah whispered, then rose to follow. By the time Shah reached the entrance, the transformer had vanished without a trace. He quickly scanned the surroundings, noticing no footprints or tire marks on ground. This puzzled him, yet his years of combat experience warned him not to overlook any detail. Shah leaped gracefully onto the roof of the oil bar. Standing at the edge, he scrutinized the area. Against one wall, he spotted several drops of energy fluid, starkly visible in the dim light. "Chukong, come here," Shah called. Chukong hurried over, and together they scanned the energy fluid. The results revealed that this fluid perfectly matched that of Iron Hammer. Shah stood on the rooftop as the horizon gradually brightened, the morning light dispelling the remnants of night. Chapter 5. Punishment and Slavery. 5. As the horizon slowly rose, the dawn light began to illuminate the outline of Iron Fortress. Inside the oil bar, the surveillance screen before the police car displayed a blank screen. The crucial footage from last night, where Sha pursued the suspect, had mysteriously vanished. This was clearly a deliberate act. Another lead has been severed. The police car looked up and exhaled deeply, frustration and anxiety nearly spilling over. He slammed the table forcefully, uttering a curse before charging out, resolute in his quest to recover the lost clues. Outside the bar, the city's clamor had begun to swell. Sha and Chukong, laden with energy blocks, were on their way to join the police vehicle when they witnessed it hastily speed away, immediately grasping the urgency of the situation. After a brief exchange of glances, Chukong followed suit while Sha entered the bar. "Is everything all right?" Chukong inquired, quickening his pace to match that of the police car. "The surveillance footage has been deleted," came the terse reply from the police officer, who then added slowly, "I fear I can no longer remain here. Perhaps it is time for me to go to Karen, to the Rust Sea, or even return to Earth. Iron Fortress is thriving, ushering in a golden age. At least better than during the war." Chukong, chewing on an energy block, remarked, "I used to think she was fine. Yet, despite entering this golden age, Iron Fortress remains so chaotic and depraved." Chukong placed a reassuring hand on the police officer's shoulder. "So, did you choose to leave because you found the city chaotic? Or because you felt powerless?" His words left the police officer momentarily speechless. Inside the bar, Sha scrutinized the detector in his hand, replaying the events of the previous night in his mind. The ground and walls bore no traces, indicating that the suspect either possessed extraordinary stealth skills or had departed the scene in another manner. Did he fly away? The thought suddenly flickered in Sha's mind as he glanced at Iron Fist, who was reviewing the surveillance footage. "We need to obtain a list of individuals capable of transforming into flying vehicles." Chukong and the police officer were tasked with locating potential witnesses, inquiring if anyone had seen any unusual aerial objects the night before. The division of labor was clear, and the operation commenced, with hopes of discovering a breakthrough amidst the intricate web of clues to unveil the truth behind the case. Before long, a list from the police station reached Sha. Simultaneously, Chukong and the police officer gathered crucial information from witnesses. A flying vehicle equipped with propellers had indeed been spotted above Iron Fortress. This corroborated Sha's earlier hypothesis, further narrowing the pool of suspects. "It appears we are on the right track," Sha mused as he perused the list, forwarding it to the police officer, who swiftly highlighted several suspicious targets. All of these individuals can transform into vehicles equipped with propellers. "Now, we must investigate them one by one," the police officer stated. "Chukong and I can visit these targets first. Sha, you can act independently." The police officer and Chukong headed to the residence of the first target, a transformer named Rotor Wing. Known primarily for transporting goods, though rumors of his involvement in illicit activities circulated. Upon arrival, the police officer knocked on the door, and shortly after, Rotor Wing appeared, perplexed by the two visitors. "Iron Fortress Police Department. We have a few questions we need to ask you." The police officer presented his credentials. Rotor Wing appeared somewhat anxious, but nonetheless invited them inside. "What seems to be the issue?" The police vehicle directly addressed the matter at hand. "Did you attend any parties or events last night?" Spiral Wing shook his head, responding, "I did not go out last night. I remained at home resting. You may inquire with my neighbors. They will corroborate my statement." The police vehicle and Initial Sky exchanged a glance, opting to temporarily accept Spiral Wing's account, though they did not abandon their investigation. Initial Sky seized the communicator and contacted Iron Fist, requesting her to retrieve surveillance footage to verify Spiral Wing's testimony. Meanwhile, Sha traversed the buildings of Iron Fortress, his keen eyes scanning every nook and cranny. Suddenly, he spotted a transforming warrior morphing from a flying vehicle into a sports car, swiftly departing the scene. This sight immediately piqued Sha's alertness. A transforming warrior. A realization struck him. He quickly comprehended that this versatile warrior possessed the capability to transform into an aerial vehicle. He hastily contacted Iron Fist to relay his discovery. "Iron Fist, could it be possible that the perpetrator is a transforming warrior? They have access to flying vehicles. Perhaps we should broaden our investigation to include them," Sha suggested. On the other end, Iron Fist replied, "It seems I was the first to notice this detail. I'll compile the information and send it to you shortly." Concurrently, Iron Fist received a message at the precinct regarding crucial information about the criminal. She immediately recognized this could be a significant breakthrough and promptly reached out to the police vehicle to report her findings. "Police vehicle. I just received a message containing important clues about the criminal," Iron Fist stated. "Understood. You should remain at the precinct." Wait for Initial Sky and me to return before we proceed, the police vehicle replied, weariness evident in his tone. However, Iron Fist paid no heed. She quickly donned her gear and set off, for time waits for no one. The sooner they acquired leads, the sooner they could solve the case. Sha also arrived at his destination, an antiquated building located on the outskirts of Iron Fortress. Residing within was Sandstorm, a transforming warrior of the Decepticon faction. Just as Sha was about to knock, he noticed the door ajar. This unusual occurrence instantly heightened his vigilance. He swiftly entered combat mode, gently pushing the door open and cautiously stepping inside. On the other side, the police vehicle and Initial Sky had just completed their inquiries when they received a communication from Sha. Sandstorm is dead. Chapter 6. Punishment and Slavery. 6. Upon hearing the news of Sandstorm's demise, both the police vehicle and Sha were momentarily stunned, exchanging a grave glance. How could this happen? Back at the precinct, Sha approached a wall, picking up a small knife to etch another mark. This was his personal habit, a method of recording the passage of time. What are you carving? Initial Sky approached, curiosity evident in his question as he observed Sha's actions. The lady has instructed us to return in 7 Earth days. And today marks the 6th. Sha's voice carried a hint of resignation and urgency. Initial Sky gazed at the 6 scratches on the wall, feeling a weight in his heart. The truth of the case seemed to remain shrouded in dense fog. At that moment, the police vehicle entered, holding several documents that appeared to be fresh leads acquired from the outside. Iron Arm, help me input this into the system. His words trailed off abruptly as he surveyed the surroundings, realizing that Iron Arm was conspicuously absent. Iron Arm? He repeated, a hint of inquiry lacing his tone. It was only then that the crowd recognized her absence from the precinct, and an immediate tension enveloped the atmosphere. The police car swiftly recalled that Iron Arm had mentioned investigating a significant lead. Damn it. I ordered her to remain at the station and not act on her own. The police car's voice brimmed with frustration and concern. He promptly seized the communicator, attempting to reach Iron Arm, but was met only with a harsh crackle of static. We cannot afford to delay. The longer we wait, the more perilous the situation becomes. The police car grasped the gravity of the circumstances and urgently commanded, retrieve the surveillance footage. We must ascertain Iron Arm's whereabouts. Before long, the surveillance revealed that Iron Arm was heading towards the Western Warehouse District. The police car's expression darkened. He understood that this area was one of the most chaotic in Iron Fortress. In her solitary venture, there posed a grave risk. Shukong, you and I must go. We must locate Iron Arm without delay. The police car made a swift decision while instructing others to remain vigilant and ready for support. Shukong nodded, and the duo quickly prepared to set off in the direction where Iron Arm had last been seen. Time was of the essence. Every moment counted. Meanwhile, Sha pondered the connection between the death of Sandstorm and this case, deciding to return to the scene in hopes of uncovering subtle clues that might unravel the truth behind it all. However, this return nearly led him back to the fire seed. The police car and Shukong arrived in the warehouse district, inquiring if anyone had seen a police officer. Originally a supply zone during wartime, it had been abandoned in peacetime, transforming into a haven for many vagrants. The atmosphere was dark and oppressive, with dilapidated buildings surrounding them, and an unsettling aura permeated the air. Their presence soon attracted the attention of several local gangs, each betraying an unmistakable hostility. It was evident they were not welcoming to police, nor to mechanical dinosaurs. This does not bode well, the police car murmured, his instincts alerting him to the surrounding unease. He exchanged a glance with Shukong, who instantly comprehended the implication. The two feigned ignorance while continuing their inquiries, yet were prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. They gradually made their way toward the central area. Elsewhere, Sha returned to the scene, now cordoned off. He meticulously scrutinized every corner, hoping to uncover some overlooked clues. Just then, he noticed a dark figure slowly approaching from a distance, the dim light obscuring its features. Is anyone there? Sha called tentatively. However, the only response was the crack of a gunshot. A sharp pain coursed through his left arm as cerulean energy fluid began to seep out. Sha quickly reacted, dodging just in time. Had he been slower, the bullet would have struck the fire seed depot. He saw the shadowy figure turn and flee and immediately gave chase. Yet, the individual was remarkably swift, weaving through the narrow alleys, and Sha nearly lost sight of him several times. Ultimately, he lost track of the figure at a crossroads. Shah halted, scanning the surroundings anxiously. Damn it! With clenched teeth, Shah expressed his pent-up anger and frustration. Just as he was about to turn back, his foot slipped, and he noticed he had stepped on something. Bending down, he picked up an emblem of the Autobots. Whose could it be? He pondered silently, recalling that the Dinobots had once belonged to the Autobots, a thought he was reluctant to entertain, yet reality compelled him to consider all possibilities. After all, even within the Autobots, there were some unsavory characters. Following a series of events, he realized a thorough investigation was imperative. He decided to visit the Autobots' several triple changers, who had settled in Iron Fortress. As a Dinobot, he could still converse with them. After searching through all the triple changers, only one remained. Spring. Shah arrived at Spring's residence and incessantly rang the doorbell, yet no response came. A sense of unease enveloped him. Spring was not the type to isolate himself, and if he were indeed home, he would surely reply. Something was amiss. Shah resolved to take more direct action. He feigned departure before leaping onto the wall to peer through the window. Yet, the room was shrouded in darkness, obscuring his view. Suddenly, it struck him. It wasn't merely dark. The window was sealed with iron plates. This was increasingly troubling. Shah swiftly made a decision. Slicing through the iron plate and entering the room. Activating his lighting system, he was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. The walls were densely inscribed with ancient Cybertronian script, the characters both archaic and enigmatic. In the center of the room lay an array of weapons and implements of torture, their cold and sinister nature accentuated by the dim light. Additionally, a sophisticated counter-surveillance system occupied one corner of the room. A wave of intense unease surged within Shah as he ventured further inside. Along the corridor, jars filled with energon glimmered with an eerie light under the illumination. Each step he took was accompanied by an inexplicable sense of oppression, as though the entire space was scrutinizing him. At last, he arrived at the inner room. A massive map adorned the wall, marked in red at several locations corresponding to recent crime scenes. These markings clearly illustrated the connections between the cases, each revelation striking at the very core of Shah's spark, incessantly tantalizing his primal instincts. Understanding that lingering here was unwise, he quickly captured images of the ancient Cybertronian writings, ensuring every detail was documented. He then hastily exited the room, replacing the cut iron plate to restore its original state as much as possible. Having accomplished this, Shah made his swift departure, sending the captured images to Blur, hoping she would decipher the ancient script promptly. However, at that moment, Blur was engrossed in a song with Zero, completely immersed in the music and joyous atmosphere, oblivious to the message Shah had sent. Unbeknownst to Shah, from the instant he entered the room, he had been under complete surveillance. Chapter 7. Punishment and Enslavement Within the Confines of the Warehouse District. Chukong found himself directly confronted by a fierce onslaught from a gang. Simultaneously, police vehicles navigated the narrow alleyways, desperately seeking to locate Iron Fist. However, misfortune struck as their path was obstructed by a throng of vagrants. Expressing their discontent at the police presence, the crowd began to converge upon the vehicles, demanding some form of assistance or recompense. The police attempted to maintain composure and avoid the use of force. Yet the situation grew increasingly perilous as more and more vagrants gathered, threatening to spiral out of control. At that moment, a shout pierced the tense atmosphere. "Police car!" Above. The officers looked up to see a twin-rotor helicopter appearing in the sky, descending a rope ladder. Without hesitation, they seized the opportunity and ascended the ladder, the helicopter promptly rising to successfully extricate them from the encirclement of the vagrants. Once safe, they recognized the helicopter. Spring. Meanwhile, Shah attempted to reach the police car, but found the signal severely disrupted, hearing only intermittent static, reminiscent of the time with Iron Fist. Concurrently, Fabiao finally noticed a message on his phone. This is the incantation previously used within the tribe to pray to the celestial sovereign. "Where are you now?" Upon receiving this crucial information, Shah immediately contacted Chukong to inquire about their location. "I am with the police car in the warehouse district, but we've separated. You want to find Iron Fist." Before Chukong could finish his sentence, he abruptly paused, captivated by a sight in the sky. The helicopter, Spring, was soaring overhead with the police car. "Oh, I see the police car. Is that Spring?" Chukong exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing the name Spring, Shah's expression grew notably tense. "Do not approach, Spring. He is the murderer. I repeat, he is. However, due to the surrounding chaos and noise, Shukong could not fully grasp Shah's warning. Just as he attempted to confirm again, the helicopter released several missiles, targeting the very location where Shukong stood. With a deafening roar, the entire warehouse district seemed to tremble as the shockwave from the explosion engulfed everything nearby in flames. The police car, peering down from the helicopter, was taken aback by Spring's actions, vociferously questioning, "Spring, what are you doing?" The response came, cold and devoid of emotion, "Just cleaning up the trash." In a state of shock and disbelief, the police car asked, "Those homicides, were they all you're doing?" After a few moments of silence, Spring's voice, as frigid as ice, answered, "Yes." Upon hearing this, a tumult of anger and disappointment surged within the police car. His fingers tightened involuntarily around his weapon, aiming it steadily at Spring. "Set me down. Now." Immediately, anticipating such a vehement reaction, Spring maintained his composure. The helicopter descended slowly, ultimately landing smoothly on the ground of the warehouse district. The police car leaped down, weapon in hand, and with all his might shouted, "Now, transform. Do not resist." The Spring gradually contorted, facing the police car with an expression devoid of fear, only a faint trace of disappointment. "I believed you, and I were of the same ilk," he remarked. "No one is of your kind. You madman." The police car's voice nearly roared, anger and sorrow flickering in his eyes. "Perhaps labeling me a madman will bring you some solace." The Spring remained impassive. "Call for backup. Call for backup." The police car swiftly retrieved his communicator, attempting to reach out, yet the crackling of static returned. The signal was evidently compromised. The Spring spoke with serene composure. "There is no need to rush for assistance, for I still hold a corpse in my grasp." "Where?" "Speak quickly. I will lead you there." The Spring's words bore an irresistible command. Yet the police car found himself with no alternative. Gripping his firearm tightly, he followed the Spring. The Spring guided the police car along a dimly lit path. Flanked by derelict warehouses and mountains of discarded machinery, the air thick with the scent of metal and oil, the police car was consumed by doubt and anger, struggling to comprehend the Spring's actions while grappling with the extremity of his methods. If it were you, you would also slay those individuals," the Spring remarked disdainfully, his tone laced with contempt. "I do not deny my own desires, yearning to punish the wicked." The police car's voice was low and resolute, yet a flicker of hesitation crossed his gaze. "They are undoubtedly guilty, but it is not for you to judge them." The Spring halted, turning to reveal a glimmer of madness in his eyes. "Why? Because the war has concluded? Because we now dwell in a golden age? Oh, divine providence! The golden age. Does the golden age permit the overseers who exploit minors? Or that doctor with repugnant fetishes? If the populace were to learn of a collector of corpses within the Iron Fortress, it would surely incite their wrath. Even that leader, that warrior leader. How could one surrender their own body to another for the sake of war? And the mechanical dinosaurs. Only in this filthy world do you dare to declare them innocent." With a cold laugh, the Spring resumed his forward march. And therein lies the crux. Such occurrences transpire in every corner, every street. They remain alive solely because they have not transgressed the law, nothing more. Upon reaching a warehouse, Shah finally arrived. The Spring merely cast a glance at him, coldly stating, "It is inside." Halfway there, Shah suddenly spotted a small aircraft approaching from a distance. A sense of foreboding washed over him, suspecting a ruse. He resolved to investigate further. The police car nodded, keeping a keen eye on the Spring, his firearm at the ready for any unforeseen developments. Chushing also emerged from the rubble, his body covered in dust and wounds. At that moment, he detected a faint signal. Shah hastened toward the aircraft, discovering it was a courier. The courier informed him that someone had paid to have a box delivered to this location, and with that, he hurried away. Shah accepted the box, filled with caution. He suspected it might contain explosives, yet as he carefully opened the first layer, he uncovered a police badge resting atop. He recognized the badge. It belonged to him. A wave of dread washed over him as he swiftly opened the second layer of the box, revealing a sight that left him astounded. He had never anticipated that the Spring's madness would escalate to this extent. Police cars. Do not trust anything that Spring says. The communication was once again disrupted, replaced only by the sound of static. Meanwhile, Spring and the police car stood before the warehouse. With Spring casting a cold gaze at the vehicle, that agent was indeed formidable. "Shut your mouth." The police car interrupted angrily, gripping his weapon tightly. unaware that he was about to embark on a path of no return. Chapter 8. Punishment and Enslavement. 8. You have a good apprentice, police car. Time flowed slowly, and just as Shaw was preparing to turn and flee back into the warehouse, a hidden arrow at the bottom of the box suddenly launched, piercing his leg. The excruciating pain caused him to collapse to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Police car, get out of here! Damn it!" Shaw struggled to support himself, attempting to rise, but the injury rendered him immobile. He could only continue to cry out, "Police car." Spring's words were like icy blades, each syllable slicing through the police car. He stood there, his gun trembling slightly in his hand, yet his gaze never left Spring's eyes, seeking any trace of deceit. She was upright, courageous, and aspired to forge her own path. Spring's voice echoed in the vast warehouse. At that moment, Shaw was desperately rushing towards them, hoping that his voice could penetrate the interference and reach the police car. "I envy you a bit, police car." Spring's voice resonated again, this time softer, as if genuinely expressing admiration. "You have a good job, the power to impose sanctions on this world, and a good apprentice," but unfortunately, Spring's words abruptly halted, followed by a deep sigh that seemed to carry an endless sense of regret and resentment. "What are you talking about?" The police car's voice quivered with fury, his patience thoroughly exhausted by Spring's every word and action. "Nothing. That girl is truly brave. Despite everything, she never spoke ill of you." A foreboding premonition suddenly surged forth. The police car dreaded the next revelation, but had no choice but to confront reality. "What exactly is in that box?" His voice was unexpectedly calm. Yet beneath that calm lay an undeniable panic. "I wanted to try your role, police car. I wanted to judge others as well, but alas, that girl would never permit it. So I took some souvenirs." Spring's final words struck like lightning, instantly illuminating the darkest aspect of the situation, leaving the police car feeling as though the world had come to a standstill, engulfed by pain and fury. The atmosphere was charged with tension, the air seemingly frozen. The gun in the police car's hand trembled slightly as his gaze darted between Spring and Shaw, searching for answers in their expressions. "Police car, put down the gun." The police car's target spoke with a voice laden with evident fatigue and anguish, yet he exerted every ounce of strength to persuade the officer. Dragging his injured leg, he struggled to approach the police vehicle, attempting to wrest the firearm from his grasp. "What is truly in that box?" The officer's voice was rife with despair and fury as he repeatedly questioned the man, as if he hoped that relentless inquiries could alter the grim reality before him. "Officer, his sole intention is to provoke you into shooting him." The man, enduring pain, strove to maintain his composure. He had meticulously orchestrated this from the very beginning. "No, tell me this isn't real. You must tell me this isn't true." The officer's finger was already poised on the trigger, ready to unleash a fatal shot. His eyes reflected profound torment and inner conflict, as though the entire world were crumbling around him in that moment. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, while the man's expression remained impassive, as if he had anticipated every development. He spoke slowly. "She has been pleading with me, begging me not to kill her. It was too noisy. I had no choice but to extinguish her flame." Unable to endure any longer, the man lashed out, striking the officer's face, causing his head to snap to the side. This blow seemed to awaken the officer from his stupor. He paused, momentarily lost and bewildered. He was still desperately attempting to deny this harsh reality, yet the defenses within him had begun to crumble. "You and I are the same kind, officer. Hand me the gun." The man continued to make his final stand. If the officer truly shot, then the man's purpose would be fulfilled. A flicker of hesitation crossed the officer's gaze as he wrestled with himself, but ultimately, he relinquished the weapon. The man then pivoted, his blade descending swiftly, severing the head from the officer's body. The severed head rolled to the ground, eyes wide open, as if mocking the world itself. The officer was utterly shattered. He fired multiple rounds into the lifeless form, each gunshot a cathartic release of his rage and sorrow. Eventually, the gunfire ceased, leaving a heavy silence in the warehouse. Soon after, reinforcements arrived, quelling the chaos. Among the crowd, the officer spotted Iron Fist being treated within the medical facility. Before he could approach, Iron Fist was swiftly loaded onto a transport plane. The officer stood rooted, watching as the aircraft descended slowly, Iron Fist's silhouette eventually fading from view. Chukong gently patted his shoulder, attempting to offer solace. "She has sustained severe injuries, but they are not fatal." The officer nodded, refraining from further words, instead releasing a deep sigh. "Where to now?" Shukong inquired. "Just wandering around this vicinity," he replied, before striding off into the distance. Days later, tranquility returned to Iron Fortress. Seixianjiao, wearing an expression tinged with impatience, lamented the cumbersome procedures, yet her words revealed genuine concern and sympathy for the trials faced by the man and Shukong. "Honestly, why is it so complicated to process your paperwork? Do I really have to come personally to fetch you?" Seixianjiao chattered on. But after hearing the experiences of the man and Shukong, her tone softened considerably. "I never imagined the world could be so chaotic nowadays. However, it is a relief that the paperwork for Obsidian has been successfully completed." As Sai Tianjiao's voice faded, Shukong inquired, "By the way, did you come here all alone?" Sai Tianjiao merely shook her head. Meanwhile, in the morgue of Iron Fortress Hospital, Polly gazed at the lifeless bodies before him, and a madcap scheme quietly took shape. Chapter 9. Meetings require loud voices. 1. Data importing the screen displayed a progress bar, each percentage increase resonating deeply within the hearts of everyone in Obsidian. Sai Tianjiao stood at the control console, her gaze fixed on the screen, while Sha and Shukong diligently undertook the final installation of the ignition device. The Azure ignition was meticulously placed into its chamber, and the entire space seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of that moment. As the ignition was successfully loaded, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, illuminating the interior of Obsidian as colossal gears began to turn, the clashing of steel echoing like a herald of awakening. However, just when everyone believed that all was proceeding smoothly, a sudden tremor shattered the tranquility, plunging the space into an unsettling silence. "Wait, something is amiss." Sai Tianjiao suddenly realized that something was wrong. "What is it?" Sha inquired anxiously. Sai Tianjiao did not respond immediately. Instead, she dashed into the hall, operating the console and meticulously rechecking the system status time and again. After the ignition was loaded, Obsidian should have come to life. Yet her voice brimmed with confusion and anxiety. "Look at this data. The deformation, the supply, and the combat systems are all malfunctioning. It is resisting." Sai Tianjiao Furovet. She herself could not comprehend why this was happening. When they initially created the Shiliang pill, there had been no such complications. "Is there a Shiliang person who can communicate with the base's Optimus Prime?" Sai Tianjiao turned to Sha. "Yes, her name is Fengren." Sha nodded, instantly grasping Sai Tianjiao's intention. "I will reach out." At that moment, Polly emerged from the shadows, holding a black box, and skillfully connected it to the control console. As the black box was linked, a new stream of data began to flow across the screen. "What is this?" Sai Tianjiao asked in confusion, shifting her gaze from the screen to Polly. "The new central control system for the Dragon Clan," Polly explained. "Ever since the future followed Steel Lock, our ability to acquire and operate external information has lagged behind the other two factions. So I obtained the future's blueprints and made a new one. Then why not use the design for the imaging one?" In truth, Polly had pondered this question himself.
But the blueprints for Imaging 1 were simply unattainable. Polly chuckled helplessly. However, this new future will undoubtedly rival Imaging 1 in capability. As the data import concluded,
a gentle and familiar voice suddenly resonated from the console. "Data import successful. The virtual diva, Future, is at your service." Upon hearing the familiar voice, everyone was momentarily taken aback, for the figure displayed on the screen bore little resemblance to the image of Future they had come to know. The classic twin tails have vanished, replaced by a bun adorned with braids. Polly retrieved a photograph from his pocket, revealing a glimpse of the Future to everyone. "Is this you?" "Indeed, at that time, I still had twin tails. Then this cannot possibly be you. From now on, you shall be called Tianyin," said Sai Tianjiao after a moment's contemplation. Tianyin, the virtual diva on the screen, pondered briefly before breaking into a smile, joyfully acquiescing. Just then, Sha rushed in, breathless, announcing that Fengren had just received a new mission and had already set off for the destination, the extreme north front. Both Shukong and Sai Tianjiao appeared taken aback by this revelation, exchanging bewildered glances. Since their arrival on Earth, they had never heard of such a place. Even the host's memories only recalled the polar bear. However, Polly seemed to possess knowledge about it. He was evidently aware that the extreme north front was a branch of the Federation, established and governed collectively by several nations in the Arctic region. complete with its own currency and governance. I received notice this morning to attend a meeting at the extreme north front, where we shall vote for new officials of the Federation, he explained. Sai Tianjiao then recalled who Polly's host was, instructing him to prepare and depart promptly. If the Autobots were sending someone, the Decepticons would likely do the same. They could not afford to fall behind. Polly nodded and hurried to pack his belongings. Sai Tianjiao directed Sha and Chukong to attend to their respective tasks, while she made her way toward the shadows. Navigating through several winding corridors, she arrived at an iron door, unlocking layer upon layer of security. From within, the anguished cries of a beast echoed. "Tianyin, are you there?" "I am here," came Tianyin's voice. "Remember, what you witness shortly must remain a secret." Tianyin fell silent. Sai Tianjiao undid the final lock, and the iron door creaked open, releasing a torrent of anxious gas. Before her lay an iron lock, ensnared by massive chains. The current state of the lock resembled that of a wild beast, driven solely by primal instincts, roaring and howling in despair. Behind it stood an abandoned space bridge. Sai Tianjiao bent down to pick up an energy capsule, inserting it into the lock's ignition chamber. The lock had lost all reason, reduced to its most elemental desires and strength. "Tianyin, record experiment log number 2000, she commanded. Recording experiment log number 2000, Tianyin's voice responded, calm and mechanical. With the switch in her hand, Sai Tianjiao hesitated, reluctant to press it. Despite having conducted 2,000 experiments, she still found it painful to witness the lock in such a state. Gazing at the lock before her, she recalled Polly's words. The Rebellion Moon possesses the ability to cut through time and space. If we harness this power, we could transcend the boundaries of time. Do you not wish to return home? Closing her eyes, Sai Tianjiao ultimately pressed the switch. A tremendous surge of energy coursed through the energy capsule into the lock's body, activating the spark of the Rebellion Moon. The lock's roar reverberated throughout the obsidian chamber as the energy flow intensified, illuminating the nodes of the space bridge one by one. Inside Tianjiao's eyes sparkled an unprecedented excitement as she gazed upon the diminutive vortex, a portal to an unknown realm. Just as she was about to reach out to touch it, an overload of energy triggered a violent explosion throughout the space bridge, the tremendous shockwave tossing her to the ground. Struggling to rise from the debris, Sai Tianjiao found herself covered in dust and fragments, while Sha and Chukong hurried over, both dragons taken aback by the scene before them. Observing the remaining half of the space bridge and the large gaping hole in the wall, Sai Tianjiao merely waved her hand dismissively. Yet, Sha discerned a rare and unmistakable expression of exhilaration on her face, a sight he had scarcely encountered in his lifetime. Tianyin, lock onto that individual's location and contact the mechanical dinosaur. Taijia, he commanded. Chapter 10. Speak up during the meeting. 2. The cold wind howled past her ears like the growl of a wild beast, the biting chill penetrating every inch of her skin. Surrounding her was an expanse of endless white, a snowy plain merging seamlessly with the overcast sky, rendering it impossible to discern where the heavens ended and the earth began. Suddenly, a faint beam of light pierced through the monotony of white, akin to a guiding lantern in this frigid land, illuminating the path ahead. We are nearly there. Just ahead lies the northern front, Gongsu. The voice of the future was tangled in the wind, tinged with a barely perceptible thrill. As they drew closer, the outline of the northern front gradually became distinct. Towering edifices and a bustling network of traffic came into view, resembling a fortress isolated from the world. Nestled within the embrace of nature, its periphery was encircled by a robust defensive wall, equipped with advanced security systems capable of withstanding extreme weather and potential external threats. What a plethora of vehicles! Exclaimed Gongsu, his voice laced with surprise as he peered through the swirling snow towards the front, where a large convoy was slowly passing through a checkpoint. Not only were there ground vehicles, but a fleet of aircraft also circled above, their shadows casting dark patches upon the snow below. It seems the Federation is convening a meeting here in the next few days, though I am unaware of the specifics. The future explained, her tone imbued with curiosity. Clearly, this meeting was of significant importance, given the stringent security measures in place. As the convoy and fleet approached, their destination came into view, the core area of the northern front, where several imposing skyscrapers stood, evidently prepared to welcome esteemed guests. Shall we take a look as well? Gongsu suggested, perhaps we might encounter some familiar faces. Since embarking on this journey, Gongsu and the future had witnessed countless breathtaking landscapes across the Earth, their footprints nearly tracing every corner of the globe. Now, the Northern Front had become the final stop on their adventurous expedition. The future nodded gently in response. Though still somewhat apprehensive, activating her scanning system, she swiftly analyzed the surrounding snowy landscape and to better blend into this white expanse. She adorned Gongsu with a pristine white coating. Gongsu surveyed his new appearance, feeling quite pleased with the transformation. Transforming back into human form, he discreetly blended into a brigade poised to enter the Arctic front. To avoid arousing suspicion, he meticulously matched the pace of the group, striving to present himself as an ordinary traveler. The members of the expedition appeared to be brimming with anticipation for the impending adventure, exchanging their travel plans and curiosities about the Arctic front with one another. As the procession ventured further, the surrounding vistas grew increasingly magnificent. Occasionally, one could observe rare polar creatures leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. The sky donned a delicate hue of lavender blue, with the aurora borealis dancing across the night, a sight so breathtaking it rendered one speechless. Upon entering the heart of the front, one could discern several low, sturdy buildings, predominantly featuring domed designs to alleviate the weight of accumulated snow. Their exteriors were coated with a specialized insulating material to maintain indoor temperatures. The structures were interconnected via enclosed passageways, which not only shielded individuals from the harsh environment, but also effectively preserved the internal temperature equilibrium. Despite the frigid and merciless world outside, the interior of the Arctic front pulsated with a unique vitality. Researchers conducted various cutting-edge technological studies here, ranging from climate change to energy development, rendering this place akin to humanity's final Noah's Arkansas. Upon reaching the commercial street, Steel Lock seized the opportunity amidst the commotion to discreetly slip away from the group. He required a moment of solitude to contemplate, as well as to unwind his taut nerves. He entered a quaint tavern, selecting a seat by the window. "A bowl of noodles, please," he requested of the server. Choosing a table with a view, he could savor his meal while observing the happenings outside. "The entire Federation has gathered here," he mused. "Indeed, I've heard this meeting might alter the very fabric of our planet." Steel Lock nodded, acknowledging the significance of the gathering, where representatives from various nations convened to discuss matters that would directly influence the future trajectory. As he pondered, the voice he had just heard began to sound increasingly familiar. "What?" Steel Lock abruptly turned around, only to find Zhao Yiling sitting across from him, seemingly appearing just as vibrant and cheerful as ever. "Hey, long time no see." Zhao Yiling greeted him with a beaming smile and a playful gesture. Faced with this unexpected reunion, Steel Lock merely took a sip of water from the table. "Are you here for the meeting as well?" Zhao Yiling poured herself a glass of water, took a gentle sip, and smiled in response, sort of, but more accurately. "I'm responsible for bringing them in." Her words carried an air of mystery, piquing curiosity about the individual she referred to. Just then, the door of the tavern swung open once more, allowing a gust of cold air to sweep in along with the sounds of the outside world. As the door opened, a formally dressed man and a young girl in a wheelchair entered. The man's attire was impeccably formal, giving him the appearance of an official, while the girl, in contrast, repeatedly patted a hat adorned with beastly ears, seemingly brushing off the snowflakes that had settled upon it. "Ah, Miss Zhao mentioned we were to gather here, correct?" The man murmured to himself, uncertainty lacing his tone. Upon hearing the sound, Zhao Yiling gestured for the two to approach. As the man pushed the young girl closer, they came upon Steel Lock, who was intently slurping noodles. "This is my friend Qian Yuan," Zhao Yiling introduced, deliberately lowering her voice to add an air of mystery. "Let me share a little secret. His other identity is the mechanical dinosaur, Steel Lock. Is it appropriate to speak so openly in such a place?" Steel Lock thought to himself, casting Zhao Yiling a sidelong glance. Then, Zhao Yiling leaned in closer to Steel Lock's ear, whispering, "These two are Roadblock and Windblade, sent by the Decepticons and Autobots to monitor this meeting." At this revelation, Steel Lock merely nodded faintly, indicating his acknowledgement, though his gaze had already wandered several times towards the girl, particularly drawn to her hat. Despite his uncertainty, he couldn't help but utter the name. "Qian Xian Xian? How did you become Windblade?" "Shoo, keep your voice down." Qian Exen hurriedly covered Steellock's mouth, her eyes darting around in fear of attracting the attention of the Federation agents. After all, they were deep within the extreme North Front. Strangely enough, even within this tense atmosphere, Qian Xin felt an unexpected sense of calm. She understood that, in Zhao Yiling's presence, almost nothing was insurmountable. Are you two really unaware of this? Zhao Yiling looked at them, a playful glimmer in her eyes. I thought you would have figured it out by now. After all, your relationship is quite special. Roadblock could no longer contain his curiosity and leaned closer to Zhao Yiling, inquiring about the situation. Steellock and Windblade's hosts are siblings. Zhao Yiling explained softly, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. Roadblock's eyes widened as he observed the bickering siblings. He had thought he had seen every coincidence in the world, yet he had to admit that some things truly surpassed his imagination. This world is indeed small. Just as the siblings continued their quarrel, the voice of Future suddenly pierced through their dispute. Steellock, we have a situation. Future's tone was urgent. 2 new signal points flashed on the screen, and their characteristics matched those of known mechanical dinosaurs. Steellock halted his argument, his brow furrowed in concern. However, as he surveyed the others present, he found them all wearing expressions of confusion. It appeared they were equally in the dark. This is a bit too sudden, Zhao Yiling noted, having also observed the changes on the screen. She swiftly analyzed the current situation. An attack is imminent. 2 mechanical dinosaurs are approaching. We must intercept them without being spotted by the Federation patrols. In the snowy expanse, 2 battle vehicles raced across the vast white terrain. As the distance closed, a thick fog descended, obscuring their vision. I haven't spotted any fire-breathing lizards, Roadblock complained, a hint of impatience in his voice. Yet, just as he prepared to advance further, an assault was launched. An attacker seized Roadblock's shoulder, halting his movement. Be cautious before you act. As the words of the assault resonated, a raucous noise drew attention to a vast chasm not far ahead. Had the assault not intervened in time, one might have perilously plummeted into its depths. Just as the commotion leaned forward to inspect more closely, a fierce flame erupted from the abyss below. Both the assault and the commotion swiftly executed a tactical retreat to evade this sudden onslaught. As the column of fire gradually dissipated, a mechanical dinosaur soared upward from the depths, crashing heavily onto the snow-covered ground. The assault instantly recognized the creature. It was Iron Clump. Beware ahead, Iron Clump bellowed. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of searing heat enveloped the assault. He hastily turned, but it was too late. A jet of flame struck him down to the ground. The commotion, caught off guard, was sent sprawling by a powerful blow, colliding against a nearby snowbank. Iron Clump ignited in a fierce blaze, charging toward the attackers with a roar. However, when he neared, it seemed he had become ensnared. As the mist slowly cleared, the assault and the commotion finally discerned their adversary. Hey, isn't that the Black Steellock? The commotion shouted, turning to mock Iron Clump. What is the matter? Are the mechanical dinosaurs turning on each other? Iron Clump, incensed by the remark, retorted, he is no mere Steellock. He is a true monster. Steellock appeared to be provoked by Iron Clump's words. Suddenly, he raised his head and unleashed a chilling roar toward the sky, a sound that bore no resemblance to the expected growl of a mechanical dinosaur. Subsequently, the energy core within Steellock began to flicker violently, a formidable power roiling within him as if yearning to break free from all constraints. The rebellious ember within his chest surged with brilliant luminescence. With a deafening roar, a massive beam of light erupted from Steellock's chest, soaring into the heavens, its brilliance nearly blinding. Wherever the beam traversed, the air seemed to rend apart. The formerly pristine white clouds swiftly disintegrating, replaced by cracks reminiscent of shattered glass, rendering the sky a canvas seemingly torn asunder. Time appeared to freeze in that instant, with only the beam ascending, striving to pierce the firmament. Yet in this dire moment, a figure suddenly flashed from the side. It was Sky Hero, with astonishing speed and agility. She stealthily approached Steellock's rear. Grasping the Sky Hero hammer, she struck decisively against Steellock. Upon receiving the blow, Steellock's body jolted violently before slowly toppling forward. As he fell, the soaring beam of light gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into faint wisps that slowly dissipated into the atmosphere. The rifts in the sky began to mend, with clouds regrouping as if all that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. Sky Hero stood resolute, her gaze remaining calm yet vigilant. Iron Shard strode swiftly to Sai Tianjiao's side, a hint of astonishment on his face. Sai Tianjiao merely patted Iron Shard's shoulder lightly, her gaze already shifting toward the chaos and the impending assault. "How many have come from the Autobots and Decepticons this time?" she inquired. The response was swift. "Not many, Roadblock, Windblade, and our vehicle team." Sai Tianjiao nodded thoughtfully and, after a moment's contemplation, turned to Iron Shard and asked, "How do we enter the city?" Iron Shard hesitated briefly, scratching his head before regaining his composure. He gathered everyone together, his tone growing serious. "The energy released by Iron Lock will undoubtedly attract the Federation's attention. Assault. You are responsible for safely escorting Iron Lock and the young lady into the city. The rest is up to me." Sai Tianjiao regarded Iron Shard, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. She understood that while Iron Shard was formidable, this mission was exceptionally perilous. Sensing her apprehension, Iron Shard thumped his chest reassuringly and declared, "We shall meet in the city," before turning and walking into the snowstorm, his figure gradually swallowed by the white haze. Chapter 12. Speak up during the meeting. 4. With merely 24 hours remaining before the Federation conference, the atmosphere in the city seemed thick with tension and unease. Steellock sat in a corner of an open-air CAF, surrounded by the clamor of the crowd and the ceaseless hum of traffic. A nearly empty cup of black coffee sat on the small table before him, steam wafting into the frigid air, adding a touch of warmth to the wintry afternoon. Steellock's gaze was somewhat vacant as his thoughts drifted back to his earlier conversation with Zhao Yiling. The information Zhao had divulged underscored the extraordinary significance of this conference. It was not merely about selecting new officials to fill the vacancies left by recent turmoil. More astonishingly, it could involve the election of a new emperor. Since the establishment of the Federation, the throne had always been determined by the parliament behind it. The Rebellion Month incident had evidently shaken the Federation's foundations. The riots erupting worldwide, along with the subsequent chain reactions, compelled the Federation to reassess its governance structure and distribution of power. "It seems the impact of the Rebellion Month on the Federation is quite profound," Steellock murmured softly to himself. With only a few drops of coffee left in his cup, he lifted it, preparing to drink it all in one go, when he suddenly noticed an unfamiliar figure seated across the table. The person sat quietly, a newspaper unfolded in their hands, seemingly indifferent to everything around them. The unexpected presence startled Steellock, nearly causing him to spill his coffee as a fit of coughing compelled him to set the cup down and cover his mouth to suppress the urge. "Did that frighten you?" A teasing voice came from across the table, laced with a familiar magnetism. Steellock's head snapped up, his eyes widening in disbelief. The face peeking from behind the newspaper was none other than Iron Shard. "What brings you here?" Steellock's voice emerged hoarsely, still reeling from his surprise. Iron Shard merely smiled lightly, folding the newspaper and setting it aside, their gazes locking, laden with unspoken understanding. A moment of silence enveloped them, each grasping the gravity of the situation. "So, how many of us are here this time?" The Steellock's coffee cup was nearly empty, with only a few final drops of dark liquid remaining. The Steellock picked up a straw, attempting to extract the last sip of coffee, producing a faint slurping sound. Iron Dross lounged leisurely against the chair's back, his fingers gently tapping the table as if pondering something. Upon hearing the Steellock's inquiry, he slowly opened his eyes. "I know, with the young lady and the Iron Lock, Polly should be arriving shortly as well. I heard he is also coming for the meeting." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers at the waiter, his tone gentle yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. "A coconut latte, please." The waiter nodded and departed, while the Steellock redirected his gaze towards Iron Dross, scrutinizing him from head to toe. This once rugged and unrestrained Iron Dross now exhibited such politeness, even a touch of elegance, which left the Steellock utterly perplexed. Noticing the Steellock's skeptical gaze, Iron Dross responded as if he were a ghost. "I truly am Iron Dross. You needn't doubt it." Seemingly attuned to the Steellock's confusion, he hurriedly elaborated. "Ever since I fully merged with Zhao Ran, I have transformed in this manner. How should I put it? Thanks to him." Iron Dross took the coconut latte offered by the waiter, inhaled its fragrant aroma, and then sipped it delicately. He gazed at the reflection of his face in the coffee, his thoughts drifting back to the past. "Do you think they will awaken?" Iron Dross suddenly asked, the question evidently laden with significance for him. The steel lock fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating his response. Ultimately, with a hint of resignation and regret, he replied, I do not know. Upon hearing the steel lock's answer, Iron Dross's previously sorrowful expression froze, and he muttered, Huh? What did you possibly know? Is your mind filled with beryllium sausages? The steel lock's countenance shifted instantly, clearly incensed by this remark. You are the beryllium sausage. You are a walking beryllium sausage, he retorted defiantly, his voice laced with unmistakable indignation. Thus, the two engaged in a heated exchange, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. As their argument escalated, they simultaneously raised their cups and took a sip of the long cold coffee, yet their quarrel showed no signs of abating. Instead, the bittersweet taste of the coffee only intensified their fervor. Just as the tension reached its peak, two heavy fists struck their foreheads simultaneously, leaving both the steel lock and Iron Dross momentarily stunned. Looking up, they saw Chun Xiaoyi standing before them, arms crossed, her expression calm, yet betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. What are you two arguing about? Chun Xiaoyi's voice was icy and severe, capable of freezing every molecule in the air. Her gaze swept back and forth between the steel lock and Iron Dross, akin to a scrutinizing parent assessing two misbehaving children. The steel lock and Iron Dross exchanged a glance, instinctively rubbing their foreheads. Just playing around, they both said simultaneously, You too. Chun Xiaoyi clenched her fists, delivering another two heavy blows. Zhao Yiling's silhouette appeared at the entrance of the CAF, gracefully weaving through the crowd as she approached Gongsu. Upon noticing her arrival, Chun Xiao nodded slightly in acknowledgement and promptly made her way towards her. How is the situation? Chun Zhao's gaze was intensely fixed on Zhao Yiling's face. With a gentle sigh, Zhao Yiling nodded, Tiesua has been settled. The armored vehicles are stationed outside, and there should be no significant issues. However, his condition. Before she could finish, Chun Xiao shot her a glance, clearly concerned about Tiesua's safety, her eyes betraying a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. Tiesua is here too? Wait, Tiesua is alive? At that moment, Gongsu was engulfed in confusion, as this news came as a complete surprise to him. He recalled having received word that Tiesua had perished, and now learning of his survival was undoubtedly a tremendous delight, albeit expressed in an unusual manner. Huh, did you expect this, you silly brat? Tai Jia seemed to seize the opportunity to mock Gongsu, his laughter echoing loudly in the frigid air. Bolivar will arrive in 4 hours. Chun Zhao's gaze shifted towards the clock tower, its ancient hands pointing to a critical moment. Her voice carried a note of uncertainty. Let us hope nothing unexpected occurs next. There remained 12 hours until the Federal Assembly convened. Chapter 13. Speaking up during the meeting is essential. Wait, could you repeat what you just said? In the Assembly's recess room, Bolivar stood before an antiquated wooden table, a document in hand, his brow slightly furrowed. As he swiftly skimmed through the contents, he used his other hand to organize the scattered papers on the table. A tense atmosphere enveloped the room, rendering the air almost palpable. Suddenly, a gentle knock on the door shattered the stillness. Bolivar instinctively raised his head, his gaze darting towards the entrance. His body tensed, fingers unconsciously tightening around the document. Cautiously, he approached the door and peered through the peephole, striving to discern the visitor's identity. Stop looking, it's us. Chun Zhao's voice resonated from outside. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Bolivar relaxed slightly, yet remained vigilant. He gently turned the doorknob and slowly opened the door. Instantly, a throng of familiar faces surged into his line of sight, filing in and swiftly occupying every corner of the room, the air suddenly thick with tension and anticipation. Bolivar glanced down the corridor, confirming no one else was following, before hastily closing the door and securing the lock. Turning back, he surveyed the group once more, his gaze ultimately landing on Gongsu. Gongsu sensed that Bolivar had something significant to convey. I wish for Earth to acknowledge the Dragon Clan. Bolivar's voice was deep and resonant, each word seemingly weighed with contemplation. He looked at Gongsu, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. In that moment, he appeared fully prepared to confront this monumental decision. Steel Lock abruptly raised his head, his gaze intersecting with Polly's. His brow furrowed, evidently deep in thought. Polly stood silently, awaiting Steel Lock's reaction. He understood that regardless of whether Steel Lock ultimately consented or rejected, he would proceed. The ascendance of the Dragon Clan was now inevitable. It was the decree of fate and the choice of history. He had long been prepared to face the impending challenges. At last, Steellock sighed and slowly nodded. "Let it be done," he murmured, patting Polly's shoulder, offering him unspoken support and trust before departing the room with Iron Shard. Polly felt that surge of strength resonate within him. He knew that from this moment forth, everything would be different. The destiny of the Dragon Clan was poised to turn a new page. 5 hours remained until the meeting. In the bustling commercial street of the Northern Front, Iron Shard and Steellock strolled side by side amidst the throngs of people and the cacophony of traffic. "What schemes are you concocting?" Allowing Polly to take this risk. Iron Shard's voice was low and tinged with inquiry as he halted and turned to Steellock, clearly perplexed by Steellock's decision. Steellock did not respond immediately. Instead, standing quietly, his gaze fixed upon the horizon, his expression profound. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "In truth, I too desire for the Dragon Clan to rise." "Do you grasp my meaning?" Iron Shard furrowed his brow, understanding Steellock's sentiments. He recognized the rationale behind Steellock's choice. He looked up at the overcast sky, silently praying for their success. 1 hour before the meeting, in the grand hall of the Parliament building, the lights gleamed brilliantly, and the decor was lavish. The assembly members arrived in succession, engaging in hushed conversations, the atmosphere taut and oppressive. Upon their introduction to the hall, Polly and Chun Xiaoyi were surrounded by vigilant security personnel, ensuring all was safe. "Federal Security Minister Andre, this is my secretary." Polly adeptly utilized Andre's identity to engage in casual discourse with several key members, all the while introducing Chun Xiaoyi beside him, exuding composure. Chun Xiaoyi maintained a smile, politely responding to each legislator's greetings, yet her eyes remained vigilant, meticulously observing every nuance of their behavior. Before long, Zhao Yiling entered the hall accompanied by Windblade and Barrier. After exchanging a few brief words with Polly, Zhao Yiling took her seat alongside several captains from the Eastern Space Defense Line, their demeanor serious, clearly reflecting the gravitas befitting those who guard the space frontiers. At this moment, the tension in the hall escalated, as all awaited the arrival of that decisive moment. The resounding chime of a grand clock suddenly echoed throughout the Parliament building, heralding the commencement of the assembly. All eyes converged upon the chair, and an invisible pressure enveloped the air. "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. I am your host for this meeting, Cleophas." On the podium, the man paused momentarily, allowing the assembly to descend into complete silence before continuing. "The primary agenda of this meeting is to deliberate upon the construction of a future federation and to reflect upon and manage the 2 extraterrestrial invasion incidents. Together, we shall discuss how to confront these challenges, ensuring the security and development of the Federation." The obstacle approached Zhao Yiling and whispered, "Who is this?" "The esteemed Cryphus." Zhao Yiling replied with a tone imbued with respect. "He is one of the original founders of the Federation, though for reasons unknown. He later chose to withdraw and serve the Emperor." Cryphus gently gestured towards the small podium in front of each council member. Each delegate is allotted 5 minutes for their address. Should you wish to speak, please press the button on your right. Is there any question? He glanced at his watch, silently counting 5 seconds, ensuring that everyone comprehended his instructions. During those brief moments, the hall was enveloped in silence, with only the faint sounds of breath and the occasional shuffling of chairs. Thus, the meeting commenced officially. Cryphus' voice resonated once more, imbued with an undeniable authority. He nodded, signaling the staff to initiate the meeting agenda. Meanwhile, on the commercial street, the Steellock abruptly received alarming news of an attack. The Iron Lock has awakened. Chapter 14. It is essential to speak up during meetings. 6. In the conference room, the atmosphere was tense and somber, populated by representatives from Earth's major powers, each bearing the weighty responsibility of determining the future's fate. An invisible pressure permeated the air. Every word, every sentence could potentially alter the lives of billions. To begin, in light of the 3 significant Cybertronian invasion events, we must acknowledge the gravity of the current situation. The representative from the imperial capital was the first to shatter the silence, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. "We must immediately fortify our space defenses and escalate efforts to cleanse extraterrestrial presence within our borders." Presently, Earth occupies a central position within the solar system, with numerous alien forces lurking in the shadows. We must take action to ensure Earth's safety. As the representative from the Imperial capital concluded, a brief silence enveloped the conference room. While the Imperial capital's stance was not unexpected, it undoubtedly sparked further contemplation and discourse at this critical juncture. Zhao Yiling offered a slight smile, her gaze sweeping across the assembly. She understood that the Imperial capital's remarks were evidently designed to appease the higher-ups. After all, the relationship between the Imperial capital and the Federation was exceedingly close, necessitating their approval for any decision. Nevertheless, Zhao Yiling remained unfazed. She recognized that the true contest had only just begun. Next, the representative from the commercial capital spoke, his tone calm yet firm. The representative from the Imperial capital had touched upon a pivotal point, but we believe that merely strengthening our defenses is insufficient. The voice of the commercial capital echoed throughout the room, inciting a wave of subtle unrest. We should open Earth to foreign trade. Upon utterance of this statement, the atmosphere in the hall instantaneously grew tense. All eyes were fixed upon the representative from Xanadu, as if awaiting his forthcoming elucidation. Polly furrowed his brow slightly before nodding, seamlessly assuming the discussion as the Minister of Federal Security. Given the current circumstances, the prospect of opening up to foreign trade is indeed a consideration worthy of contemplation. The Earth has remained insular for far too long, and our developmental gap with other star systems is widening. If we continue to isolate ourselves, we shall inevitably fall behind in the global competition. Polly paused momentarily, his tone becoming resolute. We cannot afford to stagnate. Opening trade will not only usher in new technologies and resources, but will also stimulate internal economic growth and bolster our overall strength. Of course, this does not imply that we abandon our defensive measures. Rather, it signifies our pursuit of a broader developmental pathway under the aegis of security. A segment of the representatives evidently resonated with Polly's perspective, particularly the younger members who recognized that open trade would bestow unprecedented opportunities upon Earth. However, others appeared hesitant, and dissenting voices began to emerge. A general from the southern military district of the space defense line rose, his tone tinged with skepticism. I comprehend the views of the Xanadu representative and the Minister of Security, yet have you considered the risks associated with open trade? Surely, the incident designated as Event Zero remains fresh in our memories. We were unable to repel such a level of incursion, let alone the subsequent Event 1. If we truly open trade, who can assure us that more adversaries will not flood into Earth? Chen Xiao turned to Polly, inquiring about Event Zero. It seems to be the incursion of mechanical dinosaurs, Polly responded, to which Chen Xiao silently nodded in acknowledgement. It is my turn now. Zhao Yiling pressed the speaking button. The general's concerns are indeed valid, yet we must also recognize that isolation does not resolve our issues. History has demonstrated that seclusion only renders us more vulnerable. We must enact change. Since her ascendance to the position of general in the Eastern Military District, Zhao Yiling has been leveraging her connections across various regions, and now several generals align with her in supporting foreign trade. While the importance of open trade is undeniable, it is imperative that we possess sufficient leverage at the negotiation table. We must ensure that Earth's interests are safeguarded, which we are currently incapable of achieving. This transcends mere economic considerations. It is fundamentally a strategic matter. Whispers circulated among the assembly, yet Zhao Yiling understood that discussion signifies hope. Crefus gently tapped the table, signaling for silence. During the intermission, Polly swiftly approached Zhao Yiling, lowering his voice to say, "Are you aware that your actions are counter to the entire Federation? This is no trivial matter." Zhao Yiling smiled faintly. "I am indifferent, and besides, I am not the only one who thinks this way." She lifted her gaze, casting a glance at the camera overhead, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Having spoken, Zhao Yiling was called away by other generals. "Where is Steellock? Where has he gone?" As Qinshin inquired, she realized she had not seen Gongsu's figure during the meeting, although she refrained from voicing her concerns. Her heart was indeed filled with worry for this elder brother. Perhaps he had gone out to enjoy himself with Tiezhai. Leaning against the wall, Chun Xiaoi casually replied, but soon fell into contemplation, her gaze suddenly sharpening. She placed a hand on Qinshin's shoulder and said, "Lunch is on me. Let us go." Upon returning to her room, Chun Xiaoi exchanged a meaningful glance with Polly, who instantly understood and informed the guards outside. From now on, regardless of who arrives, do not disclose our presence in this room. Unless it is an emergency, do not disturb us. The guards nodded and retreated. Polly closed the door and, ensuring their surroundings were secure, signaled with a gesture. Chun Xiaoi slowly approached the bedside, sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. Golden particles surged forth from her being, enveloping her in a radiant aura. A subtle tremor coursed through the wind blade within Qianxin, which then took control of her body and performed a standard military salute. Her voice imbued with reverence and loyalty. Salute to the supreme ancestor of Shiliaowan, Lord Seixiangio. Chapter 15, Arshi, from the Pure Land Universe. There's no need to be so formal, Seixiangio chuckled softly, waving her hand to signal Wind Blade to ease up. Wind Blade nodded and gradually settled into a standard military-seated posture, her movements reflecting both the discipline of a soldier and an undeniable tension. After all, she was seated before Seixiangio. Seixiangio's gaze softened as it rested upon Wind Blade, surveying her from head to toe. If my memory serves me correctly, you should be the first to utilize the descent system, she remarked, a hint of nostalgia lacing her words. This system took considerable effort to complete. Indeed, Lord Seixiangio, Wind Blade replied, her voice calm and resolute. It was during the aftermath of the war, when Cybertron was still basking in the euphoria of victory and the bustle of reconstruction. However, the Autobots soon detected unusual changes on Earth, such as the mechanization of the surface and the energy shield enveloping the planet, signaling a potential new threat. Thus, Optimus Prime decided to dispatch me as an advance operative for undercover work. Wind Blade paused momentarily, her thoughts drifting back to that distant time. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention and complications, I requested the descent system from Gongsu. However, he did not inform me that it was a prototype. I believed it would assist me in integrating into Earth-S society without revealing my identity and fulfilling my mission. You truly are audacious, Seixiangio remarked with a slight nod, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. She recalled how Gongsu had persistently urged her to experiment with the descent system, and at that time, she had wondered what was so amusing about this unfinished device. It turned out that not only had you successfully completed the descent, but you also encountered your host, Qianxin. Wind Blade's expression grew somewhat somber as she took a deep breath, beginning to recount that unforgettable experience. When I set foot on Earth once more, everything felt so foreign. Not long after, in a fateful accident, I encountered Qianxin, who was trapped beneath a massive boulder, her lower body pinned helplessly. Her condition was dire, each passing second potentially leading to a tragic outcome. Although I acted swiftly, ultimately merging with her through the descended system, a hint of regret lingers in Fengren's voice as he reflects. I could not save her leg. This was not merely a physical injury. It left a profound scar on her spirit. Yet, it was this calamity that forged the bond between you two. Wait, what about your body? Seixiangio gently inquired, attempting to imbue this recollection with warmth. Fengren caressed the wheelchair beneath him, while Seixiangio lowered her head in contemplation, her brow slightly furrowed. A glimmer of thought sparkled in her eyes, as if she were piecing together intricate clues. The peculiar and complete fusion phenomenon between the mechanical dinosaur and its host had long troubled her. This was not solely a technical dilemma. It delved into a profound biomechanical interaction principle that she had never encountered in her previous research. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Polly, who was engrossed in a rather unbecoming activity. Seixiangio softly broke the brief silence. What is it? Polly looked towards Seixiangio. What has happened to your host? A hint of inquiry laced Seixiangio's voice, eager to uncover further details. Just a bit of wear and tear. Seixiangio extracted a petite pink notebook from her pocket. This seemingly inconspicuous item was, in fact, a vital tool filled with invaluable data and moments of inspiration, and now it would bear new notes. The cover of the notebook was adorned with a delicate plastic flower, as Seixiangio hurriedly recorded everything she had just heard, each word laden with the potential to unravel the enigma. Upon finishing her notes, she looked up at Polly and Fengren and said, "Please step outside for a moment. I need some time to think alone." As the door gently closed behind them, Seixiangio found herself in solitude. She sat there, clutching the pink notebook tightly, her eyes fixed intently on the words on the page, as though those symbols could directly unveil the answer she sought. Where exactly had the problem arisen? She repeatedly mulled over this question, striving to uncover even the slightest clue. However, just as she was immersed in thought, a sudden and violent tremor reverberated throughout the building, followed by a deafening explosion. This unexpected upheaval abruptly shattered Seichiangio's concentration, causing her heart to race with alarm. She quickly rose to her feet, a flicker of worry crossing her face. An explosion signified danger, and during this precarious time, any mishap could prove fatal. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the northern front, Gongsu and Tizo were struggling to suppress the rampaging Tailuo, whose strength exceeded their expectations. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Tizo's voice was tinged with urgency amidst the swirling snow. Forget about that for now. He is about to break free. Gongsu exerted every ounce of strength to restrain Tailuo. If the Federation discovered this, all the efforts of Zhao Yiling and Polly would be rendered futile. However, the resistance of the Iron Lock was remarkably fierce, particularly when flames accumulated in his mouth, ready to erupt. The Steel Lock swiftly raised his shield against the Iron Lock's face. Nevertheless, the overwhelming explosion and shockwave still hurled him away, disappearing into the endless snowstorm. Steel Lock, Iron Clump shouted, but all he could see was a world shrouded in white. The distant sound of drones began to resonate in the sky. In a moment of desperation, Iron Clump transformed, using 3 sharp prongs to impale the Iron Lock, forcefully pushing him several dozen meters away, beyond the range of the extreme North Line's assault. Subsequently, Iron Clump flung the Iron Lock away and unleashed a jet of flames, the intense heat instantly melting the surrounding ice and snow. Yet, the Iron Lock did not relent. He leapt from the ground once more, emitting an enraged roar as he charged towards Iron Clump. Just as the impact seemed imminent, a sudden flash of light appeared in the distance. A bullet struck the Iron Lock's head with unerring accuracy, compelling him to halt his attack. Who? Iron Clump warily surveyed his surroundings, sensing a murderous intent more terrifying than that of the Iron Lock. As the snowstorm gradually dissipated, a familiar yet strangely altered figure slowly emerged. Iron Clump recognized her. Elsie? Well, is that not the mechanical dinosaur? It's been a few days, and you've certainly changed. Elsie's voice held a teasing lilt, yet her gaze revealed an undeniable seriousness. Before Elsie could finish her words, Iron Clump expelled flames, the ferocity of which forced Elsie to brace herself with both hands. The roaring flames encircled her body, and in their glow, Iron Clump beheld shocking sights. The wings of the Red Spider, the fusion cannon of Megatron, shattered energy gems, the fractured Star Sword, and those blood-red fissures that nearly covered half her face. These elements intertwined, forming a visage both familiar and alien. Elsie's voice grew hoarse, yet retained her signature smile. I never intended to meet anyone with this face. Her words brimmed with resignation and self-mockery. A chill crept up Iron Clump's spine. The Elsie before him was no longer the one from his memories, but rather a survivor who had emerged from countless battles and tribulations, crawling out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Greetings, I am Elsie, from the Pure Land universe. Chapter 16. Speak up during meetings. 7. In the dining hall of the Extreme North Line, warm light cascaded over the elongated dining table, forming a stark contrast with the cold winds and snow outside. Polly and Qianxin sat in a corner, surrounded by murmuring delegates and the occasional clatter of cutlery. A simple meal was laid before them, but the atmosphere was relaxed, as if they had temporarily forgotten the tense situation beyond. Polly casually surveyed the dining hall while eating, when suddenly his gaze fixated on a familiar figure, and his brows instinctively furrowed. He set down his cutlery, his expression sharpening as if pondering something significant. What is wrong? Qianxin noticed Polly's unusual demeanor and inquired softly. Polly did not answer immediately, but instead gestured discreetly in that direction. Qianxin followed his gaze, her expression one of confusion. Who is that? She inquired, perplexed. Polly replied in a hushed tone, an acquaintance, quite a familiar one at that. Fengren shook his head. I've never seen him before. He doesn't seem to belong to our circle. Just then, Chun Xiaoi entered the dining hall, her face etched with worry, evidently concerned about the recent tremor. However, her expression abruptly froze as she glanced in Polly's direction, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Chun Xiaoi murmured softly, clearly recognizing the individual. Noticing this, Polly quietly asked, is it him? Chun Xiaoi nodded slightly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. It is him, but something feels off. After a moment's contemplation, she realized that his presence here was, in a way, justifiable. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly resolved to approach him. She stood up and walked towards the man, with Polly closely trailing behind. Their strides were lively, and the surrounding soldiers remained oblivious to their unusual behavior. Upon reaching the man, Chun Xiaoyi halted, forming a gesture as if to shoot. Then, in a low voice, she commanded, "Don't move." Hearing the familiar voice, the man slowly turned around, revealing a look of surprise on his face. "Ah, young lady." Chun Xiaoyi's eyes lit up with joy. "It really is you, Howling. What brings you here?" Howling slowly retrieved a gold-edged invitation from his inner pocket, gently unfolding it to display to Chun Xiaoyi. Each word on that paper seemed meticulously crafted, exuding an air of status and authority. "After all, I am the director of the Federal Library," Howling replied, his tone laced with a hint of pride, yet tinged with humor, as if poking fun at himself. His suit was impeccably tailored, and his tie perfectly knotted, presenting a formal yet somewhat awkward demeanor, as if he were unaccustomed to such attire. Chun Xiaoyi accepted the invitation, quickly scanning its details before lifting her gaze to rest on Howling for several seconds. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes, quickly followed by a gentle smile. "You certainly know how to dress." Her voice was soft, imbued with playful teasing. "This outfit suits you quite well." "Not bad at all." Just as the atmosphere between them grew slightly relaxed, a figure silently appeared beside them. The newcomer, a woman clad in a tailored black dress paired with high heels, exuded an air of competence and mystery. Her features were stern, her gaze revealing an elusive depth, as if she possessed the ability to see through everything. She stood there quietly, awaiting Howling's signal. Out of the corner of her eye, Chun Xiaoyi caught sight of this unexpected presence and turned to inquire. "And who might this be?" "Ah, this is my new secretary, Shu Qi," Howling introduced, his tone devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if this were all quite natural. "Shu Qi. This is my esteemed young lady, Chun Xiaoyi." Shu Qi offered a slight nod, accompanied by a polite smile. After a brief moment of eye contact with Chun Xiaoyi, she redirected her gaze to the Howler. "In 5 minutes, several leaders will wish to meet you. I've prepared the meeting room." Her voice was steady and low, yet it possessed an inexplicable allure that instilled a sense of unease. Chun Xiaoyi perceptibly sensed this, her heart stirring with the awareness that this woman was not to be underestimated. The Howler responded, urging Shu Qi to go ahead, assuring her that he would join shortly, his tone imbued with a hint of reassurance. Shu Qi nodded, gracefully turning away, her movements fluid as if choreographed. Once Shu Qi's figure vanished at the end of the corridor, Chun Xiaoyi recalled the unsettling aspect that had caught her attention and furrowed her brows, inquiring, I remember that your host was already wanted by the Federation?" Her voice bore a note of bewilderment, clearly perplexed by the Howler's current predicament. The Howler sighed, placing his wine glass down, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. Ever since the Rebellion Month incident, everything had become increasingly complicated. He paused, seemingly contemplating how best to articulate the forthcoming explanation. "One day, I received a message stating that Nye Yan's warrant could be revoked. And then you simply came here?" she asked, her gaze betraying a sliver of concern, coupled with resignation. The mechanical dinosaur was indeed audacious. The Howler lifted his wine glass once more. Taking a delicate sip, the mechanical dinosaur never considers the consequences. Moreover, it might even allow us to access more fragments of history. Chun Xiaoyi regarded the Howler, her emotions a tumultuous mix. At that moment, the Howler's phone rang abruptly. He glanced at the screen to find it was Shu Qi urging him. "Be cautious of that woman. She is not simple," Chun Xiaoyi advised, adjusting the Howler's attire and patting his shoulder. "Go on." The Howler nodded and turned towards the meeting room. After bidding him farewell, Chun Xiaoyi and Polly returned to the dining table. Chun Xiaoyi pondered for a moment, pulling out her phone to call Gang Saw, only to be met with repeated prompts indicating the line was busy, ultimately leading to voicemail. She frowned, wondering where he had wandered off to. Meanwhile, in the snowy landscape, Gang Suo and Taijia were scrutinizing Arsai before them. The cold wind swept through, snowflakes swirling around them as Arsai slowly brushed the snow from her body, repeatedly asserting, "I am indeed Arsai. You can trust me." She emphasized once more. "You claim to hail from another universe?" Gang Suo queried skeptically, arms crossed as he scrutinized the individual who professed to originate from an alternate realm. Arsai nodded, attempting to bolster her credibility. I don't believe you. Gang Suo abruptly interrupted, his tone resolute. What brings you to our universe? Arsai was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a direct interrogation. Well, my universe has already been obliterated by the Cosmic Emperor. Chapter 17. This is no longer a meeting. Outside the extreme north line, Gang Suo and Taija sat around a campfire with the Pure Land Arsai. As night fell and the biting wind swept through the air, the warmth of the flames could not entirely dispel the shadows lurking within the hearts of those present. The occasional low growl of a beast echoed in the surrounding darkness, rendering the night even more desolate and perilous. You are unfamiliar with the Cosmic Emperor? Arsai exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. He is the bane of the universe, a demon bent on annihilation, destined to consume all until this cosmos meets its demise. Her emotions surged, a tempest of fear and anger glimmering in her eyes. Her hoarse voice trembled, as if the recollection of those harrowing experiences overwhelmed her. Oh, it comes back to me, Steel Lock exclaimed, tapping his forehead in remembrance. I recall the ancient legends that speak of the Cosmic Emperor being vanquished by the 13 progenitors. Thus, he should be no more. His tone lightened considerably, an endeavor to ease the oppressive atmosphere. Iron Shard nodded in agreement, affirming that he too had heard the same tale. Yet, Pure Land Arsai remained unconvinced. Despite the expressions and words of Steel Lock and Iron Shard suggesting they had indeed never encountered the Cosmic Emperor, her heart brimmed with doubt and unease. You do not comprehend, she murmured softly. Even if the Cosmic Emperor has departed, the shadow he casts still looms over the entire universe. By the way, how did you come to be here? Steel Lock attempted to divert the conversation, hoping to alleviate her anxiety. Pure Land Arsai fell into contemplation, her thoughts drifting back to the blood-soaked mountains of corpses on Cybertron. There, in a desperate struggle for survival, she had been compelled to consume the bodies of her kin for sustenance. In the void of space, the legion of the undead from across the universe was converging towards the Cosmic Emperor. Ordinarily, these zombies would overlook the desolate star of Cybertron, but this time, in a moment of despair, a colossal door appeared behind Arsai, resembling a space bridge. Looking up, she beheld the sky shrouded in a dense throng of zombies. Scarcely a glimmer of light to be seen. In that dire predicament, she resolved to take a gamble and leapt through the door. Upon awakening, she found herself in a vast pit. Cautiously climbing out, she soon noticed Iron Shard facing off against a black steel lock not far away. Acting on instinct for self-preservation, she swiftly retreated back into the pit, allowing herself a moment of respite. Before long, the air was rent by the sounds of fierce explosions, jolting her from her slumber. This time, Steel Lock and Iron Shard had united against the Black Steel Lock. It was the first familiar face she had seen since the downfall of Cybertron. Yet she could not discern whether this was reality or illusion, until she sensed the flow of the Cosmic Emperor's energy emanating from the Black Steel Lock. Arsai realized she could no longer afford to hide. Through this ordeal, she gradually came to understand that even if the existence of the Cosmic Emperor may have been extinguished, the shadow he left behind still enveloped the entire universe, and all she had endured was but a fragment of this protracted struggle. I once believed I had escaped that hell, she whispered, but it now appears that no matter where I flee, I cannot evade this endless nightmare. Her gaze revealed profound weariness and helplessness, yet within it flickered a spark of determination. Steel Lock and Iron Slag listened intently, their expressions growing solemn. Though they had not personally experienced the horrors described by Arsai, they could sense her pain and struggle. Wait, are you saying this guy possesses the energy of the Cosmic Emperor? Iron Slag inquired, pointing at Iron Lock, his voice filled with astonishment and confusion. Indeed, initially, I thought he was the zombie version of Steel Lock. Arsai glanced at Steel Lock and then at Iron Lock. If you're Steel Lock, then who is he? This is a long story, Steel Lock sighed, beginning to recount the tale of their universe to Arsai. In the extreme northern front, Hal stood in a parlor draped in cobwebs, the air around him seemingly frozen, oppressive enough to stifle one's breath. Behind him, Shu-Chi stealthily appeared, her back shimmering with lethal spider spears, poised to launch a surprise attack. However, just as she was about to strike, a brilliant light suddenly emanated from Hal's back, illuminating the entire room. Shu-Chi was momentarily blinded by the unexpected radiance, causing her spider spear to halt involuntarily. What is that? Shu-Chi exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. Did not see that coming, did you? This is the power of the god of light. Hal laughed boastfully, one hand shielding his eyes while the other pointed skyward, the light swirling between his fingers as if it wielded infinite strength. Reveal your true self beneath this brilliance. With his maniacal laughter, Shu-Chi could no longer maintain her facade, compelled to unveil her true identity. Stop the light. Stop the light. It's me, Black Widow. Shu-Chi's voice bore a hint of anguish and resignation. Oh, not the venomous spider. Hal realized he had mistaken her identity and retracted the intense light. He approached and helped Black Widow to sit down. Dizziness is to be expected. After all, this is the radiance of the god of light. Black Widow felt a wave of vertigo and began to question whether the person before her was indeed the true Hal. In her memory, Hal was the most taciturn among the mechanical dinosaurs. Could it be? She pointed at Hal and said, "You're not, perhaps, a closeted type?" Hal did not respond to her query, remaining absorbed in his own thoughts. After a moment, he suddenly asked with gravity, "Why have you approached me? What is your intent?" This abrupt seriousness caught Black Widow off guard. This change of demeanor is swifter than turning a page. She mused silently. However, considering the low intelligence of mechanical dinosaurs, perhaps it was acceptable. Of course, it is to assist you in infiltrating the Federation. Yet Hal did not seem to absorb her words. He relayed the information about Shu-Chi being Black Widow to Chun Xiao-Yi, who instructed Hal to inquire about her motives for approaching him. "Why do you come near me? What is your purpose?" Hal asked earnestly. "Ugh, you and I." Black Widow felt overwhelmed. "Fine, I'll tell you. I am acting independently, seeking to gather intelligence within the Federation and negotiate with Jing Patillon. Is that satisfactory? You could have just asked me directly." "No, there are still some truths unknown to you. Have you ever heard of the century of history shrouded in dust on Earth?" The air seemed to solidify, silence enveloping the surroundings. Hal stood abruptly, his gaze fixed intently upon the Black Widow. In turn, she revealed an almost imperceptible smile. A fleeting glimmer in the darkness akin to a wisp of ethereal light, momentarily captivating yet indelibly etched in memory. "Rest assured, this place is ensnared in my web. The technologies of the Federation are incapable of detection here." Her voice resonated with a deep timbre, imbued with an allure that was nearly irresistible. She leaned gracefully against her chair, her fingers delicately tracing patterns in the air, as if weaving an invisible net to ensnare Hal completely. He stood there, grappling with his predicament, uncertain of whether to trust the Black Widow. Her words, nonetheless, ignited a flicker of hope within him. Throughout this time, he had tirelessly sought to unearth the answers long concealed. "Reveal to me all that you know." Hal understood that he must make a choice at this moment. The Black Widow slightly lifted her eyelids, a flicker of complex light shimmering in her profound gaze. Her breath was soft, laced with a hint of amusement, as though this entire affair were merely a game. From this moment forth, the wheels of fate began to turn once more, propelling everything toward an infinite abyss. Chapter 18. Arrogance. You have established a new faction? The tone of Alcee was laden with astonishment and skepticism. She could scarcely fathom that Steellock, once a mere brute known solely for his combat prowess, had founded an independent organization amidst the chaos of Cybertron, becoming a sovereign force unto himself. Indeed. Steellock's response felt somewhat forced. He too was acclimating to this newfound identity, having transitioned abruptly from squad captain to faction leader. "Can you truly manage an organization?" Alcee pressed on, her voice tinged with doubt. "What nonsense!" Steellock retorted immediately. "While I may be somewhat simple-minded and primarily adept at combat, I can indeed manage." His words carried a hint of self-deprecation, though his management skills left much to be desired. Alcee remained silent, merely nodding in understanding. Yet her skepticism about Steellock's capability to fulfill the role of a leader lingered. "To be honest, I am quite unaware of the current state of the Dragon Clan." Steellock's voice lowered, tinged with resignation. "Why did you insist on venturing outside?" Iron Shard interjected with a mocking tone. "When has a leader ever abandoned a project at its inception?" This remark struck Steellock like a dagger to the heart. He yearned to retort, but ultimately chose silence, realizing the truth in Iron Shard's words. He had departed without a word, just as the Dragon Clan began to flourish. "So why did you leave in the first place?" Iron Shard finally broached the question that had haunted him for so long. At that moment, The wind howled and snow fell relentlessly, the flickering flame of the campfire wavering, symbolizing their uncertain future. Iron Shard and Alcee awaited the answer, along with the silent Iron Lock. Steel Lock remained silent for an extended period. Finally, Iron Slag, since our inception, we have been accompanied by the specter of slaughter. Whether in the arena or on the battlefield, the heads we have claimed have multiplied, and the corpses around us have piled high. His voice was low and heavy, burdened by the memory of every soul that perished by his hand. Is this not the very essence of what we, the mechanical dinosaurs, have always done? Assaulting battlefields, scattering foes, this is the task assigned to us by the pillars of authority. Iron Slag interrupted Steel Lock, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Then let me ask you, do you relish war? Steel Lock retorted. This inquiry momentarily left Iron Slag speechless, as he had never pondered this question seriously. This was a long time ago. Since the cessation of hostilities between factions, the distinctions between the Bow and the Mad factions had vanished, leaving only a unified Cybertron. Cybertron had ushered in a brief epoch of peace. In these tranquil times, the once feared warriors, the mechanical dinosaurs, had become akin to ticking time bombs. Despite their earnest efforts to coexist with others, their notorious reputation and past exploits continued to instill fear in the hearts of many. As Steel Lock traversed the streets of Iron Fortress, he often felt the weight of peculiar gazes from the surrounding populace. However, he remained indifferent to these external perceptions. For him, the companionship of the mechanical dinosaurs was sufficient. After all, it was these brothers who had stood shoulder to shoulder with him through countless trials of life and death, until that fateful day when an opportunity arose that would alter his destiny. A prominent merchant caravan extended an invitation for him to serve as a guardian. This caravan was not only renowned within Cybertron, but had also garnered a modest reputation across the universe. Steel Lock accepted the task, hoping to seize the chance to distance himself from conflicts and embrace a period of tranquility. The caravan's destination was a remote indigenous planet, where the inhabitants led simple and unadorned lives. Upon setting foot on this land, the locals extended a warm welcome. To his astonishment, the people recognized Steel Lock and expressed profound reverence for the mechanical dinosaurs. Voices from the crowd called out his name, and some even implored him to stay and guide them toward prosperity and strength. In response to these fervent appeals, Steel Lock merely remarked, "I believe you should cultivate your own strength rather than depend on others." Yet, the blissful moments were fleeting. A few days later, Steel Lock noticed several individuals within the caravan often huddled together in hushed whispers, seemingly plotting something. Although a sense of unease crept in, he dismissed it, focused solely on completing the mission and returning home with his reward. One night, as Steel Lock gazed through the ship's window at the illuminated landscape, he assumed the locals were holding a celebratory gathering. However, upon descending from the vessel, he was met with a shocking scene. The entire caravan was engaged in pillage and slaughter. Innocent villagers were being mercilessly oppressed, and homes were being set ablaze. "Wait, what are you doing?" Steel Lock's voice rang out, imbued with astonishment and fury. He intended to intervene and halt this atrocity, but the caravan's leader thrust a box of money into his hands. "You need only fulfill your duties. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Do not ask." This statement extinguished his anger like a cold shower. Steel Lock stood there, gripping tightly onto the chest of money, surrounded by the chaotic scenes of destruction and slaughter orchestrated by the members of the caravan. At that moment, he found himself engulfed in hesitation. Yet, in a fleeting span of a second, his gaze solidified with resolve. He hurled the money to the ground and swiftly unsheathed his fiery sword, charging at the executioners. Throughout the night, Steel Lock transformed into a merciless harbinger of death, wielding his flaming blade to strike down every participant in the massacre. The air was thick with a pungent blend of energy and oil, and the corpses piled high like mountains. Each swing of his sword was fueled by unbridled fury. It was not until dawn, when the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, that Steel Lock gradually lowered his energy-soaked sword, his clenched fists slowly relaxing. However, as he turned to face those who had once welcomed them with open arms, he was met with expressions of rage and resentment. Stones began to rain down upon him, accompanied by a chorus of curses. Steel Lock gazed upon the inferno behind them, the home of the very people he was meant to protect, now reduced to ashes. At that moment, explanations were futile. Ultimately, he turned silently, boarding the spacecraft, returning to Cybertron alone. Upon his return, Steellock did not attempt to defend himself. Instead, he bore the weight of all the accusations upon his shoulders. The council subjected him to a harsh trial, condemning him to Rust Sea Prison, where he was subsequently executed by firing squad. Within the prison, the inmates rejoiced. Look, who is that? It's Steellock, the mechanical dinosaur. During his days in Rust Sea Prison, Steellock often sat alone in a corner, gazing into the distance, contemplating how splendid it would be if all beings in the universe could coexist in harmony. During the war, he had found Optimus Prime to be indecisive and had longed for independence. Yet he later realized that Optimus had been right all along. Steellock murmured, "Until we unite as one. At least that is how I understand it." Chapter 19. The Sea of Flowers. The final vote was to take place that afternoon. It must not go awry. Polly sat in his seat, his hands tightly clasped, knuckles turning pale. His gaze was fixed intently on the clock on the wall. With each tick of the second hand, his heart quivered in response. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, with every second dragging on like a century. He could not help but silently urge, "Hurry faster." Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was so tense it was nearly suffocating. Polly glanced around, spotting Zhao Yiling seated not far away, her expression equally taut, her eyes resolute and profound. Polly understood that they shared the same objective. From the initial plan to this moment of voting, each step had been fraught with hardship and peril. A flicker of unwavering conviction shone in Zhao Yiling's eyes, as if she were reassuring herself. No matter what, Earth must be liberated. Outside the conference room, Chun Xiao stood by the window in the corridor, clutching her phone tightly. The screen displayed a message from Steellock. Iron Lock has been subdued, and there's another Alcyone from a different universe? Chun Xiao's pupils contracted sharply, her heart racing. Another Alcyone from a different universe? This signified the success of the time-space bridge. A smile crept onto Chun Xiao's lips, a wave of uncontainable joy surging within her. Yet she quickly regained her composure. Now is not the time for celebration. The voting is about to commence, and the fate of the Earth remains undetermined. As the bell tolls, Chun Xiao swiftly stows away her phone and strides into the conference room. Approaching Polly, she whispers, "Polly, news has come from Steellock. Iron Lock has been subdued." However, Polly seems entirely oblivious to her words, his gaze fixed intently on the enormous display at the front of the room. His demeanor so engrossed that it appears as though the world outside holds no significance for him. The voting regarding the lifting of the Earth's blockade is now underway. With the gavel of Cryphus striking down, the numbers on the display begin to fluctuate. The tally of affirmative votes ascends steadily, causing the corners of Polly's mouth to involuntarily rise. Yet he quickly realizes his lapse in composure, promptly biting his lip and muttering to himself, "Stay composed." There are 30 seconds remaining. As the voting enters its final countdown, the ratio of affirmative to dissenting votes teeters at an almost equal balance. A deadlock of five that causes the hearts of all present to race in apprehension. Several departments opt to abstain, and time slips away second by second, making each vote feel paramount. At the last moment, the representative of Xanadu slowly raises his hand, casting a crucial vote. Silence envelopes the conference room, with every gaze fixated upon Cryphus. He rises slowly, his gavel held aloft before it comes crashing down. The bell tolls once more, and Cryphus's voice reverberates throughout the chamber. The voting results are 70 in favor, 68 against, with 10 abstentions. The motion to lift the blockade on Earth has passed. Instantly, the room erupts into a thunderous applause. Polly releases a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, the smile on his face betraying his relief. He turns to Zhao Yiling, noticing tears glistening in her eyes, yet her lips curl into a smile of solace. Unable to contain himself, Polly yearns to awaken the obsidian. But as he connects to the channel of Tianyin, a moment of urgency strikes him. Save this world. In an instant, Polly feels an intense heat engulf his entire being. When he regains his senses, he finds himself amidst a boundless sea of blue flowers, each blossom emitting a soft azure glow, as if whispering secrets of their own. Instinctively, he reaches out to touch one of the flowers, hoping to glean some clues from them. "Do not touch recklessly." A deep, raspy voice suddenly resonates from behind him. Polly whirls around, his weapon instinctively aimed at the source of the voice. His gaze sharpens, warily assessing the sudden appearance of this stranger, or rather, this unfamiliar being. The figure is entirely green, adorned with two massive horns, exuding an eerie and ancient aura, as though they have emerged from a bygone era. Who are you? Where's this place? Polly demands, his demeanor brimming with caution, his finger firmly poised on the trigger, ready to fire. The figure does not directly answer Polly's inquiries, but rather poses a question in a tone laced with intrigue. Are you not Steellock? Of course I am not. Polly replies, his voice tinged with impatience. What is this place, and who are you? The individual seemed indifferent to Polly's reaction, merely casting a fleeting glance in his direction before turning his gaze towards the distant sea of flowers, and gently remarked, this is a realm that exists independently of the universe. These azure blossoms are known as fire seed flowers. Each bloom possesses 5 petals, with each petal representing a singular seed of fire. Seeds of fire? Polly regarded his surroundings with a wary eye. The man still refrained from directly addressing Polly's inquiry, instead continuing his monologue. Ever since I was vanquished by my own brethren, I have been exiled to this place. It has been countless years. Time holds no meaning here. Upon hearing the term exile, Polly's heart jolted. He scrutinized the figure before him, the verdant form, the imposing horns, and the ancient, enigmatic aura. Suddenly, a name flickered through his mind. Maximus the Great, one of the 13 ancestors. Polly's voice trembled with shock and caution. Maximus the Great appeared momentarily taken aback, then allowed a deep, rumbling laugh. I did not expect you to know my name. It has been ages since anyone has called me that. Polly tightened his grip on his weapon, fully aware that Maximus the Great was a legendary figure among the 13 ancestors, ultimately defeated and exiled due to his ambition and madness. His power was unfathomable, perhaps even perilous. So, why have you summoned me here? Polly's tone bore a hint of suppressed fury as he aimed his weapon at Maximus the Great. If you harbor any treachery, I advise you to abandon it. Maximus the Great's expression remained serene, as if Polly's threat bore no weight. He gazed at Polly with a flicker of complex emotions in his eyes. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly resonated beside Polly. Polly, lower your weapon. He may be seeking me. Polly turned sharply, finding Steellock standing beside him, calm and resolute. His presence provided Polly with a modicum of relief, yet simultaneously deepened his confusion. What are you doing here? Polly's voice was laced with surprise and uncertainty. Steellock gestured subtly towards a section of the flower field. Following his indication, Polly beheld a towering statue of Steellock amidst the blue blossoms. The details so vivid it seemed as though Steellock's essence had been crystallized within this mysterious space. Steellock fixed his gaze upon Maximus the Great and inquired, So, what business do you have with me? Maximus the Great maintained that faint smile, as if everything lay within his grasp. He slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the heavens. Polly and Steellock simultaneously looked up, witnessing a colossal clock materializing in the sky, hazy and ethereal, straddling the realms of reality and illusion. The clock's gears turned languidly, emitting a deep, resonant rumble, as if narrating some ancient and arcane force. It is not I who summoned you, but rather him. Maximus the Great's voice echoed across the expanse of the flower field, imbued with an indescribable authority. Chapter 20. Boundaries of vast sea of blue flowers gently swayed in the wind, resembling a serene dreamscape. The enormous clock continued its slow rotation in the sky, the deep and distant rumble of its gears echoing like a tale of time's passage and the universe's fate. However, in the next moment, the entire sky was abruptly painted a vivid crimson, as if blood had been splattered across the horizon. An ominous premonition surged forth. What is happening? Polly's voice trembled, his gaze fixed on the heavens. Suddenly, the colossal clock in the sky emitted a deafening shatter, countless gears and fragments plummeting from above, as though time itself were collapsing. Behind the shattered clock, an unfathomably immense figure began to materialize. The Cosmic Emperor. Steellock's voice was low and chilling. He did not know why he uttered that name, as if it were an indelible imprint etched in his very circuits. Polly's visual apparatus constricted sharply. The presence of the Cosmic Emperor loomed closer, instilling a profound sense of dread that made him shiver. The surrounding flower sea ignited, blue flames soaring skyward, as if offering sacrifices for the arrival of the Cosmic Emperor. Polly, I believe we must alter our plans. Steellock's voice remained composed, Yet Polly sensed an unprecedented gravity in his tone. What? You can't possibly be suggesting we confront that monstrous entity the size of a planet. Polly exclaimed in disbelief, unable to suppress his fear, even resorting to a crude gesture toward Steellock in a futile attempt to alleviate his terror. Steellock did not respond to Polly's jest. His focus remained unwavering on the Cosmic Emperor. The flames raged, gradually consuming both them and the entire expanse of flowers. Steellock? Steellock? The voice of Pure Land, Arsai, jolted him back to reality. Steellock suddenly regained his bearings, finding himself back in the snowy terrain, the howling wind whipping past him. Icy snowflakes striking his armor. His spark continued to tremble, the absolute terror still enveloping him. How long have I been gone? Steellock murmured, weariness lacing his voice. You just started recounting how you met the host, and then zoned out. What's wrong? Iron Clump's voice came from nearby. Both he and Pure Land Arsai had sensed Steellock's unusual state. Steellock took a moment to steady himself, striving to regain his composure. He knew this was not the time to be engulfed in fear. He turned to Pure Land Arsai. Arsai, I need more information about the Cosmic Emperor, whatever you can gather. Meanwhile, within the council chamber, Chun Xiaoi noticed Polly's hands trembling slightly, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. What is the matter? Chun Xiaoi inquired softly. Polly forced a wry smile. The abyss. We have gained the power to glimpse into the abyss, and it is coming to collect its due. What on earth are you saying? Chun Xiaoi frowned, reaching out to feel Polly's forehead, then checking his own. You don't have a fever, do you? Why are you talking nonsense? Polly cast a furtive glance around the council hall, realizing that few remained. The meeting had evidently concluded, leaving only a handful of individuals in the hall, quietly tidying up documents and conversing in hushed tones. The meeting is over. Let us proceed to Zhao Yiling's spacecraft, Chun Xiaoi remarked as she took a step forward. At that moment, she heard Polly's voice resonate once more, imbued with an unprecedented gravity. What do you know of the Cosmic Emperor? This statement struck Chun Xiaoi's heart like a heavy bomb, causing her body to stiffen slightly, her fingers trembling involuntarily. Yet, the true source of her trepidation was not herself, but the entity residing within her, Seixiangio. How do you know of the Cosmic Emperor? Seixiangio's voice emerged deep and authoritative, starkly contrasting her usual tone. Polly merely patted Seixiangio on the shoulder and said, We must seek Steellock. The situation is more intricate than we anticipated. At that moment, Polly suddenly realized that Seixiangio's true form had been unveiled. Even more astonishing was the revelation that he too had shed his guise, his concealed identity fully exposed in that instant. The two stood upright aboard the whirlwind, while passing crew members greeted them amicably. Before long, Zhao Yiling returned hastily with wind blade and barrier. Her gaze swept over Polly and Seixiangio, clearly noting their unusual demeanor. However, she refrained from further inquiry, simply nodding as she swiftly activated the spacecraft. Next, we shall retrieve Steellock from snow. Polly nodded in agreement and promptly contacted Tianyin via the communicator. Tianyin, activate Obsidian, codename Dragon's Rise. Tianyin's calm voice echoed from the communicator, resonating throughout the Obsidian, codename Dragon's Rise, activated. All members, please prepare accordingly. The Obsidian activation sequence is underway. Estimated completion time, 10 minutes. Zhao Yiling maneuvered the controls of the whirlwind, the spacecraft plunging through the howling snowstorm, its searchlights piercing the blinding flurry to quickly locate the flickering flames of Steellock and iron residue. They, along with Pure Land Alxi, were gathered around a fire kindled from discarded parts for warmth. Steellock's battered form was temporarily propped up nearby, its metallic surface encrusted with frost. These fellows certainly know how to enjoy themselves, Barrier scoffed, his dark purple armor glinting coldly in the cabin's light. Windblade paid him no heed, instead fixating on Pure Land Alxi, who sat quietly in a corner, her blue optical lenses slightly lowered. As the spacecraft landed, it kicked up a flurry of snow, and as soon as the hatch opened, Steellock and iron residue strode in, shouldering the remnants of Ironlock. The optical lenses of Ironlock had long since extinguished, and exposed wires dangled from its joints like lifeless vines. Its energy had been depleted. Seixiangio crouched down, her detector scanning back and forth across Ironlock's damaged torso. No energy fluctuations. This is peculiar. Suddenly, she struck the detector against her knee twice. This was an ancestral skill of Earthlings for repairing devices. Abruptly, the machine emitted a series of sharp, piercing whines, the needle wildly pointing in a direction outside the spacecraft. "Follow me," as Sai Tianjiao leaped down from the ship's cabin. Her heavy metallic boots crashed onto the icy surface, causing cracks to spiderweb across it. The others followed closely behind, and she halted beside the pit excavated by iron locks. With a thunderous slam, the hammer of Sai Tianjiao struck down. Amidst the brittle sound of the ice fracturing, a bottomless fissure suddenly emerged, with a ghostly blue energy aura seeping from the crevice, casting an ashen hue on the faces of all present. This is the voice of the Temporal Bridge's sanctuary, Arxi. Trembling as it spoke, "I fell into your universe from here. Yet, the Temporal Bridge can only open a conduit along the temporal line of this universe." The hammer of Sai Tianjiao hung, suspended in midair, ancient Cybertronian runes shimmering upon its surface. Unless she unleashed a sudden roar, the colossal hammer, enveloped in a tempest of energy, would crash down upon the ice. Chunks of ice scattered as a long-buried Autobot emblem, frozen for millions of years, gradually became visible, with rusted circuit boards embedded within its gear-like patterns. "Steel lock, iron shard, burn it through." Two streams of dragon fire roared into the fissure, and amidst the hissing sound of melting ice, the acrid scent of scorched metal wafted through the air. When the final layer of ice peeled away, Arxie's scream nearly pierced through the blizzard. Within the icy tomb lay the curled remnants of a mechanical dragon, towering at 30 meters. Its left wing was shattered, and its right claw gripped a communication device encrusted with ice crystals. Its head hung low, the dark golden optical lens long dimmed. Yet the grotesque dragon horns and the menacing blades along its spine sent chills down the spines of all. More terrifying was the massive piercing wound in its chest, with edges of molten metal. Cross-dimensional transportation requires a medium. Sai Tianjiao's fingertips brushed over the grotesque emblem on the dragon's remains, which glowed a blood-red luminescence upon contact, a being that simultaneously connects two universes. "I believe you should recognize him, Arxi." Chapter 21. Resurrection. On the windstorm, Steel Lock stood by the observation window of the cryogenic chamber, condensation trickling down the bulletproof glass. The dragon's remains glowed with a ghostly blue in the low-temperature pod, and quantum tunneling scorch marks lingered at the broken joints of its wings. I recall that the flying cloud was not formed by the combination of the claw team. He turned a glance at Sai Tianjiao, who was adjusting the instruments. As her wrench slipped on the energy valve, a spark erupted. She bent down to retrieve her tool, evading Steel Lock's gaze. "This is precisely the evidence that proves we are from two different universes, much like the same string of code, yielding opposite results on different terminals." "Oh, I see." Steel Lock's voice trailed off, akin to a dull knife scraping against the energy battery. He abruptly shifted the topic. "So why did the temporal bridge open precisely in that ice cave? Don't tell me it was randomly blasted open by cosmic rays." The armor on Sai Tianjiao's back emitted faint clicking sounds, a sign of her internal radiator being overloaded. Under the ghostly blue light of the chamber, Steel Lock's crimson optical lenses reflected two searchlights, dissecting her armor seams inch by inch. "I heard Iron Shard say that pit was created when Iron Lock went out of control." Suddenly, the energy valve erupted with a burst of electric sparks. Sai Tianjiao discarded the melted quantum coupler, pressing 5 indentations into the control panel with her metallic palm. "It was my doing." The hatch suddenly slid open, and Polly, holding the obsidian activator, froze at the doorway. Steel Lock understood the frenzied nature of Sai Tianjiao, driven by her zeal for research, and he was certain she would never harm a friend. Someone was undoubtedly manipulating events from behind the scenes. "Don't do that again," Polly exclaimed as Steel Lock strode purposefully towards the hatch. "Where are you going?" "To grab a beer," Steel Lock replied, his crimson optical lens glancing sideways, causing Polly to feel a sharp sting in her core. Steel Lock had indeed surmised that it was he who had sent Sai Tianjiao to study the corpse of Iron Lock in relation to the space bridge. "Attention, we are about to enter the domain of the mechanical dinosaurs. Prepare yourselves." Zhao Yiling's voice echoed within the whirlwind, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. All eyes turned to the window, where the outline of Obsidian City gradually came into focus. "This is the new Dragon Clan." Steel Lock's voice was deep, carrying an ineffable complexity of emotions. The spacecraft slowly descended, and Sha and Chu Qing had long awaited at the landing pad. "Sha, Take the iron lock to the medical room. Chu-Ching, attend to the guests of the whirlwind. Steel Lock's commands were succinct yet authoritative, though his gaze remained fixed on the city before him. This was their home, a chronicler of the Dragon Clan's glory and shame, every energy thread etched with their triumphs and devastations. In that moment, the tumult of Steel Lock's emotions burned like a fierce flame within his core. Steel Lock, Zhao Yiling's voice called from behind, crisp yet imbued with undeniable resolve. She approached swiftly, clutching a holographic agreement, her eyes sparkling with an inscrutable light that baffled Steel Lock. We need to talk. Her tone left no room for refusal. Steel Lock glanced at Polly, who leaned against the hatch, twirling a key between her fingers, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Is there a conference room? Conference room? Polly shrugged, of course. It's right next to the confessional. Inside the conference room, Zhao Yiling pushed the agreement before Steel Lock. The holographic projection unfolded in midair, the dense clauses resembling an immense web, tightly binding the fates of the mechanical dinosaurs and Dragon Team 2. After the meeting concluded, Zhao Yiling recalled, "Old Mr. Clayfur spoke to me." Her voice carried a hint of nostalgic reverie as she remembered the dimly lit room, where Clayfur sat behind an ancient wooden desk. "I know what you're thinking, Zhao Yiling." Clayfur's voice was hoarse and low. "The resolution to lift Earth's restrictions has passed, but you must realize, this is merely the beginning. We need someone to lead the way in establishing a trade route along the space defense line to foster communication and cooperation with extraterrestrials." As he extended the agreement, Zhao Yiling noticed his fingers tremble slightly. Was it a sign of aging or a manifestation of unease? On another note, Clayfurs continued, "I discovered that you are acquainted with Qian Yuan." Upon hearing that name, Zhao Yiling's expression instantly turned icy, as if cloaked in frost. Clayfurs noticed her change and elaborated. "I have investigated, and you and Qian Yuan have crossed paths. He is also connected to Steel Lock of the mechanical dinosaurs. We are all aware of the formidable strength possessed by the creature formed through the fusion of mechanical dinosaurs. Thus, I implore you to become the overseer of the mechanical dinosaurs." As Zhao Yiling took the agreement, a jolt of electricity seemed to course through her body upon her fingertips brushing against the paper. She raised her gaze to Krifos, only to find a depth of inscrutable meaning in his eyes. Humanity ought to grow stronger on its own. Yet before we truly attain that strength, we require their assistance. We must advance alongside the Cybertronians. Proceed freely. I shall shoulder the rest. After Zhao Yiling spoke, her attention shifted to Steel Lock. Steel Lock glanced at his companion, Polly, who scoffed, "Do as you please." With that, he turned and exited the conference room, harboring a distrust for humans, or rather, for all extraterrestrial races. He spoke the truth. The King of Azura is indeed a troublesome entity. Steel Lock placed a hand on his chest, his voice low and tinged with exhaustion. "I will consult the other mechanical dinosaurs. Then I shall sign the agreement. May I request to meet Qian Yuan?" Zhao Yiling's plea echoed behind him, but Steel Lock had already departed the meeting room, his silhouette elongated in the light, resembling a solitary dragon's shadow, vanishing at the corridor's end. Inside the medical bay, dark red energy coursed across the armor of Iron Lock's corpse, akin to countless awakening serpents. Shah's fingertips danced swiftly across the console, injecting the residual energy of the rebellious moon's fire seed into Iron Lock's chest cavity. Sai Tianjiao stood nearby, the surface of the Sai Tianjiao hammer gleaming with ancient runes, each line resembling a kind of primordial curse. "Are you prepared?" Shah's voice was deep, laced with a barely perceptible tension. His optics locked onto Iron Lock's fire seed chamber, where unstable light flickered. "This is my penance." Sai Tianjiao raised the Sai Tianjiao hammer, the head screeching as it sliced through the air. At the moment of impact, the entire medical bay's energy field trembled, as if time itself were being torn asunder. With the first strike, the surface of Iron Lock's armor fractured in a web-like pattern, dark red energy surging forth from the crevices. With the second strike, his fire seed chamber erupted in blinding brilliance, as though a slumbering behemoth was awakening. With the third strike, the equipment throughout the medical bay overloaded simultaneously, alarms blaring in a cacophony. "Where am I?" Iron Lock's consciousness floated in the darkness, as if trapped within an endless void. He perceived a distant glimmer of light, faint yet resolute. He reached out, attempting to grasp that light, only to be pulled deeper into the blackness by a formidable force. Chapter 22. Encounters are for better farewells. You cannot escape. You cannot go anywhere. A familiar voice resonated in the darkness, filled with mockery and madness. Rebellious Moon? Iron Lock's voice was hauntingly calm. You're still alive? Ha ha ha. The laughter of Rebellious Moon sounded like the grating of metal, sharp and piercing. They have implanted my fire seed within you. To them, you are merely an experimental subject, a vessel, a tool. Iron Lock remained silent, quietly gazing into a certain direction within the darkness. His tranquility unsettled the Rebellious Moon, even igniting a flicker of anger within. I was, after all, a forsaken soul. The voice of Iron Lock remained calm. It is this universe that has embraced me. If my body can indeed serve a purpose for them, what is there to object? You have lost your mind. The Rebellious Moon's voice quivered. Do you not comprehend? They are merely exploiting you. We are all but pawns in their game. The radiance behind Iron Lock intensified, as though an irresistible force was consuming the darkness. The brilliance blinded the Rebellious Moon, and his voice grew hoarse, as if suppressed by some unseen power. Iron Lock, you and I are the same kind. Forever shall we be. The Rebellious Moon's voice gradually weakened, yet still brimmed with resentment. I will watch you from the shadows. Witness your descent into the very form you loathe. With a final, anguished cry, the Rebellious Moon's voice vanished entirely. Iron Lock's body jolted, and the light of the ignition chamber began to stabilize. In the medical room, the celestial hero sat slumped on the ground. The celestial hero's hammer slipping from her grasp with a dull thud. Her armor was covered in fine cracks, a testament to some heavy cost. Is this it? The voice of Shah held a tinge of uncertainty. His hand rested on the flame blade, poised for any potential upheaval. Not yet. The celestial hero's voice was weak yet resolute. My hesitation in wielding the hammer stems from my uncertainty about whether it is Iron Lock or the Rebellious Moon that has returned. Shah stood ready to draw his blade, crimson energy swirling at its tip. His gaze remained fixed on Iron Lock's form, awaiting the ultimate revelation. Iron Lock's body gradually rose, joints creaking with metallic friction. He twisted his neck and stretched, as if awakening from a protracted slumber. Is there anything to eat? His voice was hoarse yet laced with a familiar languor. I am famished. Shah's weapon slowly lowered, and a semblance of relief flickered across the celestial hero's face. Iron Lock sat on the bed, clutching an energy block, devouring it heartily, as if to compensate for the energy he had missed in recent days. Though weary, he exuded a resilient spirit. The celestial hero stood by, silently observing him, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. So, what is the current situation? Iron Lock swallowed the last morsel of the energy block, raised his head, and inquired with a raspy voice. Who can enlighten me? The celestial hero did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned to Shah, gesturing for him to inform Steel Lock and Team Dragon 2. Shah nodded and swiftly exited the medical room. Only then did the celestial hero turn back, gazing at Iron Lock's haggard visage, and softly say, So much has transpired during your absence. For now, let us eat. Iron Lock understood that his current state was not conducive to probing too deeply. He lowered his gaze and resumed his consumption of the energy block, his heart brimming with questions and unease. Before long, the door to the medical room was flung open, and Sun Xiaowen along with Team Dragon 2 rushed in. Sun Xiaowen's face was etched with concern, while Team Dragon 2 wore expressions of joy. Sun Xiaowen held a data board in her hand, evidently just having extricated herself from a recent task. Tai Suo. Zhong Quan strode purposefully towards Tai Suo, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You have finally returned to life. We nearly thought you were lost forever. Tai Suo managed a faint smile and patted Zhong Quan on the shoulder. I'm all right, merely a bit fatigued. Can someone enlighten me on what exactly transpired? The members of Team Long Air remained silent, seemingly oblivious to the subsequent events. Oh, the Obsidian City has been established, and our Dragon Clan finally possesses its own stronghold, Sun Xiaowen exclaimed. Moreover, the Federation has lifted the blockade on Earth, and in a few days, you should be able to roam freely on the planet. Tai Suo furrowed his brows, astonished by how much had changed during his absence. He glanced at Sai Tianjiao, only to find her quietly retreating towards the entrance. Sai Tianjiao, Tai Suo called out softly. She paused, turning her head to glance at him, and replied gently, You all continue your conversation. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Sai Tianjiao closed the door to the medical room. As she turned, she noticed the mechanical dinosaurs standing in the corridor, each holding an assortment of gifts. Their expressions varied. Fei Biao stood at the forefront, cradling a box of energy crystals, his face a mix of excitement and nervousness. Tai Jia and Yu Ni stood behind him, carrying some repair tools and energy supply packs that appeared to have been hastily retrieved from a storage area. Gang Suo stood beside them, arms crossed, not holding anything, yet still present. What brings you here? Sai Tianjiao raised an eyebrow, surprised by their presence. We heard that Tai Suo has returned. Fei Biao was the first to speak, his tone laced with enthusiasm. We couldn't he possibly come empty-handed, so we brought some items to see him. Sai Tianjiao sighed softly, her gaze sweeping over the gifts in their hands, feeling a mixture of emotions. However, this was not the time for idle chatter. Suddenly struck by a thought, her eyes brightened as she gestured for them to follow. Come with me. I have something important to discuss with you. After speaking, Sai Tianjiao turned and made her way to the conference room. The mechanical dinosaurs exchanged glances but quickly followed her. Upon entering the conference room, Sai Tianjiao activated the central display screen, which immediately revealed two intricate particle structure diagrams, one belonging to Feng Run and the other to Gang Suo. I conducted a small study earlier. Take a look, Sai Tianjiao said, her tone serious as she pointed at the screen. Fei Biao leaned closer to examine the display, puzzled. What is this? It resembles a particle distribution chart. Indeed, Sai Tianjiao nodded. This is a comparative analysis of the particle structures of Feng Rin and Gang Suo. As you can observe, the particles of Feng Rin and her host are entangled due to the influence of the descent system, allowing for seamless transformation. Meanwhile, she hesitated. Pointing to the other diagram, Gang Suo's particles are remarkably stable, exhibiting almost no entanglement. The mechanical dinosaurs listened in confusion, with Tai Jia scratching his head in bewilderment. Is there a problem with that? He inquired. Sai Tianjiao crossed her arms and explained, it's not just Gang Suo. All of you share this condition. It was after the event of your amalgamation that, although I had previously encapsulated the consciousness of your host within your ember, the prolonged battles have rendered your consciousness completely intertwined. In other words, the awareness of both you and your host has become inseparable. Does this mean we have become the hidden warriors? Steel Lock jested, his tone tinged with self-deprecation. Sai Tianjiao cast a glance at him, but refrained from responding. Instead, she retrieved several circular buttons from a nearby table, displaying them in the palm of her hand. However, I have managed to create an antidote, she remarked. The essence of the descent system is to transfer our consciousness into other beings, yet you have also employed a particle separator. Originally, your consciousness was fused with that of humans, and now the physical form has vanished. At this point, she shot a sidelong glance at Steel Lock, having heard from Sha that his decision had been made in a moment of desperation. This device, Sai Tianjiao said, lifting the button in her hand, can completely separate you from your host. However, she paused, her tone growing grave. This process has a side effect. What side effect? Fei Biao inquired immediately. All memories shared with your host will be obliterated, Sai Tianjiao replied slowly, her gaze sweeping across the faces of each mechanical dinosaur. In other words, you will no longer remember the experiences you shared. Chapter 23. Greed. The conference room was suddenly enveloped in silence. The mechanical dinosaurs exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by the cost involved. Steel Lock gazed down at the button in his hand, seemingly weighing his options. Fei Biao appeared somewhat hesitant, murmuring softly, must it truly be this way? Sai Tianjiao regarded them with a calm, yet resolute demeanor. This is the only method. Should you choose to proceed, I shall respect your decision. But remember, once the button is pressed, there is no turning back. The mechanical dinosaurs fell into contemplation, the air in the conference room seemingly frozen. Each dinosaur pondered the significance of this memory and whether the price of separation was worth bearing. Steel Lock's fingertips traced the cold contours of the button's surface, memories coursing through his mind like electricity. The future? What do you think? Steel Lock awaited an answer. But the future remained silent, and the room was steeped in an oppressive stillness as each dinosaur became lost in their reflections, all awaiting someone to make a choice. They're merely humans. Let us not forget that we initially sought to utilize their bodies to evade the Federation. What more is there to discuss? Iron Clump chuckled. It is merely mutual exploitation. Suddenly, a sharp sting resonated from the depths of the ember chamber. Steel Lock clenched his fist tightly, the metallic casing emitting a nauseating, creaking sound in the stillness. Steel Lock, Fei Biao exclaimed. Fragments of the button slipped from his grasp, cascading down like desiccated blue blood. He once spoke of wanting to be a hero. Steel Lock's voice emerged as if squeezed through rusted gears. I have not fulfilled my promise. I have utilized him long enough. It is now his turn to exploit me. From this day forth, they are us, and we are the mechanical dinosaurs. A cacophony of explosions erupted in the conference room. Iron Slag laughed heartily as he hurled the remnants of the button into the air. Cai Tianzhao gazed at the glimmering electronic debris scattered across the ground, a subtle smile finally gracing his lips. Yet it froze upon catching sight of the solitary last button on the table. Howl! In the dim, leaden corridor 300 meters below ground, the Black Widow's arachnid steps resounded with a relentless clatter. The armor of Howl was stained with melted synthetic skin, remnants of the Federal soldiers who had attempted to obstruct his path, revealing nothing but Cybertronian skeletal frames before being engulfed by the dragon's flames. Are you certain you are unscathed? You seemed lost in thought for a full minute. Howl swiped his tail to clear the obstructing laser barrier, his eerie green pupils flickering in the darkness. The Black Widow hesitated momentarily, her left hand firmly pressing down on the trembling spark chamber. As the last quantum password gate slid open, Howl's radiator abruptly ceased its whirring. Within the vast spherical chamber, a mile in diameter, the Decepticon emblem was grotesquely branded upon the walls. Thousands of Cybertronians were ensnared within the energy matrix, their sparks coursing through neural conduits towards the central platform. The figure, pierced by 23 chains through its armor, had its faceplate fused grotesquely with the data board, becoming a monstrous metallic mass. Instead of a spark, a pulsating alien core radiating violet light rested within its chest cavity. Howl yearned to advance and rescue Soundwave, only to be halted by the Black Widow's voice. He is already dead. The Black Widow's tone was rough, as if sandpaper had worn it down. She staggered against the wall. This is the answer you sought. It is all here. This is the answer. Howl's foreclaws tore through 2 chains, and Soundwave's battered head suddenly turned towards them, emitting a cold, electronic chuckle from its throat. Death. Abyss. Darkness. He has come. None of US can escape. Embrace evolution. Soundwave's voice reverberated through the vast spherical space, laced with a chilling electronic static, as though whispering from the depths of the abyss. His words drove Howl into a frenzy, each syllable piercing his circuits like frigid metal. Yet this was not the moment for contemplation. Howl forced himself to regain composure, swiftly retrieving paper and pen to document the unfolding events. His pen skated rapidly across the paper, the scrawl chaotic and disordered, mirroring his thoughts as they grappled with the continuous shattering and reconstruction of his worldview. The imagery of Cybertronians having their sparks extracted, Soundwave-esque grotesque metallic mass, the pulsing violet glow of the alien core, all details were captured. Despite his trembling hands and the overwhelming fear and confusion that enveloped him. I have recorded everything, Black Widow. We must go, Howl murmured softly, closing his notebook and lifting his gaze in the direction of the Black Widow. However, upon turning back, he found himself utterly alone in the vast expanse. The silhouette of the Black Widow had vanished without a trace, as if she had never existed. The Decepticon emblem continued to mar the surrounding walls like a festering wound, while the Cybertronians in the energy matrix appeared to be silently lamenting, fearful of lingering any longer. Howl felt he could hear the cries of his brethren being torn apart by machines, their wails echoing in his mind, inescapable. He bolted towards the exit, his steps faltering, as if some dreadful entity were in pursuit behind him. As he finally burst through the heavy metallic door and beheld a sliver of sunlight, he collapsed onto the ground. The rays cascaded upon him, yet they could not dispel the chill that enveloped him. Howl gazed down at the chaotic notes scribbled in his hands, and an inexplicable excitement surged within him. It was a complex amalgamation of sorrow, indignation, and an insatiable thirst for exploration. He eagerly spread all the papers and notes across the ground, commencing the meticulous process of reorganizing and theorizing everything he had witnessed. The century-long absence of humanity. The memories sealed away. His mind raced with relentless deconstruction and reconstruction. He felt as though the shadow of Shui was beside him. The yearning for the unknown and the truth rendered him incapable of pausing. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the papers and notes that sparked with embers into the air. Sheets fluttered across the sky like falling blossoms from the other shore, imbued with a poignant and desperate aura. Hal reached out, attempting to grasp the drifting pages, but they soared further away, ultimately vanishing from his sight. He stood still, gazing at the vacant sky. He had seized them, yet could no longer hold on. Chapter 24. For a Better Tomorrow. Maximo stood at the heart of a sea of flowers, the fire seed flower in his hand glimmering with a faint red light under the sun. His fingers delicately parted the soft soil, carefully burying the fire seed flower within. Yet at that moment, his heart was laden with doubt and unease. As he focused intently on planting, a deep rumble resonated from the sky. He lifted his gaze to witness the clouds being torn asunder, a colossal clock's phantom slowly rotating, its hands producing a crisp ticking sound, as if counting down to an irreversible fate. Suddenly, one of the 13 ancestors, Yinshinzing, emerged from the radiant light, his towering figure exuding authority, eyes sparkling with profound wisdom. Maximo stood upright, brushing the dirt from his hands, locking his gaze with Yinshinzing, his voice tinged with urgency. "Are you certain that the steel lock can save this universe?" Yinshinzing remained silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head, his voice deep and heavy. "I do not know, Maximo, I truly do not know. I cannot foresee the future of this universe, and all we can do is disseminate the message and pray for their success." Maximo's brow furrowed, a wave of unease swelling within him. He recalled that day when he had perceived 3 powerful energy fluctuations. Aside from Polly and the steel lock, who else could it be? He could not restrain himself from asking. Besides Polly and the steel lock, I sensed a 3rd energy fluctuation that day. Do you know who it was? Yinshinzing shook his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. There were too many uncertainties at that time. The rifts in space and time, the chaos of energy. Even I could not fully control it. However, having more people bear witness may enhance the survival chances of our universe. Maximo fell silent for a moment, gazing into the distance as if he could see the distant Earth through layers of space. The 3rd arrival was none other than the Black Widow. At this moment, she was adjusting deep within the Earth's core, her fire seed resonating like a drum within her chest. Visions of the fiery blossom sea continuously flickered in her mind. The endless darkness, the ravenous horde of zombies, and the terrifying figure of the Cosmic Emperor, standing at the center of the universe. His existence loomed like an insurmountable abyss, exuding an aura of annihilation, poised to tear apart the barrier between 2 universes and sow plague and death in every corner of this world. Action was imperative. She must thwart him. The Black Widow clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, the pain bringing her a modicum of clarity. She understood that she could not remain passive. For herself, and for this universe, just as she resolved to act, a faint yet distinct call resonated from beneath the earth. The voice seemed imbued with a certain magic, penetrating the heavy layers of soil and reverberating around her. The Black Widow was perplexed. Underground? Why would someone call for me from below? She quickly adjusted her state, and the 8 spider spears on her back unfurled in an instant, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Without hesitation, she began to dig. The spider spears sliced through the hardened earth with the precision of sharp drill bits. As she delved deeper, the underground space gradually expanded. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet gave way, and she plummeted into an abyss. Yet, as she regained her composure, the scene before her rendered her speechless. She found herself amidst the vast cosmos. Surrounding her were endless stars and darkness, and she was floating in this boundless expanse. Even more terrifying was the sight directly ahead. The Cosmic Emperor, the very figure she had witnessed in the fiery blossom sea. His form was too immense to be described, as if the entire universe could not contain his presence. His eyes were like 2 burning suns, radiating an oppressive force that was suffocating. A chilling breath of death surged from her feet to the crown of her head, freezing her body as if encased in ice, rendering her incapable of even the slightest movement. She did not wish to perish. A fierce desire to survive ignited within her heart. Yet fear gripped her throat like an invisible hand. Countless images flashed through her mind, and she was unwilling to meet her end in such a manner. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, the voice of the Cosmic Emperor echoed throughout the space like a resounding bell. "Do not be afraid, child. I shall not harm you." Though grand, His voice seemed to soothe her inner trepidation. The Black Widow paused momentarily, then sensed an anomaly. This cosmic emperor before her was somewhat different from the one she had seen in the Fiery Blossom Sea. His aura, though still formidable, lacked the ferocity and destruction of before, replaced by depth and wisdom. The gaze of the cosmic emperor acted as a key, unlocking a floodgate of information. A torrent of vast data surged into her mind, causing her head to throb as if it might burst. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to assimilate this information and the mission that awaited her. It was a path of no return. Meanwhile, in the Obsidian City on Earth, Steellock stood atop the towering city walls, surveying the new city of the Dragon Clan. The Obsidian City shimmered with a cold radiance under the twilight glow. However, Steellock's gaze appeared somewhat unfocused. Evidently his thoughts were elsewhere. What was he contemplating? A melodious voice echoed from behind him. Steellock turned to see Chun Xiaoyi approaching with graceful strides. Dressed in a resplendent red qipao, the hem fluttered gently in the breeze, accentuating her alluring silhouette. Her smile radiated warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze, instantly drawing Steellock back from his reverie. Young miss," he responded somewhat flustered, then sighed. "I was merely pondering a few matters." "Do share." Chun Xiaoyi leaned against the railing, her eyes tenderly fixed upon him. Steellock hesitated for a moment before whispering. "Although the Dragon Clan has been established, numerous challenges persist. The Earth has not yet been completely unsealed, and the Order of the Dragon Clan requires reformation. Additionally, issues of resource allocation weigh heavily on my mind. I fear I am not cut out to be a good leader." Chun Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such sentiments from Steellock. In her eyes, he had always been the fearless warrior, the pillar of the Dragon Clan. Gently, she patted his shoulder, offering solace. "You're placing too much pressure on yourself. These issues can be entrusted to Polly and Ironlock. I believe you should seek out Optimus Prime at the Bow faction. He surely has a wealth of experience to impart." Steellock managed a wry smile and shook his head. "Perhaps Prime is right. I am more suited for leading troops in a battle than for the role of a leader." Observing the dejection in his expression softened Chun Xiaoyi's heart. She urged Steellock to look up. Night had fallen, and the entire city was aglow with brilliant lights. In the square, the night sky was illuminated by vibrant fireworks, as Iron Slag and Mud stood at the center, holding ignited sparklers, showers of sparks reflecting their exhilarated faces. Iron Slag laughed heartily, waving his sparkler, its sparks tracing magnificent arcs in the air, while Mud cautiously shielded his sparkler, fearful it might extinguish. Yet unable to conceal his delight. Not far away, Sha and Chukong sat together, savoring energy cubes with great gusto. Sha, while chewing, couldn't resist teasing Chukong. "Your eating style resembles that of someone who has been starving for centuries." Chukong rolled his eyes, uninterested in his banter, continuing to focus on his energy cube. Crumbs dotting the corners of his mouth. Flying Darts sat alone nearby, holding a cup of oil, her gaze somewhat dreamy. She gently swirled the liquid in her cup, occasionally sipping, her expression tranquil. Meanwhile, Team Dragon 2 was reveling in sheer exuberance. Barrels of oil were opened one after another, laughter and cheers resonating in the air. Ironlock, with one hand grasping a barrel, draped the other over Polly's shoulder, insistently pouring him several cups. Polly, who seldom indulged in alcohol, found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Ironlock's enthusiasm, yet did not refuse, simply offering a wry smile and shaking his head. "Come, another cup." Ironlock laughed heartily, pouring Polly another full glass. Reluctantly, Polly accepted the cup, took a sip, and was immediately caught off guard by the potent taste, leading to a fit of coughs that elicited hearty laughter from those around him. "What is this?" Steellock inquired, puzzled. "This is the Lunar New Year celebrated by humans." Chun Xiaoyi explained with a smile. "This day is a time of reunion, where people bid farewell to the old and welcome the new, turning a new page in life." As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently lingered upon Steellock. In a moment of reverie, she found herself envisioning Steellock as Qianyuan. Shaking her head, she attempted to dispel this inexplicable illusion, yet the emotions within her intensified. "Alas, my lady," Steellock began, but was interrupted by Chun Xiaoyi's gesture. The girl gently leaned in, bestowing a tender kiss upon Steellock's mask. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes shimmering with a blend of shyness and determination. This kiss spoke volumes beyond mere words. Before Steel Lock could fully comprehend, Chun Xiaoi turned slightly, her voice soft as the night breeze, imbued with an imperceptible warmth. Happy New Year, Steel Lock. Epilogue. Eternal Pure Land Alxy's Journal. The dawn of a golden age after enduring millions of years of warfare, Cybertron has finally embraced peace. The Autobots and Decepticons have laid down their arms and reconciled. Amidst the ruins of Cybertron, new structures steadily rise, and the light of Iron Fortress once again illuminates the skies. There is no evil, no war, and the air is suffused with a long-lost tranquility and hope. Could this signify the return of Cybertron's golden age? I have long wished to pen a journal to document all of this, or perhaps to venture outside and witness this reborn world. Perhaps it is indeed time for me to explore the new realm. First planetary cycle after the golden age. McAdams Oil Bar today, Teletron proposed a gathering, marking our first assembly since the onset of the golden age. Excitement filled the air, reminiscent of days before the war. Laughter and joy resonated within the oil bar, as energy drinks and high-purity energy liquids were passed around in abundance. We reminisced about past battles and discussed future plans. It was not until the deep of night that we reluctantly dispersed. The sensation of peace is delightful. Yet for some reason, I cannot shake the feeling that this tranquility is somewhat fragile. First planetary cycle after the golden age, at home today. Alita and Moonlight invited me out for a shopping excursion. We ventured to the commercial district of Iron Fortress, which has regained its former splendor. We watched the latest holographic film and felt the softness of the Turbo Foxes, their little bodies still smooth and supple. On our way home, I spotted a stray chip cat. It appeared fearful, hiding behind a heap of discarded parts. I knelt down, patiently waiting for it to approach. After some effort, it finally allowed me to cradle it in my arms. I brought it home, yet I have yet to decide on a name. Perhaps I shall call it Starlight, as it appeared on this peaceful night. After the golden age, what cycle is it? Iron Fortress today, I'm uncertain of what transpired. The police car suddenly rebelled. It delivered a speech on the large screen, denouncing the current parliament as hypocritical and corrupt. Its words were filled with anger and disappointment, bordering on madness. I overheard murmurs around me. Some supported it, while others opposed. Standing amidst the crowd, I was engulfed by unease. I hope my concerns are unfounded. Wishing this chaos is but a fleeting turmoil. Several planetary cycles have elapsed, and the situation in Iron Fortress has deteriorated further. The rebellion of the police vehicles has rapidly expanded, their followers overtaking the Parliament building. Alarms once again reverberate through the streets of Iron Fortress, and an air of tension permeates the atmosphere. I endeavored to reach out to Tani Anxio and other friends, but the communication system appears to have been severed. In the 148th planetary cycle following the Golden Age, it is rumored that the police vehicles have internally dismantled the Parliament, plunging Cybertron once more into the flames of war. The streets bear the scars of conflict, and the brilliance of Iron Fortress is once again shrouded in smoke. I find myself uncertain whether to take up arms and join the fray. I once believed the war had concluded, yet it now seems that peace was merely a fleeting illusion. In the 150th planetary cycle after the Golden Age, I find myself wandering the Rust Sea with a few companions. The environment here has worsened considerably. The air is filled with corrosive gases, and the metal beneath our feet begins to rust. Occasionally, we catch sight of a few Turbo Foxes darting through the ruins, their eyes reflecting a hint of unease. There is no returning to the city. Iron Fortress has become the epicenter of conflict. I loathe war, detest all of this. Fortunately, the stars still twinkle in the night sky. They remain luminous, as if reminding us of the beauty Cybertron once possessed. I lie at the edge of the Rust Sea, gazing at the celestial expanse, silently praying. May Cybertron one day embrace a true golden age once more. In yet another indeterminate planetary cycle, one I can scarcely recall, the Rust Sea stretches before us, and the stars in the sky appear to have become sparser. Yet one star shines particularly large and bright, like a solitary lighthouse guiding our path forward. We have journeyed far, our supplies nearly depleted, relying solely on hunting for sustenance. The environment of the Rust Sea is exceedingly harsh. Sandstorms sweep in intermittently, obscuring our vision and complicating our progress. On fortunate occasions, we find a cave to temporarily shield ourselves from the winds and corrosive air. Today, we stumbled upon a laboratory. I can only surmise that it was established by Shockwave. for it is rare to find such a facility in this desolate expanse. Though the supplies within are scant, they are sufficient to sustain us until we can leave the Rust Sea. We search meticulously, wary of triggering any hidden defensive mechanisms. Fortunately, it appears Shockwave has long since vacated this place, leaving the laboratory deserted. Time has passed, and our provisions are dwindling, yet the Rust Sea remains an endless expanse, with no end in sight. To conserve energy, I have been consuming less, reserving more for Starlight, the chip cat I found during the Golden Age. It has now become my sole comfort. Each time I see it curled up beside me, I feel a flicker of warmth. However, there will inevitably come a day when our supplies are entirely exhausted. Soon, the supply box lay empty. Tensions within the group escalated, leading to altercations over the last remnants of resources. I comprehend their despair and fury, yet I am powerless to intervene. Some have already succumbed, collapsing onto the sands of the Rust Sea, never to rise again. I too am on the brink of collapse. When I awoke once more, I found myself aboard a vessel resembling a mechanical dinosaur. Steel Lock informed me that the turmoil within the city had subsided, the police vehicles had been detained, and the council had regained control. He smiled and declared that the old days had returned. Yet, within my heart, there was not a shred of joy. Can peace in Cybertron truly be restored so effortlessly? Kalen's City. We descended upon Yuin City, yet the conditions here were far worse than we had anticipated. The streets were littered with corpses and fleeing civilians. To my horror, the bodies began to rise, staggering towards us. I beheld the lifeless form of Optimus Prime, his chest hollowed out, the Allspark seemingly wrenched from within. Now, Galvatron stood in the leadership seat, attempting to stabilize the situation. But even he appeared powerless against these zombie-like wretches. In Kalen City, I have spent my days scouting, seeking a resolution. However, the entirety of Cybertron has transformed into a hellscape, more brutal than the war that preceded it. These undead creatures feast upon the living, their sights seemingly set on the Iron Fortress, gathering in that direction. I remain perplexed as to what could possibly draw them there. The Golden City holds no hope any longer. The remaining souls cling to life under Megatron's leadership. The glimmer of good news is that Jolt and the Censor have devised a space-time transition device, intending to transport a group to other planets or universes in search of aid. Soundwave willingly undertook this responsibility. As the ship launched from the Golden City, I saw a flicker of hope. Yet still in the Golden City, Soundwave has gone silent. We are left in uncertainty, not knowing if he has successfully reached another universe or if he still breathes. The transition device now holds but one final chance this time to preserve the future of Cybertron. The ship carries newly born sparks, led by Starscream. I pray he can safeguard these sparks, for they embody our future. The Iron Fortress has not glimpsed the stars in some time. I cannot fathom why those undead have ascended into the sky, or perhaps they have been drawn upward by some unseen force. A low rumble emanates from the heavens. Something is approaching the Iron Fortress. I cannot discern what it is, but the undead surround it. I can hear its voice, declaring itself the Cosmic Emperor. This may be my final log entry. The surviving scientists have constructed a colossal being, endowed with the power of 13 primes, carrying the genetic codes of the entire universe. He shall bear us to other realms. The Black Widow refers to him as the can opener, and we shall provide cover for his escape from this universe. Kalen, my companions have all perished. I am uncertain how many remain in this universe. Perhaps I am the last. I do not know how much longer I can endure, nor should I feel grateful for my survival. Should I even continue to exist? I grasp at the elusive thread of hope. An ordinary Cybertronian, RC. Entry 25. The Gathering of the Primes. In the sea of flowers, the fire seed blossoms sway gently in the breeze, their petals resembling dancing sprites, emanating a warm and mysterious glow. Maximo bent down, carefully burying the last fire seed blossom into the soil. His movements were tender, as if he were handling a precious piece of art. Just as he stood up, ready to admire his handiwork, a piercing howl suddenly echoed from the sky. He looked up to see a dazzling light descending from above, accompanied by a thunderous crash, as the figure of Yinshinzing plummeted heavily into the center of the flower sea. The petals of the fire seed blossoms were sent scattering, and the air was thick with a scorching intensity. Yinshinzing! Maximo exclaimed, rushing over to investigate. Yinshinzing's armor was riddled with cracks, energy fluid seeping from his wounds, clearly indicating he had sustained grave injuries. "Be careful," Yinshinzing suddenly shouted, his voice laden with an unprecedented urgency. He struggled to rise, the sword of time and space unfurling in his hand. In that instant, a massive energy cannon descended from the sky, targeting the two. Yinshinzing gritted his teeth, using the blade of the sword of time and space to block the lethal strike. Upon the collision of the energy cannon and the sword, a tremendous wave of energy erupted, causing the entire flower sea to tremble. The petals of the fire seed blossoms turned to ash under the impact, and the air was filled with a searing heat. This surge of energy not only shook the flower sea, but reverberated throughout the cosmos. On Earth, Chun Xiaoi sat at a table, leisurely slurping a bowl of noodles. Suddenly, her body jolted, and the chopsticks slipped from her grasp. A frown creased her brow as an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Chun Xiaoi dashed out of her room to find Ruixiangxiu and Master Tai amidst the crowd, their expressions grave. "What brings you two here?" Chun Xiaoi inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Master Tai stepped forward, solemnly stating, "Ruixiangxiu, a tremor has just rippled through the universe. I sense that something significant is about to unfold." Upon hearing Master Tai's words, Chun Xiaoi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. She understood that Master Tai's instincts had never failed her. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, and when she reopened them moments later, her gaze had transformed into one of unwavering determination. Ruixiangxiu had taken control of her body. "Is that so? Follow me." Ruixiangxiu led Ruixiangxiu and Master Tai to her laboratory. The lab was cluttered with various components and equipment. Although it appeared chaotic, each item was meticulously arranged according to a precise scheme. In the center of the laboratory stood a colossal space bridge, radiating a faint energy pulse. "You haven't built another time-space bridge, have you?" Ruixiangxiu recognized the structure immediately, his voice tinged with surprise and resignation, for he had traversed time and space with Ruixiangxiu and was intimately familiar with the time-space bridge. Ruixiangxiu merely directed Master Tai and Ruixiangxiu to connect the power supply. Then, she pressed the switch, initiating a search for the densest energy sources in the universe. As energy flowed in, a massive vortex of energy began to form at the center of the time-space bridge. "Did we succeed?" Cai Tianjiao found it hard to believe. But before she could revel in her joy for too long, the energy vortex abruptly shut down, and the laboratory once again fell into tranquility. Indeed, it was a failure. She sighed. However, just as she was about to give up, the time-space bridge suddenly reactivated. This time, the energy vortex formed was entirely different, far more tempestuous. It emitted a powerful suction, instantly drawing in three ancestors. The moment the vortex closed, the cosmic emperor within the Earth's core seemed to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, in the sea of flowers, Maximo helped Yinshinzing to his feet. He gazed skyward and beheld a towering figure suspended in the air, dark armor enveloped in blazing flames. The furnace at its chest continuously spewed forth energy, and a colossal cannon was aimed at them. "Zhen Tianzuan," Maximo exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. Cai Tianjiao Rui Tianxiao and Master Tai were transported to the Flower Sea by the time-space bridge. As the trio landed, they were met with the sight of Zhen Tianzuan hovering above them, leaving them utterly astonished. How is this possible? Was he not exiled by the precursors? Master Tai's voice quivered slightly. Cai Tianjiao and Rui Tianxiao exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. They had heard from Master Tai about the events following their traversal, and knew that Zhen Tianzuan had become a traitor, ultimately banished to the ends of the universe by the precursors. Yet, here he was alive before them. However, what transpired next was even more shocking. Zhen Tianzuan's body suddenly convulsed violently, the furnace beneath his armor emitting a deafening roar. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous explosion erupted from within him, scattering searing flames and fragments of energy. His body plummeted like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground of the Flower Sea, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhen Tianzuan was dead, the true enemy lurking above. Yinshinzing raised his head, his expression grave as he gazed into the sky. Everyone followed his line of sight and beheld a colossal rift suddenly tearing open in the heavens, as though the cosmic curtain had been rent apart. Following that, A blinding beam of holy light emerged from the fissure, its radiance so intense that it nearly blinded them. The holy light gradually descended, ultimately resting upon the corpse of Zhen Tianzuan. As the divine light dissipated, a figure emerged from within. When the crowd finally discerned his appearance, they collectively gasped in shock. It was indeed a precursor. I can't be mistaken. Hey, old Tai, Sai Tianjiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she shook Master Tai beside her. Yet, Master Tai's expression was unusually grave. He shook his head and murmured, no. Although he bears the appearance of a precursor, the energy fluctuations are entirely different. This individual is perilous. The man slowly lifted his gaze, his cold eyes sweeping over the crowd. Behind him, 8 wings unfurled gracefully, resembling a peacock's tail, each feather radiating a sacred yet chilling light. And his divine armor resembled that of an angelic being descending from the heavens. His voice resonated as if echoing from a distant void, imbued with an undeniable authority. I am Guanshan Hong, the guardian of the Pure Land universe. Are you also demons? Huh, you dare label us as demons? I believe you are the true demon. Upon hearing these words, Rui Tianxiao was instantly consumed by rage, unable to contain himself any longer. He transformed into a black dragon, reminiscent of Nidhogg gnawing at the world tree, charging towards Quan Tianhong. Rui Tianxiao, do not act impulsively. Master Tai attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The other ancestors, witnessing the scene, hastened to summon their weapons. The colossal hammer inside Tianjiao's grasp shimmered with a golden radiance, while ancient runes emerged upon Master Tai's holy sword. The time-space sword wielded by Tianqing unfolded once more, its brilliance akin to that of the stars. We must subdue him first, Sai Tianjiao uttered coldly, and together with the others, they surged toward Quan Tianhong. Quan Tianhong, observing the approaching figures, curled his lips into a chilling smirk. With a gentle flutter of his 8 wings, he left behind a series of afterimages in the air. In his hand, a spear forged from sacred light gradually took shape, its tip aimed directly at the oncoming challengers. Foolish demons, your resistance is utterly futile. Suspended in the air, Quan Tianhong's 8 wings fluttered lightly, radiating a blinding brilliance. In an instant, his holy light spear transformed, sometimes becoming a colossal sword, other times morphing into a long whip. As if he wielded this divine power at will. Like a deity, he gazed down upon the assembly below. Foolish demons, your resistance is utterly futile. His voice reverberated through the air like thunder. Enough of this nonsense. Rui Tianxiao roared, opening his massive dragon maw to unleash a torrent of searing black flames, hurtling towards Quan Tianhong. The flames twisted the very air they traversed. With a cold chuckle, Quan Tianhong flapped his wings and vanished from his original spot, effortlessly evading the fiery onslaught. His figure reappeared at Rui Tianxiao's flank, his holy weapon transforming into a giant hammer that struck fiercely at the black dragon's head. With a resounding crash, Rui Tianxiao was struck by the giant hammer, his immense form tumbling through the air before barely regaining his composure. Seizing the moment, Sai Tianjiao swung her giant hammer with ferocity, unleashing a wave of golden energy that surged towards Quan Tianhong. Simultaneously, Master Tai's holy sword sliced through the air, its runes glowing with ancient power, aimed directly at Quan Tianhong's chest. Unfazed, Quan Tianhong once again flapped his wings, weaving through the air like an apparition, effortlessly evading both attacks. His holy light transformed once more, becoming a massive shield that stood before him. The golden hammer collided with the shield, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air, the energy rippling around them as if the very atmosphere were being torn asunder. Your assaults are utterly ineffectual against me. The voice of Quan Tianhong dripped with derision as a shield trembled violently, forcing Sai Tianjiao to stumble back several paces. Observing the unfolding scene, Master Titanium invoked the runes upon his holy sword, which shimmered once more as he quietly recited an ancient incantation, causing the sword's radiance to surge exponentially. With a swift motion, he swung the sword, unleashing a colossal wave of sword energy imbued with primordial power, aimed directly at Quan Tianhong. Quan Tianhong unfurled his wings with a sudden flourish, once again raising his holy light shield before him. Yet this time, the force of the sword energy exceeded his expectations. Cracks began to form on the shield under the onslaught, and Quan Tianhong's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the residual force of the sword energy. "It seems you possess some skill after all," Quan Tianhong remarked coldly, as the holy weapon in his grasp morphed into a long spear. With a powerful thrust of his wings, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning towards Master Titanium. "Master Titanium, be cautious," Yin Shinzing shouted as he unleashed the time-space sword, creating a rift in the fabric of reality before Master Titanium in an effort to thwart Quan Tianhong's advance. However, Quan Tianhong's speed was overwhelming. His spear pierced through the rift, aiming straight for Master Titanium's chest. In a desperate bid, Master Titanium swung his sword to parry, yet the spear's might was too formidable, sending him reeling backward, blood surging in his chest. "This cannot continue." Cai Tianjiao gritted her teeth, raising the golden war hammer once more. Her body leaped into the air, the hammer descending with destructive force towards Quan Tianhong. Quan Tianhong scoffed, swiftly swinging his spear to collide with the golden hammer. The clash of their immense powers reverberated through the air, as if the very atmosphere were being torn asunder. Cai Tianjiao was knocked back violently, crashing heavily to the ground. With a furious roar, Rue Tianjiao charged again at Quan Tianhong, his dragon claws imbued with the power to rend space itself, aimed directly at Quan Tianhong's chest. Yet Quan Tianhong's wings flared, and he vanished from sight, evading Rue Tianjiao's strike. His spear morphed once more into a colossal sword, striking down upon Rue Tianjiao's dragon wing. "Ah!" Rue Tianjiao cried out in anguish as the giant sword struck home, causing his form to sway perilously in the air, nearly plummeting to the ground. Master Titanium rushed forward, unleashing a wave of sword energy that forced Quan Tianhong back. Supporting Rue Tianjiao, he murmured, "We cannot continue to clash head-on. We must alter our strategy. Do you still believe you have a chance?" Quan Tianhong's voice was icy and mocking, his wings unfurling again as the holy light in his hand flickered ominously, poised to deliver a lethal blow. "Yin Shinzing, prepare for a time-space lockdown," Master Titanium urged quietly, the runes on his holy sword gleaming anew. Nodding in agreement, Yin Shinzing plunged the time-space sword into the ground, its blade radiating a brilliant starlight. He began to recite an incantation as the surrounding time and space began to warp, a massive barrier of temporal energy forming around them. "Time-space lockdown? Ridiculous," Quan Tianhong sneered, as holy light transformed into a massive axe, cleaving towards the temporal barrier. The axe collided with the barrier, producing a deafening sound as fissures began to appear. Master Titanium bellowed, swinging his holy sword with fervor, sending forth a tremendous wave of sword energy that bore down on Quan Tianhong. Cai Tianjiao, too, raised her golden hammer once more, preparing to strike at Quan Tianhong with all her might. With a sudden flap of his wings, Quan Tianhong vanished from his original position, deftly evading 2 attacks. His sacred light transformed once more, morphing into a spear that aimed directly at Master Tai's chest. "It is over," Quan Tianhong uttered coldly as the spear lunged forward. In that critical moment, Rue Tianjiao surged forward, using his body to shield the spear. The weapon pierced through his chest. Gritting his teeth, Rue Tianjiao grasped the spear firmly with his dragon claws, refusing to let go. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he whispered, "Now is your turn." Master Tai and Cai Tianjiao exchanged a glance and launched their final assault. The sacred sword and the golden hammer swung in unison, unleashing tremendous forces that bore down upon Quan Tianhong. Both attacks struck him simultaneously, sending his body hurtling away with immense force, crashing heavily to the ground. Cracks appeared on his wings, and the sacred light dimmed. "You actually..." Quan Tianhong's voice was laced with disbelief as he slowly collapsed, ultimately losing consciousness. The battle had finally concluded, and a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. Yin Tianqing hurried to support Rue Tianjiao, murmuring, "Hold on, we will heal you." Rue Tianjiao managed a faint smile, replying softly, "It's all right, we won." Cai Tianjiao and Master Tai approached, their faces weary yet illuminated by the joy of victory. "We have won," Cai Tianjiao declared quietly, gently lowering the golden hammer. However, just as the group relaxed their guard, Quan Tianhong's body stirred slightly, and he rose to his feet. Instantly, Sai Tianjiao and the others heightened their vigilance, adopting defensive stances. Yet, Quan Tianhong refrained from launching an attack. He raised his hand, summoning a gentle glow that softly waved towards Rui Tianxiao. The luminescence enveloped Rui Tianxiao's wound, and in an instant his injury healed, even restoring his damaged dragon wing to its former state. Quan Tianhong lowered his head slightly, his tone imbued with sincerity. Please allow me to apologize. While traversing this universe, I inadvertently overheard this demon's nefarious scheme, which compelled me to create a doppelganger to infiltrate and defeat him. He then turned to gaze at a lifeless body nearby, the corpse of Zhen Tianzuan, lying still on the ground, devoid of life. I mistakenly identified you as his accomplices. Quan Tianhong's voice was low and earnest. The evil plan of Zhen Tianzuan? What malevolent scheme? Sai Tianjiao furrowed his brow and nudged Yin Tianxing with his elbow, asking, "What do you know?" Yin Tianxing fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. He intended to annihilate the entire universe. The Star Sovereign was unleashed by him. I could have defeated him at that time, but when the Star Sovereign appeared, the entire universe began to collapse. Maximu and I exerted all our strength to stabilize the collapse, leaving us no time to deal with him. Regret tinged his voice as he continued. Who would have known? This fellow has gone completely mad. Maximu interjected coldly, his gaze revealing a hint of disdain. Master T pondered thoughtfully as he gazed at Quan Tianhong, suddenly inquiring, "You claim to have released a clone into this universe? What of your true self?" Quan Tianhong nodded with a calm demeanor, responding within the time-space tunnel. "My body harbors an entire universe. My mission is to find a suitable universe to self-detonate and revive that world. However, my power is so immense that entering a normal universe would only result in its obliteration." "What?" Sai Tianjiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Quan Tianhong. "You say your body contains a universe? How can that be? This is sheer folly." Yin Tianxing pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "No, Sai Tianjiao. It is not beyond the realm of possibility. Do you recall the Archie you encountered at the extreme northern front?" Sai Tianjiao paused, then quickly realized and turned to Quan Tianhong, tentatively asking, "Do you hail from the Pure Land universe?" Quan Tianhong nodded slightly, a hint of gravity in his tone. "I am a remnant of the Pure Land universe." In Chapter 27, Choice within the Dragon Clan, inside Tianjiao's studio, she lay perplexed on the desk, her gaze vacant as she stared ahead. Her fingers unconsciously tapped the surface, producing a faint sound, while her demeanor appeared despondent and lethargic. "What troubles you?" A gentle voice resonated within her, imbued with concern. It was her host, Chun Xiaoi. Sai Tianjiao did not respond immediately, letting out a sigh. Her voice low and weary. "It's nothing much. It's just that Zhen Tianzuan has passed away, and I've lost another sibling." There was an unmistakable hint of sorrow, as if a particular thread within her being had been subtly tugged, yet she could not articulate it. Chun Xiaoi remained silent for a moment, keenly sensing that Sai Tianjiao's emotions were not straightforward. The emotional currents flowing through their connection revealed to her that this was not merely a simple remembrance of kin, but something far deeper. "You don't have feelings for Zhen Tianzuan, do you?" Chun Xiaoi asked tentatively. "What? How could that be? How could I possibly have feelings for that guy?" Sai Tianjiao straightened abruptly, her voice rising an octave, a flicker of panic crossing her face. She instinctively denied it, yet her reaction betrayed her true sentiments. Chun Xiaoi chuckled softly, reveling in her discovery. "I am your host. How could I not discern your thoughts? Stop pretending. Confess honestly." Caught in her own thoughts, Sai Tianjiao lifted her head, gazing at her reflection on the screen, her fingers intertwined nervously, betraying her unease. After a moment, she slowly lowered her gaze, her eyes drifting as if lost in recollection. She began softly, her face etched with hesitation and confusion. "I seem to have developed some feelings for him." Visions of Cybertron flooded her mind. Zhen Tianzuan's stern visage, his resolute gaze, and his indomitable presence on the battlefield played vividly before her. Despite his future as an adversary, despite his eventual descent into madness, Sai Tianjiao could not deny that his existence had left an indelible mark on her heart. Upon hearing her confession, Chun Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of pride lacing her tone. "See? I told you so. So this is what you humans refer to as liking." Sai Tianjiao, slightly embarrassed by her laughter, pouted and attempted to divert the conversation, So, does that mean you also have feeling for the host of the Steel Lock? Chen Xiao was instantly taken aback, her smile freezing in an instant. Her voice grew a touch frantic, laced with a clear denial. How could that be? Am I supposed to like that fool? Her reaction prompted Cai Tianjiao to laugh again, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes. Oh, is that so? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that your tone shifts when you mention him. Chen Zhao's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly defended herself. Stop talking nonsense. I just find him a bit annoying. He is always acting like a teenager, completely devoid of sense. Who would like someone like that? Cai Tianjiao raised an eyebrow, deliberately stretching her words. Oh, I see. But why does it appear differently in your memories? Cai Tianjiao had once inadvertently glimpsed Chen Zhao's memories, those deeply buried past events unfolding in her mind like faded photographs. She saw a young Chen Xiao, a frail little girl clad in tattered clothing, standing alone in a corner of the orphanage, her gaze reflecting a maturity and resilience beyond her years. The orphanage was harsh, with food often scarce. Whenever mealtime arrived, Chen Xiao would quietly give away her portion to younger children, then stealthily slip out of the orphanage to rummage through nearby trash heaps for something to stave off her hunger. Her hands were often cut by sharp refuse, her knees frequently bruised, yet she never complained, silently enduring it all, until one fateful evening on a rainy day, Chen Zhao's destiny shifted. That day, the rain poured heavily as she searched for food among the refuse, her clothes soaked through, hair clinging to her face, rendering her a picture of despair. At that moment, a pair of siblings paused by the roadside, holding an umbrella. A girl's voice called out, "Brother, that girl is digging through the trash for food." The boy, more composed, replied, "Indeed. Wait a moment. Let me check. There should still be some bread from lunch." Upon hearing their voices, Chen Xiao instinctively looked up, only to find the siblings gazing at her. Her first instinct was to flee, but her feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, rendering her immobile. The boy rummaged for a while before finally producing a somewhat stale piece of bread from his bag. He approached Chen Xiao and extended the bread towards her. "Here, take it." Chen Xiao stared at him in bewilderment, not reaching out to accept it. The boy smiled gently, placing the bread into her hands. That piece of bread became the warmest flavor in Chen Zhao's memory. How long ago was that? That fool, she mused, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet her lips curled into a tender smile. Moreover, you have been by his side every day, and my intention was merely to keep him under surveillance, ensuring he does not create any disturbances. Chen Xiaoyi's voice grew increasingly subdued, revealing a hint of insecurity. Cai Tianjiao chuckled with greater delight, patted her chest, and reassured Chen Xiao, all right, no need to explain. After all, you are my host. How could I be unaware of your thoughts?" Chen Xiao found himself at a loss for words, letting out a resigned sigh. "You old rascal, you are becoming ever more cunning." The two shared a laugh, and the previously oppressive atmosphere lightened considerably. Cai Tianjiao seemed to be in higher spirits as she stretched lazily, revitalizing herself. "Well, enough of this. The matter of Jin Tianzun is now a thing of the past. We have more pressing tasks ahead." At that moment, the door to the room swung open. Gang Su strode in with purpose, holding a document in his hand. Upon seeing Cai Tianjiao grinning at the screen, he remarked, "The young lady has finally lost her mind." Cai Tianjiao snapped back to reality, her smile vanishing in an instant as she adopted a serious demeanor. What brings you here at this time?" Gang Su approached her, presenting the document with a hint of pride. "Here is the list of department heads for the Dragon Clan that I selected. Do take a look and see if there are any issues." Cai Tianjiao raised an eyebrow as she accepted the document, muttering while flipping through its pages, "Oh, you actually made selections? I thought I had tasked Biao Jia and Tai Su with this. Why are you involved?" Gang Su shrugged. Speaking casually, Biao Jia and Tai Su were overwhelmed. "So I lent a hand. Besides, as the leader of the Dragon Clan, how could I not be part of such an important matter?" Cai Tianjiao shook her head in exasperation, gazing at the document in her hands. However, when she comprehended its contents, her expression froze in disbelief. Advisory Department, Poly. Intelligence Department, Poly. Engineering Department, Poly. Logistics Support Department, Poly. Navy Department, Poly. Air Force Department, Poly. Army Department, Poly. Urban Command Department, Poly. Toilet Cleaning Department, Poly. Cai Tianjiao's voice escalated in pitch with each mention, culminating in an almost furious shout. She lifted her gaze, her eyes wide with incredulity, fixing a penetrating stare on Gang Su, laden with unmistakable inquiry. Are you attempting to work Polly to death? Gang Su was taken aback by her reaction. Scratching his head awkwardly as he attempted to explain, I thought there was no one else capable of fulfilling these positions. How did you make your selections? By copy-pasting? Sai Tian Jiao glanced at the subsequent pages, which were all filled with Polly's name. Gang Su felt somewhat guilty under her scrutiny, but still endeavored to defend his choices. I believe he can manage. Manage? Sai Tian Jiao scoffed, pointing at the words toilet cleaning department on the document. Look here, you've even assigned him the responsibility of the toilet cleaning department. Do you think Polly is idle? Or do you believe he is capable of cleaning toilets? Sai Tian Jiao scrutinized the list once more, her brow furrowing slightly as her fingers tapped lightly on several key positions. She grasped the pen and circled several pivotal positions, asserting resolutely, these roles are designated for Polly. As for the rest, she paused, glancing at Steel Lock. Let's leave it to Sister Biao to decide. She has always been meticulous in her approach. There should be no issues. Steel Lock nodded, accepting the list, yet his gaze lingered curiously on Sai Tianjiao's face, an air of inquiry enveloping him. After a moment of hesitation, he could not suppress his curiosity any longer. I still wish to know, what were you laughing about just now? You seem quite pleased. Sai Tianjiao was momentarily taken aback, then waved her hand dismissively, a hint of an uneasy smile gracing her features. Oh, it's nothing. Just felt that, there is really nothing to it, haha. Her laughter was somewhat strained, clearly lacking sincerity. Once she finished, her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the window, her expression becoming somewhat distant, as if peering through the glass into a far-off future. A brief silence enveloped the studio, punctuated only by the faint sound of the wind outside. After a while, Sai Tianjiao suddenly spoke, her voice soft and almost introspective. Steel Lock, have you ever pondered how history will remember us? Steel Lock tilted his head, evidently not grasping the depth of her inquiry. We defeated the Star Emperor and quelled the rebel moon on Earth. We even established the Dragon Clan, she continued, fixing her gaze on Steel Lock. Yet, the situation has deteriorated lately. The Cosmic Emperor within Earth and the canopy of the Cosmic Periphery. I am but a condemned ancestor. How will history record our deeds? Steel Lock understood now. The death of Zhen Tianzuan had left Sai Tianjiao in a state of bewilderment. He lowered his head, admitting silently that he too had contemplated this question but had arrived at no conclusion. Slowly, he lifted his head. I do not know. Such matters are uncertain. Perhaps it is wiser to leave this question for the future. Who knows? The answer may reveal itself in due time. Sai Tianjiao nodded gently, her gaze still fixed outside the window. After a moment, the familiar confidence returned to her countenance, and she playfully tapped Steel Lock's chest plate. I didn't expect this big, foolish dragon of yours held any ink in his brain. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Come, let us find Sister Biao. The two of them walked side by side out of the studio, sunlight cascading upon them, elongating their shadows. The answers of the future may well lie beneath their feet. Stretching forward step by step. Chapter 1. The invasion of species begins here in the core universe, a vast and boundless expanse, teeming with legends and miracles. The tale of the Dragon Clan quietly unfolds on the third planet of the solar system, Earth. In the bustling metropolis of Manchester, the streets are alive with throngs of people, while vehicles dart through the skies. Neon lights adorn the city, casting it in a dreamlike splendor. However, beneath this veneer of prosperity lurks an undercurrent of secrets. The latest recruits of the Federation, the Bionic Patrol units, discreetly survey the crowds, their mission to detect the extraterrestrial beings concealed among humans. These bionic entities resemble humans, yet their eyes gleam with a cold, mechanical light. Suddenly, one of the bionic figures convulses violently, and moments later, it detonates. In swift succession, the second and third patrol aircraft met their demise within a minute. Reduced to mere wreckage, the Federal forces promptly encircled the area, tasked with identifying the perpetrator within 24 hours. Captain Zhao Yiling of the Eastern Space Defense Line's vessel, Typhoon, took on this formidable challenge. Standing before the debris, her brow furrowed, she was engulfed in uncertainty. What sort of individual could accomplish such destruction in so brief a time? Zhao Yiling meticulously examined the remnants of the patrol aircraft. Upon dismantling an energy conduit, she stumbled upon a minuscule creature, merely 5 millimeters in length. This insect bore a resemblance to an ant, yet sported pincers akin to those of a stag beetle. Placing the creature beneath a microscope for closer inspection, her pupils dilated in shock. Emblazoned upon the insect's body was a symbol she recognized all too well. Decepticon. Decepticon? An insect? Ah. Enlightenment struck Zhao Yiling as she smacked her forehead in realization. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed out of the laboratory and sped away in her vehicle. 2 hours later, she arrived at a secluded bar. Pushing open the door, she beheld a gentleman with purple hair, polished and refined, leisurely polishing a glass at the bar. He was none other than the proprietor of this establishment and the leader of the Decepticons, Shockwave. Surveying her surroundings, Zhao Yiling noted the bar's desolate ambience. The dust on the stage seemed to lament the absence of revelry for far too long. "Oh, look who it is. What brings you to my humble establishment?" Shockwave broke the silence with a hint of mockery in his tone. Ignoring his taunts, Zhao Yiling retorted directly. "I believe it would be prudent for you to consider a change of physique. Your voice, intermingled with heavy metal, is incongruous with your gentlemanly form." Shockwave chuckled, his gaze landing on the mechanical insect in her grasp. Zhao Yiling inquired whether he knew who was responsible for the destruction. Indeed, it was her creation, but she had not frequented the bar in quite some time. "So who is it? Where has she gone?" Zhao Yiling pressed eagerly, but Shockwave merely shook his head. She shot him a disdainful glance. "Primarily, that individual has always acted independently, merely drowning her sorrows here. I truly have no knowledge of her whereabouts or intentions." Shockwave shrugged, appearing somewhat helpless. After a moment, he suggested, "Why not inquire with the Dragon Clan? I heard she was seen recently alongside the mechanical dinosaurs. Moreover, her name is Black Widow." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiling hastily drove towards the Dragon Clan. Arriving in Obsidian City, she completed the necessary formalities and made her way to the headquarters. As she pushed open the heavy iron door, her eyes fell upon Chun, Xiao, Yi, and Steellock, engrossed in a game of chess at a stone table. The situation on the chessboard appeared to have escalated to a fever pitch, both players fixated on the pieces. Steellock, Steelhead. This was Zhao Yiling's new moniker for him, having previously referred to him as Qian Yuan. Since learning of the complete fusion between Qian Yuan and Steellock, she resumed the name. Her voice shattered the room's tranquility as she rushed towards them, her face etched with urgency. Steellock raised his head and waved his hand, signaling her to take a seat. "What is the matter? Why the urgency?" Zhao Yiling wasted no time and directly began recounting the events. When she mentioned the Black Widow and how she had been close to Hao, Chun Xiao's expression suddenly turned grave. She set down the chess piece in her hand, her brow furrowing in concern. "Black Widow, Hao," Chun Xiao murmured softly, and suddenly, a flicker of alertness crossed her eyes. She recalled having seen a woman near Hao on the extreme north front. At the time, she hadn't paid much attention, but now it dawned on her that it must have been the Black Widow. At that moment, she felt a wave of regret, chiding herself for not recognizing the anomaly sooner. Upon hearing this, Steellock also laid down his chess piece, his demeanor growing serious. Zhao Yiling inquired about Hao's current whereabouts, and Steellock glanced at her before returning to his game. Unable to suppress a sigh, Zhao Yiling effortlessly placed Steellock's king in check, instantly turning the tide of the game. "How could you have me in check?" Steellock scratched his head, repeatedly scrutinizing the move. It was indeed a brilliant play. They found him at a federal research facility, but he couldn't possibly have gone there alone. Steellock said slowly, his tone laden with significance. "Unless there is some secret there." Zhao Yiling suddenly looked up, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes as she turned to Steellock. He nodded, his gaze sharpening. Though Hal could be reckless at times, he would never easily be led by the nose. If he went there, it must be because he discovered something worth a risk. Steellock's gaze drifted through the window, fixated on the increasingly ominous sky. The thickening clouds seemed to herald an impending storm. Just as Zhao Yiling was about to turn and leave, Steellock's deep voice halted her. "Are you planning to go alone?" Zhao Yiling paused, glancing back at Steellock with a slight upward curve of her lips, revealing a hint of a resigned smile. "Of course, I'll need a call for backup. I'm not foolish enough to march in a certain death alone." Steellock, having faced the Black Widow before, understood her terrifying prowess well. Not only did she possess exceptional combat skills, but she was also adept at manipulating mechanical insects and setting lethal traps. For an ordinary human to confront her was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly hopeless. Steel Lock raised his hand, summoning Tianyin to gather the entire dragon team. Chapter 2. Why does everyone have a mission? What? You're saying the dragon team has all gone out on missions? Steel Lock was tidying up the chessboard, the pieces clinking crisply in his hands as he organized them, astonished by the news. On the other end of the communicator, Sun Xiaowen lounged on the sofa, cradling a cup of hot tea, and leisurely remarked, "It's a mission assigned by the young lady." Steel Lock lifted his gaze, his eyes resting on Chun Xiaoi, who was also seated on the sofa, sipping her milk tea and engrossed in her phone. She seemed to sense Steel Lock's scrutiny, lazily glancing at him before returning her attention to her phone, appearing indifferent to everything around her, which was quite infuriating. "Are you sure it's a mission from the young lady?" Steel Lock asked again, his skepticism palpable. Sun Xiaowen shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. Did they not mention searching for that mineral? The young lady herself issued the command. How could we dare to be negligent?" Steel Lock clicked his tongue, seemingly about to inquire further, when suddenly, Polly rushed in, clutching a mountain of documents, interrupting their conversation. Upon hearing the commotion, Chun Xiao finally set aside his phone, turned to Polly, and lazily inquired, "Polly, have you managed to procure the minerals I asked for?" Polly placed the documents down and, catching his breath, replied, "Oh, that? I assigned Team Long 2 to handle it." A palpable silence enveloped the room as Steel Lock helplessly shrugged, sighed, and turned to Zhao Yiling, saying, "You should seek out Sun Xiaowen. She should be able to assist, even without Team Long 2. Zhao Yiling frowned, clearly displeased with Steel Lock's arrangement. "Then why don't I approach a mechanical dinosaurs directly? You seem quite idle yourself." Steel Lock offered no response, silently moving to assist Polly in organizing the stack of papers. Chun Xiao, having finished his milk tea, casually tossed the empty cup into the trash and remarked with a languid tone, on the contrary, "All of Long Clan's tasks currently rest on the mechanical dinosaurs. They are in fact the busiest." Zhao Yiling nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. She turned to leave Long Clan, resolved to find Sun Xiaowen first. On her way, an unease lingered in her heart, a nagging feeling that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Could it be that Steel Lock was intentionally evading the signing of the agreement? It seemed he had never taken this matter seriously. Once this task was completed, she would surely question him thoroughly. Nevertheless, with Sun Xiaowen's presence, the case should progress more smoothly. She pulled out her phone and dialed Sun Xiaowen's number. "Xiaowen, I'm on my way to your place. Is it convenient?" On the other end, Sun Xiaowen's voice sounded somewhat excited. "Of course it's convenient. Yiling, hurry over." Xiaowen missed Zhao Yiling dearly, cherishing their friendship, especially since their meetings had become scarce following the Rebellion Moon incident. Zhao Yiling smiled, hung up the phone, and pressed the accelerator. However, upon arriving at the location Sun Xiaowen had specified, she was taken aback by the sight before her, a dilapidated, abandoned building overgrown with weeds, its walls riddled with mottled cracks, clearly deserted for many years. Had she perhaps mistaken the place? Zhao Yiling pondered, taking out her phone to double-check the address. Just as she was hesitating, she suddenly heard Sun Xiaowen's voice calling from above. "Hey, Yiling!" Looking up, Zhao Yiling saw Sun Xiaowen standing on one of the building's upper floors, waving her hand. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yiling stepped into the seemingly forsaken structure. The corridor was dim and damp, its walls adorned with graffiti, the air heavy with a musty odor. Carefully navigating the intricate hallways, she finally caught a glimpse of light around a corner. She hurried towards it, the blinding brightness momentarily rendering her unable to open her eyes. Once she acclimated to the light, the sight before her left her utterly astonished. The interior of this abandoned building was transformed into a resplendent garden, where sunlight streamed through the glass ceiling, illuminating the verdant foliage and filling the air with a delicate floral fragrance. At the center of the garden stood a quaint three-story villa, suspended in mid-air by enormous iron chains. Sun Xiaowen was present in the garden, directing the iron lock to tidy up. Upon seeing Zhao Yiling, she discarded the refuse in her hands and embraced Zhao Yiling warmly. "Yiling, how did you arrive so swiftly?" The simplicity of their friendship rendered the iron lock beside them seemingly superfluous. However, the iron lock was preoccupied with thoughts of wishing they would engage in a scuffle, as he relished the spectacle of women fighting. Still reeling from the shock, Zhao Yiling stammered, "Xiaowen, what on earth is going on?" Sun Xiaowen chuckled proudly, crossing her arms over her chest in a pose of triumph. I am Sun Xiaowen, the caretaker of Team Dragon 2. Welcome to the realm of happiness. Zhao Yiling blinked, clearly bewildered. What is that? The realm of happiness. Sun Xiaowen beamed like a child, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With a resigned sigh, Zhao Yiling retorted, All right then, but what exactly is the realm of happiness? In fact, it was merely one of the temporary strongholds established by Team Dragon 2 prior to the formation of the Dragon Clan. Observing Zhao Yiling, who was nearly breathless from Sun Xiaowen's embrace, the Iron Lock interjected, So, I gather you are not merely here to visit Xiaowen. He set down the broom and approached Zhao Yiling, scrutinizing her intently. Nodding, Zhao Yiling succinctly recounted the sequence of events. From the explosion of the android patrol machine to Steel Lock's assignment of her to find Team Dragon 2. The Iron Lock shrugged, poured tea for both Sun Xiaowen and Zhao Yiling, and took a sip from a canister of machine oil before casually remarking, Since the establishment of the Dragon Clan, Steel Lock has been rather eccentric. It is only natural for him to have peculiar notions. If it is a task he has assigned, then we shall undertake it. Sun Xiaowen raised her teacup with a smile, addressing Zhao Yiling, to a fruitful collaboration. Zhao Yiling regarded the two before her, lifting her cup to gently clink against Sun Xiaowen's, silently praying for the successful completion of their mission. Meanwhile, within the desolate expanse of the waste city on the third layer of Earth, nightfall enveloped the barren land. The streets were lined with the remnants of dilapidated buildings, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of dust. Two mechanical dinosaurs navigated swiftly between the structures, their strides both rapid and steady. In pursuit, a battalion of automated Titan mechs from the Federation relentlessly followed, the cacophony of their footsteps and shouts echoing through the narrow streets. Damn it! A voice, tinged with impatience, exclaimed. He abruptly halted, pivoting to confront his pursuers, and deftly withdrew a long blade from his waist. The blade glimmered with a fierce glow under the dim light, as if it could rend the very air. Without hesitation, he plunged into the throng of enemies, his blade flashing like lightning, dispatching the patrolling guards with remarkable ease. However, his ostentatious movements soon attracted unwelcome attention. In the distance, atop a towering structure, the main control system of the Titan mech locked onto him, analyzing the Cybertronian dinosaur-like machine. It commanded the mobile unit to capture the target alive. Meanwhile, Tai Jia, observing Sha's actions, shook his head in resignation. He swiftly approached Sha and reprimanded him. You said you wouldn't go feeding those children. We wouldn't have been detected. We are merely here to assess the situation, so it is best to keep a low profile. Sha sheathed his blood-stained long knife, wiping the blade clean with a casual motion. He raised his gaze to the pitch-black sky, devoid of stars, overshadowed by dense clouds and the heavy metal fumes wafting from a distant mine. On either side of the street, dilapidated tents and caves were scattered about, where the residents of the wasteland huddled, their eyes filled with despair and numbness. I was merely fulfilling the duties of the machine dinosaur. Sha's voice resonated, deep and resolute, devoid of any regret. He glanced at the children cowering in the corners, their faces still marked by hunger and fear, yet their eyes sparkled with gratitude. Listening to Sha, Tai Jia drew his flame sword, which ignited with a fierce blaze, illuminating his determined visage. He smiled. Indeed, who are we if not machine dinosaurs? Chapter 3. Descending into the abyss, no sooner had Tai Jia's words left his lips than the engines of several patrol airships were above them, piercing searchlights illuminating the ground as if it were day. The airships hovered in the sky, their doors slowly opening, and multiple Titan mechs plummeted from above, their heavy metallic bodies crashing to the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. Tai Jia swiftly transformed, a shadow of seriousness crossing his features. Alas, another sleepless night awaits. Mud? Tai Jia muttered under his breath, a hint of resignation lacing his tone. Suddenly, the metallic armor on his body began to quiver slightly, as particle energy swirled across its surface, seemingly in the process of reconfiguration. Soon after, the figure of Mud detached from Tai Jia's form, stretching its joints with audible cracks. It's been ages since I've been out, Mud exclaimed, excitedly waving its flame sword, the flames dancing in the night breeze, reflecting the battle spirit in its eyes. The fight was imminent. Sha charged forth first, wielding his sword, its blade slicing through the air with a chilling gleam, targeting the joint of the Titan mech's leg. His speed was astonishing. In an instant, he identified the mech's weakness and with a sweeping strike, successfully opened a breach. However, before they could catch their breath, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from behind. More soldiers were closing in. Taija unleashed a torrent of searing flames from his mouth, encircling several Titan mechs in a fiery embrace. The flames blazed in the night sky, forming a wall of fire that temporarily halted the enemy's advance. "Shall we retreat?" Taija proposed while maintaining his fiery assault. Mud and Sha exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Yet, just as they prepared to turn and flee, an unfamiliar Titan mech descended from the heavens, delivering a heavy punch squarely to Taija's face. The force of the blow staggered him, cracks appearing on his armor. "What model is this? I've never seen it before." Sean surveyed the scene with keen eyes, his left hand swiftly unfurling the longsword into a chainsword. With a powerful flourish, the chainsword sliced through the air with a whistling sound, striking the new model mech. Yet, the mech's exterior appeared remarkably resilient, leaving only a faint mark on its surface. Iron shard and mud swiftly dispersed to either side of the mech, simultaneously unleashing flames in an attempt to breach its armor with searing heat. However, the flames proved utterly ineffective, showing no signs of damaging the formidable mech. Suddenly, several missile bays on the mech's back opened, releasing dozens of missiles that hurtled toward the three dragons. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions sent Ironshar, Mud, and Sean hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Mud was the first to struggle to his feet, disregarding his injuries as he anxiously glanced at the other two dragons. "Ironshard, Sean, are you all right?" he called out urgently. However, before he could receive a response, the new mech suddenly fired a metal hook, precisely ensnaring Mud by the shoulder. The force behind the hook was tremendous. Before Mud could break free, he was violently flung away, landing harshly on the distant ground. "Mud!" Ironshard roared, struggling to rise, intent on rushing to his aid. But the swirling dust revealed even more foes surrounding them completely. Those old relics never take a break. Ironshard gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand. His vision blurred, yet he could still discern the new mech advancing step by step. The metallic footsteps echoed ominously in the silent night, reminiscent of the whispers of death. "Damn it!" Ironshard cursed vehemently, flames beginning to gather in his mouth. He compressed the flames into a high-density energy sphere, rapidly depleting his internal energy. Yet he could not afford to hesitate. "Perish!" he bellowed, releasing the fiery energy sphere, which streaked through the air in a blazing arc, striking the mech squarely in the chest. A violent explosion obliterated the mech, sending fragments scattering in all directions. However, the backlash of this move left Ironshard nearly exhausted. He collapsed to the ground, attempting to summon another burst of flames, but his body no longer obeyed him. Sean remained unconscious, while Mud lay incapacitated at a distance. Just as Ironshard found himself at a standstill, a familiar roar of engines suddenly filled the sky. He looked up to see dozens of rockets descending like meteors, accurately striking the Titan mech's stronghold, illuminating the battlefield with a brilliant explosion. "They've arrived?" Ironshard's taut nerves began to ease slightly. The flying darts gracefully descended from above, their thrusters spewing blue flames, stabilizing in midair. Her gaze was steely as she swiftly surveyed the battlefield, then nodded at Ironshard. Her voice calm, yet imbued with strength. "It seems we have arrived just in time." Before she could finish her sentence, Chukong leaped over Ironshard's head, transforming as it landed heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Chukong swung its massive tail hammer, engulfed in blazing flames, crashing down upon the surrounding Titan mechs like a meteor. The mechanized giants were driven back by flames, their armor beginning to melt under the intense heat. The archer swiftly drew her bow, arrows glimmering with firelight. She aimed with precision, piercing the energy core of the Titan mech. With a series of explosions, the remaining mechs collapsed one after another. "Did you see that? Those who claim to be weak in everyday life can truly shine in battle," Ironshard quipped, attempting to lighten the tense atmosphere with humor. "All right, let us save the jokes for later. We need to check on the residents' injuries." Flying Arrow lightly tapped Ironshard on the head. "They should be fine. We were holding back our strength." Sludge approached from the side, shaking off the dust. Though his armor bore some cracks, he appeared largely unscathed. "We should still take a look." Flying Arrow expressed her lingering concern. However, as she turned to face the residents, she was met with expressions filled with terror. The townsfolk shielded their children and elderly behind them, warily eyeing the mechanical dinosaurs as if they posed another threat. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Another wave of airships appeared, their hatches opening to reveal a dense array of missile bays. This time, the airships targeted not only the mechanical dinosaurs, but also the residents on the ground. Are they going to attack humans as well? Iron Shard bellowed, a flicker of rage in his eyes. He looked up to see a missile descending toward a child. Without hesitation, Iron Shard dashed forward, shielding the child with his own body. Other mechanical dinosaurs quickly followed suit, rushing to the residential area and forming a protective barrier with their massive frames. Anyone who doesn't want to die, come over here, Iron Shard shouted, his voice resonating in the night sky. The first wave of missiles struck, sending shockwaves that violently shook the ground, flames and smoke billowing everywhere. Yet, the armor of the mechanical dinosaurs absorbed most of the damage, leaving the residents unharmed. Before they could catch their breath, the second wave of attacks arrived. Is it not over yet? We're doomed, Sludge murmured. It's all right, he's here. Don't worry. However, Flying Arrow appeared unusually calm, her gaze fixed on the distance. Suddenly, several brilliant bolts of lightning shot from afar, striking the missile bays of the airships with precision. A deafening roar resonated, and a howling figure emerged at the battlefield's edge. His back panel shimmered with electric light, currents pulsating between his bone plates, resembling a mobile power station. With a furious roar, the energy on his back converged into a massive beam of electricity, soaring towards the heavens. The electric beam dispersed into countless tiny arcs in the air, enveloping the sky like a celestial net. Moments later, the Federation's airships were entirely obliterated, their wreckage falling like fiery rain. Only then did the mechanical dinosaurs slowly rise, their armor glimmering faintly under the moonlight. After assessing the residents' injuries, they prepared to depart from the area. At this moment, the tender voices of children echoed from behind. Thank you. Thank you. These simple words flowed like a warm current, dispelling all their fatigue and pain. Regardless of how arduous their efforts were, this expression of gratitude served as their greatest solace. Children truly possess a unique charm. With a gentle gaze, Fabiao turned back to observe the little ones and softly remarked, "Do come to visit again next time. Now, let's continue our journey into the depths below." Unbeknownst to them, on a distant highland, two figures silently watched the unfolding scene. One of them held a mechanical reptile, its eyes glimmering with an ominous red light. He caressed the creature's shell, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. It appears their strength exceeds our expectations. The other nodded, directing his gaze toward the battlefield. However, our plan has only just begun. As they whispered, countless tiny fissures suddenly appeared on the ground. Subsequently, a swarm of mechanical reptiles emerged from these crevices, scuttling rapidly toward the remnants of airships and mechs. These creatures mercilessly devoured the debris, transporting useful components back to the depths below. Remarkably, these reptiles bore an uncanny resemblance to the one held by Zhao Yiling. Chapter 4. The Swarm Venturing Deep Underground. Several dinosaurs cautiously traversed an abandoned railway track. Their steps were slow and deliberate, each dinosaur maintaining a heightened state of alertness, their eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly, wary of any unknown monsters that might leap forth from the shadows. Their mission was of utmost importance, to locate the Earth's core, the fabled Cosmic Emperor. This task not only concerned their destinies, but also held the potential to impact the very existence of the universe. After an indeterminate amount of time, a faint glimmer of light pierced the darkness ahead. Fabiao immediately raised her hand, signaling the others to halt. The other dinosaurs promptly complied, their expressions tense as they focused on the front. At the end of the track, a yellow mechanical insect stood guard. It was a colossal mantis beetle, its shell gleaming with a metallic sheen, clearly not an ordinary creature. That shrapnel. Fabiao recognized it. One of the mechanical insects, though its appearance was fearsome. She knew it was not beyond communication. She waved her hand, indicating to the other dinosaurs to remain in place while she approached Shrapnel alone to negotiate. After a brief exchange, Fabiao retrieved a few energy gum pieces from her backpack and offered them to Shrapnel. Satisfied, Shrapnel nodded and subsequently pushed aside a massive boulder at the end of the track, revealing a concealed entrance. The dinosaurs followed Fabiao inside, and what they beheld next left them utterly astonished. Inside the entrance lay only a narrow path, flanked by countless mechanical worker insects methodically transporting various components to designated locations. Then, the mechanical engineers swiftly assembled these parts into complete mechanical insects, from transportation to assembly, and finally to the moment the mechanical insects could operate autonomously. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The newly birthed mechanical insects were immediately assigned to various departments, plunging into their new duties. Even more astonishing to them were the dozens of insectoid warships, resembling colossal bases, hovering above, undergoing inspection and maintenance. These massive vessels gleamed with a chilling metallic sheen, clearly possessing formidable combat capabilities. The entire space resembled a planetary-scale military production line, with new combat units being fabricated every second. "By the nest of insects," Iron Dross exclaimed, his voice tinged with frustration and unease. He felt an overwhelming urge to set this place ablaze, utterly annihilating this terrifying military factory. Meanwhile, Hal appeared somewhat dazed, his gaze betraying a tumult of emotions. Flying Dart noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired with concern, "What is the matter, Hal? Are you all right?" Hal merely shook his head, gesturing for everyone to proceed. Flying Dart discerned that Hal was grappling with something significant, yet this was not the opportune moment for probing. He would keep a watchful eye on Hal's state later. What on earth does this cosmic emperor intend to do? Constructing so many insects? Does he truly aspire to annihilate the universe? Iron Dross muttered as he walked, his tone rife with dissatisfaction and confusion. Steel Locke ought to witness this dreadful place. What if he didn't create it? At that moment, Hal suddenly turned to Flying Dart, his eyes reflecting a flicker of concern and unease. As if hinting at something unspoken, Flying Dart felt a surge of tension from Hal's gaze and asked, "What is wrong? Is there something on my face?" Hal hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Just then, they reached the end of the path. "I simply do not wish for you to meet," Hal whispered. They raised their eyes, their gazes landing upon the figure seated upon the throne ahead. The venomous and enchanting Black Widow, a fusion of cunning and beauty. At that moment, she surveyed them from her elevated seat, her expression replete with disdain and contempt. Upon seeing the Black Widow, Hal immediately spoke up, furiously demanding, "Black Widow, what on earth are you doing?" The Black Widow rose slowly, a cold smile curling at her lips. Well, is this not our former superior? Long time no see." Her voice dripped with languor and allure. "I am merely safeguarding our universe," she continued, her tone shifting from languid to resolute. "Guarding? I can't shake the feeling that you are the one intent on annihilating the universe." Iron Dross interjected scornfully, clearly dismissive of the Black Widow's explanation. Meanwhile, Flying Dart was fixated on the Black Widow, sensing an uncanny familiarity emanating from her. "All I seek is to protect this universe." The Black Widow's gaze swept over the entire swarm of insects. "Even if it means plunging into the abyss, I shall not hesitate." At that moment, shrapnel and several patrolling insects burst in. On the back of the shrapnel rested a creature that resembled both human and insect, appearing gravely injured. The emergence of this being rendered the situation even more intricate. "He requires healing," the voice of Shrapnel echoed through the underground. Upon his back rested a creature that was half human, half insect, its shell marred with cracks, evidently sustained from prior battles. The Black Widow, hearing the call of the shrapnel, immediately gestured, and several medical insects swiftly emerged from the shadows. Their front halves resembled cockroaches, while their rear halves bore a closer resemblance to beetles, their exoskeletons gleaming with a metallic luster. The medical insects delicately lifted the injured individual with their agile appendages and transported him into the so-called treatment room, which was, in reality, the interior of a larger mechanical insect. The spacious interior was adorned with intricate mechanical devices and flickering indicator lights upon the walls. The medical insects commenced their work with alacrity, their appendages functioning like precision surgical instruments, meticulously examining each wound on the patient. The Black Widow stood nearby, her brow furrowed, her gaze fixed intently upon the injured figure. A sense of bewilderment filled her mind. Who is this person? Before long, one of the medical insects raised its head and reported in a distinct insectoid current. His injuries are not severe, yet curiously, The technology on him bears a striking resemblance to ours. Are you suggesting? The Black Widow, incredulous, sought confirmation. This is our technology? Indeed, the medical insect affirmed confidently, its appendages gently probing the patient's exterior, revealing structural details that mirrored those of the Black Widow's mechanical insects. Her expression grew increasingly grave. Approaching the injured individual, she scrutinized his body closely. The design of the mechanical components, their connections, and even the patterns of energy flow were nearly identical to the machines she had crafted with her own hands. A wave of unease washed over her. Had her technology been replicated? This is impossible, she murmured as countless possibilities raced through her mind. Could there be a traitor within? Or had someone stolen her technology? Either scenario implied that her plans might have been compromised, perhaps even exploited. The Black Widow's gaze remained fixed on the injured individual. We must swiftly ascertain his origins and how he acquired this technology. She turned to the shrapnel and instructed, "Shrapnel, reinforce the perimeter, ensuring no other unidentified entities infiltrate our territory." Shrapnel nodded and promptly departed from the treatment room, while the Black Widow continued to direct the medical insects to conduct a more thorough examination of the patient. She needed to uncover the true identity of this being. Chapter 5. Domino in the Imperial Capital. Iron Lock drove Sun Xiaowen and Zhao Yiling through the bustling streets, eventually halting at the entrance of the central hospital. The towering edifice of the hospital appeared particularly solemn under the sunlight, with a constant flow of people at its entrance, the air thick with the scent of antiseptic. "Why we come here?" Sun Xiaowen furrowed her brow, questioning with a hint of confusion. Surveying her surroundings, she felt a twinge of unease amidst the hospital's atmosphere. Iron Lock did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned off the engine, opened the car door, and gestured for them to follow. His expression was somewhat grave, as if concealing significant information. "Do you know where the Black Widow is?" Iron Lock inquired quietly as he walked. "I truly do not know," Sun Xiaowen replied, shaking her head, her brow knitting even tighter. She cast a glance at Zhao Yiling beside her, who helplessly waved her hand. The words of Steel Lock were shrouded in mystery, leaving her equally perplexed. "Thus, we have arrived at the right place." There was an air of certainty in Steel Lock's tone, as if everything lay within his grasp. The trio traversed the hospital's lobby, weaving through the bustling medical staff and patients, until they ultimately reached a secluded corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a ward, its door devoid of any identification, imparting an aura of enigma. As Steel Lock pushed the door open, an overwhelming fragrance enveloped them, starkly contrasting with the typical antiseptic scent prevalent in hospitals. The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by a faint bedside lamp casting light on one corner. Within the ward sat a solitary woman, quietly perched on the bed, her skin pale to the point of translucence, as if she had never basked in sunlight. Her frail physique appeared so delicate that a mere gust of wind could topple her. A black eye mask concealed her eyes, while her long, white hair cascaded down her shoulders, nearly merging with her form. Her hands were intertwined with various tubes, the other ends of which were connected to a colossal liquid tank, filled with an unknown substance that flowed gently, producing a soft sound. "Oh, we have guests." The woman suddenly lifted her head. Though she could not see, she seemed to pinpoint Steel Lock and his companion's location with uncanny precision. Her voice was hoarse yet deep, tinged with a hint of mockery. "Who is she?" Sun Xiaowen could not suppress her curiosity, her gaze flitting between the woman and Steel Lock. "Domino, an ancient of the Dragon Clan," Steel Lock replied nonchalantly. "Ancient? She hardly seems old," the woman on the bed interjected playfully, a light laugh escaping her lips. She raised a hand to gently caress her cheek, and despite her pallor devoid of color, her skin retained a certain elasticity, as if time had spared her. Zhao Yiling stood to the side, her eyes fixed intently on the woman, a slight furrow in her brow. She felt an odd familiarity with the woman before her, certain that she had seen her somewhere before, though the memory eluded her. Suddenly, a name flashed through her mind, striking her like a bolt of lightning. "Yuejin Yamuya," Zhao Yiling exclaimed, her voice laced with shock and uncertainty. Upon hearing this name, the woman in bed stiffened momentarily. Her fingers trembled slightly, and the smile on her face froze for an instant, though she quickly regained her composure. Who?" Sun Xiaowen turned her head, regarding Zhao Yiling with confusion. evidently unfamiliar with the name. Zhao Yiling lowered her head, her brow furrowing as she endeavored to recollect the information swirling in her mind. She spoke slowly. Yuejian Yamuya, the premier courtesan of the Cherry District's Honglian Hall, once the object of adoration for countless admirers. It is said that she suffers from an incurable illness. To preserve her beauty and talent, the Cherry District created the first batch of androids from her blood before her passing. Only 13 were made. However, those androids should have all been decommissioned afterward. Sun Xiaowen's interest was piqued. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she eagerly inquired, why were they disposed of? Due to the inadequacies of the bionic technology at that time, every moonlit night would invariably exhibit some defects. The woman in the hospital bed took over the conversation, slowly raising her hand to remove the black eye mask from her face, revealing a pair of astonishing eyes. Her pupils were pitch black, so profound that they seemed capable of swallowing all light, and emblazoned upon those inky depths was a striking red cross, akin to a forbidden mark or an irreparable flaw. Sun Xiaowen and Zhao Yiling couldn't help but hold their breath, their gazes fixed upon her eyes, overwhelmed by an indescribable complexity of emotions. Those eyes seemed to narrate a long-buried tale, imbued with endless sorrow and resignation. In truth, not all were dealt with. The woman spoke softly, a bitter smile gracing her lips. There was one who escaped. With a gentle wave of her hand, she indicated that it was a matter of little consequence. Her voice remained calm, yet carried a distinct timbre, reminiscent of tranquility after enduring countless storms. I have never heard of such a figure. Sun Xiaowen furrowed her brow. Turning to Iron Lock, her eyes filled with confusion. It seemed she had never come across this individual since joining the Dragon Clan. Iron Lock scratched his head helplessly. In fact, he too had been unaware of Domino's existence until one day when Steel Lock mentioned that he should pay a visit to Domino when he had the chance. Do not blame Iron Lock, little one. Domino smiled faintly. My arrival on Earth was a long time ago, even predating the mechanical dinosaurs. Sun Xiaowen and Zhao Yiling exchanged glances, their perplexity deepening. The mechanical dinosaurs were supposed to be the earliest of their kind to arrive on Earth. Yet Domino had come even before them? Let us discuss this matter later. Iron Lock interrupted their thoughts, turning to Domino with a serious expression. Domino, we are here on a mission. I am aware. Domino nodded gently. You're seeking the Black Widow, correct? I have already transmitted her location to you. Iron Lock was taken aback, then lowered his head to check his communicator, indeed discovering a new encrypted message. He walked over to the corner cabinet in the room, opened the door, and retrieved a new liquid canister. Skillfully, he replaced the old canister connected to Domino with the new one. The fluid within the canister began to flow gently, producing a faint sound, infusing Domino with renewed vitality. All right, we must be on our way, Iron Lock announced after completing the exchange, turning to Sun Xiaowen and Zhao Yiling. The two nodded and followed Iron Lock toward the exit. However, not long after stepping outside, Iron Lock turned back, hesitating as he stood beside Domino's bed. By the way, regarding my previous proposal, Iron Lock's voice faltered, unsure of how to proceed. To have me join Team Dragon 2? Domino replied with a light chuckle. Let me ponder that a bit more. She lightly tapped her fingers against the edge of the bed, seemingly deep in thought. Iron Lock sighed, opting not to say anything further. He turned to leave, but paused, glancing back at Domino with a hint of concern in his tone. I shall take my leave. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact us. Domino smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement, her voice soft and warm. Take care on your journey. Iron Lock did not linger further, departing the ward with Sun Xiaowen and Zhao Yiling. The door closed gently, restoring silence to the room. Domino sat quietly on the bed, her gaze penetrating through the light filtering in from the window, fixating on some distant point. Her fingers lightly traced the red cross on her pupil, and a faint smile graced her lips, as if she were reminiscing about something or waiting for something elusive. Chapter 6. The Kalukiyu people within the dimly lit treatment room of the Insect Tide. The surgery had just concluded. Black Widow emerged, her expression so somber that it seemed to exude gloom. Her brow was furrowed, and a barely perceptible fatigue and anxiety lurked in her eyes. Shah, standing a short distance away, noticed a frown on her face and felt a pang of confusion. Black Widow's medical prowess was renowned throughout the universe. Even mortally wounded beings could be snatched from the jaws of death under her skillful hands. Yet on this occasion, she had issued a perplexing order to bury the injured individual, citing the severity of the injuries as the reason for their irreparable state. Sha sensed something amiss. He recalled that the injuries were not necessarily fatal. At least from his perspective, they were far from beyond salvation. Black Widow's actions stirred a sense of unease within him, as if a clandestine secret lay concealed beneath the surface. He relayed this news to the other dinosaurs, suggesting that Fei Biao keep a watchful eye. A few insects dragged the injured body, slowly moving towards the depths of the earth. Black Widow and the mechanical dinosaurs followed closely behind, their footsteps echoing in the dim corridor, creating a particularly oppressive atmosphere. Sha walked at the edge of the procession, his gaze sweeping over the entire group, attempting to unearth clues. "Why do you seek the Emperor?" Black Widow suddenly broke the silence, her voice icy. Fei Biao hesitated for a moment, recounting to Black Widow the peculiarities he had observed in the Flower Sea, uncertain of her true allegiance, and thus proceeded with caution. Upon hearing his words, Black Widow snorted coldly, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. "To my surprise, I'm not the only one venturing to that Flower Sea," she murmured, her voice laced with an ineffable sentiment. As the group continued onward, the passage narrowed, and the air grew heavy with a miasma of decay. Abruptly, Black Widow halted, signaling the insects to rest momentarily. Fei Biao stood to the side, his gaze lingering on the mysterious creature being dragged by the insects. A glance at Sha confirmed his instinct that the situation was far from straightforward. The actions of Black Widow, along with her earlier reactions, seemed to hint at something significant. Something is definitely amiss, Fei Biao pondered, his gaze involuntarily shifting towards Black Widow. Yet, she remained silent, standing still, her eyes deep and contemplative, staring into the abyss of darkness. At that moment, a low rumble of a growl resonated from the shadows, followed by a surge of colossal beasts, drenched in energy fluid. Charging out from the gloom, their bodies emanated an eerie glow, their eyes filled with a ferocious desire for violence and carnage. They were the parasites of the Emperor. Black Widow exclaimed, instantly entering a state of combat readiness. The swarm and the dinosaurs launched a counterattack, plunging the scene into chaos. The roars of the colossal beasts, the thunderous clang of metal clashing, and a splattering of energy liquid intertwined, transforming the entire corridor into a bloody battlefield. While engaged in battle, Flying Dart swiftly surveyed her surroundings. Her gaze once again fell upon the enigmatic creature, and a sudden thought flashed through her mind. She quickly exchanged a glance with Iron Shard, who nodded and charged forward, seizing the creature's body. "Retreat!" Iron Shard bellowed, and although the mechanical dinosaurs hesitated momentarily, they soon followed him out of the battlefield. Black Widow stood rooted in place, watching the mechanical dinosaurs depart, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. She murmured softly, "Let you be the ones to atone for me." Then, she turned and plunged back into the fray, her figure gradually swallowed by the darkness. As Flying Dart ran, she cast a glance back at Black Widow's silhouette. Upon returning to the surface, sunlight filtered through the thick clouds, illuminating the desolate land where the mechanical dinosaurs had formed a circle. "So, are we supposed to be looking for that cosmic emperor? What is this?" Iron Shard looked up at Flying Dart, and only then did the others realize they were indeed searching for someone. Without explanation, Flying Dart instructed Sha to scan the creature on the ground. Sha stepped forward and activated the built-in scanner, a blue beam sweeping over the creature's body. Moments later, a complex array of data appeared on Sha's display. "This creature bears traces of Black Widow's technology," Sha stated solemnly. "Black Widow's technology?" Flying Dart approached, leaning down to scrutinize the creature. Its exterior remained indistinct, seemingly enveloped in an energy field. Yet it was apparent that its biological structure differed radically from that of ordinary carbon-based life forms. "Can we ascertain what kind of organism it is?" Flying Dart inquired, her gaze still fixed on the creature. Sha's scanner whirred back to life, data streaming rapidly across the screen. After a brief moment, Sha incredulously announced, "It is a Caruculian?" Upon hearing this name, howling fragments of information flashed through the mind. Curukul, a distant planet renowned for its unique ecosystem and rare minerals. However, information about the Caruculians is scant, as if they had never left a trace in the universe. "I have heard of that place," Hald interjected, a hint of excitement in his voice. "There's a special mineral said to store immense energy and even warp space-time." Yet, this mineral is exceedingly rare, and few have truly laid eyes upon it. Before Howald could finish, a piercing sound of a modified vehicle's horn suddenly interrupted him. The group turned to see a customized off-road vehicle speeding towards them, kicking up a cloud of dust. The newcomers were Iron Lock and his companions. Iron Lock, what are you doing here? Flying Dart asked in astonishment, her gaze darting between the three of them. Zhao Yiling stepped forward and retrieved a small mechanical insect from her pocket, presenting it to Fei Biao. Recently, peculiar occurrences had transpired within the Federation, and I traced the signal of this insect, discovering its connection to the Black Widow, she explained, her tone laden with urgency. Fei Biao accepted the insect, scrutinizing it closely. The intricate patterns engraved on its shell were undoubtedly the handiwork of the Black Widow. He raised his gaze towards Taiju, inquiring, "So, are you here to find the Black Widow?" Taiju nodded and then asked, "And what about you? What brings you here?" "We seek the Cosmic Emperor." At that moment, Sha's scanner emitted a series of rapid beeps, and the data on the display began to fluctuate violently. He looked down and observed that the life signs of the Kurukyu people were rapidly stabilizing. The eyes of both the dragons and humans instantly converged upon the Kuruki. Its body trembled slightly, as though awakening from a protracted slumber. Its eyelids slowly lifted, revealing a pair of profound eyes. Those eyes were as clear as the boundless ocean, seemingly capable of reflecting all of existence. Yet beneath that clarity lurked a murky abyss, unfathomable and imbued with a chilling essence. The eyes slowly scanned the surroundings, as if searching for something, ultimately locking onto Taiju. Taiju felt uneasy under the gaze, which bore a greedy quality, as if it could penetrate to his very spark, even devouring him whole. In an instant, a blinding light erupted from the Kuruki, enveloping them entirely. When the brilliance receded, Taiju and Xiaowen found themselves in a different realm. Chapter 7. Chronos Taiju. Taiju. In a daze, Taiju heard someone calling his name, the voice echoing from a distant place, tinged with urgency and concern. His consciousness gradually emerged from the haze, and the scene before him began to sharpen. When he fully regained his senses, he discovered he was no longer on that desolate ground, but rather amidst a lush and verdant estate. Within the estate, trees provided ample shade, and the air was filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, while a gentle aroma of blossoms and fresh grass pervaded the atmosphere. Taiju surveyed his surroundings, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. Every aspect of this place seemed to be etched deeply in his memory. "Is this the Garden of the Sun family mansion?" Taiju murmured, disbelief lacing his voice. Suddenly jolted awake, he realized he had returned to the Sun family. Just then, his gaze fell upon Sun Xiaowen nearby. She donned a resplendent gown, its flowing hem adorned with delicate gems that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Her long hair was elegantly styled, revealing her graceful neck, and her face bore a subtle smile, reminiscent of a noble maiden stepping forth from a painting. Sun Qianxuan? Taiju gazed at the elegantly dressed Sun Xiaowen, momentarily mistaking her for another. The name slipped from his lips, accompanied by distant memories and complex emotions. "Who?" Sun Xiaowen furrowed her brow slightly, a glimmer of confusion flashing in her eyes. This was the first time she had heard that name from Tai Sua's lips. "Ah, no, it's nothing." Tai Sua quickly regained his composure, hastily shaking his head to conceal his surprise. His gaze flickered, attempting to divert the conversation. However, Sun Xiaowen clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook. She opened her mouth, poised to probe further. Just then, a sharp whistle cut through the air, followed by a searing fireball hurtling toward them. Instinctively, Tai Sua grasped Sun Xiaowen and swiftly threw himself to the side. The fireball detonated behind them, its intense flames and shockwave warping the surrounding air. "What on earth?" Sun Xiaowen, still shaken, rose from the ground, her gaze quickly locking onto the trajectory of the fireball. In the distance, several towering figures slowly approached, their outlines wavering in the mist. Mechanical dinosaurs? Tai Sua strained to discern the details of those silhouettes. Their forms, indeed, bore a striking resemblance to mechanical dinosaurs. Yet the energy fluctuations emanating from them were disturbingly chaotic, as if distorted by some unseen force. Tai Sua's instincts warned him that these beings were far from the familiar companions he once knew. They were decidedly amiss. He whispered a warning to Sun Xiao when to take cover behind him, while he sprang to his feet, assuming a defensive stance. However, before he could react further, another fireball whistled toward them. This time, Tai Suo clearly saw the assailant's form. It was Tai Jia. His appearance was almost identical to the Tai Jia that Tai Suo remembered, yet his eyes were filled with a wild chaos, as though manipulated by some dark power. The fireball struck the ground, and the shockwave instantly dispersed the surrounding fog. Only then did Tai Suo discern the true nature of those mechanical dinosaurs. Their bodies were riddled with cracks, energy fluid seeping from the fissures, emitting an eerie glow. Their eyes were vacant and frenzied, as if they had completely lost their sanity. How could they be here? No, impossible. Initially, Sun Xiaowen felt perplexed, unable to grasp why Tai Suo was so anxious. She glanced up at the mechanical dinosaurs, initially thinking they were old friends. However, as she scrutinized their forms more closely, her expression shifted dramatically. What on earth are those things? Her voice was laced with incredulous shock. They're a horde of demons, true demons, Tai Suo declared. Xiaowen had heard Tai Suo describe the terrifying sights of his universe, but she had never imagined that the demons that existed solely in his narratives would manifest before them. They are the mechanical dinosaurs of the glass shard universe. Meanwhile, on the third layer of Earth, Tai Suo's sudden disappearance plunged the mechanical dinosaurs into a brief state of confusion. They searched frantically, but found no clues. Just as their anxiety peaked, a strange voice suddenly resonated within their minds. The voice, ambiguous in gender, ethereal and distant, seemed to emanate from the depths of the cosmos, carrying an irresistible authority. Danger approaches, and the world yearns for their salvation. A voice reverberates within their consciousness, as if conversing directly with their core programming. Iron Shard surveys the surroundings with vigilance, seeking the source of the sound. Yet, silence envelopes the area, save for the howling wind, before the dinosaurs can gather their thoughts. A blinding flash of light suddenly pierces the distant sky. Immediately, a colossal shockwave rushes toward them at an astonishing speed. "Beware!" shouted Sha, but it was too late. The mechanical dinosaurs had no time to evade, and they could only brace themselves for the impact. The force of the shockwave far exceeded their expectations. Immense energy erupted instantly, propelling their bodies into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. The earth around them was blasted into a vast crater, dust swirling, and the air thick with a charred scent. Iron Shard was the first to rise from the pit. He lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on the direction from which the shockwave had come. Through the haze, a towering figure began to materialize. It was a humanoid creature, nearly 3 meters tall, its body adorned with golden armor intricately etched with complex patterns, reminiscent of ancient runes. Dark antennae extended from the sides of its head, deeply embedded into its skull, merging with its nervous system. Its eyes radiated a ghostly blue light, cold and sharp. "Were you?" Iron Shard roared, adopting a combat stance. The other mechanical dinosaurs also stood resolutely, their bodies battered, yet their fighting spirit undiminished. The creature spoke slowly, its voice deep and commanding, imbued with an air of unyielding arrogance. "I am General Kirillchio, Kurulukronos." Kurulukronos' gaze swept over the mechanical dinosaurs, ultimately resting on the Kirillchio behind them. A slight smirk graced its lips, revealing a hint of cold amusement. "It seems you have encountered my kin. However, your fate shall mirror his." Enough with the chatter. Iron Shard lunged at Kurulukronos. His fist, charged with powerful energy, aimed directly at the creature's chest. Yet Kurulukronos merely raised a hand, and a golden energy barrier manifested before him. Iron Shard's fist struck the barrier with a resounding thud, but failed to make a dent. "Foolish Cybertronians," Kurulukronos remarked coldly. "Your resistance is futile." No sooner had he spoken than his entire form began to shimmer with ghostly blue light, a tremendous wave of energy surging from his being. The mechanical dinosaurs instantly felt an invisible weight descend upon them, rendering the very air heavy. Chapter 8. The Unknown Fear Alert. Alert! Sector 7 cold storage has been compromised. Repeat, Sector 7 cold storage has been compromised. The urgent electronic voice of the main control system echoed throughout the Obsidian City base, the blaring red warning lights casting a crimson hue over the corridor. Steel Lock, engaged in weapon repairs, abruptly looked up, dropping his wrench with a clatter. "Damn it! That S's the cold storage for the Cloud Piercer." The processor of Steellock instantaneously flashed through countless perilous possibilities. He immediately transformed. The claws of the Tyrannosaurus scraping sparks off the metallic floor as he charged at maximum speed into the depths of the base. As Steellock burst through the heavy security door of the refrigeration chamber, a bone-chilling mist surged forth like a tidal wave. The frigid temperature of minus 200 degrees Celsius caused ice crystals to form on the surface of his armor in an instant. But what startled him even more was the scene of violent destruction before him. A 3-meter-thick quantum freezing chamber had been torn apart from the inside by some immense force, and the liquid nitrogen pipes that maintained the low temperature lay shattered as if ravaged by a ferocious beast. Steellock detected the sound of metal scraping through the mist. He quickly activated thermal imaging mode, and amidst the swirling cold fog, a colossal dragon's silhouette emerged, its familiar wings and iconic tail blade unmistakable. Could be a mere coincidence? Suddenly, Steellock's coolant pump accelerated. Just as he prepared to call for assistance, a burst of blue-purple plasma fire erupted through the mist. Boom! Steellock barely had time to raise his arms in defense before the dragon's breath, capable of melting through battleship armor, sent him flying. His back slammed against an alloy wall 10 meters away, and the impact created a spiderweb of cracks across the surface. Struggling to his feet, Steellock observed the horrifying claw marks on the floor, each a depth of half a meter, with melted metal at the edges. This manner of destruction was all too familiar to him. By the heavens! Steellock's communicator crackled with static due to the low temperature. Yet he managed to connect to the command channel with great difficulty. Everyone beware! Chong Yunjiao has resurrected. Heavy footsteps resonated through the mist as the dragon, a symbol of hope in the Pure Land universe, approached Steellock step by step. More terrifying was the energy readings from his detector, indicating that Chong Yunjiao's energy levels exceeded predictions by 30. Old friend, a hoarse electronic voice emerged from the fog, resonating with a chilling mechanical echo. You are still alive? Has the planetary demon been defeated? Just as Steellock's right hand grasped the hilt of his flame sword, Future suddenly rushed in and pressed down on his arm. Wait! Future whispered urgently. His optical sensors haven't fully focused yet. He may have just awakened from cryostasis, and his systems are still in disarray. Steellock's processor raced, and he noted that Chong Yunjiao's movements indeed exhibited a disjointed stiffness. Those crimson optical sensors flickered erratically, akin to faulty circuits. Perhaps Future was right. Gradually releasing the sword hilt, Steellock raised his hands to his chest in a gesture of reassurance. Calm down, old friend. He deliberately slowed his speech. The war is over. The Cosmic Emperor has been utterly vanquished. The entire universe is now safe. But suddenly, Chong Yunjiao's head twitched violently, unstable electric sparks erupting from the seams of his armor. In his damaged auditory receptors, Steellock's voice became completely distorted, replaced by the piercing howls of countless zombified mechanical entities. His visual system flashed with fragments of horrific memories, the shredded body of Tong Xiangxiu, the terrifying images of robotic sentinels gnawing at each other, and the sky corroded by a virus. Safe? The sound of soaring through the clouds was intermittent, laced with an eerie electronic distortion. Suddenly, he tore at his own head sculpture with dragon-like claws, leaving profound dents on the metallic surface. Viruses abound. You are all infected. Before Steellock could react, a second plume of plasma flame howled toward him. This fireball was even more ferocious than the previous one, exuding an ominous, deep purple hue. Bang! Steellock's arm shield instantly glowed red-hot. The shield itself shattered into fragments. His cognitive module was thrown into utter chaos. Steellock shouted and rolled to evade the encroaching flames. He must be subdued. Yet, the tempestuous state of soaring through the clouds had already taken hold. His thrusters erupted with blinding afterburn, and his entire dragon form barreled toward Steellock like a cannonball. The impact generated by the massive, menacing creature, enhanced by acceleration, pierced through 5 layers of alloy walls. Steellock, how many joints are damaged? Future inquired, struggling to rise amidst the rubble and smoke. Steellock glimpsed the claws of soaring through the clouds reaching for his core chamber. The light flickering in those optical lenses was not one of reason, but rather a primal, beastly desire for slaughter. Sparks erupted fiercely from the seams of Steellock's armor as he executed a tactical roll to evade the horizontal swipe of soaring through the cloud's claws. The dragon's tail of soaring through the clouds shimmered with high-frequency, vibrating particles, carving deep furrows into the ground. "Wake up!" Steel Lock endeavored to rouse him, only to be met with the sudden ignition of a flame thrower at soaring through the cloud's throat. The hexagonal energy matrix completed its charge in a mere 3 seconds. Steel Lock abruptly activated his back thrusters, the afterburn melting the ground into 2 deep pits. At the moment he soared into the air, his previous position was blasted into a lava pit with a 10-meter diameter, molten metal splattering and scorching the surroundings with numerous holes. "Attention all units. The sector is about to collapse." The alarm from Tianyin reverberated throughout the entire base. In midair, Steel Lock transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, his dragon flames building up within. Yet he hesitated, knowing that firing could utterly destroy the core chamber of soaring through the clouds. That mere 5 seconds of hesitation allowed soaring through the clouds to seize the opportunity. The dragon wings on his back suddenly unfurled, with a piercing sound of metal distorting. Soaring through the clouds achieved supersonic speed in an instant. The energy circuits throughout his body surged like veins. The hydraulic system in his hind legs emitted a strained cry under the immense burden. Soaring through the clouds, flapped his wings and charged towards Steel Lock, warping the metallic walls of the entire sector under the intense heat. Just as the collision was imminent, Steel Lock transformed instantaneously, his right arm expanding into a massive shield. 12 layers of composite armor on the shield activated simultaneously, ancient Cybertronian runes illuminating a honeycomb-like force field matrix. Boom! At the moment of impact, a spherical shockwave radiated outward. The first wave shattered all blast-proof glass, crystalline shards suspended in the air. The second wave overturned 30-ton steel beam structures, the twisted metal emitting a mournful wail. The third wave caused the ceiling to collapse entirely, tons of concrete raining down like a deluge. Steel Lock was deeply embedded 3 meters into the ground. The surface of his shield distorted into an exaggerated arc under the force of soaring through the cloud struggle. The extreme temperatures generated by the energy collision violently ricocheted within the enclosed space, melting all surrounding instruments and equipment into molten crimson iron. A warning blared. Structural integrity compromised. The optical lens of Steel Lock scanned the vicinity, revealing numerous civilians trapped beneath the rubble, unable to evacuate in time. The battlefield must be relocated. Steel Lock roared through the internal communication channel. "Tianyin, initiate the land bridge immediately. Set coordinates to the uninhabited desert." The land bridge commenced activation, energy charging at 80%. Warning: the base's energy core is damaged, capable of sustaining a stable passage for only 12 seconds. Without hesitation, Steel Lock retracted his massive shield and, propelled by inertia, firmly grasped the neck of Chong Yunxiao. "My apologies." The thrusters behind Steel Lock ignited to full power, dragging the struggling Chong Yunxiao towards the forming land bridge's transit gate. Chong Yunxiao thrashed violently, his tail blade carving wounds in his Steel Lock's back, his claws relentlessly tearing at Steel Lock's armoring. Energy liquid rained down upon the path they traversed. Steel Lock sensed his energy liquid depleting, yet he clung tightly to Chong Yunxiao. As they approached within 3 meters of the land bridge, the transit gate began to flicker erratically, energy nearing exhaustion. Tianyin issued a final warning. In a last moment before the land bridge closed, Steel Lock summoned every ounce of strength to propel Chong Yunxiao towards the luminous gate. At the instant their forms met the transit energy, the entire passage abruptly sealed. When the blinding white light dissipated, Steel Lock realized they had not arrived at the designated desert. Instead, the familiar emblem of the Autobots greeted his optical lens. They had inadvertently been transported to the Autobot base. This would complicate explanations. Steel Lock sighed ruefully, releasing the battered Chong Yunxiao, whose crimson gaze began to flicker erratically once more, clearly on the brink of another fit of rage. Chapter 9. Soul of Fire. This is a mirrored world, a realm where black and white are inverted. Led by Optimus Prime, the Decepticons engaged in fierce combat with the Autobots under the command of Sentinel Prime on Cybertron. Darkness, followed by blinding red light. When Steel Lock first opened his eyes, he was met with a blazing battlefield. The sky was obscured by thick smoke. The ground trembled under artillery fire, and the air was heavy with the acrid scent of evaporating energy liquid. As his auditory module activated, It captured the relentless screams. Those were the wails of the Autobot soldiers. Activation complete, protocol uploaded, command, tear them apart. A chilling mechanical voice resonated within his processor, and then his limbs moved uncontrollably. In the distance, 3 Autobot soldiers had just peeked from behind their cover. That was the last thing they saw before a massive black dragon surged towards them. In the next instant, their upper bodies were shredded, leaving only charred remnants of their lower halves to collapse slowly. Steellock's processor remained stable, yet his spark trembled inexplicably. Fear. Steellock could sense it. Not only the terror of the Autobot soldiers, but also the anxiety radiating from his own comrades behind him. They are akin to Steellocks, both forged as machines of slaughter. Yet within their optical lenses lies not the fervor of battle, but a near-automated obedience. They advance alongside the carnage wrought by the Steellock, yet he perceives their fear. Fear of what? Fear of him? Boom! A missile exploded beside him, the shockwave staggering him back several paces. Amidst the billowing smoke, a towering figure cloaked in purple emerged, its crimson optical lens gazing down upon him with an air of superiority. Well done, Steellock, a deep voice resonated, tinged with satisfaction. It seems Wei Jintian's technology has not disappointed me. The Steellock's database autonomously identified the figure as the king of the deceivers, Qi Tianzhu. The Steellock had never pondered such complexities. Qi Tianzhu had deliberately constrained his thoughts during his transformation, retaining only the most fundamental combat analysis capabilities. Wherever Qi Tianzhu commanded him to go, he would go. Whoever he was ordered to annihilate, he would eliminate. There was no need for contemplation, nor for questioning. His very existence seemed to be solely for the purpose of obliterating foes on the battlefield, adorning his armor with the energy fluids of his enemies. He reveled in the carnage. With each claw that pierced an enemy's chest plate, with each wail of the Bataillon soldiers he heard, his essence quivered, not from fear, nor from pity, but from an almost primal sense of satisfaction. His dulled intellect could not grasp the intricacies of emotion, yet he understood that slaughter brought him joy. Perhaps this was the very essence of his existence. Until suddenly, look in the sky. A shrill alarm erupted across the battlefield, and both the deceivers and the Bataillon soldiers instinctively looked up. The Steellock's auditory modules detected an unusual sound, not artillery, nor the cries of the fallen, but a deep, resonant hum that sent shivers through his essence, akin to a colossal engine tearing through reality. And then, the sky was rent asunder. The heavens appeared to be violently torn apart by some indescribable force, a dark vortex twisting and expanding within the clouds, its edges flickering with irregular auras of crimson, indigo, and ghostly white, colors that defied any known energy spectrum, intertwining like some living entity in a writhing dance. Was it a portal? Wei Jintian hesitated momentarily, his optical lens fixated on the anomaly, but he could draw no reasonable conclusions. From the seams of Qi Tianzhu's armor, minute energy arcs seeped forth. His crimson optical lens narrowed slightly, and a grave voice thundered through the communication channel. All forces, prepare for battle. Soon after, the deceivers commenced a full-scale invasion of the core universe. The Steellock stood at the forefront of the battlefield, his armor drenched in the energy fluids of this universe. Blue-violet luminescence dripping from his maw. He had just scattered a squad of Decepticons, their remnants still twitching beneath his feet, circuits sputtering sparks. Then, he beheld another version of himself emerge from the smoke on the opposite end. The colossal steel forms, bearing the same formidable fangs and claws. And even the armor's intricate patterns were nearly identical. The only distinction lay in the hue of their armor, one a deep obsidian, the other a muted gray. The optical lenses of the latter were not the blood red of the malevolent creature. Thus, two titanic beings of steel clashed upon the battlefield, charging headlong into the cacophony of cannon fire. Their heavy footsteps shattered the ground beneath them, sending forth a spray of scorched earth mingled with energy fluid. None could ascertain the duration of their brutal conflict. Time had lost all significance amidst the chaos, as the dragons of two universes continued their ferocious duel. Their battle lacked the finesse and strategy exhibited by others, embodying instead the pure, primal violence of steel against steel. Each strike bore the intent to annihilate, the resounding impacts drowning out the very sound of warfare surrounding them. They resembled two cornered beasts, or reflections of one another, savagely tearing into each other. In that confrontation, I was the vanquished. The Iron Titan lay amidst the ruins of the manor, shattered metal beams pinning down its torso, energy fluid seeping through the cracks of its armor, pooling beneath into a luminous, shallow basin. Its optical lens had dimmed, the periphery of its vision flickering with system alerts. Spark stability, 17, power core, damaged, combat system offline. The heavy footsteps of the approaching mirror mechanical beasts echoed around, their claws scraping against the ground with a piercing sound. The crimson optical lenses flickering ominously in the haze of dust. The Iron Titan attempted to raise its arm, yet the transmission system had long since overloaded and failed, rendering even a single finger immobile. Uncontrolled streams of past data surged within its neural module, akin to an unending projection. Its existence had been spent upon the battlefield. From a moment of its creation by the celestial architect to the instant it was activated by the towering obelisk, its purpose had been reduced to one of slaughter. The combat protocols of the malevolent creature were etched into its core code. It required no contemplation, no hesitation, only the relentless destruction of every target marked as an enemy. Its processor was simple yet efficient, and with each breach into an adversary's spark chamber, it experienced a distorted sense of satisfaction. Until it was vanquished by the core universe's titan, until the emergence of the celestial hammer. No longer required to kill, it was time to rest. This was the first time in its protracted career of carnage that it heard such words. The voice of the celestial hammer flowed like a crystalline current, cleansing its processor of the viral corruption. From the hammer erupted a torrent of pure data, peeling away the layers of the virus implanted by the towering obelisk. As those blocked memories and suppressed inquiries surged back like an overwhelming tide. Eventually, the core universe emerged victorious. It was accepted by the mechanical beasts and remained in this universe, adopting the name Iron Titan. You coward, deserter. You have betrayed your universe. Do you believe this universe will embrace you? Impossible. You will merely serve as a weapon for them. The furious roar of the mirrored iron scrap resonated as its metallic fist struck the Iron Titan's visor, showering sparks. The visor emitted a sound of unbearable strain as it began to fracture, the optical lens momentarily losing focus from the impact, reverberating with the accusations filled with hatred from its adversary. Indeed, even though the mechanical dinosaurs embraced him, and even though the celestial beauty bestowed upon him a new name and sanctuary, he could still sense the universe's silent proclamation. He did not belong here. What are you lying there for? A crisp voice suddenly pierced through his heavy thoughts. Grimlock struggled to focus his optical lens and saw the injured Little standing defiantly with her arms outstretched, blocking the path between him and the mirrored iron shard. Her slender mechanical arms were marred with scratches, energy fluid dripping from her fingertips, yet her voice was resolutely firm. Grimlock, you must remember, even if the entire universe rejects you, we, Team Dragon 2, will always stand behind you. So, do not give up on yourself. Grimlock's spark trembled violently. At that moment, the mirrored iron shard raised its fist, capable of shattering battleship armor, and brought it crashing down towards Little. Boom! In a moment of dire urgency, Grimlock's battered form erupted with astonishing power. He stomped heavily on the ground, energy fluid spraying from his mouth, yet did not hinder his actions in the slightest. With his arms crossed into a hammer, he brought all his weight crashing down onto the mirrored iron shard's back armor, sending it directly into the ground. Even if this universe rejects me, Grimlock's armor seems suddenly burst forth with blinding red light, his voice growing increasingly thunderous with the surge of energy. I will still choose to love it, because here are my friends, my family. A fierce flame erupted around Grimlock. His armor began to warp violently, its dark coating peeling away to reveal a scorching golden interior beneath. A torrent of fire erupted from within him, instantly forming a towering pillar of flames that vaporized all surrounding debris. What is happening? Little found herself enveloped by Grimlock's flames. She suddenly recalled the words of celestial beauty. I have set shackles deep within the spark of every mechanical dinosaur. When they choose to break free from those shackles, this obsession ignites the spark, releasing true power. Witnessing Grimlock's transformation, Little nearly shouted in disbelief. Soul ignition form. Chapter 10. Lies the Autobots. Witnessing about to rise once more, Steellock quickly retreated 2 steps, watching him warily. He surveyed the surroundings and discovered they were situated in the main hangar of the Autobot base, strewn with repair equipment and energy supply boxes. Listen here, big guy. Steellock lowered his voice. I know you want to tear something apart right now, but going berserk here is not a wise choice. However, S optical lens flickered violently, the crimson glow surging intensely. He let out a deafening roar, claws tearing into the ground as he lunged towards Steellock. All units on alert. Enemy attack. The alarm blared throughout the base, and the Autobot warriors quickly assembled. Detective and horizontal cannon were the first to charge into the hangar, firing their energy cannons at just a second before he would have struck Steellock. Yet, the bullets merely sparked off his heavy armor, unable to impede his charge. What is this thing made of? Horizontal cannon gritted his teeth and fell back. Steellock let out a low growl, transforming into a Tyrannosaurus, his hefty form colliding directly with. The two colossal beasts were once more entwined in a fierce struggle, their claws and steel fangs rending one another as sparks erupted around them. The walls of the hangar buckled under the impact, pipes fractured, and streams of energy fluid gushed forth. Everyone, aim for the joints, commanded Jazz. Yet the frenzied onslaught of the airborne adversary made it difficult for the Autobots to shoot with precision. Just as the battle reached an impasse, a brilliant blade of light cleaved through the air, forcefully separating the two titans. The shockwave sent Steellock staggering backward, while the airborne foe was compelled to halt its assault, growling as it turned to confront this new threat. Suspended in midair was Windblade, her dual blades ablaze with searing energy, her cloak billowing dramatically in the currents. Her optical sensors locked onto the airborne adversary, her combat stance sharp and menacing. Steellock glanced up, revealing a hint of exasperation on his dragon-like face. What are you doing here? He complained. I thought it was Optimus coming. Windblade's wings fluttered slightly as she hovered above, casting a disdainful glance at Steellock. What? Do you look down on me? Her tone was frosty as she twirled her blades, the plasma edges humming ominously, as if to taunt. Steellock, feeling helplessly agitated, flicked his tail in irritation. The chaos wrought by the airborne adversary had left the hangar in disarray. Are you here just a hand over your head? He growled. That guy isn't even a Cybertron. Hurry, get to the back. Windblade offered no response, merely a barely perceptible smirk gracing her lips for an instant. In the next moment, her thrusters roared to life, propelling her like a crimson bolt of lightning toward the airborne foe. Steellock sighed in resignation as he observed Windblade advance. Her speed was extraordinary, carving a sharp arc through the air as her dual blades descended in a deadly crosscut. The airborne adversary reacted with swiftness, its massive claws intercepting the strike, causing sparks to fly. Windblade deftly used the momentum to flip backward, landing gracefully, yet the airborne foe's onslaught followed closely. Another claw slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed at her. Be careful. Steellock charged forward, forcefully shoving the airborne adversary aside while sweeping his tail to repel the ensuing attack. Seizing the opportunity, Windblade retreated, yet her optical sensors remained fixed on the enemy, showing no sign of retreat. I don't need your help, she stated coldly. Huh, you'd better pray it doesn't get to you, Steellock retorted. Yet the rhythm of battle remained unbroken. The airborne adversary's optical sensors swept between the two, seemingly assessing this new threat. Suddenly, it unleashed a deafening roar, a torrent of wild energy surging from the gaps in its armor as it became utterly enraged. Well done, you've successfully driven it mad. Steellock gritted his teeth. Then let us take it down together. Windblade adjusted her stance, her dual blades igniting once more with blinding energy. She cast a glance at Jazz, who immediately grasped her intent. He raised his arm sharply, and through the loudspeakers came a clear and decisive command. Brothers, support Windblade. Before the echoes of his words faded, the tactical situation within the hangar shifted dramatically. Countless artillery shells wove a devastating web of firepower, forcing CH-Nexo to retreat under the relentless pressure of explosive shockwaves. Sparks danced across his armor, yet he continued to roar defiantly, striving to break free from the encirclement. With a sudden pivot, his massive claws sliced through the air towards Windblade. The clash of claws against the blade erupted in a shower of sparks, allowing Windblade to deftly flip backward and alight gracefully upon a suspended crane. Chy bellowed in pursuit, only to be met with a vicious tail swipe from Steel Lock that sent him staggering into a heap of energy containers. This creature had become a relentless killing machine, showing no mercy. Windblade let out a light huff. Before she could finish her thought, she plunged from the heights, her twin blades crossing to form a luminous X, energy coalescing into a blinding arc of light. With a resounding explosion, two charred fissures tore through Chy chest armor. In a fit of rage, he swiped at her, but merely tore apart the afterimage she left behind. She had already teleported behind him, thrusting a blade toward his energy conduit. Steel Lock, witnessing this, begrudgingly acknowledged her formidable prowess. However, on the battlefield, a moment's distraction could yield dire consequences. Windblade, Steel Lock's furious roar reverberated through the metallic walls of the hangar. He witnessed Chy's claws slice through Windblade's right wing as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, sending her crashing into a nearby alloy wall, her body crumpling like a broken kite amidst the cacophony of impact. Her optical visor flickered violently before extinguishing entirely, her form disintegrating into particles, ultimately reverting to her human guise, Chen Exen, who collapsed feebly amidst the debris. Chy locked onto this vulnerable target, his heavy footsteps resonating ominously through the chaotic hangar. In fear of Chen Xin being harmed by the gunfire, Jazz immediately raised his arm to signal a ceasefire. Yet, just as the Autobots prepared to charge, a searing wall of fire erupted, isolating them from the fray. Within the flames, Steel Lock's armor underwent a stunning transformation. The previously dull metallic surface now bore molten patterns, with spines erecting, exuding blue-white plasma flames. Chy seemed to sense impending danger. Halting his advance for the first time, he turned to face Steel Lock, his armor plates rising into combat readiness. The air between the two colossal beasts distorted from the intense heat, causing the metal of the hangar floor to begin melting. Steel Lock lowered his dragon head, his optical sensors morphing into a blinding white. "I shall reduce you to scrap." With a thunderous roar, Steel Lock erupted in brilliant flames, charging towards Chy at an unimaginable speed. This time, each of his strikes carried a destructive heat, melting Chy's armor where his claws grazed. "This is impossible," Hung Pao gasped from beyond the firewall. When did Steel Lock acquire such power? Inside the wall of flames, Steel Lock had completely subdued Chy. A sweeping tail sent his opponent flying, and then, opening his massive jaws, a searing plasma breath struck Chy squarely in the chest. Chy let out a pain howl, for the first time beginning to retreat. Yet, Steel Lock offered him no respite. He lunged forward, using his blazing foreclaws to firmly pin down the head of Chong-Yin-Shao, while his other claw pressed against the ignition chamber. It was over. The voice of Steel Lock resonated with finality as the tips of his claws began to glow with a dangerous red light. Just at that critical moment, a blue mechanical hand suddenly pierced through the wall of flames, firmly grasping Steel Lock's claw. "That's enough, old friend." Tong Tianxiao's voice was steady and powerful. "If this continues, you will not be able to hold on." Steel Lock's optical lenses flickered a few times, and the flames enveloping him gradually subsided. When he turned his gaze towards Qinshin, he discovered that the ambulance had already cradled her in its embrace. "She'll be all right, one Tishi?" Steel Lock's voice suddenly sounded weary. Tong Tianxiao nodded. "The ambulance will take care of her. Now, let us deal with this behemoth." The hangar was permeated with the acrid scent of scorched metal, as the flames gradually extinguished, leaving behind twisted fragments of armor and a melted floor. Chong-Yin-Shao lay upon the molten metal surface, while more reinforcements arrived. Chong-Yin-Shao. In the crowd, the voice of Pure Land, Arsai, trembled with disbelief. Her optical lenses locked onto the fallen massive figure, her core swirling with indescribable sorrow. Just moments ago, she had been directing the outer defenses, only to receive an urgent transmission from Jazz, alerting her that a flying dragon and Steel Lock had breached the base. The body of Chong-Yin-Shao was indeed frozen in the Dragon Clan's grasp, yet she dared not dwell on it, hastily abandoning her tasks to rush to the base. Not expecting it to truly be Chong-Yin-Shao, she hurried forward, kneeling on one knee, reaching out to touch the shattered armor of Chong-Yin-Shao. But just as her fingertips were about to make contact, Arsai, The optical lenses of Chong Yunxiao flickered weakly, his voice deep and hoarse, as if emanating from a distant place. Is our universe all right? This question struck Pure Land Arsai like a jolt of electricity. Our universe is just fine. Always has been. But in the end, Chong Yunxiao did not hear her. His body suddenly trembled violently. The armor plates began to disintegrate, transforming into countless tiny nanoscopic particles that dispersed into the air. Instinctively, Pure Land Arsai reached out to grasp, but all she caught was a wisp of dissipating metallic dust. In the place where Chong Yunxiao had once lain, there remained only a fragmented mechanical insect, its compound eyes dull and lifeless, its mechanical legs twitching slightly, emitting a few faint buzzing sounds. Chapter 11. Rescue. The unfamiliar white ceiling came into focus as Windblade's optical lenses adjusted slowly, the cold light of the medical chamber illuminating her armor. She attempted to move her fingers. The joints emitted a faint sound of metal grinding, while her entire body was flooded with a dull ache. A deep voice resonated from beside her. Windblade turned her head slightly to see Steel Lock seated next to the medical chamber, clutching a half-eaten energy block. Traces of energy fluid smudged at the corner of his mouth. His armor was riddled with unhealed scratches. Windblade's processor was somewhat disoriented, her memory data flickering like fragments in an explosion. Claws, excruciating pain, and then darkness. The system indicated that she had been fully repaired, yet the sensation of the new armor felt somewhat alien. Upon noticing that Windblade had awakened, Steel Lock promptly broke apart an energy block, offering the untouched portion to her. She replied softly, her voice tinged with the raspiness of recent slumber. After a moment's pause, she furrowed her brow. Had this scene occurred before? Steel Lock hesitated mid-chew, then nodded, quickly consuming the remainder of the energy block, mumbling, I have a vague recollection. Windblade gradually propped herself up. She murmured to herself, recalling that the last time had also been in a hospital. Her gaze fell upon a medical device affixed to Steel Lock's chest, with a transparent tube flowing with a pale blue energy liquid emitting a rhythmic ticking sound, while the screen displayed the progress of energy replenishment. Windblade frowned slightly and pointed at the apparatus, her optical lens reflecting a look of inquiry. Steel Lock glanced down casually and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, this? The ambulance insisted that my energy levels were critically low, and if I didn't replenish them, I might not survive. He grinned broadly, What has Steel Lock ever needed to rely on machines? Before he could finish his sentence, the device emitted a shrill alarm, and the screen flashed red. Warning. Energy output overload. Steel Lock quickly patted the device twice, and the alarm ceased. Coughing awkwardly, he added, in any case, it's not a major issue. Windblade regarded him silently. Although her memories were somewhat blurred, the fragmented images were strikingly vivid. Claws soaring through the clouds, excruciating pain, and a gradually darkening vision. In the final moments before her consciousness faded, she sensed something, not a cataclysmic explosion, but rather an almost gentle, enveloping sensation, as if someone were exerting all their strength to protect her. She lifted her gaze to Steel Lock, only to find him feigning intense concentration on the device, deliberately avoiding her eyes. Steel Lock, she suddenly spoke. He reflexively raised his head, still chewing on half an energy block. A barely perceptible smile graced Windblade's lips. Thank you for your flame. Steel Lock's processor evidently faltered. The energy block fell with a thud onto his lap, rolling to the ground. The ticking of the medical device suddenly grew alarmingly loud. It's not as if you didn't insist on going to deliver it yourself. He sprang to his feet, the tubes on his chest rattling. If it weren't for you, I would have already taken down the claws soaring through the clouds. Windblade's expression soured instantly. As the ambulance outside sighed in exasperation, Steel Lock, if you damage the medical device again, I will weld your mouth shut. Observing the device's erratic behavior, Windblade spoke up, hasn't Bumblebee used this apparatus as well? I recall that Bumblebee's energy chamber was nearly destroyed. Steel Lock replied gruffly. That was a long time ago. The ambulance mentioned he had modified it. Mid-sentence, he abruptly halted, realizing he had spoken out of turn. The optical lens of the Windblade flickered to life, and she recalled that it was a time when they were to rescue the Bumblebee. Suddenly, the ticking of the instrument grew frantic, and the readout on Steel Lock's chest began to oscillate erratically. He struck the device with frustration, exclaiming that perhaps it was high time to discard the wretched machine. The sound of an ambulance echoed from outside. I can hear it. Once repaired, Windblade stood at the door, flexing her newly restored joints. Sunlight streamed through the corridor's observation window, cascading over her pristine crimson armor. Where once fearsome scars now remained as nearly imperceptible seams. This is splendid. Shall we not linger? Steellock's voice came from behind her, imbued with an unusual gentleness. Windblade turned to see him clumsily disassembling the device affixed to his chest, his large fingers awkwardly navigating the intricate connections. Perhaps you should take better care of yourself, Windblade remarked, crossing her arms as her wings trembled involuntarily. Your body. Ah, my dear sister has entered her rebellious phase, Steellock interrupted with a broad grin, adopting an exaggerated tone, yet his hands continued their work, roughly tearing away an energy conduit that splattered drops of azure energy fluid. Ugh! Windblade's cooling system surged into high gear, the seams of her armor glimmering faintly as her voice involuntarily escalated an octave. I warn you not to jest. Our relationship as hosts is not to be misconstrued. We are at most comrades in arms. Very well, Steellock conceded, finally detaching the last conduit. He rose, his immense frame casting a long shadow in the corridor. With a shrug, he arranged the instruments neatly upon the table. Windblade watched as he strode towards the corridor's end. He paused at the corner, seemingly poised to say something, but ultimately only gestured with his hand. The ambulance he transformed into his dinosaur form, his voice taking on a rough timbre. Where is the elder brother? The ambulance, without lifting its head, pointed in a direction. Thank you. Windblade observed as Steellock's silhouette vanished around the corner, the corridor once again enveloped in silence. She gently caressed the fresh paint on her right wing, where it had once been pierced by the claws of the soaring tempest. Suddenly, a barely audible whisper slipped from her lips. Silly elder brother. 30 meters away, Steellock, waiting for the elevator, froze momentarily. His audio receptors had captured those delicate 4 words, and a fleeting smile crossed his face. As the elevator doors opened, he feigned a cough to mask the upward curl of his lips, oblivious to the fact that his tail, a remnant of his dinosaur form, was joyfully swaying side to side, a habitual gesture that always betrayed his true emotions. Simultaneously, on the 3rd level of Earth, Ironshard's limbs were deeply embedded in the ground, carving 10 harrowing trenches in Kronos' gravitational field. His entire armor groaned under the strain, the optical lens flickering due to energy overload. Yet he steadfastly stood guard before the fallen machine dinosaurs. What a resilient reptile, mused Kronos, suspended in midair, energy coalescing in his palm into a distorted black hole. Alas, gravity bestows no mercy upon anyone. At the very moment when the destructive energy was about to cascade downward, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated through the sky. A crimson rift in space materialized out of thin air, as iron chains and intricate patterns plummeted like meteors. The colossal blade of the iron chain, infused with the energy of souls, cleaved into the chest of Kronos, forcefully tearing apart the invisible gravitational field. Roar! In an instant upon landing, the iron chain transformed, its mechanical tail coiling around Kronos like a gigantic serpent. Boiling plasma flames ignited within the crevices of the armor. The iron chain was set for close-range detonation. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion leveled structures within a 100-meter radius. Now is the time. Quickly, the iron chain understood that the previous strike could not subdue Kronos. The mechanical dinosaur was no longer capable of combat. Retreat was the wisest course. However, the laughter that echoed from the darkness froze the sparks of hope within everyone. Futile struggles ensued. Kronos slowly ascended from the swirling dust, his armor riddled with cracks. Yet the gravitational field was now even more formidable. The invisible force field abruptly contracted, rendering the mechanical dinosaurs as rigid as insects encased in amber. Kronos raised his right hand, a miniature black hole beginning to take shape. Suddenly, the distant chime of a bell pierced through the chaos of the battlefield. A force transcending the laws of physics rendered Kronos' movements momentarily frozen. His optical lens, filled with terror, realized that not only he, but even the scattered debris, the flickering flames, and the energy liquid spewing from the mechanical dinosaurs remained suspended in midair. Who could it be? In the darkness, Polly's footsteps traversed the stillness of time and space, a golden stopwatch spinning in his hand. As he passed by the iron chain, the second hand ticked precisely past 5 marks. 5 seconds, that would suffice. Chapter 12. The Queen. When Kronos regained his composure, the mechanical dinosaurs had vanished. Yet he had no intention of letting them escape. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the fabric of space-time behind him was torn asunder. You cannot evade my grasp. The mechanical dinosaurs had reached the border of the dragon realm, and Polly intermittently summoned the terrestrial bridge, but the response from Tianyin was always the same: recharging. At that moment, the starry sky at the dragon realm's border was abruptly rent apart, as Kronos descended with a distorted gravitational field. The ground beneath him collapsed instantaneously into a web-like fissure with a diameter of 100 meters. As a ferocious energy storm pulverized the ancient dragon statues surrounding them into dust. No, what is wrong with you? Why pursue us here? The furious roar of iron shards shattered amidst the chaotic energy currents. Heat and the iron chain shielded their companions, their armor emitting a painful metallic groan under the gravitational pressure. Kronos silently raised his right hand, the energy of the black hole swirling violently within his palm. That mass of darkness relentlessly devoured the surrounding light, causing even space itself to exhibit unnatural distortions. Polly desperately attempted to halt time once more, fervently pressing the stopwatch, but the golden hand remained stuck, unmoving on the scale. Kronos had long anticipated this. The gravitational field had locked this space-time continuum. You shall quietly perish here. Kronos slowly rotated his wrist, the black hole cascading downward like a shroud of death towards the ground. Iron Lock propelled himself forward with all his might, sparks erupting from his legs as he struggled to leap into the black hole. At the very least, he wanted to save others in the imminent moment of destruction. Suddenly, a pure beam of white light pierced the darkness. The black hole melted away as if confronted by the blazing sun. The optical lenses of all the mechanical dinosaurs were temporarily blinded by the intense light, and when they refocused, they beheld a diminutive yet resolute figure suspended in midair. It was the Kluru being previously declared dead by the Black Widow, now radiating a soft white glow. His fractured tendrils danced within the energy stream, and his frail body stood as an insurmountable barrier before the crowd. "Brother," cried the youth, his voice reverberating through the atmosphere, "do not harm the innocent any longer. This was not our original plan." For a fleeting moment, Kronos' gravitational field faltered, and the energy patterns on his face flickered violently. Yet in the next instant, a more ferocious dark energy erupted from within him. Are the Klura not innocent? Are the lives of our kin not innocent? Look at what we have become. The boy closed his eyes in anguish, memories flashing through his mind of the once glorious Kluru homeworld, with its flowing architecture of liquid light, and his brother's proud smile as he stood at the podium. Now, one was a twisted avenger, and the other, a specter caught between life and death. It was not meant to be this way. The youth suddenly surged into the sky. "You were not like this before." A fissure appeared on Kronos' face, a luminescent liquid resembling tears seeping forth. Yet, in an instant, a more grotesque armor burgeoned from the crack. There is no turning back. Look at this hideous form. This is all the doing of the Cybertronians. The pain they have inflicted upon us shall be repaid tenfold. An oppressive silence enveloped the earth, followed by an explosion that surpassed any measurable decibel. The accumulated resentment within Kronos transformed into a tangible torrent of darkness, crashing down upon the ground like a galactic deluge. The protective shield at the dragon tribe's border evaporated instantly. The boy struggled to maintain his shield amidst the energy storm, his body transitioning into particles of light. "Brother, have you forgotten?" His voice began to dissolve into the background radiation. Boom! As the golden hammer struck the ground, the entire space trembled. The ancient runes inscribed on the hammer illuminated sequentially, forming a hemispherical force field that absorbed all the destructive energy unleashed by Kronos. Subsequently, the hammer's head erupted in a blinding radiance, and all the absorbed energy underwent a mysterious transformation, rebounding as pure creative force. Kronos' pupils constricted sharply as his gravitational shield clashed against the recoil wave, tearing the fabric of space into a web of fractures. "Step back." A woman emerged from the mist, each step igniting burning Cybertronian script upon the ground. The black hammer in her hand continued to hum. She furiously tossed her twin ponytails, the crimson energy at the tips tracing searing arcs through the air. Can't anyone get a good night's sleep anymore? Is it light up the night and set off fireworks again? With a swift kick, she sent a stone pillar flying. If you want to make a ruckus, go do it elsewhere. Yet it seemed she had misdirected her ire. Polly helplessly gestured behind her. Miss, behind you. Ah, it was none other than the host of the Celestial Champion, Chun Xiao-yi, who had just realized her error. The young man struggled to raise his upper body, and through his increasingly blurred vision, he beheld the quantum sparks dancing amidst her hair. These were not mere adornments, but a manifestation of stellar energy compressed to its utmost limit. Even more astonishing was the golden energy waves enveloping her form. Kronos tightened his armor, detecting that this suddenly appeared young lady's energy readings were skyrocketing exponentially. Who on earth are you? Chun Xiao-yi abruptly hoisted the colossal hammer onto her shoulder, a motion that instantly put Kronos on high alert. She let out a derisive laugh, the crimson tips of her hair suddenly glowing with intensity. Your grandmother, Celestial Champion. These three words erupted like thunder. Kronos' gravitational field became chaotic, and flashes from the deepest recesses of his memory database surfaced. Legends of the furnace capable of forging stars. The unique hammering technique that bestowed sparks of fire. The figure who crafted divine artifacts at the edge of the cosmos. No, you cannot be the Celestial Champion. Kronos struggled to fathom what he had just heard, as the space behind him began to warp. That forger was merely a legend. The hum of the unfolding wormhole drowned out his words. Countless mechanical insects surged forth, their exoskeletons flickering with an unnatural violet light, clearly modified by dark matter. These monstrous entities swarmed the sky like a tide, obscuring even the starlight. Chun Xiao-yi slowly raised her hand, the whirlpool of the land bridge expanding around her. She instructed the iron chains and debris to take the other dinosaurs back, while Polly remained. Then, Chun Xiao-yi transformed into the Celestial Champion, drawing forth the hammer of the Celestial Champion and resting it upon her shoulder. Polly, activate the Dragon Clan's defense system. Operational protocol, Dragon Knights. Polly hesitated, her finger hovering above the communicator. The Dragon Knights plan was a concept Chun Xiao-yi had proposed just 2 nights prior. Theoretically, it would take at least 3 weeks to complete the calibration of the energy core. Yet now, merely 48 hours later, she intended to initiate it directly? Was it truly complete? Of course not. Even I cannot be that omnipotent. The Celestial Champion lightly tapped Polly. However, before she could finish her thought, the sea of insects had already blanketed the entire sky above the Dragon Clan. Observing the swarm, the Celestial Champion placed the massive black hammer on the ground, then snapped her fingers, causing it to emit a tremendous roar and transform into a colossal cannon. Celestial Champion Special. Stellar Class Plasma Cannon. Fire. The barrage erupted forth, each projectile striking true against their mechanical foes, the insects vaporizing as though colliding with a solar flare within the span of a second. Kronos slipped into the wormhole at the last moment, yet half of his body had already vanished. A frenzied roar echoed through the void. This is impossible. Even the Celestial Champion cannot wield such power. The Celestial Champion turned to the young man. Oh, you're still here? The youth found himself at a loss for words, basking in the resplendent glow of the illustrious Cai Tianjiao, as if all his secrets were laid bare. Cai Tianjiao, amused by the boy's demeanor, tossed him a gleaming coin that pulsed with golden light. When you have the chance, relay this to your brother. Vengeance forged shall never shape the future. Chapter 13. Memories. The azure vortex of the land bridge gently swirled at the Autobot base, where Steellock stood upon the teleportation platform, accompanied by the lifeless machine insect masquerading as the skyward dashing entity. Are we set to return? Windblade leaned against the doorframe, her freshly painted crimson armor shimmering with a violet hue in the blue light of the land bridge. Faint traces of repairs still visible at the joint of her right wing. Indeed, Steellock nodded. There remains much to address. He deliberately affected a casual tone, yet the weight of his words betrayed a hint of gravity. Windblade responded with a soft acknowledgement, her wings gracefully tracing an elegant arc as she turned. After taking 3 steps, she halted suddenly, raising her arm to gesture over her shoulder. Remember to transfer the medical expenses to me. Steellock nearly choked on his own energon. What medical? His words were interrupted by the activation chime of the land bridge. In the final moment before the leap, He caught a glimpse of Windblade's profile reflected on the monitor screen, her expression unmistakably one of mischievous delight. The teleportation platform of Obsidian City lay shrouded in an eternal twilight of dark purple light. Upon his return, Steel Lock encountered Cai Tianjiao, arms crossed, leaning against a colossal black gold pillar. What a coincidence! You are here as well? Steel Lock bantered. Is this the insect that transformed into the skyward dashing creature? Cai Tianjiao prodded the machine insect with her hammer. Indeed, it has caused me no small amount of trouble, Steel Lock replied, settling down beside the land bridge. Cherishing the brief respite as Cai Tianjiao continued her examination of the insect. At that moment, Steel Lock abruptly inquired, where are the others? He was still pondering whether they had completed their mission. Cai Tianjiao's expression darkened instantly. She turned to stride deeper into the corridor, the obsidian floor illuminating with ethereal blue guiding lights beneath her steps. Follow me, she commanded. Just then, Polly emerged from the shadows, his ever-cynical demeanor replaced by an unprecedented seriousness in his gaze. Some matters may require your personal attention. Polly crouched down, poking the machine insect, which suddenly flickered like a holographic projection, revealing its intricate internal quantum mimicry apparatus. Ah, it truly lives up to its name, Black Widow, he whistled. This mimicry engine harnesses dark super-energy. With a snap of his fingers, two pitch-black mechanical raptors silently emerged from behind the corridor pillars. Their movements in handling the insect were unsettlingly adept, and Steel Lock noticed that the blades of their claws bore the same runes as those on Cai Tianjiao's hammer. He cast a puzzled glance at her. Dragon Riders, our own Dragonkin's forces. Cai Tianjiao's voice swelled with pride. This is the 1st Legion's Shadow Claw unit, specializing in intelligence and infiltration, as well as routine operations. Cai Tianjiao instructed Polly to place the mechanical insect in the cold storage, then turned to Steel Lock. Steel Lock. The situation with the mechanical dinosaurs is dire. The scene reverted to the aftermath of Kronos' defeat within Obsidian City. As Cai Tianjiao entered the medical hall, the air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt energy liquid, mingled with the charred remnants of crushed metal. The mechanical dinosaurs lay scattered across the floor, their armor shattered, the flickering embers of their cores barely glowing, as though they might extinguish at any moment. Ironslag's right arm was nearly torn apart, energy liquid dripping from severed tubes, pooling into a blue puddle on the ground. The back armor of Sludge was dented under the gravitational field, each breath accompanied by the wheezing of the hydraulic system. One wing of the dart was twisted and deformed, its optical lens dim and lifeless. The only sound echoing through the hall was the hum of the medical robotic arms, as silence enveloped everyone present. Polly stood in a corner, clutching a stopwatch, his gaze fixed on the frozen hands of the device, as if lost in thought. Finally, he inhaled deeply, raised his head, and managed to force a faint smile. My lady, I believe there may be an issue with the stopwatch. He shook the device in his hand. It got stuck under Kronos' control and cannot be released. Is there a chance for improvement? Polly feigned nonchalance, yet Cai Tianjiao could discern the tension in his voice. Turning to him, she noted the rare expression of worry etched on his face. This usually jovial aide now bore a hint of defeat and self-reproach in his eyes. Nodding, Cai Tianjiao reached for the stopwatch, her fingertips gently tracing the cracks on its face. I truly did not anticipate this aspect would fall to me to rectify. Her voice was soft, as if soothing him, or perhaps making a promise to herself. She then surveyed the surroundings, her gaze finally resting on Sha and Chukong in the corner. She needed assistance. Sha slowly raised his head, casting a silent glance at Cai Tianjiao, then stood up and approached her without uttering a word. His armor was similarly marred, yet his demeanor remained stoic, as if the pain he bore was trivial to him. Chukong, however, remained motionless, his head bowed, his optical lens fixed on the ground. Cai Tianjiao sensed something was amiss and did not call out to him. At that moment, Howling stood up. He appeared slightly stooped, as if bearing an invisible weight. His deep voice resonated clearly in the silent hall. I will take care of it. Cai Tianjiao said nothing more, merely nodded. She turned and walked outside, followed closely by Sha and Howling. Just before the door closed, Polly hurried to the side of Dart, crouching to inspect her injuries. Are you all right? He asked softly, his tone unusually serious. Dart's optical lens flickered faintly before she weakly shook her head. This battle, her voice was barely audible, unconsciously rubbing the wound on her abdomen inflicted by gravity. We have lost too much. Chukong remained huddled in the corner while Dart urged Polly to quickly check on Iron Slag. "I will stay here," she said. As Polly departed, he took Iron Lock and Little Tex with him. After the soft sound of the medical chamber's automatic door closing, Fabiao gently pushed aside the mechanical arm, still administering the nanorepair agent to herself, slowly maneuvering over with her impaired balance system. The metallic floor emitted faint groans in response to her movements. It was only when the maintenance platform beside Chukong sensed her weight that Fabiao noticed her hand was unconsciously etching a certain pattern into the ground, an emblem of the crew ball civilization scene on the Kronos chest plate. "Shall we converse?" Fabiao murmured, attempting to keep her voice as low as possible, yet Chukong still flinched like a startled tortoise. They remained in silence until the primary lighting system of the medical chamber automatically transitioned to night mode, and the holographic star map on the wall began to rotate slowly. "Is what that fellow said true?" Chukong suddenly inquired, gesturing towards the totem he had just carved. "He claimed that our current state is a result of our own doing." Fabiao shook her head, her neck joint emitting a rough, grinding sound. Perhaps he merely sought a convenient excuse to invade Earth? Chukong's chest plate suddenly heaved violently, steam from the coolant venting out. "I have considered that possibility. Compared to you all, I am relatively newly born. In my understanding, we should be the defenders of the entire universe against the Decepticon invasion. Yet, Chukong summoned a holographic projection, the one he had requested during their earlier private conversation. Disturbing images flickered across the projection. The emblem of the Cybertron Academy appeared on a genetic experiment report from an alien species. The insignia of the Star Emperor branded on the armor of colonial suppression forces, and a directive document signed by the Senate regarding the requisition of resources from lower civilizations. Chukong made a gesture of exasperation. "Perhaps I am simply unaware?" His vocalizer suddenly grew hoarse. "For instance, I have never heard of the actions taken by the Star Emperor in my lifetime. It may not only involve the Star Emperor, but also the Autobots." Fabiao let out a long sigh. It dawned on her that this soldier, who had hurriedly gone online at the outbreak of the Civil War, was akin to a datapad imprinted with only half of its information. He knew how to wield the particle cannon flawlessly, yet remained oblivious to the civilizations that had once been targeted. Fabiao activated her long-in-used educational module, gently patting Chukong's still slender shoulder plate. History is never merely black and white. She began to tutor him on events from the War of Origins. Just as the heavy footsteps of Steel Lock echoed from the end of the corridor, Fabiao was recounting Optimus Prime's famed speech before the Iron Fortress Monument. Upon seeing Steel Lock approaching, Chukong abruptly stood up, the floor of the medical chamber lamenting under the sudden weight. "Have you also engaged in these actions?" He pointed towards the still active colonial archives and the holographic projection, invading other planets like the Decepticons. Steel Lock was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question, instinctively glancing at Fabiao, only to find her gesturing frantically for him to silence. But it was too late. Steel Lock has always possessed a linear mindset. He candidly nodded. During the era of the Senate, there indeed existed a policy for interstellar colonization. However, that was merely a bygone chapter. Chukong watched in disbelief as a shock transformed into disappointment, ultimately solidifying into a heart-wrenching resolve. "I believe I'm ill-suited for this team." Chukong's voice suddenly became eerily calm as he unfastened the mechanical dinosaur emblem from his chest. "I am sorry." The still warm metal was gently placed in Steel Lock's hand, while the door to the medical hall closed heavily behind Chukong. What happened to him? Steel Lock was still trying to comprehend the situation. Were these not merely old grievances? Right? Chapter 14. The sky of the future at Obsidian Academy. The evening glow filtered through the crystal dome, casting fragmented light patterns on the corridor floor. The 14-year-old girl, Xiaoro, stuffed the last datapad into her backpack, the metallic clasp emitting a crisp click. Slinging the bag over one shoulder, she exited the classroom, her fiery red ponytail swaying gently with each step. This was a cooling system that Cai Tianjiao had specially installed for her, the vibrant orange energy at the tips dancing vividly in the twilight. In the shadow of the bronze statue at the school gate, a familiar sound of hydraulic systems suddenly resonated. Xiaoro abruptly halted, her sneakers sparking against the crystalline floor. "Chukong?" She widened her eyes as the strap of her backpack slipped halfway down her shoulder. "What brings you here today? Aren't you rather busy?" Leaning against the statue's pedestal, the mechanical dinosaur slightly straightened up, the dusk light outlining its newly fitted streamlined armor. The once vibrant battle paint had now faded into a subtle matte black, with only a few symbolic red stripes remaining at the joints. Not particularly busy. Shukong's voice processor seemed to have undergone some adjustment, sounding deeper than she remembered. He crouched down to catch the slipping backpack, a gesture that once felt entirely natural but now bore a hint of hesitation. Just passing by to see you. Xiaoro keenly noted the empty interface slot on his chest armor where the mechanical dinosaur emblem should have been affixed. Suddenly, she rose onto her tiptoes, and before Shukong could retreat, her fingers brushed against his chest armor. Have you been in a fight? Just a training injury. Shukong turned his head to evade her touch, his optical sensors flickering as he shifted the topic. Have you completed your homework from that school of yours? After glancing at Xiaoro once more, he prepared to depart. But Xiaoro unexpectedly grasped his hand, a movement that startled both of them. The girl's palm pressed against the cold metal, yet it trembled as if it had been scorched. Shukong's processors whirred into action as he looked down at this girl, who barely reached his waist, and noticed a strange determination in her eyes. The distant lights of the teaching building reflected golden specks in her pupils, like tiny sparks igniting. Shukong's thrusters began to glow softly, and as his metallic toes turned towards the alleyway, Xiaoro swiftly stepped in front of him. Her outstretched arms formed a defiant arc against the twilight. Don't go. It's not every day you come here. Her smile radiated a rare form of tenacity that Shukong had never witnessed before. Come on, I invite you to dinner. As they traversed the crystalline corridor surrounding the academy, Shukong noticed that Xiaoro's gait had transformed. She was no longer the buoyant girl of his memories, but instead moved with a deliberately trained tactical stride. Her shadow stretched long beneath the neon signs, nearly grazing his fractured insignia. The cacophony of the night market surged like a tide, filled with the raw aesthetic unique to the underground town. Exposed steam pipes intertwined overhead. Holographic billboards projected exaggerated culinary animations, and a stall even displayed a neon sign for lubricant specifically for mechanical life forms. These were all familiar faces. Shukong instinctively lowered his voice, the armor plating around him slightly contracting. These individuals were once residents of the underground town in the imperial capital. Suddenly, Xiaoro scoffed. They're all damned people. The words caused Shukong's optical lenses to abruptly constrict. Could such a statement truly emerge from a young girl's lips? The bell at the entrance of the noodle shop emitted a piercing alarm as Shukong entered, compelling him to contort his form into a nearly comical angle, scraping his horns against the doorframe with a sharp sound. The interior fell silent as all patrons halted their movements. There's south no suitable place for me, he muttered, reverting to his host form and scanning the surroundings in search of a comfortable spot. However, Xiaoro had already nestled herself into the innermost booth, tapping the metallic tabletop and calling out, "Waitress, the usual, and give him a portion too." She turned to Shukong, revealing her canines. "Stop standing there like an idiot. Come squeeze in." The proprietor soon delivered a steaming bowl of ramen, and Xiaoro snapped open a pair of disposable chopsticks, fixing her gaze on Shukong, who remained unmoved. "What's wrong? Got something on your mind?" she asked, tilting her head, the energy flowing at the tips of her hair suddenly intensifying, casting flickering shadows on her cheeks. This once innocent gesture now bore an air of interrogation. Shukong averted his gaze slightly, evading the girl's piercing stare. "Let us eat first," he suggested, breaking apart a pair of chopsticks. The tips glided through the broth, creating perfect concentric circles, yet he never truly lifted any food. Suddenly, Xiaoro placed her hand on his wrist, her warm palm sending ripples through Shukong's heartstrings. After their meal, they strolled along the street, the neon signs crackling above them, elongating and shortening their shadows. "Do you come here to eat every day?" Shukong deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the petite human girl to keep up. "Yeah," Xiaoro replied, stretching her arms, causing the armor plating on her back to shift and reveal the intricate synthetic muscle fibers within. "Then I go home, take a shower, clean all these parts, and go to bed. But it's no big deal." She abruptly turned around, relishing the evening breeze, walking backward in front of Shukong, her artificial irises glimmering like cat eyes in the night. "At least I'm still alive. Truly, I must thank Lord Seishiangio." They halted in the center of the overpass, the searchlights of distant towers sweeping across, gilding their silhouettes. Xiaoro leaned against the railing, allowing the night wind to tousle her hair. "Actually, I've always wanted to ask, what were you thinking back then? When Chukong tilted his head in confusion, the girl turned her face towards him, locking eyes with Chukong. You must protect all extraterrestrial refugees, Xiao added. Chukong still couldn't comprehend the situation and suddenly burst into laughter. Don't tell me you've forgotten the oath you once made. We must live beneath the original sky, Chukong declared. Xiao's laughter gradually faded into the night breeze as she wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. In the distance, a neon billboard on a skyscraper was broadcasting a promotional video for the Dragon Clan's housing initiative, casting a cold, shifting light that played across her face. Do you still remember? Xiao gazed toward the distant horizon, her hands gently caressing the railing as she spoke earnestly. Over the past year, I've seen and experienced so much that I've come to realize how foolish I once was. Do not dwell too much on the past, Chukong replied, ever concerned that Xiao was engaging with the world too early. Neither of us is prepared. You should focus on the present and the future, for that is your true path. Suddenly, Xiao turned around. And you? I'm not prepared either. Chukong's voice was swept away by the night wind. Xiao shook her head abruptly, extending her finger to poke Chukong's armored chest. You were ready long ago, you eloquent machine dinosaur. The original sky is no longer possible, Xiao said, abruptly pointing toward the skyline. But we still have a future. That simple statement jolted Chukong into realization. Indeed, he too had been clinging to the past. Flames erupted from the thrusters on Chukong's back, shattering the glass railings on either side of the overpass. Xiao was pushed back 2 steps by the blast. Yet she smiled brighter than ever, for she could feel the familiar, stubborn spark reigniting within Chukong. The night wind dispersed the smoke, revealing a sky full of stars. Leaning against the fragmented railing, Xiao hummed a nursery rhyme, her fingers lightly tapping the void. In the end, she never truly grasped the burdens Chukong carried. Perhaps she understood a little, but who could say? I will wait for you beneath the future sky, was her heartfelt thought as she turned and walked into the depths of the neon glow, the energy trailing from her hair, creating a semblance of luminous wings. Chapter 15. Anger. After Chukong departed, Gongsu picked up the emblem that he had discarded, its metallic surface reflecting his shattered mask. As the badge was carefully tucked away into the compartment of his armor, he pondered, what about the others? Gongsu surveyed the empty halls of the base, the echoes ricocheting off the cracked walls. Fabiao silently lifted her head, her optical lens dim like a nearly exhausted light bulb. On her way, Fabiao reflected on the recent events, her voice tinged with resignation. Watching Chukong's retreating figure, her wings instinctively drooped. I have always worried that something like this would happen, she said, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the emblem on her chest. Chukong is still so young. He simply cannot bear these burdens. She turned her head, only to find Gongsu staring vacantly at the sky, his optical lens out of focus, clearly lost in thought. Fabiao sighed, elbowing him gently in his side armor, producing a dull clang. Are you listening? Steel Lock suddenly regained his senses, the 2 small horns on his helmet standing erect. Ah, what? Is it Chukong? He scratched the back of his head, acknowledging that he would eventually find out, and that it was already rather late for him to be discovering this now. The optical lens of Flying Target abruptly contracted, reflecting a mix of shock and resignation. Steel Lock reached into the hidden compartment of his chest armor and retrieved an energy block, breaking it in half and offering one portion to Flying Target. Some experiences are best faced independently. He would come to understand in due time. As the 2 dragons walked, they arrived at the training ground, where the entrance had mysteriously vanished, replaced by jagged edges torn apart by immense force. The moment Steel Lock's foot touched the venue, he crushed the remnants of mechanical debris strewn across the ground, the battle simulators now resembling shattered beetle shells. The silhouette of Iron Slag stirred slightly at the center of the arena, smoke curling from his overloaded shoulder armor. Muck lay nearby, carefully using his tail to gather the scattered simulators, and upon noticing Steel Lock's arrival, he immediately craned his neck, observing the traces of battle around them. Both Steel Lock and Flying Target instantly understood. Flying Target's wings unfurled with sudden intensity, but Steel Lock blocked his path with his forearm. Steel Lock was aware that the mechanical dinosaurs were not particularly expressive, and with Iron Slag, communication was better achieved through fists than words. He tilted his head, his joints releasing a series of decompressing hisses, reminiscent of a Tyrannosaurus Rex preparing for combat. Hey, Iron Slag, The feigned casual shout resonated sharply amidst the ruins. As Iron Slag turned, a freshly pulverized machine part slipped from his grasp. The swirling dark red energy within his optical lens reminded Steel Lock of lava churning within a volcanic crater. What use is your presence now? Iron Slag's voice emerged as if squeezed from a shattered speaker. In a sudden motion, Steel Lock seized a broken hydraulic rod from the ground and swung it toward his own mask before anyone could react. In a thunderous clang of metal colliding, he deliberately sent a piece of armor splattering at Iron Slag's feet. What good is this to the training machines? Come on. Steel Lock beckoned Iron Slag. Are we here to fight or not? Iron Slag expelled a burst of blue energy liquid, flashing his characteristic menacing grin. I've been pinned up in the core chamber. Amidst the cacophony of grinding metal, Steel Lock initiated the charge, his figure cutting through the wreckage. Iron Slag let out a battle roar from deep within his chest. His right arm's armor fully raised, revealing the glowing red energy conduits underneath. The moment their iron bodies collided, the entire training ground trembled. Muck's massive form directly shielded flying target, the scattering metal fragments drumming against his armor like a torrential downpour. You damn Iron Slag. Why did you only just arrive? Iron Slag's heavy fist struck sparks against Steel Lock's mask, and with a shoulder throw, he sent Steel Lock crashing into the pile of simulator remnants. Parts scattering in all directions. Steel Lock wiped the energy liquid from his body amidst the ruins and, in a sudden transformation, lashed out at Iron Slag's knee joint. Apologies for my tardiness, but it won't happen again. His thrusters ignited with blue flames, pressing down heavily upon Iron Slag as he declared with fervor, never again. The optical lens of Iron Slag flickered erratically. He thrust his hand into the dragon's maw of Steel Lock and hurled him aside. Lies. The sound of the collision resonated like the thunderous toll of an ancient bell. How long has it been since you fought alongside the mechanical dinosaur? You know better than anyone. Steel Lock was overturned by Iron Slag, his back scraping against the ground, leaving a trail of sparks stretching 10 meters. He spat out a stream of energy fluid and roared, charging once more at Iron Slag, who transformed and braced himself to meet the onslaught. The two battered bodies collided again, neither willing to yield. Iron Slag's horn was deeply embedded in Steel Lock's chest armor, while Steel Lock's serrated teeth crunched through Iron Slag's armor. The tremendous impact sent both dinosaurs sprawling apart, with energy fluid seeping from the cracks in Steel Lock's armor, forming a blue stain upon the ground. His optical lens fluctuated between focus and blur, this once mighty warrior now enduring a torment more profound than any physical injury. Iron Slag, I have always been torn between the dragon kin and the mechanical dinosaurs. His vocalizer crackled with static, each word seemingly searing his speech module. As a dinosaur whose sole purpose was to fight, making choices posed a formidable challenge. The demands of daily labor left him little time to contemplate the plight of other dinosaurs. Steel Lock's fist struck the ground, fissures spreading like a spider's web. He wished to apologize, yet before he could utter a word, Iron Slag's heavy fist suddenly collided with his face. At times, I truly despise my own inadequacy. If only I were stronger. Iron Slag clenched his battered fist. If I were strong enough, if I were just a bit stronger, you wouldn't have to toil between both sides. The Mud's repair arm suddenly drooped, and the wings of the dart emitted an unnatural tremor. They finally understood that all mechanical dinosaurs bore the same burden of guilt, not out of resentment toward Steel Lock, but out of self-loathing for being a burden to him. Steel Lock's voice faltered, resembling a malfunctioning communicator, his optical lens flickering. Energy fluid seeped from the corner of his mouth. Days of intense combat and the excessive depletion of spark energy had pushed this mechanical dinosaur to his limits. Listening to Iron Slag, I have long neglected the mechanical dinosaurs. His voice grew weaker, ultimately dissolving into the hum of overloaded mechanical joints. Iron Slag suddenly experienced a pressure drop, white steam erupting from his joints. His optical lens flickered violently. Countless memories of battlefields filled with defeat surged within his brain module of shattered companions, and the cold laughter of Kronos towering above. Iron Slag transformed once more, the internal energy core spinning wildly, searing flames gathering in his throat. In the next moment, he roared skyward, a blazing scarlet flame shooting into the heavens like a sword of judgment tearing through the night sky. The entire sky of the dragon kin was ignited. and the residents of Obsidian City looked up in awe at this flame, a symbol of indomitable will. Steel Lock could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed heavily to the ground. The dart and the mud rushed forward to support him, with the mud's arm deploying emergency energy conduits, swiftly connecting to Steel Lock's spark chamber stabilization system. In the dimness, the audio receiver of Steel Lock captured the low growl of the mechanical beast, a sound that resonated as if emanating from a great distance, yet remained remarkably distinct. I no longer wish to endure defeat. We cannot afford to lose again. Steel Lock. The silhouette of Sai Tianjiao appeared atop the towering structure, her gaze sweeping over the devastation of the training ground, ultimately settling upon the still raging inferno. She could sense the unyielding spirit of the mechanical dinosaur and discern that, following this incident, the creatures were on the brink of transformation. Chapter 16. To drink together within the nest, the Black Widow lounged languidly upon her throne, her eyes glued to the television screen broadcasting the 809th episode of Country Love Story. Bored, she tapped her fingers rhythmically on the armrest of her throne, each tap causing the insects throughout the nest to tremble in response. My queen, the new Leviathan-class warships are fully prepared, a timid voice reported. Amam understood. The Black Widow waved dismissively, her attention fixed on a close-up shot of a human grandmother slapping her daughter-in-law, adhering to her usual protocol of casting 2 batches to the moon and Europa. Suddenly, the entire nest trembled violently. The wall directly before her throne erupted in a thunderous explosion, and an insect crashed into the hatching sac above the Black Widow's head, viscous nutrient fluid dripping onto her freshly waxed armor. Her evening show was marred by the damaged television, and the Black Widow's eyes blazed crimson with fury, all her spider spears assuming their battle stances. Yet upon recognizing the uninvited guest, her murderous intent morphed into mockery. Steel Lock, she exclaimed dramatically, covering her mandibles with her forelimbs. What brings you to my humble abode? Have you finally decided to become my consort? Steel Lock sauntered in through the shattered wall, nonchalantly brushing off the insect's slime from his pauldrons. I find myself with some free time. Thought I'd drop by. He surveyed the surroundings, casually kicking aside a half-hatching sack. This DCOR certainly aligns with your aesthetic. The Black Widow erupted into a laugh that reverberated throughout the nest. With a grand gesture of her hand, dozens of insects entered, carrying barrels adorned with labels from the Interstellar Brewing Association. Others swiftly corroded a table from the surrounding materials using their secreted acid. Since you're here, we might as well indulge, she proposed, raising a crystal goblet. Her vivid lipstick cast an alluring reflection upon Steel Lock's faceplate. Aren't you still indebted to me for 2 barrels of oil? Steel Lock casually settled onto a chair constructed from the bodies of the insects, retrieving a bottle opener from his chest armor. Let's put the drinks on hold for now. I came to inquire about other matters. He gestured towards the corpse within the hatching sac above the Black Widow's head. The Black Widow's pupils narrowed into dangerous pinpoints. Leaning forward slowly, her venomous fingertips traced Steel Lock's chest armor. Do you know what I despise most? Being interrupted while engrossed in my show. Abruptly, she crushed the goblet in her grip, and the nest's lighting system shifted instantly to a battle-ready crimson. Thousands of soldier ants surged from all directions, only to halt abruptly 3 meters from Steel Lock. Their queen, still chuckling, poured herself another glass. Steel Lock gazed intently at the swirling liquid in his glass, the phosphorescent black fluid appearing particularly eerie under the dim light of the Black Widow's lair. He cast a sidelong glance at the insectoid queen seated opposite him, her eyes glazed with an unnatural daze, while her 8 mechanical legs tangled like knotted data cables, her compound eyes failing to focus properly. It was only the second cup. Steel Lock mused to himself. The Black Widow, inebriated, slumped over the table, her fingertips rhythmically tapping against the glass, mumbling lines from a recent soap opera. You simply do not understand that old hag is actually a Cybertronian spy. With a sigh, Steel Lock glanced at the shattered television set beside him, contemplating the necessity of repairing it later, given her evident fondness for such melodramatic narratives. Seizing the opportunity while the Black Widow was thoroughly intoxicated, he decided to extract some intelligence. By the way, what is the purpose of that creature you created? He inquired nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the incubation sac atop her head. The Black Widow, momentarily roused from her stupor, lifted her head. a smug smile curling at the corners of her mouth, as if showcasing her prized possession. They are, of course, intended to combat the Cosmic Emperor. With a sudden motion, Steel Lock stood abruptly, the chair collapsing beneath him. His optical lenses contracted sharply, the energy fluctuations from his core causing the air around him to warp slightly. "What Emperor?" he demanded in a lowered voice, urgency lacing his tone. "You might as well elucidate further." In that moment, the Black Widow's drunken haze seemed to dissipate, replaced by a deeper, instinctual alertness. Her compound eyes regained their clarity, and her body leaned back slightly as her mechanical legs assumed a silent combat stance, scrutinizing Steel Lock as if evaluating his trustworthiness. "Have you also ventured into that sea of flowers?" Steel Lock inquired sharply. The Black Widow regarded him for several seconds before her demeanor softened, slumping back onto her throne. She swirled her drink and chuckled softly. "Ah, it seems you two have glimpsed that future." Her fingertips traced the rim of the crystal glass, emitting minute electromagnetic sparks, while the enormous translucent incubation sac behind her pulsed rhythmically with her breath. Within, the curled embryos of her kind occasionally twitched, creating ripples in the viscous nutrient solution. "Since emerging from that sea of flowers, I have begun to devise strategies to counter the impending invasion," the Black Widow declared, then abruptly pierced the outer membrane of the incubation sac with her sharp arachnid spear. A cascade of viscous fluid poured forth, revealing thousands of insect eggs within, each shell adorned with distinct energy patterns. Steel Lock's cooling system accelerated suddenly as he recognized several of the eggs, their surfaces flickering with unmistakable energy signatures unique to the mechanical dinosaurs. "I serve as the progenitor." The Black Widow's chest armor slowly opened, exposing a terrifyingly intricate reproductive system within, hundreds of data conduits connecting to her core, nurturing a specialized swarm capable of adapting to any battlefield. She carelessly severed several conduits, and purple energy fluid splattered across the table, scattering like seeds across the cosmos. Just then, the lair trembled violently, and a concealed incubation chamber automatically opened. The Steel Lock beheld countless embryos meticulously arranged within, their compound eyes simultaneously illuminating and extinguishing, as if engaged in a synchronized test. The Black Widow tilted her head back, draining her cup. A stream of liquid energy trickled from the corner of her mouth. "The one you tossed back was merely a preliminary specimen." She abruptly summoned a holographic recording, revealing the mechanical insect initiating gravitational manipulation upon contact with the corpse of the soaring beast. They would siphon the strength of the powerful and relay the data back to headquarters. However, it seemed that this specimen had even usurped memories, resulting in a chaotic madness. The Steel Lock's cup crashed heavily onto the table, the metallic bottom striking the obsidian surface and fracturing it in a web-like pattern. "Where did you acquire such advanced technology?" he inquired, feigning a mocking tone. "Did you go seek training from Shockwave?" The Black Widow's compound eyes narrowed slightly. "That is a jest," she replied, her voice suddenly laced with a dangerous sweetness. "After all, I am a scientist." The Steel Lock erupted in laughter, causing several nearby worker insects to flee in alarm. He downed the last of the high-purity liquor, the sound of his armor clashing ringing out as he rose. Upon discovering that the Black Widow's objectives aligned with his own, a certain tension deep within him seemed to ease just a bit. "In a few days, I shall send you a television," he waved dismissively, turning towards the gaping maw of the insect nest. "And do exercise caution while deploying insects on other planets." His voice turned somber. "The interstellar situation has been tumultuous of late, with reports of massacres on several planets." He carelessly kicked aside a blocking worker insect, but froze in his tracks as he turned. The Black Widow's expression had changed. Her previously hazy compound eyes now flickered with a chilling light. The surrounding swarm began to writhe in the shadows, their sharp mandibles dripping with corrosive venom. Silence spread throughout the nest. The Steel Lock calmly locked eyes with the Black Widow, the optical lens zeroing in on her slightly trembling hands. She was profoundly tense. Moments later, the Steel Lock nonchalantly turned back, striding towards the exit, his silhouette casting a long shadow at the cave's mouth. The nest fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sharp scraping of the Black Widow's spider spear against her throne. She gazed intently in the direction of the Steel Lock's departure, quietly drinking alone. Chapter 17. The dance of ice and fire within the Dragon Clan, Sai Tianjiao's fingertips gently tapped on the table. The once prized poly stopwatch had been discarded into the scrap heap, yet it continued to flicker faintly, as if reluctant to be forsaken. The steam from her oil tea rose before her, reflecting her weary yet sharp gaze. Sha stood silently beside her, resembling a mute guardian. Only when adjusting the angle of the light would his concern be revealed in his eyes. Yu Haven tea rested for 2 days. Sha's voice was low as he offered her a fresh cup of oil tea. If this continues, the spark will overload. Sai Tianjiao offered no reply, merely sipping the tea. The liquid coursed through her energy conduits, briefly dispelling her fatigue. Her fingers glided swiftly across the blueprints, as the temporal equations within the holographic projection continuously reconfigured, only to collapse at critical moments. So close, she murmured, her fingertips unconsciously tapping against the edge of the table, the rhythm akin to a countdown pendulum. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the laboratory, followed by the frenzied cheers echoing from the end of the corridor. Success! Success! Sai Tianjiao and Sha exchanged a glance and swiftly dashed outside. In the corridor, a figure was dancing with wild abandon beside a modified phase displacement machine. Its surface adorned with a time stopwatch radiating unstable temporal fluctuations. Hurry, put this on. The figure offered 2 specially crafted masks, their lenses shimmering with complex temporal bubble algorithms. Sai Tianjiao frowned but complied. In the next moment, the figure pressed the activation button, and time itself came to a standstill. The dust particles hung, suspended in midair. The laboratory lights ceased their flickering, and even the flow of air was frozen. Sai Tianjiao's pupils constricted as she slowly raised her hand, astonished to find her movements unaffected. More astonishingly, when the figure pressed the button again, time began to reverse. The recently scattered dust coalesced, the lights flickered in reverse, as though someone were rewinding the world's videotape. Indeed, I am a genius. The figure laughed heartily, hands on hips. Sha rarely displayed approval, gently patting the figure's shoulder. Yet, Sai Tianjiao did not share in the mirth. She fixated on the machine, her thoughts drifting to more distant realms. If time could flow backward, what are the lives already lost? What are the irrevocable mistakes? Her fingers instinctively clenched, the cup of oil tea in her palm shattering silently. It was only when the figure waved their hand before her for the 3rd time that Sai Tianjiao snapped back to reality. Blinking, she realized her hand had unconsciously etched the ancient coordinates of her home planet, Cybertron, onto the instrument. Did I just space out? She feigned, patting her head and pretending to appear fatigued. I must commend you for your scholarly prowess. Thank you. It's my turn now. Sha's sensors keenly detected this nuance. Yet he silently assisted the figure in dismantling the experimental apparatus. As Sai Tianjiao pushed the machine toward the inner chamber, her stride bore an uncanny lightness, as if she might shatter the various dimensions of reality with a single step. Sha clapped the figure on the shoulder, saying, "We have no further part in this. Shall we go for a drink?" The instant the metallic door locked, Sai Tianjiao suddenly collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. She brushed her fingers over the phase displacement machine, and its surface illuminated with inscriptions from the primordial era. Finally, just as the thrill of excitement began to wane, her expression abruptly froze. With a wave of her hand, images of various mechanical dinosaurs materialized around her, and she activated the projection of Polly. Almost forgot about him. Shortly thereafter, Polly received Sai Tianjiao's directive to head to the laboratory, but as soon as he reached the corridor, he was abruptly kicked into the adjacent storage room, instantly adopting a defensive stance. Amidst the faint glow of the corridor lights, Polly discerned the figure of Fei Biao, whose eyes radiated a palpable aura of menace. She brandished her flame sword and, seizing the moment before Polly could recover his senses, executed a sweeping strike. The entire warehouse was ignited in an instant. Denying Polly any chance for reprieve, Fei Biao raised her sword and lunged forth like a bullet, aiming directly for Polly's core. Reacting swiftly, Polly snatched 2 sheets of metal from the ground, raising them defensively against his chest. However, upon contact with the flame sword, the metal melted away, forcing Polly to grasp the blade itself. The searing heat scorched his hands as Fei Biao twisted her wrist, effortlessly slicing away the armor from his grip. Enduring the agony, Polly was met with an unrelenting assault. He gazed into Fei Biao's dim, lifeless eyes, a gaze he had only witnessed amidst the horrors of war. In that moment, she had already deemed him a dead man. How infuriating! How could he perish here? Clenching his fists, imbued with a mixture of energy, liquid, and flame. He swung at Fei Biao, yet she merely sidestepped with minimal effort. By the time Polly regained his bearings, his left hand lay severed upon the ground. The flames of the warehouse danced wildly behind Fei Biao, casting her silhouette as if she were a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Polly gasped for breath, the energy liquid gushing from his severed arm like a fountain upon the charred earth. His vocal apparatus distorted from the excruciating pain. Yet Fei Biao's gaze remained as cold and mechanical as ever, devoid of anger, devoid of hesitation, only the chilling precision of lethal intent. Once more, Fei Biao raised her flame sword, the ancient runes etched upon its blade illuminating one by one, the god-slaying runes crafted by the hands of the celestial champion. Her movements were as swift as lightning, the sword slicing through the scorching air, aimed directly at Polly's core. In a moment of desperate urgency, Polly seized the half-melted iron plate from the ground with his remaining right hand and thrust it into the junction of his severed arm. The excruciating pain nearly sent him into unconsciousness, but a surge of electricity erupted from the makeshift connection, forming a twisted electromagnetic barrier. The flame sword halted mere centimeters from his core, and for the first time, a flicker of surprise crossed Fei Biao's pupils. She had not anticipated such a self-destructive defensive maneuver. Coughing up energy liquid, Polly suddenly laughed, gripping the blade of the flame sword with his right hand, allowing the searing heat to char his armor. This is what you taught me. With a thunderous explosion of electromagnetic overload, both combatants were violently propelled away. Polly retained some semblance of consciousness, his optical visor blurred. Yet he caught sight of Fei Biao emerging from the billowing smoke, her steps steady and seemingly unharmed. She approached him slowly, the flame sword hovering just 3 centimeters above his core, the blade's intense heat already burning through his chest armor. Just as Fei Biao prepared to deliver the final blow, Polly shouted, "Stand up. Look at yourself now. Weak and powerless. Can this version of you stand alongside Steellock?" The flame sword began to tremble violently, the chaotic runes flickering erratically. In that moment of clarity, Polly realized this was not execution, but a brutal trial. Fei Biao was compelling him to transcend his limits in her own way. In a daze, he thought he heard someone calling his name. Was it the flickering of a lantern? Kakaboli rose unsteadily to one knee, grasping the blade of the flame sword with his right hand, allowing the searing heat to melt the armor of his palm into liquid metal. "I need not stand beside anyone." The distortion in Kakaboli's voice, due to energy overload, was evident, yet each word resonated with incredible power. "For I am the eye of the storm." An eruption of energy burst forth from the severed arm of Kakaboli, sending the dart soaring away. The dart lightly touched the ground, tracing an arc upon the frost-laden surface. She gazed intently at the ice crystals that spread wildly around her. This was not merely a low temperature, but a phenomenon far more terrifying. All warmth was converging in one direction. The crimson glow of the flame sword being devoured by the ghostly blue cold flame, the sword emitting a mournful metallic wail under the strain. Has the heat been siphoned away? The dart suddenly looked up at Kakaboli, who was now enwrapped in a bizarre blue flame. Each step he took left behind a trail of burning ice, and the icy gauntlet on his right hand radiated the deathly brilliance of absolute zero. To be placed in a life-or-death situation. A satisfied smile graced the corners of the dart's mouth, as the energy liquid seeping through the crevices of her armor was frozen into ice crystals before it could even drop. She knew she had made the right gamble. This was Kakaboli's awakening of the soul's fire. Without hesitation, without retreat, the dart's wings erupted to their utmost extent. Overloaded energy caused her armor to crack like spider webs, flames surging within her. The flame sword was once again raised high, the runes on the blade shattering and reconfiguring, inscribed with the god-slaying glyphs personally etched by the celestial being. Her voice thundered in the icy abyss, her wings unleashing a torrent of plasma. "Come forth." Kakaboli had long lost consciousness, yet his body recalled all instincts of battle. At the moment, the icy fist collided with the fiery sword. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Boom! The roof of the warehouse was torn away by the vertically ascending pillar of energy, a mushroom cloud of explosion creating a perfect dual vortex at a height of 1,000 meters. One half was the dart's blazing crimson flames. The other half Cockaboli's ghostly blue chill. Chapter 18. What constitutes a home as Cockaboli's optical lens refocused. The first sight to greet him was the holographic projection of the star map swirling across the ceiling of the celestial laboratory. He lay upon the maintenance table, his chest armor unfastened, revealing the intricate new circuitry within, the winding energy conduits shimmering with a faint golden blue glow. Do not move. The voice of the celestial being was calm and steady, her hands delving into Cockaboli's core chamber for fine adjustments, the final phase of neural synchronization. Cockaboli felt energy coursing through him, an unprecedented sense of power accompanied by a subtle, tingling sensation. When the celestial being finally closed his chest armor, the sound of metal locking together was crisp and unnerving. I never anticipated this. The celestial being turned to organize her tools, her tone inscrutable. You actually defeated the dart. I defeated Sister Darts? Cockaboli shot up suddenly, but his memory was a haze, only fragmented images flickering. The clash of ice and fire, the shattered mask of the dart, and his own uncontrollable blue flames. Indeed, the celestial being nodded nonchalantly. However, your circuitry is completely burnt out. She pointed to the charred components in the recovery box at the corner. You nearly perished there. Fortunately, the dart managed to bring you to me. Boli lowered his gaze to his hands, encased in fresh armor, with energy coursing through them in a steady and powerful flow. Suddenly, he raised his head, his eyes sharp. So, was it you who placed the dart there? Sai Tianjiao shrugged, the energy tendrils at the tips of her hair subtly wavering. Perhaps she appeared there of her own accord? She deliberately avoided Boli's gaze. Who could say? She is now waiting for you at the control tower, so tidy up and hurry along. Boli leaped down from the maintenance platform, his body astonishingly light. Each joint moved with precision and efficiency, as though he had been reborn. He had to admit that the technology of the ancients was indeed unfathomable. From the direction of the control tower came energy fluctuations, a frequency unique to the dart, yet steadier than ever before. Boli took a deep breath and pushed open the laboratory door. Meanwhile, Sai Tianjiao was not idle. She was organizing the soul data of other dinosaurs when suddenly, the screen flickered with red light. Messages from Team Dragon 2. The wind at the control tower was fierce, lifting the tattered tips of the dart's wings, producing a metallic hum. The scar on her profile glinted in the sunset like a molten river, stretching from her forehead to her chin, an everlasting mark left by Boli's uncontrollable icy flames. As Boli approached with trepidation, he noticed she was calibrating a new docking interface on her left arm, occasionally emitting tiny sparks of electricity. What's wrong? Boli's voice was fragmented by the wind. He observed that the dart stood taller than before, as if shedding a heavy burden. The dart did not respond immediately. She merely gazed down at the obsidian city beneath the control tower, where the spires of ancient dragon towers sliced the evening glow into vibrant shards. When the last cloud was tinged with a golden hue, she unexpectedly reached out and ruffled Boli's head crest, a gesture that stunned both of them. Suddenly, her voice was as light as a sigh. The child has grown. Boli's optical visor flickered. He saw countless echoes of battle reflected on the battered surface of the dart's wing. The artillery fire she had shielded him from during the Weaving Star campaign. The interrupted tail fin training in the Alpha system, and the intentionally deflected fatal strike during this trial. Boli could not help but reach out to touch the scar, but halted midway. It's better to keep it, she said, her optical visor revealing the constellation of stars gradually brightening behind Boli, caressing the scar, reminding him of how daunting he could be when he lost control. In the distance, the training ground erupted with familiar flames. Steel Lock was accompanying Iron Slag in rehabilitation training. The dart gazed at that light, her wing tips instinctively adjusting to a defensive angle, a protective stance honed over a million years. Do you remember when Steel Lock brought you here? Her voice mingled with the static of electricity as she huddled in a corner of the base, wiping away non-existent dust. Thinking that would conceal the fire within her optical visor, Boli's struggles suddenly froze. Memories surged uncontrollably. He had just been released from confinement, lost and directionless. How did I not see it? He instinctively retorted. Slap! The dart strike was swift, tearing through the air and landing on Boli's face. Anger? She locked onto Boli's momentarily shrinking optical visor. Boli gritted his teeth and smiled as he uttered a resolute no. Thus, the onslaught continued, akin to a torrential downpour. The precision of the flying spear struck fiercely against Bolly's chest plate, each blow igniting a violent backlash of energy that forced him to stagger backward. When Bolly finally seized her wrist, the armor they wore sparked with high-frequency vibrations. "Are you done yet?" Bolly squeezed out through clenched teeth, as the golden-blue patterns on his left arm began to glow ominously. The flying spear suddenly altered its approach, sweeping its left leg to knock him to the ground. The weighty knee armor pressed down upon his chest, declaring, "You once said it matters not who leads the Dragonkin. You are not guarding a leader, but the Dragonkin." Her vocal apparatus emitted a mournful static. "I believe you're ill-suited for this role as an aide. Perhaps it is best to relinquish it now. What do you truly desire?" Bolly howled as he struggled to break free, his energy erupting uncontrollably. Ethereal blue flames clashed with crimson heat waves at the center of the tower, shattering the last intact observation window. The hum of the flame, sword unsheathing, cleaved through the chaotic energies. Standing amidst the fissures, the spear directed its tip toward Bolly, demanding, "I want you to remove that mask. I wish to see the true Bolly." Bolly's expression froze, caught between shock and fury. Suddenly, he emitted a distorted laugh, icy crystals burgeoning wildly along his spine. "No, it has begun. It has begun." He mimicked the exaggerated tones of certain terrestrial dramas, wondering aloud, "Shall I now declare that my true self lies hidden within the spark, waiting for someone to rescue it?" The icy flames completely engulfed his form. "You have inexplicably lost your mind since earlier." The abrasive sound of the flame, sword being sheathed, was particularly jarring. Leaning against the fractured railing, the spear slowly descended to a seated position. "Roguestar, Whirlwind Exploration Team, 14 members." Her voice suddenly shed all aggression, transforming into a heavy murmur. "The leader is Sky Sword One, and the Spark's companion is Chainblade." The icy flames enveloping Bolly abruptly extinguished. "How could you possibly know this?" The spear extracted a charred identification badge from the layers of her chest armor. The metallic piece bore faint engravings of Whirlwind 7, the edges stained with remnants of dried, organic matter. "My transport ship crashed near the equator of Roguestar." Her fingertips traced the scorch marks on the badge, recalling. "Those little ones were on the brink of starvation, yet still shared half a jar of concentrated energy paste with us." A sudden chill swept through the tower. Bolly heard the thundering roar of his spark pump, while the focal distance of the spear's optical lens momentarily blurred. "They're all dead." Bolly crumpled to the ground, as sealed memories erupted like molten lava. Unconsciously, he caressed the charred identification badge, as if he could still feel the warmth of those long-vanished moments. His processor, against his will, retrieved deeply buried encrypted files, memories of home that he had deliberately sealed away. At that time, Bolly had just rolled off the assembly line. During the war, new recruits met their demise on the battlefield. Yet he caught the eye of Sky Sword One, who whisked him aboard a ship, fleeing the war to explore the cosmos. However, tragedy struck. On the planet Jess, the entire exploration team of 13 members perished, leaving only the novice Polly. Upon returning to Cybertron with the remains of his comrades, Polly was unjustly imprisoned on false charges until Steel Lock rescued him. Polly's powerful fist struck the control tower floor, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surface. "Why am I the only one who survived? Why?" Flying Dart knelt beside him, meeting his gaze. She shielded Polly with her wings, preventing his icy flames from dispersing. Polly had always been engulfed by fear. The Dragon Clan was his second home, and he could not bear to witness the loss of his friends once more. Thus, after joining the clan, he concealed himself beneath a mask, wary of drawing too close to them. He felt he had nothing left to lose. Chapter 19. Exploring the Realm of Death. 1. The Kuru sphere floated amid the starry sea, resembling a forsaken, ashen eyeball. The remnants of a once thriving civilization lay buried beneath thick layers of radioactive dust, while the wind swept through the twisted skeletal remains of buildings, producing a mournful wail reminiscent of lost souls. The entire planet exuded a chilling silence, as if silently warning every intruder, "Here lies only an end." Yet today, this realm of death welcomed visitors. Heavy Fist, did I not instruct you to refrain from playing with fire? In the central square, the ruined statue of the Kuru goddess was engulfed in unnatural flames, flickering tongues of fire licking at its stone visage. Contempt stood with arms akimbo, sharp optical lenses glaring at Heavy Fist. The flamethrower in Heavy Fist possession continued to emit wisps of smoke. Oh dear, I couldn't control it. We are here to execute a mission, not to conduct arson experiments. Contempt's voice rose, clearly infused with anger. Nearby, Airflow attempted to mediate, calm down. Heavy Fist did not mean any harm. On the other side, 0 Degree, crunching on energy blocks, mumbled in agreement. Indeed, it's just a minor flame. It will extinguish soon. And you too. Contempt abruptly turned, directing her ire at them. Have you completed your assigned tasks? We are here to investigate, not to sightsee. Keep that in mind. Her rapid-fire reprimands left the trio of mechanical dinosaurs somewhat subdued. Taking a deep breath to regain composure, Contempt stepped aside, activating her internal communicator to report the current situation to the distant Cybertron. Observing this, 0 Degree retrieved additional energy blocks while studying the holographic map projected from his arm. Muttering, "Continuing forward leads us to the Great Hall. Let us proceed as planned." After a brief pause, the team set off once more, heading towards the most magnificent yet dilapidated palace in the city center. Airflow lingered at the back, glancing back at the still-burning statue of the goddess. Adjusting the focus of his optical lens, he keenly observed that beneath the dancing flames, a clear liquid was seeping from the statue's eye sockets, cascading down the mottled stone walls. It appeared as though the statue were weeping. Startled, Airflow quickly returned to the base of the statue, swiftly collecting some of this peculiar terror in a small portable container before jogging to catch up with the already distant team. A multitude gathered before the Grand Hall, where two colossal doors, intricately inscribed with enigmatic runes, stood resolutely shut. The crevice between them was sealed by a dark, impenetrable substance, rendering any attempt at conventional opening futile. The doors were firmly barred. After a brief examination, it was concluded that the others would remain vigilant in place while I sought alternative entrances. With these words, he flickered away, deftly vanishing into the shadows at the side of the palace. Minutes elapsed in the profound silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind. Boredom engulfed Zero, who had exhausted his energy reserves. He sauntered over to the formidable guardian, tasked with maintaining watch. Initially intending to startle him, Zero discovered, to his surprise, that the guardian was intently gazing at a holographic album, filled with various snapshots of Little One, some depicting her smiling, others pulling faces, and one particularly charming image of her doodling on the guardian's claw. Zero's optical lenses widened, and a mischievous grin crept across his face. His teasing remarks echoed sharply across the quiet square as he playfully nudged the guardian's heavy shoulder armor. "Still looking at Little One, huh? Can't bear a day without her. Can you?" This elicited a low chuckle from the watchful Skyflow, whose armor glimmered with a soft blue light. "Go on, go play," the guardian retorted, somewhat flustered, as he waved dismissively, akin to shooing away a fly, while hastily shutting off the holographic display. Zero, with a cheeky grin, slipped over to Skyflow and lowered his voice. "Hey, Skyflow, have you ever envisioned a scenario like this?" Skyflow turned his head, his optical lenses reflecting a hint of curiosity. "You mean, a being like Little One and the Guardian, developing a bond akin to romantic affection?" Zero sought to articulate the essence of his inquiry. To his surprise, Skyflow nodded, a subtle pride seeping into his steady tone. "As one of their creators, I am pleased to witness their ability to evolve such complex emotional connections. Had it not been for the Rebellion Moon incident that severed ties between the bionic beings and humanity, perhaps Earth could have realized a harmonious coexistence of both races by now." His voice carried a distant wistfulness, yet the stark reality swiftly shattered this fleeting fantasy. At that moment, the figure of Scorn re-emerged from the palace's side, her expression grave. "I've conducted a thorough search. No viable entrances were found. All side doors and passages have been more rigorously sealed, as if deliberately reinforced from within." She surveyed the imposing doors before her, determination flaring in her eyes. "We have exhausted conventional methods. We will breach the door. Dragon Squad 2, transform." With the command issued, 4 mechanical dinosaurs simultaneously morphed, charging fiercely toward the massive door. With a resounding crash, the doors remained steadfast, not even a shard of debris falling. Scorn swiftly recalibrated her strategy, remote assault. Concentrate fire. In an instant, a searing breath of dragons erupted from various weapon systems, relentlessly scorching and assaulting. However, minutes passed, and the grand door remained intact, save for a rise in surface temperature. The ancient runes adorning the door shimmered softly under the impact of energy. At last, his patience, tinged with contempt, reached its limit, and fury ignited within his optical lens. He reverted to his original form, landing with a deep breath, ready to issue the final command. Dragon Team 2. Wait, Zero suddenly interrupted him, also having reverted to her natural state. The iron lock is gone. She approached the door, and under the puzzled gazes of the other 3 dragons, Zero began to delicately trace the intricate patterns on the door. Her fingertips glided over the grooves, seemingly deciphering something. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she discovered several movable rune stones. Following a specific sequence, she pushed, pressed, and rotated them in succession. With a series of crisp clicks, the once impervious door, which had withstood tremendous assaults, resonated with the sound of turning gears from within, and then it slowly and silently slid open, creating a gap wide enough for a colossal dragon to pass through. Dust fell in gentle cascades. The trio, Heavy Fist, Empty Flow, and Contempt, stood frozen in place, their optical lenses fixated on Zero. Nonchalantly brushing off the dust from her hands, Zero appeared as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. Observing her companion's astonished expressions, she casually explained, "I noticed you all seem to be having a great time, so I didn't want to interrupt." The 3 dragons momentarily found themselves at a loss for words, stammering out a series of meaningless syllables. "Oh, really? Is that so? Wow, that's amazing." Zero, with a sense of pride, lifted her chin and was the first to step into the dimly lit grand hall. The other 3 exchanged glances and swiftly followed suit, filing in one after another. Inside, the hall was remarkably vast and dark, with only a few faint beams of starlight filtering through the shattered dome, barely illuminating the space. They adjusted their optical lenses to night vision mode and surveyed their surroundings. The walls were adorned with enormous frescoes, still discernible despite the dust, depicting 4 distinct and divine figures, each emanating a sense of sanctity, gazing collectively toward the center of the hall. "What is this?" Heavy Fist exclaimed, observing the imposing deities depicted in the artwork, his voice rough with confusion regarding these cultural symbols. "You wouldn't understand," Zero replied, crossing her arms with an air of erudition. As she began to expound meaningfully, these figures represent the 4 principal deities worshipped by the Kurukyu civilization. Behold the figure to the left, cloaked in a tapestry of stars and wielding a lunar disk. He is the god of night, Ishio, who bestows tranquility and slumber upon the people of Kulu. To the right stands a radiant being, crowned with the sun's orb. He is the god of light, Alrian, who brings forth the sun's brilliance and warmth. Behind them, surrounded by sheaves of wheat and climbing vines, is the god of agriculture, Oga, the guardian of harvest and the joy of life. And in the shadows, behind the throne, there is another figure bearing gears and crystals. He is the god of technology, Keloosi, the harbinger of technological advancement and the renaissance of civilization. She paused, emphasizing her words. Above these 4 deities reigns the supreme deity, the mother of the gods, Nuya. The listener, taken aback, instinctively interjected, "Is that the one in the square outside?" Zero glanced at him disdainfully. "Yes, the very one you incinerated."